System is starting up. Detected that the host is poor, working hard is worse than scavenging. Would you like to bind the godly rich system and rise to the peak of life? Enter 3 dog heads. Every day, they do these eye-catching things, which are so common and lack any originality. I disdainfully entered 3 dog heads, and at that moment, the system's voice echoed in my mind. Detected that the host is going through a divorce. Currently rewarding 1 billion, which will be credited after the divorce is finalized. Hearing this, I was so shocked that I nearly fell over. I couldn't believe it was real, and I couldn't help but burst into laughter. Just now. I was still in the depths of despair. I discovered that the child I raised for 6 years isn't mine, and my wife, Lu Ruoyan, turned out to be a cheating wife. Can I tolerate this? Absolutely not. I will no longer be that cuckold. If I divorce this woman now, I can get 1 billion. At that time, revenge will be easy. I will make them pay. While I was lost in my fantasies, suddenly a great force hit me. In a fit of anger, I fell to the ground. Chen Feng, who gave you the guts to propose a divorce to my sister? If you hadn't made my sister accidentally pregnant, she would have graduated long ago. How could she marry you, a rural orphan? You ungrateful wretch, I'll kill you. Lu Ruoyan's brother, Lu Mao, swung his fist at me. Now that I'm worth over 1 billion, how can I tolerate this? As an orphan, if I don't want to be bullied, I must be strong. A thug can't be my opponent. In the past, I would tolerate this leech of a brother-in-law for Lu Ruoyan's sake, but now that we are divorcing, I have no more reservations. I took him down with one move, then kicked him in the stomach. You bastard, your car is bought with the money from my house, and I still have to pay your monthly loan. I treat him like a dog, and he knows how to wag his tail at me, yet dares to give me attitude. Trying to leverage a child against me? Let me tell you, Xiao Tian is the bastard child your sister had with some random man. If you want to leech off someone, go find that man. As I cursed, I increased the force of my kicks, as if I wanted to vent all the grievances I had suffered over the years. Chen Feng, stop it. How dare you hit my brother? We're getting divorced right now. Lu Ruoyan rushed up, roaring, trying to pull me away, but unfortunately, she couldn't budge me. Instead, she ended up receiving a solid slap to the face. The bright red handprint on Lu Ruoyan's fair face was particularly striking. As for Chen Xiaotian, seeing this scene only heightened his fear. He cried out as if his mother had died. However, since we were in a hospital, a few security guards quickly pulled me away from them. Looking at the thug on the ground, beaten to a pulp, I felt an immense joy in my heart. Lu Ruoyan hurried over to help her precious brother up. They said they would sue me and make me rot in jail, but I wasn't afraid of the thug's threats, even though I was furious. However, my earlier actions were quite measured. Don't be fooled by how tough the thug looks now. At most, the hospital will only confirm minor injuries. Moreover, this is a hospital. With cameras everywhere, this can prove that Lu Mang initiated the attack. In any case, it's just a minor incident. Furthermore, I haven't divorced Lu Ruoyan yet, so Uncle Hat will likely just mediate or categorize this as a family dispute. As we faced off, the police, responding to a call from the crowd, arrived and took both of us to the station. The outcome was exactly as I expected. What do you mean this is a family dispute? I was beaten to a pulp by this bastard. He doesn't even have to go to jail. Are you police favoring him? The thug was furious. But when he learned that without mediation he would face charges, his anger subsided a bit. After all, he is the future of the Wang family. How could he be left with a criminal record? After signing the guarantee, both parties left the police station. Sister, hurry up and divorce this loser. Don't leave him a single penny. Make him leave with nothing. I don't want to see this cuckold again. Lu Mang immediately urged Lu Ruoyan. Hearing this, I sneered coldly. It suited me perfectly, of course, I would get a divorce. How could a worthless person like you deserve to be my wife? Lu Ruoyan has always been proud and couldn't accept my usual submissiveness. Now that she's pushing her luck, I seized the opportunity. We successfully completed the divorce. Due to my guilt over Lu Ruoyan's unexpected pregnancy, everything in the house, including the car, was in her name, so I left with nothing. But so what? As long as I'm divorced, 1 billion will be credited to me immediately, and I have countless ways to make Lu Ruoyan's life miserable. Let her enjoy her moment of happiness for now. Just as, when Lu Ruoyan and I walked out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, a flashy pink Lamborghini suddenly stopped in front of them, and a young man got out. I quickly recognized who it was. He was the future heir of the Jiancheng group where I worked. Chen Qingyun. Lu Ruoyan displayed a flattering expression, twisting her waist as she approached Chen Qingyun. In that instant, I realized that Chen Qingyun must be Lu Ruoyan's lover, Chen Xiaotian's biological father. You are going too far, I said through gritted teeth. Chen Feng, do you think I married you for any reason? This was just a task from young Master Chen. If it weren't for your shared surname with young Master Chen, what right do you have to raise Xiao Tian? Being able to raise his son is your honor. Standing beside Chen Xingyun, Lu Ruoyan acted like a bully backed by power. As for Chen Xingyun, he was enjoying the expression on my face, finding pleasure in manipulating others' lives. This pleasure is unmatched by anything else. Chen Feng, right? I'm here to inform you that you've been fired from the Jiangcheng group, and I'm sure no one in the industry will hire you. It's a pity you're an orphan. It makes it impossible for me to target your family, which is quite a loss of fun. Chen Xingyun's tone was filled with regret, like a child who has lost a toy. Since the current blow isn't enough, he will continue to intensify it. Hurry up, show me that expression of despair and collapse. However, what appeared on my face was not despair, but anger. Damn Chen Xingyun. 5 years of being toyed with isn't enough. He wants to completely ruin me, even bringing up my background. You really deserve to die. Ding. Challenge task initiated. Bankrupt the Jiangcheng group within a year. Mission reward, ownership of the billion-dollar Junbao Capital Group. As the leading enterprise in Jiangcheng, the Jiangcheng Group has already reached 100 billion scale, which is Chen Xingyun's greatest support for his wrongdoing. But I am a man awakened by the system. Bankrupting the Chen family within a year is not impossible, and as long as I complete this task, the reward is the billion-dollar Junbao Capital Group, allowing me to once again make a leap in social class and become one of the elite at the top of this world. Chen Xingyun was unaware of my thoughts. He only saw my expression gradually soften and became playful, saying, "But Chen Feng can still give you a chance, as long as you remarry Lu Ruyan right now. Treat that mother and son with the same attitude as before, and I can help you get a promotion and raise at Jiangcheng Group. All you need to do is, you just need to personally send a cleaned-up Lu Ruyan to my villa." Chen Xingyun looked at me with great interest, waiting for my answer. Upon hearing this, I remained silent. I walked to the nearby convenience store, bought a bottle of mineral water, and opened the cap. I poured all the water over Chen Xingyun. Then I coldly laughed and said, "Since you're not thinking clearly, I'll help you cool down. You actually want me to be a cuckold? Your methods are laughable. Bring it on. I want to know, if your family goes bankrupt, will you still be this arrogant? With the system on my side, how could I possibly fear this?" After hearing what I said, they all looked at me in disbelief. They all thought I had gone crazy. Chen Xingyun wiped the water from his face forcefully, revealing a twisted smile. "It's interesting that you think you can make my family bankrupt. Are you kidding me? I'm waiting for you to make me bankrupt, but don't let anything unexpected happen before that." Chen Xingyun's gaze suddenly turned dangerous as it lingered on me for a moment. He reached out and grabbed Lu Ruyan by the collar, dragging her into the car like a toy, and drove away. After the Lamborghini left, my phone received 2 text messages in quick succession, one explaining my dismissal from Jiangcheng Group, and the other showing that 100 million had been deposited into my account. It seems the system isn't just my imagination. In that case, let me handle this mad dog Chen Xingyun properly. Chen Xingyun, don't let me down. Since I left with nothing, I had no place to go, so I took a taxi to the nearest 5-star hotel and booked a business suite for 2,998. After arriving in the room, I comfortably leaned back in the bathtub, soaking while sipping a bottle of red wine. Looking at the bustling night view outside, I couldn't help but sigh how good life is with money. In the past, I worked myself to the bone like a beast while that detestable mother and son enjoyed the fruits of my labor. That will never happen again. By some twist of fate, I picked up my phone and opened my social media feed. I saw a recent post from Lu Ruyan. It was a picture of a green divorce certificate, a bright red property certificate, and a stubborn photo with Chen Xiaotian, captioned, "Liberation, Rebirth." Below were comments from mutual friends. "Sister Yan is so beautiful. Chen Feng, that cuckold, is not worthy of you." It seems Lu Ruyan didn't forget to delete me. She just wanted to stimulate herself in this way. However, such petty tricks are far too childish for me now. I casually took a photo of my hand holding a wineglass against the backdrop of the bustling night view, captioning it, "Cheers to Freedom," with the location tagged as the Garden Hotel. After posting this on my social media, I turned off my phone and continued to enjoy my wonderful life. On the other side, Lu Ruyan refreshed her social media feed while replying to comforting messages from friends, joining them in deriding my shameless acts as a scumbag. However, soon Lu Ruyan's attention was drawn to my post, the location coupled with the content of the picture. In an instant, Lu Ruyan recognized that this was the business suite of the Garden Hotel. In the past, Chen Xiao had taken her there several times. At nearly 3,000 a night, how could Chen Feng afford to stay there? How could Chen Feng be worthy of such luxury? It must be Chen Feng at the hotel. This guy must be furious seeing my social media, trying to prove that he's living well. He's just puffing himself up to look impressive. Lu Ruyan quickly found a reason to comfort herself, so she opened our chat window and messaged, Chen Feng, puffing yourself up, how interesting. Do you have any savings? You lost your job and are staying at such an expensive hotel? With that money, you might as well buy a plane ticket and start a new life in another city. After sending the message, Lu Ruyan waited for my reply. But there was no further response. Now that useless Chen Feng must be breaking down. The next morning, I opened my eyes, and at the same time, a mechanical prompt sounded in my mind. Divorce initiated. The next day, the system rewarded me with a top-tier luxury mansion in Jiangcheng, Villa No. 9, Yulong Bay. Upon hearing this news, I felt a surge of energy. Yulong Bay Villa, the most famous villa area in Jiangcheng. Those who live here are top figures from all walks of life, either rich or noble. The system rewarded me with this Villa No. 9 in Yulong Bay, known as the Villa of Kings. Acquiring such a villa cannot be achieved solely through wealth, it requires more power. When the Yulong Bay villas were first launched, countless tycoons eyed this particular villa hungrily. However, in the end, this villa fell into the hands of a mysterious tycoon. Yulong Bay villas are already a symbol of status, not to mention this particular Villa of Kings. I never expected that this villa would be awarded to me. The system is really generous. I couldn't wait to go see the mansion that the system had rewarded me with. After divorcing that shameless woman Lu Ruyan, my life has truly started to improve. Moreover, according to the system's reminders, I will likely receive rewards every day for bankrupting the Chen family within a year. That should be a piece of cake. However, the distance from here to Yulong Bay Villa is quite far, and not having a car is indeed inconvenient. Meanwhile, another prompt sounded in my mind. Ding! Challenge task issued. As someone who grew up in the Jiangcheng Orphanage, please make a donation to the Jiangcheng Orphanage. Challenge time, 1 hour. Mission reward, a top luxury car. It was just what I needed. The system's tasks always come at the right time. I anonymously initiated a donation of 5 million to the Jiangcheng Orphanage. I originally came from an orphanage, and I have gratitude towards it. Now that I have the ability, even without the system's reminder, I would repay it well. Ding! Donation task for the Jiangcheng Orphanage completed. Congratulations, host, you have received a top-tier hypercar, the Icon Hypersport. Hearing this news made me even more excited than receiving the Villa No. 9 in Yulong Bay. Icon Hypersport, also known in Chinese as Wolf Cub or Son of the Wolf. This is a bona fide supercar. This supercar is renowned for its scene in Speed 7 where it leaps over skyscrapers, boasting a staggering price tag of 66 million. With only 7 units available worldwide, it has become highly sought after by super-rich individuals. In terms of rarity, Villa No. 9 in Yulong Bay can't compare. As for other supercars, they all become inferior in front of the Wolf Cub. No man can resist the allure of a supercar, especially not this one among the supercars. I was so excited I wanted to scream, but unfortunately, I couldn't immediately experience driving this top-tier supercar. This top-tier supercar was directly delivered to the garage of Villa No. 9 in Yulong Bay by the system. Now, I couldn't wait to go and receive my new identity. At the entrance of Villa No. 9 in Yulong Bay, the security guard looked at the man stepping out of the taxi with a strange expression. This is Yulong Bay Villa, where luxury cars come and go. The taxi stood out starkly against the backdrop of luxury. Moreover, I was wearing cheap clothes. However, as security for such a high-end community, their standards were very high, so they wouldn't look down on anyone. Hello, sir. May I ask which owner you are visiting? You need to register here and contact the owner. Only after the owner's permission can we let you in, the security guard said with a smile. He humbly spoke. I'm not a visitor, I'm the owner. My words startled the security guard, as I looked nothing like the owners here. Before he could voice his doubts, a sharp voice interrupted. What's wrong with you security personnel? How can you let someone like him near the community? This is irresponsible to the residents. That voice was all too familiar. I turned to see Lu Ruyan's angry face. Chen Feng, do you really think that after spending a night at the Garden Hotel, you can get into Yulong Lake community? The residents here are beyond your reach in this lifetime. Want to get in? Don't you see what kind of person you are? Lu Ruyan's expression was scornful, as if she was watching a huge joke. I shot Lu Ruyan a cold glance, then walked toward the manual entrance and entered the community as the heavy gate closed behind me. I turned to the security guard and said, our community is not a place where just anyone can enter. Yes, Mr. Chen, we will handle this immediately. Since I can use the card to open the door, it shows I am the owner of this community, and as security, they certainly need to fulfill their role. Ma'am, please leave our community immediately. We cannot tolerate you harassing our residents. The security guard spoke with righteous authority. The community owners, you've been fooled by him. How could that useless Chen Feng possibly be an owner here? He must have found some loophole to get in. You all need to go and get him out. Lu Ruyan exclaimed in exasperation. Seeing Lu Ruyan's unreasonable attitude, the security guard knew that words would be futile, so he picked up the walkie-talkie. Moments later, 5 or 6 guards armed with riot sticks rushed out. "Ma'am, please leave immediately, or we will have to use force," the guard warned. "Fine, you filthy security guards, get ready to lose your jobs," Lu Ruyan said fiercely, then pulled out her phone and made a call. Once the call connected, Lu Ruyan's tone instantly became sweet as she said, "Chen Xiao, I'm at the entrance of the community. Your community's filthy security guards look down on people, making it difficult for me to enter while letting that useless Chen Feng in. A good person is waiting for you at the entrance." Once the call ended, Lu Ruyan's tone turned fierce again. "Chen Xiao is coming soon, you all get ready to be fired." Chen Chen walked for a full half-hour from the entrance of the community before arriving in front of Villa No. 9. He was deeply shocked by this luxurious building, which resembled a palace. After entering the villa through facial recognition, Chen Chen received a video introducing Villa No. 9 on his phone. The villa covered an area of 1,600 square meters, with an additional nearly 3,000 square meters of expansive space below. The luxurious decorations were self-evident, and the underground part of the building was the most crucial. It was constructed entirely according to the standards of a doomsday safe house, with renovation costs even exceeding the price of the house itself. After a rough understanding of the villa, Chen Chen hurried to the garage. A top-tier supercar was quietly waiting for him. When Chen Chen saw the supercar, he was immediately captivated. The exaggerated design showed no signs of restraint, boldly declaring its extraordinary nature. In Chen Chen's eyes, this wolf cub of his was even cooler than those in the movies. He immediately got in the car, started the engine, and the roar announced it as a true steel monster. Chen Chen opened the garage door, revved the supercar, and the wolf cub transformed into a black shadow, racing out. When Chen Chen arrived at the entrance of the community, a good show was unfolding. At this moment, Chen Xingyun had already rushed to Lu Ruyan's side, his face full of impatience. "What's wrong with you security guards? You let in those who shouldn't be here while keeping out those who should. My nearly 1 million annual property fee is not for show. If you can't give a reasonable explanation, just wait to be fired." Chen Xingyun vented all his anger on the security guards in front of him. The guards naturally recognized Chen Xingyun and knew he was a difficult character to deal with, so they fell into silence. They even pushed the previous security guard to the front, hoping he could ease Chen Xingyun's anger. "Young Master Chen, please don't be angry. Xiao Lu, explain what's going on." The property manager and the head of security also arrived at the scene, with the head of security asking seriously, "Captain, that woman was making things difficult for our community's owner, so I had my brothers drive her away." Xiao Lu looked a bit wronged, he was just following the rules. "Community owner? I said, Chen Chen cannot be a community owner, he just used some tricks to swipe in." Lu Ruyan quickly interjected. "The cheapest row house in Yulong Bay community costs tens of millions, how could that guy who left with nothing afford it?" "Captain, manager, I really didn't lie. That man swiped in with his face, and the system even alerted his owner information," Xiao Lu argued. Involving another owner, the property manager naturally couldn't fully side with Chen Xingyun. The owners of Yulong Bay community were either rich or noble, not someone to offend casually. "Young Master Chen, I'll retrieve the information. If that person used special means to enter, I'll arrange for security to take him out immediately. However, if that person is an owner, although our security's actions were somewhat inappropriate, I hope you can understand." The property manager quickly spoke up. Chen Xingyun nodded and cast a glance at Lu Ruyan. If Lu Ruyan dared to speak nonsense, he would make this woman pay. After all, she had only given him a son, he had more than one illegitimate child outside. Feeling Chen Xingyun's gaze, Lu Ruyan instinctively shivered. Fortunately, Lu Ruyan had enough confidence. How could that useless Chen Chen possibly be the owner of Yulong Bay community? Wait for the property manager to clarify, and then let the security go in and drag that useless waste out. By that time, I will definitely make that useless waste pay. In just a moment, the property manager found out that Chen Chen was the owner. Especially when he saw that Chen Chen was actually the owner of Villa No. 9, the property manager's attitude immediately became tough. This was Villa No. 9, being the owner of this villa, not to mention Chen Xingyun, even his father couldn't afford to offend. Not to mention that the one causing trouble now was just Chen Xingyun's lover. "Young Master Chen, after my verification, that gentleman is indeed an owner in our community. Upon hearing the property manager's words, Chen Xingyun slapped Lu Ruyan hard across the face. Shameless fool. Chen Xingyun was indeed a pervert, but he was not a fool. Lu Ruyan was merely a plaything for him to toy with. However, when facing an owner living in the same community, Chen Xingyun would definitely adopt a proper attitude. Because Lu Ruyan had offended an owner in the same community, Chen Xingyun was not crazy enough to do something like that. Lu Ruyan was caught off guard by the sudden slap and fell to the ground. No, young Master Chen, I really didn't lie to you. The one who went in is Chen Chen. Chen Chen is a top student in the computer science department. He must have hacked into the system to change the data. How could he possibly be the owner of Yulong Lake Community? You have all been deceived by him. Lu Ruyan knelt on the ground, clutching Chen Xingyun's legs and crying out. Wait, are you saying I'm a fraud? Chen Chen got out of the car, watching the farce before him with great interest. Yes, he is Chen Chen. He is the fraud. You have all been deceived by him. Quickly, arrest him. Lu Ruyan exclaimed as if she had grasped a lifeline. But aside from Lu Ruyan, everyone else remained motionless. Even Chen Xingyun, who had been arrogant in front of Chen Chen, dared not act recklessly upon seeing that wolf cub supercar. Madam, if you continue to be unreasonable towards our owner, we will have to forcibly evict you. The property manager spoke firmly. The owner of Villa No. 9 held enough status for the property team to unhesitatingly stand by Chen Chen's side. Young Master Chen, have you forgotten? He is Chen Chen. This useless waste cannot possibly be the owner of Yulong Lake Community. It must be that Chen Chen used some trick. Lu Ruyan tightened her grip on Chen Xingyun's hand. Manager Wu, please verify this gentleman's identity again. Is he really the owner of Villa No. 9? Chen Xingyun's figure was light, but his hands were tightly clenched. It would be best if all of this was Chen Shen's trick, and that Wolf Cub supercar was also stolen by Chen Shun from Villa No. 9. If Chen Shen really was the owner of Villa No. 9, he would have gotten himself into a huge mess. Hearing Chen Xingyun's words, Manager Wu instinctively cast a questioning glance at Chen Chen. Young Master Chen was a person of status and would naturally not speak carelessly. Moreover, what Chen Xingyun and Lu Ruyan said seemed credible and not fabricated. Furthermore, Villa No. 9 in Yulong Bay had been vacant for a long time. Even the property staff did not know anyone had moved in, so Chen Shen's identity indeed had its doubts. However, when Manager Wu's gaze met Chen Shen's, he felt an immense pressure. Oh, are you questioning me? Chen Shen looked at Manager Wu with great interest, his tone inexplicably cold. Mr. Chen, I didn't mean that. But since other owners have raised reasonable doubts, our property team must provide an explanation. Through the data from our back end, we can confirm your identity. It would be great if you are willing to cooperate with our team to resolve the doubts of other homeowners. However, if you are unwilling to cooperate, we will handle the remaining issues and will absolutely not disturb your life. Manager Wu quickly spoke up. Chen Chen nodded. No wonder Manager Wu could become the property manager. Such an attitude indeed left no room for criticism. Manager Wu's bias was more due to Chen Shen's identity as the owner of Villa No. 9. If it weren't for that identity, Manager Wu would never risk offending Chen Xingyun. I'll leave this matter to you. I don't want to encounter people who spread rumors in the community. Chen Shen dropped this line, got back into the Wolf Cub supercar, and with a roar of the engine, the sports car sped away, leaving behind a crowd with varied expressions. Mr. Chen, the back-end information of our property management is protected, and there is no possibility of it being hacked. That Mr. Chen Chen is indeed the owner of Villa No. 9 in Yulong Bay. Manager Wu politely addressed Chen Xingyun, then turned to look at Lu Ruyan. I just wonder why this young lady would spread rumors about our community's homeowners. And I don't understand why this young lady would provoke disputes among our community's homeowners. If this young lady continues like this, our property management team will have to take all necessary measures to defend the rights of the community's homeowners. At this point, Manager Wu's tone was no longer as polite and friendly as it had been with Chen Xingyun. Manager Wu had seen the world and immediately recognized that Lu Ruyan was merely a mistress kept by Chen Xingyun. Both Chen Chen and Chen Xingyun were homeowners in Yulong Bay, and Manager Wu could not get involved in their conflict. It was better to shift such a conflict onto a mistress like Lu Ruyan, who was not worth much. You're just a worthless property management. Who gave you the guts to speak like that? Fine. I get it. Did Chen Chen give you some benefits? You all conspired together to make me look bad. Lu Ruyan suddenly realized. Young Master Chen, these worthless property management people have no respect for you at all. How could I not know who that useless Chen Chen is? Young Master Chen, you must not be fooled by them. Lu Ruyan immediately changed her attitude, trying to curry favor with Chen Xingyun beside her. Unfortunately for her, what awaited Lu Ruyan was a merciless slap from Chen Xingyun. After hearing Manager Wu's words, Chen Xingyun directly vented the pent-up anger in his chest onto Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan was merely a plaything for Chen Xingyun. If it weren't for the son she bore him, he would have discarded her long ago. Now, because of such a foolish woman, he had lost face and offended someone who seemed to have a powerful background, which only fueled Chen Xingyun's anger. You better pray that Chen Shen has no background, otherwise, you're finished. Chen Xingyun spat this out fiercely before walking into the Yulongbei villa. Right now, Chen Xingyun's priority was to determine Chen Shen's identity. He had no time to waste on this foolish woman. Lu Ruyan was knocked to the ground by Chen Xingyun's slap. The intense pain brought tears to her eyes. Lu Ruyan immediately got up from the ground and chased after Chen Xingyun. Young Master Chen, believe me, this must be that useless Chen Shen's trick. Young Master Chen, don't be fooled by that useless person. However, before Lu Ruyan could catch up to Chen Xingyun, she was once again pinned to the ground by the security team's anti-riot fork. Miss, please do not disturb our community's homeowners any longer. Our community does not welcome you. Manager Wu spoke coldly, then waved his hand, and the security guards directly lifted Lu Ruyan from the ground and took her away. Lu Ruyan struggled while continuously cursing. You filthy security guards, how dare you treat me like this? Do you know who I am? I am the mother of Chen Xiao's child. Let me go. Otherwise, you can wait to lose your jobs. Lu Ruyan's shouting not only failed to stop the security guards but instead made them more brutal. Security guards are also human and have their tempers. They had been holding back their anger towards Lu Ruyan, and naturally, they seized this opportunity to vent it. Manager Wu, seeing Lu Ruyan's relentless struggle, called the police. Since it involved the Yulong Lake community, the police arrived at the scene promptly and took the frenzied Lu Ruyan away for detention on charges of provoking trouble. Chen Shen, who was unaware of the drama unfolding at the community entrance, was currently driving one of the only 7 supercars in the world, roaring down the highway, enjoying the ultimate driving experience that this performance beast provided. The appearance of this supercar in Jiangcheng quickly attracted a lot of attention and directly dominated the trending searches. In an instant, the entire automotive circle in Huaxia was set ablaze. Everyone was speculating about who the owner of this supercar could be. What kind of wealthy person could own such a car? As for Chen Shen in the car, he was heading to his destination, the Maxa restaurant. Chen Shen had long heard of this Michelin 3-star restaurant in Jiangcheng, and now that he had such wealth, he naturally wouldn't deprive himself of culinary pleasures. Before long, the supercar stopped at the entrance of the Maxa restaurant. Chen Shen handed the car keys to the doorman and walked straight into the restaurant. The doorman, although dressed plainly, did not dare to be negligent towards the man who stepped out of the top-tier supercar. He carefully drove Chen Shen's car to the parking lot, afraid of scratching or bumping it. If anything went wrong, he wouldn't be able to afford to pay for it. As soon as Chen Shen entered the hotel lobby, he was stopped by a man in a black tuxedo. Excuse me, sir, do you have a reservation? Although the man's tone was polite and his face bore a professional smile, Chen Shen could sense the indifference in his eyes. Is it that you can't eat without a reservation? Chen Shen asked. I'm sorry, sir, but we are a members-only hotel and only serve members. If you are not a guest of our members, we cannot accommodate you. Additionally, our hotel has a dress code. You must be in formal attire to enter, the man in the black tuxedo stated. At this moment, the manager standing in the lobby clearly noticed the dispute and quickly walked over, waved his hand to dismiss the waiter, and said, Hello, sir, I am the manager of this hotel. How can I assist you? Although the manager's tone was polite, it carried an indescribable arrogance. I just want to have a meal here, Chen Shen said, looking at the impeccably dressed hotel manager. I'm sorry, sir, but the previous waiter should have informed you that we only serve members. I completely understand your desire to enjoy our hotel's cuisine, but I'm very sorry. Before the manager could finish his sentence, Chen Shen interrupted him. Alright, I understand. Then I'll just register as a member of your hotel. How much is the membership fee? Chen Shen said, reaching for his bank card. The manager was clearly surprised by Chen Shen's response, and after adjusting his tone, he said, I'm sorry, sir. This gentleman, our restaurant's membership cannot be opened casually. To become a member of our restaurant, there are only 2 ways. One is to be invited by another member, and the other is through the corresponding asset certification. It's not just about paying a membership fee to become a member of our hotel. The manager spoke, his tone still humble, but the arrogance he exuded was even more pronounced than before. All right. Chen Shen interrupted the manager with a wave of his hand. Just tell me, is 100,000 enough for me to have a meal at your hotel? Upon hearing Chen Shen's words, the hotel manager was clearly taken aback. Chen Shen's entire outfit didn't even add up to 1,000 yuan, he certainly didn't look like someone who could spend 100,000 on a meal. The hotel manager made a judgment in his mind. It seemed that Chen Shen was just trying to save face by saying such things. He had seen many people who tried to inflate their worth. If 100,000 isn't enough, is 200,000 enough for a meal at your hotel? Chen Chen emphasized again. However, this behavior only reinforced the hotel manager's previous judgment. If 200,000 isn't enough, then what about 300,000? At this moment, the hotel manager's mind was consumed with one thought: how to handle the current situation. It was definitely not possible to have security throw Chen Shen out. The urgent task was to find a way to have Chen Shen leave willingly while preserving his dignity. Just then, a breathless voice came through the earpiece. "Manager, I just helped this guest park his car. This guest is driving the Wolf Cub supercar that appeared in Fast and Furious. But he's dressed simply, you must be careful." The doorman cautiously parked the supercar, which could cost him a lifetime of savings if damaged, and only then remembered to report to the manager. If something went wrong because he failed to report in time, he would definitely lose this hard-won job. Upon hearing the doorman's words, the hotel manager felt a chill run from his feet to the top of his head. He immediately recalled his previous attitude and words, and after confirming there was no mistake, he hurriedly spoke. "Sir, may I ask if that Lycan Hypersport is your vehicle?" The hotel manager's tone remained polite, but the air of arrogance had completely vanished, replaced by a sense of flattery. The hotel manager had no doubt that this supercar was rented by Chen Chen. After all, there were only 7 of these divine cars in the world. Not only was it unlikely that someone would rent such a car, but even if it were rented, it indicated that Chen Chen's connections were extraordinary. "Yes." Chen Chen nodded. "Esteemed sir, please follow me." The hotel manager slightly bent forward, extending his hand to guide Chen Chen. "What's this? Isn't it a members-only hotel that only serves members?" "Sir, with your qualifications, it is our hotel's honor for you to become a member. Please follow me." The hotel manager's attitude became even more humble as he led Chen Chen to a private room. Chen Chen did not order any dishes, simply asking the hotel to prepare a few signature dishes from the head chef. Upon hearing Chen Chen's words, the hotel manager felt as if he had received a royal decree, retreating from the private room and immediately turning to run towards the kitchen. To make up for any previous mistakes, he had to ensure that the hotel's head chef showcased all his skills to please Chen Chen. "Chef Kane, a distinguished guest has arrived at the restaurant. You must use your highest culinary skills to win over this guest's palate," the manager said. However, he received a terrible answer. Chef Kane was off today and not in the restaurant. Although the chef in the kitchen could handle ordinary guests, he was absolutely no match for Chef Kane in terms of culinary skills. The manager quickly took out his phone and called Chef Kane, hoping he could rush back. "Sorry, Gua, I'm out at sea fishing. Even if I return immediately, it will take 3 hours to reach the restaurant. You can trust the little ones in the kitchen more, especially Fong. She's a very talented chef, just lacking opportunities to showcase her skills." Manager Gua felt utterly despondent. It was as if the sky had fallen on him. In the end, he could only pin his last hope on Fong, as mentioned by Chef Kane. "Fong Xiao Xiao, we have a distinguished guest in the restaurant right now. You must put forth all your culinary skills to satisfy him. If you can do that, I will promote and raise your salary immediately." Manager Gua approached a young girl and spoke. The petite girl was wrapped in a loose chef's uniform, looking almost like a child pretending to be an adult. "It's just one guest, leave it to me," she said dismissively. Fong Xiaoxiao had always been incredibly confident in her cooking. Standing in front of the stove, her demeanor transformed completely. At that moment, she had gone from a child playing chef to the leader of the kitchen. The ingredients, under her skilled hands, turned into exquisite dishes that were served at Chen Chen's table. "Sir, is the food at our hotel to your liking?" the hotel manager asked humbly. "Quite good," Chen Chen nodded. He swore he had never eaten such amazing dishes before. He felt an impulse to treat this restaurant as his own canteen. "It is our honor to receive your approval." The hotel manager's expression became even more obsequious. Satisfaction is great. As long as we don't dwell on the little mishaps that happened earlier, everything is fine. By the way," Chen Chen suddenly spoke, causing the hotel manager to tense up. "Is there anything that you are not satisfied with, sir? Just let us know, and we will correct it," the hotel manager immediately assured. "Not really, I just prefer your previous rebellious demeanor. Please revert to that," Chen Chen said. As soon as his words fell, the hotel manager, who had been bowing and scraping, straightened up again, revealing a polite yet arrogant expression. He then handed Chen Chen the bill and a membership card. Chen Chen paid without hesitation. Such a meal naturally cost less than 100,000, only about 30,000. This had been several months' salary for Chen Chen in the past, but for him now, it was merely a drop in the bucket. Just as Chen Chen reached the doorman had already brought the car to the entrance and opened the door for him to get in. Just as Chen Chen fastened his seatbelt and prepared to drive away, the front passenger door was suddenly pulled open, and a heavily made-up girl squeezed in, holding a selfie stick, seemingly live-streaming on her phone. Before Chen Chen could say anything, the girl spoke first. "Hello, big brother. I'm Xiaosong, a female streamer. You should know me. I have over 3 million fans," Xiaosong said in a high-pitched voice. Then she turned to the phone screen. "Brothers, I bravely got into this car, so you better not forget the rockets you promised. Thank you for the big rocket, healthy brother. Thank you for the big plane, military brother," Xiaosong said while winking at the phone screen. "I said I don't know you, please get out of my car," Chen Chen said bluntly. "Big brother, if I'm just kicked out like this, I'll be punished by the brothers in the live stream." "Brother, you wouldn't want to see Xiaosong punished, would you?" Xiaosong said, continuously twisting her waist, while her hands made small movements, pulling her short skirt up a bit, revealing a pair of long legs wrapped in black stockings. She also tugged at her collar, making the cleavage more pronounced. Just these little actions were enough for Chen Chen to conclude that Xiaosong was an indecent woman who actively approached men. Sure enough, once money was involved, such bad women would swarm like flies. Chen Chen suddenly became interested and wanted to tease this female streamer. "Brother, if you're not joking, you really don't know me? I'm quite a big streamer," Xiaosong spoke again. Chen Chen could hear the disbelief in her tone. It seemed she couldn't comprehend that someone his age truly didn't know her and thought he was just playing with her. "I don't know you," Chen Chen repeated. "Brother, the viewers in the livestream said that your car is the legendary Wolf Cub, right? They say there are only 7 in the world. Is that true?" "It's true, so please get out. If you damage the interior, you won't be able to afford it." Chen Chen's words instantly froze the smile on Xiaosong's face. Did this man even know how to chat? Just because he had money, he could look down on others like this. Although she felt dissatisfied, Xiaosong would never show it on her face. A wealthy person of this caliber was someone she might only encounter once in her life. Even if she couldn't develop anything with this man, she had to ride the wave of the Wolf Cub Supercar's popularity. The number of people online in her livestream was skyrocketing. "Brother, you really know how to joke. I'll be careful, I definitely won't damage your car. But if I do break it, I can just compensate you with myself." Xiaosong's tone carried a hint of flirtation, but Chen Chen's next words made her feel a pang in her heart. "You're not worth as much as my car. I don't do losing business. Lies don't hurt, but the truth is a sharp knife." Chen Chen's words directly broke Xiaosong's defenses. After all, she was a big streamer with over 3 million fans, a well-known internet celebrity. Although she couldn't compare to Chen Chen, she was still someone of significance. However, the traffic in the live stream forced Xiaosong to suppress her impulse to storm out and continue speaking sweetly. "Brother, I'll be careful, I definitely won't damage your car. But brother, the viewers in my live stream want to know what it feels like to drive the Wolf Cub. I've never been in such a good sports car. Can you take me for a ride? I can agree to any conditions." As she spoke, Xiaosong kept inching closer to Chen Chen, seemingly wanting to increase their physical contact. "Any conditions?" Chen Chen asked with interest. "Of course. I believe you wouldn't make it difficult for me by asking for something I can't do." Xiaosong felt a surge of joy. She thought Chen Chen would be hard to deal with, but he was just a lecherous man. However, spending a night with such a man wasn't something hard to accept. With so much money and being so handsome, something might happen that could bring her some resources. Xiaosong had no reason to refuse the change. "A ride is fine, but you have to pay for the fare. If that's okay, then let's go." Upon hearing Chen Chen's words, Xiaosong felt a darkness cloud her vision. She even began to doubt her own charm. Did she not have even a little bit of attraction for Chen Chen? Her previous words had already been a self-recommendation, yet they were less important than the fare? However, soon, Xiaosong realized that all of this was just Chen Chen's little trick of wanting to catch and then let go. How could a wealthy tycoon like him care about gas money? He just wanted to tease her in this way. No matter how rich he was still just a scummy man. "Alright, brother, let's get started," Xiaosong said, fastening her seatbelt. Chen Chen stepped on the gas, and Xiaosong felt a powerful push against her back. Just as she was about to scream, the speed suddenly dropped. This left Xiaosong with a feeling of having arrived but abruptly stopping, making her feel quite uncomfortable. After all, they were in the city, and Chen Chen couldn't speed. That last step on the gas counts as $100. Chen Chen's words further solidified Xiaosong's judgment. Chen Chen really did want to play the game of wanting to catch and then let go with her. "Okay, whatever you say, brother." To distract herself, Xiao Song glanced at the barrage in the live stream. The screen was filled with comments mocking Xiao Song for chasing after a rich guy who still looked down on her. Even though Xiao Song's loyal fans stood firmly by her side, trying their best to defend her, they were simply too insignificant in the face of this wave of traffic. The live stream presented a one-sided situation. This only made Xiao Song's frustration grow. These viewers in the live stream knew nothing and just spoke nonsense. What did it mean to chase after someone and still not be appreciated? These socially awkward men who couldn't even date in real life had no idea about the dynamics between them. Thinking of this, Xiao Song decided to do something to prove that she was not what they claimed. "Brother, I don't have much money on me, so please don't ask for too much when it's time for the fare." Xiao Song pretended to be shy. Upon hearing this, Chen Chen slammed on the brakes, and the sports car stopped by the roadside, startling Xiao Song into a scream. "Ah, brother, what are you doing? You're so mean." Xiao Song patted her chest, making her ample bosom tremble. "Didn't you say you had no money? Then we'll stop here, and the fare will be 200, Chen Chen said. Xiao Song suddenly realized that her earlier assumption might have been wrong. It seemed she really had been chasing after someone who didn't want her. "Brother, but I don't have cash on me. Let's add each other as friends and I'll transfer it to you." Xiao Song quickly thought of a solution. Perhaps this was Chen Chen's reason for wanting to collect money. Using this method to add friends was indeed creative. It turned out she wasn't the one being ignored after all. Chen Chen held his phone up in front of Xiao Song. Excited, she scanned the QR code, but a payment page popped up. "Brother, did you click the wrong thing? This is a payment code," Xiao Song exclaimed in surprise. "What else? Pay up, get out of the car, I don't have time to waste with you." Chen Chen's voice turned colder. Originally, Xiao Song had planned to act out, but upon sensing Chen Chen's attitude, she became as obedient as a quail. She honestly paid the fare, got out of the car, and watched the supercar drive away. Now, Xiao Song felt like the clown. No, that wasn't right. Although she couldn't establish a relationship with such a rich guy, the traffic she brought was real. Xiao Song was about to interact to retain this batch of fans, but before she could speak, the number of online viewers in the livestream suddenly dropped from hundreds of thousands to just a few thousand. Aside from leaving behind mockery, there were no other traces. Xiao Song had just managed to adjust her mindset when she received a notification that the live stream had been banned. Looking at the dark screen of her phone, she felt lost. Meanwhile, Chen Chen was happily driving, enjoying the thrill of the moment. All the cars on the road kept an extremely long safe distance from Chen Chen's supercar. After all, just one glance at the car made it clear that it was not something anyone could afford to damage. No one would joke with their savings. The ample space allowed Chen Chen to drive more boldly. At an intersection, a Maserati suddenly accelerated from the right rear, clearly trying to cut in front of Chen Chen. Chen Chen quickly slammed on the brakes. He certainly didn't want his newly acquired supercar to be sent for repairs. As the Maserati successfully cut in, a BMW ahead saw an ambulance honking and immediately braked to give way. There was a loud bang as the Maserati crashed hard into the back of the BMW. Fortunately, the speed wasn't too fast, and no serious accident occurred. Just as Chen Chen was about to maneuver around the two cars to head home, a heavily made-up woman in her 20s got out of the Maserati and directly blocked Chen Chen's car. "Is this how you drive? If it weren't for you not letting me in, how could I have had an accident? You are fully responsible," the woman shouted, standing in front of Chen Chen's car. "You forced your way in, and you still have the nerve to complain? I really don't know if you bought your driver's license, you clearly don't know this kind of knowledge." Chen Chen replied mercilessly. "How can you talk like that? Do you know who my husband is? Isn't he just driving a no-name sports car? What's there to be proud of? Is your sports car domestic? If you can't afford a real sports car, don't buy one. There's no need to pretend with a no-name car." The woman put her hands on her hips, speaking arrogantly. The BMW owner, who had been rear-ended, also got out of the car. "What's wrong with you? You hit my car and blame others. You are fully responsible, and I'm calling the police." The BMW owner couldn't stand the woman's arrogant demeanor and said with a dark expression, "I'm fully responsible? Put. You suddenly braked. Oh, I get it. You want to scam me. Don't think just because I'm a woman that I'm easy to bully. You call the police, I'll call them too." Saying this, the woman dialed the police. "Hello, police? I've been scammed, and they are threatening me. Please come quickly, save me," the woman said, her voice trembling with tears. Then she made another call. "Honey, I had a car accident. It was so dangerous, I almost never got to see my beloved baby again. Now there are two men making things difficult for me. Honey, I'm so scared, please come save me." As soon as the call connected, the woman began to whine in a cutesy voice. She looked so pitiful that if Chen Shen weren't involved, he would really think she was being bullied. You all wait, the police and my husband will be here soon, and when he arrives, you'll be in for it, the woman said fiercely as she hung up the phone, glaring at Chen Shen and the BMW owner. Chen Shen and the BMW owner exchanged glances, confirming that this woman had a problem. Chen Shen didn't have time to waste on this woman any longer. Just as he was about to get back in the car, the woman grabbed him. What do you want? Are you trying to run away? This is a hit and run. You can't leave until my husband gets here. The woman directly grabbed Chen Shen's hand, preventing him from leaving. Chen Shen didn't care about the woman's tantrum and simply shook her hand off. The woman took advantage of the momentum to fall to the ground, lying in front of Chen Shen's car and crying out, "This is outrageous, hitting someone and trying to escape, and now you're hitting a woman." The woman's unreasonable attitude ignited a nameless anger in Chen Shen. Dude, don't you want to see the look on this woman's face when the police arrive? The BMW owner walked over to Chen Shen, patted him on the shoulder, and said. At this moment, Chen Shen noticed that the man was not driving an ordinary BMW, but a BMW M8, which costs over 2 million yuan, significantly more expensive than the Maserati Quattroporte the woman was driving. A young person who can afford a BMW M8 is definitely not an ordinary individual. This woman had clearly picked the wrong fight. Well, I am indeed a bit interested, Chen Shen nodded, starting to anticipate what kind of expression this hysterical woman would show after the traffic police announced the result. It's just a broken BMW, and you're trying to act all high and mighty. You'd think you were driving some luxury car. The woman immediately mocked, having overheard their conversation. Clearly, she had no idea of the weight of the broken BMW she was referring to. I hope you won't cry too badly later, the BMW owner glanced at the woman and said. Then, switching to a tone of admiration, he addressed Chen Shen. Bro, this is the legendary wolf cub, right? It's my first time seeing one. The way the BMW owner looked at the wolf cub was as if he were gazing at an unparalleled beauty. Yes, Chen Shen nodded. Bro, let me introduce myself. I'm Linza, and I run a racing club. Here's my business card, the BMW owner said, handing Chen Shen a card. Chen Shen, I don't have a business card at the moment, but we can add each other as friends, Chen Shen replied, finding Linza quite likable. The two quickly added each other as friends, during which Linza invited Chen Shen to join his racing club, but Chen Shen politely declined. He wasn't a racer and had no interest in racing, so joining was out of the question, though he was open to watching races. Linza naturally expressed his respect for Chen Shen's decision. Of course, while Chen Shen and Linza were chatting, the woman continued to shout and curse. To avoid letting her affect his mood, Chen Shen invited Linza to join him in his wolf cub while waiting for the traffic police to arrive. Once in the car, Linza carefully stroked the interior of the wolf cub supercar, a gesture that showed more care than one would give to a beautiful woman. It was clear that Linza was a car enthusiast. Before long, the traffic police arrived at the scene. As Chen Shen and Linza got out of the car, they heard the woman start to shift blame in front of the officers. Officer, you finally made it. If you hadn't come, I would have been bullied to death. This person maliciously blocked my parking space, and that person deliberately braked at the green light, causing my car to hit them. Isn't that just a scam? And now they say I'm fully responsible. The one behind even tried to run away. Thank goodness you came, otherwise, I wouldn't have anywhere to seek justice, the woman exclaimed. The officer in charge of the case was left doubting his ears after hearing her account. Was she saying she rear-ended the car in front and now didn't want to take responsibility? With a responsible attitude, the officer sought confirmation from Linza and Chen Shen and reviewed the surveillance footage and dashcam recordings. It was confirmed that the woman had attempted to overtake and then rear-ended the other vehicle. Ma'am, this accident was caused by you rear-ending the car in front. You are fully responsible, the officer stated. Upon hearing this, the woman's emotions flared up. Fully responsible? Me? Great. Are you two in cahoots trying to pin the blame on me? Even if I did rear-end them, don't they have any responsibility? How could it be all my fault? Do you even know how to drive? The woman shouted at the officer. Ma'am, if you have any objections to my ruling, you can file a reconsideration at the traffic police station. Now, please respect my decision, the officer said, looking at the woman without any politeness. Do you know who my husband is? You are just a little traffic cop. If you can't handle it, I'll make sure you lose your job right away. Pa! When my husband arrives, you'll see what happens, the woman said fiercely. At the same time, a Range Rover pulled up nearby, and a big bald man with a large gold chain got out of the car. Honey, you finally made it. If you hadn't come, I would have been bullied to death by them. The woman sweetly threw herself onto the bald man's body. Now that my husband is here, I want to see who dares to make my darling feel wronged. The bald man said. Now that my husband is here, I'm not afraid anymore, the woman cooed, snuggling into the bald man's embrace. However, when the man saw the BMW M8 that had been rear-ended, his expression stiffened, and a bad premonition arose in his heart. Anyone who could drive a BMW M8 was definitely not an ordinary person. Isn't this Wang Laosan? What, trying to show off in front of me? I heard you want me to look good? Lin Zha said with interest. Wang Laosan felt the voice was somewhat familiar, turned his head, and was shocked to the core, directly pushing the woman in his arms away. Honey, what are you doing? The woman exclaimed in surprise. You wasteful woman actually dared to offend young Master Lin. Wang Laosan slapped the woman hard and said. The woman covered her face in embarrassment, as if her soul had left her body. You hit me, you actually dared to hit me. You actually let someone hit me. Wang Laosan, are we not going to live anymore? The woman's voice gradually became sharp, but after the second slap from the man, she became completely obedient. Fine, if young Master Lin doesn't forgive you, we'll get a divorce immediately. Do you really think you're something special? After finishing with the woman, Wang Laosan continued in a fawning tone. Young Master Lin, that foolish woman doesn't know any better and offended you. I apologize on her behalf, I will bear all the losses. Please be magnanimous and let me off. Wang Laosan said humbly. Unfortunately, this foolish woman has offended not just me. Lin Zha said, looking at Chen Chen. Wang Laosan also shifted his gaze to Chen Chen. Although the man was quite handsome, he didn't recognize his face, and his clothes weren't expensive. Was he a friend of young Master Lin? At that moment, when Wang Laosan noticed the wolf cub supercar behind Chen Chen, his heart sank, and his legs went weak, almost collapsing to the ground. Big brother, this foolish woman doesn't recognize greatness and has offended you. Please, have mercy and let me off as if it were nothing. Wang Laosan said with a pained expression. It's just a second-rate sports car. What's there to be afraid of? The woman clearly realized something was wrong but still retorted. You foolish woman, that sports car is a Wolf Cub supercar. There are only 7 in the world, worth over 60 million and still hard to find. How did I end up marrying such a foolish woman? Upon hearing this, the woman felt her legs go weak and directly knelt on the ground. It was my fault, please forgive me, just let me go. The woman said, slapping herself hard while speaking in a trembling voice, full of fear. I'm not someone who bullies others. Everything will go according to procedure, but if I were an ordinary person, I might have been bullied to death by you. Chen Chen snorted coldly, having no good feelings towards the woman in front of him. Wang Laosan, it's not easy to save up some money, don't let this woman squander it all. Lin Zha walked over to Wang Laosan and said, Young Master Lin, you are right. Wang Laosan still maintained a bowing and scraping demeanor in front of Chen Chen, but when he reached the woman's side, his tone suddenly became firm. Wang Laosan raised his hand again and slapped the woman hard across the face, knocking her down to the ground once more. Let's get a divorce. Husband, you can't do this. We can't get a divorce, we can't. The woman quickly wrapped her arms around Wang Laosan's leg, pleading desperately, but he kicked her away mercilessly. Wang Laosan knew that this foolish woman had brought Lin Xiao's displeasure upon herself. If he didn't cut ties with her promptly, he could forget about doing business. Wang Laosan knew exactly how to choose between the woman and his future. Enough, Wang Laosan, this is a public place. Don't make it so ugly. Handle your family matters at home. Lin Xiao frowned and spoke up. Wang Laosan naturally complied, and after handling the situation, he directly became Lin Xiao's driver. Before leaving, Wang Laosan also handed Chen Chen a business card. General Manager of the Urban Construction Group, Wang Xiangxing. The Urban Construction Group was a well-known large corporation in Jiangcheng, yet in front of Lin Xiao, it seemed like a mere lackey. It seemed Lin Xiao's identity was indeed not simple. After receiving the business card, Chen Chen, feeling inspired, drove straight to the Jiangcheng Orphanage. She had originally planned to visit when she had time, so she decided to go right now. The Wolf Cub supercar sped down the highway, and soon arrived at the Jiangcheng Orphanage. However, what was happening at the entrance of the orphanage left Chen Chen utterly astonished. 5 or 6 excavators were neatly blocking the entrance of the Jiangcheng Orphanage, and inside the iron gate, Director Jiang Mama, along with several volunteers, looked grim. The many children behind them were clearly frightened by the scene before them, continuously crying out. I told you, we do not agree to the demolition. Director Jiang Mama shouted at the workers outside the iron gate with a loudspeaker. You old hag, don't be ungrateful. Offering 8 million for the demolition is already quite generous. We are set on demolishing this orphanage. The leading worker, wearing a white hard hat, shouted loudly. Previously, the Jiangcheng Orphanage had indeed faced financial difficulties. However, not long ago, director Jiang Mama received a donation of 5 million, which immediately resolved the orphanage's predicament. Although 8 million in demolition compensation sounded like a lot, it was far from enough to support director Jiang Mama in opening another orphanage. Yet, these demolition crews clung to the orphanage like a stubborn plaster, and even after director Jiang Mama had clearly refused multiple times, they continued to harass her. This only made the already exhausted director Jiang Mama feel even more drained. "We are from the urban construction group. I advise you to take the demolition compensation and leave. Otherwise, not only will I demolish the orphanage, but you won't even see a penny of the compensation. Go ahead and try me," the leading man said. At the same time, a worker beside him picked up a shovel and struck it heavily against the orphanage's iron gate, sending sparks flying and startling director Jiang Mama back a few steps. "What are you doing? Are you trying to forcefully demolish it?" Chen Chen rushed forward and questioned. "Who's this young brat? Our urban construction group doesn't need you to meddle in our affairs," the leading man replied. With a wave of his hand, several workers prepared to pull Chen Chen away. "Urban construction group? Are you Wang Laosan's people?" Chen Chen immediately recalled the business card Wang Laosan had given him earlier and spoke up. Upon hearing Chen Chen's words, the leading man clearly paused, then began to scrutinize Chen Chen's attire closely. From head to toe, there was nothing expensive about him. Although his face was handsome, it was very unfamiliar, and his overall demeanor did not resemble that of a wealthy person at all. "Xiaofeng, you should leave quickly, you can't afford to offend them." Jiang Mama immediately spoke up. In Jiang Mama's eyes, Chen Chen was merely an employee of Jiangcheng Group and certainly could not afford to offend the urban construction group. Not only could she not stop these people from their rude behavior, but she would also end up suffering herself, which was not worth it. Jiang Mama's words further solidified the leader's judgment. What kind of powerful figure could come out of an orphanage? He must have heard the name Wang Laosan from somewhere and was trying to scare people. He almost fell for it. "Who do you think you are to shout at our general manager like that? What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and get this brat out of here. If he doesn't know what's good for him, then take good care of him. I'll cover the medical expenses." A few workers stepped forward, ready to take action. "Wang Laosan wouldn't dare speak like that in front of me. Who gave you the guts?" Chen Chen snorted coldly. At that moment, a worker walked up to the leader and spoke. "Boss, this guy seems a bit unusual. Look at the car he's driving." Upon hearing this, the leader turned to look. When he saw the Wolf Cub Supercar, he nearly lost his soul from shock. At this point, Chen Chen had already taken out the business card that Wang Laosan had given him, and when the man saw the card, his legs went weak. If it weren't for his quick-witted little brother supporting him, he would have fallen to the ground. "Sir, do you know our boss?" the man asked, bowing and scraping, his tone full of flattery. "I suppose you could say that," Chen Chen nodded. "Then should I call our boss to ask for his instructions?" the man cautiously inquired. Chen Chen nodded. The man immediately took out his phone and dialed a number. He made several calls before finally getting through. "Huang Pai, I'm with young Master Lin right now. If you don't have anything important, you're dead." As soon as the call connected, Wang Laosan's roar came through. "Boss, there's something big. We're in the process of demolition, and a gentleman says he knows you and has your business card. I'm just calling to confirm." Huang Pai flattered. "He has my business card? Ask him who he is." Wang Laosan's tone became serious. To facilitate communication, Huang Pai had already put the call on speaker, and Chen Chen announced his name. "Chen Chen, he says his name is Chen Chen." Huang Pai immediately reported the name. "Chen Chen? I don't remember him." Wang Laosan felt that the name sounded somewhat familiar, but he couldn't recall it at the moment. He assumed this was someone not very important. Huang Pai suddenly gained confidence. Sure enough, what kind of big shot could come out of an orphanage? This kid named Chen Chen was indeed just trying to bluff. He almost fell for it. Now the boss was with young Master Lin, and he had disturbed him over such a trivial matter. This would definitely be counted against him later. All of this was because of that brat Chen Chen. He needed to teach him a good lesson. Chen Chen naturally sensed Huang Pai's submissive gaze gradually turning fierce and spoke coldly. "Wang Laosan, you really are forgetful. We just met on the road, and now you don't recognize me." Chen Chen's words came through the phone, making Wang Laosan shiver. No wonder this name sounded so familiar. It turned out to be that big shot. "Mr. Chen, it's you. My foolish brain, how could I not even remember your name? May I ask what happened? Did my employees offend you?" Wang Laosan said humbly. If Lin Zhao was not sitting in his car right now, Wang Laosan would have rushed to the scene immediately to apologize to Chen Chen on behalf of Qingzi. "I heard that boss Wang has quite a hard hand. This is a society governed by law now. do you still want to play the strong demolition game? Chen Chen's voice grew colder. Mr. Chen, you jest. I am a law-abiding citizen, how could I possibly engage in illegal activities? Our demolition has procedures, and we also provide compensation. How could it be considered strong demolition? Wang Laosen smiled apologetically. Then let me tell you, Director Jiang of the orphanage does not agree to the demolition, so you should give up on this place, understood? Chen Chen's tone became even more assertive. Alright, since you, Mr. Chen, have spoken, I will have my employees withdraw immediately. Wang Laosen continued to assure him. Losing this business deal could lead to another, but offending a big shot could ruin their livelihoods. Wang Laosen was very clear on what was more important. Since the boss had spoken, Huang Pai naturally had no objections and immediately called his employees. Wait! Chen Chen's voice made Huang Pai shudder. He had planned to leave quietly, but now he was being targeted by this formidable figure. The earlier phone call indicated that Chen Chen was a big shot that even his boss could not afford to offend. What was he in front of Chen Chen? Mr. Chen, it was my fault, I was being inconsiderate. I apologize to you. Huang Pai gave himself a hard slap, tears almost coming out, yet a flattering smile remained on his lips. As long as you know your mistake. From now on, you are not allowed to continue harassing this orphanage, understood? Chen Chen said coldly. Of course, Mr. Chen, we will definitely pay more attention to our behavior in the future and will absolutely not continue to disturb the orphanage. Please rest assured. Besides, wasn't it my ignorance before? I didn't expect the orphanage had your connections, it's like the flood washed away the Dragon King temple. Huang Pai's tone became even more sycophantic. Even without my connections, you can't engage in strong demolition, understood? Chen Chen emphasized again. Yes, we understand. We will remember this and keep it in mind. Huang Pai immediately assured. Chen Chen waved his hand, dismissing them. But just as Huang Pai turned around, he heard Chen Chen's voice again. By the way, you made the orphanage's door like this, you need to take responsibility. Yes, Mr. Chen, we will fix the door right away. What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and fix the door. Huang Pai immediately ordered. What I mean is for you to fix it. Chen Chen's gaze lingered on Huang Pai, bringing him immense pressure. But, Mr. Chen, I only know how to manage, not repair. Huang Pai said with some distress. If you don't know, have someone who does teach you. If you can't fix it well, you won't need to leave. Chen Chen said sternly. Mr. Chen is right, if I don't know, I will learn. I will definitely make Mr. Chen satisfied. Huang Pai then had several workers teach him how to repair the iron door. As for Chen Chen, he entered the orphanage, preparing to catch up with Mama Jiang. At this moment, Chen Chen heard Huang Pai continuously crying out in pain. He must have been splashed by sparks while welding. Xiaofeng, how did you manage to talk to their boss? And they are so respectful to you. Xiaofeng, you didn't take the wrong path, did you? Listen to the director, if you make a mistake, turn back as soon as possible. You must not walk down a dark path. Mama Jiang held Chen Chen's hand, advising him. Clearly, in Mama Jiang's eyes, the workers from the construction group who came to forcibly demolish were just a bunch of thugs. Their willingness to listen to Chen Chen only indicated that he was one of them, and even more formidable. Mama Jiang, you misunderstood. I haven't done anything wrong, I just happen to know their boss. Besides, forced demolitions are illegal. As long as we stand our ground, they can't proceed with the demolition, Chen Chen quickly reassured her. However, Mama Jiang couldn't fully believe Chen Chen's words at that moment. Especially after seeing Chen Chen's supercar, which looked quite expensive, her doubts deepened. Xiaofeng, you need to honestly tell the director how you suddenly became so wealthy. Mama Jiang looked at Chen Chen as if she were a mother worried about her child going down the wrong path. Mama Jiang, it's a long story. In short, I found my parents, and they are very wealthy. I'm now a rich second generation. Chen Chen naturally wouldn't tell Mama Jiang about the system, so he fabricated a lie. That's good, that's good. By the way, Xiaofeng, that 5 million donation a while ago was from you, right? Hearing Chen Chen's words, Mama Jiang recalled what had happened a few days ago and asked. Yes, Mama Jiang, nothing escapes your notice. To make his words more convincing, Chen Chen didn't deny it. Good boy, the director didn't misjudge you. Mama Jiang patted Chen Chen's shoulder, looking very pleased. At that moment, a sharp shout attracted everyone's attention. Hey, what do you want to do? This is a society governed by law. If you dare to forcibly demolish, I'll call the police immediately. A petite girl got out of a taxi and shouted at the construction group. However, the construction group clearly didn't take this late-arriving woman seriously. They merely glanced at her with suspicion before continuing on their way. This scene made the girl a bit annoyed. What was wrong with these guys? They didn't take her seriously at all. Hey, did you hear what I said? The girl locked her gaze on the leader, Huang Pai, and ran up to her. Miss, are you mistaken? Our construction group is a legal and compliant company. How could we do something like forced demolition? Since the director doesn't want to demolish, then we won't. What, do you wish for us to forcibly demolish? Huang Pai replied irritably. The girl's expression became somewhat awkward. What was going on? This was different from what she had heard on the phone. Xiao Xiao, come here. The orphanage hasn't been demolished and won't be, so don't worry. Mama Jiang waved to Feng Xiao Xiao and said, Luo Xiao Hua, what's going on? Didn't you tell me there were bad people trying to forcibly demolish the orphanage? I took leave under pressure from the manager. I'm going to lose my job. That job was so hard to find. Feng Xiao Xiao rushed into the group of children and pulled out a little girl, saying, Little miss, I don't know either. Those people were bad, but that big brother solved it. Luo Xiaohua kept shrinking back, speaking, Forget it, if you can't help, I'll go back and apologize to the manager. I hope I can keep this job. Feng Xiao Xiao sighed deeply and said, although she was just a kitchen helper at the Marcel restaurant, she earned a 5-figure salary every month. Losing such an income would make it very difficult to continue supporting the orphanage. As a child raised in an orphanage, Feng Xiaoxiao always sent a sum of money to the welfare home every month after she gained the ability to earn. Thank you, you saved the welfare home, Feng Xiaoxiao said as she walked up to Chun Chen to express her gratitude. At the same time, she marveled inwardly at how Chun Chen, not much older than herself, was so capable. With his help, the welfare home would surely become better in the future. No need to be polite, I'm also a child who came out of the welfare home. This is what I should do, Chun Chen replied calmly. Chen Chen also developed some fondness for Feng Xiaoxiao. Being able to do this much for the orphanage showed that she was definitely a good person. Moreover, Chen Chen and Feng Xiaoxiao shared similar experiences, which made it easier for them to empathize with each other. Feng Xiaoxiao was even more surprised to hear Chen Chen's words. This man actually came from the welfare home. He was truly remarkable. At the same time, Feng Xiaoxiao felt a curiosity about Chen Chen. How did he achieve his current success? You are all good kids, Mama Jiang said proudly as she looked at Chun Chen and Feng Xiaoxiao. Xiao Feng and Xiao Xiao, if you have nothing else to do, why not stay at the welfare home today? Especially you, Xiao Xiao, the kids at the welfare home are craving the food you make, Mama Jiang added. That goes without saying, no one can refuse my cooking. When she said this, Feng Xiaoxiao felt like her tail could almost reach the sky. She then rushed to the kitchen and soon prepared dinner for the evening. Although it was just a simple dish of stir-fried potato shreds and scrambled eggs with green peppers, it had a unique flavor. Chen Chen found himself enjoying the meal greatly. After dinner, Chen Chen and Feng Xiaoxiao helped Mama Jiang and the volunteers at the welfare home wash the dishes and sweep the floor. Once they finished, Mama Jiang arranged a place for them to rest. Chen Chen slept soundly. Early the next morning, as soon as Chen Chen opened his eyes, he heard the system notification sound in his mind. Ding, on the third day of proposing divorce, reward, full ownership of the Maxa Restaurant Group. This time, the system's gift was not just the Maxa Restaurant in Jiangchang. In economically developed cities, there would be a Maxa Restaurant. Currently, there were a total of 18 Maxa restaurants across the entire Huagua. This could be considered the first real business reward the system gave to Chen Chen. Just yesterday, Chen Chen was wondering if he could order takeout from the Maxa Restaurant. Now, he had directly become the owner of the Maxa Restaurant, and it would be a simple matter to have the head chef come to his home to cook. The system was truly understanding. Chen Chen walked out of his room, said goodbye to Mama Jiang, and prepared to leave. At the entrance of the welfare home, Chen Chen happened to run into Feng Xiaoxiao, who was using an app to hail a ride. The location of the Jiangchang welfare home was remote, making it not easy to catch a ride. Feng Xiaoxiao, where are you going? Let me give you a ride, Chen Chen offered. Thank you, Chen Chen. I had a conflict with the manager yesterday, and if I'm late again today, I'll definitely lose my job. If I can keep my job, I'll treat you to a meal, Feng Xiaoxiao said cheerfully. However, when she saw the supercar that Chen Chen opened the door to, her face was filled with surprise. Chen Chen, how rich are you? This car must be very expensive. What if I accidentally damage it? I can't afford to pay for it, Feng Xiaoxiao joked. Just be careful, if you really do accidentally damage it, I won't make you pay, Chen Chen said with a smile as he helped Feng Xiaoxiao fasten her seatbelt. By the way, I haven't asked where you're going yet. Maxa Restaurant. Where do you work? Yes, I'm really good at cooking now. I'm the assistant chef at Marcel Restaurant. Our head chef has high hopes for me. At this point, Feng Xiaoxiao's face revealed a confident smile. I can tell, yesterday's shredded potatoes and green pepper eggs tasted quite good. I'm looking forward to you keeping your job and treating me to a meal. But don't worry, if your manager gives you a hard time, I'll help you sort it out. I can definitely help you keep your job, Chen said. After all, he was now the owner of Marcel Restaurant, and exercising such power wasn't excessive. Then I'll have to trouble you, Feng Xiaoxiao replied, but it was clear she didn't take Chen's words to heart. In her view, no matter how capable Chen was, he couldn't change the manager's mind. She just hoped that today she could sincerely apologize to the manager and that he would forgive her. This job was extremely important to Feng Xiaoxiao. Perhaps because she had something on her mind, Chen and Feng Xiaoxiao didn't engage in much conversation afterward. As the car approached Marcel Restaurant, Feng Xiaoxiao got out first and quietly snuck into the kitchen through the back door. She planned to sneak into the kitchen unnoticed, hoping that if the manager didn't hold it against her, she could pretend nothing had happened. But if the manager pursued the matter, she would immediately apologize. No matter how humbly she had to plead, she had to keep this job. However, as soon as Feng Xiaoxiao appeared, she was spotted by the sharp-eyed manager. "Ms. Feng, your unauthorized absence yesterday, despite my warnings, seriously violated our hotel's regulations. I have to terminate your employment according to the rules. Your salary will be settled immediately, please leave the hotel." The hotel manager spoke without any courtesy. Yesterday, Chef Kane was off, and the entire kitchen of Marcel Hotel relied on Feng Xiaoxiao to hold it together. As a result, after receiving a phone call, Feng Xiaoxiao left the hotel without regard for the situation or her own objections. Fortunately, Manager Guo promptly borrowed several chefs from other hotels at high salaries, otherwise, the operation of Marcel Hotel would have faced serious trouble. From Manager Guo's perspective, no matter how excellent Feng Xiaoxiao's cooking skills were, such a disobedient attitude could not be tolerated. For this reason, Manager Guo was determined to fire Feng Xiaoxiao. "Manager Guo, I really had something very important to deal with yesterday. This job is very important to me, please let me off this time. At worst, I won't take my salary for this month." Feng Xiaoxiao spoke in a low and humble tone. "Ms. Feng, the current status of Marcel Restaurant is closely related to our strict regulations. I have always been a person who respects rules, I must act according to the regulations. Since you violated the rules, you must resign. Marcel Restaurant is a law-abiding enterprise. We will not only settle your salary but also give you an extra month's pay as compensation. Of course, we can also write you a recommendation letter, but we cannot accept you to continue working at Marcel Restaurant," Manager Guo said, his tone incredibly firm. Feng Xiaoxiao understood that it was impossible for her to continue working at Marcel Restaurant, and she couldn't help but feel disappointed. Just then, a familiar voice rang out. "Let her stay." Feng Xiaoxiao looked up and saw Chen's handsome face. Chen? How did he get to the kitchen? At this moment, Feng Xiaoxiao recalled what Chen had said to her earlier. Could it be that Chen could really help her? "Mr. Chen, as a distinguished guest, I shouldn't refuse your request. But this involves the internal management of our restaurant, so I hope you can understand," Manager Guo said with a smile. "Of course, I am a reasonable person as well. As a diner, I don't have the right to say such things, but I believe that as the owner of Maxa Restaurant, I can still make such a decision." Chen's words startled Manager Guo. "Mr. Chen, you're not joking, are you?" It took Manager Guo a long time to say this. "Haven't you received the news about the change in ownership of Maxer Catering Group? I can give you time to call and confirm," Chen said. "I apologize." Manager Guo immediately took out his phone and called the board. It turned out that Chen was not lying. Just this morning, the ownership of Maxer Catering Group had changed, and the name of the group's owner was now Chen, the same name as the man in front of him. Manager Guo suddenly understood. No wonder Chen dressed that way when he came to the restaurant yesterday. No wonder Chen could afford a Wolf Cub Supercar at such a young age. This was all a test for himself. Manager Guo immediately recalled the details of his reception of Chen yesterday, fearing that if he mishandled anything, he might lose his current job. Unknowingly, Manager Guo was already sweating profusely. "Manager Guo, have you confirmed?" Chen cleared his throat and spoke. "Mr. Chen, I have confirmed your identity. On behalf of the Maxa Restaurant Jiangcheng branch, I welcome you to guide us." Manager Guo spoke humbly. "So, can Feng Xiaoxiao continue to work here? To dismiss such an excellent employee would be a loss for our restaurant," Chen said. "Of course, everything will be according to your wishes, Mr. Chen." Manager Guo quickly agreed. "By the way, which chef prepared the dishes for me yesterday? The food she made was very much to my taste." Chen took the opportunity to ask. "Mr. Chen, you have a keen eye, that chef is indeed the one you want to keep, Feng Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao, why are you dazed? Mr. Chen mentioned you. Hearing Manager Guo's voice, Feng Xiaoxiao finally came to her senses. Even now, she found it hard to believe that Chen was her boss. So today, was her boss driving her to work? Mr. Chen, your appreciation of my cooking is the greatest recognition of my culinary skills, Feng Xiaoxiao quickly replied. Just call me Chen like before. Let me give you a task. From now on, you will be responsible for all my meals. I'll give you an extra 20,000 in salary each month. Is that a problem? Chen asked. Manager Gui immediately gave Feng Xiaoxiao a look. Serving the restaurant's owner was more important than serving the guests. Of course, no problem. Feng Xiaoxiao already had a good impression of Chen, and besides, she only needed to cook a few more meals for him each month to earn an extra 20,000, so she had no reason to refuse. Good. I'll be waiting for you to make me breakfast. After leaving this sentence, Chen walked towards the private room. Manager Gui immediately followed behind Chen, lowering his voice to ask, Mr. Chen, how do you think I'm doing at my job? If there are any issues, just let me know, and I'll correct them immediately. Manager Gui asked humbly, his face wearing a flattering smile. Xiao Gua, you're doing quite well. Do you remember what I said to you yesterday? I still prefer your rebellious side. Go back to your work. Chen patted Manager Gui on the shoulder and said. Chen still recognized Manager Gui's abilities, and since Chen believed he did not have much management talent, he naturally would not make sweeping changes. Upon hearing this, Manager Gui immediately lifted his head, restoring his polite yet arrogant demeanor, and began to inspect the restaurant. After a round of inspection, Manager Gui returned to the kitchen. At this time, Feng Xiaoxiao had already finished preparing breakfast for Chen. Manager Gui walked over to Feng Xiaoxiao and spoke. Xiaoxiao, from now on, your main job will be to take care of Mr. Chen's 3 meals a day. Mr. Chen is very busy. If he can't come to the restaurant for meals, you should proactively go to his place to cook for him. I will reimburse you for your commuting expenses. But, manager, this will affect my work in the restaurant. Xiaoxiao, taking good care of Mr. Chen's meals is more important than your work in the restaurant. As long as you can take care of Mr. Chen, even if you don't come to the restaurant, your salary will still be paid. Manager Gui made a decision. Since Manager Gui had said so, Feng Xiaoxiao naturally would not refuse. Manager Gui, satisfied, picked up the dishes prepared by Feng Xiaoxiao and personally delivered them to Chen's private room, sharing this good news with him. Chen was very pleased with Manager Gui's unilateral decision. Xiao Gua, you did well. I trust you to take care of this restaurant. Receiving Chen's praise, Manager Gui appeared calm on the surface but was overjoyed inside. After leaving the private room, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. The breakfast prepared by Feng Xiaoxiao consisted of seafood porridge and some pastries, which made Chen feel happy. After breakfast, Chen planned to take Feng Xiaoxiao to his villa to show her around and inform the security to let her in from now on. Regarding Chen's request, Manager Gui waved his hand and directly allowed her to go, also helping Feng Xiaoxiao select some high-quality ingredients from the restaurant to take with her. In the future, the ingredients would be delivered directly to Chen's villa through the restaurant's supply channels, so Feng Xiaoxiao wouldn't need to carry them herself. Naturally, Feng Xiaoxiao would not refuse such a request that allowed her to slack off at work while still receiving her salary. She happily followed behind Chen with the ingredients. Let me carry the ingredients, Chen said as he reached to take the bag from Feng Xiaoxiao's hand, but she dodged away. Chen, I grew up in an orphanage, I'm not that delicate. Besides, you are my boss, and this is my job. If you take it, I won't feel at ease when I get my salary, Feng Xiaoxiao said playfully. Seeing Feng Xiaoxiao's firm attitude, Chen no longer insisted. Just as they reached the entrance of the Maxa restaurant, a man in a suit hurried forward. Xiaoxiao, why are you out here? The man was visibly excited upon seeing Xiaoxiao. Feng Xiaoxiao took a few steps back, maintaining a safe distance from the man in the suit. Wuanming, we are not familiar, please don't call me Xiaoxiao. A look of helplessness appeared on Feng Xiaoxiao's face. Xiaoxiao, you know I am sincere about you. As long as you agree to my pursuit, I will treat you well, Wuanming said, pulling out a bouquet of roses from behind him, looking earnest. Wuanming, we only have a chef and customer relationship. I don't like you, and I won't agree to your pursuit. Please stop harassing me, Feng Xiaoxiao emphasized. Given the situation, it was clear that Wuanming had not been bothering Feng Xiaoxiao for the first time. After all, with Feng Xiaoxiao's pretty looks and excellent cooking skills, it was not surprising that someone would take an interest in her. Xiaoxiao, I won't give up. I believe that one day you will understand my sincerity and accept my pursuit. Wuanming was determined, which only made Feng Xiaoxiao feel more helpless. This gentleman, Xiaoxiao, has already made it clear that he has no feelings for you, so please stop harassing him, Chen Chen said. Who are you? What qualifications do you have to interfere in my relationship with Xiaoxiao? Wu Wenming did not give Chen Chen a good look, especially after noticing that Chen Chen's face was very unfamiliar, clearly not someone from their circle. His attitude became even more arrogant. What kind of thing was this, to speak to him like that? Wu Wenming, what's your attitude? Feng Xiaoxiao naturally stood on Chen Chen's side, speaking up for him. Xiaoxiao, you actually scolded me for such a stranger. Oh, I see, you have a crush on him, right? Feng Xiaoxiao, you shameless woman. I pursued you so seriously, and you looked down on me, but now you're clinging to this pretty boy. I really misjudged you. Wu Wenming seemed to understand something, smashing the rose in his hand to the ground, and spoke angrily. Wu Wenming, we have no relationship to begin with. Whom I agree to pursue is my own business, and it has nothing to do with you. Feng Xiaoxiao was not the type to be bullied, speaking directly. You little vixen, is this how you treat my sincere feelings? I will tell your manager, and if he doesn't fire you, I will have my dad cut off the supply to your restaurant. All the ingredients for high-end restaurants in Jiangcheng are supplied by my family's company. As long as I say the word, no restaurant in Jiangcheng will let you work. But if you honestly be my girlfriend, I can pretend nothing happened. Wu Wenming snorted coldly and said, Wu Wenming, you are shameless. Without your family's backing, what are you? Even if you kill me, I could never be your girlfriend, you despicable and shameless guy. Feng Xiaoxiao was furious. Growing up in an orphanage, the type of person she despised the most was someone who bullied others with power. Are you saying that with one word, you won't supply Maxer restaurant anymore? Chen Chen snorted coldly. He had no good feelings for Wu Wenming either. What are you? You think you can question me? Wu Wenming's attitude became even more arrogant. Upon learning that Chen Chen had a conflict at the door, Manager Guo rushed to the scene immediately. This was their big boss, how could he be wronged in his own restaurant? Xiao Guo, are the ingredients for our restaurant supplied by their company? Chen Chen's tone was icy. Yes, boss, Xiao Guo replied immediately. Change the supplier from now on, and do not cooperate with them anymore. Chen Chen's tone was firm. Yes, boss. Although changing suppliers would increase some costs, it would not affect operations. Moreover, since Wu Wenming had offended the boss, it was naturally impossible for their company to continue supplying. Although the Wu family's company was quite large, it had not reached a monopolistic level, and Maxer restaurant was not dependent on them. Hearing the conversation between Chen Chen and Manager Guo, Wu Wenming felt a bit anxious. It seemed he had caused trouble. By the way, add his name to our restaurant's blacklist, and he is not allowed to dine in our restaurant anymore, Chen Chen said as if he remembered something. Yes, boss, Manager Guo nodded quickly. Wu Wenming wanted to ask something, but was firmly escorted away by the security under Manager Guo's direction. Chen Chen then took Feng Xiaoxiao to the car, stepping on the gas towards the Yulong Bay villa. Chen Chen, thank you for this, Feng Xiaoxiao said, holding a bag of ingredients. Just a small effort. If that guy doesn't know what's good for him and dares to bother you again, just tell me, and I'll help you deal with him. Okay. I won't hold back. A brilliant smile appeared on Feng Xiaoxiao's face. At the same time, she made up her mind to showcase her best culinary skills and prepare the finest dishes to repay Chen Chen. Meanwhile, Wu Wenming, who had been driven away, felt increasingly uneasy, especially after sensing Manager Guo's attitude of turning against him. He was filled with dread. Marcer Restaurant was the first major client of his company, and Wu Wenming had never truly considered cutting ties with them. It was merely a tactic to pressure Feng Xiaoxiao into submission. Yet, it had led to this current situation. At that moment, Wu Wenming's phone rang. Trembling, he took out his phone and was at a loss when he saw Dad on the caller ID. After preparing himself mentally, he finally answered the call before it could hang up automatically. Brat, what on earth have you done? The manager of Marcer Restaurant just called me and terminated our cooperation. Do you have any idea how much profit our company is going to lose? Wu's father's roar startled Wu Wenming, causing him to nearly drop the phone. Dad! Wu Wenming wanted to say something more but was interrupted by his father. You little brat, get to my office within half an hour. My company may not necessarily be yours in the future. With that, Wu's father hung up. Wu Wenming closed his phone and immediately got into his car, speeding away, fearing he wouldn't make it in time. Wow, Chen Chen, you actually live here. You must be really rich. Feng Xiaoxiao exclaimed. Well, it's just that my wealthy parents found me, Chen Chen continued to explain with a fabricated reason. After notifying the security and registering Feng Xiaoxiao, Chen Chen drove back to his villa. Upon seeing the community, Feng Xiaoxiao was utterly shocked. Is this what a true wealthy lifestyle looks like? Chen Chen took Feng Xiaoxiao to the kitchen of the villa. The kitchen was equipped with all the necessary cooking tools, and they were all the most expensive. The professionalism of this kitchen was on par with that of Marcer restaurant. Feng Xiaoxiao immediately utilized her expertise and went back to cook. Before long, she had prepared the meal and stood by, watching Chen Chen eat. Xiaoxiao, from now on, you will be responsible for my 3 meals a day, and sometimes I'll need late-night snacks and afternoon tea. If you're willing, you can choose a room in my villa to stay. Chen Chen said. Boss, isn't this treatment a bit too good? Feng Xiaoxiao hesitated. This is just to ensure you can serve me better. If you don't live here, how can you be available to serve me at any time? Of course, if you can be on call anytime, that works too, Chen Chen emphasized. Although Feng Xiaoxiao and Chen Chen had just met, both Chen Chen's actions and Aunt Zhang's evaluation of him were enough to show that he was a reliable person. Feng Xiaoxiao spent over 1,000 each month on rent, so moving into Chen Chen's villa would save her that expense. This way, she could donate more to the welfare home each month. Alright, then tidy up and move into my villa, Chen Chen nodded and said. Thank you, boss, Feng Xiaoxiao replied. By the way, boss, since you're so rich, why don't you buy some nicer clothes? Or are you really like those protagonists in novels, enjoying the process of showing off and slapping faces? Feng Xiaoxiao couldn't help but ask this question. This question left Chen Chen momentarily stunned. It had only been a few days since I became wealthy, and I indeed hadn't bought myself any decent clothes. Moreover, according to the system's rewards, I would definitely be attending some important occasions in the future, so dressing appropriately was crucial. Suitable attire could also help me avoid unnecessary troubles. Alright, you can accompany me to the mall later and help me buy a few outfits. Besides that, I'll buy you a few as well, consider them work clothes, Chen Chen said. Sure, boss. You're so generous, Feng Xiaoxiao replied with a smile. Just then, Chen Chen's phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. Chen Chen frowned slightly and answered the call. Hello, is this Mr. Chen Chen? I am Wu Qingshan, the president of Wu Group. Today, my son Wu Enming acted thoughtlessly, and I will have him apologize to you. I hope our Wu Group can continue to cooperate with your Marcer restaurant. Don't let a child's ignorance ruin the business. Acting impulsively is not something a businessman should do. Wu Qingshan's tone was full of paternal lecturing. It should have been Wu Qingshan apologizing, but his tone suggested he was forgiving Chen Chen instead. Is this your attitude towards an apology? Chen Chen did not indulge Wu Qingshan. What are you talking about? Wu Qingshan questioned, doubting his ears. It had been years since anyone dared to speak to him in such a tone. Young man, the ingredients for your Marcer restaurant have always been supplied by our Wu Group. If our Wu Group doesn't speak up, I wonder who would dare to supply ingredients to your Marcer restaurant. I am speaking to you politely, this is giving you face. I advise you to watch your tone when speaking to me. Wu Qingshan snorted coldly. Indeed, he was a person of no standing, completely unaware of what respect for elders meant. What are you barking about? Who do you think you are? Dare to threaten me? I want to see what you can do to me. I hope your methods are as sharp as your tongue. As soon as Chen Chen finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Talking to such a brainless fool was a waste of his time. Wu Qingshan heard a series of beeping sounds from the other end of the line and could no longer suppress his emotions. Veins bulged on Wu Qingshan's forehead as he slammed his phone onto the ground, shattering it to pieces. In Wu Qingshan's view, even if Chen Chen was the owner of the Marcer restaurant, so what? The restaurant still had to rely on suppliers like them. Without ingredients, how could the restaurant operate? He had already taken the initiative to be friendly, yet this young punk Chen Chen still had such an attitude, which directly infuriated Wu Qingshan. Wu Qingshan planned to teach Chen Chen a lesson while establishing his company's position in Jiangcheng, also to intimidate some companies that might have ulterior motives. In this industry, he called the shots. Chen Chen was completely unaware of Wu Qingshan's plans. At that moment, he was driving with Feng Xiaoxiao to the mall. Chen Chen took Feng Xiaoxiao directly to a luxury goods store. The staff at such luxury stores were always very perceptive. Although Chen Chen was dressed in very cheap clothes, they had received notice that he and Feng Xiaoxiao had just stepped out of the famous Wolf Cub Supercar. After some time, basically everyone in Jiangcheng knew about this top-tier supercar. The staff at luxury stores like theirs had long been prepared, always ready to welcome a big customer. From the moment the Wolf Cub Supercar entered the parking lot, all the employees of the mall received a notification. Sir, how may we assist you today? The manager of the luxury store asked with a professional smile. I need to buy some clothes, and also get a few pieces for this young lady beside me, Chen Chen said. Alright, sir, please follow me, the manager replied with a smile, instructing the other staff in the store to temporarily close the shop. For esteemed guests like Chen Chen, they naturally had to provide the best service. This was a customary practice in luxury stores. However, during the closing process, some unpleasantness occurred. "What's going on here? Why won't you let me in?" A sharp voice came from outside. At the door, a woman was trying to push her way into the store. "Sorry, miss, we can't let you in. There is a distinguished guest inside. Please come back later," a staff member said. "I've spent nearly 300,000 in your store. I'm practically a VIP here. Why have I never enjoyed the privilege of a closed store service? Step aside and let me in, or I'll complain to your manager." The woman's tone grew more arrogant. "Sorry, Mr. Chen, I need to handle some issues first. Selena, please accompany Mr. Chen to select some clothes," the manager called over a beautiful sales assistant. "Mr. Chen, please follow me," Selena said with a smile. "I want to see the commotion first." Chen Chen waved his hand, and Selena quietly waited beside him. "Miss, we are currently serving a distinguished guest. Please cooperate with our work," the manager said. "What if I don't cooperate?" The woman crossed her arms, her face full of impatience. "Ma'am, if you refuse to cooperate, we will blacklist you and refuse to provide you service in the future. Please leave." The manager's tone became more serious. "Blacklist me? Do you know how much I've spent in your store? You, a mere sales assistant, think you can boss me around? Believe me, if I tell my boyfriend, he'll have you fired. Just so you know, my boyfriend is Chen Xingyun, the future heir of Jiangcheng Group. Can you afford to offend me?" The woman's voice grew even more arrogant. Hearing this exchange, Chen Chen walked towards the door. Sure enough, he saw a familiar face. No wonder that voice sounded so familiar. Standing at the door confronting the manager was none other than Chen Chen's ex-wife, Lu Ruyan. The dark circles under Lu Ruyan's eyes were so pronounced that even concealer couldn't completely cover them, revealing a state of decline. It seemed Lu Ruyan hadn't been doing well these past few days. Lu Ruyan also noticed Chen Chen approaching. "Chen Chen, what are you doing here?" Lu Ruyan's tone was sharper. "If someone like you can appear here, why can't I? But why are you doing so poorly now? It seems your Chen Xiao really hasn't been taking good care of you." Chen Chen's tone grew heavier, sounding particularly sarcastic. "Bah, Chen Chen, if it weren't for you, would I be treated like this?" Hearing Chen Chen's words, Lu Ruyan's anger flared even more. It was precisely because of the conflict at the entrance of Yulong Bay that Chen Xingyun vented his anger on Lu Ruyan, punishing her severely that very night. Lu Ruyan blamed all of this on Chen Chen. If it weren't for him, how could she have ended up in such a situation? At this moment, Lu Ruyan also noticed Feng Xiaoxiao beside Chen Chen. "Well, Chen Chen, I was wondering how you could be so decisive in divorcing me. Turns out you already have a new love." Seeing Feng Xiaoxiao, who was more attractive and graceful than herself, Lu Ruyan's anger boiled over. "Chen Chen, who is she?" Feng Xiaoxiao asked. "Just an insignificant person. We can continue doing our own things." Chen Chen's attitude was indifferent. "Chen Chen, you heartless man. I will sue you. At least half of your current assets are mine," Lu Ruyan said fiercely to Chen Chen. As for suing Chen Chen for asset division, Lu Ruyan had just thought of it. In her view, everything Chen Chen owned now should be considered joint property between them as a couple. At the very least, she should get half. Although Lu Ruyan didn't know where Chen Chen's wealth came from, she absolutely couldn't miss out on such a huge fortune. "Alright, I'm waiting for you to sue me. We still need to settle some accounts regarding the assets from back then." Chen Chen's tone was even colder. Previously, Chen Chen had given up the house just to quickly divorce Lu Ruyan. Now that Lu Ruyan had raised an objection, they might as well settle the previous accounts properly. Not only did Chen Chen want to reclaim that house, but he also intended to ask Lu Ruyan for a sum of emotional damages due to Chen Xiaotian's issues. Lu Ruyan was still living too comfortably. Chen Chen couldn't stand the sight of such a woman enjoying a good life. Lu Ruyan could only watch in exasperation as Chen Chen walked into the store with Feng Xiaoxiao, only to be dragged out by the staff. Lu Ruyan didn't linger any longer and immediately set off to find a lawyer. If she could take half of Chen Chen's assets, she would become wealthy. With that amount of money in hand, she and Chen Xingyun could barely be considered a match, and perhaps she could really marry Chen Xingyun and become the legitimate Mrs. Chen. It must be said that people rely on their appearance, and after Chen Chen changed into the clothes selected by the manager in Feng Xiaoxiao, he exuded an air of nobility, and his handsome face became even more striking. Even Feng Xiaoxiao blushed after seeing Chen Chen in the new clothes. Chen Chen bought all the clothes he tried on, and someone would help deliver them to his home. After Chen Chen finished shopping, Feng Xiaoxiao prepared to take him away, but he stopped her. "Chen Chen, you've bought all the clothes. Why aren't we leaving?" Feng Xiaoxiao asked curiously. "Did you forget? I said I would buy you a few outfits as work clothes." You recommend a few suitable outfits for this young lady. Chen Chen turned to the manager. The manager knew that the one paying, Chen Chen, was the real boss, and immediately began selecting clothes suitable for Feng Xiaoxiao. Chen Chen, the clothes here are too expensive. It's not appropriate for you to give them to me. If you really want to give me something, at least choose something cheaper. Feng Xiaoxiao said. Although she had previously agreed, she had only taken Chen Chen's words as a joke and never thought he was serious. I never joke. Chen Chen's tone was firm. Chen Chen, any piece of clothing in this store might cost more than my monthly salary. If you really want to give me something, it would be better to just transfer me the money. I could buy some good food for Xiaohua and the others. Feng Xiaoxiao said. One thing at a time, as long as the meals you cook satisfy me, I can give you a raise, but today's clothes must be bought for you. Chen Chen insisted. Oh. Feng Xiaoxiao ultimately chose to yield and accepted a dress that Chen Chen bought for her. She could hardly believe that the little fairy in the mirror wearing the dress was herself, and she shyly accepted Chen Chen's gift. After continuing to shop in other stores in the mall with Feng Xiaoxiao, Chen Chen took her back to his villa. Feng Xiaoxiao immediately rushed into the kitchen to prepare dinner for Chen Chen. At the dining table, watching Chen Chen eat with great enthusiasm, Feng Xiaoxiao couldn't suppress her curiosity any longer. Chen Chen, who was that woman we met in the mall just now? My ex-wife. Chen Chen poured himself a glass of red wine, took a sip, and spoke. Although Feng Xiaoxiao had already guessed such an answer, hearing it from Chen Chen still left her quite surprised. She hadn't expected that Chen Chen had been married and was now divorced. It was completely unnoticeable. Moreover, looking at Lu Ruyan, she was simply not worthy of Chen Chen. If it's convenient, could you tell me what happened between you two? Feng Xiaoxiao hesitated for a moment before speaking. Chen Chen fell silent for a while, but he needed someone to talk to about this troublesome matter. He poured a glass of red wine for Feng Xiaoxiao as well, and after clinking glasses, he slowly shared the events that had transpired between him and Lu Ruyan. Feng Xiaoxiao was also shocked by Lu Ruyan's shamelessness. That shameless woman. Chen Chen, trust me, if that shameless woman dares to come looking for you again, I'll tear her mouth apart for you. Feng Xiaoxiao's alcohol tolerance wasn't great. After just a few drinks with Chen Chen, she started hiccuping. However, her slightly tipsy yet indignant demeanor was indeed somewhat endearing. After venting these feelings, Chen Chen felt quite relieved. He carried the already drunk Feng Xiaoxiao to the guest room and returned to his bedroom, taking a good sleep thanks to the effects of the alcohol. Perhaps it was the release of the emotions he had been suppressing, but Chen Chen slept particularly soundly that night. The next morning, Chen Chen woke up at 8 o'clock. As he opened his eyes, the system's notification sounded in his mind. Ding, 4th day after filing for divorce, reward, GCN Cold Chain Logistics Company. Although this logistics company wasn't at the top of the industry, it was still quite reputable. At least in front of the Wu family's company, it could be considered a giant. Chen Chen hadn't expected that after refusing to cooperate with the Wu family yesterday, he would be rewarded with such a company today. It seemed the system was quite fond of him. In a good mood, Chen Chen picked up his phone and found over a dozen missed calls, all from Manager Gua. Could something have gone wrong at the restaurant? Before Chen Chen could think further, Manager Gua's call came through again. This time, Chen Chen answered directly. Boss, you finally answered the phone. Manager Gua's tone was filled with urgency. What happened? Chen Chen's tone was calm. Boss, didn't we refuse to continue cooperating with the Wu family yesterday? We had already found a new supplier, but today they rejected our cooperation. I found a few more new suppliers, and they all said the same thing. I used some connections to find out that the Wu family is targeting us. They are threatening other companies not to supply us. Manager Gua's tone became even more anxious. How many days' worth of ingredients do we have left in the restaurant? At most 3 days. That's enough. From now on, our company's ingredients will be supplied by GCN Cold Chain. I'll give you a number shortly, and you can coordinate with them. Chen Chen's tone was very calm. Okay, boss. Manager Gua also calmed down. The boss truly deserved to be the boss. No wonder he had taken control of the Maxer catering group at such a young age. His connections were impressive. No matter how arrogant the Wu family was, they were just clowns in front of GCN Cold Chain. After receiving the number from Chen Chen, Manager Gua immediately communicated with the person in charge of GCN Cold Chain. While finalizing the cooperation, Manager Gua also learned a serious piece of news. Chen Chen was actually the owner of GCN Cold Chain? My boss really is a master of concealment. It seems the Wu family is in for some bad luck this time. Manager Gua guessed correctly. Chen Chen had no intention of letting the Wu family off the hook. Chen Chen first provided Manager Guo with the contact information of the person in charge of the East China region for Jixin Cold Chain through the system, and then directly called the CEO of Jixin Cold Chain on his mobile phone. Once the call connected, Chen Chen issued a single command. The wind has risen, it's time to bring the Wu family to bankruptcy. At the Wu Group, a secretary in high heels and black stockings hurriedly pushed open the door to Wu Qingshan's office. What's going on? Did the Marcel restaurant come to plead with us? Wu Qingshan glanced at the secretary and continued pouring tea over the teapot on the table. Chairman, our business is being suppressed by Jixin Cold Chain. In just a few hours, we've already lost a large number of clients. Now our group's stock price has started to plummet, the secretary spoke urgently. Wu Qingshan momentarily lost focus, and the scalding tea splashed onto his hand. Instinctively, he flicked his hand, sending the expensive teacup flying and shattering it into pieces. What? What did you say? Wu Qingshan could hardly believe his ears. He immediately took out his phone to check his company's stock price. After the market opened, the stock price plummeted like it had fallen off a cliff, hitting the limit down. Wu Qingshan felt a wave of darkness before his eyes, and fortunately, the quick-thinking secretary handed him some antihypertensive medication, otherwise, he might have collapsed right there. After finally regaining his composure, Wu Qingshan quickly made a call, clearly wanting to use his connections to find out some inside information. His company had no grievances with Jixin Cold Chain. Why were they targeting him? Unfortunately, after dialing several numbers, none of his calls went through. To his partners, Wu Qingshan now seemed like a walking plague. Anyone who got close would be cursed. After making more than 10 calls, he finally managed to get through to one. Old Wu, think carefully about who you've offended. Jixin Cold Chain has made it clear, they want your company to go under. That's all I can say. Don't call me again, I'm afraid they might misunderstand. As soon as he finished speaking, the other party hung up, leaving Wu Qingshan stunned. Offended someone? Who did he offend? This was the only question swirling in his mind. However, soon a name appeared in his thoughts, Chen Chen, the owner of Marcel Catering Group, the young man he looked down upon and wanted to teach a lesson. Eliminating other possibilities, the remaining one, no matter how absurd, was the truth of the matter. Moreover, the fact that Chen Chen could become the owner of Marcel Catering Group at such a young age indicated that the forces behind him were certainly not simple. How could he have overlooked this issue? At that moment, the secretary spoke with a trembling voice. Boss, we just received news that this morning, the equity structure of Jixin Cold Chain changed. The actual controller of Jixin Cold Chain is named Chen Chen. Hearing the secretary's words, Wu Qingshan's heart finally sank. How did he offend such a formidable figure? Wu Qingshan naturally wouldn't place the blame on himself. All this trouble was caused by his useless son. Now, Wu Qingshan had only one thought in his mind, to bring his wayward son to apologize. Perhaps then the Wu family might still have a chance to survive. Get that good-for-nothing Wu Wenming over here immediately. Just as Chen Chen stepped out of the room, he caught a whiff of an enticing aroma. At that moment, Feng Xiaoxiao was preparing breakfast in the restaurant. Chen Chen had just sat down when Feng Xiaoxiao brought over the breakfast she had prepared. Boss, you were the one who took me back to my room yesterday, right? Feng Xiaoxiao's head was lowered, her voice muffled. Chen Chen nodded, continuing to savor his breakfast. I didn't do anything embarrassing while I was drunk yesterday, did I? Feng Xiaoxiao hesitated for a long time before finally asking this question. Chen Chen felt a playful urge to tease Feng Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao, if you can't handle your liquor, then don't drink. Last night, sigh. Chen Chen put down his utensils and sighed deeply, as if recalling some terrible incident. Feng Xiaoxiao's already lowered head sank even lower, her little face turning bright red with embarrassment. How infuriating, her poor tolerance for alcohol made her wonder what humiliating things she might have done last night. Chen Chen wouldn't look down on her, would he? Feng Xiaoxiao felt an overwhelming sense of shame, along with a flurry of inexplicable thoughts. Seeing her like this, Chen Chen couldn't help but laugh. Alright, I was just kidding. You drank and then fell asleep soundly, you didn't do anything out of line. Feng Xiaoxiao finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as she hadn't done anything embarrassing. Otherwise, she wouldn't know how to interact with Chen Chen in the future. But just a few seconds later, Feng Xiaoxiao finally realized that she had been played by Chen Chen. Chen Chen! Feng Xiaoxiao lowered her voice, even making a growling sound in her throat, like an angry little dog. What's wrong? Chen Chen's tone remained casual. It was then that Feng Xiaoxiao realized that Chen Chen was her boss, and she was just a wage-earning worker. How could she act so brazenly towards her boss? Nothing. Feng Xiaoxiao quickly tucked away her emotions and spoke with a blank expression. Seeing her like this made Chen Chen find it even more amusing. This girl, Feng Xiaoxiao, was quite interesting. After Chen Shen finished his breakfast, Feng Xiaoxiao cleaned up the dishes and put them in the dishwasher, preparing to leave. Xiaoxiao, where are you going? Chen Shen asked. To work, Feng Xiaoxiao replied as if it were obvious. Actually, you don't have to go. Cooking is my passion. Feng Xiaoxiao insisted. Besides eating, there was an even more important reason. Feng Xiaoxiao would not give up her original job because of Chen Shen. Growing up in an orphanage, she had always been aware of potential crises. Although cooking for Chen Shen was indeed a great job, what if one day he no longer needed her? Feng Xiaoxiao had to think about her future. Her experience at the Marcel restaurant and her culinary skills truly belonged to her. Even if she lost this job in the future, she could still find a better one based on her skills. She preferred to rely on herself rather than trust others. Alright, I'll give you a ride to work. It's not convenient to take a taxi from here. I also need to see Manager Guo, Chen Shen said. Feng Xiaoxiao nodded, not refusing Chen Shen's kindness. Just as the two were about to leave, they heard the doorbell ring. Chen Shen checked the monitor and saw an old man and a young man standing at his door. The young man was Wu Wenming, with whom he had clashed yesterday. The old man must be Wu Qingshan, the head of the Wu group. Chen Shen hadn't expected them to come to his home so soon. However, since they had come, he needed to meet them. Looks like we'll be leaving a bit later, Chen Shen said to Feng Xiaoxiao, then led her to the door. Chen Shen had no intention of opening the iron gate. He planned to speak to the Wu father and son through it. Mr. Shen, I was blind to your greatness and have offended you. I know I was wrong. I hope you, being magnanimous, can spare me this once and allow me to have a meal. Wu Qingshan, disregarding his own dignity, pressed his hands against the iron gate and shouted at Chen Shen. Wu Qingshan felt even more terrified upon learning that Chen Shen was the owner of Villa No. 9 in Yulong Bay than when he discovered Chen Shen was the boss of Jixin Cold Chain. This was Villa No. 9 in Yulong Bay. To be able to live in this villa, Chen Shen's background was definitely not as simple as just the Maxer restaurant and Jixin Cold Chain. At this moment, Wu Qingshan regretted not having shot his son Wu Wenming on the wall back in the day, bringing upon himself such a huge disaster. You must be Mr. Wu. Did you not say you would make my restaurant card unusable? What are you doing at my doorstep now? Chen Shen snorted coldly and spoke. Dad, he's just a restaurant owner. He still has to look at our faces to eat. Why are you being so humble? Wu Wenming's face was full of impatience, clearly unable to understand his father's behavior. Slap. Wu Qingshan slapped Wu Wenming hard across the face without holding back. Wu Wenming only felt a buzzing in his ears, and everything before him became a blur. It took him a while leaning against the railing to finally recover. Dad, why did you hit me? Isn't he just a restaurant owner? You actually hit me for him. I'm going to tell Mom. Wu Wenming covered his face, incredulously speaking. You ungrateful son, do you know what kind of trouble you've caused? If young Master Chen doesn't forgive us, our family is finished. Wu Qingshan's face was twisted with rage. Wu Wenming felt his father's words were so foreign. Their family company was quite reputable in Jiangcheng. What right did Chen Shen have to bring their company to ruin? Was his father mistaken about something? Wu Wenming was a rich second generation who only knew how to indulge in pleasures, indifferent to the family business, and naturally had no idea what changes had occurred in their company that morning. Mr. Wu, I don't see any sign of you apologizing, and I don't have time to continue watching your father-son drama. With that, Chen Shen pretended to leave with Feng Xiaoxiao. Wu Qingshan could not bear to watch his lifelong efforts lead to the demise of his company. Gritting his teeth, Wu Qingshan raised his cane and struck down heavily on Wu Wenming's knee. With all his strength, the sound of a bone breaking echoed, and Wu Wenming's legs were directly shattered, causing him to kneel on the ground, wailing in pain. Wu Qingshan also fell to his knees. Young Master Chen, our Wu family has done wrong, and we apologize to you. Please, be magnanimous and spare us. I beg you for a way out. Wu Qingshan knelt on the ground, pleading softly. Weren't you very arrogant before? Why are you kneeling before me now? It seems your methods aren't as powerful as your words. Chen Shen's tone was cold, and without saying a word, Wu Qingshan's body trembled slightly. Mr. Shen, I was ignorant and truly know I was wrong. As long as you propose a rule, our Wu family will certainly comply. Wu Qingshan's tone became even more humble. The Wu family no longer needs to exist. Jixin Cold Chain will acquire your Wu family. You need to fully cooperate with Jixin Cold Chain and hand over all supply chains. You can either wait for the Wu family to go bankrupt and then be acquired by me with nothing left, or take some money and leave, you choose. Without saying a word, Wu Qingshan's face turned a few shades paler. By the time Chen Shen finished speaking, Wu Qingshan's face was completely devoid of color. But now, Wu Qingshan had no other choice. Even if he refused, the only outcome waiting for the Wu family was to be completely devoured by the giant entity of Biagician cold chain, and he would even have to bear a huge debt. If he cooperated actively, at least he could leave with some wealth. This was already the best choice available. Everything will depend on young Master Chen, Wu Qingshan said slowly. After saying this, his once straight back became slightly hunched, and he seemed to age several decades in an instant. Alright, you can go now. Someone will come to take over your company next, Chen Shen said before leading Feng Xiaoxiao towards the garage, driving off to Max's restaurant. Do you think it's cruel? Chen Shen suddenly asked in the car. This unexpected question caught Feng Xiaoxiao off guard. However, she quickly shook her head vigorously. No, if you weren't tough enough, it would be you who ends up in trouble. Growing up in an orphanage, Feng Xiaoxiao had long understood the cruelty of this society. She was no naive flower. At the same time, she was even more curious about Chen Shen's background. What kind of person was he to force Wu Qingshan to come to him, even breaking his son's legs and using his own company to make amends? Chen Shen, just how rich are you? Feng Xiaoxiao asked. I don't know, but I'm very rich, Chen Shen replied casually. I really envy you for having such wealthy parents, Feng Xiaoxiao sighed. I envy myself too, Chen Shen said sincerely. Without the system's appearance, he would have definitely been toyed with by the two scoundrels, Lu Ruyan and Chen Xingyun. Fortunately, everything was different now. Once he dealt with Lu Ruyan, he would take care of that scoundrel Chen Xingyun. What was so great about the Jiancheng group? Just wait for bankruptcy. Feng Xiaoxiao felt a sudden dangerous aura erupting from Chen Chen, like a terrifying beast. Chen Chen? Feng Xiaoxiao said softly. Chen Chen's tone returned to its gentle and amiable nature, which relieved Feng Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao, do you have a driver's license? Chen Chen suddenly asked. Yes, I got it before, she replied. Do you want me to be your driver? Your car is so expensive, I wouldn't dare to drive it, Feng Xiaoxiao quickly said. While learning to cook, she had also found time to get her driver's license and had even done a few driving jobs after work. I'm planning to buy you a grocery car, otherwise, it's too inconvenient for you to get to work, Chen Shen said. No need, that's too expensive, Feng Xiaoxiao quickly refused. The dress from yesterday had already made her feel embarrassed enough, let alone now Chen Chen wanting to buy her a car. Just put my name on it. You can drive it whenever you want. This way, it will be more convenient for me to call you over to cook. Chen Shen's tone left no room for refusal. Alright, you really are a skinflint, Feng Xiaoxiao teased, but she could accept it this way. Of course, who told me I was rich? You just be my little chef who is always on call, Chen Shen said with a hint of pride in his tone. Yes, boss, Feng Xiaoxiao sweetly replied. The previously tense atmosphere dissipated, and both Chen Chen and Feng Xiaoxiao wore faint smiles. Soon, the car arrived at Max's restaurant. Feng Xiaoxiao went to the kitchen while Chen Chen approached Manager Gua. Has the problem been resolved? Chen Chen casually asked. Yes, boss, I've already contacted the person in charge of the East China region of extreme cold chain. The supply issue has been resolved. Besides that, I also received news from headquarters that the Maxer Catering Group will further cooperate with extreme cold chain, which will allow us to further reduce the costs of our restaurant, Manager Gua said respectfully. Now, Manager Gua was completely convinced by Chen Chen, a boss with a mysterious and powerful background. You've done very well, Chen Chen said sincerely. Chen Chen originally had no experience in company management, but the company under his command was able to initiate deeper cooperation after receiving instructions, which was quite impressive. Boss, I just received news that the CEO of Extreme Fresh Cold Chain cannot come immediately, but the person in charge of the East China region is on the way to Jiangcheng and hopes to meet you, said Manager Gua. Then let's meet, Chen Chen nodded slightly. After all, it was a business under his command, so it was necessary to meet the person in charge. A bright red Ferrari sped along and stopped at the entrance of the Maxer restaurant. A woman in a black and white professional suit stepped out of the Ferrari. Her long legs tightly wrapped in black stockings were extremely eye-catching, and the suit accentuated her curvaceous figure. The woman's expression was indifferent, contrasting sharply with her sultry figure, and the gold-rimmed glasses perched on her high nose added an air of intellect. The woman took long strides toward the restaurant. The sound of her heels clicking on the ground seemed to captivate everyone. Even the doorman took a long time to react after receiving the woman's keys, finally realizing he should park her car. Among the guests received by the Maxer restaurant, there were no shortage of beauties, but they paled in comparison to the woman before them. This woman was Gao Huan, the person in charge of the East China region for Extreme Fresh Cold Chain, known in the industry as the Iron Lady. The door to Chen Chen's private room was knocked on. Come in. Manager Guo led Gao Huan into the room. The moment Gao Huan appeared, Chen Chen's gaze focused on her. Gao Huan also looked at Chen Chen with a scrutinizing gaze, carefully assessing her young new boss. "Hello, boss, my name is Gao Huan, and I am the general manager of the East China region for Extreme Fresh Cold Chain. It's a pleasure to meet you," Gao Huan said as she stepped in front of Chen Chen, her attitude extremely warm. It seemed that her previous indifference toward others was merely a facade. Chen Chen nodded slightly. "Your abilities are quite impressive. I feel very assured with you in charge of the East China region. To be able to snatch several major projects from Tong Yun Company, you are indeed remarkable." Chen Chen stood up and extended his hand to Gao Huan. After learning that Gao Huan was coming to see him, Chen Chen had also spent some time understanding her. There are only wrong names, not wrong nicknames. Gao Huan, known as the Iron Lady, was indeed formidable in the business world. Without sufficient performance, a 28-year-old like her would not be able to hold the position of East China Regional Manager. "That deal is also my proudest achievement," Gao Huan said, gripping Chen Chen's hand firmly, her tone filled with pride. At the same time, there was a hint of curiosity in Gao Huan's gaze toward Chen Chen. Originally, Gao Huan thought Chen Chen was just a rich second generation relying on family connections, but she did not expect him to actually know about her. "The current operating model of Extreme Fresh Cold Chain is quite good. I don't plan to make any random reforms. Everything can remain as it is." Hearing this, Gao Huan's impression of Chen Chen improved even more. "However, since you are here now, I happen to have a task for you. Next, you will be responsible for acquiring the Wu Group. As for what price to pay, it's up to you. I only need this one result," Chen Chen said calmly. Gao Huan's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement, as if he had set his sights on prey. As the head of the East China region, Gao Huan was very interested in the channels controlled by the Wu Group in Jiangcheng. Moreover, Gao Huan did not believe that Chen Chen's task was without purpose. Although he did not have enough information at the moment, something must have happened between Chen Chen and the Wu Group. In Gao Huan's view, acquiring the Wu Group was a test that Chen Chen had set for himself. Gao Huan had already begun to calculate how to complete the acquisition of the Wu Group with minimal effort. Chen Chen, of course, was not as scheming as Gao Huan imagined. The backbone of the Wu Group had already been broken by him. No matter how outrageous the conditions he proposed, Wu Qingshan could not refuse. In fact, Wu Qingshan was probably hoping that Chen Chen would acquire his company sooner rather than later, giving him a way out. "It's about time, let's have lunch together," Chen Chen said. Gao Huan naturally would not refuse Chen Chen's proposal. Chen Chen pressed the bell on the table. Soon, the door to the private room was pushed open. However, this time, it was not Manager Guo delivering the meal. Feng Xiaoxiao pushed the dining cart into the room. As soon as she entered, Feng Xiaoxiao's gaze landed on Gao Huan. She had heard in the kitchen that a beautiful woman had come to the restaurant today, and she was here for Chen Chen. That was why Feng Xiaoxiao chose to meet this beautiful woman. Gao Huan was indeed stunning, a kind of bright and bold beauty. In front of Gao Huan, Feng Xiaoxiao felt somewhat ashamed. Moreover, before entering the private room, Feng Xiaoxiao had also overheard the conversation between Chen Chen and Gao Huan. She knew Gao Huan's identity. She was not just a pretty face but a career-oriented strong woman. Suddenly, a thought arose in Feng Xiaoxiao's mind. Perhaps someone like Chen Chen should indeed have such a capable and graceful person by his side. "Xiaoxiao, why are you the one delivering the meal today?" Chen Chen asked curiously. "Because this dish isn't finished yet, the final step needs to be done in front of the diners," Feng Xiaoxiao replied. She then poured alcohol on the iron plate and set it alight. The flames quickly seared the air-freighted Wagyu beef, leaving beautiful marks on its delicate marbling. When the alcohol was completely burned off, the dish was fully completed. Feng Xiaoxiao pushed the finished dish in front of Chen Chen, who buried his head in tasting the tender, juicy, wine-scented Wagyu beef slices, completely unaware of the strange atmosphere between Feng Xiaoxiao and Gao Huan. "Miss Chef, your culinary skills are quite impressive," Gao Huan nodded at Feng Xiaoxiao, offering his praise. Gao Huan also sensed that the relationship between Feng Xiaoxiao and Chen Chen was not simple, and maintaining a good relationship with Feng Xiaoxiao could only be beneficial. He then took a piece of beef and enjoyed the perfect sensation of the juices bursting in his mouth. "The dish you made tastes very good," Gao Huan praised again. Feng Xiaoxiao stared in the direction Gao Huan had left, feeling a sense of helplessness as if she had punched a pillow. "Xiaoxiao, are your eyes uncomfortable?" Chen Chen noticed Feng Xiaoxiao's unusual behavior and asked. "No. Chen Chen, I feel that the woman just now is not a good person." "Don't be fooled by her," Feng Xiaoxiao said bluntly. "What? She's my subordinate, she's the one handling the acquisition of the Wu Group." Chen Chen's tone was slightly helpless. "Ah?" Feng Xiaoxiao clearly did not expect such a result, and her little face turned red in an instant. She had misunderstood Chen Chen. "Alright, after the acquisition of the Wu Group is handled, she will leave," Chen Chen said with a smile. "I was just worried about you being deceived by a bad woman, and you still laugh at me." Feng Xiaoxiao pouted. Then I thank you for your enthusiasm. Let's go. Chen Chen stood up. Where to? Feng Xiaoxiao was a bit confused. To buy a grocery cart for my little chef at home. Do you want me to be your driver every day? Chen Chen teased. Oh. Feng Xiaoxiao nodded. Indeed, Chen Chen was her boss. It was strange for her to be his driver. But for some reason, when she heard Chen Chen say that, her mood noticeably dipped. Before long, Chen Chen took Feng Xiaoxiao to a BMW dealership and directly bought a BMW Mini in full. This kind of car was indeed suitable for grocery shopping, as its compact size allowed it to navigate congested city streets easily. With this car, Feng Xiaoxiao could also find time to visit the orphanage. Just after Chen Chen completed the purchase procedures, he heard someone calling his name from behind. Turning around, he saw Linza, someone he had met once before. I didn't expect to run into you here. What are you doing here? Chen Chen greeted. It's about that car, they said it was repaired, so I came to check it out, Linza replied. Chen Chen then remembered the BMW M8 that had been rear-ended. Enough about me, Chen Chen. I've heard you made a big move, the Wu family's company really fell apart just like that. Linza said. How do you know? Chen Chen was puzzled. Was Linza really that well-informed? The circle in Jiangcheng is just this small. You made such a big commotion, it's hard not to know. But buddy, what kind of background do you have? The Wu family is a big company, and you just did what you wanted. Linza asked curiously. Chen Chen only smiled faintly and did not answer Linza's question. At that moment, Chen Chen was more concerned about Linza's remark that the whole Jiangcheng knew. Presumably, Shin Qingyun had already received the news. He wondered if he was panicking now? Jiangcheng Group Chairman's office. Dad, I've caused trouble. Shen Qingyun knelt directly in front of Chen Jianjun, speaking humbly. After encountering Chen Chen again at the entrance of Yulongbei community, Chen Qingyun began to investigate Chen Chen's background. When he learned that Chen Chen was the power holder of the Maxer Catering Group, Chen Qingyun was not flustered. In front of Jiangcheng Group, the Maxer Catering Group couldn't make waves. Not to mention that Chen Chen had also offended the Wu family. Wu Qingshan was not someone to be trifled with. Offending him meant that the Maxer restaurant in Jiangcheng would definitely not survive. Unfortunately, today Chen Qingyun received the news that Wu Qingshan, in order to apologize to Chen Chen, had personally broken his son Wu Wenming's legs and sacrificed his own company just to secure a way out. This news nearly scared the soul out of Chen Qingyun. He immediately came to his father's office to admit his mistake. Chen Jianjun had a dark expression, picking up his cane and striking it heavily on Chen Qingyun's back. Chen Qingyun gritted his teeth, enduring the beating from his father. After 3 strikes with the cane, Chen Jianjun finally put it away. You caused such a big mess over a woman. Do everything you can to repair your relationship with Chen Chen. Chen Jianjun said coldly. Yes, father. Chen Qingyun replied weakly, letting out a sigh of relief. Chen Qingyun turned to leave Chen Jianjun's office, and his expression instantly became extremely fierce. He took out his phone and dialed Lu Ruyan's number. Go to the mountain villa, right now. Chen Qingyun's tone was chilling. He was filled with pent-up anger that he wanted to release immediately. Yes, master. Lu Ruoyan gritted her teeth, trembling as she uttered this shameful title. Just thinking about the various instruments of torture in that villa made Lu Ruoyan shiver in fear, but in front of Chen Qingyun, she had no ability to refuse. There's a car racing competition at our club in a couple of days. How about it? Interested in coming to watch? Linza asked. As long as I don't have to race myself, I'm quite interested, Chen Chen replied. Great. I'll send you the time and place later. But you have to bring the wolf cub. My friends at the club are really interested in your car, Linza said, suddenly excited. Sure. Chen Chen nodded, feeling quite curious about this circle he had never had the chance to engage with before. After completing the formalities, Chen Chen and Feng Xiaoxiao headed to the villa. Chen Chen let Feng Xiaoxiao drive in front while he followed behind. Feng Xiaoxiao's driving skills were quite good, allowing Chen Chen to feel at ease letting her drive alone. By the time Chen Chen got home, it was already 7 in the evening. At that moment, Chen Chen's phone rang, and the caller ID showed it was his former supervisor. When Chen Chen was working, this supervisor had taken good care of him, so he answered the call. Chen Chen, when are you going to come and take away that junk from your desk? Our Jiangcheng Group's desks are not a dumping ground for this trash. If you don't come and take your junk away soon, I'll have the cleaners throw it all out. The supervisor spoke harshly, a tone that felt incredibly foreign. Previously, the supervisor had looked after Chen Chen not because of his outstanding abilities but because he had potential for advancement. However, now Chen Chen was someone whom Chen Qingyun had personally ordered to be fired. The supervisor, fearing that his previous care for Chen Chen might lead to a misunderstanding with Chen Xingyun, called Chen Chen in front of everyone to harshly humiliate him, expressing a complete severance from Chen Chen. Fine, I'll go back to the company tomorrow. Chen Chen snorted coldly and hung up the phone. The supervisor, having been hung up on, was even more furious. At that moment, he had made up his mind that when Chen Chen returned to the company tomorrow, he would humiliate him thoroughly. Chen Chen, what's wrong? Feng Xiaoxiao noticed something was off and asked. I have a small matter to handle tomorrow. Too bad I can't take you to work tomorrow, Chen Chen said with a playful smile. Who needs you to take me? I can go to work by myself. Feng Xiaoxiao replied stubbornly. Pretending to be angry, Feng Xiaoxiao went straight into the kitchen to start preparing dinner. At the same time, she was also thinking about what kind of breakfast to make for Chen Chen the next day. Chen Chen would definitely have to deal with some big matters tomorrow, and if he didn't eat well, it would surely affect him. Chen Chen slowly opened his eyes, the familiar system prompt ringing in his mind. Ding, divorce proposal, day 5, reward, Shilin building. Since obtaining the system, waking up every day had become the moment Chen Chen looked forward to the most. He was incredibly familiar with the Qilin building. This building, located in the center of Jiangcheng, was the very place where Chen Chen's company was situated. Chen Chen's previous company was a subsidiary of Jiangcheng Group, and he didn't have the qualifications to move into the Jiangcheng building constructed by Jiangcheng Group, which was why he had rented 2 floors in the Qilin building as an office area. Now that he had received such a reward, Chen Chen was also looking forward to what kind of experiences awaited him at his former company today. In any case, today was bound to be interesting. After enjoying the breakfast made by Feng Xiaoxiao, Chen Chen drove to the Qilin building. Chen Chen walked into the Qilin building with ease and took the elevator to the floor where his former company was located. As soon as Chen Chen stepped into the company, he saw the annoying face of his supervisor. The supervisor had been waiting for Chen Chen for a long time. Chen Chen, who had offended young Master Chen and was kicked out of the company, actually dared to call his own phone. The supervisor had never seen such an arrogant subordinate. He had long since made up his mind to humiliate this failure properly, to let Chen Chen know his place. Isn't this the Chen Chen who got kicked out of the company? Are you here to collect your pile of junk today? The supervisor looked at Chen Chen, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Didn't you beg me to come? Chen Chen crossed his arms defiantly. Although the other employees seemed focused on their screens, they had already directed all their attention to their ears, listening to the conversation between Chen Chen and the supervisor. Upon hearing Chen Chen's mockery, most employees felt a secret thrill. That damned supervisor deserved to be scolded. Chen Chen, how can you speak like that? Did your parents not teach you to respect your elders? Oh, I almost forgot. You're an orphan, no wonder you have no upbringing. The supervisor spat out venomously. Slap. A crisp sound of a slap echoed in the office. The supervisor was stunned by Chen Chen's slap. His face turned red, unsure whether it was from the force of the slap or the overwhelming shame of being slapped, or perhaps both. You hit me? Chen Chen, are you crazy? The supervisor covered his face, incredulous. Your mouth is filthy, let me teach you how to speak. Chen Chen pulled out a wet wipe and carefully cleaned his hands, as if he had touched something dirty. Security, where's the security? Get this madman out of here. The supervisor roared. As soon as the supervisor's words fell, the security of the Qilin building arrived, ready to drive Chen Chen out. This building is mine, do you plan to lay a hand on me? Chen Chen said to the approaching security. Chen Chen, I really think you're insane. Who do you think you are? You say the Qilin building is yours. I could just as easily say the Forbidden City is mine. The supervisor's tone grew even more high-pitched. However, at that moment, his left cheek was swollen, making his speech slurred and his whole demeanor even more ridiculous. But the security guards, seeing Chen Chen's serious demeanor, did not dare to act rashly. Chen Chen also did not intend to make things difficult for these workers. He directly took out his phone and called the person in charge of the Qilin building. Before long, the call was connected. This is Chen Chen, I'm on the 18th floor, come here immediately. After leaving this message, Chen Chen hung up the phone. Chen Chen, who are you putting on a show for? I want to see who you can call here. The supervisor's tone was icy. He absolutely did not believe that Chen Chen was the owner of this building. If Chen Chen really had such a powerful background, how could he have been kicked out of the company, not to mention that he had previously been under his command, where he could exploit his labor like a beast of burden? It must be that Chen Chen could not accept the harsh reality and had gone mad. Yes, it must be like that. Chen Chen, kneel down and apologize to me now, and slap yourself, I can overlook your behavior just now. The supervisor said sternly. Just a slap. the supervisor had no way to hold Chen Chen accountable, and it was better to make such a request to vent his own anger. "It seems you still haven't learned how to speak," Chen Chen said as he stepped forward. Seeing Chen Chen's actions, the supervisor immediately recalled the fear of being slapped and slowly retreated. He accidentally stepped on a trash can and fell heavily backward. The supervisor reached out to grab something for support, but instead of stabilizing himself, he knocked over a cup of hot coffee from the nearby table. The coffee splashed all over him, causing him to yelp in pain, and his white shirt was stained with coffee, making him look utterly disheveled. "Whose coffee is this? Who allowed you to drink coffee at your workstation? From now on, coffee is only allowed in the break room. Anyone caught drinking coffee at their desk will have their salary deducted." The supervisor stumbled to his feet and roared. However, in his current disheveled state, combined with his flapping mouth, his words had no intimidation factor and instead appeared particularly ridiculous. "Ha ha ha." It was unclear who couldn't hold back first, but a burst of laughter erupted, and soon nearly all the employees were laughing heartily. At that moment, the utterly embarrassed supervisor felt like a clown. The instigator of all this was none other than Chen Chen, standing right in front of him. "Chen Chen, this is all you're doing. You think you're so cool, huh? Let me tell you, you've offended the young master of our group. Just wait and see. I don't believe anyone in the industry will hire you. I look forward to the day you can't find food and end up homeless on the streets." The supervisor shouted at Chen Chen, wanting to vent all his anger on him. "So it turns out you can only talk big and do nothing. To be a person like you is truly a failure." Chen Chen's tone remained indifferent. "Lies don't hurt, but the truth is a sharp knife." A light remark from Chen Chen shattered the supervisor's already fragile psychological defenses. "Chen Chen, you madman. You think no one can deal with you, huh?" The supervisor roared and was about to charge forward, constantly signaling to those around him to stop him. The supervisor was already a man in his 40s, with a huge beer belly from years of inactivity, and he was definitely no match for Chen Chen in a physical confrontation. However, he felt he had to take some action in response to Chen Chen's words, otherwise, he would lose all face. At that moment, the elevator had stopped on the 18th floor, and a well-dressed man rushed inside. This man was Manager Xia Sudong, the head of Qilin Building. When Manager Xia received Chen Chen's call, he was initially baffled. "Chen Chen? Who is this person? Why does he speak so condescendingly? And asking me to meet him, he must be crazy." But when Manager Xia recalled receiving the notice about the change of ownership of the building today, he was immediately drenched in cold sweat. "Chen Chen, isn't he the new owner of this Qilin building?" Moreover, judging by Chen Chen's tone on the phone, something must have happened in the Qilin building. Manager Xia immediately set aside his work and rushed over. As soon as Manager Xia entered, he saw a fat man covered in stains, with a wandering gaze that resembled a madman, shouting Chen Chen's name as he rushed over. This kind of behavior nearly scared the soul out of Manager Xia. If something happened to the new boss in the building he was responsible for, his job would be over. "Stop! Are you security guards dead? Why aren't you stopping that madman?" Manager Xia shouted. The supervisor also noticed Manager Xia arriving on the scene and seized the opportunity to halt his actions. As for the security guards, they approached Chen Chen, clearly intending to take coercive measures against him. "Do you have poor eyesight, or do you not understand what I'm saying? I said to control that lunatic." Manager Xia was on the verge of losing it. The security team of the building was simply too incompetent. He had to strengthen their training. If they couldn't be trained properly, then it was time to replace them with a new security team. Upon hearing this, the security guards also sensed something was off and surrounded the dirty supervisor. "Manager Xia, are you mistaken? I am Qian Ziyuan, the supervisor of Jiangqing Technology. That guy over there, Chen Chen, is the real lunatic. Not only did he come to cause a scene in my company today, but he also called his shady friends to continue the chaos. You all need to control him quickly." The supervisor immediately spoke up. Hearing the supervisor's words, Manager Xia confirmed that the handsome man in front of him was indeed his new boss, Chen Chen. However, at the same time, Manager Xia felt quite displeased. How dare Qian Ziyuan, this clueless fool, offend his new boss? And how could he call him a shady friend? He was just a small supervisor from a subsidiary of Jiangcheng Group. It was truly baffling where he found the audacity. "Who gave you the guts to shout at our boss like that? And how dare you slander our boss? Are you so eager to receive a lawyer's letter?" Manager Xia's tone was severe. This attitude left Qian Ziyuan utterly confused. What was going on? Could it be that Chen Chen, this lunatic, was telling the truth? Was he really the owner of Qilin Building? The sun hadn't risen from the west, and pigs weren't climbing trees. What kind of joke was this? "Manager Xia, are you sure you're not mistaken? Chen Chen is just a small employee we fired from our company, how could he possibly be your boss? There are so many scammers these days, don't fall for it. Qian Ziyuan's tone softened a bit, revealing his unease. Xia Sudong couldn't help but feel a twinge of doubt. If that were the case, could this young man really be faking it? You must be Xia Sudong. I was the one who called you earlier, you should have received the notice about the property transfer. Chen Chen's tone was calm, completely dispelling Xia Sudong's inner doubts. He had just received the notice about the property transfer. If Chen Chen wasn't his new boss, how could he possibly know? Boss, I didn't mean to doubt you, Xia Sudong quickly expressed his loyalty. That's not important. How much longer do they have on their lease? Chen Chen waved his hand and asked. 4 months, their lease will expire in 4 months. Xia Sudong checked his phone and immediately provided the information. Make sure they leave immediately after it expires. My building doesn't need a company like that. Chen Chen's tone was icy, but Qian Ziyuan's heart felt even colder. Had he just kicked a steel plate? There were many office buildings in the city, but finding one with a location as advantageous as Qilin Building was not easy. Not to mention that this company had been operating in Qilin Building for over 10 years. Relocating was not a simple matter. What was even more terrifying was that the forced relocation was caused by him. Although Qian Ziyuan had reached the position of supervisor, he was by no means all-powerful in Jiangqing Technology. If the general manager of Jiangqing Technology found out about this, he might lose his job and even be blacklisted in the industry. Chen Ziyuan didn't know if Chen Chen would end up as a beggar, but if he lost this job, he would definitely fall into a midlife crisis. The monthly car and mortgage payments would crush him. In just a few months, his car and house would be repossessed, and he would be burdened with massive debt, reduced to begging on the streets. Chen Chen, it's a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. No, Mr. Chen, you remember how much I took care of you before, right? It was my momentary loss of control over my emotions that offended you. I apologize to you, please don't hold it against me, let me off this once. The colleagues in the company are innocent, they haven't offended you. Even for their sake, please show mercy and spare us. Xian Jiqiang immediately switched to a fawning expression, speaking in a low and submissive tone. I don't remember how Director Qian took care of me. I only remember you calling me an ill-mannered orphan, saying that if I knelt and slapped myself, you would let me go. I didn't remember incorrectly, did I? Chen Chen's tone grew colder. Boss Chen, I was wrong. I didn't recognize the mountain for what it was. I apologize to you, please forgive me. Xian Jiqiang gritted his teeth and directly knelt on the ground, using both hands to continuously slap his own face. At this moment, so-called dignity and face were unimportant. He had to do everything to win Chen Chen's forgiveness, or his life would be ruined. Everyone present was shocked by Qian Jiqiang's actions. No one expected that the usually high and mighty Director Qian would do something like this. Director Qian, what are you doing? How can you throw away your own face? Did I force you? Chen Chen snorted coldly. No, everything is voluntary. It's my fault for not knowing how to speak, please forgive me. Chen Jiqiang seemed to see hope and quickly spoke, his face full of flattery and ingratiation. Alright, I forgive you. Chen Chen smiled. Then do we not have to move? Chen Jiqiang's tone suddenly became upbeat. As long as Chen Chen was willing to relent, he could keep his job. As for the lost face, so be it. As for the employees who witnessed this scene, he would fire them sooner or later. You still have to move. Chen Chen's tone remained indifferent. Chen Chen, how can you be so untrustworthy? Didn't you say you forgave me? Why do we still have to move? Qian Jiqiang was furious and humiliated. He had just stood up, ready to charge at Chen Chen, but froze in place upon seeing the bodyguards beside Chen Chen. Chen Chen, you can't do this, you can't. Is it that I didn't kneel long enough, or I didn't slap hard enough? As long as you say the word, I can do anything. Chen Jiqiang's tone softened again, switching back to that fawning attitude. I think you misunderstood. I have indeed forgiven you. What I dislike is only the Jiangcheng group. Remember, move out immediately when the lease is up, and also, send my regards to Chen Qingyun. After leaving this sentence, Chen Chen turned to leave, and Xia Sudong followed behind with the security guards, keeping a wary eye on Qian Jiqiang, afraid he might do something irrational. At this moment, Chen Jiqiang's heart felt like a dead ash. His life was over. When he finally came to his senses, he found all the employees' gazes focused on him, their stares like iron nails, pinning him to a pillar of shame. What are you looking at? Are you all idle? Do you still want this month's performance bonus? Qian Jiqiang roared. The employees immediately shifted their gazes back to the screens in front of them. Yet even so, Chen Jiqiang still felt as if he could hear faint murmurs. These lazy workers must be talking about him. He was still the director and hadn't been fired yet. Who gave them the audacity to discuss him behind his back? Just as Chen Jichang was about to explode again, an even angrier roar echoed throughout the entire floor. Chen Jichang, I went out to discuss a collaboration, and you messed up our company. Who gave you the audacity? The CEO of Jiangqing Technology rushed back, his voice filled with suppressed anger. General Manager, please let me explain. Chen Jichang's resolve crumbled instantly, and he hurriedly began to defend himself, but he heard something that filled him with even more dread. Explain? There's nothing to explain. Young Master Chen is coming soon, you can wait to explain to him. The general manager's tone was even colder, and in his eyes, there was a hint of concern for himself. He couldn't help but wonder if that madman Chen Xingyun would vent his anger on him. Young Master is coming in person? General Manager, is it too late for me to leave right now? Chen Jichang's forced smile looked worse than crying. What do you think? You still have parents and family, right? The general manager's gaze was icy, as if he were looking at a corpse. Go wait in my office, to avoid making things too ugly later. The general manager spoke again. Chen Jichang walked into the general manager's office like a soulless marionette, each step heavy as if awaiting the judgment of death. Before long, Chen Xingyun, holding a golf club, wearing gloves and a cap, walked into Jiangqing Technology with a light step. Behind him was a bodyguard carrying a takeout box. Everyone has worked hard, there's no need to rush with the company's matters. I'll handle it. Let me treat everyone to some milk tea. After you get your milk tea, you can leave early, I'll give everyone half a day off. Chen Xingyun's smile was warm, like that of a friendly neighbor. The employees of Jiangqing Technology instantly felt more favorable towards him. Their group's future heir seemed like a good person, not only not holding them accountable but also willing to give them a break. It was their luck to work for such a boss. The employees tidied up their things, received a cup of milk tea from the bodyguard, and left the company one by one. Once everyone had left, Chen Xingyun gave the bodyguard a glance, and the bodyguard skillfully locked the door before the two entered the general manager's office. At that moment, Chen Jichang's face was pale, drenched in sweat. Since Chen Xingyun entered the company, he had heard the commotion, and every passing second felt like torture. Why are you so scared? Do I look that terrifying? Chen Xingyun asked with a smile. No, no. Chen Jichang quickly denied it. If not, why are you sweating so much? Relax, I'm not a bad person. Here, have some milk tea, everyone else is having it. Chen Xingyun smiled as he handed a cup of milk tea to Chen Jichang, who accepted it in surprise and quickly began to drink. Did you offend Chen Chen? Chen Xingyun suddenly asked. The unexpected question startled Chen Jichang, causing him to choke and cough violently. Why are you drinking so fast? No need to worry, I also offended Chen Chen, so it seems we have something in common. Chen Xingyun's smile grew even brighter. Hearing this, Chen Jichang saw a glimmer of hope. Since Chen Chen and Chen Xingyun had a conflict, did that mean he was standing up for Chen Xingyun? No wonder young Master Chen was so friendly towards him. It turned out he hadn't done anything wrong but had actually done a great service. Young Master Chen, that blind dog Chen Chen not only beat me up like this but also dared to offend you. If it weren't for him bullying me, I would have made him pay. Chen Jichang immediately expressed his loyalty. Supervisor Chen, how does the milk tea taste? Do you want to add something to it? Chen Xingyun suddenly asked. It tastes great, no need to add anything, Chen Jichang quickly declined. Chen Xingyun let out a light hum, his tone revealing some displeasure. Add. Young Master Chen said to add, so it must be added. Chen Jichang, skilled at reading the wind, sensed the displeasure in Chen Xingyun's tone and quickly changed his words. Alright, then I'll add a little more for you. Chen Xingyun's smile became even more dangerous. Suddenly, the bodyguard beside Chen Xingyun stepped forward, grabbing Chen Jichang's head and pressing it to the ground. Chen Xingyun found a pair of scissors from the nearby desk and walked step by step towards Chen Jichang. Young Master Chen, for the sake of my loyalty to you, spare me this once. Hearing the approaching snip sound, Chen Jichang immediately begged for mercy. What are you talking about? I'm just helping you add some flavor. As Chen Xingyun spoke, he used the scissors to snip off a tuft of hair from Chen Jichang's head, then chopped it up and added it to the milk tea that Chen Jichang hadn't finished drinking. Here, drink it. Chen Xingyun placed the milk tea with added ingredients in front of Chen Jichang, his tone gentle. Young master. Chen Jichang struggled continuously but was still firmly held down by the bodyguard, unable to move. Be obedient, come on, drink it. If you don't like this flavor, maybe your wife and daughter will. Women love milk tea, don't you think? Chen Xingyun's smile became even more exaggerated. I'll drink it right away. Young Master Chen, please spare my wife and daughter, they haven't done anything wrong. Chen Jichang hurriedly spoke up. What are you talking about? It's just a cup of milk tea with some added ingredients. If you drink it, it will be gone. Chen Xingyun gave the bodyguard a look, and the bodyguard immediately released Chen Jiqiang. Looking at the milk tea in front of him, Chen Jiqiang gritted his teeth and gulped it all down in one go. The fine hair felt like steel needles, piercing through his esophagus and stomach, leaving it riddled with wounds. Each swallow caused Chen Jiqiang immense pain, but he dared not slow down, knowing that if he didn't finish it in one go, he would face even more terrifying torment. Young Master Chen, I've finished drinking. Chen Jiqiang endured the intense pain and forced out a smile. How does it taste? Chen Xingyun asked with curiosity. It tastes very good. Chen Jiqiang continued to smile ingratiatingly. Manager Chen, you are truly an interesting person. Since that's the case, let's play a game. If it weren't for the trouble you caused, I would still be on the golf course. So I'll punish you by making you play a round of golf with me. Chen Xingyun said. Sure, young Master Chen, it would be my honor to play golf with you. Chen Jiqiang quickly agreed. Did you hear that? Manager Chen is going to play golf with me. Why aren't you helping him? Chen Xingyun looked at the bodyguard. The bodyguard pressed Chen Jiqiang down to the ground again. Young Master Chen, what are you doing? Aren't you going to let me play golf with you? Chen Jiqiang's expression turned fearful again. Come on, open your mouth wide. As soon as my golf ball goes in the hole, the game will be over. Chen Xingyun said, placing a golf ball in front of Chen Jiqiang, swinging the golf club to find his rhythm. However, when Chen Xingyun found his feel, he noticed that Chen Jiqiang was unwilling to obediently open his mouth. Manager Chen, this is where you are being unreasonable. No worries, I'll have someone help you. As soon as Chen Xingyun finished speaking, the bodyguard yanked Chen Jiqiang's chin, dislocating it. Chen Jiqiang could only make ah sounds, watching helplessly as Chen Xingyun swung the golf club. Whoosh! The golf ball flew straight into Chen Jiqiang's mouth, crashing hard against his teeth, shattering his perfect set of teeth. Eagle ball. Chen Xingyun spoke excitedly. He then casually tossed the golf club in his hand and walked out of the company. The bodyguard reached out and lifted the unconscious Chen Jiqiang as if he were a dead dog. As they were leaving, Chen Xingyun whispered, "What level do you think you are to offend the same person as me? Boss, do you have any instructions regarding my work?" In the office on the top floor, Xia Sudong asked cautiously. "You are a diligent person, and I trust you to take care of Qilin building," Shen Shen replied. "I'm just here to handle some personal matters today, so don't feel burdened." Shen Shen's tone was relaxed. "Don't worry, boss. As soon as the lease is up, I will kick Jiangqing Technology out of our building," Xia Sudong assured, patting his chest. Seeing Xia Sudong so eager to please, Shen Shen felt very satisfied. Xia Sudong then proactively requested to report on his work. Shen Shen did not refuse. He simply turned in his office chair and looked down at the city through the floor-to-ceiling windows, feeling a surge of ambition, while he hardly absorbed a word of Xia Sudong's report. As for Xia Sudong, he watched Chen Shen's back with trepidation, dutifully reporting. After seeing Chen Shen's casual attitude, he felt even more respectful towards this mysterious boss. His new boss was definitely not simple. Just as Xia Sudong finished his report, his secretary knocked and entered, whispering something in his ear. "Boss, Chen Xingyun from Jiangchen Group is outside and wants to see you." Xia Sudong spoke up, "Let him in." Chen Shen turned his chair around and said, feeling very curious about what Chen Xingyun wanted. Was he seeking revenge? Before long, Chen Xingyun walked into the office, with a bloodied Chen Jiqiang being dragged behind him by a bodyguard. The bodyguard slammed Chen Jiqiang heavily to the ground, causing the pain to jolt him awake from his unconscious state. Chen Jiqiang looked at the scene before him and realized he had no right to intervene. He endured the pain coursing through his body, trying his best to minimize his presence. "Chen Xingyun, are you here to show off?" Chen Shen frowned slightly. No, Shen Shen, you misunderstood me. I just heard that this blind fool offended you, so I taught him a lesson on your behalf and brought him here to apologize," Chen Xingyun said with a smile, as if nothing unpleasant had ever happened between him and Chen Shen. "Then I really have to thank you," Chen Shen snorted coldly. Chen Shen had no good feelings towards this psychopathic Chen Xingyun. "Chen Shen, please don't hold such hostility towards me. It's all a misunderstanding between us. Actually, we have no conflict. Of course, if you're unhappy, I can deliver Lu Ruyan to you. Don't worry, no matter what you do to her, she won't dare to have any objections. After all, in our hands, she's just a toy. Of course, before this, I also taught her a good lesson, and you might be interested in these photos," Chen Xingyun said with a smile. As he spoke, Chen Xingyun opened his phone's album and handed it to Chen Shen. Chen Shen glanced at it and saw Lu Ruyan, covered in scars and posed in a humiliating manner, completely naked. But there was no hatred in her eyes, only a desire to please. Seeing that trashy woman Lu Ruyan reduced to this state brought Chun Chen a sense of satisfaction. Is this the life Lu Ruyan had been trying so hard to achieve? Then she had indeed gotten her wish. At the same time, Chen Chen felt a bit unworthy of herself. How could she have been so blind back then to have fallen for such a broken thing that had been ruined? Fortunately, all that was in the past. She not only kicked this garbage aside but also embarked on a brand new life. Just thinking about this made Chen Chen's lips involuntarily curve into a smile. Chen Xingyun noticed the smile at the corner of Chen Chen's mouth and felt a bit more relaxed. So, Chen Chen, do you see my sincerity now? We just had some misunderstandings before. It was all this woman's fault. I've punished her well, and of course, I also welcome you to vent your anger on her. People like us, with status and position, don't need to be at odds with each other, right? Chen Xingyun's tone was cheerful. Chen Chen shifted her gaze away and refocused on Chen Xingyun. Chen Xingyun, you really are a scumbag. Chen Chen's tone was unceremonious. Instead of getting angry, Chen Xingyun seemed quite pleased, even giving a slight nod to Chen Chen as if she were praising him rather than cursing him. Then Chen Chen picked up her phone and, in front of Chen Xingyun, dialed the police. Hello, this is the top floor of Qilin building. A malicious injury incident has occurred. Please hurry over. Just as Chen Chen hung up the phone, she noticed Chen Xingyun's gaze becoming increasingly dangerous. Chen Chen, you want to offend me over such a trivial matter? I represent Jiangcheng Group. As long as we shake hands and make peace, we can make money together in Jiangcheng. Why seek trouble? Do you really want to offend me in Jiangcheng Group? Chen Xingyun looked utterly confused, unable to comprehend Chen Chen's actions. Jiangcheng Group? Chen Chen couldn't help but laugh. Sorry, is Jiangcheng Group really that impressive? What is Jiangcheng Group even worth? Chen Chen's tone suddenly turned firm. For Chen Chen, who had the system, Jiangcheng Group, a conglomerate worth over 100 billion, was nothing at all. For the first time, anger appeared on Chen Xingyun's face. Jiangcheng Group was Chen Xingyun's greatest support. Chen Chen, who gave you the guts to despise Jiangcheng Group? Even a strong dragon can't suppress a local snake. No matter how big your background is, if you offend us in Jiangcheng, you will only have a dead end. Chen Xingyun's tone grew colder. I'll be waiting right here, you can try. But for now, you should think about how to deal with the police. As soon as Chen Chen finished speaking, several police officers walked in. Qilin Building was one of the top commercial buildings in the city center, always receiving special attention, with a police station nearby. Upon learning that something had happened at Qilin Building, they rushed to the scene immediately. When the police saw Qian Jiqiang, who was covered in blood and looking disheveled, they immediately went on high alert. What happened here? A striking female officer asked. Chen Xingyun slowly turned his head, clearly recognizing the identity of the female officer. Isn't this Song Qingxue from the Song family? What? Have you gotten used to a leisurely life and now become a police officer? Being a police officer is tough and tiring. What's the point? Chen Xingyun's voice was drawn out, showing a dismissive attitude towards Song Qingxue. Chen Xingyun, this is not the time for your jokes. You need to be serious. Upon seeing Chen Xingyun's face, Song Qingxue had already concluded that he was the culprit. Everyone in the circle knew that Chen Xingyun was a complete pervert. Song Qingxue was determined to bring this guy to justice. Qingxue, why are you being so serious? I have always abided by the law. It's all just a misunderstanding. Is that so, Manager Qian? Why don't you tell Officer Song here? Did someone attack you? Chen Xingyun's gaze turned to Qian Jiqiang. Qian Jiqiang quickly shook his head. No one attacked me. This wasn't done by young Master Chen. Qian Jiqiang hurriedly denied it. However, such a clumsy denial naturally raised Song Qingxue's suspicions. If it wasn't Chen Xingyun, why mention his name? Song Qingxue retorted. Anyway, it wasn't young Master Chen, I just lost my balance and fell. Qian Jiqiang insisted on his version. Sir, don't be afraid. I will take charge and give you justice. All you need to do is tell me who the real culprit is. Song Qingxue calmed her tone and asked again. Do you police officers not understand what I'm saying? I already said I fell by myself. It has nothing to do with young Master Chen. Are you trying to force me to falsely accuse someone? Qian Jiqiang's tone suddenly became agitated. Qingxue, I've said it's a misunderstanding. Why don't you believe me? I have always been a law-abiding citizen. Chen Xingyun spread his hands and said, his face full of arrogance as if daring anyone to do anything. Watching this scene, although Song Qingxue felt furious, there was nothing she could do. Officer, if you need evidence, I can provide it. The surveillance at Qilin Building is quite comprehensive. Manager Xia, show this Officer Song the footage of Chen Xingyun's assault. Chen Chen spoke up. Upon hearing this, Xia Sudong walked over to Song Qingxue with a tablet, playing footage of Chun Qingyun forcing Qian Jiqian to play a golf game. The evidence is conclusive. Chun Qingyun, come with me. Song Qingxue directly pulled out the handcuffs from her waist, not giving Chen Qingyun any time to react before cuffing his hands. As for Qian Jiqian, he was taken away by another officer. During this process, Chen Jiqian kept struggling. Officer, you have made a mistake. This was all an accident. Young Master Chen didn't hurt me. This video is fake. I have no conflict with young Master Chen. Chen Jiqian couldn't imagine what would happen to him if Chen Qingyun ended up in jail because of him. As Chen Qingyun was taken away, he turned back and glared fiercely at Chen Shen. Chen Shen, you're quite something. But do you think such a little trick can deal with me? Too naive. Chen Shen also stood up and lightly clapped his hands. Chen Qingyun, of course, I know this won't send you in. But how much do you think the news of the heir of Jiangcheng Group beating his subordinate and being detained by the police will cause Jiangcheng Group's stock price to evaporate? How will your good father treat you, this troublesome son? Chen Qingyun had always been fearless and unruly. However, in this world, there was one thing that could instill a deep-seated fear in him. Chen Jianjun's cane was that thing. In Chen Jianjun's heart, the most important thing had always been the Jiangcheng Group he built from scratch. He had merely offended Chen Chen and left a hidden danger, and he was beaten by Chen Jianjun with a cane. If the stock price of Jiangcheng Group fell because of his issues, Chen Qingyun couldn't imagine how Chen Jianjun would treat him. Chen Chen, you dare! If you dare to do this, I will definitely kill you. Chen Qingyun struggled wildly. Be honest. Song Qingxue exerted her strength with both hands. Although her body was slender, she easily controlled Chen Qingyun. As for the bodyguard that Chen Qingyun brought, he naturally did not dare to lay a hand on the police. Officer, Chen Qingyun threatened me. What do you think should be done? Chen Shen said with a smile to Song Qingxue. Sir, we will act according to the regulations, Song Qingxue replied. But I hope you won't provoke the suspect. Song Qingxue spoke. She had no good feelings towards Chen Qingyun and felt the same about Chen Shen, who had said those words. Yes, officer, I will cooperate with your work, Chen Shen said with a smile. He then watched as Chen Qingyun was dragged out while shouting and cursing. Manager Xia, didn't you hear what I just said? Spread this news, Chen Shen said. Boss, do we really have to do this? Xia Sudong's tone was somewhat hesitant. Offending the Jiangcheng Group in Jiangcheng was not a wise move. If you are unwilling to do it, I don't mind finding someone else to manage the Qilin building. As for the Jiangcheng Group, what is that? Chen Chen's tone was firm. Chen Chen's task was to bring the Jiangcheng Group to bankruptcy. From the very beginning, Chen Chen had stood in opposition to Chen Qingyun. There had never been even a hint of buffer between Chen Chen and the Jiangcheng Group. For the first time, Xia Sudong felt the immense pressure weighing on him. This was going to be a confrontation with the Jiangcheng Group. If he went through with it, he would undoubtedly face endless retaliation from the Jiangcheng Group. Although the salary and benefits of managing the Qilin building were very tempting, he could find a similar job based on his abilities even if he lost this one. Xia Sudong forced himself to lift his head, ready to refuse Chen Shen's request, when he saw the confident expression on Chen Shen's face. Chen Shen's demeanor was incredibly calm, as if he were not dealing with the colossal Jiangcheng Group, but rather a small, obscure company. In Xia Sudong's view, there were only two reasons for Chen Shen's calmness. One was that Chen Shen had no idea how terrifying the Jiangcheng Group truly was. The other was that, in Chen Shen's eyes, the Jiangcheng Group was indeed nothing at all. As the owner of the Qilin building, Chen Shen could not possibly be ignorant of the Jiangcheng Group, so there was only one answer left. In the face of Chen Shen's immense background, the Jiangcheng Group was merely a soft persimmon that could be easily squeezed. Xia Sudong's mood suddenly became very excited. He understood that he was about to make a decision that would impact his entire life. He felt his breathing grow heavy. Manager Xia, if you are unwilling, you can resign. I will give you N+1 compensation. You don't have much time left, tell me your answer. Chen Shen walked over to Xia Sudong, gently patted his shoulder, and spoke in a gentle tone. Xia Sudong lifted his head again and saw the calm, water-like eyes of Chen Shen. It was those eyes that gave Xia Sudong immense confidence and the courage to make a decision. In this gamble that would determine his life, he planned to stake everything on this young man he had just met. Boss, I will go create public opinion right away. Xia Sudong immediately sprang into action. Chen Shen also revealed a satisfied smile. Since the matter here was resolved, it was time for him to go find his little chef for a meal. He just wondered what delicious food the little chef had prepared for him this time. Chairman, the young master has been taken to the police station for malicious injury. It was Miss Song Qingxue of the Song family who personally sent him in, and she even filmed a video and spread it widely on the internet. The PR department has been working hard to control public opinion but can only barely suppress the spread of this news. The company's stock price has already dropped by 3 points. The secretary hurriedly walked into Chin Jianjun's office and reported, "First, let the legal department find a way to get that bastard out of the police station. Make every effort to control the negative news. We will buy back as many stocks as are thrown onto the market, trying to maintain stock price stability." Chen Jianjun's tone was calm. "Yes." The secretary immediately left to convey Chen Jianjun's instructions. After the secretary left, Chen Jianjun slammed the teacup in his hand onto the floor, shattering it into pieces. The murkiness in his eyes was burned away by rage, revealing a deep and sharp gaze like that of a hawk. These events were definitely not coincidental. Someone was targeting Jiangcheng Group from behind. All enemies of Jiangcheng Group deserve to die. Under the efforts of the legal department, Chen Qingyun and Qian Jiqian were taken out separately. Watching Chen Qingyun's departing figure, Song Qingxue gritted her teeth, vowing to send this scoundrel Chen Qingyun to prison sooner or later. The current Chen Qingyun did not appear as relaxed as he pretended. After leaving the police station, he was taken to Chen Jianjun's office. Here, he would have to face Chen Jianjun's wrath directly. As soon as Chen Qingyun entered the office, he closed the door and then knelt in front of Chen Jianjun with a thud. "You're here." Chen Jianjun was flipping through the report that the secretary had previously sent regarding the circumstances leading to Chen Qingyun's arrival. Chen Qingyun responded softly, like a well-behaved child. "Do you remember what I told you to do?" Chen Jianjun spoke as if having a heart-to-heart talk with his son. "To apologize to Chen Chen and resolve the conflict." Chen Qingyun answered truthfully. "Then what did you do?" Chen Jianjun suddenly picked up the teacup on the table and smashed it heavily towards Chen Qingyun. The cup struck Chen Qingyun's forehead, instantly breaking the skin. Blood flowed down his cheek, making Chen Qingyun look particularly disheveled. "Now the whole Jiangcheng is laughing at our family. The stock price of Jiangcheng Group has dropped by 3 points. Is this how you go about apologizing?" Chen Jianjun stood up abruptly, resembling a roaring lion. Chen Qingyun lowered his head in silence. This silence not only failed to calm Chen Jianjun but instead fueled his anger even more. The cane in Chen Jianjun's hand swung with a shadow, each strike landing on Chen Qingyun was a critical blow. Perhaps feeling that this was not enough to vent his anger, Chen Jianjun directly pulled out his belt and struck it against Chen Qingyun. Chen Qingyun gritted his teeth and endured, blood seeping from his lips, yet he remained silent. After venting his anger, Chen Jianjun sat back down in his office chair. "Chen Qingyun, I am very disappointed in you. If you cannot satisfy me, I will not hand Jiangcheng Group over to you. But my Jiangcheng Group is not something that just anyone can offend. I will handle the matter with Chen Shen. During this time, you stay put and don't cause any more trouble." Chen Jianjun's tone was icy. "Yes, father," Chen Qingyun said with difficulty. After leaving Chen Jianjun's office, Chen Qingyun did not choose to return to Yulong Bay but instead headed to the mountain villa. Every time Chen Qingyun took out his frustrations on Chen Jianjun, he would find a place to vent his anger. At this moment, there was a toy in the mountain villa that he could unleash his frustrations on. In the hidden basement of the mountain villa, Lu Ruyan was locked in a dog cage with a collar around her neck. The size of the dog cage was not large, Lu Ruyan could not stand inside it, and there was barely enough space to lie down, forcing her to kneel. Ever since Chen Qingyun left the mountain villa that morning, Lu Ruyan had been locked in this dog cage, without any food during this time. At this moment, Lu Ruyan was both hungry and thirsty, her spirit utterly exhausted. However, the cramped space and the pain radiating from her knees and wrists made it impossible for her to sleep. She could only endure and wait for Chen Qingyun to return. Finally, Lu Ruyan heard the long-awaited footsteps. Just when she thought she could finally escape her torment, she saw Chen Qingyun's twisted face. Chen Qingyun opened the dog cage, roughly yanked Lu Ruyan by her collar, and pulled her out. He then picked up a whip and struck Lu Ruyan hard. With each lash, Lu Ruyan let out a cry of agony. "Master, spare me, please spare me," Lu Ruyan begged, but it only fueled Chen Qingyun's sadistic desires further. "Dogs can't speak human language." Chen Qingyun swung the whip faster, each woof-woof sound accompanying the whip strikes resonating in harmony. At that moment, Chen Chen was completely unaware that his blind ex-wife was suffering under Chen Qingyun's torment. He was sitting in the villa's dining room, wholeheartedly enjoying the dishes prepared by Feng Xiaoxiao. "Has today's matter been resolved? Did you encounter any trouble?" Feng Xiaoxiao asked with concern. "Nothing major, just dealt with a mad dog," Chen Chen replied casually. In Chen Chen's eyes, Chen Qingyun was indeed just a rabid mad dog. Seeing Chen Chen's attitude, Feng Xiaoxiao breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that the problem had indeed been resolved. Just then, the doorbell rang. Chen Shen frowned slightly. Who could be looking for him at this hour? He took out his phone and, through the surveillance, saw a woman standing at the door, which piqued his curiosity even more. However, when Chen Shen reached the door, he finally recognized the woman before him as the police officer named Song Qingxue he had met during the day. But at that moment, Song Qingxue had changed into her own clothes, and Chen Shen did not immediately recognize her. Officer Song, are you looking for me about something? Chen Shen spoke through the iron gate, showing no intention of opening it. Chen Xingyun has been released, Song Qingxue stated succinctly. I see, Chen Shen replied, unfazed by such news. It would be strange if Chen Xingyun could be easily locked up over such a trivial matter. The director said there was insufficient evidence. I hope you can help me find more evidence, Song Qingxue directly expressed her request. Why should I help you? Chen Shen looked at Song Qingxue with interest. Because you also want to send Chen Xingyun in, is that reason sufficient? Song Qingxue's face was full of confidence. That reason is quite sufficient, Chen Shen nodded. Afterward, Song Qingxue and Chen Shen exchanged contact information for future communication. Once they added each other as friends, Song Qingxue turned to leave. However, it was clear that she was not leaving the Yulon Lake community but heading deeper inside. It seemed that Song Qingxue was also a resident of Yulon Lake. Chen Shen was not surprised by this. From Chen Xingyun's words that morning, he had learned that Song Qingxue was the young lady of the Song family. The Song family's influence was primarily concentrated in the military and police. Without the Song family's power, Song Qingxue would not have the ability to take down Chen Xingyun, the future heir of the Jiangcheng group. However, Chen Shen did not expect that this time Song Qingxue came to find him not just for the purpose of collaborating to find a way to get Chen Xingyun inside. After learning about Chen Shen's information, Song Qingxue became greatly curious about him. Just a short while ago, he was merely a small employee at Jiangxing Technology, and within just a few days, he had acquired such immense assets. Where did these assets come from? Were they obtained through some dark channels? Song Qingxue approached Chen Shen with a skeptical attitude, and if she truly found any clues, she would undoubtedly send Chen Shen in without hesitation and wipe out the dark forces behind him. As a partner of justice, she would never coexist with evil. Unaware of all this, Chen Shen peacefully fell into a deep sleep after enjoying a wonderful night. When he opened his eyes, he was greeted by the part of the day he looked forward to the most. Ding, 6th day of proposing divorce, reward, Longhu Manor. Longhu Manor is the most prestigious private club in Jiangcheng. It is no exaggeration to say that the membership card for Longhu Manor is a passport to the elite circles of Jiangcheng. In fact, over 50% of business collaborations are finalized on the golf course of Longhu Manor. The significance of Longhu Manor cannot be measured by money, the connections behind it are its true value. A knowing smile appeared on Chen Shen's face. The rewards the system had given him were indeed immense wealth for an ordinary person, but compared to Jiangcheng Group, they were hardly enough. However, now that he possessed Longhu Manor, Chen Shen truly had the confidence to stand up to Jiangcheng Group. Not long after Chen Shen immersed himself in joy, his phone rang. The caller ID showed Xia Sudong. Upon answering, Chen Shen learned from Xia Sudong that the tenants of Qilin Building had all chosen not to renew their leases after the expiration. Such a unanimous action must have been instructed. It seemed Jiangcheng Group had made a move. Alright, I understand. You continue to manage Qilin Building, as for the tenants, I will handle it. Let's meet at Maxer restaurant later. Chen Shen's tone was calm. A collective lease termination was hardly a serious issue for Chen Shen. If this was all Jiangcheng Group had, he would look down on a conglomerate that spanned the fields of medicine, technology, and real estate. As for the now vacant Qilin Building, Chen Shen had already identified new tenants. Gao Huan, let's meet at Maxer restaurant. We have matters to discuss. After calling Gao Huan, Chen Shen directly took Feng Xiaoxiao to Maxer restaurant. When the breakfast prepared by Feng Xiaoxiao was served, Gao Huan also appeared in Chen Shen's exclusive private room, while Xia Sudong had arrived even earlier than Chen Shen. Boss, what's the matter calling me so early? Gao Huan's tone carried a hint of laziness. However, upon seeing a stranger in the private room, Gao Huan's demeanor instantly became serious. I plan to move the East China branch of Jixin Cold Chain to Qilin Building. This is Xia Sudong, the manager of Qilin Building. The specific details will be worked out between the two of you. Chen Shen's tone left no room for refusal. Given the nature of Jixin Cold Chain's business, as long as the warehouse location remained unchanged, it didn't matter where the company was located. Both Gao Huan and Xia Sudong had no objections to Chen Shen's decision. At the same time, they gained a deeper understanding of the assets Chen Shen possessed. Chen Shen truly was a hidden gem. It was their honor to work for such a boss. Chen Shen happily enjoyed the delicacies meticulously prepared by Feng Xiaoxiao, while Gao Huan and Xia Sudong professionally finalized various details. Although Jixin Cold Chain and Qilin Building were both Chen Chen's assets, it was still necessary to conduct business formally when finalizing the cooperation. Don't be fooled by the fact that Chen Chen seemed to be solely focused on the food. Perhaps he was attentively listening to their discussions about the details. In front of the boss, they had to demonstrate their professionalism to prove their abilities and value. By the time all matters were settled, it was already noon. Manager Guo also brought in the prepared Chinese meal. However, Chen Chen noticed that Manager Guo's expression was somewhat grim. "Xiao Guo, is something wrong?" Chen Chen asked. "Boss, the restaurant hasn't had any customers until now. The guests who made reservations have also cancelled," Manager Guo said with a pained expression. This was something that Maxer restaurant had never encountered before. After speaking, Manager Guo discreetly observed Chen Chen's expression from the corner of his eye, fearing that Chen Chen might suspect that the poor business of Maxer restaurant was due to his incompetence. Hearing this, Chen Chen understood that the dismal business of Maxer restaurant was closely related to the targeting by Jiangcheng Group. "Xiao Guo, don't worry, this has nothing to do with you. It should be the actions of Jiangcheng Group," Chen Chen said. All the industries Chen Chen owned in Jiangcheng were being targeted by Jiangcheng Group, which was undoubtedly a show of force from them. If Chen Chen did not have the system's help, such minor harassment could easily force him out of Jiangcheng. However, with the system, Chen Chen would never bow to Jiangcheng Group. "Xiao Guo, are you okay?" Chen Chen noticed that Manager Guo's face had turned extremely ugly. Clearly, Manager Guo still found it hard to accept that Maxer restaurant was being targeted by Jiangcheng Group. Jiangcheng Group could not threaten the entire Maxer catering company, but they could keep this particular restaurant running. "Boss, I'm fine," Manager Guo forced out a smile, but it looked more like a grimace than a smile. "Xiao Guo, let's cancel the membership system for the restaurant and open it to the public," Chen Chen suggested. Now that Chen Chen owned Longhu Mountain Villa, the value that the membership of Maxer restaurant could bring him was minimal, and it would be better to simply abolish the membership system. Moreover, no matter how powerful Jiangcheng Group was, at most they could only influence the members of Maxer restaurant, they could not affect ordinary people. Manager Guo was quite surprised by Chen Chen's decision. "Okay, boss." Manager Guo chose to heed Chen Chen's advice and made this decision, which went against the principles of Maxer restaurant. After cancelling the membership system, the restaurant's prestige would inevitably decline, which was the hardest thing for Manager Guo to accept. After resolving these matters, Chen Chen was also ready to take over his new assets. Chen Chen was not someone to be taken advantage of. Since Jiangcheng Group was targeting him, he naturally had to retaliate. Jiangcheng Group could indeed target Maxer restaurant, but they could not target Longhu Villa. After all, the entire Jiangcheng only had one golf course located in Longhu Villa, and Chen Qingyun was a regular there. If Jiangcheng Group forced other partners to boycott Longhu Villa, they would instead be excluded from the circle. What Chen Chen needed to do now was to revoke Jiangcheng Group's membership at Longhu Villa. "You three, come with me to inspect a new asset," Chen Chen said. He then took the three of them to Longhu Villa. As the car entered Longhu Villa, the expressions of the group changed. Combining Chen Chen's earlier words, Manager Guo had a bold idea. "Boss, is Longhu Manor also your property?" Manager Guo asked incredulously. Although Xia Sudong remained silent, his gaze was fixed on Chen Chen, eagerly awaiting his response. Gao Huan was not familiar with Jiangcheng, but he knew that Longhu Manor was definitely not simple. "That's right, it's my property. The property transfer was just completed today, and I happened to bring you here to take a look." Chen Chen's tone was calm, yet it thundered in the hearts of the few present. The smiles on Manager Guo and Xia Sudong's faces were hard to conceal. To quietly acquire Longhu Manor, Chen Chen's background was truly unfathomable. What was Jiangcheng Group in front of Chen Chen's background? Today, all members of Longhu Manor received a message. The ownership of Longhu Manor had changed, and the new owner temporarily hosted a banquet, inviting the members of Longhu Manor to participate. The banquet was scheduled for 2 days later. All members would not miss such an event, as they were very curious about the new owner of Longhu Manor. Who exactly had acquired this estate? Longhu Manor has changed owners? Chen Jianjun couldn't help but show a look of astonishment upon receiving the news. "I understand now, I will attend the banquet in 2 days." Chen Jianjun made a decision. Although Longhu Manor appeared to be just an estate, the power behind it was immeasurable. Longhu Manor boasted the only golf course in Jiangcheng. The main structure of the estate was located on an island in the middle of Longhu Lake. The interior decoration was extravagantly luxurious, and anyone of note in Jiangcheng was a member of Longhu Manor. Jiangcheng Group's first choice for entertaining distinguished guests was Longhu Manor. Moreover, behind Longhu Manor was a massive background, otherwise, it would not have been possible to acquire such a large piece of land and operate Longhu Manor as it was now. Chen Jianjun had already made up his mind that he must establish a good relationship with the new owner of Longhu Manor. He had a premonition that this mysterious new owner might change the situation in Jiangcheng. Even if he couldn't befriend them, he absolutely could not become enemies. Longhu Manor has changed owners? Now that's an interesting development. I want to see who this mysterious new owner is. Lin Zha, upon hearing the news, was filled with curiosity. He hadn't expected so many fresh events to occur in Jiangcheng recently. For some reason, Chen Chen's face suddenly appeared in Lin Zha's mind. Soon, a bold thought crossed Lin Zha's mind. Could it be that Chen Chen is the owner of Longhu Manor? Lin Zha quickly found this absurd thought amusing. How could he have such a ridiculous idea? No matter how powerful Chen Chen's background was, he couldn't possibly acquire Longhu Manor. Perhaps the owner of Longhu Manor had handed over the estate's ownership to their younger generation. Qingxue, the change of ownership at Longhu Manor this time is definitely not simple. You are on a special mission and can't return. Represent our Song family at the banquet and do your best to uncover the new owner's background. Old Master Song spoke. Grandpa, leave it to me. Song Qingxue nodded heavily, a scrutinizing look appearing in her eyes. Who exactly was the new owner of Longhu Manor? At this moment, the new owner of Longhu Manor, who was being discussed by many prominent figures in Jiangcheng, was wholeheartedly enjoying the meticulously prepared dishes by the chef. Boss, the notifications have been sent out, and basically all the members have expressed that they will arrive on time, said Wang Quanqing, the steward of Longhu Manor. Very well, the preparations for the dinner will be entrusted to you. I hope this dinner will leave a lasting impression. Chen Chen nodded slightly. As you wish. Looking at the polite Wang Quanqing, Manager Guo felt an increasing pressure in his heart. No matter how you looked at it, Wang Quanqing was an upgraded version of himself. If he didn't change his path soon, he would never be able to show Chen Chen his capabilities. Originally, Manager Guo had some reservations about Chen Chen's decision to cancel the membership system at the Maxa restaurant in Jiangcheng. However, after arriving at Longhu Manor, Manager Guo had firmly sided with Chen Chen. The Maxa restaurant must reform. Only then would there be room to showcase his abilities. Otherwise, he would always be overshadowed by Wang Quanqing's brilliance, and sooner or later, he would be dismissed by Chen Chen. As for Gao Huan, he represented Jixin Cold Chain to negotiate with Wang Quanqing, hoping to further expand cooperation between the two parties. Ding, on the 7th day of filing for divorce, reward Elephant Guild. As Chen Chen opened his eyes, the familiar system notification echoed in his mind. The Elephant Guild is currently the largest MCN organization in the country. The Elephant Guild has signed contracts with no less than 20 internet celebrities with millions of followers, and there are hundreds more with millions. It is no exaggeration to say that the Elephant Guild occupies half of the short video platform market. Chen Chen was quite satisfied with receiving such a reward. Not to mention the enormous income that the Elephant Guild could bring him in the era of self-media, the public opinion that these internet celebrities could generate was what Chen Chen truly valued. And now, Chen Chen had tasks that required these internet celebrities. The news that the Maxa restaurant had abandoned its membership system and would welcome ordinary guests had not yet been disseminated. As long as Chen Chen had these internet celebrities check in at the Maxa restaurant and shoot store exploration videos, it could easily bring tremendous traffic to the restaurant. At the same time, it could also help accelerate the restaurant's transformation process. Chen Chen immediately called the head of the Elephant Guild to inform him of his decision. The head of the Elephant Guild stated that internet celebrities near Jiangcheng would arrive at the Maxa restaurant to check in as soon as possible. As long as the internet celebrities from the Elephant Guild created a wave of popularity, other guilds' internet celebrities would definitely not miss out on such traffic. As for the other details, Chen Chen asked Manager Guo and the head to discuss. After freshening up, Chen Chen went to the Maxa restaurant with Feng Xiaoxiao. Local internet celebrities from Jiangcheng would come today to shoot store exploration videos, and Chen Chen was also prepared to see how they filmed the videos. Sitting in his private room, Chen Chen savored the breakfast made by Feng Xiaoxiao while listening to Manager Guo's work report. Manager Guo had already formulated a series of plans for the transformation of the Maxa restaurant. Just as Chen Chen finished his breakfast, a waiter reported that an internet celebrity from the Elephant Guild had arrived at the restaurant to prepare for filming. After receiving Chen Chen's instructions, the waiter brought the internet celebrity directly in. However, Chen Chen did not expect to see a familiar face. Hello, my name is Xiaotsong, and I am an internet celebrity from the Elephant Guild with over 3 million followers, Xiaotsong said in a sweet voice. Xiaotsong was exceptionally excited upon learning that the Elephant Guild would collaborate with the Maxa restaurant. especially knowing that the guild's boss would also be at the restaurant today, prompting her to rush over immediately. Throughout the journey, Xiao Song was intent on leaving a good impression on the boss to gain traffic support for herself. But when she lifted her head and saw Chen Shen's handsome face, it was as if she had seen a ghost. Wasn't this the man who had kicked her out of the sports car last time and made her pay for the fare? Would she be targeted by her boss because of what happened last time? Boss. Xiao Song forced to smile and spoke. Oh, it's you. Chen Shen nodded slightly at Xiao Song, clearly remembering her to some extent. Boss, there might be some misunderstandings between us. I hope you can let me explain. Xiao Song displayed a flattering expression. I don't misunderstand you. Aren't you just a gold digger? Chen Shan said with a faint smile. Xiao Song didn't expect her boss to be so direct. If it were someone else, she would have definitely lost her temper on the spot. But now that the person saying this was her boss, it was a different matter. Boss, you really have a keen eye. Xiao Song's flattery deepened. You have some self-awareness. Alright, go shoot the video. If you have any requests, just talk to Xiaogua, he will cooperate with you, Chen Shen said. Xiao Song nodded quickly and left the private room with Manager Gua. At that moment, Xiao Song relaxed a lot. Although her boss had mocked her, it seemed that he didn't hold too much prejudice against her. While it was unlikely that she could rely on Chen Shen for resources, at least not being targeted was already a great thing for Xiao Song. She didn't want to leave the big tree of the Elephant Club. Wait, the boss only said she was a gold digger. It didn't seem like he completely rejected her. Xiao Song's mind started to race again, and she quickly turned back to the private room. Boss, if you have any other requests, I can fulfill them for you. Xiao Song spoke in a charming voice, once again showcasing her curvy figure. Xiao Song didn't think there was anything wrong with her words. After all, her boss had called her a gold digger, and if she didn't do something to match that identity, it would be unfair to her own reputation. Get lost. Shen Shen said bluntly. Boss, don't be angry. I'll leave right away, but if you change your mind, you can come find me anytime. I can really do anything. After leaving this remark, Xiao Song left the private room with a smile. Chen Shen couldn't help but feel that he had somewhat overestimated Xiao Song's moral bottom line. By noon, Xiao Song had completed the video shoot. As soon as she finished editing the video, she presented it to Chen Shen for review. Chen Shen didn't refuse her goodwill. However, upon seeing the final product, Chen Shen was internally surprised. He didn't expect Xiao Song to have some skills. No wonder she had over 3 million fans. After expressing his appreciation for the video, Chen Shen promptly asked Xiao Song to leave with it. He didn't want to have any relationship with Xiao Song in his personal life. In the afternoon, several influencers from the Elephant Club came in one after another to shoot videos. By evening, some guests who had seen the video came in search of it. Seeing that things were improving, Chen Shen decided not to stay in the restaurant any longer and prepared to return to the villa. Just as he turned to leave, a somewhat familiar voice called out from behind him. Chen Chen! How is it you useless fool? Chen Shen turned around and found that the person who said that was Wang Yao, Lu Ruyan's brother. Wengu, who is he? A woman with an influencer's face beside Wang Yao asked, crossing her arms. Oh, he is my sister's useless ex-husband. Not only did he leave with nothing, but he even lost his job. After Wang Yao explained to the woman beside him, he turned to Chen Shen. Chen Shen, this is Maxer Restaurant. Even if they cancel the membership system, it's not a place for a poor loser like you to afford. So, how about it? Are you scared by the prices here, you country bumpkin? Your savings probably can't even cover a single dish here. Oh, I must have misunderstood. Someone like you doesn't deserve to eat at such a fine restaurant. You're here to apply for a waiter position, right? Although you can't do anything right, that face is barely acceptable. But I doubt a restaurant like this would hire someone with violent tendencies. Wang Yao snorted coldly. Lu Ruyan naturally couldn't tell Wang Yao that Chen Shen was now a wealthy man. In Wang Yao's eyes, Chen Shen was just a green turtle without a house, a car, a job, or savings, and he was even raising someone else's child. However, Wang Yao was taken aback when he saw that Chen Shen, upon hearing his words, not only felt no shame but looked at him with the gaze of a clown, filled with anger. How could this loser have the right to look at him like that? Manager, where is your restaurant's manager? Wang Yao roared. I am the manager of this restaurant, Manager Guo replied with a polite yet disdainful tone. You're the manager, huh? This person has violent tendencies and is not suitable to be a waiter in your restaurant. Fire him immediately, or I won't eat here anymore. Wang Yao raised his head and spoke proudly. Manager Guo's brows furrowed slightly. Sir, if you have any mental health issues, we do not welcome you to dine here. Please leave. Manager Guo looked at Wang Yao with a sympathetic gaze. Wang Yao had never suffered any grievances in his life, except for the time Chen Chen beat him up. How dare you call me insane? Is this how your restaurant treats its customers? I will expose you online. Let me tell you, don't think I'm just some ordinary person you can dismiss easily. My brother-in-law is Chun Qingyun, the heir of Jiangcheng Group. Your restaurant can just wait to close down, Wang Yao said viciously. Apologize to my boyfriend right now and fire that person, or you'll regret it. The woman beside Wang Yao chimed in. Xiaoguo, why waste words on a lunatic? Just throw him out, Shen Shen said coldly. Yes, boss, Manager Gui nodded, signaling the security to drag Wang Yao out. Brother Wang, I'm scared. The woman shrank back behind Wang Yao, speaking in a delicate tone, which ignited Wang Yao's protective instincts. He couldn't embarrass himself in front of a woman. You dare? Are you all insane? Chen Chen is just a useless coward, how could he be your boss? Wang Yao roared. But the security guards had no intention of letting Wang Yao go and continued to advance. Enraged, Wang Yao picked up a vase beside him and smashed it in the direction of the security guards. The expensive vase shattered into pieces upon hitting the ground. Xiaoguo, just take him to the police station, make him pay for the damages, and lock him up for a few days, Shen Shen said coldly. Take me in? Sure. This is how you treat your customers at Maxer restaurant. You're bullying customers because you're big. Do you believe I'll expose you online? Let's see who will still come to your restaurant then. Apologize to me right now, fire this useless Chen Chen, and waive our bill for today. I can pretend nothing happened. Wang Yao took out his phone, filming the scene while shouting. I have 500,000 fans online. If you don't apologize, I'll post the video online, and you'll be finished. The woman beside Wang Yao wore a smug expression and chimed in. Wang Yao, you're just like your sister, a complete fool. No, you're even dumber than your sister. Chen Chen shook his head as he looked at the arrogant Wang Yao. Chen Chen, what are you saying? You useless coward, how dare you say that to me? Wang Yao's tone grew more agitated. What are you even worth? My boyfriend is Chen Xiao's brother-in-law. Someone like you, a mere waiter, has no right to offend us. Don't think that just because you pretend to be the boss, you really are one. How could the owner of Maxer restaurant possibly be someone like you? Hurry up and apologize to my boyfriend, or you'll be in big trouble. The woman's tone became even more arrogant. Xiaoguo, tell him whether I'm the boss here or not. And by the way, tell him how much that vase is worth. Chen Chen snorted coldly. Sir, and this young lady, Mr. Chen Chen is indeed the owner of our Maxer restaurant. Given your repeated disrespect towards our restaurant's owner, we will sue you for defamation. Additionally, the vase you just broke is worth 80,000 yuan. We have already called the police, please wait for them to handle this. Manager Guo's tone was exceptionally cold. Just two insignificant people dared to offend their boss right in front of them at Maxer restaurant? If he didn't show these two a lesson, it would make the boss doubt his abilities. What broken vase could be worth 80,000? Isn't it just a piece of craft? I get it, you're blackmailing me. I wouldn't come to a shady place like yours. As Wang Yao spoke, he prepared to drag the woman beside him away. Mr. Wang, you cannot leave until the police arrive. As soon as Manager Guo's words fell, several bodyguards in black stepped forward, blocking Wang Yao's way. Faced with the imposing figures, Wang Yao couldn't help but swallow hard and took a few steps back. What do you want? This is illegal detention. Get out of my way, or I'll call the police. Wang Yao said, his bravado faltering. You're bullying us. You won't let us go after failing to extort us. This is a black shop. The woman beside Wang Yao began to wail loudly. Clearly, she was trying to use her gender advantage to break the deadlock. Unfortunately, the news of Maxer restaurant's opening hadn't spread widely. The restaurant was filled with influencers from the Elephant Guild filming videos, and at the first sign of conflict, Manager Guo had ordered a temporary closure. The woman had learned about the restaurant's opening from other streamers she was close to, which was why she begged the newly hooked Wang Yao to come to a place they had no right to enter before, intending to shoot a video and share the traffic. Although many in the hotel were focused on the woman and Wang Yao, in reality, they were just filming video material. Maxer restaurant was the property of their boss. How could they empathize with this hysterical woman? Upon noticing that someone was paying attention, the woman cried out even more passionately, concocting video scripts in her mind, convinced that with the right use, she could definitely break through to become a million-level influencer. Wang Yao was also on the side, holding up his phone, filming his girlfriend's plight, occasionally throwing provocative glances at Chen Chen. He looked completely fearless. A worthless coward dared to oppose him. Just wait for the online backlash. What happened? Both sides, calm down. The police immediately rushed to the scene. Among the officers, Chen Chen spotted a beautiful face Song Qingxue, whom he had seen earlier. Officer, This is a black shop. They threatened and intimidated us, restricted our personal freedom, and wanted me to pay 80,000 for such a broken vase. It's extortion. Wang Yao quickly began to complain. Officer, these two guests have been slandering and insulting our boss since they entered our restaurant. And they broke a vase in our establishment. Here are the surveillance footage and the receipt for the vase, please take a look. Manager Guo spoke up. After confirming that the receipt was legitimate, Song Qingxue saw Wang Yao's arrogant attitude in the surveillance footage and made her judgment. Sir, you are suspected of insult and intentional destruction of property. Please come with us. Song Qingxue said coldly. She had no sympathy for such a ruffian. What? Why are you taking me away? It's clearly the hotel's problem. That vase must be fake. And Chen, how could he possibly be the owner of this hotel? I see you are colluding together to target me. Wang Yao roared. I will expose you online. Just wait. Wang Yao's girlfriend also raised her phone, almost pressing the camera against Song Qingxue's face. How could Song Qingxue tolerate such provocation? She waved her hand and knocked the phone out of Wang Yao's girlfriend's hand. Ah, you owe me a phone. Wang Yao's girlfriend screamed, reaching out to scratch at Song Qingxue's face. Song Qingxue swiftly subdued Wang Yao's girlfriend, pinning her to the ground. Ah, Wang Yao, save me. Wang Yao's girlfriend cried out like a pig being slaughtered. You filthy woman, let Xiaoxue go. My brother-in-law is Chun Xingyun from Jiangcheng Group. You little cop dare to offend me, just wait to be fired. Hearing his girlfriend's cries for help, Wang Yao's blood surged, and he charged at Song Qingxue, ready to push her down. However, before Wang Yao could reach her, other officers had already pinned him to the ground. Chen Xingyun? Another disgrace. I want to see how Chen Xingyun will get me fired. Take them all away. After handcuffing Wang Yao and his girlfriend, Song Qingxue said coldly. Previously, there had been surveillance footage, yet that pervert Chen Xingyun had escaped punishment, which had left Song Qingxue seething. Now, hearing Wang Yao dare to invoke Chen Xingyun's name to intimidate her only fueled her anger further. Perhaps the name Chen Xingyun held some weight elsewhere, but mentioning it in front of Song Qingxue would only invoke her inner hatred. You filthy woman, I'll wait for you to apologize and beg me to let you go. Chen, you worthless waiter. Once I tell my brother-in-law, you'll be in for it. Even handcuffed, Wang Yao's mouth remained foul as he continued to curse while being escorted out. Officer Song, everything will be handled according to the law. We will not forgive such people. Chen spoke up. We will act according to the regulations. Song Qingxue replied, then left with the other officers. After they left, Chen had the internet celebrity who filmed the incident quickly create a new video. The title was set as Arrogant Man Causes a Scene in Restaurant, boasting my brother-in-law is Chen Xingyun. This way, it would surely bring some public pressure to Jiangcheng Group. Chen would not miss any opportunity to cause trouble for Jiangcheng Group. In the interrogation room, Wang Yao, locked to his chair, was stunned upon learning that he might face over 5 years in prison for intentionally causing significant property damage. Impossible. I just smashed a vase. How could it really be 80,000? I can't go to jail. I absolutely can't go to jail. Wang Yao struggled frantically, the chains rattling loudly. Silence. This is not a place for your tantrums. Song Qingxue said sharply. It must be you, you filthy woman, trying to harm me. I want to see my sister. As long as my brother-in-law helps, nothing will happen. Mentioning her brother-in-law gave Wang Yao a sudden boost of confidence. We have already notified your family. I want to see how Chen Xingyun plans to take you away in front of me. But I'm more curious if Chen Xingyun will make a special trip for you. Song Qingxue snorted coldly. Wang Yao looked at Song Qingxue's attitude and suddenly had a bad premonition. After being tormented by Chen Xingyun for 2 days, Lu Ruyan was finally released from the mountain villa, dragging her battered body. Lu Ruyan was just one of Chen Xingyun's many playthings, and after he had his fill of her, he naturally went to find other toys to pass the time. Just as Lu Ruyan finished treating her wounds in the hospital, she received a call from her mother. As soon as Lu Ruyan picked up the phone, before she could say anything, she heard a continuous roar from the other end. Where have you been, you worthless piece of trash? Your brother has been sent to the police station by that scoundrel of an ex-husband. Yaoer is the root of our Wang family, you must bring him out of the police station. Hearing her mother's roar, Lu Ruyan immediately rushed to the police station where Wang Yao was detained to find out what was going on. As soon as Lu Ruyan arrived at the police station, she saw her mother's wrinkled old face. That old face twisted in anger the moment it saw Lu Ruyan. Wang's mother rushed in front of Lu Ruyan and slapped her hard across the face. You worthless piece of trash. Why are you only just arriving? Your brother has suffered so long in there. And you're out here taking your sweet time, do you even have a conscience? After slapping her, Wang's mother continued to reach out and pinch Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan, already battered from Chen Xingyun's torment, cried out in pain under her mother's assault. Instead of relieving her anger, Lu Ruyan's reaction only made Wang's mother more furious. "Well, you worthless piece of trash. You're even putting on a show with your mother. I barely used any strength, and it's like I've killed you. What, now that you're grown up, your mother can't teach you a lesson anymore?" Wang's mother scolded while increasing the force of her grip. If the police hadn't intervened in time, Lu Ruyan might have been tortured to the point of losing consciousness. "Mom, Wang Yao is your child, am I not your child too?" Reflecting on the abuse she had suffered at Chen Xingyun's hands and thinking about her mother's attitude towards her, Lu Ruyan felt an overwhelming sense of grievance and cried out. Wang's mother didn't hesitate at all and immediately scolded her. "Bah! How can you, a worthless piece of trash, compare to your brother? I see that not disciplining you these past few years has made you wild. Hurry up and bring my precious son out, otherwise, you'll be in for it." As she spoke, Wang's mother broke free from the police's control and rushed forward, intending to give her wayward daughter another lesson. "Okay, Mom, I'll find out what's going on, just stop hitting me." Lu Ruyan quickly admitted her fault. But when Lu Ruyan learned that her brother might face more than 5 years in prison for deliberately damaging property, she felt a darkness envelop her. Wang Mu was crying out in despair. It was already a serious matter that Wang Yao was locked up in the police station. If he were sent to prison, it would be as if the sky had fallen. "You useless money waster, hurry up and save your brother. Aren't you close to young Master Chen? Get him to help and rescue my precious son." Wang Mu scolded Lu Ruyan while pounding her fists on her. Remembering Chen Xingyun, Lu Ruyan felt the scars on her body throb with pain again. She realized clearly that she was merely a plaything for Chen Xingyun. When he was in a good mood, perhaps he would help her if she asked. But now that he was in a bad mood, if she called him for help, not only would he refuse, but he would also torment her even more. "Useless money waster, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and make the call. Do you want to just watch your brother stay locked up in there?" Wang Mu said, twisting Lu Ruyan's thigh again, causing tears to well up in her eyes. "I'm calling, Mom, I'm calling right now." Gritting her teeth, Lu Ruyan prepared to dial Chen Xingyun's number. However, after several attempts, she couldn't get through. The police officer nearby couldn't help but feel sympathy for Lu Ruyan upon witnessing the scene. "As long as you compensate for the damages and obtain forgiveness, your brother might not have to be locked up." Hearing that her son might be released, Wang Mu continued to boss Lu Ruyan around. "Hurry up and call that useless Chen Chen. Tell him not to pursue responsibility and let my precious son out. Mom, stop hitting me, I'm calling." Lu Ruyan pleaded repeatedly. Only then did Wang Mu temporarily relent. Lu Ruyan quickly dialed Chen Chen's number. It wasn't long before the call connected. "Chen Chen, who gave you the guts to send my brother to the police station? Hurry up and release my brother." Lu Ruyan shouted into the phone. In her eyes, everything that had happened to her recently was because of that bastard Chen Chen. If it weren't for Chen Chen's interference, she would never have fallen to this point. The long-term oppression from Chen Chen made it impossible for Lu Ruyan to recognize her own mistakes. She only blamed everything on him. "I used to think your brother was even dumber than you. I must have overestimated you. It seems you're even dumber than your brother." Chen Chen's voice was cold and indifferent. This attitude further infuriated Lu Ruyan. "Chen Chen, how dare you say that to me? I warn you, clarify everything with the police, it's all a misunderstanding, and get my brother released. Otherwise, I won't let this go." Lu Ruyan's tone grew more agitated. In the past, whenever she was angry, Chen Chen would always comply with her wishes. But Lu Ruyan still hadn't realized that Chen Chen was no longer the same. The old Chen Chen had indulged her out of guilt and affection, but now he had seen through Lu Ruyan's true nature. He would only destroy her, forcing her to reflect on her past for the rest of her life. How could he continue to indulge her? "Lu Ruyan, I want to see how you, a toy that others can play with at will, can deal with me. Oh, you might not know, but Chen Xingyun showed me some of your photos to apologize to me. I didn't expect you to be so resilient. Your body's flexibility is quite impressive. Chen Xingyun even prepared to let me play with you as I please to win my favor. Unfortunately, Chen Xingyun is as disgusting as you, and I don't have that kind of twisted taste like him. Of course, I'm also afraid that if I go too hard, it might actually feel good for you." Chen Chen's tone was frivolous. Hearing Chen Chen's words, Lu Ruyan's eyes turned red. "Impossible, absolutely impossible. Xingyun would never do this to me. You're lying to me, you must be lying to me." Lu Ruyan's tone became even more agitated. At this moment, Lu Ruyan was on the brink of collapse. She could accept her own disgrace in front of Chen Xingyun, but she could not let Chen Chen see her humiliation. That would strip Lu Ruyan of her confidence to stand tall in front of Chen Chen. Even though she knew her choice was wrong, Lu Ruyan would never admit it. She would rather pretend to know nothing and continue to make mistakes. But now, Chen Chen had mercilessly torn away her veil of shame. Ha! Chen Chen did not directly answer Lu Ruyan, only letting out a cold laugh. Chen Chen, I don't care what you know. In any case, you need to release my brother immediately. Otherwise, just wait for me to sue you and take all your assets. Don't say half of it. I won't leave you a single cent. Now Lu Ruyan was like a paranoid madwoman, completely losing her rationality. Fool, you should worry about yourself. I've sent you a gift, you should be receiving it soon. With that, Chen Chen ignored the crazed Lu Ruyan and hung up the phone. Money grubber. What did that useless Chen Chen say? Can he release my precious son? Wang Mu quickly spoke up. But now, Lu Ruyan's mind was filled with Chen Chen's words. A gift? What gift? How could Chen Chen possibly prepare a gift for her? She didn't even hear Wang Mu's words. This disregard for her made Wang Mu furious. Wang Mu raised her hand and slapped Lu Ruyan hard across the face. Money grubber, I'm talking to you, are you deaf? This slap knocked Lu Ruyan to the ground. Mom, I'm your daughter too. How can you treat me like this? All the grievances she had suffered during this time surged to Lu Ruyan's heart, her eyes shimmering with tears as she asked, unwilling to accept it. You money grubber, stop pretending. Quick, tell me what happened to your brother. If your brother doesn't come out, I'll kill you, you money grubber. Wang Mu wouldn't care about Lu Ruyan's pitiful appearance, it would only make her angrier. That bastard Chen Chen won't budge, won't release Wang Yao. Lu Ruyan said, giving up. Then go beg Chen Chen. Kneel in front of him and ask him to release your brother. Do I have to teach you this kind of thing? What are you still doing standing here? Wang Mu said, pulling Lu Ruyan up from the ground. Mom, you want me to beg that useless Chen Chen? Lu Ruyan could hardly believe her ears. Otherwise? Do you want to keep watching your brother stay locked up? How can you be so heartless? This is your brother. Wang Mu said with righteous indignation. Mom, don't I have any self-respect? Lu Ruyan still held on for one last stand. What nonsense are you talking about, you money grubber? Your little bit of useless self-respect is nothing compared to your brother's importance. Go now. Wang Mu's voice became sharp, raising her hand to strike Lu Ruyan again. Mom, don't hit me, please don't hit me. I'll go beg Chen Chen, just stop hitting me. Lu Ruyan pleaded repeatedly after being struck. Jiangcheng Group, Chairman's Office. After dealing with Chen Chen, Chen Jianjun instructed his secretary to pay attention to Chen Chen's countermeasures. The secretary was currently reporting to Chen Jianjun. Foolish. Does he think that canceling the membership system will break the deadlock? Abandoning the upper-class market will only lower the brand value and lead to an earlier exit. Chen Jianjun snorted coldly, dismissing Chen Chen's response. Originally, Chen Jianjun regarded Chen Chen as a significant threat, but now it seemed he was just an ignorant young fool, hardly worth mentioning. Find some counterfeiters to go to the Marcel restaurant. Notify the market supervision and food safety departments, small checks every 3 days, big checks every 7 days. I want to see how his restaurant can keep running. If you offend our Jiangcheng Group, don't expect to survive in Jiangcheng. As for the Qilin building, I want to see who dares to continue renting it. Chen Jianjun's tone was icy, clearly having already planned Chen Chen's fate in his mind. Just as Chen Jianjun was feeling pleased with himself, the office door was pushed open. Chairman, there's been another incident. The PR director looked anxious. Is it related to that bastard again? A sudden thought crossed Chen Jianjun's mind, and his tone turned cold. It does have something to do with young Master Chen. The PR director dared not hide anything and spoke up. He then handed his tablet to Chen Jianjun, who frowned as he watched the video playing on the screen. The video showed Wang Yao shouting at the Marcel restaurant. Who is this person? No matter who he has nothing to do with our Jiangcheng Group. Get that bastard Chen Xingyun over here. Chen Jianjun roared. In a mountain villa, Chen Xingyun was playing with several beautiful girls, engaging in some special art from the island country when he suddenly received a phone call that ruined his mood. Just as Chen Xingyun was about to get angry, he learned it was his father looking for him. Chen Xingyun quickly put on his clothes and rushed to Jiangcheng Group. Kneel down. As soon as Chen Xingyun entered, he heard Chen Jianjun's authoritative voice. Chen Xingyun instinctively knelt down. You bastard, didn't I tell you to behave yourself recently? Why are you causing trouble again? Chen Jianjun's voice was cold. Dad, what trouble have I caused? I've been staying quietly in the villa lately. Chen Xingyun looked confused. Show him this, then tell me who he is. Chen Jianjun's tone was indifferent. After watching the video, Chen Xingyun also had the same question in his mind. Who is he? I'm not even married. Where would a brother-in-law come from? Dad, believe me, I don't know him. He must be using my name to swindle. Chen Xingyun hurriedly spoke up. He didn't want to taste the sting of Chen Jianjun's cane again. If you don't know who he is, let me tell you who he is. He is Lu Ruyan's brother. I don't need to remind you who Lu Ruyan is, do I? Can't control your pants. Chen Jianjun snorted coldly. Dad, I'll deal with that bastard right now. How dare he use my name? Chen Xingyun was furious, completely losing his rationality. Get out, and remember, don't cause me any more trouble, Chen Jianjun warned. Chen Xingyun stormed out of Chen Jianjun's office, just pulling out his phone to call that bastard Lu Ruyan to find out where she was, when he received a message from the property management of Yulong Lake Community. That bastard Lu Ruyan was actually blocking the entrance of Yulong Lake Community. Chen Xingyun immediately drove to Yulong Lake Community. He had to make that bastard Lu Ruyan pay. At the entrance of the Yulong Lake Community, Lu Ruyan was going crazy in front of the security guard. On what grounds are you not letting me in? You've seen me go in with young Master Chen before, so step aside. Lu Ruyan roared. Right now, Lu Ruyan felt as if everyone in the world was against her. Being forced by her mother to come and apologize to Chen Chen had already filled Lu Ruyan with immense shame, and now she couldn't even get through the gate of the Yulong Lake Community. They were just a bunch of lousy security guards. How could they have the right to bully her? Miss, we've made it very clear, without the owner's consent, we cannot let you in, the security guard said. Ever since the last time Lu Ruyan had a conflict with Chen Chen at the community entrance, the security guards had no good feelings towards her. If Lu Ruyan had been with Chen Xingyun, they would have turned a blind eye and let her in. Now that Lu Ruyan was without Chen Xingyun, these security guards naturally wouldn't risk offending Chen Chen by letting her in. Miss Wang, if you really want to go in, you should call Mr. Chen and have him bring you in, the head of security said. Lu Ruyan completely ignored this suggestion. After arriving at the community, Lu Ruyan had called Chen Chen more than once, but he had directly blocked her number, and she couldn't get through at all. As for calling Chen Xingyun, Lu Ruyan didn't dare to do that now. Just thinking of Chen Xingyun made the scars on her body ache faintly. Lu Ruyan. Just as Lu Ruyan continued to be at a standstill with the security guard, a familiar voice rang out behind her. Lu Ruyan turned around and saw Chen Xingyun's face twisted with anger. Xingyun, you came here. Lu Ruyan's hands were so flustered that she didn't know where to put them. Chen Xingyun wouldn't indulge Lu Ruyan. Because of this wretched person in front of him, he had fallen out with Chen Chen. Because of this wretched person, he had been scolded by his father time and again. Everything was this wretched person's fault. Chen Xingyun stepped forward, directly grabbing Lu Ruyan by the hair and pulling her towards his car. Lu Ruyan, already injured all over, had no strength to resist Chen Xingyun. She struggled with her hands and feet, but was still dragged to his car. During this process, Lu Ruyan cried and begged for mercy. Young Master Chen, is there some misunderstanding? I beg you, let me go, don't pull me. Lu Ruyan's pleas only made Chen Xingyun more irritated. Chen Xingyun clenched his fist and struck Lu Ruyan's abdomen hard, landing several punches that left her unable to utter a word, only whimpering, her whole being subdued. It's all your wretched brother's fault. Do you know what kind of trouble he's caused me? He even dares to call me his brother-in-law. You're just a toy to me, how dare you say you're my woman, who gave you the audacity? I'll deal with you first, then I'll take care of your useless brother. Chen Xingyun pulled Lu Ruyan into the car, speaking harshly. The security guards had no intention of intervening in Chen Xingyun's violence. They were just security guards, with no right to meddle in Chen Xingyun's affairs. Moreover, they were already extremely dissatisfied with Lu Ruyan. Seeing her being beaten by Chen Xingyun only made them cheer inwardly. How could they possibly extend a helping hand to a woman like Lu Ruyan, who was so snobbish? At this moment, Chen Chen was completely unaware of the conflict happening at the community entrance, having long since fallen into a deep, sweet sleep. By the time Chen Chen opened his eyes again, it was already the next morning. The familiar system prompt echoed in Chen Chen's mind, and he found the sound incredibly pleasant. Ding, 8th day after filing for divorce, reward, Golden Shield Security Company. Golden Shield Security Company is one of the top security firms in the country. The bodyguards there are mostly retired special forces. With such a security company at his disposal, Chen Chen no longer had to worry about his safety. Now that he had directly torn ties with the Jiangcheng group, no one knew if they would resort to underhanded tactics against him. Receiving such a reward at this time was indeed a good thing for Chen Chen. He also learned through the system that the bodyguards sent by Golden Shield Security Company had arrived at the entrance of his community. Chen Chen called the security at the gate and let the 3 bodyguards in. Big brother, what do you think our new boss will be like? It's been so long, Haven't you learned not to ask what you shouldn't? A Hummer slowly drove towards Chun Chen's villa, carrying 3 energetic crewcut men. Boss. The 3 crewcut men greeted Chun Chen as soon as they saw him. They then introduced themselves. Zhou Weiguo, Wang Peng, and Wu Yuan were all retired from a special forces unit in East China. After retiring, they joined Golden Shield Security Company, where they were the most capable. Chen Chen was very satisfied with these 3 elite bodyguards. After all, professionalism was written all over them from head to toe. Not to mention the task records Chen Chen retrieved from the company regarding these 3. To put it bluntly, as long as Chun Chen didn't recklessly venture into dangerous areas, with these 3 protecting him and Huagua, he wouldn't have to worry about his safety at all. Chen Chen directly got into the Hummer driven by Zhou Weiguo and the others, taking Feng Xiaoxiao with him, and headed to Marcel Restaurant. At the entrance of Marcel Restaurant, an old woman had been squatting there for a long time. This person was Lu Ruyan's mother. Last night, after Lu Ruyan was taken away by Chen Xingyun, Wang's mother had called Lu Ruyan more than a dozen times, but none of the calls went through. This made Wang's mother so angry that she couldn't sleep well all night. In Wang's mother's eyes, Lu Ruyan, this money-losing child, had really grown wings. How dare she not answer her calls? Surely she was secretly enjoying herself. Didn't this money-losing child know that her brother was still suffering in the police station? If she had known it would come to this, she should have drowned this money-losing child when she was born. With no hope for Lu Ruyan, Wang's mother had no choice but to focus her attention on Chen Chen. Wang's mother didn't know that Chun Chen lived in Yulong Lake community. However, after some inquiries, she found out that Chun Chen was actually working as a waiter at Marcel Restaurant. So, early in the morning, Wang's mother went to Marcel Restaurant and started shouting as soon as she stepped inside. Chen Chen! Where are you, you little beast? You heartless thing actually dared to send my son to the police station. You won't die a good death. Wang's mother's shouting immediately attracted everyone's attention. She was quickly expelled from the restaurant. Unable to wait for Chen Chen inside, Wang's mother squatted at the entrance of the restaurant. As long as that little beast dared to show his face, she would make sure he regretted it. Wang's mother scanned the surroundings with her shifty eyes, not letting go of anyone who looked like Chun Chen. After squatting for more than half an hour at the entrance of Marcel Restaurant, Wang's mother finally saw Chen Chen getting out of the Hummer. She immediately took on the frantic state of a woman who had just snatched eggs in the supermarket and rushed towards Chen Chen while shouting and cursing. Chen Chen! You beast, you finally dared to show your face. You damned little beast, my Wang Yao was sent to the police station because of you. Heaven, open your eyes. Quickly take this black-hearted beast away. Seeing the suddenly appeared, seemingly mad old lady, Zhou Weiguo, Wang Peng, and Wu Yuan also perked up. Today was their first day as bodyguards for the boss, and they absolutely could not afford any mistakes at work, otherwise, the boss would doubt their professional abilities. Zhou Weiguo stepped forward, puffing out his chest. The old lady crashed directly into Zhou Weiguo's solid chest muscles and fell backward, hitting the ground hard. This fall made her see stars. The dashcam footage from the Hummer clearly showed the old lady intentionally colliding with Zhou Weiguo, a classic case of trying to steal a chicken but losing the rice, resulting in her own fall. The old lady lay on the ground, taking a long time to recover from the dizziness and disorientation. This is outrageous. Bullying an old person. The old lady cried out, lying on the ground, looking as if she had been terribly wronged. Wang Ping frowned slightly as he watched the old lady throwing a fit on the ground. With a flick of his finger, a silver light flashed and entered the acupuncture point on the old lady's body. In an instant, the old lady couldn't make a sound, only able to struggle continuously, as if performing a ridiculous silent play. Wu Yuan skillfully called the police. Soon, the police arrived at the scene and took the old lady, who was struggling wildly on the ground, away. Wang Ping found a moment to pull out the silver needle he had previously inserted into the old lady. The old lady, who had been babbling incoherently, finally regained her voice. Monsters! Police comrades, they are monsters! You have to stand up for me! The old lady cried out, her eyes filled with fear as she looked at Chen Chen and the others. At this moment, Wu Yuan had already submitted the video footage of the old lady attempting to attack Chen Chen to the police. After seeing the old lady's actions, the police directly took her away. Sitting in the police car, the old lady surprisingly felt a bit relieved. Finally, she was far away from those terrifying monsters. Wang Peng, what was that technique you just used? Chen Chen was very curious about Wang Peng's earlier method. Boss, I am a traditional Chinese medicine enthusiast, Wang Peng replied. Does it have any other effects besides making people mute? Chen Chen was even more curious. If someone has a poor constitution, it can potentially trigger a heart attack at a special moment. Causing a blood clot is also possible, Wang Peng answered after thinking carefully for a while. Chen Shen couldn't help but feel that he had struck gold. With Wang Peng's skill in silver needle techniques, Zhou Weiguo and Wu Yuan must also have their own abilities. When he had time, he needed to learn more about them. In the police station, the old lady finally got to meet her beloved son as she had longed for. Unfortunately, they met while being detained. "Mom, how did you get in here? Where's my sister? Why hasn't she come to get me out?" Wang Yao looked at the old lady in disbelief. "My son, your mother has had a hard life. That good-for-nothing won't answer my calls, so I went to confront that scoundrel Chen Shen, and ended up running into a monster with magical skills, and then I got sent in here." The old lady's voice was piercing. "That wretched Lu Ruyan. Now that she's climbed the social ladder, she dares to ignore me." Hearing his mother's words, Wang Yao's anger flared up instantly. As soon as Wang Yao thought about the suffering he endured in the police station while that despicable Lu Ruyan was enjoying herself by Chen Xinyan's side, he felt a surge of anger. That damned money-sucking leech. I should have drowned her when she was born. Wang Mu viciously echoed. "Wu Xiufun, you can go now," came the police officer's voice. After all, Wu Xiufun was getting older and hadn't caused any real damage, so the focus was on criticism and education. After some processing, Wu Xiufun was released. This was also the opportunity for Wang Yao to speak to her. "Mom, you can't go soft on that despicable Lu Ruyan. Isn't Xiao Tian still at home? I can't do it. Chen Shangyun and Lu Ruyan are so ruthless, they wouldn't want their own son." Hearing Wang Yao's words, Wu Xiufun felt a glimmer of hope. "Alright, son, just hold on a bit longer inside, Mom will rescue you soon," Wu Xiufun promised. She was already plotting in her mind. She would use Chen Xiaotian to threaten Lu Ruyan and Chen Xingyun, not only to rescue Wang Yao but also to demand a large sum of money from Chen Shangyun. She definitely wanted a car and a house too. Lu Ruyan had already given birth to Chen Xingyun's child. The Chen family was so wealthy, they couldn't possibly refuse her for these things. Wang Yao was about to get married. It wouldn't do to have no house, no car, and no savings. A fierce look crossed Wu Xiufun's eyes. As for causing trouble for Chen Shen again, Wu Xiufun didn't dare to do that now. The people around Chen Shen all had supernatural abilities. If they got her killed, she would suffer a huge loss. However, when Wu Xiufun walked out of the police station, she found that passers-by on the street were pointing at her. "Look at her, isn't she the one from the video? That's right, that's her, throwing a tantrum and even acting like a mime. At her age, she should have some shame. What's going on now? Even the elderly have turned bad. What do you call that? Clearly, it's the bad person getting old." Wu Xiufun, hands on her hips, walked over to the group of young girls. "You little hussy, your mother didn't teach you to respect your elders, did she? Pointing at me from behind, who do you think you are? Dressed like that, are you trying to seduce someone? You can tell at a glance that you're not a decent person, you must be out selling yourself." Wu Xiufun shouted angrily. The young girls were no match for Wu Xiufun's shrewishness, their eyes reddening as they looked wronged. Just as Wu Xiufun was feeling triumphant, a few older women stepped forward. "You old hag. Bullying young girls just because you have a foul mouth, huh? You can't even let people talk about the mess you made. Like mother, like son, your son is a troublemaker and gets sent in, and you come knocking the next day. Is your mother going to crawl out of her grave to cause a scene tomorrow? You really bring shame to us elders." The older women took turns berating Wu Xiufun, leaving her defenseless. Even though Wu Xiufun was quite capable, she couldn't take on so many at once. In the crowd, someone shouted "Old Witch," and everyone joined in shouting at Wu Xiufun. Embarrassed, Wu Xiufun fled like a rat crossing the street. And all of this was orchestrated by Qin Chen. The scenes of Wu Xiufun throwing a tantrum in the Marceau restaurant, trying to extort Zhou Weiguo, rolling on the ground, and being taken away by the police were all edited together into a short video and released. The video also labeled the relationship between Wu Xiufun and Wang Yao. As soon as the video was posted, it generated quite a buzz. Today, everyone online was discussing this bizarre mother-son duo. The only regret Chen Shen had was that he hadn't made a video of Lu Ruyan, which meant he couldn't have the whole family together. However, Chen Shen didn't have time to worry about this now, he had more important matters to attend to. "Boss, we've arrived," Zhou Weiguo said as he parked the car in the parking lot of Longhu Manor. Let's go," Chen Shen nodded. Tonight, Chen Shen would meet with the respectable people of Jiangcheng as the owner of Longhu Manor. Of course, the most important thing was to properly greet Chen Jiangwo and his son Chen Xingyun. "You behave yourself tonight, and don't cause any trouble," Chen Jiangwo warned Chen Xingyun beside him. Originally, Chen Jiangwo hadn't planned to bring Chen Xingyun along. However, even though he was disappointed in Chen Xingyun, he was still his only heir, and for such an important occasion, he had to bring him along. "Dad, I understand," Chen Xingyun nodded, putting on an obedient child's demeanor. Chen Jianghuo nodded, picked up a glass of wine, and went to socialize with a few partners. Chairman Chen, it's been a long time. I heard there's a young man in Jiangcheng who offended you recently. Isn't that digging a hole for himself? Yes, I've heard that too. Now the tenants of Qilin building aren't renewing their leases, and the Maxer restaurant has cancelled its membership. They're trying to win over the common folks now. I suppose it won't be long before he rolls out of Jiangcheng. Chen Jianjun's face showed a smile at the flattery from his business partners. You all make it sound like I'm some kind of bully, Chen Jianjun joked. Chairman Chen, that's not what we mean. It's just that the young lad doesn't know his place. You're just teaching him a lesson to let him know the harshness of society. He should be paying you tuition for the lesson you gave him. Ha, old Wu, don't flatter me too much. The project cooperation in the west of the city looks good. You guys should submit a proposal in the next couple of days, and we'll work out the details. Chen Jianjun nodded, his face full of satisfaction. Sure thing, Chairman Chen. In Jiangcheng, how can we do business without your Jiangcheng group? It seems that the young lad also has the surname Chen. How can one be in the sky and the other on the ground? After receiving the promise of cooperation, old Wu's flattery became even more frequent. Just then, a somewhat discordant voice emerged from the crowd. Do you think this kid named Chen Chen will show up at the banquet tonight? Before Chen Jianjun could respond, Chen Qingyun spoke up first. Chen Chen? What is he? He just got some money from who knows where. How does he qualify to participate in our circle's banquet? Chen Qingyun's tone was full of disdain. What young Master Chen said is right. Chen Chen is just a poor man suddenly becoming rich. He has no right to attend our banquet. Yes, everyone attending the banquet tonight is someone of status and standing. I haven't heard of Chen Chen being a member of Longhu Manor. I think that kid Chen Chen doesn't even have the qualifications to enter Longhu Manor, let alone attend a banquet hosted by the new owner. If that clueless guy Chen Chen sneaks in, we will definitely kick him out. This is not a place for them to mess around. Everyone was quite willing to give Chen Qinyun, the prince of Jiangcheng Group, face, and they all joined in the mockery. You brat, when did it become your turn to say such things? Can't you behave yourself? Chen Jianjun's expression was serious as he scolded Chen Qinyun. However, at this moment, Chen Jianjun actually agreed with what Chen Qinyun had said. Chen Qinyun was right. Even if Chen Chen suddenly had so many assets, he was not qualified to attend tonight's banquet. Chairman Chen, what young Master Chen said is also true. You shouldn't blame the child, old Wu spoke up. The others also urged him. Clearly, everyone present had already determined that Chen Chen was not qualified to attend tonight's banquet. By the way, Chairman Chen, you are always well informed. Do you know the identity of the new owner of Longhu Manor? Old Wu took the opportunity to ask. Upon hearing this, everyone's gaze turned to Chen Jianjun. Since learning that the identity of the owner of Longhu Manor had changed, all the members were very curious about this mysterious new owner. Because of this, they were also very curious about Chen Jianjun's answer. Old Wu, you really overestimate me. How would I know the identity of the new owner of Longhu Manor? But to be able to take charge of Longhu Manor, they must be an impressive person. Besides, tonight, everyone will find out, right? Chen Jianjun said with a smile. Yes, Longhu Manor has a deep background. The person in charge must be a significant figure, Old Wu echoed repeatedly. The other guests present also increasingly marveled at the powerful background of the owner of Longhu Manor. Even Chen Jianjun had not received even a hint of information. Fortunately, this mysterious new owner was going to make an appearance tonight. They must make a good impression on this powerful figure so that their future in Jiangcheng would be smoother. However, not everyone was attacking Chen Chen. Lin Zha and Song Qingxue were two exceptions. At the same time, Lin Zha was also very much looking forward to Chen Chen's appearance at this banquet. Although Chen Chen arrived quite late, driving that Wolf Cub supercar indicated that he was no ordinary person. Moreover, through subsequent investigations, Lin Zha learned that Chen Chen's residence was Villa No. 9 in Yulong Bay. It was known that even his own father could not secure that villa. How could Chen Chen, living in that villa, be an average person? As long as the new owner of Longhu Manor had any sense, they would definitely invite Chen Chen to tonight's banquet. It would not be wise to offend someone with such a mysterious and powerful background. For this reason, Lin Zha looked at those who belittled Chen Chen and praised the Chen father and son with a cold gaze. There was no need to cooperate with people who could not see the situation clearly. One could cooperate with bad people because they understood what common interests were, but one could not cooperate with fools. They would only make a mess of everything with their self-righteousness. Those who echoed the Chen father and son were all fools in Lin Zha's eyes. Just then, there was some commotion in the crowd. They're coming, they're coming. Everyone quickly turned their gaze to the entrance. 3 men in black suits with crew cuts entered the banquet hall first. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the shield embroidered with gold thread on the black suits. I've seen this badge, it's the bodyguard of Jean Dunn. And not just any bodyguard, only the highest level gold medal bodyguard has a badge embroidered with gold thread. It seems that the new owner of Longhu Manor has indeed arrived. Upon hearing this, everyone became even more excited, eagerly awaiting the appearance of the new owner of Longhu Manor. When the 3 bodyguards stood on either side, a handsome man slowly walked into the venue. This man was much younger than everyone had imagined. Chen Chen, how is it you? Today is the banquet hosted by the new owner of Longhu Manor. Do you think just because you spent a lot of money hiring bodyguards from Jean Dunn Security Company, people will look at you differently? You are overshadowing the host. You will only make the new owner of Longhu Manor despise you. Just wait to be kicked out of Jiangcheng. When Chen Xingyun saw Chen Chen, he immediately stepped out of the crowd and spoke. After hearing Chen Xingyun's words, the admiration and flattering gazes from the crowd towards Chen Chen gradually turned into disdain and contempt. Young people really don't know their place. Is this the kind of place where you can act recklessly? Get out of here quickly, lest the new owner of Longhu Manor think we are uncouth guests. Old Wu snorted coldly and spoke. Now Old Wu firmly stood on the side of the Chun father and son, naturally wanting to express his stance clearly. Yes, we can't let you affect the new owner's impression of us. You really have no upbringing. I wonder how your parents raised you. Haven't you heard? He is an orphan, raised without parents, and must have just been found by them, which is why he came into some money. The crowd murmured. Chen Chen paid no attention to these idle gossip. After all, once today is over, these people would no longer have the right to enter Longhu Manor. Chen Chen focused his gaze on Chen Jianjun. Chen Chen had previously worked at Jiangqing Technology, so he had naturally seen a photo of this chairman. In the photo, Chen Jianjun looked spirited, but now that he saw him in person, he was no different from an ordinary old man. If one had to point out something special about Chen Jianjun, it could only be said that he resembled a greedy old dog in Chen Chen's eyes. Clearly just an old dog, yet pretending to be a lion. It was truly ridiculous. You are Chen Jianjun? Chen Chen looked at Chen Jianjun and spoke, his tone filled with undisguised disdain. Chen Chen, you dare to speak to my father like that? Chen Xingyun was clearly enraged by Chen Chen's tone, raising his fist and charging towards him. Chen Xingyun had always held both respect and fear for Chen Jianjun. Chen Jianjun had built Jiangqing's largest group, Jiangcheng Group, from scratch over decades. All the privileges Chen Xingyun enjoyed came from his capable father, Chen Jianjun. Even though this father often beat Chen Xingyun, distorting his psyche, Chen Xingyun absolutely would not allow anyone to insult his father. Chen Chen's contemptuous tone had already stepped on Chen Xingyun's landmine. This spoiled child clearly forgot that Chen Chen had 3 golden shield bodyguards by his side. How could they allow Chen Xingyun to harm their boss? Zhou Weigua stepped forward, and in one encounter, he seized Chen Xingyun's hands and pressed him to the ground. Zhou Weigua then yanked Chen Xingyun's hands back. Crack! Everyone present heard an incredibly crisp sound. Following that was Chen Xingyun's scream. Chen Xingyun's hands hung limply on the ground. In one encounter, Zhou Weigua had dislocated his hands. Chen Chen! You are so bold! You dared to lay hands on my son! Chen Jianjun looked at the wailing Chen Xingyun on the ground and spoke fiercely to Chen Chen. In Chen Jianjun's view, Chen Chen should be kneeling before him, begging for mercy. Who gave him the courage to challenge him face to face and let his bodyguards dislocate his son's hands? This was simply a slap in his face. Your son? Is he that impressive? Chen Chen's tone was full of disdain. Chen Chen walked over to Chen Xingyun, lifted his foot, and directly stepped on Chen Xingyun's head. Then he leaned down and slowly spoke to Chen Xingyun. Hey, are you that impressive? Everyone present was stunned by Chen Chen's demeanor. Was Chen Chen really just a rootless kid? If there was no powerful background behind him, how could he dare to confront Chen Xingyun in front of Chen Jianjun? Chen Jianjun's face was so dark it seemed water could drip from it. Chen Chen, let go of my son. Chen Jianjun gritted his teeth and spoke, his tone filled with deep hatred. At that moment, the butler of Longhu Manor, Wang Quanqing, also walked in. Mr. Wang, someone is causing trouble at Longhu Manor, and I think you should take responsibility for this matter, Chen Jianjun said with a cold snort. The crowd below began to murmur among themselves. Chen Chen is probably finished. Causing such a big scene at the first banquet of the new owner of Longhu Manor has surely offended this new owner. Yes, no matter how much background Chen Chen has, offending both Jiangcheng Group and Longhu Manor at the same time means he absolutely cannot continue to stand in Jiangcheng. What a pity, Chen Chen looks like someone of substance. Unbeknownst to them, the crowd's attitude towards Chen Chen had subtly changed. Of course, anyone who dares to cause trouble at the first banquet of our new owner at Longhu Manor is provoking us, and we will not let him go." Wang Quanking's tone was icy. Upon hearing this, Chen Xingyun, who was under Chen Shen's foot, became arrogant again. "Did you hear that, Chen Shen? You're finished. You're nothing but a brainless madman. You've offended both Jiangcheng Group and Longhu Manor. Just wait to be kicked out of Jiangcheng," Chen Xingyun said, bursting into a fit of manic laughter. "Your laugh is really unpleasant." Chen Shen frowned and directly shoved the tip of his shoe into Chen Xingyun's mouth. Chen Xingyun's manic laughter instantly ceased, and Chen Shen's frown gradually relaxed. "All right, now it's quiet." Chen Shen still wore that indifferent expression. "Wang Quanking, why aren't you taking action yet?" Chen Jianjun, seeing Chen Shen's increasingly arrogant attitude, became even more furious. "Mr. Chen, rest assured, we will handle the troublemaker right away," Wang Quanking said. As soon as he finished speaking, several bodyguards in black entered, lifted the fallen Chen Xingyun, and carried him out. The crowd initially thought they were taking Chen Xingyun to receive medical attention. However, seeing the bodyguards' attitude, it looked less like they were helping an injured person and more like they were disposing of trash. "Wang Quanking, what do you mean by this? Aren't you supposed to deal with the troublemaker? Why is my son being taken away while that madman Chen Shen is still here?" Chen Jianjun questioned angrily. In his rage, Chen Jianjun no longer cared about appearances and roared at Wang Quanking. Wang Quanking still spoke politely. "Mr. Chen, we haven't done anything wrong. We have already dealt with the troublemaker, and the banquet can continue." Looking at Wang Quanking's calm demeanor, Chen Jianjun's anger intensified. "Wang Quanking, are you implying that my son is the troublemaker?" Chen Jianjun laughed in anger. "That's right, Mr. Chen, it seems you have understood." Wang Quanking nodded, acknowledging Chen Jianjun's words. Good. Wang Quanking, I don't know what benefits Chen Shen promised you to make you side with him. Do you think everyone present is blind? You're just a butler. I am a distinguished guest of your master. Who gave you the courage to offend me? When I see the new owner of Longhu Manor, you're finished." Chen Jianjun threatened. "Mr. Chen, our new owner of Longhu Manor has already arrived. If you have any dissatisfaction, you can address it with our new owner." Wang Quanking still wore a professional smile on his face. Upon hearing Wang Quanking's words, everyone present began to look around, clearly searching for the new owner of Longhu Manor that Wang Quanking had mentioned. As for the dispute between Chen Jianjun and Chen Shen, it was temporarily set aside. "Well, where is your master? I want to see if you can maintain your current calm when I mention your master." Chen Jianjun stared fiercely at Wang Quanking. Immediately, Wang Quanking turned around and bowed in the direction of Chen Shen. Everyone present was taken aback by this scene. Then, an incredibly bold thought emerged in their minds. Could it be that Chen Shen is the new owner of Longhu Manor? How is that possible? Not long ago, Chen Shen was just an unknown young man. Being invited to tonight's banquet was already a great honor. How could he possibly be the owner of Longhu Manor? Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Chen Shen spoke up loudly. "Good evening, everyone. Let me introduce myself. My name is Chen Feng, and I believe you all know me. However, tonight, I am here as the new owner of Longhu Manor." As soon as Chen Shen finished speaking, the entire venue fell into a dead silence. Chen Shen's voice was not loud, but it struck the ears of the crowd like thunder. How could Chen Shen be the new owner of Longhu Manor? In an instant, those who had previously belittled Chen Shen to curry favor with the Chen father and son changed their expressions. They had actually offended the new owner of Longhu Manor. These people simultaneously turned their gazes to Chen Jianjun. If it weren't for trying to please Chen Jianjun, how could they have offended Chen Shen? But soon, they retracted their resentful looks. In Jiangcheng, Jiangcheng Group was a colossal entity, absolutely not something they could afford to offend. They could only swallow this bitter pill. At most, they could find an opportunity to explain to Chen Shen that they were merely misled by the Chen father and son, hoping that Chen Shen could overlook their mistakes. Chen Jianjun looked at Chen Shen, his expression extremely grave. It was only at this moment that Chen Jianjun finally realized that Chen Shen's background was even more profound than he had imagined. "Mr. Chen, I think there is some misunderstanding between us. As long as the misunderstanding is resolved, we can still mutually benefit and strengthen our business together." Chen Jianjun offered a faint smile and spoke. Without a doubt, Chen Jianjun was a very competent businessman. For him, the development of Jiangcheng Group was the most important thing. Personal honor meant nothing in front of Jiangcheng Group. After learning about Chen Shen's background, choosing to resolve the conflict with Chen Shen and pursue mutual benefit was indeed the best choice. Good. Upon hearing Chen Jianjun's words, Chen Shen suddenly clapped his hands. No wonder Chairman Chen was able to single-handedly create Jiangcheng Group and grow it to such a scale. I truly feel ashamed of my own lack of vision, Chen Shan said with a smile. Chen Jianjun's expression softened considerably. The other guests present also showed smiles on their faces. Even the tense atmosphere was completely dissolved. Who would have thought that Chen Chen and Chen Jianjun could actually reconcile? This was indeed great news. This way, they small fries wouldn't have to get caught up in the whirlpool of conflict between Chen Chen and Chen Jianjun. Just as the faces of the crowd were filled with joy, Chen Chen's next words once again brought the atmosphere in the venue to freezing point. I had someone dislocate your son's arm, and you still want to cooperate with me? You really have no shame for the sake of cooperation. How shameless, no wonder the Jiangchang group has been able to grow so large. I don't know how many people Chairman Chen has bowed to and softened up during the development of the Jiangcheng group. It doesn't matter if his son is bullied, but was he so indifferent when his own wife was bullied back then? Oh, I get it. Is it because Chen Xingyun isn't even your own flesh and blood, so Chairman Chen, you don't feel a thing? Chen Chen's tone was full of mockery. Chen Jianjun's smile also froze on his face. His hands trembled with anger, as if he had Parkinson's disease. I'm not some old turtle who can be bullied and act as if nothing happened. Since the Jiangcheng group has taken action against me, there can only be a fight to the death between us. Get this eyesore out of here, and the Longhu Manor will never host the Jiangcheng group again. Chen Chen's tone was icy. Upon hearing this, several bodyguards immediately grabbed Chen Jianjun and forced him out. Let go of me, I can walk myself. Chen Jianjun struggled wildly, but at his old age, he was no match for the bodyguards. He was dragged out, completely stripped of any dignity as the chairman of the Jiangcheng group. Before long, Chen Jianjun's voice completely disappeared from the venue. Alright, finally quiet. Now we should talk about our matters. I heard that some of you here have some opinions about me, Chen. As Chen Chen spoke, he scanned the crowd with a dangerous gaze. Those who had spoken ill of Chen Chen felt like they were sitting on pins and needles. In their eyes, the current Chen Chen was no longer an ignorant young man, but a ruthless person who had kicked Chen Jianjun out without a second thought. Let's start with you. Qingcheng Construction Company, Wu Qingcheng. You were the one who spoke the loudest just now, right? Chen Chen directly pointed out Wu Qingcheng's name. Earlier, in order to gain a partnership with the Jiangcheng group, Wu Qingcheng had gone all out to flatter the Chen father and son, but now he was speaking disrespectfully to Chen Chen. Now, what Chen Chen needed to do was to set an example. After dealing with the Chen father and son, Wu Qingcheng was the most suitable target. Wu Qingcheng was already anxious, and upon hearing his name called by Chen Chen, his face turned pale. Mr. Chen, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Wu Qingcheng forced a smile as he spoke. As long as you use the insulting words you said to greet Chen Jianjun and Chen Xingyun again, I can pretend nothing happened. Chen Chen revealed a seemingly understanding smile. But to Wu Qingcheng, that smile was more terrifying than a devil's grin. Wu Qingcheng was not a child. He would not believe that Chen Chen was willing to forgive him. He had already offended Chen Chen, and if he insulted Chen Jianjun and Chen Xingyun again, his company would be completely unable to operate in Jiangcheng. Wu Qingcheng was left with only one choice, to firmly stand by the Jiangcheng group, hoping they could defeat Chen Chen. Chen Chen, you're just a young punk. I wasn't the only one who insulted you just now. Do you plan to offend all of us? Wu Qingcheng spoke up. But after saying this, Wu Qingcheng realized that no one was echoing his words. He felt like a clown performing desperately. Fine, since you've made your decision, then get out of my manor. Wang Peng, show him out. As soon as Chen Chen's words fell, Wang Peng walked towards Wu Qingcheng. Wu Qingcheng had already imagined the humiliating scene of Chen Jianjun being dragged out earlier and quickly began to struggle. What do you want to do? I can walk myself. Wu Qingcheng struggled wildly, using both hands and feet. Wang Peng simply flipped his hand, and a silver needle shot into Wu Qingcheng's body. After that, Wu Qingcheng couldn't utter a single word, and even his body lost the ability to resist, his eyes darting around in sheer terror. Then, like a puppet, he was dragged out by Wang Peng. Watching this bizarre scene unfold, the venue fell into silence once again. Everyone, there's no need to be so tense. I'm not Chen Xingyun, that psychopathic mad dog, nor am I Chen Jianjun, that cunning old dog. I'm here to deal with those who are targeting me. I have no conflict with anyone. You have all been misled by Chen Xingyun and Chen Jianjun, and I don't intend to hold anything against you. Today, I am simply here to meet you as the new owner of Longhu Manor. I hope you all have a wonderful evening. As Chen Chen spoke, he raised his glass. Hearing his words, the anxious guests finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then, toasts were exchanged, and the atmosphere lightened. After enjoying the guests' adulation, Chen Chen spotted Lin Za in the crowd and walked in his direction. The two then headed to an unoccupied terrace, while while Zhou Weigua and the others stood guard nearby to prevent anyone from interrupting their conversation. I didn't expect you to be the new owner of Longhu Manor, Lin Za said with a smile. Actually, I didn't expect it either, Xin Shen replied sincerely, but to Lin Za, it sounded like a joke. You really plan to take action against Jiangcheng Group, Lin Za cut to the chase. Of course, I am irreconcilable with Jiangcheng Group, Xin Shen stated bluntly. If you really want to bring down Jiangcheng Group, I can help you, Lin Za said, raising his glass to clink with Chen Shen's. What identity are you speaking to me from? Are you the owner of the Rapid Racing Club, or the son of Mayor Lin? Chen Shen asked. During this time, Chen Shen had learned about Lin Za's background. Lin Za was indeed the child of the mayor of Jiangcheng. Both, Lin Za replied, not surprised that Chen Shen had discovered his identity. If Chen Shen still didn't know his true identity by now, that would be a problem. Can you tell me the reason? Chen Shen pressed. Although Chen Shen hoped to gain more allies, he needed to know the reason. Jiangcheng Group has done too many outrageous things. However, Jiangcheng Group is too large, providing too many jobs. Jiangcheng Group cannot go bankrupt, but it can be swallowed. This is my father's intention. Lin Za emphasized the last sentence. Why do you think I can swallow Jiangcheng Group? Chen Shen continued to inquire. You own a Wolf Cub supercar. You live in Villa No. 9 of Yulong Bay. You've successively acquired Marcel Catering Group, Jixian Cold Chain, Shilin Building, and now you've become the new owner of Longhu Manor. Even my father doesn't know your background. Chen Shen, can you tell me which family's hidden heir you are? Lin Za did not answer Chen Shen's question but posed his own. Sorry, I can't answer that question, Chen Shen shook his head. It's fine, I understand, those big families always have some inexplicable rules, Lin Za nodded, clearly misunderstanding Chen Shen's meaning. Chen Shen had no intention of explaining, and it was fine to let the misunderstanding stand. Not to mention, with the system, Chen Shen's foundation would definitely not be inferior to those so-called big families. Since that's the case, in your opinion, where should I start to deal with the Chen family? Chen Shen asked for Lin Za's opinion. Since Lin Za proposed cooperation, it indicates that he already has some ideas. The Jiangcheng Group has recently set its sights on a piece of land in the west of the city, planning to develop a property there. I can tell you that within 3 years, the municipal government will relocate to the west of the city. If possible, I hope you can seize this opportunity from them. It seems that the Jiangcheng Group intends to collaborate with the Qingqing Group led by Wu Qingqing on this project, Lin Za said. I currently don't have a real estate company, how can you be sure I can secure this land? Chen Shen countered. Not today, but what if tomorrow you do? When we first met, I couldn't believe that you would become the owner of Longhu Manor now, Lin Za laughed. Alright, if I have the capability, I will definitely secure that piece of land, Chen Shen replied. By the way, you mentioned inviting me to watch car racing, why hasn't it started yet? Having settled the main business, Chen Shen switched topics. If you're interested, there's a race tomorrow night. However, Chen Shen, it seems there are others looking for you now, so I won't disturb your time with the beautiful lady. With that, Lin Za raised his glass and left. Chen Shen looked in the direction Lin Za had gone and saw Song Qingxue in a qipao. The qipao suited the figure of an Eastern beauty perfectly, and wrapped around Song Qingxue, it highlighted her graceful form, with her curves and long legs being incredibly eye-catching. Not to mention that tonight, dressed in a qipao, Song Qingxue exuded a gentleness that contrasted with her usual authoritative presence in police uniform. Miss Song, may I ask if you were looking for me regarding something? Chen Shen politely inquired. Mr. Shen, I didn't expect to underestimate you, you are actually the new owner of Longhu Manor. I came to find you for the same reason as before. If you find any dirt on Chen Xingyun, you can inform me. Of course, if you find anything on Chen Jianjun, you can also tell me. Song Qingxue maintained a businesslike demeanor. That's only natural, cooperating with the police is the responsibility of every citizen. However, I think as a police officer, you currently lack the power to sanction the Jiangcheng Group, so does Miss Song represent the Song family in proposing cooperation to me now? Chen Chen countered. I can only represent my own stance. Song Qingxue's response left Chen Chen somewhat disappointed. But it was to be expected, the demands of the military and police differ from those in politics, so it was normal for Lin Za and Song Qingxue to have different attitudes. Chen Chen would simply ignore Song Qingxue's request. With Song Qingxue alone, it was impossible to inflict any real damage on the Jiangcheng Group. If he truly found evidence and handed it over to Song Qingxue, it would only alert the enemy. It would be more effective to continue following Lin Za's lead and let Lin Za's father take action. Chen Chen, are you doubting my abilities? Song Qingxue noticed the change in Chen Chen's attitude and frowned as she spoke. No, Miss Song, you misunderstood me. I know you are a good police officer dedicated to serving the people. If I have any leads, I will definitely contact you in a timely manner, Chen Chen quickly replied. Song Qingxue was relatively satisfied with Chen Chen's response, nodded, and then turned to leave. After the banquet ended, Chen Chen got into a Hummer and drove towards the Yulong Bay Villa. Chen Chen had drunk a bit too much tonight and felt a bit dizzy in the back seat. At that moment, a voice echoed in Chen Chen's mind, causing him to snap to attention, and even his drunkenness completely vanished. Ding, random task triggered, resolve assassination crisis, task reward, physical fitness enhancement card, boss, we are being followed. Zhou Weiguo's voice came after the system prompt, truly worthy of being the gold medal bodyguard of the Golden Shield Company. Are you confident you can handle them? Chen Chen asked. Don't worry, boss, we are professionals, but we need your cooperation in our actions, Zhou Weiguo replied with certainty. When it comes to his own life and death, Chen Chen naturally had no objections. At that moment, Chen Chen also took out his phone and dialed a number. Hello, Officer Song, my bodyguard told me that it seems I am being targeted, so I'm seeking your help. Chen Chen got straight to the point. Share your location, I'm on my way. Song Qingxue didn't waste any time and immediately shared her location with Chen Chen, heading towards him. After hanging up, Chen Chen felt a heightened sense of tension. This was the first time in his life he had been targeted for assassination. Even with Zhou Weiguo and the others protecting him, Chen Chen's heart was still very uneasy. As for the assassination attempt, it was definitely the work of the Chen family father and son. In Chen Chen's view, it should be that mad dog Chen Xingyun's doing. If it were the cunning Chen Jianjun, he would never be so hasty. Boss, hold on tight. Just as Zhou Weiguo finished speaking, he slammed the accelerator, and the Hummer roared to life. The road from Longhu Manor to Yulong Lake Villa was relatively remote, and as Zhou Weiguo accelerated, Chen Chen noticed an SUV tailing them. This SUV also suddenly increased its speed, clearly keeping an eye on them. Boss, don't worry, that's an amateur, Zhou Weiguo said. Hearing this, Chen Chen relaxed slightly, and his conviction grew that this was definitely Chen Xingyun acting on his own. Even if Chen Jianjun wanted to assassinate him, he would never be so reckless. Although the other party was not an expert, Zhou Weiguo and the others remained vigilant. The Hummer quickly entered an intersection. At that moment, a dump truck suddenly roared in, heading straight for the Hummer that Chen Chen was in. Just as Chen Chen felt his life was about to end, Zhou Weiguo forcefully turned the steering wheel, and the Hummer drifted to avoid the collision with the dump truck. Seeing Zhou Weiguo's actions, it was clear he had long been prepared for a potential crash, truly professional. The dump truck, however, crashed heavily into a large tree on the greenbelt, with smoke billowing from the driver's cabin. The black SUV that had been following the Hummer also came to a stop. At that moment, the sound of a police siren rang out. Don't move, police! An Audi SUV with flashing lights arrived at the scene, and it was Song Qingxue who got out of the car. She had rushed over as soon as she received Chen Chen's call and witnessed the thrilling scene of the dump truck colliding with Chen Chen's vehicle. Fortunately, Chen Chen's bodyguards were professional enough, otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Under Song Qingxue's coercion, a man in black stepped out of the black SUV. Officer, I was just driving home, is that a crime? The man's face was full of surprise. Wait here and come with me to the police station for questioning, Song Qingxue said sternly, ignoring the man's smooth talk. Soon, several police cars and an ambulance arrived at the scene, taking the dump truck driver to the hospital and bringing the man from the SUV back to the police station. Zhou Weiguo cooperated with the police and went to the station, while Wang Pang and Wu Yuan escorted Chen Chen back to the Yulong Lake Villa. At the same time, to protect Chen Chen's safety, the two of them also checked into the guest room of the villa. Chen Chen, is something wrong? Feng Xiaoxiao sensed that the atmosphere was off. It's nothing, it's just their professional habit, Chen Chen comforted. Then Chen Chen went straight back to his room. The assassination crisis had been resolved, and the system's rewards had been credited. Chen Chen directly used the physical enhancement card from the system reward. Suddenly, a strong pain spread throughout Chen Chen's body. He felt as if all the muscles in his body were being torn apart, and even his bones seemed to be crushed and reassembled. Chen Chen instinctively wanted to scream, but he found that he had lost control over his body and couldn't make a sound, nor could he move even a little. If he screamed, it would definitely attract Wang Pang and Wu Yuan's attention, and then he wouldn't be able to explain himself. Fortunately, this pain did not last long. After more than a minute, Chen Chen finally regained control over his body. At that moment, he noticed that his entire body was covered in a layer of black filth, smelling foul as if he had rolled in the mud. This filth was the impurities within Chen Chen's body, and he truly experienced what it meant to wash away the essence and marrow. Chen Shen hurriedly took a shower, and the clothes he had been wearing were directly thrown away. There was no need to clean them at all. After washing off the dirt, he found that his skin had become exceptionally fair, and he looked much younger. More importantly, Chen Shen could feel that he was now filled with boundless energy. His physical condition had indeed improved significantly. However, to determine the exact level of his physical fitness, he still needed a professional assessment. Chen Shen planned to have Zhou Weiguo and the others help him test it tomorrow. After all, they were professionals in this area. In the police station, Song Qingxue had learned that the man who got out of the black SUV was named Zhao Yang. Zhao Yang's background was very clean. It seemed he was indeed just passing by on his way home, as he claimed. As for the driver of the dump truck, he died on the spot, and the hospital could not save him. His blood contained a large amount of alcohol. Song Qingxue continued to follow up on this driver's information, and regarding Zhao Yang, although she was reluctant, she had no choice but to let him go. "You bastard, you had someone assassinate Chen Chen. Are you crazy?" In the Chen family, Chen Jianjun slapped Chen Xingyun without mercy. In Jiangcheng, there were no secrets. The news that Chen Chen had almost been killed by a dump truck on his way home had spread throughout the entire circle. Who told Chen Chen to be so arrogant? He dares to say anything and do anything. I only wish the dump truck had killed him outright, Chen Xingyun said viciously, his expression particularly grim. Where did you find this person? Chen Jianjun's face darkened even more. I just mentioned it casually. He came to me. He said he would only charge if it was successful, so don't worry, it won't lead back to me, Chen Xingyun said proudly. Unsurprisingly, what awaited Chen Xingyun was a slap from Chen Jianjun. However, once it was confirmed that there was no financial transaction between Chen Xingyun and the unsolicited assassin, Chen Jianjun could firmly state that they did not know this assassin, and then the matter could be buried. Chen Shen slowly opened his eyes, and the system's prompt sounded in his mind. Ding, 9th day after filing for divorce, rewarded with 60% shares of Haiyue Real Estate. Haiyue Real Estate is not well known nationally, but it is a well-established real estate company in Jiangcheng. To put it bluntly, most of the real estate projects in Jiangcheng have been acquired by Haiyue Real Estate. Even the Yulong Lake community where Chen Chen currently resides is a property under Haiyue Real Estate. However, a few years ago, the CEO of Haiyue Real Estate had an accident, leading to a significant change in the company's shareholding structure, which caused Haiyue Real Estate to weaken in recent years. But now, with 60% of the shares, Chen Chen has become the largest shareholder of the company. Chen Chen did not expect that just yesterday, Lin Za had mentioned the land in the west of the city, and today the system rewarded him with such a real estate company. Chen Chen even wondered if he stayed in Jiangcheng a little longer, the entire city would belong to him. Soon, a phone call came in. It was Lu Zhouwei, the CEO of Haiyue Real Estate. On the phone, Lu Zhouwei first congratulated Chen Chen on becoming the major shareholder of Haiyue Real Estate and asked when Chen Chen would be available to visit the company to give some instructions on their work. Chen Chen was no longer the unknown young man he used to be. Since becoming the owner of Longhu Manor, he had become one of the prominent figures in Jiangcheng. Lu Zhouwei also hoped that under Chen Chen's leadership, Haiyue Real Estate could regain its former glory. I will go to Haiyue Real Estate today, Chen Chen immediately decided. This matter should be addressed sooner rather than later. Haiyue Real Estate needed to prepare early to seize the land in the west of the city and officially announce their return. After hanging up Lu Zhouwei's call, Chen Chen noticed he had many missed calls. Among them, he was particularly concerned about the calls from Lin Za and Song Qingxue. Chen Chen first returned a call to Song Qingxue. Chen Chen, be careful recently. If there are any issues, feel free to contact me, Song Qingxue said straightforwardly. Is this matter related to Jiangcheng Group? Chen Chen directly raised his question. I also hope this matter is related to them, but there is no evidence. It only shows that this was an accident caused by a driver under the influence. We couldn't find any criminal evidence against the man who was following you yesterday, Song Qingxue explained. Oh, Chen Chen responded lightly. Chen Chen, you have to trust us. We will work hard to find out the issues. Song Qingxue clearly sensed something off in Chen Chen's tone and spoke up. I trust you. Chen Chen's tone became even more perfunctory. He did not expect this matter to lead back to Jiangcheng Group. Just knowing they were involved was enough. Chen Chen, my grandfather invites you to our house as a guest. When? Tomorrow evening. I will be there on time. Chen Chen naturally would not refuse the invitation from the elder of the Song family. After hanging up the phone, Chen Chen called Lin Za again. Lin Za, can we find out if this matter is related to Jiangcheng Group? As soon as the call connected, Chen Chen asked. We can't find anything. From all aspects, this appears to be an accident. In any case, be careful during this time. Lin Za's tone was somewhat helpless. I understand. By the way, I have good news for you, Hua real estate is now mine, and I need more information about the land in the west of the city. Hearing Chen Chen's words, Lin Za was clearly taken aback for a moment. Dude, you really are something. Which big family are you the heir of? Don't worry, I'll send the information to your phone shortly. That land in the west of the city will definitely be yours, Lin Za replied. As soon as the call ended, Chen Chen received a file sent by Lin Za. Just as Chen Chen stepped out, he saw Wang Peng and Wu Yuan. Is Weiguo not back yet? Chen Chen scanned the area but did not see Zhou Weiguo's figure. The boss went to follow Zhao Yang, Wang Peng said. By the way, Wang Peng and Wu Yuan, I need you to conduct a physical fitness test for me. In addition, I hope you can teach me some combat skills, at least to give me some self-defense capability, Chen Chen said. Wang Peng and Wu Yuan had no intention of refusing Chen Chen's request. In their view, a rich young master like Chen Chen was unlikely to endure hardship. This was just a whim, and once he experienced the rigors of training, he would naturally lose interest. Chen Chen's villa had a dedicated gym with various professional equipment. Naturally, the physical fitness test for Chen Chen was conducted in this gym. Feng Xiaoxiao was also very curious about the test results and followed the group into the gym. To perform better, Chen Chen took off his shirt, wearing only a pair of sports shorts, revealing a strong physique. Originally, Chen Chen had only some muscle definition, but after last night's intense training, his body had undergone a complete transformation. His muscles looked as if they were forged from steel, although not overly large, they exuded a powerful presence at first glance. Upon seeing Chen Chen's muscles, Wang Peng and Wu Yuan's perception of him changed. The explosive power and endurance of such muscles were immeasurable. This was the type of muscle that Special Forces soldiers possessed. Feng Xiaoxiao couldn't help but be a little dazed at the sight of Chen Chen's well-defined muscles. By the time she regained her composure, her face had turned as red as an apple. Chen Chen's handsome face combined with his robust physique left Feng Xiaoxiao completely defenseless. Under the guidance of Wang Peng and Wu Yuan, Chen Chen underwent a test of his physical fitness. Throughout the testing process, Wang Peng and Wu Yuan's expressions grew increasingly astonished. Boss, your physical fitness has already reached the standards for Special Forces selection. Boss, have you undergone any systematic training? After the test was completed, Wang Peng provided the answer. No, I just go to the gym regularly, Chen Chen replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this response, the astonishment on Wang Peng and Wu Yuan's faces became even harder to suppress. Talent-based individuals are truly enviable. Originally, Wang Peng and Wu Yuan had only planned to humor Chen Chen, but now that they discovered his physical fitness far exceeded that of ordinary people, they intended to provide him with formal training. Just then, Zhou Weiguo, who had been missing, returned. Boss, why are you back? Seeing Zhou Weiguo's appearance, a hint of confusion appeared on Wang Peng and Wu Yuan's faces. They were prepared to take turns keeping an eye on Zhao Yang. Zhou Weiguo shouldn't have appeared here before someone took over. Sorry, boss, I lost him. I misjudged. Zhao Yang is definitely a professional. Last night, he deliberately let us discover him. Boss, we need to raise the security level around you, Zhou Weiguo said, his expression serious. Wang Peng and Wu Yuan's faces were equally grave. They were well aware of their older brother's capabilities. Losing Zhou Weiguo was definitely not a simple matter. Although they didn't know why such a person was targeting Chen Chen, raising the protection level was absolutely necessary. Let's do as you say, Chen Chen thought, filled with doubt. Was it possible that he had misjudged? Could Chen Qingyun really find such a formidable person in such a short time? Was last night's incident led by Qin Jianjun? How could that old dog Qin Jianjun be so reckless? This matter has been shrouded in strangeness from beginning to end. However, it's better to be cautious. After receiving this news, Wang Peng and Wu Yuan decided to train Chen Chen thoroughly. With Chen Chen's physical fitness, after systematic training, even if some accidents occur, he would be able to save his own life. Boss, this target is not as simple as you said. Don't worry, I'll find the opportunity to act. Having taken the task, I naturally have to live up to the bounty. At this moment, Zhao Yang, who had shaken off Zhou Weiguo, was sitting in a pitch-black room, dialing a phone number. 5 identical Hummer vehicles set off from Chen Chen's villa, heading to the headquarters of Hua Real Estate, the Hua building. Zhou Weiguo and his team had also summoned a 12-person security team, fully responsible for Chen Chen's safety. The employees of Hua Real Estate had received news early in the morning that the chairman was coming for an inspection, and upon seeing such a grand Hummer convoy, they were even more convinced that this was the chairman's vehicle. By the time Chen Chen and his group entered the building, the receptionist, who had already received Chen Chen's photo, swayed her charming body to greet them. Chairman, let me take you upstairs, the receptionist sweetly said. At the same time, she sighed inwardly. The chairman's photo was already handsome enough, but the real person was even more striking, exuding a special aura, as if he had walked out of a novel as a domineering CEO. I wonder if the chairman has a partner. It would be great to become the chairman's girlfriend. Even if I can't be the chairman's girlfriend, spending a night with him would be worth it. Chen Chen nodded and was led by the receptionist to the general manager's office. Chairman, please wait here for a moment. The general manager is in the conference room meeting an important guest. Once the general manager finishes his matters, he will see you. Here is my business card. If you have any questions during this time, you can contact me. The receptionist's tone was laced with undeniable charm, and then she swayed her peach-shaped hips and left. Chen Chen casually tossed the business card into the nearby trash can. At this moment, Chen Chen had no interest in women who came on so strongly. Chen Chen had not been sitting in the office for long when Lu Jiahui, the general manager of Haiyue Real Estate, returned to the office. Lu Jiahui was a stable middle-aged man in his 40s, dressed in a suit. Upon seeing Chen Chen, he eagerly greeted him. Chairman, I'm glad you could come to review the company. Lu Jiahui said with a smile. Is there something difficult to resolve? Is it related to that guest? Chen Chen did not pay attention to Lu Jiahui's smile but focused on the furrowed brow that had yet to relax. Lu Jiahui appeared somewhat hesitant. I am the chairman of Haiyue Real Estate. I have the right to know about the company's information. Chen Chen emphasized. Chairman, the guest in the reception room is Wang Xiangxing from the Urban Construction Group. Our company has had some friction with the Urban Construction Group on projects. Currently, we have not reached a consensus with the Urban Construction Group. Lu Jiahui spoke. Due to internal issues a few years ago, Haiyue Real Estate had shown signs of decline. The Urban Construction Group had been making rapid progress in real estate in recent years and naturally set its sights on a big prize like Haiyue Real Estate. This led to the current conflict. Wang Xiangxing? I'll go meet him, Chen Chen said as he stood up. Lu Jiahui looked at Chen Chen, who appeared so confident, and considering Chen Chen's current status, if he stepped in, perhaps he could really resolve the issues facing Haiyue Real Estate. Lu Jiahui quickly led the way. As soon as Lu Jiahui opened the door to the reception room, Chen Chen saw Wang Xiangxing sitting there with a bold demeanor. To be honest, Wang Xiangxing's appearance and his manner made it hard to believe he was the general manager of a large company. He looked more like a boss of some underworld gang. Manager Lu, I'm still waiting for your answer, Wang Xiangxing said in a firm tone. However, when he raised his eyes and saw that the person entering was Chen Chen, he was startled. Wang Xiangxing immediately stood up straight, obediently standing to the side like a well-behaved student, afraid that he might offend this formidable figure in front of him. As the general manager of the Urban Construction Group, Wang Xiangxing naturally had the qualifications to attend last night's banquet at Longhu Manor. He also knew that this young man, who had had a run-in with him on the road, was the new owner of Longhu Manor and someone capable of throwing out Chen Qingyun and Chen Jianjun, father and son. Fortunately, he had kicked that wasteful woman out early, otherwise, he would have been in big trouble. Mr. Chen, what brings you here? Wang Xiangxing asked humbly, completely shedding his earlier tough demeanor. This is our chairman at Haiyue Real Estate, Lu Jiahui, standing beside Chen Chen, said. Chairman Chen, look, isn't this a case of the flood washing away the Dragon King Temple? It's a misunderstanding, everything is a misunderstanding. Wang Xiangxing quickly interjected. Internally, he was lamenting whether he was cursed this year, wondering why he was so unlucky. He hoped that Chen Chen didn't hold a grudge against him today, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to survive in Jiangcheng. Boss Wang, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Do you have any conflicts with our Haiyue group? Please tell me about it, Chen Chen said with a friendly smile, though to Wang Xiangxing, that smile was terrifying. Chairman Chen, I already said, it's all a misunderstanding. I didn't understand the situation. Rest assured, our Urban Construction Group can never be an enemy of Haiyue Group, Wang Xiangxing hurriedly said, looking as if he would swear an oath. Seeing Wang Xiangxing so submissive, there was no trace left of his earlier arrogance, as if he had completely underestimated Haiyue Group. Lu Jiahui couldn't help but marvel internally, Chairman Chen truly deserved his title. Under Chairman Chen's leadership, Haiyue Group would undoubtedly regain its former glory. Oh, Boss Wang really wants to be my friend? Chen Chen asked with interest. Of course, Wang Xiangxing quickly replied, fearing he might miss this opportunity if he spoke too slowly. In that case, I want to acquire Urban Construction Group. Chen Chen's words struck like thunder, hitting Wang Xiangxing squarely on the head. Chairman Chen, you're not joking, are you? I just made a mistake. You wouldn't go to such extremes, would you? Wang Xiangxing's voice trembled slightly, and his hands instinctively clenched. The Urban Construction Group was Wang Xiangxing's hard work. If Chen Chen wanted to seize it by force, he would fight back. Boss Wang, Don't you want to hear the price I propose for acquiring Urban Construction Group? Chen Chen pressed down with his hand and spoke. Chairman Chen, please go ahead. Wang Xiangxing managed to control his emotions and replied. 10% of Haiyue Group's shares. Chen Chen stated his condition directly. Chairman Chen, you can't be serious. Although my Urban Construction Group isn't large, its development momentum in recent years has been quite good. This isn't something that 10% of Haiyue Group's shares can acquire. Wang Xiangxing's tone became a bit more assertive. Of course, 10% of the shares in Haiyue Group is not enough right now, but in a year or two, that 10% will be different. Chen Chen's tone was meaningful. Chairman Chen, I'm a rough man, so please don't beat around the bush, Wang Xiangxing said with a face. Chen Chen had no intention of continuing to keep him guessing and directly revealed his trump card. I have reached a cooperation with Lin Xiao. Lin Zha will assist me in acquiring the land in the west of the city and suppressing Jiangcheng Group. Wang Xiangxing, I'm giving you an opportunity to become one of us. Do you dare to place a bet in this gamble? As Chen Chen spoke, he slammed a document onto the table. Chen Chen's words hit Wang Xiangxing's heart like a heavy hammer. Last night, Chen Chen's attitude towards Chen Qingyun and Chen Jianjun had already indicated that he and Jiangcheng Group were in a life and death struggle. There was no possibility of peaceful coexistence between them. Chen Chen's background was already mysterious, and in just a few days, he had acquired numerous industries in Jiangcheng, even becoming the owner of Longhu Manor. Moreover, today he had directly taken over the long-standing shared dispute with Haiyue Group. The energy that Chen Chen possessed was self-evident. Furthermore, now that Chen Chen had Lin Zha's help, it was equivalent to having official support. Although Jiangcheng Group was indeed the largest group in Jiangcheng, Wang Xiangxing felt that Jiangcheng Group might not necessarily be a match for Chen Chen, who had Lin Zha's assistance. Just as Wang Xiangxing hesitated, Chen Chen made a video call. On the other side of the video, Lin Zha's face appeared. What's wrong? Have you encountered some trouble? Lin Zha asked. Lin Xiao, this time it's not trouble, but rather an acquaintance, Chen Chen said as he pointed the camera at Wang Xiangxing. Hello, Lin Xiao. Wang Xiangxing quickly greeted him. In front of Lin Zha, Wang Xiangxing could only act as a driver and naturally did not dare to show any arrogance. Speak, you fool, are you hiding some bad intentions? You were caught red-handed by Chen Chen, weren't you? Lin Zha's tone turned a bit colder. It's a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. If I had known that Haiyue real estate was Chen Chen's industry, how could I have come here? Wang Xiangxing said with a smile. Lin Xiao, weren't we planning to take action against Jiangcheng Group? What do you think of Wang Xiangxing? Chen Chen directly stated his purpose. Old Wang is indeed a rough man, but he is loyal to his friends. He can be given a chance. Old Wang, what do you think? Lin Zha asked. Lin Xiao, Chairman Chen, thank you for your trust, I will join. Wang Xiangxing quickly said. Since Lin Zha and Chen Chen had already said this much, if he refused again, it would truly be a sign of ungratefulness. Rather than letting these two feel dissatisfied, it was better to take the initiative to join. Moreover, in Wang Xiangxing's view, Chen Chen was very likely to defeat Jiangcheng Group and replace their position. At that time, he could also share in the spoils, and the achievements he would gain would be something he could hardly achieve in his lifetime. Although Wang Xiangxing's choice was somewhat passive, he did not regret making this decision at all, and even felt fortunate that Chen Chen had called Lin Zha, allowing him to take this step. Alright, this document is what Lin Xiao gave me. You all study it. According to Lin Xiao's internal news, the government departments will be relocating to the west of the city, and we must acquire this piece of land. As soon as Chen Chen finished speaking, both Lu Jiahui and Wang Xiangxing's eyes sparkled with excitement. Such internal news was worth its weight in gold. With Lin Xiao's connections, how could the Jiangcheng Group compete with them? Chairman Chen, what about the acquisition of the Urban Construction Group? Wang Xiangxing seized the opportunity to bring it up. No rush, let's sign a contract first, and hold off on the equity transfer for now. In the eyes of others, we are still not one entity. Chen Chen spoke up. Chairman Chen, I understand. I understand. A mischievous smile appeared on Wang Xiangxing's face. In the evening, Chen Chen arrived at the speed racing club on the outskirts of the city in a Hummer. As for the Wolf Cub supercar, it was driven by Wu Yuan. Naturally, Chen Chen couldn't drive such a flashy car, especially since he was being watched. The modified Hummer provided him with more security. If it weren't for Lin Xiao's friends being interested in the Wolf Cub supercar and mentioning it multiple times, Chen Chen wouldn't have specifically asked Wu Yuan to drive it over. Chen Chen, you're quite the big shot now, Lin Xiao teased as he looked at Chen Chen. No choice, I'd been targeted, so I have to be careful, Chen Chen shrugged. Today our club invited quite a few drivers for a race. You're in for a treat today. So, are you planning to race yourself? Lin Xiao asked eagerly. I don't have that hobby, but I can let Wu Yuan take my car out for a spin, Chen Chen replied. Alright, I'll sign you up. Lin Xiao readily agreed. At that moment, Wu Yuan had already gotten out of the Wolf Cub supercar and handed the keys to Chen Chen, who casually passed them to Lin Xiao. Aren't your friends interested in this car? Just return the keys to Wu Yuan before the race. Chen Chen, you're quite generous, don't worry, Lin Xiao said, taking the keys with a sense of awe. This was a supercar worth over 60 million, just hand it over to him. Should one say Chen Chen is wealthy, or that he trusts himself? Holding the keys, Lin Xiao walked over to the club members to test the supercar. Wu Yuan, you'll need to race in a bit, the ranking doesn't matter, just go all out, Chen Chen said casually. Trust me, boss, Wu Yuan replied, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He didn't think he would lose to anyone in a race. Chen Chen casually found a spot to sit and watched as the racing cars gradually gathered. These once unattainable luxury cars were just toys to Chen Chen now. However, his attention was drawn to a bright red Ferrari. More specifically, it wasn't the car that caught his eye, but the beauty stepping out of it. The woman, dressed in racing gear, accentuated her curvy figure. Her heavily made-up face combined wildness and allure, and her striking features made her even more stunning. More importantly, the beauty stepping out of the Ferrari was Gao Huan, the head of the Extreme Cold Chain's East China region, and Chen Chen's subordinate. As soon as Gao Huan appeared, she attracted numerous gazes. Those who could afford racing cars were naturally wealthy young men. They tried their best to win the favor of this captivating beauty. Unfortunately, none of them could capture her heart. Gao Huan directly dismissed these annoying suitors and walked straight towards Chen Chen. Boss, I didn't expect to see you here. What's up? Are you interested in racing too? Gao Huan asked with a smile. Just received an invitation from a friend to watch a race, Chen Chen replied. But you look ready to race. Are you planning to compete? Yes, there aren't many things I like in this life, but racing is one of them. I hope I can have a great time tonight. Gao Huan laughed freely. For a moment, Chen Chen found it hard to grasp which side of Gao Huan was the real one. Just then, an unharmonious voice interrupted. Hey, beautiful, are you participating in tonight's race too? You look like a newcomer, just arrived in Jiangcheng, right? A man in his 20s approached. Sorry, sir, I'm not interested in getting to know you. Gao Huan replied bluntly. Come on, beautiful, my brothers are watching. Can you give me some face? Add me as a friend, and if you run into any trouble in Jiangcheng, I can help you out. The man said. Oh, so you think you're something special? Gao Huan looked at the man with interest. Of course. Beautiful, you might not know, but my name is Wu Xian, and the Qingcheng Group is my family business. Recently, my family has established a connection with the Jiangcheng Group. If you're willing to be friends with me, I can introduce you to the top circles in Jiangcheng. Wu Xian's gaze swept over Gao Huan from top to bottom, finally lingering on her ample chest. His eyes appeared lewd and greedy. To be able to introduce me to the top circles, that's really impressive. Gao Huan said with a smile. That's not all, but the premise is that you have to be friends with me, otherwise, I have no reason to bring you in. Wu Xian emphasized the word friends. The implication was clear. Wu Xian was completely captivated by Gao Huan's beauty and failed to notice the sarcasm in her words. Shen Xiao, did he just say he would bring me into the top circles? If you don't make a statement, I might just have to throw myself into someone else's arms? Gao Huan looked at Chen Chen, her eyes full of mischief. Hearing this, Wu Xian also turned to Chen Chen. Wu Xian sized Chen Chen up from head to toe. Although Chen Chen was dressed in luxury brands, none of his clothes were custom-made. He didn't even have a single expensive watch on his wrist. Wu Xian had already made his judgment. Chen Chen might have a bit of money, but he was definitely not in their circle. Someone like Chen Chen had no right to possess a beauty like Gao Huan. Hey, if you know what's good for you, just get lost. Don't block the beautiful woman from a better life. If I'm satisfied, maybe I can bring you into our circle. Wu Xian's words were incredibly arrogant, as if he were bestowing charity upon a beggar. Watching Wu Xian flaunt his power, Chen Chen couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at? What's so funny? This is an opportunity you might never get in your life. Hearing Chen Chen's laughter, Wu Xian seemed to jump in anger. Who gave Chen Chen the guts to mock him? Chen Chen really didn't know the heights of heaven or the depths of the earth. Even your father wouldn't dare to talk to me like that. You're even more impressive than your father. Chen Chen sighed. Who do you think you are? Daring to mock me? Do you believe I'll tear your mouth apart? Wu Xian originally wanted to suppress Chen Chen to showcase his powerful background in front of Gao Huan and win her smile. Unexpectedly, Chen Chen dared to speak so boldly, not only making Gao Huan look down on him but also embarrassing himself in front of his brothers. Wu Xian's temper flared, and he could no longer hold back. He rolled up his sleeves, ready to teach Chun Chen a lesson. Just then, three big men suddenly emerged from behind Chun Chen. Zhou Weiguo, Wang Peng, and Wu Yuan looked at Wu Xian with cold eyes. All three had been on the battlefield and had blood on their hands. Such a murderous gaze frightened a rich young master like Wu Xian. Wu Xian instinctively took a few steps back, the momentum he had built up instantly deflating. What do you want to do? This is a civilized society. This isn't a place for your kind of gangsters to act tough. Wu Xian hurriedly spoke, fearing he would be beaten up by Zhou Weiguo and his group. However, the gazes of Zhou Weiguo and his companions remained locked onto him. In our circle, we solve problems through gambling. Dare to bet with me? You're here for racing too, right? Let's bet on whose car is faster. If you're too scared to bet, then forget it. Wu Xian continued to put on a show of bravado, but at that moment, he appeared more bluster than courage. Alright, then let's bet. Chen Chen made his decision after seeing Wu Yuan give him a slight nod. Our circle's bets start at a minimum of 500,000. Can you afford that? Once back in his familiar territory, Wu Xian once again spoke harshly. But as soon as Wu Xian finished speaking, Chen Chen couldn't help but laugh again. What are you laughing at? Is it because you can't play? What are you pretending to be rich for? You're wasting my time. As Wu Xian spoke, he prepared to flee the scene. But Zhou Weiguo's hands were already gripping Wu Xian's shoulders. No matter how hard Wu Xian tried, he couldn't move. Too cheap, 10 million around. Betting on whose car runs faster. Chen Chen said. The amount of 10 million left Wu Xian dumbfounded. The previous 500,000 was just Wu Xian trying to scare them. Even though Wu Xian was the young master of the Qingchen group, his monthly allowance was only around 2 to 300,000. 10 million was an astronomical figure for Wu Xian. After the fear subsided, greed began to rise in his heart. Who is your driver? Wu Xian asked. Wu Yuan stepped forward, and seeing this unfamiliar face, Wu Xian's greed intensified. I must clarify beforehand, you're not racing against me, but against our club's driver. If you lose to our club's driver, that 10 million will be mine. Wu Xian said. Wu Xian was a member of another racing club in Jiangchang, the Chasing Wind Club. Most members of Lin Sa's Swift Club had official backgrounds. Most of the members of the Chasing Wind Club were rich second-generation kids. The drivers from the Chasing Wind Club that Wu Xian mentioned had all placed in professional competitions. As long as Chen Chen dared to agree to his terms, Wu Xian couldn't imagine any possibility of Chen Chen winning against him. Chen Chen confirmed Wu Yuan's determined gaze and resolutely agreed to the terms. Alright, since we're going to bet, let's put the chips on the table first. I don't want anyone to back out after I win. Chen Chen's tone was firm. In that case, let me be a witness. My place doesn't allow for any backing out. Lin Sa's voice came through. Lin Sa had noticed that Chen Chen was causing a stir early on. By the time Lin Sa arrived, Chen Chen and Wu Xian had already reached a betting agreement. Knowing Chen Chen, Lin Sa was certain he wouldn't do anything without confidence. This time, Wu Xian was bound to lose. Lin Sa also planned to take this opportunity to severely suppress the Chasing Wind Club's influence, and more importantly, to undermine the Qingqing group. This way, Chen Chen and his group would have a better chance of securing that piece of land in the west of the city. Seeing Lin Sa suddenly appear, Wu Xian realized he had no room to play it off. Compared to Lin Sa's background, Wu Xian was nothing. Wu Xian didn't have the qualifications to offend Lin Sa. Wait for me, I'll get the money right away. Wu Xian said, running off to his friend. Wu Xian, are you crazy? Are you really going to bet 10 million with someone? The other members were baffled by Wu Xian's actions. Dong Feng is a professional driver who has placed in international competitions. How could he possibly be defeated by someone so obscure? As long as I gather 10 million, their 10 million will be mine for the taking. Why wouldn't I take this bet? Wu Xian was now blinded by the enormous profit. After hearing Wu Xian's words, the other members were also tempted. Alright, I'll lend you the money and write you an IOU. After we win, I'll give you all red envelopes, is that okay? Wu Xian's words solidified their resolve. Everyone pulled out their savings, and finally managed to gather the 10 million for the bet. Meanwhile, Lin Sa confirmed that Wu Xian had indeed gathered the 10 million and placed the drafted contract in front of both parties. Wu Xian eagerly signed his name, then shot a provocative glance at Chen Chen. What's wrong? Not signing? Are you scared? Chen Chen slowly signed his name. I hope you can still smile later. Wu Xian looked at the name Chen Chen had signed, feeling it was very familiar, but couldn't quite place it. Then, both Wu Xian and Chen Chen transferred 10 million into the guarantee account provided by Lin Sa. After completing all of this, Wu Xian immediately went to the side of club driver Dongfeng. "Brother Dong, you must beat that guy named Wu Yuan in the race. As long as you win, I'll give you a reward of 500,000. Wu Xian said. Hearing Wu Xian's words, Dongfeng's eyes lit up. Just by beating a driver he had never even heard of, he could earn 500,000. This was like winning the lottery for Dongfeng. "Don't worry, Wu Ge, I will definitely beat him. You know my skills." Dongfeng's tone was firm. With Dongfeng's assurance, Wu Xian felt much more relaxed. At the same time, the bet between Chen Chen and Wu Xian spread to the ears of everyone present. Everyone was astonished by this exorbitant wager, and the atmosphere was charged with excitement. "Boss, is this what you call a gamble for a beauty?" Gao Huan looked at Chen Chen with flirtatious eyes. "No, I'm just waiting for others to give me money." A smile appeared on Chen Chen's face. "Boss, has anyone ever told you that you lack romance? Alright, I'm getting in the car to race, wish me luck." Gao Huan left this remark, waved, and gracefully turned to leave. As the race began, Wu Xian's gaze was fixed on Wu Yuan, and he watched as Wu Yuan got into the Wolf Cub Supercar. The Wolf Cub Supercar was born to attract attention. As soon as it made its appearance, it captured the attention of everyone in the venue, accompanied by waves of discussion. "That's the Wolf Cub Supercar. I can't believe I'm seeing it here. Doesn't that mean the mysterious Chen Chen has also arrived? I really want to know what this big shot looks like. If I could become his friend, it would be like reaching the sky." Wu Xian felt his brain buzz, and the world around him fell silent. Now Wu Xian finally understood why the name Chen Chen seemed so familiar. The man he had just seen was the now famous Chen Chen of Jiang City. People like Wu Xian were not qualified to attend the banquet held at Longhu Manor, so he naturally didn't know Chen Chen's true identity. At this moment, Wu Xian felt cold sweat pouring down his back, and even his legs felt weak. Chen Chen truly wasn't boasting. Even his father wouldn't dare to speak with that kind of attitude in front of Chen Chen. "Today, I definitely didn't check the almanac before heading out, so how did I end up provoking such a powerful figure?" Thinking of this, Wu Xian was on the verge of tears. "Wu Xian, why do you have such a long face? Do you really think Donggu will lose?" The others in the club immediately chimed in upon seeing Wu Xian's expression. It was too ominous to show such a face before the race even started. Hearing this, Wu Xian suddenly felt enlightened. No matter how powerful Chen Chen was in Jiangchang, the drivers under his command could never match Donggu. As long as Donggu won this race against Chen Chen, he would be able to take a full 10 million from Chen Chen. As for offending Chen Chen had already brought his father out at that banquet. The conflict between the Qingcheng group and Chen Chen had long reached an irreconcilable level. If he could take this money from Chen Chen, it would be a slap in the face for Chen Chen, and his father would only praise him for it. Wu Xian no longer felt fear upon learning Chen Chen's identity and thought his decision was incredibly wise. "Chen Chen, don't think you can do anything in Jiangcheng. I'm definitely going to win this bet," Wu Xian declared fiercely at Chen Chen. The brothers behind him in the club cheered loudly. Wu Xian was incredibly bold to challenge the owner of Longhu Manor. These rich second-generation kids loved to watch the drama unfold. They even hoped for a more intense conflict between Wu Xian and Chen Chen. "Boss, do you want me to make that kid shut up?" Zhou Weigua asked thoughtfully. Zhou Weigua had never liked Wu Xian's troublemaking ways. If he continued to provoke, Zhou Weigua was ready to teach him a harsh lesson. "Can Wu Yuan win?" Chen Chen asked. "Of course, Wu Yuan's driving skills are at a champion level. It's just that our work nature doesn't give us the chance to compete. Thanks to the boss for giving Wu Yuan a stage," Zhou Weigua answered honestly. "Then let's wait and see. The more arrogant he is now, the more terrified he will be later." Chen Chen was already looking forward to the expression Wu Xian would show next. Wu Xian, seeing Chen Chen's calm demeanor, mistakenly thought Chen Chen was afraid of him, which only made him more arrogant. At this moment, Wu Xian not only began to fantasize about winning 10 million from Chen Chen but also imagined the impact of his victory spreading throughout the circle. By then, he would surely become a well-known figure in this circle. On the racetrack, Dongfeng watched Wu Yuan climb into the famous Wolf Cub Supercar and couldn't help but snort coldly in his heart. It's just a toy for the rich. How could it possibly achieve a good ranking on the track? Dongfeng was now convinced that beating Wu Yuan was an incredibly easy task, with no difficulty at all. That 500,000 reward was practically giving him money. Tonight, he certainly hadn't come in vain. Then, Dongfeng's gaze fell on the bright red Ferrari nearby. Especially upon seeing the profile of the woman in the driver's seat, Dongfeng felt even more disdain. Another rich girl trying out racing. How could a woman possibly understand how to drive? Participating in this kind of race is simply a waste of my time. If they hadn't promised to sponsor my events this year, I wouldn't even bother coming. Dongfeng's attitude was incredibly arrogant. In his eyes, the other drivers were simply not on his level. 3, 2, 1, go! The racing girl waved the flag vigorously, and with the roar of the engine stirring up a wave of sound, all the vehicles shot forward like arrows released from a bow. Leading the pack was the Wolf Cub supercar driven by Wu Yuan. Even that fiery red Ferrari was faster than Dongfeng's car. Dongfeng was only in third place, looking rather dejected. Damn it! What's wrong with that guy Dongfeng? Isn't he a professional driver? How can he not keep up with an amateur? Seeing Dongfeng not in the lead, Wu Xian became anxious. This was a 10 million bet. Even the 10 million he had was borrowed. If he lost, he would be in deep trouble. The more he thought about it, the more restless Wu Xian became. Why are you so anxious? You can tell you're an outsider. What's the use of being fast on a straight? Just flooring the gas pedal is enough. Being fast in the corners is what really matters. Once we hit the corners, Dongfeng will definitely overtake the others. Other club members chimed in. Right, being fast in the corners is what counts. They're just relying on their performance. They'll show their true colors in the corners. I don't believe they'll dare to keep the pedal down in the corners. That guy named Wu Yuan can't possibly be Dongfeng's match. I've already won this bet. Hearing his friend's words, Wu Xian felt as if he had grasped a lifeline, and his conviction grew stronger. Now, Wu Xian was utterly convinced of this idea and eagerly awaited the corners to come so that Dongfeng could overtake the two guys ahead of him. Finally, as Wu Xian anticipated, the first corner on the mountain road appeared. Wu Xian widened his eyes, afraid to miss Dongfeng's spectacular maneuver. If you have the guts, keep accelerating. Dongfeng glared at the two leading supercars, speaking fiercely. As a professional driver, being outpaced by two unknowns had already made him feel frustrated. Dongfeng was counting on this corner to close the gap. Sure enough, as they approached the corner, the fiery red Ferrari driven by Gao Huan had already slowed down. Although Gao Huan loved racing, he was ultimately just an amateur. With a swift drift, Dongfeng overtook Gao Huan on the outside. Racing cars are not toys for women. However, as Dongfeng exited the corner, he discovered something terrifying. The distance between him and the Wolf Cub supercar ahead had not decreased, instead, it had widened. I must be seeing things, his speed can't be that fast. Dongfeng was determined and continued to press the gas, chasing forward. The mountain road was full of corners. After a few more turns, he was sure he could overtake the guy in front of him. Helicopters, in coordination with cameras at various intersections, transmitted the race footage to the big screen. Even without a host explaining the race in real time, everyone present was ignited with excitement by the rapidly speeding cars. Good. Wu Xian couldn't help but cheer loudly when he saw Dongfeng overtake Gao Huan at the first corner. Dongfeng truly deserved to be a professional driver. Professionalism is professionalism. Wu Xian could already see the 10 million beckoning to him. Chen, you're quite a prominent figure in Jiangcheng. If you lose the race later, don't try to back out. Wu Xian swaggered up to Chen. If I lose, I will naturally accept my defeat. After all, 10 million is just pocket change for me. Unlike you, who had to write dozens of IOUs to scrape together this over 10 million. Chen's tone was full of mockery. Hearing Chen's words, Wu Xian became even more anxious. What do you mean? I can't possibly lose. Wu Xian's speech quickened. Are you blind or just can't see the situation? The car in front is mine. Wait until your club's driver overtakes me before you start boasting. Chen's tone remained indifferent. It was only then that Wu Xian noticed the distance between Dongfeng and Wu Yuan. Earlier, Wu Xian had been completely immersed in the joy of Dongfeng surpassing Gao Huan, which led him to come before Chen, flaunting his superiority. However, after hearing Chen's words, Wu Xian suddenly felt that the distance between Dongfeng and Wu Yuan had not only not shortened but had actually widened. Impossible, this can't be. I must be seeing things wrong. Wu Xian's expression darkened, but even so, he continued to make bold statements. This was not only to refute Chen but also to reinforce his own beliefs. What's the use of being fast on a straight? Being fast in the corners is what really matters. Just now, it was only Dongfeng who spent some effort overtaking Gao Huan in the corner. By the next corner, Dongfeng will be able to overtake your driver. You guys losing the race is just a matter of time. The more Wu Feng spoke, the more confident he appeared. Clearly, he himself believed in such a statement. How could an amateur driver compete with a professional driver? Don't use your hobby to challenge someone else's livelihood. During this time, the next corner suddenly appeared. Wu Xian held his breath, looking forward to how Dongfeng and Wu Yuan would perform in this corner. Wu Yuan maintained his rhythm, effortlessly drifting through the turn. The Wolf Cub supercar traced a beautiful arc through the corner, elegantly exiting the bend. This drift was a visual delight, embodying the aesthetics of speed and power. Even Wu Xin had to admit that there was nothing wrong with this drift. Inside, Wu Xin was complaining madly. Wasn't Wu Yuan an amateur driver? Why was he driving so well? Dongfeng couldn't possibly lose. If Dongfeng lost, how could he possibly recover that more than 10 million? Fortunately, Dongfeng showcased his strength. Dongfeng's drift point was further back, and the angle of the drift was more aggressive. This reckless drift could indeed increase speed, but one misstep could lead to disaster. Dongfeng's ability to execute such a drift clearly demonstrated his absolute confidence in his skills. And indeed, Dongfeng had closed the gap with Wu Yuan thanks to such an aggressive drift. Under normal circumstances, Dongfeng would never adopt such a reckless drifting style. However, as a professional driver, his pride would not allow him to be left behind by Wu Yuan. The 500,000 reward offered by Wu Xian was also a significant temptation. Coupled with Dongfeng's absolute confidence in his abilities, he executed such a crazy drift. Good. Wu Xian's eyes lit up. At the current momentum, it wouldn't take long for Dongfeng to complete the overtaking. Even if Wu Yuan could pull away some distance again on the straight due to the performance of the Wolf Cub supercar, the latter half of the track was a series of continuous corners. As long as they reached the second half, Dongfeng would definitely win this race. See, Chen, this is the difference between professional and amateur. You won't have many corners to be proud of. Wu Xian said triumphantly. Let's talk after you overtake. Celebrating halfway through never leads to a good finish. Chen replied coolly. At that moment, Zhou Weiguo leaned down and whispered in Chen's ear. Boss, don't worry. Wu Yuan is just driving at his own pace, he hasn't shown his full strength yet. Dongfeng can't possibly overtake Wu Yuan, I guarantee it. Zhou Weiguo was afraid that the slight distance they had just closed would make Chen dissatisfied, so he quickly explained. It's fine, I trust Wu Yuan. Chen's tone was incredibly firm. Upon hearing this, Zhou Weiguo felt warmth in his heart. His new boss truly had a grand vision. This was a gamble worth tens of millions, and for Chen to believe in Wu Yuan without having seen his driving skills, that kind of courage was definitely not something an ordinary person could possess. Serving such a boss was simply their honor. After a few more turns, Wu Yuan and Dongfeng had already left the other cars far behind. This race had clearly become a game between the two of them. In those turns, Dongfeng was always able to close the gap a little with his aggressive drifting, but he still couldn't surpass Wu Yuan. The Wolf Cub seemed like an untouchable ghost hanging in front of Dongfeng. No matter how hard Dongfeng tried, he couldn't overtake it. Dongfeng's heart grew increasingly restless. In the audience, Wu Xian was also becoming more and more anxious. What was going on with Dongfeng? He could always close the distance a bit, but he could never overtake. How much longer would it take to catch up? The race was almost over. Under the immense pressure, Wu Xian couldn't sit still and kept pacing back and forth. The rich second-generation kids from the Chasing Wind Club were also restless. Although Wu Xian had given them an IOU, if that more than 10 million really went out, it would be difficult to get the money back from Wu Xian later. Wu Xian, what are you pretending for when you're out of money? You still want to borrow money to gamble. You better hope Dongfeng wins, or you'll be in for it. If you can't pay it back, I'll take the IOU to your dad. I don't believe Qingcheng Group dares to default. The rich second-generation kids from the Chasing Wind Club turned their frustration towards Wu Xian in this anxious atmosphere. In the face of profit, they wouldn't care about any so-called friendship. Don't be afraid. Dongfeng is a professional driver, he can't lose. Wu Xian insisted. However, when he said this, it was clear he lacked confidence. Chen looked at the rich second-generation kids who had already started turning on each other and couldn't help but smile. He thought these rich kids would be united, but instead, they were already infighting. Wu Xian was even more furious after hearing Chen's mockery. What we need to do now is hope Dongfeng wins this race and not let outsiders laugh at us. Wu Xian's eyes were bloodshot. He had completely become a gambler who had bet everything. All he could do was believe that he could win this gamble. Chen, what are you laughing at? It's just a temporary lead. What's there to be proud of? The hairpin turn is coming up. Here, Dongfeng will definitely be able to overtake your driver. I hope by then you can still laugh. Wu Xian glared fiercely at Chen, threatening him again. Whether I can laugh or not is another matter. Anyway, you can't laugh now. Chen's tone was very calm, which only made Wu Xian seem like a mad dog. Chen's words hit Wu Xian right where it hurt. Chen had professional bodyguards by his side, and no matter how furious Wu Xian got, he couldn't possibly take on those bodyguards. Wu Xian used all his strength and kicked a nearby chair hard, trying to vent his emotions. Although the chairs looked light, they were indeed welded to the ground. Wu Xian's kick not only failed to topple the chair but instead made him clutch his foot and howl in pain. Seeing Wu Xian hopping in pain, Shen Shen felt even more delighted. He certainly hadn't come here for nothing tonight. Such a level of clown performance was truly rare. The hairpin turn is coming. Just as Wu Xian was about to lose his sanity from the pain, a voice came through. Wu Xian seemed to instantly forget the pain, immediately putting down his foot and looking at the image on the big screen. The Wolf Cub supercar driven by Wu Yuan still maintained its lead, entering the first turn first. The drifting was still as smooth and effortless as art, easily exiting the turn. Dongfeng was tightly biting at Wu Yuan's tail. Dongfeng understood that this series of 9 consecutive turns was his last chance to turn the tables. Because of this, his drifting was getting closer and closer. With each turn, the distance between Dongfeng and Wu Yuan was being shortened. Due to the continuous turns, this time, Wu Yuan could not widen the gap between the two cars on the long straight. In the eyes of all the spectators, Dongfeng was continuously catching up to Wu Yuan ahead, and the gap between the two cars was visibly shrinking. It seemed that at any moment, Dongfeng could surpass Wu Yuan. Watching this scene on the screen, Wu Xian's heart was incredibly excited. At that moment, he almost forgot to breathe. Under such a frenzied drift, by the 6th turn, Dongfeng was only half a car length behind Wu Yuan. Everyone believed that as long as he passed the 7th turn, Dongfeng would be able to overtake Wu Yuan. The Chasing Wind Club was already erupting with synchronized cheers for Dongfeng. Among them, Wu Xian's shouts were even more intense. Every time Wu Xian shouted, he would glare fiercely at Chen Chen. Wu Xian was afraid of missing the look of shock and surprise on Chen Chen's face when he realized his car was being overtaken. Dongfeng! Charge! Overtake him! Overtake him! As for Chen Chen, he was unusually calm. Watching Wu Yuan still in the lead, Chen Chen was also feeling emotional inside. At this point, Wu Yuan should show his true skills, right? Otherwise, the race would be over. It seemed that Wu Yuan sensed Chen Chen's thoughts, as his driving style suddenly shifted from elegant to brutal. As he entered the turn, Wu Yuan showed no intention of slowing down. Instead, he kept pressing the accelerator. The Wolf Cub supercar, this mechanical beast, was fully awakened. Amidst the roar of the engine, it accelerated again. Using the turn, he widened the distance once more. After exiting the turn, Wu Yuan still did not slow down, and the Wolf Cub was going faster and faster. The gap that was originally only half a car length was suddenly left far behind. The one who felt this the most was Dongfeng, who was following closely behind. Dongfeng felt as if the car in front had changed drivers. Originally, Dongfeng had approached the race with an arrogant mindset. However, the explosive speed from that last turn finally made Dongfeng realize this cruel reality. Wu Yuan's lead over him was not due to the performance of the car, but rather Wu Yuan's own skills. His own racing skills seemed like that of a novice in front of Wu Yuan. At that moment, a crazy thought appeared in Dongfeng's mind. It seemed that last year's world champion, Mahesh, was not even a match for Wu Yuan. Even if Dongfeng gave it his all, he could only watch as the gap between the two cars grew larger. In fact, when Wu Yuan crossed the finish line, Dongfeng had not even reached the 9th turn. By the time Dongfeng reached the finish line, he immediately got out of the car and found Wu Yuan, who had just stepped out. Who exactly are you? Your skills absolutely cannot be amateur. Why don't you participate in competitions? You're wasting your talent. If you participated, Mahesh would definitely not be the champion. Dongfeng hurriedly questioned, looking like he was frustrated with someone who wasn't living up to their potential. Dongfeng had the purest love for racing. Mahesh? The driver from Gaul? Well, you're not wrong, I did beat him once before. As for the car racing, I really don't care much about it. There are many experts in this world, and with so many restrictions in the races, it just doesn't feel exhilarating enough. After leaving this remark, Wu Yuan turned and left, leaving Dongfeng completely stunned. What did he just say? Did he just blow up a car like a god? Who exactly is he? After learning the result, Wu Xian felt as if his soul had been lost. Impossible, impossible. Dongfeng is a professional driver, how could he possibly lose? How could he possibly lose? Now, Wu Xian had turned into a broken record. However, the rich second-generation members of the Chasing Wind Club would not let Wu Xian off easily. A few of them directly grabbed Wu Xian. Pay up. You have no money and you're gambling? You won't die from losing. You gave us an IOU, you can't back out of this. After being dragged a few times, Wu Xian finally regained some awareness. I will pay it back, but can you give me a little more time? Wu Xian held back for a long time before finally saying this. However, these rich second-generation members naturally would not accept such a perfunctory response. Don't play games with us. Just tell us when you can pay. If you can't pay, I'll go find your dad. We have our eyes on a few of your company's projects. If you really can't pay, we'll take the projects as debt repayment. In the eyes of these rich second-generation members, Wu Xian had now become a piece of fat meat. Everyone in the circle knew that the Qingchun Group had established a relationship with the Jiangchun Group. If they could intercept a few projects from the Qingchun Group, they would definitely earn praise from their parents. Not all of these rich second-generation members were useless. If Wu Xian won, they would collect interest from him. If he lost, they would go rob projects from the Qingchun Group. In short, they would never lose. However, Wu Xian had been completely blinded by the 10 million prize money earlier and had not seen the schemes of these so-called good brothers. This is my territory. If you want to cause trouble, go somewhere else. Lin Zha had just arrived and saw the commotion, reprimanding them. Hearing Lin Zha's words, these rich second-generation members quieted down considerably. After all, in front of Lin Zha, their backgrounds were truly insignificant. Wu Xian took the opportunity to slip away, but at this moment, his face bore several bruises, and he didn't even know who had kicked him, leaving several large black footprints on him. When Lin Zha's gaze fell on Wu Xian, he was somewhat surprised. Don't these rich second-generation members have any face outside? Wu Xian, you lost this bet. I've already transferred the 10 million to Chen Chen's account. Lin Zha looked at Wu Xian with disdain. At the same time, Lin Zha was also considering whether to invite these rich second-generation members from the Chasing Wind Club to similar events in the future. Upon hearing Lin Zha's words, Wu Xian felt his legs go weak, and he collapsed to the ground like a puddle of mud. Chen Chen, having made such a profit, you have to treat us. Lin Zha's tone towards Chen Chen was much more casual. Of course, if you hadn't invited me, I wouldn't have encountered this windfall. Chen Chen's smile was unrestrained. Gaining 10 million out of nowhere, who wouldn't be happy? Chen Chen's gaze casually fell on the collapsed Wu Xian. By the way, didn't you say I couldn't smile? Why hasn't the smile on my face transferred to yours? Chen Chen asked. Wu Xian had no room to retort to Chen Chen's words. Right now, he felt darkness closing in, about to faint. However, his rich second-generation friends would certainly not let Wu Xian pass out. This money issue hasn't been clarified yet. Under the affectionate care of Wu Xian's friends, who applied their fists and feet, Wu Xian slowly regained consciousness. Faced with a new wave of questioning, Wu Xian could only regret not having completely passed out earlier. At that moment, he saw Dong Feng, who was following behind Wu Yuan. Just take me as your apprentice, master. As long as you teach me how to drive, I'll do anything you ask. Master, don't ignore me. Is my attitude not sincere enough? Dong Feng kept trailing behind Wu Yuan, constantly underestimating him. This annoyed Wu Yuan, who furrowed his brows. If it weren't for Dong Feng's lack of outrageous behavior, Wu Yuan would have wanted to knock him out with a punch. I don't have time, and you have no talent. Wu Yuan left this sentence and ignored Dong Feng. Come on, master, is it that you haven't observed me carefully? After all, I'm a professional driver. I must have some talent, just not fully tapped into. As long as you give me a little guidance, I will definitely make rapid progress. Dong Feng's tone was firm. Just then, Wu Xian, accompanied by a large group of people, rushed in front of them. Good job, Dong Feng. I said, how could a professional driver lose to an amateur? You're so familiar with Chen Chen's driver. Tell me, is tonight's setup you're doing? Wu Xian's tone was excited. Right now, Wu Xian had only one thought, to escalate the situation. Wu Xian, I'm just not as skilled. My master is already a great driver, even the driving god Schumacher isn't his match, let alone me. Dong Feng's tone was very dissatisfied. He had never had a good impression of these rich second-generation kids. If they hadn't been willing to fund him, he wouldn't have been able to stay in this club. Now that Wu Xian dared to accuse him of match-fixing, how could Dong Feng let him off the hook? You called him master, and you say you have no connection. And you say even the driving god isn't his match. What nonsense are you talking? Alright, Lin Xiao, is this how you play dirty in your territory? Wu Xian's tone grew more agitated. Just as Wu Xian was about to incite his club friends to escalate the situation again, he realized that not a single person was echoing his sentiments. Wu Xian had completely lost his mind. Those rich second-generation kids were not fools. His words had offended both Chen Chen and Lin Xiao, two powerful figures in Jiang City. Offending both of them at the same time was tantamount to wanting to ruin himself. They wouldn't be that stupid. When Wu Xian turned around, his so-called friends had long since scattered, acting as if they were not familiar with him at all. Seeing this scene, Wu Xin knew he had been abandoned. Oh, Wu Xin, what great grievances do you have against me? Do you think my setup is unfair? What are you even worth to scheme against me? Lin Xiao looked at Wu Xin with an incredibly cold gaze. No, Lin Xiao, that's not what I meant. I spoke out of turn, I misspoke. Wu Xin finally realized the gravity of his words and hurriedly tried to explain. But at this moment, his explanation sounded very pale. Tell your dad to come over, I want to ask him how he raised his son. Lin Xiao said coldly. Wu Xin wanted to struggle a bit more, but was directly restrained by Lin Xiao's companions. Lin Xiao, can you? Wu Xin's face was filled with bitterness. He had caused such a huge mess, if his father found out, he would definitely beat him to death. Although Wu Xin knew that such a big issue couldn't be hidden, he still had the mentality of dragging it out for as long as possible. What, you don't want to make the call? Should I help you make the call? Lin Za's tone remained indifferent. It was pointless to make things difficult for Wu Xin. What Lin Za and Shen Shen truly wanted to deal with was Wu Xin's father, Wu Qingcheng of the Qingcheng group. Lin Xiao, I understand, I'll make the call right away. Wu Xin knew that he had no choice but to make this call today. He picked up his phone, hesitating for a long time before daring to dial the number. Inside a private club, Wu Qingcheng, in his 50s and still eager to learn, was studying English with a foreign teacher. Just as Wu Qingcheng was engrossed in his studies, his phone rang at an inopportune moment. At his age, studying was already a challenge, and being interrupted meant he had to temporarily halt the lesson. The ringing came from Wu Qingcheng's personal phone, and such a call surely indicated something important. He picked up the phone and saw that it was his son calling, and he couldn't help but curse under his breath. This little brat, what is he doing in the middle of the night? If it's not something important, I'll make him pay tomorrow. Despite his frustration, Wu Qingcheng still answered the call with concern for his son. Dad. Wu Xin's voice trembled uncontrollably. What's wrong? Hearing his son's unusual tone, Wu Qingcheng became anxious. I've been detained, Dad, you have to come save me. Wu Xin managed to get those words out with great difficulty. In an instant, Wu Qingcheng's mind conjured images of his son being kidnapped by criminals, demanding a ransom from him. Wu Qingcheng had only this one son in his life. There could be no room for error. How much do you want? We can discuss that. But listen carefully, if my son comes to any harm, I will not let this go. Wu Qingcheng's tone became agitated. On the other end of the line, a rustling sound was heard, followed by a cold voice. Wu Qingcheng, I'm not a kidnapper. Your son is causing trouble in my club, now you come and take him away. Lin Xiao? The voice on the other end was incredibly familiar, and Wu Qingcheng tentatively asked. In 1 hour, I want to see you at my club. Lin Za did not deny it, his tone chilling. However, this statement confirmed Wu Qingcheng's suspicions about the caller's identity. After hanging up, Wu Qingcheng quickly got dressed and rushed towards the speed racing club. At the same time, he kept cursing his irresponsible son. What was wrong with him to offend Lin Xiao? Who gave him the courage? Wu Qingcheng hurried and finally arrived at the scene within an hour of hanging up. Fortunately, there were not many cars at midnight, and the driver was an experienced one, otherwise, he would have truly been late. With a smile on his face, Wu Qingcheng approached. Upon seeing his useless son next to Lin Za, his anger flared, and he raised his hand, delivering a hard slap to Wu Xin's face. Wu Qingcheng's slap was without restraint, leaving Wu Xin dazed. Lin Xiao, my son is blind to the greatness of others and has offended you, I apologize on his behalf. Wu Qingcheng quickly expressed his stance. Wu boss really knows how to raise his children. Your son truly spends money like water. He came to my place and engaged in a gamble worth millions, and when he lost, he claimed I set him up. Wu boss, do you think I need to set up such a scheme? Lin Za's tone was icy. These words made Wu Qingcheng feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Unfilial son. Who gave you the courage to slander Lin Xiao? Who gave you the guts to gamble away millions with others? Upon hearing this, Wu Qingcheng felt as if he had been ignited by anger, and he lashed out at Wu Xin with fists and kicks. Now, Wu Qingcheng could only hate himself for having such a wasteful son, it was simply a sin. The slap he had given Wu Xin earlier was indeed out of anger, but more so to express his stance to Lin Za. However, after hearing about his son's actions, Wu Qingcheng wished he could beat this good-for-nothing son to death. Gambling millions, huh? Slandering young Master Lin, is it? How could I have given birth to such a wretched child? I might as well have given birth to a piece of char siu. While reprimanding Wu Xin, Wu Qingcheng questioned him. Enough, Boss Wu, I brought you here to solve the problem, not to watch you show off in front of me. Lin Za frowned and spoke up. Hearing this, Wu Qingcheng finally stopped his actions. As for Wu Xin, he was beaten to a pulp, his body covered in bruises, and his face swollen. Yes, young Master Lin, I was impulsive. I came to solve the problem. Young Master Lin, tell me how to resolve this, and I will cooperate fully. Wu Qingcheng hurriedly replied. This matter involves more than just me, it's not something I can decide alone. Lin Zai hinted. Yes, young Master Lin is right. I wonder who my wretched son made a bet with. Wu Qingcheng said in a low voice. While reprimanding Wu Xian, Wu Qingcheng's heart acknowledged that someone was targeting their Qingcheng group. It must be that rival family who, upon discovering his collaboration with the Jiangcheng group, started making moves against them. Wu Xian, this foolish son, was too young and fell into their trap. Wu Qingcheng dared not voice any objections to Lin Zai and naturally wanted to place the blame on the person who had bet with Wu Xian. After tonight's matter was resolved, he would definitely seek revenge. Oh, Boss Wu is looking for me. A familiar voice rang out behind Wu Qingcheng. He turned around to see a familiar face. Boss Wu's mouth is dirty, and he still can't see the situation clearly. I didn't expect Boss Wu's son to be just like him. He has truly inherited Boss Wu's traits. There's no need to doubt he isn't your biological son. It saves the cost of a paternity test. Chen Chen spoke. Chen, how is it you? Did you set this trap to harm my son? Wu Qingcheng's expression turned cold as he spoke. In Wu Qingcheng's mind, he had already determined that Chen Chen was targeting him. After all, Wu Qingcheng had now climbed up the big tree of the Jiangcheng group. Chen Chen and the Jiangcheng group were clearly in a life and death struggle. Chen Chen used Wu Xian as a breakthrough to target him, which seemed very normal in Wu Qingcheng's eyes. Hearing Wu Qingcheng's words, Chen Chen couldn't help but laugh. It was your useless son who, in front of my female subordinate, insisted on betting with me to show off his presence, like a money-giving child. I couldn't possibly refuse that. As for setting a trap against you, I don't even regard the two useless ones from the Jiangcheng group. What are you? Chen Chen said coldly. Upon hearing this, Wu Qingcheng wished he could beat Wu Xian again. Women, again, women? Causing such a big mess over a woman. Would he die without a woman? Mr. Chen, if my wretched son's gambling debt hasn't been paid to you yet, I can pay you right now. You see how I can take my useless son away? Wu Qingcheng said. I have no intention of not letting your son go. After all, he has already given me 10 million. Although his mouth is reckless, it's inevitable that he would feel bad after losing money. Chen Chen had a look of understanding. So what do you mean by that? Wu Qingcheng's face was also serious. It's just that your foolish son's words have upset both me and young Master Lin. It depends on how you make it up to us. Whether I forgive you or not is irrelevant, but you wouldn't want to lose young Master Lin's forgiveness, would you? Chen Chen said. Upon hearing this, Wu Qingcheng immediately looked at Lin Zai. Now that he had positioned himself against Chen Chen, no matter what price he paid, it was impossible to gain Chen Chen's forgiveness. However, Wu Qingcheng absolutely did not want to offend Lin Zai. He had to win Lin Zai's understanding. Young Master Lin, it's my ungrateful son who doesn't know better. Young Master Lin, tell me what I need to do to earn your forgiveness. As long as you say it, I will never refuse. Wu Qingcheng hurriedly spoke. Boss Wu, you're joking. How could I ask you for anything? Just take your son back. Lin Zai's tone was icy. Seeing Lin Zai's attitude, Wu Qingcheng could not possibly leave with Wu Xian. If Lin Zai truly didn't care, why would he have summoned him here in the middle of the night? It was clear that his attitude of admitting fault was not sincere enough. But Lin Zai did not give Wu Qingcheng the chance to apologize, completely ignoring his pleas and leaving the scene. Chen Chen also left with her bodyguards, leaving only Wu Qingcheng and his son Wu Xian behind. You ungrateful son, do you want to drive me to death? Wu Qingcheng raised his hand, ready to teach his disappointing son another lesson. Dad, stop hitting me, please. Wu Xian cried out, his voice hoarse. While punishing his son, Wu Qingcheng learned that Wu Xian's gambling funds were actually borrowed. The company's projects could not be given away, and he could only use liquid funds to pay off debts. Despite the Qingcheng group being worth over $1 billion, taking out 10 million in liquid funds was still quite a strain. As a result, the upcoming cooperation with Jiangcheng Group on the project in the west of the city became somewhat strained. What troubled Wu Qingcheng even more was that he had not yet gained Lin Zai's forgiveness. Although Lin Zai was not particularly significant, he had a father who was a mayor, making it all too easy for him to target Wu Qingcheng. With a heavy heart, Wu Qingcheng took his disappointing son to the hospital. At the same time, he pondered Lin Zai's preferences. He needed to figure out how to reasonably deliver a favor to Lin Zai to gain his forgiveness. This was a complex matter. Lin Zai and Chen Chen had already discussed how to deal with Wu Qingcheng early in the morning. They planned to make Wu Qingcheng anxious with this method. Then, they would let Wu Qingcheng inadvertently learn that Wang Qiangxing's urban construction group was Lin Zai's white glove. They would also inform Wu Qingcheng of the urban construction group's determination regarding the land project in the west of the city. With the Qingcheng group lacking liquid funds, their ability to continue cooperating with the Jiangcheng group to secure profits from that land would also diminish. It would be better to do a favor and hand that land over to Linza, thereby gaining his forgiveness. This was undoubtedly the best choice for Wu Qingcheng. Although Chun Chen and Linza had already clearly plotted against Wu Qingcheng, he would live in fear in the days to come. Wu Yuan, this 10 million bonus is what you won back, I'll give you half as your reward. Chen Chen directly transferred 5 million to Wu Yuan's salary card. Seeing the text message pop up, Wu Yuan could hardly believe his eyes. Boss, this is too much, I can't accept it. Wu Yuan began to decline. He was even prepared to return this bonus. You can keep it, this is my reward for you. 5 million is nothing to me, and without you, I wouldn't have gotten this money. Chen Chen's tone was resolute. Wu Yuan could only accept this exorbitant bonus. At the same time, Wu Yuan was also determined to protect Chen Chen well. With such a generous boss who cared for him so much, as the saying goes, a soldier dies for his confidant. If he didn't serve Chen Chen well, Wu Yuan would look down on himself. Although Zhou Weiguo and Wang Ping didn't receive the bonus, the bond among the three was like that of brothers. What they gave to Wu Yuan was like giving to themselves. They shared the same thought as Wu Yuan. They would definitely go through fire and water for Chen Chen, to protect the best boss in the world. Chen Chen slowly woke up from his large bed. The pleasant system notification sound rang in Chen Chen's mind, announcing today's reward. Ding! On the 10th day of filing for divorce, reward, Xuantong Technology Company, Xuantong Technology? Chen Chen didn't know much about this company. It was not on the same level as the previous industries the system had rewarded him with. Chen Chen quickly took out his phone and began to check the information the system had sent him about this company. Xuantong Technology was a small company founded a few years ago by several graduate students, mainly researching Bluetooth communication. So far, they had not achieved any effective results. After reading the information, Chen Chen appeared even more puzzled. Why would the system reward him with such a company? Was there something about this company that he didn't understand? Just as Chen Chen was feeling confused, a strange phone call came in. With some hesitation, Chen Chen answered the call. Hello? Is this the boss? I am Zhou Kai, the person in charge of Xuantong Technology. Today, our company has completed its first project. I'm reporting this to you. Zhou Kai's voice sounded a bit youthful, but he felt an indescribable gratitude towards this boss he had never met. It should be known that Xuantong Technology had been able to persist until now and complete this project thanks to this unseen angel investor. Over the years, this investor had continuously provided financial support to Xuantong Technology without ever interfering in their research. To put it bluntly, without such an angel investor, Zhou Kai and the others would not have been able to complete the current project. Oh, tell me more. At this moment, Chen Chen guessed that the project Xuantong Technology had completed was definitely the main reason the system rewarded him with this company. In this era, an epic-making invention could undoubtedly bring terrifying wealth. Presumably, Xuantong Technology's invention was of this nature. The project our company has completed is called Super Bluetooth. Most Bluetooth devices on the market have a coverage range of about 10 to 20 meters, but our developed Bluetooth can cover a range of 5,000 meters. If possible, boss, I hope to report to you in person. Zhou Kai sounded extremely proud when he said this. Hearing such a comparison of data, Chen Chen was also shocked by this so-called Super Bluetooth. Such a technology entering the market would definitely cause a seismic shift in the industry. Okay, I'm in Jiangcheng. I'll wait for you to report to me. Chen Chen immediately replied. Boss, I'm in Pingcheng. I'll buy the earliest flight and can see you this afternoon. Zhou Kai's tone was even more excited. This was his first time meeting his mysterious boss. Faced with this boss who had shown him kindness, Zhou Kai felt that no amount of gratitude would be enough. Buy a business class ticket, I'll reimburse you. Bring your core team members and send me the flight information. I'll have someone pick you up and treat you to a welcome dinner, Chen Chen said. The Qilin building only had one extreme cold chain, which felt a bit empty. Chen Chen planned to relocate Xuantong Technology to Jiangcheng as well. Okay, boss. I'll book the tickets right away. After Zhou Kai booked the tickets, Chen Chen sent the flight information to Zhou Weiguo, asking him to arrange for the pickup. As for the accommodation, Chen Chen directly contacted Wang Quanquan from Longhu Manor. These were all golden geese, and it was only right to treat them well. Zhougo, what kind of person do you think our boss is? I don't know, but they should be a pretty good person, otherwise, they wouldn't support our project. Yeah, the boss even booked us business class. I've never flown business class in my life. I have to say, it's way better than flying budget airlines. 3 men and 1 woman walked out of the airport, dragging their suitcases. The leader was Joe Kai, who had spoken with Chen Chen on the phone that morning. Joe Kai was looking around when he quickly spotted several burly men in black suits holding signs to welcome him. Jogo, our boss is a serious person, right? Why do those guys in black suits look so intimidating? They can't be here to collect our kidneys, can they? The men whispered. What are you thinking? This is Jiangcheng, not Diancity. The money the boss has invested in us over the years isn't something we can just give up. Stop messing around. Joe Kai said irritably, then led everyone over. You must be Joe Kai. I'm the boss's bodyguard, Wang Peng. Please follow me, Wang Peng said, leading them to a Hummer to head to Chen Chen's villa. When the Hummer entered the Yulong Bay community, the young people were already showing signs of being inexperienced. Joe Good, just how rich is our boss? Living in a place like this. I bet the boss's bathroom could buy a house in my hometown. No kidding, if the boss didn't have money, how could they afford to invest in our project without interference? Working for a boss like this is truly a blessing. Hearing his partner's sentiments, Joe Kai felt a sense of pride. As long as we work hard, the boss will definitely provide us with better treatment, Joe Kai said. However, when the Hummer convoy stopped at the entrance of Chen Chen's villa, the young people were indeed left speechless. What stood before them was not just a villa. It was practically a castle. It seemed the boss was even wealthier than they had imagined. Joe Kai, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Come on in, I've had my chef prepare some food for you, Chen Chen said as he came out to greet them after receiving Wang Peng's message. Joe Kai and his group looked completely taken aback. When they saw Chen Chen's handsome face, they were even more astonished. It was as if he existed in a different dimension. Under Chen Chen's warm invitation, they entered the villa and began to enjoy the feast prepared by Feng Xiaoxiao and the assistant chef. These young people, who were so engrossed in their research, had never eaten such delicious food before, and they were practically stuffing themselves. Even the only woman in the team was eating without regard for her image. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, Chen Chen returned to the main topic. Alright, Joe Kai, since you want to report to me in person, show me the technology you've developed. Chen Chen said. Boss, this is the headset equipped with our super Bluetooth technology. I've already connected it to my phone, please put it on. In a moment, I'll have Brother Wang drive me away from the villa. We will inform you of your distance via phone, Joe Kai said. When discussing the product to be tested, Joe Kai's face was full of pride. This technology was precisely his confidence in meeting Chen Chen. Naturally, Chen Chen would not refuse such an experience. He put on the headset and heard pleasant music. Then he and Wang Peng activated location sharing, sharing each other's positions in real time while maintaining a voice call. At 1 kilometer, the music in the headset was very smooth. At 3 kilometers, the smooth music continued to play. At 5 kilometers, the music still played without any stuttering or disconnection. This had already reached the data Joe Kai had told him over the phone. However, Joe Kai did not stop testing. Wang Peng continued to drive further away. At 6 kilometers, the sound in the Bluetooth headset began to fluctuate, but there were occasional stutters. At 7 kilometers, the fluctuations became more severe. At 8 kilometers, the stuttering worsened, accompanied by a strong static sound. As Wang Peng's car drove further away, the static sound grew stronger, and there were occasional disconnections, but it would reconnect after a while. Once the distance exceeded 10 kilometers, the Bluetooth connection was completely lost. It seemed that the 5 kilometers Joe Kai mentioned earlier was under optimal communication conditions. Under extreme conditions, this Bluetooth could transmit effective information within a range of 10 kilometers. Upon learning this result, everyone present had different expressions. Each member of Joe Kai's team wore a proud look. This super Bluetooth was their proud creation. Currently, there were no similar competing products on the market, let alone any that could match it. Chen Chen fell into thought, considering how to leverage such a technology that far exceeded current levels for greater benefits. As for Joe Weigua and the others, their faces were filled with astonishment. Smooth communication at 5 kilometers, extreme communication at 10 kilometers. The potential military applications of this Bluetooth technology were simply immeasurable. Moreover, it was clear that this device was intended for civilian use, needing to consider aesthetics and energy consumption. If developed for military purposes, it might guarantee Bluetooth communication over 20 kilometers. This invention was simply terrifying. Joe Weigua also informed Chen Chen of this discovery. Originally, Chen Chen was still contemplating how to gain greater benefits from this technology. Now, Joe Weigua's words provided him with a direction. Tonight, Chen Chen was scheduled to visit the Song family. Old Master Song had retired from the military district, making it a perfect opportunity to showcase the true potential of this technology. When Wang Peng brought Zhou Kai back to the villa, Chen Chen once again expressed his admiration for their abilities. Zhou Kai, I've already arranged your accommodation for tonight. However, I need to meet an important person shortly. He might want to meet you to understand this technology. When I return, they will take you to your place. You are free to use the entertainment facilities in the villa, and if you have any needs, you can speak to my bodyguard, Chen Chen said. Yes, boss, Zhou Kai replied. The Song family also had their own villa in the Yulong Lake community. In a way, they could be considered Chen Chen's neighbors. Zhou Weiguo drove Chen Chen to the entrance of the Song family's villa. Compared to Chen Chen's extravagant villa No. 9, the Song family's villa appeared less ostentatious. Song Qingxue had also finished work early today and was waiting at the door to greet Chen Chen. Chen Chen, my grandfather might speak a bit bluntly, I hope you don't mind, Song Qingxue said. Since getting to know Chen Chen, Song Qingxue has deeply understood Chen Chen's uncompromising nature. I'm not an unreasonable person, I will still maintain the respect due to an old general who has come down from the battlefield, Chen Chen said. Upon hearing Chen Chen's words, Song Qingxue visibly relaxed. However, she was also curious as to why her grandfather had invited Chen Chen to visit. It was known that her grandfather had never been interested in these businessmen. Zhou Weiguo and the other two accompanied Chen Chen into the Song residence. In the reception room, Chen Chen and the others saw an elderly man in a tang suit, who was none other than Song Qingxue's grandfather, Song Baisong, the head of the Song family. Commander! As soon as they saw Song Baisong, Zhou Weiguo and the others stepped forward and saluted him. Zhou Weiguo, Wang Peng, and Wu Yuan, it's you three, Song Baisong said, his stern face softening a bit. I have quite an impression of you. Retiring and becoming a bodyguard isn't bad, as long as you don't do anything illegal or immoral, and uphold your conscience without bringing shame to the military. Song Baisong continued. Yes, we will remember the commander's teachings. Zhou Weiguo and the others replied in unison. After admonishing the three, Song Baisong turned his gaze to Chen Chen. Chen Chen, do you know why I wanted to see you? Song Baisong asked, staring at Chen Chen. I don't know, Chen Chen replied directly. Not long ago, you were just an employee of the Jiangchen group, but now you've transformed into someone powerful and influential. Even now, I can't find your background. I don't care about your background, I hope you abide by the law and don't do anything you shouldn't. I don't want Jiangchen to have another Jiangchen group. Song Baisong's tone became heavier with each word, and his imposing aura was fully released. Chen Chen now understood that Song Baisong's purpose in seeking him out was merely to intimidate him. It must be said that from this perspective, Song Baisong was indeed a principled old-timer. Of course, I will act according to the rules, Chen Chen said confidently. Since you say so, I will trust you. I hope you won't deceive me, Song Baisong replied. Old Master Song, I am a person who values rules. Since I am here as a guest, I naturally have to bring a gift. As Chen Chen spoke, he handed a Bluetooth headset utilizing super Bluetooth technology to Song Baisong. Initially, when Song Baisong heard that Chen Chen was going to give him a gift, his expression changed immediately. He thought Chen Chen was trying to bribe him with a gift, expecting him to turn a blind eye. Chen Chen underestimated his abilities. Just as Song Baisong was about to explode in anger, he saw that the so-called gift was merely a worthless Bluetooth headset. For a moment, Song Baisong was somewhat taken aback. Chen Chen, what do you mean by this? Song Baisong asked. This Bluetooth headset uses super Bluetooth technology developed by a tech company under my command. It can ensure optimal communication within a 5-kilometer range, with an extreme distance of up to 10 kilometers, Chen Chen explained slowly. Although Old Master Song had already retired from his position as a general and didn't know much about technology, he could sense the extraordinary nature of this so-called super Bluetooth technology from Chen Chen's attitude. In front of Chen Chen, Old Master Song directly made a phone call. Since he didn't understand, he would ask someone who did. He wanted to see just how remarkable the super Bluetooth technology that Chen Chen confidently presented was. Xiao Jiang, how far can the Bluetooth technology our troops are currently using cover? What? After receiving the answer, Old Master Song's expression was one of shock. The range of the super Bluetooth that Chen Chen mentioned was simply too vast. There was no need to compare the technology the military currently possessed with Chen Chen's super Bluetooth. Chen Chen, can you guarantee that what you just told me is absolutely true? Old Master Song fixed his gaze on Chen Chen and asked. I guarantee it. The range covered by this super Bluetooth is something I have tested. The researchers who developed this technology are currently in my villa. Chen Chen's tone was calm. Old Chief, we have also seen this test, and we can ensure that the data is accurate, said Zhou Weiguo and the others. Old Master Song scanned the group and continued speaking into the phone. I have a new Bluetooth technology here, with a maximum range of 10 kilometers. You all come over immediately. Everyone, please wait here for a moment. This technology is of great significance to our country. After hanging up the phone, Old Master Song spoke to Chen Chen and the others. Chen Chen naturally would not refuse. Old Master Song then returned to his study to contact his former subordinates, requesting them to arrive as quickly as possible. As for Chen Chen and the others, they were left in the care of Song Qingxue. Song Qingxue also served everyone tea and snacks. Throughout this process, her gaze lingered on Chen Chen. Chen Chen was just an unexpectedly remarkable man. This seemingly ordinary man could always produce something impressive time and again. Song Qingxue also wanted to know just how significant Chen Chen's background was. Before long, Old Master Song emerged from the study. Chen Chen, call the team members who developed this technology. I need you all to come with me. The military has already arranged the testing site. Old Master Song said. It was not feasible to conduct precise testing of the super Bluetooth data within the Yulon Lake community. Moreover, testing such a groundbreaking technology indeed required a location with confidentiality. Therefore, the military decided to conduct the super Bluetooth tests at a secret military base near Jiangcheng. Of course, we are happy to cooperate with the country's requirements. Zhou Weigua, go and bring Zhou Kai and the others over. Chen Shen said with a smile. Yes. Zhou Weigua quickly drove back to Villa No. 9 to bring Zhou Kai and the others over. Brother Zhou, do we need to cooperate in testing the technology? Zhou Kai asked in the car. If it was a test of the technology they developed, Zhou Kai had no fear at all. Yes, but we need to go to a special place for the test, so don't be nervous later, Zhou Weigui replied. Although Zhou Kai did not show any reaction on his face to Zhou Weigua's words, he scoffed internally. It was just a product test. What was there to be nervous about regarding any flaws in the product they created? After getting out of the car, Zhou Kai walked over to Chen Chen's side. Boss, is this old gentleman wanting to test the technology we developed? Zhou Kai asked, looking at Old Master Song. In fact, Zhou Kai still felt that an elderly person of this age wouldn't understand much about technology. One should not underestimate the value of this technology due to the old man's biases. You must be Zhou Kai, the lead developer of the Super Bluetooth. Truly a promising young talent, Old Master Song said, patting Zhou Kai on the shoulder. His face was filled with satisfaction. It's me, but old sir, do you really understand technology? Zhou Kai hesitantly spoke up. As a science and engineering graduate, Zhou Kai had received an investment after finishing school and began researching Super Bluetooth. He had never dealt with people from society and had a terrifyingly low emotional intelligence. If it were anyone else facing Zhou Kai's questioning, they would surely feel displeased. However, Zhou Kai's personality happened to suit Old Master Song's taste. Having a military background, Old Master Song had always disliked people who spoke in circles. He preferred straightforwardness like Zhou Kai's. I don't understand technology, but there will be professionals to test the super Bluetooth you developed. If unqualified people give random commands, wouldn't everything be in chaos? Old Master Song said. Then who will specifically conduct the tests? Zhou Kai breathed a sigh of relief. Since it would be professionals testing, he felt reassured. They're coming soon. Just as Old Master Song finished speaking, a rumble echoed from above. Everyone looked up to see 3 armed helicopters slowly descending. Boss, what's going on? Zhou Kai was taken aback by the scene. He had never seen such a grand spectacle. The others in Zhou Kai's team were equally stunned. Don't worry, the military is interested in this technology. If the tests go well, this technology will serve the army. You want to contribute to our country, right? Chen Chen comforted him. Of course. Zhou Kai suddenly felt invigorated. He was already very confident in the new technology he had developed, but he never expected that one day it could serve the country. Once the helicopters landed, everyone boarded and headed to a military base. At that moment, the military base was ready with all the conditions to test the Bluetooth, just waiting for Chen Chen and the others to arrive. Hello, I am Jiang Ning, the person in charge of this test. It's a pleasure to meet you. Please follow me. The little Jiang mentioned by Old Master Song was already waiting for them as soon as the helicopter landed. Everyone followed Jiang Ning into the prepared testing area. The Bluetooth headset equipped with Super Bluetooth technology was handed over to Jiang Ning, who would lead the testing. Although Zhou Kai repeatedly claimed he wasn't nervous, during the test, his hands instinctively gripped his pants, and his face was filled with anxiety. Chen Chen had no intention of trying to persuade him. At this point, even if Chen Chen tried to comfort him, Zhou Kai probably wouldn't listen. As for the test results, Chen Chen was not worried at all. After all, this technology had been system certified. If it couldn't pass the test, the system wouldn't reward a company that resembled a small workshop. Finally, under everyone's watchful eyes, the test began. Testing starts. Optimal communication distance, 5 kilometers. Guaranteed communication distance, 8 kilometers. Maximum communication distance, 10 kilometers. Interference resistance excellent. Connection stability excellent. One by one, the test results were announced. Joe-Kai's expression grew increasingly excited. When all the results were revealed, Joe-Kai couldn't help but scream in excitement, then tightly embraced his team members. Mr. Joe-Kai, the super Bluetooth developed by you and your team has epic-making significance. Our military will acquire this technology. Jiang Ning said with a look of excitement. This has to be decided by our boss. Joe-Kai did not directly answer Jiang Ning but instead looked at Chen Chen. Although this technology was developed under Joe-Kai's leadership, the final decision still rested in Chen Chen's hands. Despite Joe-Kai's low emotional intelligence, he understood this matter clearly. Mr. Chen, this technology holds significant importance for the military. I hope you can think of the country. Of course, we will acquire this technology at market price, Jiang Ning quickly interjected. Seeing such advanced technology, if it couldn't be in their hands, it would be more painful than death. Of course, I am willing to cooperate with the country, Chen Chen said. With the system at his disposal, Chen Chen had little pursuit for wealth. What he valued more was the benefits gained from selling such technology. Selling this super Bluetooth technology to the military would allow him to connect with them. Moreover, this collaboration was facilitated by the Song family, which would strengthen Chen Chen's relationship with them. From his previous conversation with Old Master Song, Chen Chen could already sense the old man's dissatisfaction with the Jiangcheng group. This way, when he dealt with the Jiangcheng group in the future, he could naturally gain support from the political and military circles. With such backing, the Jiangcheng group would have no chance. Mr. Joe, given your team's outstanding development capabilities, if you are willing, I hope you can join our military research institute and continue to contribute to the country, Jiang Ning said. For such talented individuals, Jiang Ning directly chose to poach them in front of Chen Chen without caring about his presence. Faced with the military's invitation, Joe-Kai hesitated. This was the military's research institute. Such a stable job would attract envy from many. Joe-Kai instinctively looked at Chen Chen. It's fine, Joe-Kai. If you are willing to serve the country, I support your choice, Chen Chen said. If Joe-Kai and his team insisted on leaving, Chen Chen had no ability to keep them. How could he possibly compete with the military now? As long as Joe-Kai felt grateful to him and maintained a bond, that was enough. Besides, with the super Bluetooth already showing results, Joe-Kai's team wouldn't be able to develop anything new in the short term. Chen Chen had no need to throw away a watermelon for a sesame seed, sacrificing greater benefits for a small one. Hearing Chen Chen's words, Joe-Kai ultimately made his decision. Although the military's offer was indeed tempting, Joe-Kai still felt grateful for Chen Chen's recognition of them. Chen Chen was willing to invest in them when they had just graduated and had nothing. Now that they had achieved results, what reason did they have to leave Chen Chen for a higher branch? Joe-Kai couldn't accept such a course of action. Sorry, Mr. Jiang Ning, we still plan to continue working for our boss, Joe-Kai said. Since Joe-Kai had made up his mind, the other members also made the same choice as him. Are you really not going to reconsider? The country lacks talented individuals like you. Jiang Ning tried to persuade them, but none of Joe-Kai's team changed their decision. After the tests were completed, Jiang Ning arranged for a helicopter to take Chen Chen and the others back. Along the way, Chen Chen also assigned new tasks to Joe-Kai and his team. The ultra-long-distance Bluetooth technology had been restricted by the military and could not enter the market. However, Bluetooth connections at the 100-meter level would still create a significant impact on the current market. What Joe-Kai and his team needed to do next was to develop civilian-level Bluetooth technology at the 100-meter range. The difficulty of this level of development was a piece of cake for Joe-Kai and his team, who had already developed Super Bluetooth. After assigning the tasks, the remaining matter was the equity incentives. Joe-Kai received 10% of the shares, while the other three each received 5%. In addition, Chen Chen also provided each of them with a cash bonus of 1 million. Once the funds purchased by the military arrived, Joe-Kai and the others would receive additional rewards based on their share proportions. After hearing Chen Chen's words, Joe-Kai and the others felt no regret about the military's recruitment. The boss was simply too generous. Working under such a magnanimous boss, they would all eventually become millionaires. The helicopter landed near the Song family's villa. Old Master Song had also received news of Chen Chen's collaboration with the military and understood how much convenience such technology would provide to the soldiers. The usually stern Old Master Song smiled when he saw Chen Chen. Chen Chen, Joe-Kai, you young men are doing great. Old Master Song praised. Old Master Song, we are just doing what we should do, Chen Chen replied. I know the country may not be able to provide you with the high funding that foreign companies can offer, but rest assured, our country will never treat its heroes poorly. If you encounter any trouble in Jiangcheng in the future, as long as it's not illegal, come to Grandfather Song, and I will help you solve it, Old Master Song said, patting Chen Chen on the shoulder. In that case, I really do have something I need Grandfather Song's help with, Chen Chen said. Old Master Song was quite pleased with Chen Chen's straightforward attitude. This was more like it. He didn't like the roundabout, hesitant approach. Chen Chen then told Old Master Song about the assassination attempt he had faced in the mysterious Xiao Yang. After listening to Chen Chen's account, Old Master Song's expression turned serious. Xiao Shui, you need to take this matter seriously. How can such things happen in Jiangcheng? Forget it, I'll call your third uncle shortly. I want to ask how this police chief is doing his job. Chen Chen, rest assured, no one in Jiangcheng will dare to harm you in the future, Old Master Song said sternly. Thank you, Old Master Song. However, even though Old Master Song said this, Chen Chen would not let his guard down. According to Zhou Weigua, the guy named Zhao Yang was definitely a master. Moreover, without sufficient evidence, the authorities would not be able to take down Zhao Yang. Qingxue, before this matter is resolved, you should pay more attention to Chen Chen's safety. Old Master Song turned to Song Qingxue and said, Yes, Grandpa, I understand, Song Qingxue immediately replied. After that, Old Master Song and Song Qingxue sent Chen Chen and his group off. Zhou Kai and the others also got into the Hummer and were taken to Longhu Manor. Grandpa, what do you mean by this? Once back at the villa, Song Qingxue immediately asked. Even if she had to protect Chen Chen, there was no need for her to take responsibility. Her grandfather's arrangement definitely had another purpose. Qingxue, you're not young anymore. It's time to settle down. Chen Chen is a promising young man. Anyway, you are both single now, so getting to know each other wouldn't hurt. Grandpa wouldn't harm you, Old Master Song said. Grandpa, but Chen Chen has been married before. Song Qingxue's voice suddenly became sharp. So what? The current Chen Chen is single, and that's enough. Besides, Chen Chen is not bad looking. If you end up with him, you won't be at a loss, Old Master Song said confidently. Chen Chen slowly opened his eyes from his big bed, and the system's prompt sounded in his mind. Ding, the 11th day of filing for divorce, rewarding Hajong Private Equity. Hajong Private Equity, a well-known private equity fund company in the industry. The helm of Hajong Private Equity, Ding Yong, is famously nicknamed the Demon Blade. Ding Yong's investments always leave his peers baffled, yet he consistently reaps substantial profits. Now, this Demon Blade in the stock market and the Hajong Private Equity Company have become his own possessions. Owning such a private equity firm holds significant importance for Chen Chen's acquisition of Jiangcheng Group stocks. Lin Zai helps him because he wants to replace Jiangcheng Group and become a new supergroup. Only in this way can the economy of Jiangcheng be stabilized. Gradually encroaching on Jiangcheng Group through stock acquisitions and ultimately seizing ownership is the best approach. Just as Chen Chen was about to contact Ding Yong, he received a call from him. Boss, I'm glad you finally decided to reveal your identity. May I have the honor of visiting you? Ding Yong cautiously spoke. Ding Yong was originally just a trader. After becoming independent, he prepared to carve out a career for himself and received a massive amount of funding from a mysterious benefactor. With this capital, Ding Yong earned the title of Demon Blade in the stock market and established the current Hajong Private Equity. In the eyes of others, Ding Yong is the boss of Hajong Private Equity. Only Ding Yong knows that behind him stands a mysterious big boss. Ding Yong wouldn't dare to entertain any rebellious thoughts against this mysterious benefactor. How could someone who provides such vast amounts of capital be an ordinary person? Moreover, without this boss, how could Ding Yong obtain the massive funds to continue making waves in the stock market? After all, others wouldn't easily trust their own judgment, and Ding Yong looked down on explaining things to those fools. Continuing to work under Chen Chen is Ding Yong's best path. I'm in Jiangcheng now, and I look forward to meeting you, Chen Chen said. Boss, if the timing is right, I hope to meet you in Jiangcheng this Saturday, which is tomorrow, Ding Yong replied. On weekdays, Ding Yong spends all his time studying the stock market. Only on weekends does he have time to travel. Although Ding Yong is now a well-known wealthy individual, his attitude towards work sets a benchmark in the industry. Alright, I also look forward to our meeting. Chen Chen then ended the conversation. After having breakfast prepared by Feng Xiaoxiao, Chen Chen set off for Qilin Building. Today, Zhou Kai and the others would also head to Qilin Building to select a new office as the headquarters for Xuantong Technology. When Chen Chen arrived at Qilin Building, Zhou Kai and the others, along with the building's manager, Xia Sudong, were already waiting for him at the entrance. Boss. Zhou Kai's tone became exceptionally eager upon seeing Chen Chen. The accommodation they experienced last night was something they had never encountered before. Not only did Chen Chen provide them with high salaries, but he also treated them with such high standards. Working for such a celestial boss was truly an honor for them. How did you sleep last night? Chen Chen inquired. Very well, boss. Wasn't it a bit too much for us to stay in such a place? I've heard that the members of Longhu Manor are not ordinary people. Zhou Kai scratched the back of his head and replied. The other young people also appeared timid. Zhou Kai, you are now the CEO of Shuentong Technology. You all are also executives of Shuentong Technology. Future communication technology will definitely become a leading company in the industry, and you are certainly qualified to become members of Longhu Manor. You should get used to your current identity. Chen Chen spoke up. Upon hearing this, Zhou Kai and the others also showed a spirited demeanor. Subsequently, Chen Chen accompanied Zhou Kai and the others to select suitable offices and arranged for the subsequent relocation of the company. The young people had no objections about moving to another city. Jiang City was already a big city, and Chen Chen offered them high salaries, so they had no reason to refuse. After handling matters with Zhou Kai, Chen Chen saw Qian Jiqiang, whom he hadn't seen for a long time, in the building. However, Qian Jiqiang now looked extremely disheveled. He leaned on a cane, appearing as if he had lost his soul, limping out of the elevator. This appearance was undoubtedly a result of being fired by Jiang City Technology. It was to be expected. How could that psychopathic Chen Qingyun tolerate Qian Jiqiang continuing to work in his company? In the short term, Chen Qingyun couldn't take revenge on Chen Chen, so he naturally vented his anger towards Qian Jiqiang. Seeing Qian Jiqiang struggling with his cane, limping awkwardly, it was clear he had suffered greatly during this time. Supervisor Qian, it's been a long time, Chen Chen greeted him. Qian Jiqiang felt incredibly low. Previously, because of Chen Chen, he had been mistreated by Chen Qingyun. Not only was he forced to drink milk tea with hair in it, but Chen Qingyun also knocked out one of his teeth with a golf ball. However, fearing Chen Qingyun's background, even after enduring such suffering, Chen Jiqiang could only swallow his grievances. After staying in the hospital for a few days and recovering somewhat, he immediately returned to the company with his cane. But at the company entrance, he received the news that he had been fired. Even his personal belongings had been thrown out like trash. Yet, Chen Jiqiang didn't dare to voice any objections. The Jiang City Group was not something a small person like him could afford to offend. Fortunately, to release Chen Qingyun earlier, the Jiang City Group had given Qian Jiqiang some money, so he was not completely without options. Qian Jiqiang left the company in a dejected manner. However, he did not expect that just as he exited the elevator, he would run into the spirited Chen Chen. Boss Chen, I was blind and offended you before. If I don't lean on my cane, I will fall to the ground. Please let me go, considering how miserable I am. Qian Jiqiang said with a bitter smile. Seeing Qian Jiqiang in such a submissive state, Chen Chen had no intention of continuing to mock him. Then why did you forgive Chen Qingyun and not send him in? As long as you are willing to testify, I can offer you help, Chen Chen said. Upon hearing Chen Chen's words, Qian Jiqiang indeed felt a moment of temptation. However, soon a bitter smile appeared on his face. Boss Chen, please don't make it difficult for me. How can a small person like me stand against you big shots? Qian Jiqiang's smile grew increasingly bitter. After leaving this remark, he leaned on his cane and trembled away. Qian Jiqiang, if in the future I can bring down Jiang City Group, would you be willing to step on Chen Qingyun? Chen Chen asked, watching Qian Jiqiang's back. Qian Jiqiang's pace noticeably faltered. However, he didn't turn back or answer Chen Chen's question, leaving on his own. That hunched figure appeared particularly desolate. Mountain Villa. Lu Ruyan stepped out of the villa, 1 foot deep and the other shallow. At this moment, although Lu Ruyan appeared unchanged on the outside, her skin, covered by clothing, was riddled with scars, and her eyes had completely lost their luster. Ever since that day, Lu Ruyan had been imprisoned and abused by Chen Qingyun in the mountain villa. If it weren't for the fear of directly killing Lu Ruyan, Chen Qingyun would not have let her out. However, this was merely a temporary release, allowing Lu Ruyan to go to the hospital to heal her wounds. As for escaping from Chen Qingyun's grasp, what a joke! From the moment Lu Ruyan chose this path, she had already been branded by Chen Qingyun. Unless Lu Ruyan died, there was no way for her to escape his control. The strength of an ordinary person was far too insignificant in the face of the vast commercial empire of Jiangcheng Group. In the hospital, Lu Ruyan lay on the bed and took out her phone. After charging it and turning it on, a series of missed calls appeared, most of which were from her mother. Mom? Lu Ruyan called back, her voice trembling. Now, Lu Ruyan desperately hoped for her mother's comfort, but unfortunately, what she craved was something she was destined not to receive. You worthless piece of trash. Feeling bold, are we? How dare you not answer my calls? Do you know how hard your brother's life is in there? Do you know how many glares your mother has received lately? You heartless piece of trash, only caring about your own good life. I really shouldn't have given birth to you. Wu Xiaofan poured all her anger onto Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan felt an overwhelming sense of grievance, her voice trembling as she spoke. Mom, it's not like that, I didn't. Lu Ruyan cried as she explained. Where are you, you worthless piece of trash? I'm coming to settle the score with you. Wu Xiaofan sensed Lu Ruyan's guilt and questioned her. Mom, I'm in the hospital. Lu Ruyan told her location, thinking that if her mother saw her current state, she would stop blaming her. Before long, Wu Xiaofan rushed to the hospital in a flurry. Lu Ruyan, what are you pretending for? What could possibly happen to you? Don't think that by playing the victim I won't blame you. Wu Xiaofan didn't give Lu Ruyan a good look at all, and directly twisted Lu Ruyan's body hard, causing her to scream in pain. Pretending, still pretending with me. Is it that I can't teach you a lesson now? Seeing Lu Ruyan like this, Wu Xiaofan twisted even harder. Lu Ruyan quickly pulled up her sleeve, revealing the scars on her body, and only then did Wu Xiaofan retract her hand. But Wu Xiaofan showed no sign of remorse. You got hurt and didn't say anything. Did I forget to give you a voice when I gave birth to you? Don't look at me with those eyes. It's not my fault. Wu Xiaofan said irritably. Mom, I didn't mean to blame you. Lu Ruyan quickly replied. How did you end up like this? Wu Xiaofan asked, her eyes filled with calculation. If Lu Ruyan, this worthless piece of trash, had been harmed by someone, could she find someone to demand compensation? Wu Xiaofan had also found out in recent days that as long as she compensated for the losses and made amends, her precious son could be released sooner. This was done by Qin Qingyun. After hesitating for a long time, Lu Ruyan finally spoke these words. Then, under Wu Xiaofan's pressing, Lu Ruyan revealed the twisted relationship between her and Chen Xingyun to her mother. Isn't it just selling yourself to become Chen Xiao's servant? It's your fortune that Chen Xiao is willing to spend so much money to support you. You should take good care of him. If you continue to please Chen Xiao, he might help get your brother out, considering how understanding you are. Everyone is saying that, and you even mentioned that Chen Xiao has a little Tian now. Little Tian has been missing his dad these days. Wu Xiaofan spoke as if it were only natural. After all, Lu Ruyan was just a money-losing asset. Even if Lu Ruyan got married, she wouldn't earn as much as she did by being with Chen Xiao. Got it, Mom, Lu Ruyan replied softly. Lu Ruyan didn't expect her mother to accept her situation so calmly. At that moment, Lu Ruyan couldn't tell if she felt a bit relieved or if she was just cold-hearted towards her mother's attitude. However, Wu Xiaofan still hadn't given up on using Chen Xiaotian to manipulate Chen Xingyun. Even if Chen Xingyun saw Lu Ruyan as a worthless plaything, Chen Xiaotian was his precious son. Chen Xingyun would definitely take care of Wang Yao more because of Chen Xiaotian. By the way, even though you don't have a title now, you can still be considered Chen Xiao's person. Aren't you going to give that useless Chen Shen a hard time? Chen Shen still hasn't relented, he won't let your brother out. Wu Xiaofan's tone rose again, clearly pushing Lu Ruyan to seek justice from Chen Shen. After all, in Wu Xiaofan's eyes, Chen Shen was just a restaurant waiter. Previously, it was only because Lu Ruyan didn't have time to trouble Chen Shen that he had been so arrogant. Now that Lu Ruyan had time to deal with this issue, what resistance could that useless Chen Shen possibly have? Hearing Wu Xiaofan's words, Lu Ruyan's expression grew increasingly bitter. Wu Xiaofan didn't know, but Lu Ruyan certainly did. Chen Shen had become a big shot in Jiangcheng. Chen Xingyun had often mentioned Chen Shen while mistreating Lu Ruyan. In fact, Lu Ruyan had already begun to regret her earlier choices. Chen Shen had loved her so much back then. If he hadn't discovered the matter with Xiaotian, and if she hadn't divorced him, could she have lived the life of a wealthy wife? However, soon after, Lu Ruyan's resentment towards Chen Shen surged again. Lu Ruyan would never think there was something wrong with her. The problem lay entirely with Chen Shen. If only Chen Shen had told her about his extraordinary family background early on, she would have wholeheartedly become a good wife for him, bearing him a child. How could she have chosen to become Chen Xingyun's plaything? All of this could only be blamed on Chen Shen's dishonesty. That hypocritical man was the root cause of it all. You ungrateful wretch. I'm talking to you. It's one thing if you don't listen, but why are you looking at me like that? Wu Xiaofan felt the disgust in Lu Ruyan's gaze and immediately gave her a slap. Mom, I'm not looking at you. I was thinking about that jerk Chen Shen. That useless Chen Shen hid his family background. I need to find a lawyer to sue him. By then, not only will I divide his assets, but I'll also make him beg to release my brother. Lu Ruyan quickly explained. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and find a lawyer. The sooner you finish the lawsuit, the sooner you can rescue your brother. I'm telling you, your brother has suffered a lot in there. As his sister, you need to compensate him. All the assets divided from Chun Chen should be written in your brother's name. Your brother is the root of our family, got it? Wu Xiufen said. Having been raised with such education, Lu Ruyan naturally had no objections, nodding repeatedly in agreement. Chen Chen was just about to leave the Qilin building when he received a phone call. It was from Mama Jiang at the Jiangcheng Welfare Institute. Generally speaking, Mama Jiang wouldn't disturb him. Since she called, it meant something significant had happened. Hello, Mama Jiang, is something wrong? Chen Chen answered the phone and asked. Xiao Feng, it's like this. A child at the Welfare Institute has been diagnosed with leukemia, and the subsequent treatment costs could amount to several $100,000. Although there was a donation you provided earlier, I think I still need to get your consent before using this money for the child's treatment. Mama Jiang spoke slowly. She tried her best to keep her tone calm, but there was still an undeniable excitement in her voice. Mama Jiang, if the child is sick, then treat him. You don't need to worry about the money. What I lack the least right now is money. Where are you now? I'll come to see you, Chen Chen said. After learning the location, Chen Chen had Zhou Weigua drive them to Jiangcheng First People's Hospital. In a hospital room, Chen Chen saw Mama Jiang, who looked weary. There was also a pale little girl lying in bed, blinking her big eyes and looking at Chen Chen. Brother Chen. The little girl greeted him warmly. At that moment, Chen Chen recognized her. This little girl was Luo Xiaohua, whom he had met before at the Welfare Institute. You're Xiaohua, right? Chen Chen walked to Luo Xiaohua's side and tucked her blanket. Luo Xiaohua nodded slightly. Don't be afraid, Xiaohua. Brother Chen will help you find the best doctor, and you will get better. Chen Chen comforted her. Brother Chen, I'm not afraid. I will get better, Luo Xiaohua said with a strong expression. At that moment, she truly resembled a wildflower striving to grow. Just then, hurried footsteps were heard from outside the door. Chen Chen turned around and saw Feng Xiaoxiao rushing in, still wearing her chef's uniform. Clearly, Feng Xiaoxiao had come as soon as she heard the news, without even changing her clothes. At the Welfare Institute, Feng Xiaoxiao cared the most about Luo Xiaohua. To put it bluntly, Feng Xiaoxiao treated Luo Xiaohua like her own sister. That's why she rushed to the hospital so urgently after learning about Luo Xiaohua's leukemia diagnosis. Feng Xiaoxiao dashed to Luo Xiaohua's bedside and hugged her tightly. Xiaohua, don't be afraid, your sister is here. With your sister here, nothing will happen to you. Feng Xiaoxiao comforted her. Sister, you're hugging too tightly, let go of me, Luo Xiaohua said with difficulty. Upon hearing this, Feng Xiaoxiao immediately released Luo Xiaohua, who then pretended to take a few deep breaths, acting as if she had come back to life. This playful act brought smiles to everyone. Alright, sister, I will take good care of my treatment. You don't need to worry about me. Besides, brother-in-law has promised to help me find the best doctor, so I definitely won't have any problems. Luo Xiaohua put on a little adult's posture and even comforted Feng Xiaoxiao. However, all of Feng Xiaoxiao's attention was focused on the words brother-in-law. Her usually sharp mind seemed to have crashed, and it took her a long time to finally realize that brother-in-law referred to Chen Chen. For a moment, Feng Xiaoxiao felt both shy and embarrassed. If it weren't for Luo Xiaohua lying in the hospital bed, she would have happily put this little brat on her lap and spanked her. Who told you that nonsense? Feng Xiaoxiao's voice suddenly became sharp. Isn't it? You're living with Brother Chen. Aren't you going to marry Brother Chen? What's wrong with me calling Brother Chen brother-in-law? Luo Xiaohua's tone was firm. I was just a chef for Chen Chen back then. I was with him just to make cooking easier. Luo Xiaohua. From now on, I'll have Mom Jiang keep a close eye on you. You can't watch those messy dramas and short videos anymore. What's going on in your head? Feng Xiaoxiao's tone became urgent. Clearly, Feng Xiaoxiao intended to use this method to alleviate her shyness and embarrassment. No, I'm lying in bed now. If I can't look at my phone, I might as well be dead. Luo Xiaohua's face suddenly fell in despair. Then you better behave. Otherwise, you'll regret it. Feng Xiaoxiao's tone became triumphant. Chen Chen planned to take this opportunity to ask the doctor for advice. Upon learning Chen Chen's intention, Feng Xiaoxiao followed him and left together. Mom Jian looked at the backs of Feng Xiaoxiao and Chen Chen leaving, her face full of satisfaction. Chen Chen and Feng Xiaoxiao had grown up under Mom Jiang's watch. They were both good kids in her heart. Chen Chen had previously encountered a bad woman. If he could be with Feng Xiaoxiao, that would be perfect. TSK, still saying they aren't a couple. Luo Xiaohua, lying on the hospital bed, also expressed her feelings. Chen Chen, along with Feng Xiaoxiao and a few others, arrived at the attending physician's office. Don't worry, Luo Xiaohua's illness was discovered early. The situation hasn't worsened, as long as she takes her medication on time, her life can be ensured. Once we find a suitable opportunity for a bone marrow transplant, she can return to normal. The only downside is that the monthly medication costs tens of thousands. The bone marrow transplant will also cost hundreds of thousands, the attending physician said. The doctor also knew that Luo Xiaohua was an orphan from a welfare home. This illness could be managed in a family with some assets, but for Luo Xiaohua in the welfare home, it would be tough. Don't worry, doctor, I can afford this money. I've already deposited $1 million into Luo Xiaohua's medical account, just prescribe the best medicine for her, Chen Chen said. What is your relationship with Luo Xiaohua? The attending physician adjusted his glasses and asked. Luo Xiaohua and I came from the same welfare home. I've made some money from small businesses recently, and I should use it on these kids, Chen Chen replied with a smile. The attending physician looked at Chen Chen, feeling that his figure had become incredibly tall. After leaving the doctor's office, Feng Xiaoxiao spoke up. Chen Chen, thank you. There's no need to thank me. We all came from the welfare home, and now that we have the ability, we should do our part. Aren't you always donating money back to the orphanage? Chen Chen said with a smile. But the money I donate to the orphanage isn't as much as what you give. Feng Xiaoxiao's voice became softer. You have how much money, and I have how much? The money I donate is just a drop in the bucket for me. You would give away all your money if you could. Chen Chen sighed. It must be said that Feng Xiaoxiao's actions seemed a bit foolish to Chen Chen. But foolishness also had its charm. Feng Xiaoxiao felt that Chen Chen's earlier words were praising her, but for some reason, she just couldn't feel happy. At that moment, some commotion broke out in the crowd. Chen Chen turned his head and saw a middle-aged man pulling out a watermelon knife, chasing after a doctor in a white coat. Chen Chen quickly realized that this was a medical dispute. Zhou Weiguo, Wang Pang, Wu Yuan. You guys hurry up and subdue that assailant. Chen Chen immediately spoke up. Upon hearing Chen Chen's words, Zhou Weiguo and the others showed no hesitation at all. Although they were retired, they still held the beliefs of soldiers. Protecting the people was ingrained in their bones. Zhou Weiguo rushed forward immediately. Just then, a system prompt echoed in Chen Chen's mind again. Ding, random task triggered, resolve the assassination crisis again, task reward, physical breakthrough card. Chen Chen instantly became alert. At this moment, the person trying to assassinate him again was undoubtedly the mysterious Xiao Yang. Moreover, Zhou Weiguo and the others had just left, and he was already targeted by this guy again. It seemed that Zhao Yang had been watching him all this time. Who exactly was Zhao Yang? How could the Chen family know such a powerful figure? But if it wasn't the Chen family, who else would be so intent on targeting him? Countless questions flooded Chen Chen's mind. However, he had no time or energy to ponder these issues. Dealing with the impending crisis was the top priority. Feng Xiaoxiao, stay away from me. Chen Chen threw out this line, and seeing that Feng Xiaoxiao didn't move, he immediately ran to an empty area with fewer people. Feng Xiaoxiao felt extremely confused by Chen Chen's words. Just as she was about to ask something, she heard Chen Chen's voice again. Don't come over, you go back first, and I'll explain when I return. Chen Chen emphasized once more. Chen Chen, be careful. Feng Xiaoxiao clearly realized something. After leaving that sentence, she turned and ran. After watching Feng Xiaoxiao leave, Chen Chen scrutinized everyone around him. Originally, Chen Chen wanted to find a place with no one else, but in a densely populated area like a hospital, especially with a medical dispute causing injury, that was simply impossible. Fortunately, Chen Chen had previously received a photo of Zhao Yang, but in his line of sight, he didn't see anyone even remotely resembling Zhao Yang. Chen Chen felt that time was passing extremely slowly. He only hoped that Zhou Weiguo and the others could quickly subdue that assailant and return to his side. Chen Chen vigilantly watched everyone trying to approach him, but still found no trace of Zhao Yang. However, the system prompt in his mind grew increasingly urgent, which made Chen Chen even more anxious. A woman with long, wavy hair approached Chen Chen, raising her hand and stabbing straight towards him. The woman's fingertips glinted coldly. If she hit him, Chen Chen would undoubtedly die. In that critical moment, Chen Chen suddenly crouched down. The woman's attack missed completely. From the moment the woman got close, the system's alarm in Chen Chen's mind grew louder, so he had been on guard early on. However, merely dodging was not Chen Chen's intention. He pulled out a small object from his pocket, resembling a toothpick holder. With a strong twist of his hands, dozens of silver needles shot out from the small tube in an instant. The woman opposite clearly did not expect Chen Chen to have such a trick. In just a moment, all the silver needles pierced into the woman's body. This small tube containing the silver needles was prepared for Chen Chen by Wang Pang. The silver needles that were shot out had long been coated with a special anesthetic by Wang Pang. As long as these silver needles pierced the skin, the anesthetic would enter the bloodstream, capable of taking down even an elephant, let alone an ordinary person. The woman didn't even have time to feel the pain of the needle piercing her body before everything went black, and she crashed heavily to the ground. Task completed, physique breakthrough card has been credited, the system's prompt echoed in Chen Shen's mind. The assassination attempt against him had finally been resolved, and Chen Shen could finally breathe a sigh of relief. There was only one syringe like this on Chen Shen. If someone else were to attack him at this moment, he would have no way to respond. On the other side, Zhou Weiguo and the others had already subdued the medical troublemaker. Upon noticing the commotion on Chen Shen's side, they immediately rushed back to him. Seeing the woman collapsed beside Chen Shen, Zhou Weiguo and the others nearly lost their minds. As the top bodyguards of the Golden Shield Company, how could they make such a low-level mistake? It was just dealing with a medical troublemaker, any one of them could have handled it. How could they let their emotions get the better of them and all rush forward, leaving no one to protect Chen Shen? Even though they had received Chen Shen's orders, they should have had their own judgment about what should and shouldn't be done. Fortunately, Chen Shen was lucky and unharmed, otherwise, they would have faced dire consequences. "Boss, are you okay?" Zhou Weiguo quickly asked. Wang Ping wore a grim expression as he began to carefully check Chen Shen's body, fearing that he might have sustained any hidden injuries. Wu Yuan crouched down to check the condition of the woman lying on the ground. After confirming that Chen Shen was fine, Zhou Weiguo and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Boss, this time it was our mistake, please punish us." Zhou Weiguo's face was filled with guilt. "This matter is not your fault. You were just following my orders. And if it weren't for Wang Peng's little gadget, I would have been in danger today. I won't blame you for my own issues, otherwise, wouldn't that make me unreasonable?" Chen Shen said with a smile. Hearing Chen Shen's words, Zhou Weiguo and the others felt warmth in their hearts. Having such a forgiving and magnanimous boss was a blessing for them. They must strive to protect this boss with all their might. At that moment, Wu Yuan made a discovery. He reached out and wiped the woman's face, pulling off a highly realistic silicone mask. Beneath the mask was a face they had never seen before. Could it be Zhao Yong? A thought crossed Chen Shen's mind. Chen Shen took out his phone and dialed Song Qingxue. "Qingxue, I'm at the First People's Hospital in Zhangcheng. I've been attacked again." He was wearing a highly realistic human skin mask, and I suspect he is Zhao Yang from before. He's already been knocked out by me. In the police station, upon hearing Chen Shen's words, Song Qingxue immediately stood up. At that moment, she was both angry and furious. The old man of the Song family had just said that no one in Jiangqing dared to touch Chen Shen, and yet someone had immediately made a move against him. Wasn't this a blatant disregard for the Song family? Moreover, this person could be Zhao Yang. I'll rush to the scene right away. Chen Shen, please pay attention to your safety. After hanging up the phone, Song Qingxue immediately rushed out. As soon as Song Qingxue opened the police car door, her gaze swept over the police motorcycle nearby. She slammed the car door shut, hopped onto the motorcycle, and twisted the throttle all the way down, causing the police motorcycle to roar off into the distance. Before long, Song Qingxue arrived at the scene. During the journey, she had already notified the police station near Jiangqing First People's Hospital through internal channels, and the nearby officers had apprehended the suspect, who was believed to be Zhao Yang's attacker. Chen Shen and the others were already waiting for Song Qingxue's arrival at the police station. "Chen Shen, are you okay?" Song Qingxue immediately asked upon seeing Chen Shen. "Don't worry, I'm fine." Chen Shen sensed Song Qingxue's undeniable concern and naturally wouldn't take out his frustration on her. "That's good to hear." After hearing Chen Shen's words, Song Qingxue finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Chen Shen, don't worry, I will pry open his mouth and make him tell everything he knows," Song Qingxue said through gritted teeth. She then walked into the interrogation room. Not long after, Chen Shen heard voices coming from the interrogation room. "Captain Song, you can't use force. Absolutely can't use force. That's against the rules. There are cameras too." Soon after, a furious Song Qingxue was dragged out of the interrogation room by several people. "Don't let him speak. Why are you being so stubborn? The evidence is already conclusive. If you want to make amends, just wait to rot in prison." Song Qingxue, being dragged out, continued to roar in the direction of the interrogation room. As for the mysterious man, he sat calmly in the interrogation room chair, eyes slightly closed, a mocking expression on his face. Facing everyone's inquiries, the man seemed to be oblivious, lost in his own world. This kind of impenetrable attitude was the most troublesome. After Song Qingxue came out, several interrogation experts went in one after another, but none could pry open the mysterious man's mouth, let alone obtain any useful information. As a result, Song Qingxue felt extremely ashamed in front of Chen Shen. She had previously vowed to uncover the truth, but facing such a stubborn and unyielding stone was truly infuriating. If this kid fell into our hands, we would definitely make him spill everything he knows. Right, Brother Pang? Wu Yuan said fiercely. At this moment, Wang Pang was fiddling with a silver needle in his hand, his expression fluctuating. Hearing Wu Yuan's words, Wang Pang put away the silver needle. Wu Yuan, what are you talking about? We have to act according to the rules. We don't have the qualifications to interrogate suspects. Wang Peng shot Wu Yuan a glance. Yeah, Wu Yuan, remember our current identity is just bodyguards. Zhou Weiguo also warned. Wu Yuan felt a pent-up frustration in his heart but didn't know how to express it. Alright, we need to trust the police. Xing Shue will definitely extract useful information. Chen Chen stood up. Staying at the police station any longer wouldn't yield any results. It was better to leave early. After all, the current crisis had been temporarily resolved. Moreover, the system had rewarded him with a physical breakthrough card. Chen Chen now suspected that after using such a card, Zhou Weiguo and the others would no longer be his opponents. By that time, he naturally wouldn't fear anyone's assassination. Don't worry, Chen Chen. We will get useful information from him soon. Even if we have to endure, we will make him reveal what he knows. Song Qingxue said resolutely. Then, as if she thought of something, she continued to add. Chen Chen, if you need it, I can help you apply for a protection order. There will be several armed officers to ensure your safety. Right now, Chen Chen is quite powerful in Jiangcheng. In the face of consecutive assassination attempts, it is indeed necessary for the police to ensure Chen Chen's safety. Although Zhou Weiguo and the others are all retired special forces, they ultimately lack modern weapons and cannot fully utilize their abilities. Upon hearing this, Chen Chen hesitated a bit. If armed police protect her, it would indeed maximize her safety in a country like Huagua, where gun control is strict. Just then, several military-plate off-road vehicles stopped at the entrance of the police station. The first to get out of the vehicle was the head of the Song family, Old Master Song. Following him was a strong middle-aged man in military uniform, with the rank of captain clearly visible on his shoulder. Behind the officer were several armed guards. Old Master Song entered the police station with a few people and happened to see the conversation between Chen Chen and Song Qingxue. Another big incident has happened in Jiangcheng. I really don't know how your third uncle, the director of the Municipal Public Security Bureau, is managing things. This person will now be taken over by our military. Old Master Song spoke without any politeness. The captain behind him waved his hand, ready to take the mysterious man from the interrogation room away. Old Master Song, this is against the regulations. The police chief quickly stepped forward and advised. This is our document for taking over this criminal. Chen Chen is a person under our military's special protection. Attacking her is an attempt to probe our country's secrets. As soon as Old Master Song finished speaking, one of the guards presented a red-headed document. Upon seeing the document, the chief naturally had no objections. He watched as several guards escorted the handcuffed mysterious man out. During this time, the mysterious man was struggling wildly. The military guards would not indulge this guy, directly striking him on the back of the neck with several rifle butts, knocking him unconscious, and then lifting him into the vehicle like a dead pig. As the nation's violent force, they did not have as many concerns as the police. Chen Chen, you should come along too. You are the party involved. This matter should be explained to you. Old Master Song said. Naturally, Chen Chen would not refuse Old Master Song's invitation. Chen Chen and the others got into the vehicle and followed behind the military truck, entering a military base. As for Song Qingxue, she would not miss such a spectacle either. Relying on her identity, she followed along. Now, tell me, who are you, and why did you attack Chen Chen? The captain sat in the main seat, looking at the mysterious man tied to the chair. The mysterious man still maintained the same demeanor as before in the police station, pretending to hear nothing. This is not the police station. Don't think you can escape with such tactics. The officer's tone was cold. Then, the officer asked Chen Chen and the others to leave. About half an hour later, the officer came out with the information he had gathered. Report. The criminal has confessed. The criminal's name is Li Wei, affiliated with an overseas assassin organization called 7 Kills. The criminal was ordered to assassinate Chen Chen. The previous Xiao Yang was just a disguise for the criminal. The officer reported the information he had obtained. Zhou Weiguo and the others' expressions changed upon hearing this. This guy is actually an assassin from 7 Kills. As bodyguards for the Golden Shield Security Company, Zhou Weiguo and the others had taken on many overseas security tasks. Although the 7 Kills organization is not well known domestically, it is infamous abroad. Anyone who can become a 7 kill assassin has their own unique methods. To hire a 7-kill assassin, one must also pay a massive amount of money. However, the 7-kill organization has never accepted missions from Hwagwa, yet this time they made an exception for the boss. Who is targeting the boss? Assassin organization? When did these lowly scoundrels dare to act on our territory? Investigate this thoroughly. Old Master Song was furious. Yes. The captain saluted and returned to the interrogation room. He had to extract all the information from this guy named Li Wei. Every 7-kill assassin entering Hwagwa must remain on this territory. Hwagwa has always been a forbidden zone for mercenaries and assassins. Anyone daring to test the waters must pay a bloody price. Back in the interrogation room, the previously indifferent Li Wei now had lost focus in his eyes, as if he were immersed in a hallucination. Give him another dose, the captain said to the military doctor beside him, who was carrying a medical kit. The doctor opened the kit, took out a vial, and without hesitation injected it into Li Wei's body, pushing all the contents in. Li Wei's body trembled violently, and his gaze became increasingly vacant. Tell me, who sent you to Huaxia to assassinate Qin Chen? Who else in Huaxia is with the 7-kill organization? Where are they? The captain's tone grew more serious. Under the order of the Star Master, to assassinate Qin Chen. The codename of the leader of the 7-kill organization is the 7-kill Star Master. The whereabouts of the 7-kill Star Master are extremely mysterious. Even now, the identity of the 7-kill Star Master remains a secret internationally. Qin Chen does not even know why he has been targeted by this mysterious Star Master. Zhou Weiguo and the others also looked extremely serious. Qin Chen might not know what the 7-kill Star Master represents, but Zhou Weiguo and the three of them are very clear. If just the assigned Li Wei can create such trouble, one can only imagine what this mysterious 7-kill Star Master could do. Now Zhou Weiguo and the others reasonably suspect that this mysterious 7-kill Star Master might take action against Qin Chen. The pressure they would face then would be much greater than it is now. Qin Chen, don't worry, our Huaxia is not a place where these lowly clowns can act recklessly. Qin Chen, rest assured, we will continue to investigate along this line. As long as we find them, we will completely eradicate them. Old Master Song's expression was serious. Then I'll leave it to you, Old Master Song. However, Qin Chen would not place all his hopes on Old Master Song. Only by having enough strength can one not fear external crises. Xing Xue, please take Qin Chen and the others back, Old Master Song said. He then began to report the situation. Qin Chen, if you encounter any trouble during this time, be sure to notify me immediately. At the entrance of the villa, Song Qingxue looked at Qin Chen and said seriously, don't worry, if there's trouble, I'll call the police. I know what to do. Qin Chen replied with a smile. He then returned to the villa. Qin Chen, are you okay? As soon as Qin Chen walked into the villa, Feng Xiaoxiao rushed over to check his injuries. The scene that happened in the hospital today had scared Feng Xiaoxiao terribly. She couldn't bear to think about what would happen if something really happened to Qin Chen. Don't worry, I'm fine. Qin Chen put on a relaxed facade. That's good to hear. Feng Xiaoxiao finally breathed a sigh of relief. I made your favorite dish, I'll bring it out for you right now. Feng Xiaoxiao hurried back to the kitchen. After watching Qin Chen finish the dinner she had prepared, she contentedly began to clean up the dishes. Qin Chen, if you encounter any danger next time, don't let me go first. I can face it with you, Feng Xiaoxiao said seriously. There was actually one thing Feng Xiaoxiao didn't say. If it really came to that, she would definitely help Qin Chen take the fatal blow, even at the cost of her own life. After all, she had seen everything Qin Chen had done for the orphanage these days. Qin Chen was far more important in this world than she was. Xiaoxiao, saying that makes me doubt their professional abilities, Qin Chen said, looking at Zhou Weiguo and the others. Zhou Weiguo immediately stepped forward to express his stance. Miss Feng, ensuring the boss's safety is our responsibility. As long as we are alive, there's no need to worry about anyone harming the boss. Zhou Weiguo's tone was incredibly firm. One mistake at work today was enough. There could absolutely be no second time. After calming down this silly girl Feng Xiaoxiao, Qin Chen prepared to return to his room. Zhou Weiguo and the others took this opportunity to follow Qin Chen inside. Boss, the 7 Kills Assassin organization is not simple. Especially the 7 Kill Star Master. This mysterious assassin has long monopolized the top spot on the dark web assassin rankings, and his missions have never gone wrong. To protect your safety, we must strengthen our security measures. I will also call in more brothers to protect you. Zhou Weiguo's expression was extremely serious. I'll listen to you, Qin Chen nodded, knowing the severity of the situation. Boss, we know you have some talent in martial arts, and starting tomorrow, we will continue your training. This time, we will teach you a set of internal martial arts used by the military. This decision was made after Zhou Weiguo obtained approval from Old Master Song. Okay, I will train hard, Chen Chen nodded. After sending Zhou Weiguo and the others away, Chen Chen locked the door. He then used the physique breakthrough card he had received as a system reward. The moment he used it, Chen Chen lost control of his body. He had prepared himself to endure the pain, but this time the pain he experienced was far greater than before. Moreover, the pain lasted much longer. Half an hour later, Chen Chen gradually regained control of his body. Now, he felt as if he had been pulled out of water. Chen Chen stood up, intending to take a shower and wash off the sweat. As soon as he got up, he noticed changes in his body. To his surprise, he could clearly see a mosquito flying more than 10 meters away, even distinguishing its legs. Moreover, as long as he focused on that mosquito, its speed seemed to slow down in his eyes, and he could clearly see its flight trajectory. Even from over 10 meters away, he could hear the buzzing of the mosquito's wings. Chen Chen casually pulled out a cigarette box from his pocket and threw it in the direction of the mosquito. The cigarette box hit the flying mosquito squarely, knocking it to the ground. Chen Chen walked over, picked up the mosquito from the ground, and tossed it into the trash can. With a light jump, he easily touched the ceiling above him. Chen Chen began to continuously test his body. When he discovered that he could easily perform a handstand with just one finger and felt no fatigue at all, he finally realized that this physical enhancement card had helped him break through the limits of an ordinary person. It was no exaggeration to call Chen Chen a Superman now. However, he had yet to determine the limits of this body. He promised himself that he would conduct a thorough test the next day. Chen Chen calmed his excited heart, humming a little tune as he happily took a shower in the bathroom, then lay down in bed, ready to sleep. Lying in bed, Chen Chen was even surprised to find that he only needed the thought of wanting to sleep, and the next moment he was peacefully asleep. His control over his body had reached a terrifying level. Just as Chen Chen opened his eyes, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! On the 12th day of filing for divorce, reward, Centurion Black Card. The Centurion Black Card is a special credit card issued by American Express, with no credit limit at all. Moreover, this black card is by invitation only and cannot be applied for online. Those who hold a Centurion Black Card are all prominent figures and celebrities from various countries. This Centurion Black Card is undoubtedly a symbol of identity and status. Each black card holder has a dedicated customer service representative. To put it bluntly, most problems in this world can be solved with just a phone call to one's exclusive customer service. Chen Chen suspected he was the only holder of a Centurion Black Card in Jiangchang. Despite the Jiangchang Group's impressive reputation, there was still a considerable distance from the top-tier circles. Chen Chen looked at the black card that had appeared in his hand out of nowhere, stroking the texture on it. This was a pass to the upper class. After putting away the card and having breakfast, he went to the home gym with Zhou Weiguo and the other two. The gym also had a dedicated yoga room, just right for training. Boss, what I'm going to teach you next is a type of hard qigong practiced in special forces. Learning this hard qigong can produce a sense of energy. In terms of attack and resistance to strikes, it can far exceed the level of an ordinary person. As Zhou Weiguo spoke, he picked up a steel plate. With a loud shout, he punched the steel plate, leaving a clear imprint of his fist on it. Without the enhancement of hard qigong, it would be impossible to achieve such a result with mere flesh and blood. Do those inner martial arts masters and inner strength mentioned in novels and movies really exist? Chen Chen instinctively asked upon witnessing this scene. Boss, they do exist. However, inner martial arts masters are rare nowadays. But I did hear a rumor when I was serving in the military. There is a special unit in Huagua, composed entirely of inner martial arts masters. Zhou Weiguo began. He concealed a part of his past. Previously, the three of them had participated in the selection for that special unit, vying for the qualification of reserve members. Unfortunately, even the most talented among them, Wang Pang, could not pass the selection. It was so difficult to become a reserve member that Zhou Weiguo could hardly imagine what kind of abilities the formal members of that special unit possessed. However, Zhou Weiguo could not mention these things to Chen Chen. In Zhou Weiguo's view, that 7-killing star master was definitely an inner martial arts master. If Chen Chen were to learn about the significant differences between external and internal martial arts now, it might have some negative impact on his mindset. Following Zhou Weiguo's explanation, Chen Chen began to practice hard qigong. Boss, the way to use hard qigong is to harness this energy to strengthen your body. The hardest part is sensing the existence of this energy. I practiced hard qigong, but it took me 2 months to finally detect a trace of energy. Even Wang Pang, who has the best talent among us, took a month and a half. If you can't sense it for now, don't be anxious. Zhou Weiguo reminded, fearing that Chen Chen might feel frustrated for not being able to sense the energy and lose the motivation to continue practicing hard Qigong. I think I can feel it. Chen Chen had only followed Zhou Weiguo's breathing method for one cycle when he sensed a surge of energy from his lower abdomen. At first, this energy was quite weak, but with each breath he took, it grew stronger. Eventually, Chen Chen was able to control this energy to move around his body. Wherever this energy covered his body, he could feel a significant enhancement. Chen Chen even felt that the skin in that area had become as tough as steel. Boss, cultivation isn't something that happens overnight, you don't need to joke with us. Zhou Weiguo's words were very tactful. If someone else had said this, Zhou Weiguo would have scolded them without hesitation. How could one generate energy just by learning to breathe? Such a genius couldn't possibly exist in this world. Zhou Weiguo thought Chen Chen was under some illusion. Chen Chen attached the energy to his palm and struck down heavily on a nearby iron plate. The collision of his palm on the iron plate produced a resonant sound that only metal could make. Then, the iron plate was split in half by Chen Chen's hand strike. Now, Chen Chen's hand was sharper than a knife. Seeing this scene, Zhou Weiguo and the others looked as if they had seen a ghost. Boss, did you practice hard Qigong before? Or are you a descendant of a martial arts family? After a long pause, Zhou Weiguo finally managed to ask. The three of them fixed their gazes on Chen Chen, eager to get answers from him. I haven't learned it before. I just followed the breathing method you taught me for one cycle and was able to sense the energy, and after a few more cycles, I could control it. Chen Chen replied. He now realized that, having used the physique breakthrough card, his body had undergone a tremendous change. These practices that were difficult for ordinary people to grasp were incredibly easy for him. Upon hearing Chen Chen's words, the faces of Zhou Weiguo and the others darkened even more. In front of a truly gifted individual, hard work seemed utterly worthless. All three of them were outstanding talents in the military, among the best of the best, yet in front of Chen Chen, they felt like decayed wood. Chen Chen was already so handsome and wealthy, and now his martial arts talent was terrifyingly high. Zhou Weiguo and the others felt a deep sense of despair from this blow. This despair was even greater than when they were eliminated from the selection for that Special Forces unit. Or perhaps, that Special Forces unit had intended to recruit geniuses of Chen Chen's caliber from the very beginning. Boss, you're a genius in martial arts, I'm a bit jealous. As long as you practice diligently, it won't be long before you become even more powerful than us. These days, besides continuing to practice hard Qigong, we will conduct simulated combat training with you. Zhou Weiguo finally arranged the upcoming training program. Naturally, Chen Chen had no objections to this training arrangement. The first person to conduct combat training with Chen Chen would be Zhou Weiguo. Boss, a few days ago we taught you some fighting techniques. Now, you can attack me with all your strength. Don't worry about hurting me. Zhou Weiguo stretched his muscles and spoke. Weiguo, why don't you wear some protective gear? Chen Chen looked at Zhou Weiguo and said thoughtfully. No need, boss. Even if you manage to hit me, my body, having mastered hard Qigong, is tougher than wearing protective gear. Boss, you don't need to worry. Zhou Weiguo said, patting his chest firmly. However, deep down, Zhou Weiguo didn't believe Chen Chen could hit him. Even though Chen Chen had exceptional talent in martial arts, combat experience is something that can only be accumulated through years of practice. In Zhou Weiguo's eyes, Chen Chen seemed to have only strength without any technique. That's why Zhou Weiguo spoke with such confidence. No, you still need to wear the protective gear. Otherwise, I won't attack. Chen Chen was genuinely afraid that if Zhou Weiguo didn't wear the gear properly, he might accidentally incapacitate him with a single punch. Seeing Chen Chen's insistence, Zhou Weiguo had no choice but to put on the protective gear, and the practical simulation finally began. Chen Chen and Zhou Weiguo faced off, constantly circling each other. At this moment, Chen Chen was looking for the best opportunity to attack, but in Zhou Weiguo's eyes, it seemed like Chen Chen was hesitant to strike. Boss, don't hesitate to attack. Zhou Weiguo urged as he noticed Chen Chen hadn't made a move for a while. The moment Zhou Weiguo spoke, Chen Chen found the perfect opportunity to strike. Chen Chen lunged forward, his fist aimed at Zhou Weiguo's chest. This move didn't involve any technique, it was just a simple punch, but it was the most effective way to hit the target. Zhou Weiguo was very confident in Chen Chen's punch. The boss truly lived up to his title, seizing the moment to launch an attack while he was speaking. If it were someone else, they definitely wouldn't be able to dodge this punch. But if the boss thought he could hit him with such a small trick, he was underestimating him. Zhou Weiguo took a step back to the right, planning to easily evade Chen Chen's punch. However, at that moment, Zhou Weiguo sensed something was off. Chen Chen's punch was simply too fast. Even with his retreat, he couldn't avoid Chen Chen's strike. Since he couldn't dodge, he could only take it head-on. Zhou Weiguo immediately channeled his chi into his arms, crossing them in front of his chest to block. He was very confident in his defense. Among the three of them, although Wang Peng had the highest talent, Zhou Weiguo had the deepest understanding of hard qigong. Zhou Weiguo was tall and strong, and his approach was bold and straightforward, making hard qigong a perfect match for him. His arms, covered in qi, were tougher than steel, and blocking Chen Chen's punch was a piece of cake. Even though Chen Chen had previously split a steel plate with hard qigong, breaking through Zhou Weiguo's defense was still a long way off. Chen Chen's fist struck Zhou Weiguo's arms without reservation. The moment their fists and arms made contact, Zhou Weiguo realized just how wrong he was. An unstoppable force erupted from Chen Chen's punch. At that moment, Zhou Weiguo even doubted whether he had been hit by a speeding small truck. Under the impact of this overwhelming force, Zhou Weiguo was sent flying backward, crashing heavily against the wall. Leaning against the wall, Zhou Weiguo's eyes were vacant. It was only then that he finally understood why Chen Chen had insisted he wear protective gear. Even with his hard qigong, there was no way to resist the terrifying brute strength. Fortunately, he was still wearing protective gear, which prevented Zhou Weiguo from being seriously injured. However, Zhou Weiguo had a strange feeling. It seemed that when Chen Chen struck him just now, he had held back a bit? No, that couldn't be. If Chen Chen had held back and still managed to make him look so disheveled, how terrifying would Chen Chen's full power strike be? Even the formal members of that special forces unit didn't possess such frightening strength. It must have been that punch from Chen Chen that left him dazed, causing him to have hallucinations. Boss, are you okay? Wang Peng and Wu Yuan rushed over immediately. Chen Chen also felt a bit ashamed as he followed behind them. He had been too focused during that punch and had somewhat overestimated Zhou Weiguo's defensive capabilities. Fortunately, he had managed to hold back just in time when he struck Zhou Weiguo, or else he would have seriously injured him. I'm fine, I'm not hurt, Zhou Weiguo quickly replied, though he couldn't lift his hands for the moment. Wang Peng immediately began to check Zhou Weiguo's hands. Luckily, Zhou Weiguo was just exhausted and not injured. He would be back to normal after a few hours of rest. However, Zhou Weiguo's face did not look good. After all, he had been an elite in the special forces. To be reduced to this state by his own boss with a single punch was utterly humiliating. Wasn't his boss just a rich kid? How could he possess such terrifying brute strength? It was one thing to have a high talent for martial arts, but to have such a strong physical constitution was simply monstrous. Wait, the results of Chen Chen's physical test hadn't shown such terrifying strength. What was going on? Boss, how did your strength suddenly become so great? Zhou Weiguo asked Chen Chen, his tone filled with unspoken grievance, like a wronged little wife. I used hard qigong when I threw that punch, Chen Chen explained. I just felt my strength increase significantly. Fortunately, he had the excuse of hard qigong, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to explain it. Upon hearing this, Zhou Weiguo and the others had no doubts. After practicing hard qigong, they had indeed experienced a noticeable increase in strength, though not to such an exaggerated extent. They simply attributed this situation to their own poor aptitude. They had already been shocked by Chen Chen's talent many times recently, and perhaps due to some numbness, they accepted this result calmly. By the way, should we continue with our training plan? Chen Chen asked. By the way, should we continue with our training plan? This sentence from Chen Chen sounded like a devil's whisper in Zhou Weiguo and the others' ears. They had seen how casually Chen Chen had knocked Zhou Weiguo down. To be his sparring partners? What right did they have? Although they were prepared to die for Chen Chen, they absolutely did not want to die in such a manner. That would be too worthless. Zhou Weiguo shook his head vigorously, his face clearly showing his unwillingness. What about my training plan? Chen Chen frowned and asked. Boss, you don't need to worry, they replied. The purpose of practical training is to improve combat intuition. Your punch just now has already shown that your combat intuition is extremely strong. There's no point in us doing practical training together. We heard about a special training method before, and I think this method is very suitable for you, boss. Zhou Weiguo spoke up. The training method Zhou Weiguo mentioned was exactly what they encountered during that special forces selection. They needed to face 8 tennis ball launchers that fired tennis balls at high speed, ensuring they were not hit. None of them were able to pass this test, but Zhou Weiguo felt that with the abilities Chen Chen was currently displaying, he might just be able to do it. Wu Yuan spent only half an hour modifying 8 tennis ball launchers capable of reaching a speed of 50 meters per second. Wu Yuan arranged them in a circle with a radius of 10 meters, with Chen Chen positioned at the center. Each tennis ball could hit Chen Chen in just 0.2 seconds. Chen Chen needed to dodge the tennis balls during this time, and the longer he could last, the better. Of course, it would be even better if Chen Shen could catch the tennis balls directly in his hands. Among the three, the fastest reacting Wu Yuan could only last 2 minutes, while Wang Peng and Zhou Weiguo could only manage about a minute. Now, Zhou Weiguo and the others were also curious about how long their exceptionally talented boss could hold out. "Boss, when you're ready, just say the word, and I'll start the launch," Wu Yuan said to Chen Shen at the center. "Let's begin." Chen Shen slightly bent down, bracing himself for the incoming tennis balls. With Wu Yuan's setup, the 8 launchers did not fire simultaneously but followed a different pattern to shoot tennis balls at Chen Shen in the center. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! As the first sound of a tennis ball being launched echoed, countless tennis balls shot towards Chen Shen. At that moment, Chen Shen felt as if he was facing a barrage made of tennis balls. However, once Chen Shen focused his attention, the high-speed tennis balls seemed to slow down, much like the mosquito he had seen earlier in his bedroom. He simply reached out and easily caught the first tennis ball that came his way, followed by the second, the third. Originally, Zhou Weiguo and the others were prepared to see Chen Shen struggle. Instead, Chen Shen effortlessly caught every tennis ball aimed at him. He seemed like a martial arts master. Is the boss really just a beginner in martial arts? Wu Yuan couldn't help but ask. But the response was a dead silence. What Zhou Weiguo and the others were concerned about next was how long Chen Shen could hold out. A person's stamina is ultimately limited. Despite how easy it seemed for Chen Shen now, he was certainly under considerable pressure. One mistake, and he would be hit by a tennis ball. 1 minute, and Chen Shen was still relaxed, able to catch every tennis ball shot at him. 3 minutes, and Chen Shen's state remained strong, with no tennis ball able to break through his defense. 5 minutes in, Chen Shen was starting to struggle. The speed of the tennis balls in his eyes began to increase, making it impossible for him to catch every ball, but he easily dodged the ones he missed. During the following time, the number of tennis balls Chen Shen missed increased. At 10 minutes and 53 seconds, he was finally hit by a tennis ball shot from behind, ending the test. Chen Shen sat down on the ground, drenched in sweat. This test was indeed quite challenging. "How did I do?" Chen Shen asked, panting. It seemed that he couldn't maintain that special state for long. However, Chen Shen had a feeling that as long as he kept training, he could stay in that state for a longer time. Zhou Weiguo and the others didn't know how to respond to Chen Shen's question. You should know that the best score in this test back then was only 4 minutes and 21 seconds, and that person used evasion. He didn't catch the tennis ball with his hands like Chen Shen did. In comparison, it was like heaven and earth. Zhou Weiguo and the others were even too ashamed to mention their own scores. "Boss, you are the most talented person I've ever mentioned," Zhou Weiguo and the others quickly spoke up. "Wu Yuan, you used an empty device to increase the launch speed of the tennis ball, but I feel that this time the launch speed is still a bit slow." Chen Shen's words hit Zhou Weiguo and the others like a heavy hammer. This speed is still slow? Is Chen Shen even human? "Alright, boss, I will increase the speed," Wu Yuan said with a bitter face. In fact, Wu Yuan also wanted to know where his boss's limits truly lay. At that moment, a bodyguard walked into the villa and handed an envelope to Chen Shen. Chen Shen picked up the envelope and saw that it was actually a court summons. That stupid, shameless woman Lu Ruyan really sued him. Did this fool really think she could divide even a tiny bit of his property? However, since that shameless woman Lu Ruyan had sued him, he would take her to court, and she could forget about the properties under her name. Just as Chen Shen was about to find a good lawyer to fight this case, he thought of the special services that the black card could provide. Chen Shen directly took out his phone and dialed his exclusive customer service number. As soon as Chen Shen made the call, it was immediately connected on the other end. Then a gentle female voice came through the phone. "Hello, Mr. Chen Shen, I am your exclusive customer service representative, Su Wen. How may I assist you?" Su Wen said softly. "I have a divorce property division case to handle, and I need the best lawyer," Chen Shen replied. "All right, Mr. Chen," Su Wen said. "We have understood your needs. Once we have contacted a suitable lawyer, we will reach out to you immediately. Is there anything else you need help with?" Su Wen's tone remained polite. "No, that's all," Chen Shen said. Originally, Chen Shen thought it would take him a day or two to find a lawyer for himself. But less than half an hour later, Su Wen called Chen Shen back. "Mr. Chen, we have prepared a legal team for you, with lawyer Zhang San as your main defense attorney. The detailed list of the legal team members has been sent to your phone. If you have any dissatisfaction, please feel free to communicate with us. Lawyer Zhang San is a giant in the legal field of Huagua. If he performs normally, he can send the opposing side in. If he performs exceptionally, he can even send the person holding the hammer in. As for the lawyers on the team, they are all well known, with an astonishing win rate. Such a legal team configuration could take on multinational companies in court, a small divorce case would be a piece of cake. As for the huge commission required to hire such a legal team, Chen Chen didn't care at all. For Chen Chen, who held the system, money was just a number. What Chen Chen truly cared about was to vent his anger on Lu Ruyan and let that despicable woman get what she deserved. I am very satisfied with this legal team, Chen Chen said, unable to hide his smile. Now Chen Chen could foresee Lu Ruyan's fate. Alright, Mr. Chen, shortly your legal team will have a video conference with you to fully understand the case. When the formal court session begins, they will arrive on site. After the call ended, I sent you a video conference invitation link. Chen Chen directly entered the video conference. Upon seeing the familiar face of lawyer Zhang San, Chen Chen immediately felt an immense sense of peace. It is known that with lawyer Zhang San's reputation in the country, there are countless people wanting to hire him for legal battles. Setting aside the high lawyer fees, appointments usually require a wait of at least a few months. Moreover, with this Centurion Black Card membership service, he could connect with lawyer Zhang San immediately and even hold a video conference right away. Having money is truly a good thing. Mr. Chen, please describe the situation in detail, lawyer Zhang San said with a humble and shy smile. Under lawyer Zhang San's inquiry, Chen Chen recounted all the useful information. Lawyer Zhang San continuously recorded the information as Chen Chen spoke. Mr. Chen, I have gathered the information I need. Do you think 3 years is enough? Lawyer Zhang San adjusted his glasses, revealing a modest smile. 3 years? Chen Chen clearly couldn't keep up with lawyer Zhang San's pace. To have your ex-wife return all the assets and to send her to prison for 3 years for the crime of insult to personality. After all, the maximum sentence for insult to personality can only be 3 years or less. If Mr. Chen, you are not satisfied, I can find another charge. Lawyer Zhang San spoke slowly. Lawyer Zhang, that's enough, I leave it to you. Chen Chen's smile grew even more triumphant. As expected of the renowned lawyer Zhang San, even before the court session, he had already calculated the sentence for Lu Ruyan. Having such a lawyer to help him with the case was simply his good fortune. He hoped that on the day of the court session, Lu Ruyan would still be able to smile. Lawyer Zhu Fei, do you have a chance of winning this case? Lu Ruyan asked the female lawyer in a suit before her. This lawyer Zhu Fei was someone Lu Ruyan had come across in a live stream. Lawyer Zhu Fei specialized in dividing assets after divorce. She had also taught many viewers in the live stream how to transfer marital assets. With a caring big sister demeanor, she inspired many viewers to become wealthy overnight through marriage, achieving a leap in social class. Lu Ruyan had been a fan of lawyer Zhu Fei for a long time, so when she decided to sue Chen Chen, she immediately sought lawyer Zhu Fei's help. Don't worry, girl, this kind of divorce case is my specialty. Your ex-husband is truly inhumane. How could he hide such a large amount of shared property during the marriage? Even if the child isn't his, doesn't he have a duty to support the child? Girls help girls. Leave it to me, I will definitely be able to carve a piece of flesh from your ex-husband. Zhu Fei patted Lu Ruyan's shoulder, displaying a look of righteous indignation. Lawyer Zhu Fei, you are simply a beacon of hope for women. I wouldn't know what to do without you. Lu Ruyan's eyes turned red, feeling that lawyer Zhu Fei was especially reliable. With the help of such a well-known lawyer from the livestream, dividing assets from Chen Chen would be a piece of cake, right? Rest assured, I will definitely protect your interests. However, the 5% commission fee must be paid to me immediately after the asset division. Zhu Fei's eyes were filled with greed. From Lu Ruyan's account, Zhu Fei learned that Lu Ruyan's ex-husband was definitely a billionaire. The 5% obtained from dividing the assets would be enough for her to rise to the top. Lawyer Zhu Fei, 5% is really too much. I can give you a maximum of 100,000 for the lawyer's fee. If you don't accept it, I'll have to find someone else. Lu Ruyan immediately became alert. When it comes to money, Lu Ruyan would not be easily deceived. Seeing Lu Ruyan's stance, as if she would turn to leave if her demands weren't met, lawyer Zhu Fei had no choice but to compromise. Jimei, listen to me, if you want to pay the lawyer's fee in one lump sum, that's also possible. At that time, 100,000 for the lawyer's fee is too little, it should be at least 500,000. Jimei, don't be anxious, just hear me out. Fighting a lawsuit isn't just about the lawsuit itself, you also need to leverage connections. The judges and clerks in the court are all from our Jimei. Girls help girls, they will definitely stand by your side to punish the scumbag. Moreover, compared to the 500,000 and the assets you will gain in the future, it's just a drop in the bucket, don't you think, Jimei? Lawyer Zhu Fei began to persuade her again. Lu Ruyan felt that what lawyer Zhu Fei said made a lot of sense. Lawyer Zhu Fei, can you really win this lawsuit? Can I really divide Chen Chen's assets? Lu Ruyan's heart was still a bit uneasy. If she lost the lawsuit and didn't gain any assets from Chun Chen, that 500,000 lawyer's fee could cost her life. Ji Mei, how can you not have confidence in me? I can say that I win every divorce case. Dividing assets from your ex-husband is simply too easy. I guarantee I'll win the lawsuit. If you don't believe me, then go find someone else. Lawyer Zhu Fei made an annoyed expression and spoke. Sensing the change in Lawyer Zhu Fei's emotions, Lu Ruyen panicked. Lawyer Zhu Fei was indeed the best lawyer Lu Ruyen could find right now. If he refused, she really wouldn't know what to do. Lawyer Zhu Fei, don't be angry, it was my mistake. I was just anxious. If I lose, that 500,000 is still a huge sum. You must understand me. Lu Ruyen said with a smile. I can understand you, so let's continue with the risk-based representation. If we win, I take 5% of the compensation. If we lose, I won't take a penny. How about that? Zhu Fei's eyes gleamed with greed again. Then let's forget that. Let's charge by the case, a flat rate of 500,000. Lu Ruyen retreated again. Giving 500,000 is better than losing 5% after winning. Then you must transfer that 500,000 to my account immediately. Lawyer Zhu Fei quickly said. Lawyer Zhu Fei, taking out 500,000 all at once is a bit too much for me. Lu Ruyan's tone became hesitant again. This was 500,000, not 50. Although over the years, Lu Ruyen had made a few million from Chen Xingyun, in the end, that money still went to her brother. Right now, Lu Ruyen could only take out a maximum of 50,000. She simply couldn't afford the 500,000. Jimei, it's not that I don't want to help you. Since you can't come up with it, let's go with the risk-based representation. I will take 5% as the fee, and if anything unexpected happens, you won't have to pay a dime. Isn't that sharing the risk? Lawyer Zhu Fei began to persuade her again. Compared to that 5% of the assets, he didn't think much of the 500,000. Lawyer Zhu Fei, wait a moment, I'll ask my mom for the money. Lu Ruyen quickly pushed away Zhu Fei's good intentions. She still knew what was important. Mom, I need some money for the lawyer's fee. As long as we win the lawsuit, not only can we get my brother out, but we can also split a huge fortune from Chun Chen. As soon as the call connected, Lu Ruyen spoke up. You can just pay the lawyer's fee yourself. What, are you still thinking about your mother's retirement fund? I can tell you, I have no money on me. Wu Xiaofan immediately became alert. Mom, this isn't the time to talk about that. For some reason, Qin Chen received a large sum of money, and he has at least several hundred million in assets now. If we win the lawsuit, we can also get a few hundred million. As long as we pay this lawyer's fee, we can basically win this case. Lu Ruyan's tone grew anxious. What? How much did you say? Does that useless Chen Chen really have that much money? Can we really get a few hundred million if we win the lawsuit? Wu Xiaofan became excited all of a sudden. Mom, have I ever lied to you? If it weren't for the fact that I don't have enough money for the lawyer's fee, why would I call you? If we don't pay the lawyer's fee, the well-known lawyer I found won't take our case. Lu Ruyen continued to persuade. Alright, how much is the lawyer's fee? I'll transfer it to you right now. Clearly, Wu Xiaofan was swayed by Lu Ruyan's words. If a lawsuit could yield a few hundred million in assets, then it was a case worth fighting. By then, their precious son would be released from prison and could become a billionaire. Who would care if their precious son had been in jail? If their son suffered a little, but gained a good life in return, it would be worth it. 500,000, Mom, transfer 500,000 to my account right now, and I'll send the money to the lawyer. As soon as Wu Xiaofan relented, Lu Ruyen immediately made her demand. After Lu Ruyen finished speaking, there was a long silence on the other end of the line, followed by a sharp explosion of anger. Lu Ruyen, you dead girl, you want to scam money from your mother, right? What lawyer's fee of 500,000? Your mother almost fell for your trick. Don't talk about 500,000, I don't even have 50. If you want to scam your mother, try in your next life. After the outburst, a series of vicious curses followed. After Wu Xiaofan scolded Lu Ruyen from start to finish, she finally felt a bit relieved and hung up the phone, leaving Lu Ruyen at a loss. Jimei, I understand you. Girls like us are all persecuted by our original families. If you can't come up with 500,000, we can still go for a risk-based representation. At most, I'll only charge 3% in fees, which is already the lowest in the industry. Lawyer Zhu Fei took this opportunity to continue playing the role of a caring older sister. Sister Zhu, let me think of another way. I'll find a way to gather the lawyer's fee. Lu Ruyen forced a smile and said, then turned to leave. Stingy. Such a narrow-minded person. After Lu Ruyen walked away, Zhu Fei looked at her retreating figure and couldn't help but complain, her tone filled with regret over missed wealth. After leaving Zhu Fei's law firm, Lu Ruyen returned alone to the apartment that Chen Chen had purchased. Clearly, it was impossible to get money from Wu Xiufun. As for Chen Changyun, given his recent terrible attitude towards her, it was basically impossible to ask him for 500,000 all at once. Now, the property certificate for this apartment had also been taken away by Wu Xiufun. If it weren't for Wang Yao going to jail, this apartment would have long been forced into Wang Yao's name by Wu Xiufun. Trying to mortgage this apartment through a bank loan was also an impossible task. Then one can only blame the decision to mortgage this house to a loan shark in exchange for cash. Although the amount to be repaid later is much more than a bank loan, the speed at which the money arrives is fast enough. Moreover, as long as one wins the lawsuit, the small amount of money is nothing at all. Lu Ruyan has been envious of Chen Chen's villa in the Yulong Lake community for a long time. If she wins the lawsuit, she must get that villa. At that time, she would move directly into that villa. Who would care about this broken house then? Lu Ruyan acted quickly, soon finding a loan shark institution. With just a photo of the property certificate, she swiftly obtained the loan. The moment she received the loan, Lu Ruyan transferred the money to Zhu Fei and signed an agency contract. At this point, Lu Ruyan had pinned all her hopes on the upcoming lawsuit. Jiancheng Airport. A man in a suit stepped out. He was Ding Yong, the helm of Hajong Private Equity, known as the Demon Blade. Today was the day Ding Yong had arranged to meet Chen Chen. As soon as Ding Yong stepped out, he saw the person Chen Chen had arranged to pick him up. Ding Yong arrived at Chen Chen's villa in a Hummer. Before meeting Chen Chen, Ding Yong had already learned some information about his boss through his channels. To put it bluntly, in today's Jiangcheng, his boss was undoubtedly the most dazzling one. However, Ding Yong believed that the assets his boss controlled were far less than what was publicly exposed. It should be noted that Chen Chen had invested in his company years ago, and with such undisclosed investments, Chen Chen must have even more in hand. During the process of investigating Chen Chen, Ding Yong grew increasingly respectful of his boss. Ding Yong had never considered investing in others, and after learning about Chen Chen's powerful background, he was even more willing to work for Chen Chen for a lifetime. Before long, Ding Yong arrived at Chen Chen's villa. At that moment, Chen Chen had just come out of the training room, casually draped in a bath towel, looking like a vibrant college student. The first time Ding Yong saw Chen Chen, he was surprised by his youthful handsomeness. "Ding Yong, do you know why I asked you to meet me this time?" Chen Chen casually wiped the sweat from his body and asked. "Boss, if I'm not mistaken, you want to target Jiangcheng Group." Ding Yong replied. Chen Chen had invested in Hajong Private Equity for so long without revealing his identity or contacting him. It was precisely during this period that he reached out to him. Therefore, the conflict between Chen Chen and Jiangcheng Group was the main reason. "That's right, you're very perceptive, no wonder you're known as the Demon Blade in the stock market. Someone wants me to take down Jiangcheng Group, and I need you to find the right opportunity to buy up the shares of Jiangcheng Group released in the market, ensuring that no one can trace it back to you. For others, this is an impossible task, but for you, the Demon Blade of the stock market, it should be a piece of cake." Chen Chen said. "Boss, I won't let you down." Ding Yong adjusted his glasses and replied. When he said this, his tone was full of confidence. Even facing an opponent like Jiangcheng Group, worth billions, Ding Yong felt no fear, only uncontainable excitement. Taking a bite out of such a powerful prey would be thrilling. "Is there anything you need me to help with?" Chen Chen asked. "Boss, all I need is for you to give me a heads up before you target Jiangcheng Group." Ding Yong's face was full of confidence. For Ding Yong, as long as he could grasp the dirt on Jiangcheng Group, he would use all means to spread the news and then short sell Jiangcheng Group's stock. A conglomerate the size of Jiangcheng Group certainly couldn't be crippled by a single short sale. However, each time he shorted Jiangcheng Group, he could tear off a piece of flesh from it. Over time, there would surely be a way to devour this giant. "Alright, besides that, if you need anything, feel free to contact me directly," Chen Chen said. "Yes, boss, if I need anything, I won't hold back," Ding Yong nodded. Originally, Chen Chen planned to have Ding Yong stay at Longhu Manor and treat him well. However, Ding Yong still declined Chen Chen's kindness. For a workaholic like Ding Yong, since he was targeting Jiangcheng Group, he needed to immediately gather all information about Jiangcheng Group and formulate a plan against it. This was the first task Ding Yong received after meeting his boss. Ding Yong did not want to fail his task and make his boss doubt his abilities. As a boss, knowing that his subordinate was a workaholic, Chen Chen felt immensely gratified and had no dissatisfaction at all. Chen Chen arranged for someone to take Ding Yong to the airport. In a secret military base in the northwest, also the most mysterious station of the Longwei in Huaxia, Luo Ping, Wang Luya. You have been assigned a secret mission to go to Jiangcheng to protect a person named Chen Chen. Here is the personal information about Chen Chen. Luo Ping was a nearly 2-meter tall man with exaggerated muscles. Although he was only in his 20s, he showed no signs of the impatience and recklessness that matched his appearance. Instead, he resembled a steady middle-aged man. Wang Luyao was 1.7 meters tall, with a wheat-colored complexion, and her whole demeanor was like that of a nimble leopard. Captain, although we are the lowest ranked in Longwei, we are still formal members, right? Is it really necessary for us to protect such a person? Wang Luyao looked at the intelligence and raised her doubts. As for Luo Ping, the honest man, he carefully examined the materials in his hands, afraid of missing any details. Luyao, this is not an ordinary mission. According to our intelligence, Qin Shen has already been targeted by the 7 Kills assassin organization, and they have already taken action domestically. Our Huagua will never allow such assassins to act with impunity. In addition to protecting Qin Shen, you must also pay attention to whether the 7 Kill Star Master has entered the country. If you discover the whereabouts of the 7 Kill Star Master, I will personally take action to eliminate this tumor. The captain of Longwei, Wei Qianjun, spoke. This Longwei captain was around 40 years old, with a square face that exuded authority even without anger. Just a glance could evoke a strong sense of pressure. Yes, Captain. We guarantee to complete the mission. Wang Luya and Luo Ping saluted together. They now understood the importance of this mission and why it required their Longwei to take action. The dignity of Huagua must not be offended. Since the 7 Kills dared to extend their hands into Huagua, they would have their hands ruthlessly severed. The transport plane has been prepared for you. Soon you will take the transport plane to Jiangcheng, and you must ensure Qin Shen's safety, Wei Qianjun said. Yes, we guarantee to complete the mission. Wang Luyao and Luo Ping saluted again and then turned to leave. In the evening, just as Qin Shen had arranged for someone to send Ding Yang off, Old Master Song and Song Qingxue arrived together. Behind them followed a man and a woman. The man was tall and sturdy, resembling a giant, exuding an aura of authority without needing to be angry. The woman had a graceful figure, and her sharp eyes were particularly striking. Although both were dressed in regular clothes, no one would mistake them for ordinary people. Old Master Song, who are these two? Chen Shen was the first to voice his question. Chen Shen, weren't you targeted by that clown from the 7 Kills, who isn't even worth mentioning? The country takes this matter very seriously. These two are soldiers selected from our country's most mysterious special forces. Their mission is to ensure your safety and eliminate any remnants of the 7 Kills within the country. With their protection, you need not worry, Old Master Song said. Chen Shen's company had just developed the super Bluetooth technology. The country absolutely could not allow anything to happen to him. Lo Ping, Wang Luya. Lo Ping and Wang Luya saluted Chen Shen. Thank you for your hard work, Chen Shen said. Sir, may I ask if they are from the mysterious Dragon Guard? Zhou Weiguo looked at Lo Ping and Wang Luyao and inquired. Zhou Weiguo could sense that both Lo Ping and Wang Luyao were exceptionally strong. This strength far exceeded that of ordinary special forces experts. Such individuals would only appear in the special forces, the Dragon Guard, which they had not been selected for. Xiao Zhou, your insight is quite impressive. These two comrades are indeed official members of the Dragon Guard. With their protection, Chen Shen, you need not worry about those clowns from the 7 Kills. Chen Shen, I can also share some good news with you. Li Wei has already been handed over to the special department for interrogation. It won't be long before he spills everything about the 7 Kills organization. With enough information, we can wipe out the 7 Kills completely, and then you won't have to worry anymore, Old Master Song said. Old Master Song also harbored a deep hatred for the 7 Kills organization. Thank you, Old Master, thank you to the military, Qin Shen said with a smile. After learning about the inner family true energy from Zhou Weiguo, Qin Shen guessed that the mysterious leader of the 7 Kills must be a terrifying inner family master. The three of Zhou Weiguo were certainly no match for the leader of the 7 Kills. Even he, who had enhanced his physical abilities, might not be able to defeat that mysterious leader. Now that he had the protection of the Dragon Guard, Qin Shen naturally would not refuse. At the same time, he wanted to know how his skills compared to the official members of the Dragon Guard. Since Zhou Weiguo and the others could not serve as his sparring partners, Qin Shen turned his attention to the 2 Dragon Guard members before him. Do you know about the Dragon Guard? Wang Luyao asked Zhou Weiguo. It was rare for anyone in Huaxia to know about the Dragon Guard special forces. The fact that Chen Shen's bodyguard was aware of their existence piqued Wang Luyao's curiosity. Former Eastern China Military Region, Special Operations Brigade, Chinese Sharp Blade Team, Zhou Weiguo, Wang Peng, Wu Yuan. The three of them stood at attention and saluted Wang Luyao and Lo Ping. Wang Luyao and Lo Ping also stood straight and returned the salute. We also participated in the selection for the Dragon Guard Reserve, but unfortunately, our qualifications were not sufficient, and we did not pass, Zhou Weiguo said. You are also from the Chinese Sharp Blade? I served there before, my old squad leader is Old He. The usually silent Lo Ping suddenly spoke up. Old He? Are you talking about squad leader He Jianjun? We were also trained by them. The tone of Zhou Weiguo and the others became more excited. Yes, how is Old He now? Is he still with the Chinese Sharp Blade? Luo Ping's tone also became excited. Upon seeing Zhou Weiguo and the others, he felt as if he were meeting family. However, at that moment, the expressions of Zhou Weiguo and the other two clearly turned grim. After a long while, Zhou Weiguo slowly spoke. Old class leader He has been honored. But old class leader He's family is taken care of by the state, and we will visit them once a year. Sister-in-law has opened a breakfast shop, and old class leader He's daughter, He Miao, has also done well, getting into a key junior high school. Earlier this year, when we visited them in the mountains, we learned that their old house was being demolished, and they should receive a nice compensation for it. Zhou Weiguo said, as long as sister-in-law and Miao are doing well, that's good. It's a pity I don't have time, otherwise, I would definitely go see them. Luo Ping said, his tiger-like eyes slightly reddening. Old class leader He's hometown is in a county just below Jiangcheng. It takes about an hour to drive there. There will be opportunities. Zhou Weiguo replied. Yes, once the mission is completed, I will go see them. Luo Ping nodded. At that moment, Luo Ping's mind was filled with memories of how old class leader He had taken care of him. If it weren't for old class leader He's constant encouragement, how could he have unlocked his potential and entered such a special unit as the Dragon Guard? His achievements today were all thanks to old class leader He. When he finally met sister-in-law and Miao, he must prepare a good gift for them. It seems you all get along quite well. It's getting late, I will head back first. Xiao Xue, spend more time with them here. With that, old Master Song turned and left. After old Master Song departed, Song Qingshue's gaze remained fixed on Wang Luyao. Song Qingshue's unabashed stare naturally caught Wang Luyao's attention. What's wrong? Wang Luyao looked at Song Qingxue, puzzled. I know my request might be a bit presumptuous, but could you fight me? I want to know the gap between us. Song Qingxue said. As a child of the Song family, Song Qingxue had known about the Dragon Guard, a special unit, since she was young. This unit was composed of internal martial arts experts. Song Qingshue's dream since childhood had been to join such a special unit, but unfortunately, even her older brother Song Qingzhou, who had the best martial arts talent in the family, had not passed the selection for this unit, let alone Song Qingxue. Wang Luyao initially wanted to directly refuse Song Qingshue's request. After all, there was a world of difference between internal martial arts experts and ordinary people. However, Wang Luyao also sensed the stubbornness in Song Qingshue's gaze, and she needed an opportunity to prove her strength in front of Chen Chen. Alright, but it's only one chance. If you lose, you can't keep bothering me. Wang Luyao said. Don't worry, I just want to know the gap between us. Song Qingxue nodded heavily. Soon, the group arrived at Chen Chen's training room. There was a standard ring, just right for the match between Wang Luyao and Song Qingxue. Everyone was curious about this match. Although no one believed that Song Qingxue had any hope of winning, they were all eager to see what it would be like when a formal member of the Dragon Guard made a move. Zhou Weiguo and the other two also wanted to know how amazing the talents selected from the rigorous selection process they had struggled to pass would be. As for Chen Chen, he could understand the true strength of internal martial arts experts by watching the match. Song Qingxue stepped onto the ring, while Wang Luyao lightly tapped her toes and flew onto the platform. You can start, we will officially begin. Wang Luyao said. Song Qingxue nodded, then assumed a fighting stance, gradually moving towards Wang Luyao. Wang Luyao remained standing. Although Wang Luyao appeared to be full of flaws in Song Qingxue's eyes, for some reason, every time before Song Qingxue made a move, a strong sense of crisis would arise within her. If you don't make a move soon, I might just have to. Wang Luyao sensed Song Qingxue's hesitation and spoke up. Hearing this, Song Qingxue took a deep breath and swung her fist at Wang Luyao. This opportunity was one she had fought for. How could she give up because of her inner fear? Song Qingxue's straight punch was quick, even at a level comparable to a professional boxer. However, Wang Luyao merely tilted her body slightly and dodged the punch. Unwilling to accept defeat, Song Qingxue continued to move her feet and launched another attack. Jabs, hooks, uppercuts. Song Qingxue's punches were incredibly fast, even leaving afterimages, yet none could hit Wang Luyao, not even brushing against the hem of her clothes. Wang Luyao simply evaded Song Qingxue's attacks until Song Qingxue's stamina began to wane and her punches slowed down, at which point she reached out and firmly grasped Song Qingxue's fist. Wang Luyao's hand was like a vice, and Song Qingxue found that her fist couldn't move an inch. You lost, Wang Luyao said. The calm words finally revealed a harsh reality to Song Qingxue. The gap between her and a master of internal martial arts was immense, an insurmountable chasm. "Thank you," Song Qingxue retracted her fist and said. As she spoke those words, she felt surprisingly calm inside, not a hint of disappointment. Perhaps it was because, after recognizing such a terrifying gap, Song Qingxue realized how ridiculous her previous thoughts had been. There was no need for her to cling to the impossible. For Zhou Weiguo, the other two, and Song Qingxue, they couldn't see Wang Luyao's movements at all, which made them feel the suffocating pressure. However, Chen Chen could see Wang Luyao's movements clearly. Although Wang Luyao's actions were indeed fast, they were not beyond Chen Chen's sight. It was just that observing Song Qingxue's movements consumed a lot of Chen Chen's energy. "May I ask if you could spar with me?" Chen Chen looked at Wang Luyao standing in the ring and spoke. "Chen Chen, what are you talking about? You can't possibly be Wang Luyao's opponent. Don't add trouble for her," Song Qingxue interjected. In Song Qingxue's eyes, Chen Chen was just an ordinary person. Even she, who was well trained, had no resistance against Wang Luyao, let alone Chen Chen, who had no systematic training. "Mr. Chen, although I have received orders to protect you, we are soldiers, not your bodyguards. Please respect me." Wang Luyao's gaze towards Chen Chen turned unfriendly. Looking at Chen Chen, he seemed like a rich kid who enjoyed free fighting. Those flashy moves gave Chen Chen some inexplicable confidence, leading him to harbor unrealistic fantasies. Wang Luyao had no intention of wasting her time on a rich kid like Chen Chen. "Miss Wang, I hope you can reconsider," Chen Chen said sincerely. Zhou Weiguo and the other two were also preparing to speak up. Their boss was not someone who only knew flashy moves but was a master who had already learned hard qigong. Moreover, Chen Chen's strength had now surpassed all three of them. However, before Zhou Weiguo and the others could speak, Wang Luyao had already jumped off the stage and approached Chen Chen. Wang Luyao raised her hand and reached for the amulet hanging around Chen Chen's neck. This amulet was specially requested for Chen Chen by Feng Xiaoxiao after the incident at the hospital, and she had to see Chen Chen wear it around his neck before she was satisfied. According to Feng Xiaoxiao, since she couldn't protect Chen Chen like Zhou Weiguo and the others, she would use this amulet to express her feelings. Wang Luyao had already envisioned the moment she would take the amulet off Chen Chen's neck. At that time, she would lightly say, "If I can take your amulet, I can also wipe your neck." This way, Chen Chen, the rich young master who only knew flashy moves, would understand the gap between them. Chen Chen would not entertain any meaningless thoughts. However, the scene Wang Luyao had imagined of taking the amulet off Chen Chen's neck did not occur. Chen Chen unexpectedly grabbed her wrist. Everything happened so suddenly that no one could have anticipated it. "Chen Chen, how did you do that?" Seeing the scene, Song Qingxue asked. Having just sparred with Wang Luyao and experienced her speed firsthand, Song Qingxue realized how terrifying it was. How could Chen Chen possibly grip Wang Luyao's wrist? If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, Song Qingxue would have thought she was dreaming. At this moment, Zhou Weiguo finally spoke up. "Our boss is a martial arts genius. He has already mastered hard qigong, and he can withstand being hit by tennis balls from a tennis ball launcher for 15 minutes. Zhou Weiguo's words shocked both Wang Luyao and Luo Ping. The tennis ball launcher he mentioned was the final stage of the Dragon Guard Reserve selection exam, wasn't it? Luo Ping and Wang Luyao never expected that Chen Chen, this rich young master, could be so formidable. It seemed they had underestimated Chen Chen before. Luo Ping, practice with Chen Chen. Wang Luyao retracted her hand and spoke to Chen Chen. Luo Ping took off his shirt, revealing his muscular physique, as if sculpted from steel, and stepped onto the stage. Chen Chen also stepped onto the stage. "Chen Chen, use all your means to attack me. Don't worry about hurting me." Luo Ping assumed a stance and said. Although both Luo Ping and Wang Luyao were members of the Dragon Guard, Wang Luyao came from an ancient martial arts family, while Luo Ping was selected from the military. Since Wang Luyao was not skilled in hard qigong, it was more appropriate for Luo Ping, who had practiced hard qigong to perfection, to test Chen Chen's strength. Chen Chen didn't waste words and leaped forward, throwing a punch at Luo Ping's chest. Luo Ping merely took a breath, concentrating the internal energy cultivated through hard qigong in his chest. At that moment, Luo Ping's already exaggerated pectoral muscles swelled even more. When Chen Chen's fist collided with Luo Ping's chest muscles, it produced a clang of metal striking metal. This scene was very similar to the earlier sparring session between Chen Chen and Zhou Weiguo, but the outcome was completely different. Although Chen Chen's punch hit Luo Ping's chest, Luo Ping did not take a step back, and there was not a trace of pain on his face. Instead, his eyes showed delight. On the contrary, Chen Chen felt as if he had struck a rock, causing his fist to ache. "Continue, Chen Chen, let me see how strong you really are," Luo Ping said. Chen Chen nodded and continued to unleash a flurry of attacks on Luo Ping: punches, kicks, elbow strikes, knee strikes. Chen Chen treated every part of his body as a weapon and launched an attack on Luo Ping. However, Luo Ping merely took a horse stance, enduring Chen Chen's assault. Chen Chen's attack was like an unending giant wave, while Luo Ping stood like a rock amidst the storm, unshaken no matter how fierce the winds and waves became. Chen Chen's assault lasted a full 5 minutes, and the speed and frequency of his attacks began to decrease. Wang Luyao also announced the end of this match. Subsequently, the way Wang Luyao and Luo Ping looked at Chen Chen was akin to gazing at a raw gem. Chen Chen, you really just learned hard qigong and have never been exposed to martial arts before. Wang Luyao exclaimed excitedly. Yes, Chen Chen nodded. Your physical fitness has already reached the standard of a Dragon Guard member. As for why you couldn't shake Luo Ping, it's because the hard qigong you learned is merely the basic part. Luo Ping practices the complete version. Chen Chen, I will report your information. If you are willing to become an auxiliary member of our Dragon Guard, we can provide you with the complete version of hard qigong. Wang Luyao said with delight. Even Wang Luyao, who came from the ancient martial arts Wang family, had never seen a talent like Chen Chen. Self-studying hard qigong and being able to elevate his physical fitness to this level in such a short time. If such a person formally began to learn ancient martial arts, his future achievements would be immeasurable. Wang Luyao even suspected that Chen Chen would become stronger than the Dragon Guard's captain, Wei Qianjun. The three of Zhou Weiguo looked at Chen Chen with envy. This was an opportunity from the Dragon Guard. Back then, they had exhausted all their efforts and still couldn't enter the Dragon Guard's reserve, while now Chen Chen only needed to nod to become a formal member. If such an opportunity were presented to them, they would definitely agree immediately. Song Qingshue's gaze towards Chen Chen also became complicated. Now, Song Qingxue felt that she had underestimated Chen Chen too much. Chen Chen always seemed exceptionally mysterious. Just when you thought you had grasped everything about him, he would reveal something that surpassed your understanding. Sorry, I refuse, Chen Chen said. To be honest, when Chen Chen first heard Wang Luyao's invitation, he was indeed very tempted. Every man desires to possess great power, and Chen Chen was no exception. But then he thought again. Even if he didn't join the Dragon Guard, with the system, he still had a great chance of obtaining the cultivation secrets of ancient martial arts in the future. The system might even continue to reward him with physical breakthrough cards, allowing him to become strong without any effort. However, if he joined the Dragon Guard, he would definitely be bound by them. No matter how powerful this special unit was, Chen Chen did not want to lose his freedom. Chen Chen, do you know what you are refusing? Perhaps you don't understand this unit, the Dragon Guard. As the most mysterious special unit of the Chinese military, only top experts can become members of the Dragon Guard. The identity of Dragon Guard members is kept strictly confidential by the state, and they possess extremely high authority, even able to act first and report later. The most confidential missions of China are entrusted to Dragon Guard members. Chen Chen, don't you want to serve your country? Wang Luyao said. Sorry, Miss Wang, this holds no appeal for me. I still prefer my current life. Moreover, there are many ways to serve the country. I can provide a large number of jobs for the country and offer top-notch technology. Who can say that I am not serving my country? Chen Chen shook his head, once again refusing Wang Luyao's invitation. It was only now that Wang Luyao finally reacted. Chen Chen was not one of those former soldiers like Zhou Weiguo, he was a billionaire. For someone like Chen Chen, there was indeed no need to give up his current comfortable living conditions to join the Dragon Guard. Witnessing this scene, Song Qingxue felt even more envious of Chen Chen. Why did such a great talent have to appear in Chen Chen? If only she had such a talent too. Chen Chen, don't you want to become stronger? Wang Luyao was still not ready to give up on such a martial arts genius and found a topic that might touch Chen Chen, speaking up. Of course I want to become stronger, but I don't plan to join the Dragon Guard. As for the methods to become stronger, I will use my own channels to find them. Chen Chen replied. Since you refused the Dragon Guard's invitation, would you be willing to join our ancient martial arts Wang family? Joining our ancient martial arts Wang family will also allow you to become stronger, Wang Luyao said. For such a martial arts genius, Wang Luyao really did not want to miss out. Thank you for your kindness, Miss Wang. I will think it over. Chen Chen had already rejected Wang Luyao once, so he naturally wouldn't refuse her harshly a second time. He was just using this method to buy some time. Whenever you are willing to join our ancient martial arts Wang family, you can tell me directly. The ancient martial arts Wang family does not require you to do anything. Just become a disciple under the Wang family and take on the responsibilities of a Wang family disciple. Wang Luyao added. Miss Wang, I will consider it carefully. It's already late, I will arrange accommodations for everyone first, and we can discuss the rest tomorrow," Chen Chen said. He then took Wang Luyo and Luo Ping to the guest rooms in the villa, arranged everything, and returned to his own room. "Captain, Chen Chen is a genius. He has already reached the standards of a Dragon Guard member just by self-studying hard Qigong. Chen Chen's talent is hundreds of times better than mine." Wang Luyao represented the Dragon Guard to recruit Chen Chen, but he refused. In the end, Wang Luyao tried to recruit Chen Chen under the identity of the ancient martial arts Wang family, and Chen Chen plans to consider it. Luo Ping contacted Wei Qianjun immediately, informing the captain of all the information regarding Chen Chen. Upon hearing Luo Ping's report, Wei Qianjun also became interested in Chen Chen. "Luo Ping, you must protect Chen Chen. In any situation, report to me immediately." Wei Qianjun issued his orders. "Yes." Luo Ping didn't care whether Wei Qianjun could see him or not, he stood straight and saluted. Meanwhile, Wan Luyo was also contacting her family through her phone. "Grandpa, I encountered a martial arts genius while on a mission in Jiangcheng. He learned the military's abridged version of hard Qigong by himself and is incredibly talented in martial arts," Wang Luyo said. In the Wang family courtyard, the old man Wang, lying on a rocking chair and enjoying the night breeze, suddenly sat up. "Xiao Luyao, you're not joking with me, are you?" the old man Wang said. "Grandpa, how could I joke about something so important? I have already extended an invitation on behalf of the Wang family. If he can join us, our family's ranking among ancient martial arts families will surely rise," Wang Luyo said seriously. "I will send your uncle to Jiangcheng right away. If what you say about Chen Chen is true, no matter the cost, we must recruit him into the Wang family," the old man Wang said firmly. "Grandpa, I understand the importance of this matter," Wang Luyo said with a serious expression. "Luyo, when you're trying to win over Chen Chen, you should leverage some of your personal advantages," old Master Wang said meaningfully. "Me, personal advantages? Grandpa, what do you mean?" Wang Luyo's face showed a hint of confusion. "Little Luyo, you don't have a boyfriend yet, do you? If Chen Chen is really such a talented young man, you must seize the opportunity well. As the saying goes, heroes have a hard time overcoming the beauty barrier. My little Luyo is so beautiful, as long as you make a little effort, you can definitely have Chen Chen wrapped around your finger." "Grandpa, if you keep saying such nonsensical things, I won't talk to you anymore." Wang Luyo's voice suddenly became sharp. In a flurry, she hung up the phone. Old Master Wang chuckled at the beep-beep sound coming from the phone. If Wang Luyo truly had no thoughts on the matter, she wouldn't have hung up so hastily. "Shaoxin, go to Jiangcheng. Once you arrive in Jiangcheng, get in touch with Luyo." Old Master Wang's voice boomed throughout the Wang family courtyard, even startling the birds and beasts in the back mountains. "Yes, father, I will set off immediately." A middle-aged man in a long gown spoke. Then, the middle-aged man lightly tapped his toes, and his figure transformed into a series of afterimages, disappearing into the forest. "How old are you, still showing off your skills?" Old Master Wang glanced at the direction where Wang Shaoxin had left, speaking with annoyance, then continued to lean back in his rocking chair, fanning himself with a palm fan, humming a tune while gazing at the stars in the sky. Chen Chen slowly opened his eyes, and the system's prompt echoed in his mind. Ding, 13th day after proposing divorce, reward, Divine Dr. Hall token. As soon as the system's voice fell, an ancient-looking token landed in Chen Shen's hand. The moment the token appeared, a series of contact information belonging to the doctors of the Divine Dr. Hall emerged in Chen Shen's mind. However, Chen Chen was completely unaware of the purpose of this so-called Divine Dr. Hall token. Fortunately, an explanation from the system appeared in his mind. The Divine Dr. Hall is an organization that has been passed down for thousands of years in Huagua. The members of the organization are all traditional Chinese medicine practitioners and have their own ancient martial arts heritage. After completing their training, members of the Divine Dr. Hall must enter the world to practice medicine, with members distributed across Huagua to save lives. This Divine Dr. Hall token serves as proof of a distinguished guest. The holder of the token will be treated as a VIP by the Divine Dr. Hall. Although Chen Chen cannot command the Divine Dr. Hall to act on his behalf with this token, getting them to help him save someone is a piece of cake. Chen Chen was thoroughly satisfied with this system reward. According to the system's description, almost all diseases can be cured in front of the Divine Dr. Hall. With such a group of divine doctors behind him, Chen Chen felt much more confident. After all, who can guarantee a life without disaster or pain in this era? With these divine doctors, Chen Chen gained an extra layer of security in life. Moreover, the Divine Dr. Hall also has its own ancient martial arts heritage. With this token, Chen Chen could also learn the ancient martial arts passed down within the Divine Dr. Hall. Chen Chen put away the ancient token and then headed to the dining room. At this time, Feng Xiaoxiao had already prepared a sumptuous breakfast. Considering Luo Ping's large build, Feng Xiaoxiao had prepared a substantial amount of food today. Luo Ping was also impressed by Feng Xiaoxiao's cooking skills. However, for some reason, Chen Chen could clearly sense that Wang Luyo's attitude towards him was a bit off today. Wang Luyo's gaze would unconsciously linger on him, but whenever he looked over, she would quickly avert her eyes. At this moment, Wang Luyo's mind was filled with the words her grandfather had said last night, which made her glance at Chen Chen a few more times. Some inexplicable thoughts also appeared in Wang Luyo's mind. Chen Chen was so handsome and had such high talent. If she really married Chen Chen, it seemed like it wouldn't be a bad thing. Wait, Wang Luya, what are you thinking? Do you even know what shame is? How could you have such thoughts? Wang Luyo shook her head vigorously, completely shaking off those inexplicable ideas. After having breakfast, Chen Chen also arrived at the training room to start his daily training. Luo Ping and others followed Chen Chen into the training room. Luo Ping even took the initiative to be Chen Chen's sparring partner. Although Chen Chen was not qualified to learn the complete hard Qigong, it was still very important to engage in some practical training with Chen Chen to improve his combat abilities. Chen Chen and Luo Ping each took off their shirts and began fighting like real men on the training ground. As for Wang Luyao, she left the villa first. The military had obtained some new information from Li Wei. Wang Luyao planned to start from these clues and continue her in-depth investigation into the assassin organization, 7 Kills. Star Master, Li Wei has been captured by the military of Huagua. It won't be long before Li Wei tells everything he knows to the Huagua military. Star Master, you should leave Huagua immediately. A young man had just landed at Jiangcheng Airport, and upon opening his phone, he saw a series of messages. Li Wei is really useless, he can't even assassinate an ordinary person. He didn't even commit suicide right after failing the mission. I really don't know how he got into the 7 Kills organization. It seems necessary to properly reorganize the internal structure of 7 Kills. Such a mediocre person doesn't deserve to be a killer. But asking me to leave Huaxia? Don't joke. The young man's lips curled into a mocking smile as he replied to a message. The plan remains unchanged. In this world, no one had been born who could stop his plans. A middle-aged man sitting in front of a computer, wearing a large hood, looked at the message from the 7 Kills Star Master with a helpless expression. The Star Master is really willful, but such a Star Master is what makes 7 Kills the master. Such talent deserves the loyalty of a super hacker ranked 6th in the global hacker list. Chen Chen and Luo Ping's fighting practice continued, and Luo Ping could clearly feel Chen Chen's progress. Although Chen Chen still couldn't break through his physical defenses, he had shown significant improvement in combat skills. Luo Ping even believed that Chen Chen was born for fighting. Zhou Weiguo's phone vibrated. He took out his phone from his pocket, and the caller ID showed he Miao. Zhou Weiguo quickly answered the call, and what came through was a series of sobs. Xiao Miao, what's wrong? Don't cry for now. Tell uncle what happened, and uncle will help you solve it. Zhou Weiguo's tone suddenly became anxious. He Miao had always been a strong and independent child, especially after her father's passing. She had shown even more strength. Zhou Weiguo had never seen He Miao so vulnerable. Hearing the commotion on Zhou Weiguo's side, Chen Chen and Luo Ping also stopped training and immediately came to Zhou Weiguo's side. Especially Luo Ping, whose face was filled with anxiety. Old class leader he had shown kindness to Luo Ping. Having just learned of old class leader his passing, hearing his daughter's anxious call made Luo Ping feel like he was burning with worry. Xiao Miao, don't be afraid, Uncle Zhou is here. No matter what grievances you encounter, Uncle Zhou can help you solve them. Take your time, don't rush. Zhou Weiguo's inner anxiety was no less than Luo Ping's. However, after sensing He Miao's panic, Zhou Weiguo still tried his best to soothe her emotions. Uncle Zhou, someone is forcibly demolishing our house. Grandma was so scared she had a stroke, and now the child is lying in the hospital. This morning they even came and smashed my mom's breakfast shop, and my mom was beaten into the hospital. They said this is what happens when my mom complains. Uncle Zhou, before my mom said you all had your own jobs and didn't want to trouble you, but now I have no other way. He Miao said, and suddenly burst into tears. Zhou Weiguo's fists were clenched tightly. Xiao Miao, don't be afraid. Uncle Zhou will rush over to take charge. Send me the location of the hospital. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Weiguo's eyes were filled with blazing anger. Old he, the class leader, had sacrificed himself for the country, so who had the audacity to bully his sister-in-law and Xiao Miao? Did they think he was dead? Boss. Zhou Weiguo shifted his gaze to Chen Chen. Now Chen Chen was being targeted by the killer organization, 7 Killers. Out of emotion and reason, they shouldn't abandon their posts. But now Xiao Miao was being bullied like this, as her uncle, no matter how unreasonable the request, Zhou Weiguo had to make it. Alright, Lao Zhou, don't show that expression. I'll go with you. We can't let heroes bleed and cry. I want to see who dares to do such a thing. After learning the ins and outs of the situation, Shen Chen was also filled with immense anger. Shen Chen was willing to seek justice for Old He's family. I'll go too. Luo Ping's tone revealed a chilling coldness. His face was as cold as ice. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Right now, Luo Ping just wanted the person who bullied He Miao to personally explain to Old He. Luo Ping's mission was originally to protect Chen Chen. If Chen Chen didn't go, no matter how angry Luo Ping felt, he wouldn't be able to rush to the scene. This was Luo Ping's duty as a soldier. But since Chen Chen was willing to go to the scene now, Luo Ping could also personally deal with those scoundrels. Luo Ping was now an official member of Long Wei. He had worked hard to reach this height, not to let those he valued be bullied. Boss, thank you. The three of them spoke with utmost sincerity. Alright, no need to say thank you. Hurry and drive, I want to see who is so arrogant. Chen Chen's tone was cold. Someone must be held accountable for this matter. After hanging up the phone, He Miao cried hard for a while. After her mom was beaten into the hospital today, He Miao felt like her world had collapsed. In utter helplessness, she finally dialed Uncle Zhou's number. Fortunately, Uncle Zhou said they would come right away. When Uncle Zhou arrives, those bad people will definitely get the punishment they deserve. He Miao cried for a long time before wiping away her tears and returning to the hospital room. Surely her mom wouldn't want to see her looking like a crying kitten. After a long time, Li Aishue, with her head wrapped in bandages, opened her eyes. She immediately saw He Miao at the bedside, her eyes red from crying. Xiao Miao, are you okay? Did that group of beasts make things difficult for you? Li Aishue didn't care about her own injuries at all. The first thing she did upon opening her eyes was to ask about her daughter. Old He is gone, and his daughter is all that Li Aishue has. If anything were to happen to her daughter, Li Aishue wouldn't know how to face Old He after her death. Mom, I'm fine. They ran away after they saw you faint. I'm sorry, Mom. I didn't listen to you. I called Uncle Zhou. Uncle Zhou said they would come right away, and when they arrive, they'll make those bad people pay. He Miao spoke up. Silly child. Looking at the stubborn expression on He Miao's face, Li Aishue hugged her tightly. Yet, at that moment, Li Aishue felt utterly helpless inside. Zhou Weiguo and the others were just ordinary veterans. Although they earned more as bodyguards now, they couldn't afford to offend those big shots. The people trying to forcibly demolish their home had a significant background, practically ruling this county. Her report had not only yielded no results but had also brought retaliation upon them. Even if Zhou Weiguo and the others came, what good would it do? They would only bring more trouble. If it came to that, she would just sign the agreement. If the demolition compensation was only half of what others received, then so be it. After all, there wasn't a single man in her family who could speak up. Once she got the money, she would pay for her mother-in-law's surgery and leave this county with her mother-in-law and Miao. Miao, how about we move to another place to live? Li Aishue asked, cradling He Miao's little face. Okay, Mom, wherever you go, I'll go. He Miao nodded vigorously. What a touching scene of maternal love and filial piety, it's making me almost cry. Accompanied by a round of applause, a voice full of sarcasm came through. A man in a suit, exuding a rogue air, walked in. This man was Zhang Xuanqing, the project manager from a construction company under Jiangcheng Group, responsible for this demolition project. Besides this identity, Zhang Xuanqing was also the cousin of Chen Xingyun, a child from the uncle's family. Without this connection, the rogue-like Zhang Xuanqing wouldn't have been able to become the project manager of Jiangcheng Construction Company. Our group sees your land as a blessing to develop a tourist resort. You poor wretch, instead of taking the money and leaving, you dare to complain? Don't think that just because you go to the county to complain, or even to the city or province, I'm afraid of you. What are you? How dare you offend our Jiangcheng group? Zhang Xuanqing spoke fiercely, his tone showing no restraint. Everyone else had obediently taken the demolition compensation as advertised and left quietly, yet this family, not knowing what was good for them, stubbornly refused to leave and even dared to complain. This was simply not putting Zhang Xuanqing in their sights. If he didn't teach them a lesson, they would think he was some kind of softy. Behind Zhang Xuanqing was a dark mass of bodyguards, blocking the door to the hospital room. Li Aishue quickly shielded He Miao behind her. Manager Zhang, we were blind to not recognize your greatness. We'll sign right away. Li Aishue hurriedly said. If it had been like this from the start, there wouldn't have been so many issues. Alright, give her the contract, and let her sign quickly. Zhang Xuanqing waved his hand, and a contract was tossed in front of Li Aishue. Li Aishue picked up the contract and quickly found something wrong. Manager Zhang, did you get the wrong contract? Wasn't the demolition compensation supposed to be 1,200,000? Why is it only 600,000 now? Lee Aishue asked. It should be known that the initial compensation promised was over 3 million for each household, yet they were only given 120,000, and now they were presenting a contract for 60,000. This was simply bullying them to death. I've spent so much effort on you, I can't even get that little bit of hardship pay? Now it's 60,000. If you don't sign, you can continue to waste time with us. However, if you don't sign today, you won't even get this 600,000. Anyway, the bulldozer is already at your house. Zhang Xuanqing's tone was full of arrogance. Upon hearing this, Li Aishue felt a buzzing in her brain. What truly concerned Li Aishue was not the reduced demolition compensation. She had long been prepared for Zhang Xuanqing's shamelessness, but Li Aishue never expected that Zhang Xuanqing would directly send a bulldozer to her home for forced demolition when no one was there. After all, there were still old his belongings at home. Mr. Zhang, I'll sign right away. But can you not demolish my house first? There are still important things inside. Li Aishue's tone grew increasingly anxious. Sure, I'm a reasonable person. I'll call them to stop right now. Zhang Xuanqing said, raising his phone and randomly pressing a few numbers. Sorry, the number you dialed is not in service. A gentle female voice reached the ears of everyone present. Oh, I'm sorry, how could I remember a low-class person's number? By the time we calculate, it should be almost time to start the demolition. I just don't know if I can make it there in time. Zhang Xuanqing's tone was very exaggerated, and his face showed an exaggerated expression. However, Zhang Xuanqing's eyes remained fixed on Li Aishue and He Miao, the mother and daughter pair. Zhang Xuanqing was very curious about what kind of expressions this mother and daughter would show. Li Aishue's actions did not disappoint Zhang Xuanqing. She stood up from the hospital bed, wanting to rush outside. But the bodyguards Zhang Xuanqing brought blocked the entire ward, and Li Aishue couldn't squeeze through these burly men in black. Hey, what are you doing? Don't you know to show some compassion for the patient? Hurry up and make way, let them quickly go save the important things. Otherwise, once the house is pushed down, they won't be able to get anything out. As soon as Zhang Xuanqing's words fell, the black-clad bodyguards immediately made way, and Li Aishue and her daughter hurriedly squeezed through, rushing towards the old house. Li Aishue forgot the pain in her head, running alongside He Miao, finally making it back to the house. At this moment, 5 or 6 excavators and bulldozers were parked in front of the house, ready to demolish the building. Don't demolish yet. I still have important things at home. Let me take them out first. I absolutely won't stop you from demolishing the house, I beg you. Li Aishue spoke up. The site supervisor wearing a white hard hat clearly did not expect this turn of events. I can't make this decision. I have to listen to my boss. The man hesitated as he spoke. Brother, I'm begging you. My husband is a martyr, his belongings are all at home. I'll take the belongings out and leave. I absolutely won't obstruct your work. Li Aishue hurriedly said. Alright, then you go quickly and come back. The man in the white hard hat softened a bit and said. However, at that moment, a voice came from behind. What are you doing? Didn't I tell you to start the demolition at 3 o'clock? It's already 3:06, why haven't you started yet? Is this how you work? Do you not want your salary anymore? Zhang Xuanqing's voice came through. Sorry, I have to make a living too. Although the man's face showed hesitation, he still made his decision. Start the demolition. The man picked up the walkie-talkie and issued the order. The excavator and bulldozer moved into action, ready to flatten the row of houses before them. Li Aishue ran up directly, extending her hands to block the front of the excavator. There were still Old He's belongings at home, Old He's medals. These were all part of Old He's glory and absolutely could not be buried in the ruins. Don't make it difficult for me. I'll take my things and leave, Li Aishue pleaded. The excavator drivers, fearing for lives, stopped their actions. However, this ignited Zhang Xuanqing's dissatisfaction. Zhang Xuanqing walked straight to the front of the leading excavator. Get lost, or you'll die. I'm in charge in this county. Killing you is like squashing an ant, no one will care. Zhang Xuanqing said with irritation. The game was over. If Li Aishue didn't move, he would have to take action. Li Aishue still stood with her arms outstretched, blocking the excavator, showing no sign of retreat. In Zhang Xuanqing's eyes, her actions were a blatant provocation. Just a lowly commoner, did she really think he wouldn't dare to kill her? The opportunity had been given. If she saw death, no one could save her. Zhang Xuanqing pulled the lever, and the excavator began to dig down. Let's see who dares. A roar erupted like thunder. 3 Hummers stopped at the construction site. Chen Chen and his group got out of the Hummers. He Miao ran directly to Uncle Zhou as soon as she saw him. Uncle Zhou, you finally came. They're bullying me. They want to demolish our house and even hit my mom, boo-hoo. He meow cried as she spoke. Who are you people? This is Jiangcheng Group's construction site. Do you want to meddle in Jiangcheng Group's affairs? Zhang Xuanqing looked at the group that had just stepped out of the Hummers, momentarily unsure, so he invoked the name of Jiangcheng Group. In this territory of Jiangcheng, no one dared to disrespect Jiangcheng Group. Jiangcheng Group? What's that? Chen Chen's tone was filled with disdain. He hadn't expected that the obstacle in front of him would still be Jiangcheng Group. It seemed he truly had a fate intertwined with Jiangcheng Group. But how dare Jiangcheng Group bully the orphans of heroes? They were truly shameless. Hearing Chen Chen's words, Zhang Xuanqing began to calculate. Anyone from Jiangcheng would never be as dismissive of Jiangcheng Group as Chen Chen was. Since Chen Chen dared to say such things, it indicated that he didn't understand Jiangcheng Group well. Even if Chen Chen was a fierce dragon crossing the river, he couldn't suppress the local snake that was Jiangcheng Group. Continue the demolition. Let's see who dares to stop Jiangcheng Group from doing its work. Zhang Xuanqing's tone became even more arrogant, completely disregarding the group before him. Zhang Xuanqing was about to forcibly demolish in front of them. In Jiangcheng, no one had ever dared to touch Jiangcheng Group's interests. However, Zhang Xuanqing hadn't been arrogant for long when he was suddenly lifted into the air like a chick by Luo Ping. Zhang Xuanqing kicked wildly, trying to break free from Luo Ping's grip, but unfortunately, his attempts yielded no results, making him appear even more ridiculous. Do you know they are the orphans of martyrs? How dare you treat them this way? Who gave you the audacity? Luo Ping glared fiercely at Zhang Xuanqing, questioning him. Feeling Luo Ping's murderous gaze, Zhang Xuanqing felt as if he were being targeted by a beast, a chill creeping up from his feet. Zhang Xuanqing's tone weakened immediately. However, it didn't take long for Zhang Xuanqing to realize that all the eyes of his subordinates were focused on him. Although Zhang Xuanqing was indeed scared, he would never allow himself to lose face in front of his men. If he acted like a coward in front of them, how could he manage them in the future? What are you? How dare you question me? You're just a stinking soldier. If you die, so what? What's so great about it? You've been paid and still won't leave. What greedy and unreasonable people. Staring at me? What are you staring at me for? You want to kill me? Ha! Coward! Zhang Xuanqing glared at Luo Ping and roared. With every word Zhang Xuanqing spoke, Luo Ping's face darkened a few shades. By the time Zhang Xuanqing finished speaking, Luo Ping's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Seeing that Luo Ping hadn't moved for a long time, Zhang Xuanqing became even more convinced of his judgment, his tone growing more arrogant. I thought you were something special? You think you're a hero? You came all this way to uphold justice for them? Even if I give you face today and don't make things difficult for them, there will be a day when you're not around. I'll say this, as long as you leave, they're finished. Burying a few people in the ruins, no one should notice, right? Hey, how about we just seal them all in concrete for the foundation? Then anyone who comes can step on them. At this point, Zhang Xuanqing laughed maniacally, his features contorting into a grotesque mask of madness. Zhang Xuanqing's words completely infuriated Luo Ping. Thank you for the reminder, Luo Ping said calmly. As long as Zhang Xuanqing was alive, Li Aishui and Miao's mother and son would never have a good day. This was something Luo Ping could not accept. If that was the case, then let Zhang Xuanqing die. A person capable of such things did not deserve to live. Zhang Xuanqing felt utterly confused. This big guy in front of him couldn't be stupid, could he? Thanking him? Was it too late to realize how powerful he was? What's wrong? Scared? Realizing you've messed with the wrong person? If you know you're wrong, all of you kneel down and bow your heads in an orderly fashion. Maybe if I'm in a good mood, I'll let you off the hook. Hurry up and let me down. Zhang Xuanqing's tone grew even more arrogant. But what happened next left Zhang Xuanqing even more bewildered. Luo Ping did not let go of Zhang Xuanqing. Instead, he pulled him into his embrace. Luo Ping's arm slowly exerted force, tightening around Zhang Xuanqing. At that moment, Luo Ping's arm had turned into a special kind of gallows. Ah! What are you doing? Let go of me! Zhang Xuanqing felt as if he were being constricted by a giant python. A strong wave of pain washed over him. His muscles were being crushed and deformed under this strange force. Before long, the sound of bones cracking echoed, crack, crack. At that moment, Zhang Xuanqing finally realized that this big guy really wanted to kill him. Faced with the threat of death, Zhang Xuanqing intended to plead for mercy. Unfortunately, he found that he couldn't say anything, only letting out meaningless whimpers. Zhang Xuanqing could only blame himself as he felt Luo Ping's merciless embrace gradually tighten, the powerful force crushing his bones inch by inch. Zhang Xuanqing could only clearly perceive the pain coursing through his body, waiting in despair for death to arrive. The moment Zhou Weiguo noticed Luo Ping's movement, he covered He Miao's eyes. In Zhou Weiguo's eyes, He Miao was still just a young girl who shouldn't witness such a terrifying scene. But He Miao stubbornly pushed away the hand that Zhou Weiguo had placed over her eyes. She wanted to see this villain, who had brought misfortune to her family, stripped of his life. Her mother had a broken head, and her grandmother was still lying in the hospital. Only by watching this scoundrel die could He Miao release the anger that had built up inside her. As for cruelty, what cruelty is there in killing a demon? This is called a great relief for the heart. It took a full 5 minutes for Zheng Xuanqing to finally lose all signs of life. This was simply an extremely brutal execution. However, for a beast like Zheng Xuanqing, such an extreme method of depriving him of life was warranted. Luo Ping released his arms, and Zheng Xuanqing crashed heavily to the ground, his bones crushed, turning into a puddle like a rubber doll. Zheng Xuanqing's extremely distorted face was enough to prove that he had endured inhuman torture before his death. However, this pain was still far lighter compared to the suffering he had inflicted on others. Letting Zheng Xuanqing die like this was truly letting him off easy. Murder! After a while, a wail erupted from the crowd. The construction team instantly fell into chaos, with some people frantically trying to escape, while others took advantage of the confusion to call the police. You all should leave. I'll tell the police I did it. Just take good care of Xiao Miao. After a long while, Li Aishua finally reacted. She pushed He Miao into Zhou Weiguo's arms and spoke. At that moment, Li Aishua had not considered how, with her physical condition, she could possibly use such a cruel method to kill Zheng Xuanqing. Don't worry, sister-in-law, nothing will happen. Leave everything to me, Luo Ping said. Sister-in-law, you don't need to worry. We'll handle everything, Zhou Weiguo added. However, Li Aishua still looked restless. No matter how much Li Aishua tried to persuade them, Chen Chen and the others showed no intention of leaving. It was as if they hadn't just killed a person, but rather squashed a cockroach. Just as Li Aishua was extremely anxious, a series of police sirens rang out. Dozens of police cars surrounded the construction site. Upon seeing the puddle of Zheng Xuanqing on the ground, the police felt the severity of the situation. They had really killed someone. And the victim was a project manager from the Jiangcheng construction group. With such a huge incident, the county leaders would have to be held accountable. Don't move! The leading police officer drew his service weapon, aiming it at Chen Chen and the others. When dealing with criminals who used such brutal methods to kill, these officers dared not let their guard down for a moment. Comrades, it was all me. They have nothing to do with it. Let them go, just arrest me. Li Aishua shouted loudly. However, the police would not believe Li Aishua's words. Their gazes were fixed on the tall and strong Luo Ping. Among everyone present, Luo Ping was the most suspicious. Surrender, hands on your head. The leading police officer continued. Unfortunately, Luo Ping and the others still did not move. It should be here, Luo Ping said. The police, hearing Luo Ping's words, became alert. Here? What was here? Did these ruthless criminals have accomplices? To openly challenge the police like this was simply defying the law. This was intolerable. Just as the leading police officer waved his hand, preparing to rush in and take down this group of criminals, a rumble suddenly came from above. 3 military armed helicopters hovered in the air. An armed special forces team slid down ropes from the helicopter to the ground. Soldiers, please assist us in taking down this group of lawless criminals. Seeing the sudden appearance of the special forces, the leading police officer quickly made his request. Soon, this special team stood before Luo Ping and saluted him in unison. Good day, Chief. This unexpected turn of events left the police present at a loss. However, they quickly lowered their guns aimed at Luo Ping. Anyone who could be addressed as chief by the special forces was undoubtedly a figure they could not afford to offend. Why would such a big shot appear in their county town? He was merely the director of the County Public Security Bureau. What qualifications did he have to handle such issues? Luo Ping returned the salute and then approached the County Public Security Bureau director. Zheng Xuanqing has insulted the families of martyrs and attempted to endanger national security. He has already been dealt with on the spot. This matter is now under military jurisdiction, Luo Ping stated. Yes, the Public Security Bureau director quickly replied. Now, let's talk about your issues. Zheng Xuanqing's violent demolition, who is protecting him? Who is behind him? Luo Ping's tone was filled with anger. The Public Security Bureau director did not dare to answer such a question. He could only keep his mouth shut, enduring Luo Ping's scrutinizing gaze. Not saying anything now is fine, but you must give me an explanation. Luo Ping's tone was icy, leaving no room for negotiation. As soon as Luo Ping finished speaking, dozens of military vehicles arrived at the scene. An officer with the rank of captain approached Luo Ping. Report, Chief. Captain Zheng Chang from the East China Theater, reporting for duty. Zheng Chang saluted. Someone has insulted the families of martyrs and committed wrongdoing. This matter must be thoroughly investigated, Luo Ping said. Yes, we will ensure the mission is completed. Zheng Chang saluted again. Zheng Chang had some knowledge of the background of this big shot. With a word from this figure, even if the county town were turned upside down, the culprit must be found, no one else mattered. Seeing the crisis before her resolve, Li Aishue finally felt the tension in her heart ease. For a moment, Li Aishue felt the world spinning and collapsed directly. If it weren't for Chen Shen's quick reflexes to support her, she would have fallen to the ground. Mom! He Miao ran to Li Aishue's side, crying out. Don't be afraid, Xiao Miao, we will take your mom to the hospital right away. Zhou Weigua and others helped Li Aishue into the Hummer. Zhou Weigua had always been the one driving, but this time it was Wu Yuan behind the wheel. With a press of the accelerator, the Hummer transformed into a streak of light, heading towards the hospital. Thanks to Chen Shen's financial capabilities, Li Aishue was directly admitted to the best ward and received the best treatment immediately. Fortunately, Li Aishue had only suffered a concussion and had not yet recovered. After some intense activity, she had fainted. She just needed to rest for a while to recover. However, compared to Li Aishue, her grandmother's stroke was a more significant problem. Currently, Grandma He was still in a coma, although all necessary efforts had been made. Whether she would wake up was left to fate. Don't worry, He Miao, with us here, your grandmother will definitely wake up. You just need to trust Uncle. I will contact the best hospital for your grandmother. If Jiangqing can't treat her, we'll go to Modu. If Modu can't treat her, we'll go to the capital. Your grandmother will definitely get better, Zhou Weigui assured. Thank you, Uncle Zhou, He Miao said. The feeling of having someone to rely on was truly wonderful. Seizing this opportunity, Chen Shen took out his phone and made a call. Although this condition might be very difficult for Western medicine, but for the Divine Physician Hall, which has been passed down for thousands of years, this is not considered a difficult problem. Chen Shen found a member of the Divine Physician Hall organization, Huang Xuanqi, who was located in Jiangchang, through the contact list provided by the system. Chen Shen directly dialed the phone number. It wasn't long before the call was connected. May I ask who you are? How did you get this number? A cold female voice came through. This contact information was not publicly available. It was specifically for communication with the Divine Physician Hall. Therefore, receiving a call from a stranger today surprised Huang Xuanqi immensely. First, take a look at the message I sent you. Chen Shen did not directly answer Huang Xuanqi's question but instead took a photo of the token and sent it to her. Huang Xuanqi felt even more puzzled. However, when she saw the ancient token in the message, she was somewhat astonished. Wasn't this token the emblem sent out by their Divine Physician Hall? Why was it in the hands of that mysterious person on the other end of the line? Huang Xuanqi enlarged the photo and began to examine every detail of the token. At least from the photo, there was absolutely no problem with this token. The Divine Physician Hall had a rule: any request made by a holder of the Divine Physician Hall token, as long as it was reasonable, must be complied with by the members of the organization. However, if the token holder committed evil deeds, the Divine Physician Hall could also revoke the token. May I ask what your needs are? Huang Xuanqi's tone carried a hint of respect. Token holders either had ancestors who had done great deeds for the country and the people or had great to the Divine Physician Hall. Therefore, the members of the Divine Physician Hall always treated token holders with respect. I have a patient who fell into a coma after a stroke and has not woken up. I hope you can come and treat her. The consultation fee is not an issue. The patient is in a county hospital below Jiangcheng. Chen Shen said. Okay, send me the location, and I'll set off right away. Huang Xuanqi readily agreed. Even when encountering ordinary patients, Huang Xuanqi would offer treatment. As a healer, it is her duty to save lives, not to mention that this was a request from a token holder. However, before proceeding with the treatment, she still needed to confirm whether the patient was a wicked person and to personally verify the authenticity of the token. After receiving the location, Huang Xuanqi packed her luggage and boarded a vehicle heading to the county hospital. On the way, Huang Xuanqi also sent the photo of the token and the conversation with Chen Shen to her master. This was a significant matter concerning the token holder, and she could not afford to be careless. After ending the call, Chen Shen returned to the ward. At this time, Wang Peng was in the office discussing Grandma He's condition with her attending physician. During the discussion, Wang Peng's expression grew increasingly worse. According to the doctor, even if Grandma He were sent to a hospital in the capital, there would be no better solution. The blood clot had been removed, but Grandma He still had not woken up. It was certainly because the nerves compressed by the blood clot could not recover. This condition was beyond the capabilities of Western medicine and could only rely on the patient's own recovery ability. Since Western medicine could do nothing, they could only turn to traditional Chinese medicine. I plan to try whether acupuncture can help the old lady wake up, Wang Peng said upon returning to the ward. Do you have confidence? Zhou Weiguo looked at Wang Peng and asked. Although Zhou Weiguo had great confidence in his brother's medical skills, Wang Peng came from a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners and had been studying medicine since childhood, making him a genius in the field. However, after some events, Wang Peng ultimately chose to abandon this path and join the military. However, the acupuncture skills that Wang Peng had practiced had become his signature ability. But this time, the old lady had suffered a stroke, and the doctors in the hospital were at a loss. Could Wang Peng's acupuncture really make a difference? Big brother, I can't be sure. I can only give it a try. Wang Peng was not lying. He truly did not have much confidence, but compared to doing nothing, he chose to boldly attempt it. Sister-in-law, what do you think? Zhou Weiguo cast an inquiring glance at Li Aishue. This matter still needed Li Aishue to make the final decision. Peng, if you're going to try, then go ahead without worry. Li Aishue spoke. She had immense trust in Zhou Weiguo and the others. Every year they came back to see her, not to mention that this time, upon learning of her incident, they rushed over to seek justice for her. Wang Peng would never harm his mother-in-law. Wang Peng nodded, took out his silver needles, and prepared to begin his attempt. Wang Peng, if you're not confident, there's no need to act. I found a skilled doctor who will definitely be able to wake the old lady up, Qinshan said. Boss, I don't doubt your intentions, but this kind of problem isn't something Western medicine can solve, Wang Peng replied. Right, this time I invited a traditional Chinese medicine doctor. She's a member of a long-established TCM organization. Even if she can't solve it, her elders surely can. She's already on her way here. Chen Chen's tone was full of confidence. Boss, are you sure you haven't been scammed? A TCM doctor who can solve such problems isn't easy to invite, let alone to come to treat a patient. Boss, many people are using TCM as a guise to swindle others. Don't fall for it, Wang Peng said urgently. Wang Peng had no doubt about Chen Chen's abilities, but the idea that a phone call could bring someone to treat a patient was indeed suspicious. It's fine, Wang Peng. When that doctor arrives, if her treatment seems problematic, we can stop, okay? Chen Chen didn't intend to argue with Wang Peng on this issue. Wang Peng understood TCM. As long as he saw Huang Xuanqi in action, his doubts would naturally dissipate. Alright, boss, but if I find that doctor problematic, I will stop immediately. I hope you won't blame me, Wang Peng said, his tone resolute. Even if the boss would blame him, Wang Peng would not hesitate for a moment. Who says I'm a fraud? A woman's voice came from behind. The woman was about 1.6 meters tall, with long hair styled into a bun on her head, secured with a silver hairpin. Dressed in a new Chinese-style outfit, she exuded a gentle demeanor. However, her tone was somewhat cold, clearly taking issue with Wang Peng's doubts. You must be Dr. Huang Xuanqi, Chen Chen said, looking at Huang Xuanqi. That's right, it's me. I was nearby doing free consultations, so I didn't take long to get here. Huang Xuanqi nodded slightly and spoke. Upon hearing this, Wang Peng became even more suspicious of Huang Xuanqi. How could someone so young possibly be skilled in TCM? Moreover, if she were truly such a remarkable TCM doctor, how could she be found near this county? It seemed their boss had indeed been deceived this time. This woman was so beautiful, yet her intentions seemed so malicious. This was a matter of life and death. How could she deceive others? Truly, the heart of a woman can be the most poisonous. Dr. Huan, right? You seem quite young. Are you really confident you can wake a patient who has fallen into a coma due to a stroke? This is no joke. A healer's heart is compassionate. Don't do something reckless just to prove yourself, or you might regret it later, Wang Peng said. Wang Peng hoped that this scammer in front of him could understand the meaning behind his words and leave voluntarily before things became irreparable. However, Huang Xuanqi showed no intention of acknowledging Wang Peng at all, treating him as an inconsequential person. Before we begin the treatment, may I see that token? Huang Xuanqi said. That token from the Divine Physician Hall was what truly mattered to her. Of course, Qin Shen replied, taking out the token from the Divine Physician Hall and handing it to Huang Xuanqi. Huang Xuanqi extended her hands, her expression serious as she accepted the token and began to examine it closely. Every detail of the token was flawless, and the faint medicinal fragrance emanating from it confirmed that it was indeed a genuine token from the Divine Physician Hall. It was known that some secret medicine from the hall was added during the token's forging. The fragrance came from this particular secret medicine. As long as one carried this token, it guaranteed protection from all pests. Divine Physician Hall, Huang Xuanqi. Huang Xuanqi exchanged the token back to Chen Shen, her expression serious. This brief statement served both as an introduction and as an acknowledgement of Chun Chen's identity as the token holder. "Hello, my name is Chun Chen," he said, nodding slightly in greeting. Hearing the conversation between Chun Chen and Huang Xuanqi felt like a heavy hammer striking Wang Peng's head. This young woman in front of him was actually from the Divine Physician Hall. Wang Peng had indeed heard of the Divine Physician Hall before. In fact, he had given up studying traditional Chinese medicine precisely because of its existence. At the age of 16, Wang Peng was already a well-known genius in traditional Chinese medicine, especially with his understanding of acupuncture. Yet, just when he was at his most ambitious, he encountered a young physician from the Divine Physician Hall, whose superb medical skills overshadowed many renowned practitioners. Although they were of similar age, the medical skills he possessed were far beyond Wang Peng's reach. Especially in acupuncture, which Wang Peng prided himself on, it seemed like child's play in front of that physician from the Divine Physician Hall. What made it even harder for Wang Peng to accept was that he understood the acupuncture techniques used by that young physician, yet he could never replicate the same effects. This harsh reality ruthlessly shattered Wang Peng's dream of becoming a traditional Chinese doctor. After that, he gave up on continuing his medical studies and chose to join the military. However, after learning hard qigong and developing internal strength in the special forces, Wang Peng finally understood why he could not achieve the same results with the same techniques. It was simply because he had no internal strength back then. Traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes yin and yang, the 5 elements, meridians, and acupoints. Without internal strength as a key, traditional Chinese medicine lacks its true soul. After mastering internal strength, Wang Peng began to integrate it with acupuncture in his own way. This is why he could achieve astonishing results with acupuncture that seemed unbelievable to ordinary people. Because of this, Wang Peng felt so excited upon hearing about the Divine Physician Hall. Do you know Hua Siming? 20 years ago, he sought out renowned traditional Chinese medicine practitioners in Jiangcheng, and I was fortunate enough to witness his acupuncture techniques, Wang Peng inquired. However, at this moment, his tone had become much more humble. Even though Huang Xuanqi appeared young, the 3 words Divine Physician Hall were enough to prove her medical skills. Hua Siming is my master's uncle, Huang Xuanqi replied, her words carrying a hint of emotion. Knowing of her master's uncle's existence indicated that Wang Peng was also part of the medical community. Then please treat this elderly lady. I understand the rules of the Divine Doctor Hall. This old lady is the mother of a martyr. She suffered a stroke because of being oppressed by bullies. I hope Dr. Huang can help her. Wang Peng spoke humbly. Even though Huang Xuanqi was younger than him, Wang Peng still regarded her as being in a higher position. In the realm of medicine, those who excel are to be respected, and there was no doubt about that. Since that's the case, I will do my utmost to treat her. Huang Xuanqi's face was serious. She then approached the old lady, who was still in a coma, and after placing her fingers on the old lady's wrist to check her pulse, she took out her needle pouch. The silver needles seemed to come alive in Huang Xuanqi's hands, precisely piercing the acupoints on the old lady's body. Each needle was infused with a trace of internal energy, stimulating the old lady's acupoints. Wang Peng had seen this set of acupuncture techniques 20 years ago. Seeing it again now, he could feel much more. Back then, Wang Peng did not know internal energy, and watching this technique was like a frog at the bottom of a well looking at the moon. Now, having learned internal energy, Wang Peng viewed this technique as a tiny ant gazing at the vast sky. The combination of acupuncture and internal energy was astonishing. The way internal energy penetrated and stimulated the acupoints to achieve such effects was incredible. Even now, his understanding of traditional Chinese medicine was merely superficial. A bitter smile unconsciously appeared at the corner of Wang Peng's mouth. Once all the silver needles were inserted into the old lady's acupoints, Huang Xuanqi waved her hands, and all the silver needles began to vibrate wildly. Huang Xuanqi suddenly withdrew her hands, and the previously vibrating needles instantly flew back into her grasp. After all the needles had been removed, the old lady slowly opened her eyes. Xiaoxue, take Xiaomiao and run. We don't want the house anymore. No one expected that the first thing the old lady said upon opening her eyes would be this. Mom, it's okay. Those thugs have already been dealt with. The house is still there, and Xiaomiao and I are fine. Li Aishue walked to the old lady's side and spoke to comfort her. You say you're fine, but look at your head. My poor daughter-in-law. The old lady pulled Li Aishue into her embrace and said. Hearing the conversation between the old lady and Li Aishue, Luo Ping's fists clenched tightly again. This matter absolutely could not end here. No matter who was behind it, he had to pursue it to the end. He must make them pay the price they deserved. Otherwise, he, Luo Ping, would be letting down the late captain he in heaven. Becoming a dragon guard, aside from serving the country, Was it not to protect those around him from harm? At this moment, a murderous aura radiated from Luo Ping. Zhang Xuanqing's death was not the end, it was just the beginning. Mom, Weigua and the others are watching. Now is not the time to talk about this, Li Aishue said. Upon hearing this, the old lady finally noticed the people present. After learning the ins and outs of the situation from Li Aishue, the old lady was even more deeply moved. I am so fortunate, old lady. Although my son left early, he has such good comrades like you. Son, you can rest easy over there. The old lady's eyes were filled with tears. These are all things we should do. Auntie, don't worry. I will make those people pay. Luo Ping patted his chest and made a promise. Dr. Huang, thank you as well. If it weren't for you, this old lady might have remained in a coma. The old lady looked at Huang Xuanqi, her eyes full of gratitude. Old lady, from now on, you just need to take the medicine according to the prescription I gave you. After 2 courses of treatment, you will be able to recover. Huang Xuanqi's attitude remained calm, as if treating the sick was just an ordinary task for her. Moreover, the medicinal ingredients on Huang Xuanqi's prescription are all common materials found in pharmacies. Being able to use ordinary herbs to treat difficult and complicated diseases, Huang Xuanqi truly deserves to be called a genius doctor who emerged from the divine physician hall. Mr. Chen, the patient has been treated, so I will take my leave now, Huang Xuanqi said politely. Miss Huang, where are you going now? I can give you a ride, Shen Shen quickly offered. This afternoon, there is a free clinic in a town below the county. Although I've delayed a bit, I should still make it in time if I hurry, Huang Xuanqi replied honestly. Huang Xuanqi had just graduated. According to the training from the Divine Physician Hall, she needed to travel the world to provide free medical consultations. This small county under Jiangcheng was her first stop. In that case, I'll drive you there right away. I can't waste your time, Shen Shen said. Huang Xuanqi naturally wouldn't refuse Chen Shen's kindness and directly got into the Hummer, heading to the town where the free clinic was planned. Why haven't they opened the door yet? They promised a free clinic this afternoon, but it's already this late and no one has shown up. Are they just toying with us country folks? If I hadn't heard that there's a skilled young girl here, I wouldn't have come all this way. Old Zhang, aren't you healthy? Of course I'm healthy. I heard that going to the hospital for some ridiculous checkup costs thousands. Here, it's free, so why not come? Old Lu, you think the same way. A group of elderly men and women gathered in the square were discussing animatedly. However, these elderly folks showed no gratitude towards Huang Xuanqi. Their tone was filled with greed for not getting something for nothing. They're here. They're here. A voice called out. At this moment, Chen Shan and others accompanied Huang Xuanqi into the square. Please line up, patients. The free clinic is starting, Huang Xuanqi said as she sat down on a chair and cleared her throat. However, the elderly folks were not going to line up obediently. They surged towards Huang Xuanqi like a swarm. If Huang Xuanqi were not a skilled practitioner of ancient martial arts, she would have been pushed out by the crowd long ago. Line up, one at a time, or I will cancel the free clinic, Huang Xuanqi said coldly, frowning. Upon hearing this, the elderly folks reluctantly formed a line. However, a few discordant voices still emerged from the crowd. You're late. We came all this way, you can't let us go home empty-handed. If you don't finish seeing us today, you can't leave. Huang Xuanqi seemed not to hear these words and continued to examine patients. These elderly folks who had come to join the crowd didn't really have any illnesses. Huang Xuanqi's examination speed was very quick. She basically just took a pulse, wrote a prescription, and called the next one. However, her attitude gradually accumulated dissatisfaction among the elderly. Can she really understand their conditions with such a quick examination? This must be a show. Huang Xuanqi was completely unaware of the change in atmosphere among the crowd and continued her examinations. Soon, she encountered a real patient. The young girl in front of her was pale and out of breath after just a few steps. It was clear at a glance that she was seriously ill. Huang Xuanqi began to check the girl's pulse. During the pulse-taking, her brows furrowed deeply. What is wrong with you parents? Your child has acute myeloid leukemia. How long has she been sick, and you've never taken her for treatment? What kind of parents are you? Huang Xuanqi's tone was filled with dissatisfaction. Huang Xuanqi could hardly believe that in this day and age, there were still parents who treated their children so harshly. Who said that? I'm taking her to see a doctor, aren't I? I traveled for an hour to get here. They all say your medical skills are good, so you better cure my dead girl. You can't let us come here for nothing. The rural woman seemed to have hit a nerve, her voice suddenly rising. I can only use acupuncture to temporarily relieve her. You need to take her to the hospital for treatment as soon as possible. If a bone marrow transplant can be done early, there's still hope. Huang Xuanqi's tone was stern. Given precious medicinal materials and a long treatment period, Huang Xuanqi was confident she could slowly cure the little girl before her. However, with just one acupuncture session, all she could do was ensure the girl felt a bit more comfortable. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and treat my dead girl. She's been pretending to be sick for so long, not doing any housework, not taking care of her brother, just living off others. It would have been better to give birth to a piece of char siu. The woman's tone was even sharper. Huang Xuanqi knew that this woman would never take her daughter to a hospital. Although Huang Xuanqi felt helpless, there was nothing she could do. All she could do was make the little girl feel a bit better. Huang Xuanqi took out her silver needles and inserted them into the girl's acupoints. After all, she was demonstrating acupuncture in front of the public, so she chose not to use exaggerated techniques. By the time Huang Xuanqi removed all the silver needles, the little girl had fallen into a deep sleep. Although this wouldn't cure the girl's condition, at least it would make her body feel a bit more comfortable, allowing her to sleep well and relieve her fatigue. Alright, take the patient away. Huang Xuanqi had no patience for this woman. The woman vented her frustration on the little girl. She yanked hard, trying to pull the girl away. But the little girl, now in deep sleep, did not wake up and fell heavily to the ground. The woman was taken aback. However, soon a thought crossed her mind. This dead girl didn't look like she would live much longer. Why not take this opportunity to extort Huang Xuanqi for a hefty sum? Huang Xuanqi looked affluent, and she had just seen her get out of a luxury car, so she must have money. As long as she could pin the blame on Huang Xuanqi, the money she extorted would be enough for her little treasure to marry and have children in the future. Help! No justice! This is outrageous! Heaven, have mercy on me! This damned doctor has killed my precious girl. The woman's legs gave way, and she fell to the ground, tears streaming down her face as she clutched Huang Xuanqi's clothes and wailed. This is outrageous, a quack has killed her. The woman's family also sensed her intentions and began to cry out as well. The villagers had already been dissatisfied with Huang Xuanqi's way of treating patients, so they seized this opportunity to vent their emotions completely. She must be a quack, treating patients so perfunctorily, just finding someone to play doctor, and now look what happened. With such poor skills, she dares to hold free clinics. She looks like a young girl, acting like a famous doctor. Now look, she's killed someone. I wouldn't take the junk medicine she prescribes. Look at how she dresses, all flashy. It's obvious she's not a serious doctor, and now she's been exposed for her deception. Countless accusations surged toward Huang Xuanqi like a tide. I didn't kill anyone. This little girl has just entered a deep sleep. She will wake up in 8 hours. Huang Xuanqi emphasized her words. Once she's asleep, you can't wake her up no matter what. You killed my girl. You have to pay for my girl's life. The woman's tone was sharper, and her hands clawed at Huang Xuanqi's face, aiming to scratch her features. However, Huang Xuanqi was not as weak as she appeared. With a gentle wave of her hand, she pushed the woman back. I told you, your daughter is not dead, she just fell asleep. She will wake up tomorrow. Huang Xuanqi said with a frown. This is outrageous. You think you can just run away after killing someone? The woman realized she couldn't do anything to Huang Xuanqi and began to wail loudly. Don't you dare leave. You can't go until this matter is resolved. The villagers surrounded Huang Xuanqi tightly. She could indeed fight her way out, but it would cause significant casualties, and Huang Xuanqi was unwilling to do that. I already said, the girl is just sleeping. If you don't believe me, feel her, she still has a heartbeat. What do you want? At that moment, Huang Xuanqi suddenly felt a sense of helplessness. Even if she isn't dead, you still harmed her. Pay up. You won't leave here without compensation. 50,000, if you don't have 50,000, don't even think about leaving. And you harmed someone in our village, ruining our village's feng shui. You also have to host a big feast in our village to make up for it. The woman knew she couldn't keep insisting that someone was dead. With her breath and heartbeat still present, she couldn't fool anyone. So, she revealed her true intentions. The last condition she added united the other villagers with her. As expected, after hearing the woman's final words, the other villagers became even more agitated. Right, this matter isn't over. You won't leave without paying. The villagers' attitude grew more fervent. The law doesn't punish the crowd. How could a young girl stand against all of them? You're extorting me. Huang Xuanqi's tone grew colder. Now she finally understood why her master had advised her not to be too sympathetic towards patients. If she hadn't felt pity for the girl and let her sleep peacefully, she wouldn't have found herself in this predicament. Let me tell you, my girl is in this state because of you. If you don't want to pay, just wait to rot in jail. I saw you get off a car called a horse. That car costs millions. I'm letting you off easy by asking for 50,000. The woman's tone became even more arrogant. She has no money. If you want compensation, come to me. Chen Shen's voice came from outside the crowd. Everyone turned to look at Chen Shen. With a net worth of over 100 million, Chen Shen exuded an air of wealth, and everyone believed he was indeed a rich man. If there's a problem with the treatment, you have to pay. Even the King of Heaven would say the same. I see you're someone who can reason. First, pay us 50,000. Then host a 3-day banquet in our village, and this matter will be settled. You rich people care about your reputation. We poor folks have nothing to lose. If you don't pay up, I'll blow this matter up. In the end, you'll be the one in trouble. The woman's tone grew even more arrogant, as if she had grasped Chen Shen's weakness. Fine, give me a bank card, and I'll transfer 50,000 to you right away. Chen Shen replied. Seeing Chen Shen agree so easily, the woman was not satisfied. Instead, she felt that the amount she was asking for was too little. 50,000 isn't enough. That's just for our emotional distress. You also have to cover the costs for our girl's treatment. Who knows if my girl will have any aftereffects from being knocked out by her? At least another 100,000. The money for the banquet in the village has to be paid in one go. It will take at least 200,000. The woman's gaze grew even greedier. Alright, 1,700,000, give me the card number, and transfer the money immediately. Chen Shen's tone remained calm. Chen Shen, don't give them the money. Huang Xuanqi shouted. Huang Xuanqi did not want Chen Shen to be extorted because of her. Hearing Huang Xuanqi's words, the woman realized that if she didn't get this money, she would definitely not see a single cent afterward, and at the very least, she would have to give up. The woman immediately took out her phone, found her bank card number, and reported it. Then she stared intently at Chen Shen as he operated his phone. After seeing a text message on her phone indicating that 1,700,000 had been credited to her account, the woman finally breathed a sigh of relief. The villagers no longer stopped Huang Xuanqi but gathered around the woman. This 1,700,000 couldn't all go to the woman. If it weren't for their handling, where would this money come from? They must share in it. Chen Shen, even if you have money, you can't spend it like this. You're encouraging bad behavior. Huang Xuanqi was somewhat angry. Then what should I do? Do nothing and watch you continue to be bullied by them? I know you're skilled, but will you hurt them if they come at you? Chen Shen's question left Huang Xuanqi momentarily speechless, unable to provide an answer. But we can't just give them the money like this. Huang Xuanqi's tone was somewhat anxious. This matter certainly won't just end like this. Even if I give them the money, they have to have the ability to spend it. Chen Shen's tone was cold. He had no goodwill towards such greedy and ungrateful people. Since they dared to ask him for this 1,700,000, they had to bear the consequences. Huang Xuanqi was still pondering the meaning of Chen Shen's words when a series of urgent sirens approached. Several police cars stopped in the square. A few police officers got out of the cars and walked towards the crowd. When the woman saw the police arrive, her mind raced, thinking someone in the crowd must have called the police, so she proactively approached them. Officer, that woman just harmed my child. We've already settled it privately with money. You can leave now, officers, the woman said with a smile. However, the two police officers showed no intention of acknowledging her. I received a report of extortion. May I ask who called it in? One officer said. At this moment, Chen Shen and Huang Xuanqi stepped in front of the police. Officer, I called the police. These people extorted me for a total of 1,700,000. Here are my transfer records. And I have recorded the process of their extortion. As soon as Chen Shen finished speaking, Wu Yuan handed his phone to the police. The phone played back the earlier scene. However, the police's focus was not on the content playing on the phone but on the appearance of Chen Shen and his group. Especially when the officer's gaze landed on Luo Ping, he was so surprised he couldn't speak. Wasn't this the military leader? This had alarmed the police in the county. Especially knowing that this mysterious military leader was still in this small county, the police were on high alert. Because of this, the officer could directly recognize Luo Ping's identity. Hello, sir. The officer immediately saluted Luo Ping. This matter will be handled according to the law. Luo Ping's expression was serious. The old lady had been treated by Huang Xuanqi. Such a good doctor was actually being forced by these disgusting people. These despicable individuals must pay the price. Yes, sir. I will handle this according to the law and regulations, the police officer shouted. Based on the evidence provided by Chen Shen, the events that had previously occurred could now be completely restored. The evidence of extortion was irrefutable. You all come with me. The officer looked at the woman, his tone filled with an unspeakable severity. What status did she have to offend this great deity? Today's incident had already left this big shot dissatisfied. If this matter was not handled properly, they would be in big trouble. Seeing that the woman still did not move, the officer reached behind his waist and pulled out a handcuff, which clicked as it was fastened onto the woman's wrist. Only then did the woman finally realize what was happening. Help! They are in cahoots with the police. They caused the problem and not only won't compensate me, but they also want to send me to jail. This is outrageous. These heartless people not only target me, but I see they want to send all the villagers to jail too. The woman continued to throw a tantrum, crying out loud. Her last words reminded the villagers of how they had treated Huang Xuanqi and the others before. Out of the 1.7 million, at least 200,000 was compensation for them. The woman had been taken away? Would these heartless rich people let them off? The villagers grew more alarmed. They couldn't let the police take this woman away. Otherwise, they would definitely not have a good outcome. Besides, the law does not punish the masses. As long as they work together, how could anyone take the woman away? You can't leave. Even if you are the police, you can't be unreasonable. If you harm someone, it's only right to compensate. What law have we broken? The crowd of villagers surged toward the police again. This officer was just a small precinct cop. He had never seen such a scene before. Stop! You are resisting law enforcement. You are committing a crime. The officer's words further enraged the crowd, accusing them of breaking the law. Indeed, these heartless rich people wanted to wipe them all out. Heartless. We are just seeking justice. Oh, you are in league with them. You colluded together to harm us. The villagers in this remote mountain village had little awareness of the law. Once their anger was ignited, they began to look for weapons. The police officer had no choice but to fire a warning shot. However, upon hearing the gunfire, the crowd became even more frenzied, clearly unsure of how to handle the situation. Leave it to me, you all hold your breath. Huang Xuanqi's voice suddenly rang out. Chen Chen and the others obediently complied. Huang Xuanqi then took out a small cloth pouch and sprinkled a powder from it. The powder instantly dissipated into the air. The aggressive villagers felt dizzy, and within a few breaths, they all collapsed to the ground. Huang Xuanqi took out another pouch, blew the powder inside it, and allowed Chen Chen and the others to breathe again. Officer, I didn't expect such a vicious incident to occur in the village you manage. I hope you can handle them properly, Chen Chen said to the officer, his tone unfriendly. Yes, we will pursue this according to the law, the officer immediately promised. He then quickly called his superiors, reporting everything that had happened in this remote town in detail. Chen Chen then took Huang Xuanqi and left this place of trouble. Thank you, Huang Xuanqi's tone had noticeably softened. You don't need to thank me. Even without me, you could have easily escaped with that powder. If it weren't for you, we would have been in trouble, Chen Chen replied with a smile. Indeed, I could escape, but I wouldn't be able to ensure those guys were punished. Huang Xuanqi's tone carried a hint of anger. Thinking of the villagers in that village made her furious. She treated them for free, yet not only were they ungrateful, but they also used such means against her. It was simply a case of biting the hand that feeds you. No wonder the disciples in the sect wanted to travel after their training. They must have wanted to see the myriad aspects of the world. However, after experiencing it firsthand, Huang Xuanqi felt particularly disheartened. Dr. Huang, what do you plan to do next? Chen Chen seemed to sense Huang Xuanqi's confusion and asked. I don't know, Huang Xuanqi replied candidly. If Dr. Huang is unsure of what to do for now, I have an ungracious request. Previously, I cultivated a bit of internal energy through learning the army's hard qigong, but the technique is incomplete. I wonder if I could learn the internal techniques of the Divine Dr. Hall. Chen Chen took this opportunity to put forth his request. I'm sorry, but I can't give you an answer right now. I need to consult my master. If my master agrees, then I can teach you the internal techniques of our Divine Dr. Hall. Huang Xuanqi hesitated for a moment. That's only natural. Until there's a result, I can arrange accommodation for Dr. Huang. Please don't refuse, Chen Chen said. All right. Huang Xuanqi did not reject Chen Chen's kindness. As the holder of the Divine Dr. Hall's token, it wasn't unreasonable for him to want to learn its techniques. As long as she communicated with her master, she estimated her master would allow her to teach Chen Chen. At that time, Huang Xuanqi would inevitably have to interact with Chen Chen for a while, and staying at the accommodation he arranged would make subsequent teaching more convenient. Even if her master disagreed, she could immediately inform Chen Chen. Chen Chen signaled Wu Yuan to drive back. As for Zhou Weiguo, he stayed in the county to handle follow-up issues. The family of Old He, the squad leader, needed to be settled, the problems with the Jiangcheng construction group needed to be investigated thoroughly, and someone needed to keep an eye on the handling of that remote town situation. Naturally, Zhou Weiguo became the best candidate for dealing with these issues, especially since Luo Peng and Wang Luya were still by Chen Chen's side. The burden of protecting Chen Chen had long been shared. To put it bluntly, if they really encountered a master, Zhou Weiguo and the others being around Chen Chen might even drag him down. By the time the Hummer returned to Chen Chen's villa, it was already 10 o'clock at night. Feng Xiaoxiao had also prepared a sumptuous dinner, waiting for Chen Chen and the others to return. As for Wang Luyao, who had disappeared for a day, she had also returned to the villa. Luo Ping, the captain wants you to call him back and explain in detail what happened today, Wang Luyao said as soon as she saw Luo Ping. Yes, Luo Ping was also ready to report. After all, such a commotion required him to give a report. Wang Luyao and Feng Xiaoxiao were also somewhat curious about Huang Xuanqi, whom Chen Chen had brought back. Chen Chen took this opportunity to introduce Huang Xuanqi's identity. Feng Xiaoxiao naturally accepted Huang Xuanqi's presence and even brought her another set of utensils. However, Wang Luyao's gaze towards Huang Xuanqi was somewhat complicated. As a member of the ancient martial arts Wang family, Wang Luyao naturally knew of the existence of the Divine Doctor Hall. Chen Chen was a promising talent she had her eye on. She couldn't let this unexpected appearance of the Divine Doctor Hall snatch him away. However, the Divine Doctor Hall was just a traditional Chinese medicine organization. It shouldn't have any connection with Chen Chen, right? Even so, Wang Luyao made a decision. She needed to urge her little uncle to come over quickly. Otherwise, if this good sealing of Chen Chen was really taken away, there would be nowhere to cry. After all, the Divine Doctor Hall was a very special organization. No one knew if they would need to seek help from the Divine Doctor Hall in the future, so no one would be willing to offend them. If Chen Chen really joins the Divine Doctor Hall, they can only watch. After dinner, Chen Chen returned to his room and then called Lin Za. You only called me now. I thought you would have called me early in the morning. Lin Za's tone carried a hint of teasing. Clearly, Lin Za already knew the purpose of Chen Chen's call. After all, such a significant event had occurred in that county, even involving the military. Lin Za's father must have received the news immediately. What does your father think? Chen Chen asked. Personal behavior. The Jiangchen construction group cannot collapse for now, but there will be a hefty fine. And in the short term, the Jiangchen construction group cannot undertake any bidding projects. Lin Za's words undoubtedly sentenced the Jiangchen construction group to death. It seems we have no competitors for the land in the west of the city. Chen Chen's tone lightened a bit. Previously, Jiangchen Group could participate in the bidding, but now they could only support the Qingcheng Group in securing the land. However, Wu Qingcheng was still trying to find a way to apologize to Lin Za. As long as some information was slightly leaked, the Qingcheng Group would also abandon this project and even fully cooperate with Wang Qianxing's urban construction group to secure it. For the land in the west of the city, Jiangcheng Group was effectively out of the game. But that alone was not enough. Such a huge scandal, even if it couldn't completely take down Jiangcheng Group at once, Chen Chen wanted to take a big bite out of Jiangcheng Group. When will this news be announced? Chen Chen inquired. The situation in the county was still under strict lockdown. After all, such a significant incident would not easily leak out. If you're in a hurry, the announcement regarding Jiangcheng Construction Group can be made tomorrow at 10 o'clock, Lin Za guessed Chen Chen's intention. Alright, then let's announce it at 10. I have some arrangements to make, so I won't talk to you for now. After hanging up with Lin Za, Chen Chen called Ding Yong. Chen Chen planned to take advantage of the information gap to make a significant profit from Jiangcheng Group in the stock market. Boss, what instructions do you have? Ding Yong quickly answered the call. I have some news that you will find interesting. Chen Chen then shared everything that had happened in the county without reservation. He also informed Ding Yong that this would be announced tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, which is Monday. Upon hearing this news, Ding Yong's eyes lit up. Don't worry, boss, I will short Jiangcheng Group stock, just wait for my good news. Ding Yong was instantly wide awake. With such explosive news in hand, Ding Yong was ready to dominate the stock market tomorrow. Chen Chen had great confidence in Ding Yong's abilities. Now, Chen Chen was waiting for Ding Yong to bring him good news. On the other side, Huang Xuanqi also called her master. She informed her master about Chen Chen's desire to learn the internal skills of the Divine Doctor Hall and shared what had happened to her that afternoon. Shao Qi, that's how human nature is. What you need to think about now is whether such ignorant people are worth saving. You don't need to give me an answer right away, you can take your time to find your answer. Once you figure it out, you will find your own path. As for Chen Chen wanting to learn, then you can teach him. Until you find your answer, you can temporarily stay by Chen Chen's side. I also received some news from old friends. This Chen Chen is quite a character, staying by his side might lead to some interesting events. Yes, master. Huang Xuanqi naturally had no objections to her master's teachings. By the way, you should pay more attention to someone named Wang Peng. If he still wants to continue learning medicine, you can teach him well. He is not yet qualified to be a formal disciple of the Divine Physician Hall, but being a registered disciple would be appropriate. Yes. Finding good candidates to pass on the exquisite medical skills of Huaxia has always been the responsibility of the Divine Physician Hall's successors. However, to learn the medical skills passed down by the Divine Physician Hall, one must first cultivate internal strength. Just this requirement alone has already kept the vast majority of people at bay. After acquiring internal strength, one must also have a talent for traditional Chinese medicine. Talents possessing both qualities are even rarer. Now, Wang Peng has met the basic conditions through his own efforts, and the Divine Physician Hall is naturally willing to accept him. Unfortunately, Wang Peng is already 36 years old. His age determines that his future achievements will not be too high. Unless Wang Peng encounters some fortuitous event, no matter how hard he works, he is likely to only reach the level of a registered disciple in this lifetime. After finishing the conversation with her master, Huang Xuanqi immediately went to find Chen Chen. Huang Xuanqi has never been one to keep people waiting. Since she received her master's permission, she naturally had to inform Chen Chen at the first opportunity. Chen Chen, my master agrees to let me teach you the internal techniques of the Divine Physician Hall. I will start teaching you tomorrow morning. However, there are some things I should tell you in advance. The technique we inherit from the Divine Physician Hall is called Baduan Jin. The Baduan Jin of the Divine Physician Hall shares the same roots as the Baduan Jin that the public can learn, but it is the unaltered original version. Baduan Jin focuses on cultivating qi and health, and is not as aggressive as the techniques passed down by those ancient martial arts families. Huang Xuanqi also pointed out the drawbacks of Baduan Jin. For the traditional Chinese medicine of the Divine Physician Hall, Baduan Jin is indeed the most suitable technique. However, for Chen Chen, who wants to enhance his combat abilities, its effectiveness is somewhat lacking. I understand, Dr. Huang, I will study hard. But should I now call you senior sister? Although Chen Chen felt a bit regretful, he was still happy to accept this outcome. That's not necessary. Even though I taught you Baduan Jin, you are not considered one of us at the Divine Physician Hall. As long as you don't privately teach Baduan Jin to others, it's fine. You don't have to call me senior sister or Dr. Huang, you can just call me Xuanqi. Huang Xuanqi explained. Alright, see you tomorrow. Chen Shen's tone was very excited. It was clear that he was looking forward to tomorrow. Having learned hard Qigong from Zhou Weigua, Chen Shen had already hit a bottleneck. No matter how much he practiced, he couldn't make any progress. Even if the Baduan Jin of the Divine Physician Hall was not designed for combat, practicing it would definitely make him stronger than he is now. He has a system on him. In the future, the system will surely reward him with techniques better than Baduan Jin, so he might as well treat Baduan Jin as a transition. After leaving Chen Chen's room, Huang Xuanqi also sought out Wang Peng. Wang Peng, if you still want to continue studying medicine, the Divine Physician Hall can accept you as a registered disciple and teach you the techniques and medical skills of the Divine Physician Hall. Right now, Wang Peng felt like he had hit the jackpot. Having witnessed the true mysteries of traditional Chinese medicine, how could he possibly miss this opportunity? Of course, I am willing, Wang Peng immediately replied. If he missed this chance, Wang Peng would regret it for the rest of his life. Alright, tomorrow morning, I will teach you and Chen Chen the 8 sections of brocade. On the other side, Luo Ping was reporting everything that had happened today to Wei Qianjun. Luo Ping, while I can understand your feelings, this matter was still too impulsive. Consider this a warning, you will write an 8,000-word reflection. Wei Qianjun lightly brushed off the matter. A scoundrel who dares to target the family of a martyr is better off dead. If Luo Ping had followed the rules, he wouldn't have faced any punishment at all. Yes, Luo Ping accepted the task calmly. Based on the testimony we received from Li Wei, it can be confirmed that the Lord of the 7 Killing Stars indeed has plans to come to Huaxia, but we don't know if he will continue with his plans after the incident. In the coming period, you and Wang Luyo must be even more vigilant. Wei Qianjuan's tone grew heavier. Right now, Chen Chen was under the protection of their dragon guards. Wei Qianjun would not allow any accidents to happen to Chen Chen, risking the dignity of the dragon guards. Yes. At that moment, the Lord of the 7 Killing Stars had already arrived at the Jiangcheng Group's building. Finally back. The man bypassed the surveillance of Jiangcheng Group and pushed open the door to the chairman's office. Qing Tian, is it really you who has returned? Chen Jianjun looked at the man before him, his voice trembling slightly. Father, it's me. The man raised his head, revealing a face that bore a 7-point resemblance to Chen Qingyun. However, Chen Qing Tian's features were more rugged, and his eyes held a hint of cold pride. Compared to the madman Chen Qingyun, they seemed like two people from different worlds. Indeed, this mysterious lord of the 7 killing stars was Chen Jianjun's eldest son, Chen Xingtian. Chen Xingtian had shown extraordinary talent since childhood. Unfortunately, when he was 6 years old, he fell seriously ill. Chen Jianjun took him to see countless famous doctors, but none could cure him. It was only when they encountered a mysterious old man who determined that Chen Xingtian was not ill but had a special constitution. This special constitution could not only be cured by practicing the old man's techniques but could also lead to rapid advancement. In just a few decades, he could become a top expert. To gain Chen Jianjun's trust, the old man demonstrated his formidable skills in front of him. Naturally, a loving father like Chen Jianjun would not obstruct his son's opportunity, so he allowed Chen Xingtian to apprentice under the old man and go abroad with him. After completing his studies, Chen Xingtian gradually took over the 7 killing organization and ultimately became its lord. In addition, Chen Xingtian secretly supported the Jiancheng group, which allowed it to achieve its current scale. With such an outstanding son as Chen Xingtian, Chen Jianjun naturally found it hard to look favorably upon Chen Xingyun. This led him to frequently scold and beat Chen Xingyun, resulting in Chen Xingyun developing such a twisted and perverse personality. Xingtian, what is your purpose in returning this time? Have you handled everything abroad? Is there anything your father can help you with? Chen Jianjun asked in a series of concerned inquiries. Don't worry, father, I've taken care of everything abroad. The 7 killing organization is now completely loyal to me. I had already planned to return, it's just that a certain arrogant bug dared to offend our Chen family. The useless people under me failed to crush this bug, so I have to return quickly and personally eliminate this trouble. Chen Xingtian's tone was casual. It seemed that in Chen Xingtian's eyes, Chen Chen was merely an ant that could be easily crushed. Was it your people who attempted to assassinate Chen Chen? I was wondering how that useless Qingyun got involved with such people. He can eat, drink, and have fun, but other than that, he's useless. Chen Jianjun had always had a poor attitude towards Chen Xingyun. Even if Qingyun is a waste, he is still my brother. No one is allowed to bully him. Chen Xingtian's words were full of dominance. With you here, Dad can rest easy. That useless Chen Xingtian, you just need to raise your hand, and you can crush him. Chen Jianjun said angrily. In recent days, Chen Jianjun had suffered losses at the hands of that reckless young man, Chen Chen. Now that his capable eldest son had arrived, he would definitely make that blind Chen Chen pay the price. But Xingtian, will your identity cause any problems when you return to the country? Chen Jianjun's tone carried some concern. He knew how the Hua country treated assassin organizations. Even if his son was unmatched in combat, 2 fists could not defeat 4 hands. If the state targeted him, there would be no good outcome. Don't worry, father. The organization has the world's 6th-ranked super hacker, the Shadow Walker. Unless there is a hacker more skilled than the Shadow Walker targeting me, no one will be able to discover that I have returned to the country. And all my activities in the country will be attributed to Chen Xingyun. As for my brother, he just needs to enjoy himself in his comfort zone. Chen Xingtian spoke up. Good. If Xingyun can help you, then I haven't raised him in vain. He just needs to enjoy himself at home. With one sentence, Chen Jianjun expressed his stance. As for Chen Xingyun, his opinions had always been unimportant. Once Chen Jianjun made a decision, Chen Xingyun had no room to oppose it. Moreover, given Chen Xingyun's personality, he was more than willing to cover for his estranged brother and enjoy himself in his villa. As for what was happening in the Jiancheng group, Chen Chen was still completely unaware. When Chen Chen slowly opened his eyes, the familiar system notification sounded in his mind. Ding, 14th day of proposing divorce, reward, Starshield Cybersecurity Company. Accompanying this system notification was detailed information about the cybersecurity company. The Starshield Company was undoubtedly a leader in the cybersecurity field, serving as a consultant for various online payment platforms. Furthermore, what caught Chen Chen's attention even more was that this Starshield cybersecurity company was actually the largest sponsor of the Red Hacker Alliance. The support provided here was not just financial. The Starshield company had opened up its supercomputer, named Tizot, along with other computer clusters, to the Red Hacker Alliance. This supercomputer's computing power ranked among the top 10 in the world and was the only privately owned supercomputer. The Red Hacker Alliance, as the largest public welfare hacker organization in China, had always taken it upon themselves to combat foreign hacker intrusions. Acquiring this Starshield cybersecurity company would not only bring considerable benefits to Chen Chen but, more importantly, it would give him a channel to communicate and interact with the world's top hackers. As the owner of the Starshield cybersecurity company, as long as Chen Chen's requests did not violate the Red Hacker Alliance's principles, the alliance could provide services for him. Chen Chen had only heard legends about this mysterious Red Hacker Alliance. He never expected to become their largest sponsor. In this information age, having the support of a top hacker organization was undoubtedly a tremendous boost for Qin Shen, which would definitely come in handy in the future. However, for Qin Shen at this moment, what was more important was to learn the 8 sections of brocade from Huang Xuanqi. After Qin Shen and the others finished the breakfast prepared by Feng Xiaoxiao, they entered the training room to learn the 8 pieces of brocade from the Divine Doctor Hall. Upon learning that Qin Shen was going to study the 8 pieces of brocade, Wang Luyo experienced a huge emotional upheaval. Wang Luyo had not expected that her greatest concern would ultimately come to pass. Even when she received this news, she was still arguing her case. Qin Shen, you need to think this through. The techniques of the Divine Doctor Hall are not suitable for actual combat. As long as you are willing to join our Wang family, we can unreservedly pass on the techniques to you. Wang Luyao's tone was urgent. Sorry, Miss Wang, but I currently have no plans to join the Wang family. Qin Shen politely declined Wang Luyao's invitation. Now that Qin Shen had a transitional option, he naturally would not bind himself to the Wang family. Miss Wang, Qin Shen has not joined our Divine Doctor Hall. Mr. Shen is only allowed to learn the techniques because of his special status, as permitted by my master, Huang Xuanqi said, sensing the intense gaze Wang Luya directed at her and understanding her intentions. Upon hearing Huang Xuanqi's words, Wang Luyao's heart, which had felt dead, came back to life. Qin Shen was only learning the techniques of the Divine Doctor Hall and had not formally joined. As long as Qin Shen discovered that the techniques of the Divine Doctor Hall were indeed unsuitable for combat, the Wang family could extend an olive branch to him, and he would definitely join the Wang family. Why was her uncle taking so long? She had to urge him again. If he didn't come soon, this good seedling, Qin Shen, might really be poached by someone else. Under Wang Luyao's eager gaze, Qin Shen and the others walked into the training room. Today, the training room only had Qin Shen, Wang Peng, and Huang Xuanqi. After all, the 8 pieces of brocade was an internal technique of the Divine Doctor Hall and was not suitable for teaching in front of outsiders. Qin Shen, the Wang family has a good reputation in the ancient martial arts world. You should really consider Wang Luyao's invitation. Huang Xuanqi took this opportunity to speak. If Qin Shen were a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, Huang Xuanqi would not have made such a suggestion. However, since Qin Shen wanted to improve his martial prowess, the 8 pieces of brocade was indeed quite weak in that regard. The Wang family valued Qin Shen's martial talent so much that Huang Xuanqi did not want him to waste his potential. I will consider it, but for now, I still want to learn the 8 pieces of brocade first. If this path doesn't work out, I will naturally find another way, Qin Shen said. Since Qin Shen had made his decision, Huang Xuanqi did not intend to continue persuading him. Huang Xuanqi led Qin Shen and Wang Peng to practice the 8 pieces of brocade together. She also taught them the breathing techniques and methods of energy circulation. During the teaching process, Huang Xuanqi was astonished by Qin Shen's talent. She had only demonstrated it once, and after practicing it once, Qin Shen was already able to perform it quite well. With each practice, Qin Shen's movements became more proficient, and after 3 times, his level of skill in the 8 pieces of brocade was already indistinguishable from hers. Qin Shen was indeed a natural martial arts prodigy. In comparison, Wang Peng's movements were still a bit clumsy. It was no wonder Wang Luyo had invited Qin Shen to join the Wang family. Even Huang Xuanqi felt a twinge of envy. It was known that when Huang Xuanqi was learning the 8 pieces of brocade, it took her 2 weeks just to get started. Qin Shen had only watched her practice once and then practiced it himself to get the hang of it. After a few rounds, he was already proficient. It would be a pity if such a martial arts genius only learned the 8 pieces of brocade. Wang Peng had long been aware of Qin Shen's monstrous talent, so his mindset while practicing the 8 pieces of brocade was not affected by Qin Shen. He remained enthusiastic about his own practice. Wang Peng was the most important key to entering the Divine Physician Hall. After learning the 8 sections of brocade, Wang Peng could finally pursue the knowledge he had longed for. Huang Xuanqi also believed there was no longer a need to teach Qin Shen, so she shifted her focus to Wang Peng. Wang Peng's comprehension was not as good as Huang Xuanqi's, but due to his solid foundation in hard Qigong, his progress in learning the 8 sections of brocade was not slow. Under Huang Xuanqi's guidance, by the end of the training, Wang Peng had practiced to a decent level. When Qin Shen and his group walked out of the training room, Wang Luyao immediately approached them. Qin Shen, you should have realized by now that the 8 sections of brocade is indeed not suitable for combat. So, how about joining our Wang family? I guarantee that once you join us, all the techniques of the Wang family will be open to you. Wang Luyao's tone was eager. Sorry, my feelings about the 8 sections of brocade might be a bit different. For me right now, it's quite suitable, Qin Shen replied. While practicing the 8 sections of brocade, Chen Chen could feel the flow of internal energy within his body more clearly. At the same time, he understood why both Wang Luyao and Huang Xuanqi said the 8 sections of brocade was not suitable for battle. The internal energy generated through practicing the 8 sections of brocade was very peaceful and long-lasting, nourishing his body, indeed suitable for health preservation but not for combat. However, Chen Chen discovered that he could actually combine hard qigong with the 8 sections of brocade. It was precisely because the 8 sections of brocade was peaceful and long-lasting, lacking any specific characteristics, that it could accommodate any internal martial arts technique. Perhaps the physicians of the Divine Physician Hall had never attempted this direction, or maybe their comprehension was insufficient, which is why they had not uncovered this characteristic of the 8 sections of brocade. In addition, after practicing the 8 sections of brocade, Chen Chen found that he could maintain that special combat state for a longer time. Chen Chen, your idea comes entirely from not having experienced other internal martial arts. So, how about sparring with me? Wang Luyao suggested. Okay. Chen Chen readily agreed. He also wanted to know how much his strength had improved after learning the 8 sections of brocade. Previously, he couldn't even break through Luo Ping's defenses. Wang Luyao, born into the ancient martial arts Wang family, was even stronger than Luo Ping. Seeing Chen Chen agree, Wang Luyao walked into the training room with him. Wang Luyao had already made up her mind to show off her skills properly. Once Chen Chen realized the power of his own techniques, he would naturally join the Wang family. Chen Chen, be careful. Standing on the ring, Wang Luyao said. Come. Chen Chen showed no fear, focusing all his attention on Wang Luyao. Wang Luyao lightly tapped the ground with her toes, and in the next moment, she appeared right in front of Chen Chen. Even though Wang Luyao's speed seemed to have slowed down countless times in Chen Chen's eyes, the burst of speed still surprised him. As Wang Luyao appeared before Chen Chen, her palm pushed towards his face. Chen Chen quickly raised his arm to block, but Wang Luyao's palm was like a nimble little snake, slipping past his arm and pushing heavily against his chest. The powerful force pushed Chen Chen back repeatedly. Wang Luyao's speed was simply too fast. Fortunately, Chen Chen timely used hard qigong to protect his chest, otherwise, that blow would have been enough to incapacitate him. Your hard qigong level has actually improved again? Wang Luyao's tone was filled with surprise. Wang Luyao had originally planned to subdue Chen Chen with one move, but she didn't expect him to be unharmed. At the same time, Wang Luyao was even more determined to have Chen Chen. In such a short time, Chen Chen's strength had once again seen a tremendous improvement. A martial arts prodigy like her not joining the Wang family was simply more painful than killing her. Come again. Chen Chen did not answer Wang Luyao's question, but instead took her stance and focused her attention even more. Good. Wang Luyao's gaze became more serious. At this moment, Wang Luyao also wanted to know just how strong Chen Chen had become. This time, Wang Luyao chose to use her most proficient leg techniques. Her long legs became Wang Luyao's weapons, striking at Chen Chen from extremely tricky angles like a long whip. Even though Chen Chen concentrated and slowed down some of Wang Luyao's movements, at the beginning, she still couldn't keep up with Wang Luyao's rhythm. Wang Luyao's whip kicks were much stronger than the previous palm strike. Even if Chen Chen exerted all her strength in her hard qigong, Wang Luyao's whip kicks still inflicted immense pain on her. After forcibly taking a few of Wang Luyao's whip kicks with her body, Chen Chen found that she could gradually keep up with Wang Luyao's rhythm. However, the angles at which Wang Luyao kicked were too tricky. Chen Chen could only react after Wang Luyao's whip leg had already struck, leaving her in a position of constant passive defense with no initiative to attack. Meanwhile, Wang Luyao, who kept launching attacks, felt an overwhelming shock. Chen Chen's speed was actually increasing. From initially being unable to defend at all to now gradually keeping up with her combat rhythm. This powerful learning ability was truly terrifying. A genius like Chen Chen, who could break through in the moment, must join their Wang family. Wang Luyao also decided not to hide her strength any longer and kicked with all her might towards Chen Chen. From Chen Chen's perspective, Wang Luyao's kick suddenly accelerated. Before Chen Chen could even react, Wang Luyao's toes had already stopped right at her nose. Chen Chen, you are indeed very strong. It's a pity that your foundational skills are not powerful enough to bring you greater improvement. In this world, martial arts are invincible, only speed is unbreakable. As long as you learn our Wang family's techniques, you can become as fast as me, or even faster. What do you think? As long as you join the Wang family, I can teach you without reservation. Wang Luyao slowly retracted her leg and once again tried to recruit Chen Chen. Now, Chen Chen's mind was filled with the image of Wang Luyao's last kick. Fast. It was incredibly fast. So fast that even Chen Chen's eyes couldn't clearly see how that kick had come at her. By the time she reacted, Wang Luyao's toes had already stopped right in front of her. At that moment, she realized she was no match for Wang Luyao. After hearing Wang Luyao's words, Shen Chen was indeed tempted. Being able to master such techniques would undoubtedly lead to a visible improvement for her. However, just before Chen Chen could give her answer, her phone rang. She walked aside, picked up her phone, and saw that the caller ID was Ding Yong. "Sorry, Miss Wang, I will consider your invitation, but for now, I have other matters to attend to," Chen Chen said as she answered the call. "Boss, the operation has already begun." Ding Yong's words were still as concise as ever. At this moment, a storm targeting the Jiangchun Group was raging in the stock market. Jiangchun Group, Qin Jianjun's secretary rushed into the chairman's office with a report in hand. "Chairman, something big has happened." The secretary spoke urgently. "Something happened? What could possibly happen? Calm down." Chen Jianjun replied with dissatisfaction. Seeing the good mood of his precious son was completely ruined by this secretary, Chen Jianjun began to contemplate whether he should replace this secretary. "Yes, Chairman, you are right." The secretary immediately stood up straight, respectfully admitting his mistake. "All right, what exactly happened that has you so flustered?" Chen Jianjun looked at the secretary with dissatisfaction and continued speaking. "The government suddenly issued a penalty notice to us. They ordered our group's subsidiary construction company to stop all work and prohibited us from participating in bidding." Seemingly to showcase his composure, the secretary spoke slowly. While reporting, the secretary kept an eye on Chen Jianjun's expression. Seeing that Chen Jianjun's expression remained unchanged, the secretary couldn't help but feel admiration. No wonder he was the chairman. No wonder he could establish such a large company as Jiangcheng Group. To hear such terrible news and still remain unfazed. This kind of broad-mindedness, this kind of vision, was simply beyond someone like him. "What did you say?" Chen Jianjun spent a great deal of effort to finally understand what the secretary was saying. The secretary then repeated what he had said earlier and respectfully handed the official penalty document to Chen Jianjun. Chen Jianjun immediately took the document and read it carefully. The more he read, the darker his expression became, and even his breathing grew rapid. "Medicine, medicine." Chen Jianjun's body suddenly convulsed. This was not the demeanor of a great general facing a mountain collapsing before him. It was simply an inability to accept this cruel reality. The secretary was quick to react, immediately taking out Chen Jianjun's medicine and putting it into his mouth. Only then did Chen Jianjun feel a bit better. "Stocks, stocks." Chen Jianjun seemed to remember something and immediately checked Jiangcheng Group's stock. Sure enough, Jiangcheng Group's stock plummeted. The announcement was made at 10 o'clock. The company's stock price, which had been climbing, dropped to its limit at 10 o'clock in 1 minute. Chen Jianjun's expression grew even uglier. In the blink of an eye, the company had evaporated tens of billions in market value. This was definitely a premeditated act by an organization. If it weren't for someone targeting them in the shadows, the stock market wouldn't react so violently. "Get out, go back." Chen Jianjun glared at the secretary, his voice exceptionally cold. The secretary immediately left the office. He didn't want to get into trouble. After the secretary left, Chen Jianjun quickly took out his phone and dialed a number. "Leader, what exactly is going on with our group's construction company? Why was such a serious penalty issued without any prior warning? Is there something fishy about this?" Chen Jianjun's tone suddenly became much more humble. "How dare you say that? Do you know what kind of trouble your construction company has caused? They oppressed the families of martyrs, and military personnel witnessed it on the spot. Well, you Jiangcheng Group really has no regard for the law. Your relatives are so impressive. Are you trying to reach the heavens?" The mysterious leader's tone was even colder. "It's just someone using their power to intimidate. Leader, please don't be angry, I'll handle it right away. But don't you think this penalty is too harsh? If we can't work, many workers under our group won't be able to afford to eat." Chen Jianjun's tone became even more humble. "Chen Jianjun, I tell you this penalty is already the minimum. You have offended a very significant person this time. The fact that it hasn't directly fallen on your head is because I intervened. During this time, just keep your tail between your legs and wait for the storm to pass." After that, the mysterious leader hung up the phone without any courtesy. Chen Jianjun felt an overwhelming anger and slammed his phone down on the ground. Isn't he just a government official? What's so great about that? If it weren't for the money I've spent to pave the way for you over the years, would you have your current position? Now that I'm in trouble, you can't help at all, not even a word of news. Keeping you is worse than keeping a dog. At least a dog would wag its tail at me. What do you think you are? This isn't the past anymore, my son is back. Just let you be proud for a few days. After venting his frustrations, Chen Jianjun finally calmed down. However, his office looked as if a war had just erupted, in complete disarray. Finally, Chen Jianjun picked up the phone on his desk and called Chen Qingtian. Qingtian, someone is targeting our Jiangcheng group. Find out who it is and make them pay. Also, send that fool Zheng Xuanqing on his way. That idiot has caused us such great losses, let him pay with his life. Chen Jianjun's tone was filled with venom. Yes, father, leave everything to me. I will get to the bottom of this. Chen Qingtian lazily crawled out of a luxurious bed. He had also rested for a few days, and if he didn't move his body soon, he would rust. Time to stretch his muscles with these blind fools. Offending the Chen family? They would pay with their lives. A sinister smile appeared on Chen Qingtian's face. Since his precious son had said so, Chen Jianjun had nothing to worry about. Chen Qingtian was the mysterious master of the 7 killing stars. Those who had made small moves must pay with their lives. As for not allowing him to bid, so what? Earlier, Chen Jianjun had only wanted to give Wu Qingcheng of the Qingcheng group a favor, engaging in some harmless cooperation. Now, it wasn't impossible to give Wu Qingcheng another opportunity to deepen their cooperation. As long as Wu Qingcheng secured that piece of land in the west of the city with the support of Jiangcheng group, wouldn't that mean the land was in their hands? Chen Jianjun opened his drawer, took out a spare phone, and called Wu Qingcheng. Director Wu, the project for that piece of land in the west of the city is about to start bidding soon. Let's not beat around the bush. My construction company has encountered some issues, so I plan to fully support you in securing that project, Chen Jianjun said. Even though his construction company had problems, Chen Jianjun's tone remained firm, filled with a sense of arrogance as if he were doing Wu Qingcheng a favor. However, as the chairman of Jiangcheng Group, Chen Jianjun indeed had that qualification. Chairman Chen, it is my honor to cooperate with Jiangcheng Group. As long as you set the plan, I will definitely cooperate fully. Wu Qingcheng's tone was also full of flattery. Good, I will have our project manager send you the bid documents shortly. You just need to bid according to our documents. Chen Jianjun nodded slightly, very satisfied with Wu Qingcheng's perceptive attitude. As long as Wu Qingcheng behaved, Chen Jianjun was more than willing to throw him a bone. Moreover, Chen Jianjun was not worried about Wu Qingcheng betraying him. At the previous banquet, Wu Qingcheng had offended Chen Chen. With Chen Chen's vengeful nature, he would never forgive Wu Qingcheng. The only way out for Qingcheng Group was to stand on his side and work for him. Without the protection of the Jiangcheng Group, the Qingcheng Group was like a lump of dough in front of Chen Chen, easily kneadable. How could Wu Qingcheng dare to betray himself? That would be tantamount to seeking his own death. What Chen Jianjun did not know was that after hanging up the phone, Wu Qingcheng immediately put away his fawning smile and switched to a look of disgust. Manager Wang, I apologize for making you laugh, Wu Qingcheng said, looking at Wang Xiangxing, who was sitting across from him. He had just taken that call right in front of Wang Xiangxing. Oh, has Boss Wu made a decision and wants to stand with the Jiangcheng Group? If that's the case, then I will go back and inform young Master Lin, Wang Xiangxing said as he stood up. Boss Wang, please wait. What are you talking about? How could I possibly be on the same side as that old fox Chen Jianjun? Chen Jianjun has committed such a grave mistake. Instead of accepting his punishment, he tries to evade it through such underhanded means. He is truly inhumane, simply unworthy of being called a person. How did I not realize before that Chen Jianjun is such a disgusting person? Wu Qingcheng spoke with righteous indignation, appearing to be a good partner of justice. Alright, Boss Wu, I almost don't recognize you in this guise, Wang Xiangxing clapped vigorously. What are you saying, Boss Wang? Although I, Wu, may not be of particularly noble character, I do know that this matter was indeed too much for Chen Jianjun. If I continue to associate with such a person, it will only lead to trouble sooner or later. Since ancient times, those who do not go with the flow have been crushed on the shore. Even if the Jiangcheng Group is currently flourishing, it cannot escape this fate. From the moment Wang Xiangxing visited today, Wu Qingcheng had already understood some things from the official punishment report against the Jiangcheng Group. Chen Jianjun was merely confused by his position, and Chen Qingtian's return had inexplicably given Chen Jianjun some confidence. Otherwise, he would never have made that call. Boss Wu, you are quite perceptive, Wang Xiangxing teased. You flatter me, Boss Wang. I will fully cooperate with your urban construction group to secure the project in the west of the city. The materials sent over from the Jiangcheng Group, I will deliver to you at the first opportunity. I just ask that after you secure the project, you say a few good words for me to young Master Lin. Everything is due to my family's wayward son not knowing better. I apologize to young Master Lin on his behalf. Wu Qingqing's tone was exceedingly humble. Alright, I have received your sincerity. Rest assured, young Master Lin is not a heartless person. If you are sincere with young Master Lin, he will naturally reciprocate. If you can do this job well, young Master Lin will definitely forgive you. Moreover, young Master Lin has a good relationship with Chen Chen. As long as you perform well, young Master Lin can put in a good word, and perhaps Chen Chen will forgive you. In Chen Chen's eyes, Wu Qingcheng was merely a dispensable minor character. If Wu Qingcheng cooperated fully, forgiving him once would not be out of the question. Hearing Wang Qiangqing's words, Wu Qingcheng's eyes lit up. Chen Chen was currently a prominent figure in Jiangcheng. To gain young Master Lin's understanding, he should indeed cooperate fully with Wang Qiangqing. If he could also obtain Chen Chen's forgiveness, that would be an unexpected delight. Boss Wang, I know what I need to do, Wu Qingcheng said eagerly. Previously, he had been foolish enough to provoke a deity like Chen Chen. Now that he had the opportunity to gain Chen Chen's forgiveness, Wu Qingcheng would definitely not miss this chance. As for whether this would provoke Qin Jianjun's dissatisfaction and invite retaliation from the Jiangcheng group, how could Wu Qingcheng still be unclear about the situation? The forces represented by Lin Za have already grown dissatisfied with Chen Jianjun and the entire Jiangcheng group. As for Chen Chen, he is the knife they have chosen. How could the Jiangcheng group possibly have the ability to resist? By then, the Jiangcheng group will have been completely devoured by Qin Chen, so how could they possibly seek revenge on me? When that day comes, Qin Jianjun won't even have the right to see himself. Just now, he dared to give orders to me in such an arrogant tone? Let Qin Jianjun enjoy his moment of pride. Let's see how long he can keep it up. Wu Qingcheng has now shifted all his hatred towards Qin Jianjun and the Jiangcheng group. If I hadn't offended Chen Chen to please Qin Jianjun back then, would I have been forced down this path? Since all of this started because of Qin Jianjun, let him pay the price to repay it. Chen Qingtian took out his phone, which contained the information sent to him by the 6th-ranked hacker in the world, the Shadow Walker. The content of the information detailed everything that happened in the county that day. As he read through the materials, Chen Qingtian's attention was entirely focused on 2 words. Chen Chen, how is it you again? Chen Qingtian's hands tightened uncontrollably. Just an ant, yet it dares to be so audacious in front of me time and again. This ignorant little bug will be crushed by my own hands. A cold expression filled Chen Qingtian's face as he casually forwarded the information to Chen Jianjun. Chen Jianjun also needed to know what had happened that day. Boss, this time shorting the Jiangcheng Group stock has already made a profit of 400 million just today. There will be a steady income over the next few days. I will acquire a certain amount of Jiangcheng Group's scattered shares when the stock price is at its lowest, so please rest assured. Ding Yong calmly informed Chen Chen of this news. Chen Chen couldn't help but marvel at how fast money could be made in finance. In just a few hours, he had reaped a profit from the Jiangcheng Group. Thank you for your hard work. Just focus on what you need to do. Chen Chen acknowledged Ding Yong's efforts. Truly a top talent arranged for him by the system, his abilities are beyond reproach. After hanging up with Ding Yong, Chen Chen met the eager gaze of Wang Luya. Wang Luya was still waiting for Chen Chen's response, and just then, Chen Chen's phone rang again. This time, before Chen Chen could answer, the call was automatically connected. Hello, Mr. Chen. I am V from the Red Hacker Organization. I apologize for contacting you in this manner, but just now, there was a sudden surge of foreign IPs searching for information about you, and they breached some of our protective measures. I think it's necessary to inform you. V's voice was electronically synthesized, making it impossible to discern age or gender. Can you continue to track who is collecting my information? Chen Chen's tone grew tense. There is currently no evidence, but based on their intrusion habits, I believe it should be the Shadow Walker, ranked 6th among hackers in the world. And this is the main reason I contacted you. As far as I know, the Shadow Walker belongs to a mysterious assassin organization called 7 Kills. And the Shadow Walker only provides intelligence support for tasks assigned by the 7 Kills Star Master. This time, it seems that the mysterious Star Master of 7 Kills is going to take action personally. Mr. Chen, I hope you pay close attention to your safety in the coming days. If you need it, I can apply for national protection for you through internal channels. V's tone remained calm, showing no signs of emotional fluctuation. Okay, I understand. For now, I don't need national protection, but please continue to track. It's best to confirm the information and itinerary regarding the 7 Killers Star Master. Since the situation has already occurred, one must find ways to cope. Moreover, Chen Chen had long been mentally prepared for the possibility of being targeted by the 7 Killers Star Master. At least now he knew in advance that the Star Master intended to take action against him, which was better than being completely unaware. Alright, Mr. Chen, this is our responsibility. The Red Hacker Alliance will do everything possible to continue tracking, so please don't worry. As long as he leaves a trace, he won't escape our pursuit. V's tone was filled with confidence. After hanging up the phone, Wang Luyao did not continue to question Chen Chen. The previous call had been on speakerphone, and the content of the conversation was clearly heard by everyone. Keywords like the Seven Killers Organization and the Shadow Walker made Wang Luyao and Luo Ping alert. Chen Chen, how are you connected to the Red Hacker Alliance? Can you be sure that this person claiming to be V is telling the truth? Wang Luyao pressed on. Clearly, everyone was concerned about this issue. I have a company that happens to provide some support to the Red Hacker Alliance. The person just now was indeed the leader of the Red Hacker Alliance, V. Chen Chen confirmed with the system and provided his answer. Wang Luyao realized she had underestimated Chen Chen. He actually had such connections. It was no wonder he hesitated about her invitation. However, what angered Wang Luyao even more was the audacity of the Seven Killers Organization. They really dared to act in Huaxia. Did they not know that Huagui is a forbidden zone for assassins and mercenaries? Luo Ping and Wang Luyao first advised Chen Chen not to go out during this time, and then immediately reported the situation to Captain Wei Qianjun. As for Wu Yuan and Wang Pang, although Wang Luyao and Luo Ping shared the pressure with them, they still felt uneasy. Have Zhou Weiguo come back immediately, Chen Chen said. If the Seven Killers Star Master really intended to act, Zhou Weiguo alone in the county town would be very dangerous. He must return. Yes. Wang Peng immediately contacted Zhou Weiguo. Upon learning the seriousness of the situation, Zhou Weiguo quickly drove back. This matter was not to be taken lightly. Even if they were not a match for the mysterious Seven Killers Star Master, they could at least use their bodies to shield Chen Chen from harm. Protecting Chen Chen was the most important thing now. When leaving the county town, Zhou Weiguo left some money for Li Aishui and the others. With this money, they could ensure a better life for Li Aishui and the others. Zhou Weiguo originally planned to take this opportunity to bring Li Aishui and them to the city for a better life. After all, the resources in the city were much better than in this small county town. Now that they were often by Chen Chen's side, spending most of their time in the city, it would be good for Li Aishui and the others to come as well. However, with such a dangerous presence targeting Chen Chen, bringing them to the city was not a good idea and could instead put them in danger. Zhou Weiguo would not do that. Li Aishui understood Zhou Weiguo's actions very well. She only reminded him to pay attention to his safety and watched as he drove away. When Zhou Weiguo returned to the villa, it had already been equipped with numerous protective measures by Wang Luyao and Luo Ping. To ensure Chen Chen's safety, Wang Luyao and Luo Ping even used their authority to mobilize special forces, setting up hidden sentries around Chen Chen's villa. As long as that Seven Killers Star Master dared to show up, no matter who he was, he wouldn't be able to escape from the meticulously arranged net. Huagui was not a place where such shady characters could act recklessly. Boss, the person in charge of that construction team has already been arrested, just waiting to be sentenced. That construction company has also stopped work. As Zhou Weiguo returned to the villa, he informed Chen Chen of what he had learned. With Luo Ping's connections and Lin Su's father pushing from behind, this matter could not be treated lightly. Don't worry, this will give Old He's family an explanation, Chen Chen said. Zhou Weiguo nodded and then joined in the preparations. As for Chen Chen, he went to the training room to continue his training. During this time, even a slight increase in combat power held significant meaning for him. While Chen Chen was sweating profusely in the training room, Zhou Weiguo and the others rushed in, their faces ashen. What happened? Chen Chen asked. Boss, I just received a call from my sister-in-law. Xiao Miao has disappeared. It must be that bastard's doing. Zhou Weiguo clenched his fists. Now Zhou Weiguo regretted not bringing He Miao and her family back with him. If he had brought them all to his side, perhaps these things wouldn't have happened. If anything happens to Xiao Miao, I will make him pay with his life, Luo Ping said fiercely. Luo Ping had never seen such an arrogant killer. This is Huagua, not the land of the free. He would not be allowed to act so recklessly. Weiguo, don't worry, if it really is that bastard, he will definitely use Xiao Miao to threaten us. Right now, we are still not sure which bastard kidnapped Xiao Miao, so don't think in the worst direction, Chen Chen advised. However, based on the information at hand, Chen Chen was convinced that this matter was the work of the mysterious Seven-Kill Star Master. Unfortunately, according to a famous Murphy's Law, things often develop in the direction you least want them to. Just as Chen Chen was about to persuade Zhou Weiguo, his phone rang. He took out his phone, and the caller ID showed an unfamiliar number. Chen Chen guessed who was calling and first sent a message to the V of the Red Hacker Alliance, asking him to help track who was calling him. Then he connected the call after it was hung up. Mr. Chen, you really are busy. It took so long to get through. If you hadn't answered, I would have had to mail you the prepared gift. I just wonder if the courier companies in Huagway can deliver human tissue? But if it's ground up in a meat grinder, it should be able to be sent as minced meat, right? The voice on the other end was very calm. There was not a hint of madness, as if discussing the most normal thing. This extreme indifference to life was chilling. Are you the 7-kill star master? Did you kidnap He Miao? Chen Chen asked. Smart. No wonder Mr. Chen has gained such fame in Jiangcheng in such a short time. You do have some skills. Little girl, say something, I don't want to be seen as a fraud. A series of dull thuds echoed on the phone, clearly the 7-kill star master trying to make He Miao make some noise, but she was unwilling. With each dull thud, the expressions on Zhou Weiguo and the others' faces grew more ferocious. Especially Luo Ping, who looked like a furious golden-eyed deity at that moment. Enough! He Miao, don't be afraid, if it's you, just say a word, and leave the rest to uncle to handle. Chen Chen's tone was stern. After a long while, a weak voice finally came from the other end of the line. Uncle, you don't need to save me. This person is a bad guy. Dad taught me that we absolutely cannot yield to bad guys. He Miao's voice was weak, but it carried an indescribable stubbornness, like a wild grass growing vigorously. What do you want? I know you are a killer. We have no grievances or enmities between us. I can offer you 10 times the price to give up this mission. Moreover, I have investigated, and so far, you have not publicly accepted a mission against me. If you take the money and leave Huaxia, you will still be the 7-kill star master. Chen Chen stated his conditions. However, Chen Chen had another thought in his heart. Since the 7-kill star master chose him as a target, Chen Chen absolutely could not let him go. Chen Chen was not some saint, how could he forgive someone who wanted to take his life? The reason Chen Chen said this was merely to prolong the conversation with the 7-kill star master. This way, Hong Kovi could lock onto the 7-kill star master's IP address. I have to admit, your conditions are very tempting. But how can I trust you? Would you really send me tens of billions for a child with whom you have no connection? The 7-kill star master's tone was full of disdain. I definitely can't give you tens of billions. But since you know this child has no connection to me, why do you still plan to use her to threaten me? Chen Chen followed the 7-kill star master's words. I kind of admire you. Being so direct is much better than those hypocritical rich people. I indeed have not accepted a mission against you, but because of you, my subordinates have encountered problems. Shouldn't I seek compensation from you for this? The 7-kill star master spoke. If that's the case, I'm willing to offer 100 million to reach a settlement. However, this young girl holds significant importance to my subordinate. If I give you this 100 million, you must release the girl. Chen Chen's tone was very casual, clearly treating He Miao's life as an afterthought. However, it was precisely this attitude that made the 7-kill star master realize that He Miao held no value for Chen Chen. Alright, transfer the money to my Swiss bank account within a day, and I'll release her. The 7-kill star master also gave his answer. He then hung up the phone and sent Chen Chen a Swiss bank account. The moment the call ended, Chen Chen received a message from Hong Kovi. The 7-kill star master's IP address had been locked. In a warehouse in a rural area of that county, Chen Chen directly handed the information he had to the nearly exploding Luo Ping. This is the location of the 7-kill star master. If you want to ensure He Miao's safety, I can directly transfer 100 million to the other party's Swiss bank account. Chen Chen's tone was very firm. Chen Chen was willing to spend this 100 million, undoubtedly to make Zhou Weiguo and the others more resolutely stand by his side. 100 million was not a large sum for Chen Chen, who had a system. Spending this 100 million to gain 3 loyal subordinates who were even willing to die for him was a very worthwhile deal. In addition, spending this 100 million would also earn him the goodwill of Luo Ping, a Dragon Guard officer. This deal was very advantageous for Chen Chen. Sure enough, as soon as Chen Chen's words fell, he felt Zhou Weiguo and the others casting eager glances at him. Coupled with their current expressions, it was as if they were about to kneel before Chen Chen and say, having drifted for half a lifetime without meeting a wise lord, I am willing to kneel as a righteous father. Mr. Chen, I thank you on behalf of Old He. If needed, I will make sure to ask Mr. Chen for help. However, please rest assured, Mr. Chen, once we capture that 7-kill star master, if it really becomes a hassle for you to transfer the funds, we will definitely make him return the money. After hesitating for a moment, Luo Ping finally spoke this potentially rule-breaking sentence. He Miao was the only child of Old He, the squad leader, and the continuation of his life. For the sake of Old He, who had been kind to him, Luo Ping was willing to make this rule-breaking decision. As for Wang Luyao, she was also turning a blind eye to the situation. Once the matter was resolved, Wang Luoyao would report Luo Ping's violation truthfully, but for now, she absolutely would not stop him. This was Wang Luoyao's biggest concession. I will set off right now to capture the damned 7-kill Star Master. After we surround him, as soon as he releases the hostages, we will act, Luo Ping said. Then, he took his team and left the villa where Chen Chen was. Although Zhou Weiguo and the others were extremely eager to participate in this operation, unfortunately, they were no longer soldiers and did not have the qualifications to join, so they could only stay in the villa and wait for the outcome. However, Luo Ping also assured Zhou Weiguo and the others as he left, he would definitely bring He Miao back safely. Aren't you worried that Luo Ping might run into trouble? He's going up against the 7-kill Star Master. Chen Chen looked at Wang Luoyao, who remained in the villa, and spoke. Don't think that inner family masters are so impressive. Even the most powerful master, facing hundreds of guns, has no chance of survival. Besides, Luo Ping has trained his hard qigong to the extreme, like a tin turtle. Even if he really faced that 7-kill Star Master one-on-one, he wouldn't die if he lost. Chen Chen could sense a hint of melancholy in Wang Luoyao's tone as she spoke these words. With the changes of the times, although inner family masters could still showcase their strengths in individual and special operations, if placed on the battlefield, the biggest difference between them and ordinary people might just be that they could last a little longer. Besides, my task is to protect you. At least one of us, me or Luo Ping, needs to stay by your side. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain to the captain. As she said this, Wang Luoyao's tone noticeably lightened, as if her earlier gloom was merely Chen Chen's illusion. But speaking of which, you still haven't answered my previous question. Do you want to join our Wang family? As long as you join, the Wang family's secret techniques will be open to you. Now, Wang Luoyao's tone was like that of a strange uncle trying to coax a child with candy. If I join the Wang family, will there be any price to pay? Chen Chen directly answered Wang Luoyao's question. Not really anything you must do. As long as you don't misuse our Wang family's techniques for evil. The only thing you might need to do is represent the Wang family in the arena competitions between ancient martial arts families. But it's just for sparring, there won't be any life-threatening danger. Wang Luoyao blurted everything out. She was afraid that some unexpected event would interrupt her again. After saying this, all of Wang Luoyao's attention was focused on Chen Chen, eagerly waiting for his response. Are those really the only conditions? No others? You wouldn't lie to me, would you? Chen Chen asked. Chen Chen. Can't there be a bit more trust between people? Do you think anyone can just join our Wang family? If it were someone else, they would have happily agreed long ago. Wang Luoyao looked visibly upset. Sorry, I didn't mean to question you. Your attitude is really a bit too eager. Chen Chen said a little embarrassed. Upon hearing this, Wang Luoyao's face turned bright red. Is it? Is my attitude really more eager than yours? Am I begging you to join our Wang family? Wang Luoyao retorted. Chen Chen naturally wouldn't answer this question from Wang Luoyao. Zhou Weiguo and the others also pretended they hadn't heard anything. If they answered that question, wouldn't it just offend someone? They certainly wouldn't be so lacking in emotional intelligence. But there happened to be someone in the villa who was completely lacking in emotional intelligence. Isn't it true? Previously, you came to find me specifically to help you speak well of Chen Chen so he would join your Wang family. Huang Xuanqi's voice was loud, directly exposing Wang Luoyao's pretense. If it had been someone else saying this, Wang Luoyao would have definitely gone up to fight him. But since it was Huang Xuanqi who said it, Wang Luoyao could only swallow her anger. Alright, I admit, my attitude towards you has indeed been a bit eager. Who told you your talent is just too good? As long as you join our Wang family, the champions of the competitions for a long time in the future will definitely be from our Wang family. I don't want other families to take advantage of this. Wang Luoyao simply said everything she was thinking. Since she had already embarrassed herself so much, she didn't mind being a little more embarrassed. As long as she could keep this genius Chen Chen in the Wang family, that was enough. Okay, if those are the only conditions, I'm still willing to join your Wang family. But it seems you can't make the decision on this matter. Chen Chen said. No problem. My uncle is already on his way to Jiangcheng. When the time comes, if you have any questions, you can talk to my uncle. Don't worry, it's not like before. There aren't so many disputes between ancient martial arts families now, so you really don't need to worry. After hearing Chen Chen's words, Wang Luoyao made a series of guarantees again. Alright, then let's wait until your uncle arrives to talk, Chen Chen said. After all, in Chen Chen's eyes, Wang Luoyao seemed like a clear-eyed but foolish college student. She couldn't represent the Wang family at all. Chen Chen at least needed to wait for someone who could represent the Wang family to come and talk to him. In the evening, Luo Ping arrived at the address Chen Chen had given, outside a warehouse, with a special forces team. With just a command from Luo Ping, the rescue operation could officially begin. Sir, according to the infrared equipment, there is only one person inside the warehouse. About 1 meter 60 tall, slender build. A soldier reported to Luo Ping. Luo Ping was somewhat surprised by this result. The person the soldier reported must be He Miao. But it was really strange that the 7-kill star master wasn't there watching over He Miao. To obtain more accurate information, Luo Ping sent 2 drones into the warehouse to observe. Sure enough, the little girl in the warehouse was indeed He Miao. However, there was a timed bomb strapped to He Miao. Clearly, this timed bomb was a means prepared by the 7-kill star master. Seeing this scene, Luo Ping cursed loudly, then called Chen Chen to explain the current situation in detail. It seemed that if they didn't pay the 7-kill star master, He Miao really wouldn't have a chance to leave the warehouse. Just as Chen Chen was learning about the situation from Luo Ping, that previous number called Chen Chen's phone again. Mr. Chen, it seems you don't trust me very much. You actually mobilized the military to capture me. If I were still in that warehouse, it would be terrible. But I can understand you, rich people indeed like to eliminate all dangers. It's just that your actions make me very unhappy. The tone of the Lord of the 7-kill stars suddenly turned cold. You don't need to be so angry. At least now you can ensure that I will give you the money. Chen Chen's tone remained calm. The bomb will explode in 10 minutes. As long as you transfer the money to my Swiss bank account within 10 minutes, she can live. Don't try to send anyone to defuse the bomb. As soon as I see someone attempting to defuse it, I will detonate it immediately. The Lord of the 7-kill stars spoke without courtesy. All right, I hope you can keep your promise. Chen Chen knew that he had no other choice at this moment and decisively transferred 100 million to the Lord of the 7-kill stars account. Fortunately, Ding Yong had shorted the Jiangcheng group and, after making a profit, had transferred 500 million in cash to himself in one go. Otherwise, Chen Chen really couldn't have taken out 100 million at once. After seeing the funds arrive, the Lord of the 7-kill stars promptly cancelled the bomb's countdown. As a killer, integrity and reputation are also very important. Having received the money, he had to do the job. Luo Ping also took the opportunity to rescue He Miao. During this time, Luo Ping had his soldiers cooperate with the police to start checking the surveillance footage. They absolutely could not let the Lord of the 7-kill stars escape like this. Unfortunately, there were very few cameras near this town. As a notorious killer, the Lord of the 7-kill stars naturally possessed strong counter-surveillance abilities. It was very difficult to lock onto his whereabouts in a short time. While checking the surveillance, the comrades who were investigating discovered some bad news. Someone had hacked into these cameras, and all the footage was just a black screen. The police tried to repair the videos, but unfortunately, the intruder was a master, and the police were at a loss. Chen Chen also received news from Luo Ping that He Miao had been successfully rescued. Zhou Weigua and others breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this news. If anything had happened to He Miao, they would have had no face to meet old He, the squad leader. At the same time, Luo Ping expressed regret for not capturing Chen Chen and sought Chen Chen's help, asking if he could get the Red Hacker Alliance to assist in repairing the surveillance. After all, Luo Ping had learned that Chen Chen had some connections with that mysterious Red Hacker Alliance. If the Red Hacker Alliance was willing to help, they could definitely lock onto the Lord of the 7-kill stars' whereabouts. Chen Chen immediately contacted the Red Hacker Alliance's V, requesting his assistance. The Lord of the 7-kill stars was always a thorn in Chen Chen's side. Especially since the Lord of the 7-kill stars had taken Chen Chen's money, Chen Chen would never let him leave Huagua so easily. He had to leave his life here. After receiving Chen Chen's request, Red Hacker V immediately began to take action. Unfortunately, as the world's 6th-ranked super hacker, it would take some time to obtain useful information from him. Especially after the Lord of the 7-kill stars discovered that someone had locked onto his location via phone, it made the Dark Walker take precautions. Red Hacker V was confident in restoring the videos, but it would take at least 2 hours. To ensure that the Lord of the 7-kill stars could not escape Huaxia during this time, the Jiangcheng airport implemented traffic control. No planes would take off from Jiangcheng airport for 2 hours. Chen Qingtian also learned from the Dark Walker about the targeting from Huagua. Alright, I understand. Delay those videos for as long as you can. After all, I have a silicone mask, so I'm not afraid of them recognizing me. 2 hours later, you create a flaw that makes them think I've gone to the Donghai dock, 2 hours away, to prepare for smuggling out. As for me, I have a gift to deliver to Chen Chen. The Lord of the 7 kills was not worried at all that anyone would detect his identity. Since becoming an assassin, the Lord of the 7 kills had even killed leaders of small countries. Compared to those tight security measures, what was Chen Chen? The Lord of the Seven Kills planned to use this false message to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Once the military and police forces left the city and could not return immediately, it would be the best time for him to act against Chen Shen. Chen Shen had the guts to strike against their Jiangcheng group, and Chen Qingtian had never given up on the idea of dealing with Chen Shen. Only by eliminating this troublesome guy could the Jiangcheng group restore its former status. In Jiangcheng, the Jiangcheng group did not need an equally matched opponent. This sudden unstable factor, Chen Shen, would be crushed by his own hands. 2 hours later, Honka V successfully hacked through the obstacles set by the Dark Walker. The video was restored. In addition, Honka V also infiltrated one of the Dark Walker's servers and learned that the Lord of the Seven Kills planned to smuggle out of Huagua through the Donghai dock at 1 o'clock in the morning. The military and police also verified this information through their own means. They confirmed that a smuggling boat would indeed arrive at the Donghai dock tonight. Luo Ping immediately set off with the special forces to the Donghai dock. This time, Luo Ping would definitely not let that bastard, the Lord of the Seven Kills, escape easily. Chen Shen, we have received news that the Lord of the Seven Kills will smuggle out of Huagua through the dock at midnight. Now the military and police have already taken action, surrounding the Donghai dock and blocking the coastal defense line. Don't worry, this time I will definitely catch the Lord of the Seven Kills. When Luo Ping got into the car, he also had a call with Wang Luyao to report on the progress of the mission and conveyed the news to Chen Shen. However, for some reason, Chen Shen always felt that this matter would not end so easily. Chen Shen felt that the Lord of the Seven Kills would not expose his whereabouts so easily. The Donghai dock might be a trap, but Chen Shen quickly dismissed his own thoughts. No matter how powerful the Seven Kills organization was, it could not compete with the power of Huagua. Moreover, this news had been confirmed by both the military and the police. Perhaps this mysterious Lord of the Seven Kills underestimated the power of Huagua too much, leading to such a situation. Chen Shen waited at home, feeling at ease for the latest news from Luo Ping. The encirclement had already formed. As long as the Lord of the Seven Kills truly smuggled out of Huagua from the Donghai dock, only death awaited him. Any individual, when faced with the violent machinery of the state, could only meet death. Near the Donghai dock. At this moment, Luo Ping was sitting inside a large container. This container had long been transformed into a temporary combat command center. The screen in front of him displayed the situation around the Donghai dock. Although the Donghai dock looked no different from before, the workers present today had been replaced by military personnel early in the morning. Moreover, every corner of the Donghai dock was equipped with surveillance. As soon as the Lord of the Seven Kills appeared, Luo Ping and the others would be able to spot him immediately. Just as the time approached 1 o'clock in the morning, a man dressed in a delivery uniform appeared on the surveillance screen. This man's appearance and build were exactly the same as the Lord of the Seven Kills in the surveillance footage. Luo Ping immediately issued the order to capture this man and rushed out of the combat command center to the scene. Before the man was captured, Luo Ping could justifiably hit him once, but if the man was captured by the military, it would be against the rules for Luo Ping to strike him again. For this reason, Luo Ping would never miss this opportunity. When the man saw Luo Ping suddenly appear in front of him, he surprisingly showed no unusual emotions and continued to walk forward, as if he hadn't seen Luo Ping at all. His mental fortitude is impressive. He truly deserves to be the master of the Seven Killing Star, Luo Ping thought to himself, but he did not relax his grip at all, already in a fighting stance, waiting for the man to come within striking distance. The moment the man entered Luo Ping's attack range, Luo Ping threw a punch. However, as his fist drew closer to the man, Luo Ping noticed something was off. The man showed no signs of blocking at all. In fact, his body was extremely relaxed. If Luo Ping's punch landed, the man could very well be killed by it. How could the master of the Seven Killing Star be this kind of person? Luo Ping changed his punch into a palm strike and pressed the man down to the ground. During this process, the man offered no resistance, only realizing what had happened when his face was pressed against the ground. "What are you doing? You're killing me! Let go, or I'll call the police." The man on the ground was wailing. But when he saw the soldiers surrounding him, armed to the teeth, he instantly became compliant. "Comrades in the military, I just came to deliver a package. I haven't done anything wrong, you must be mistaken." The man's voice trembled, clearly frightened by the scene before him. Any normal person would struggle to speak calmly in such a situation. "Who are you, and why are you here?" Luo Ping pulled the man up from the ground. This man had no internal strength. He could not possibly be the so-called master of the Seven Killing Star. It seemed he had been played by that idiot. "My name is Zhang Wenbing, and I'm a courier for Tongda Express. I came here to deliver a package. It's a super express, to be delivered within 3 hours in the same city. The package is just a document. it's definitely not anything illegal. Zhang Wenbing hurriedly explained everything, fearing that if he said too much, he would attract serious trouble. Luo Ping had someone retrieve the package, which indeed contained a normal document. Where were you this afternoon? Luo Ping continued to ask. This afternoon? I was delivering packages in the urban area. My colleagues can vouch for me. There should also be video surveillance of me entering the community where I delivered. You have to believe me, I really haven't done anything illegal. Zhang Wenbing appeared eager to share everything he knew. Luo Ping, feeling irritated, had Zhang Wenbing taken away. As long as it was verified that Zhang Wenbing hadn't lied, they would release him. Even though Luo Ping was already convinced that Zhang Wenbing had no connection to the 7 killing organization, the necessary procedures still had to be followed. At this moment, Luo Ping had a suspicion in his mind. It was likely that the master of the 7 killing star had used a silicone mask resembling Zhang Wenbing to kidnap He Miao and sent Zhang Wenbing here to deliver a package to divert their attention. If they could find out who sent Zhang Wenbing to deliver this package, they might be able to uncover clues about the master of the 7 killing star. Was the master of the 7 killing star going to such lengths to escape from Huagui using this method? What a meticulous plan! However, Luo Ping guessed wrong again. The purpose of the 7 kill star master doing this is simply to prevent the military and police from getting involved in the upcoming events. Otherwise, how could the 7 kill star master take action against Chen Shen? Just as Luo Ping was about to act against the man, Chen Shen's phone rang again. He picked up the phone and found that it was actually a call from Mama Jiang at the orphanage. Chen Shen felt very strange. Mama Jiang usually went to bed early, and it was already past midnight. She should have been asleep by now. Why would she call him? Could something terrible have happened suddenly? However, an even worse thought crossed Chen Shen's mind. He immediately answered the call. Sure enough, a voice came from the other end that Chen Shen did not want to hear. Mr. Chen, I apologize for disturbing you so late. In light of your mockery of me this afternoon, I plan to impose some punishment on you. The orphanage where you grew up must hold some special significance for you. The 7 kill star master's voice came through the phone, laced with a hint of smugness. What do you want? Don't you dare touch the orphanage. Chen Chen roared. Oh dear, Mr. Chen, don't be anxious. If you obediently come to the orphanage and bring me a gift that satisfies me, I can pretend that nothing has happened. The 7 kill star master's tone was incredibly mocking. Do you think I'm a fool? If I go to the orphanage, I bet the gift you want is my life. Do you really think I would value someone else's life more than my own? Chen Shen directly exposed the 7 kill star master's intentions. Mr. Chen, you really are heartless. This is the orphanage where you grew up. Can you bear to see the children in the orphanage, and your beloved Mama Jiang, lose their lives because of you? You wealthy people really have hearts of stone. The 7 kill star master spoke with a face full of regret. Unfortunately, moral coercion had never worked on Chen Chen. So, if you dare to lay a hand on them, I will make sure you die a miserable death. All I can do is take revenge for them. Even if you pull out all the resources of Huagua, I will announce a sky-high bounty. Do you think $1 billion for your head wouldn't tempt someone? Even your closest people would be tempted. Perhaps they can't kill you, but living in fear for the rest of your life must be unbearable, right? Chen Chen's tone was icy, devoid of any emotion. You are threatening me. The 7 kill star master's tone carried a hint of anger. Clearly, he hadn't expected Chen Chen to respond in this way. The feeling of being out of control in this situation made the 7 kill star master very unhappy. Why did this suddenly wealthy person have such strong resolve? How dare he make such a choice? Otherwise? Chen Shen's tone remained cold, as if forcing the 7 kill star master to make a choice. Alright, Chen Chen, you really are ruthless. I admit, you win. As long as you help me with one thing, I can let them go. The 7 kill star master spoke. Say it. Chen Shen's tone was even more unfriendly. Prepare 100 million in cash and send it to the Jiangcheng orphanage. Once I get the money, I'll leave. The 7 kill star master stated his demand. Are you crazy? How could I possibly have that much cash on me? It's nighttime, and the banks are closed. Besides, do you know how much 100 million in cash is? Can you even take it? Chen Shen's tone grew even more unfriendly. Clearly, the 7 kill star master's condition was just to make things difficult for him. It's nothing. With your influence, preparing 100 million in cash is not a difficult task. As long as you speak, you can always get it. The voice of the 7 kill star master was cold. Your goal isn't the money, you want to attract the remaining police force to the welfare home to create an opportunity to escape, right? Chen Chen suddenly understood the 7 kill star master's intention. Mr. Chen, you are truly a clever man. Since you've guessed it, then cooperate with me fully. Don't worry about whether I get the money or not. If that suitcase full of cash doesn't reach the welfare home within 2 hours, then I will have to invite the people of Jiangcheng to watch a fireworks show. Such a large-scale fireworks display must be quite spectacular. The tone of the 7-kill star master was calm yet frenzied. Alright, I will make it happen. Chen Shen ultimately chose to compromise. Chen Shen could not risk his life for others, but he was willing to temporarily let the 7-kill star master off the hook. However, Chen Shen was already prepared. Even if the 7-kill star master could leave Huaguo alive, he would use all means to uncover the 7-kill star master's true identity and issue a sky-high bounty on him. Since the 7-kill star master chose to offend him, there would be no peace between them until one of them was dead. Chen Shen immediately informed the presidents of various banks in Jiangcheng, instructing them to prepare 100 million in cash right away. He also communicated with the Song family that this sum would be delivered to the Jiangcheng welfare home by the police. This news was also spread online by those with ulterior motives. In Jiangcheng, it spread like a plague, rampant and uncontrollable. Even though the authorities tried to suppress it, they could not stop the dissemination of the information. In an instant, the entire Jiangcheng was ignited by this explosive news, thrown into chaos. The police and military forces gathered in Jiangcheng worked hard to maintain order. This operation indeed created the best opportunity for the 7-kill star master to escape. Chen Shen, please believe us, this guy will never leave Huaguo alive. Wang Luyao's tone was icy. Alright, then I'll leave it to you. Chen Shen replied. If Wang Luyao could really deal with this mysterious 7-kill star master, that would be perfect. But if the 7-kill star master was as tough as a cockroach and managed to escape, Chen Shen would not show mercy. Chen Shen sat quietly in the room, patiently waiting for news. Despite his earlier rudeness towards the 7-kill star master, he had deep feelings for the welfare home. Chen Shen absolutely did not want anything to happen to the orphanage. When the police escorted the van loaded with 100 million in cash into the orphanage, they indeed discovered a timed bomb. This timed bomb was set up just like the one that had been in the Hemiao warehouse earlier. The difference was that this time, even though the cash had already been delivered to the welfare home, the countdown of the timed bomb had not yet ended. The 7-kill star master did not call Chen Shen, and when Chen Shen returned the call, it was not connected. So the police had to send bomb disposal experts to defuse the bomb. Just as Chen Shen felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding, random task triggered, survive the assassination by the 7-kill star master, task reward, tracking card, can locate the target in real time after confirming the target, effect lasts for 1 month. At the moment the system prompt appeared, Chen Shen's mind tensed up. The system only issued this prompt for one reason. The 7-kill star master had actually entered the villa area. Presumably, the security systems set up in the villa had already failed. This bastard really had some guts. Originally, I thought the 7-kill star master would take this opportunity to escape from Hua country, but this idiot still hasn't given up on the idea of killing me. Should I say the 7-kill star master is overly confident in his own strength, or should I say he is simply too arrogant? Does the 7-kill star master really think he can safely escape from Hua country after killing me? Who gave him the courage? Besides, this is my own villa. To want to kill me here is just a joke. No matter how strong the 7-kill star master is, there is no possibility of him killing me in my own villa. As long as I evade this assassination attempt and use the tracking card to lock onto the 7-kill star master's whereabouts, I will definitely make it so he has nowhere to run. Chen Shen's phone rang again. It was the 7-kill star master calling. The money has been delivered. Why haven't you cancelled the bomb countdown? As soon as the call connected, Chen Shen roared, pretending to be very anxious. Mr. Chen, please don't worry. Rest assured, I just need a little more time to leave Hua country. The bomb will definitely not explode, the 7-kill star master said slowly. You better not be lying to me, Chen Shen snorted coldly. Don't worry, I know that causing a major explosion in this city is no joke. I'm just a killer, not a terrorist. The 7-kill star master's tone remained calm. After receiving news from the Shadow Walker confirming that Chen Shen was indeed in this villa, Chen Xingtian slowly spoke. Alright, the bomb has been cancelled now. I am very trustworthy. As soon as Chen Xingtian's words fell, he entered Chen Shen's villa. Chen Xingtian intended to act against Chen Shen when he was most relaxed. Chen Xingtian's skills were indeed quite impressive, easily bypassing the security measures set up around the villa. What surprised Chen Xingtian was that Chen Shen's security awareness seemed a bit too weak. He hadn't even arranged for anyone to be on alert. Otherwise, Chen Xingtian wouldn't have been able to infiltrate the villa so easily. Perhaps the commotion he had caused earlier had made the soldiers responsible for the deployment leave. Or maybe they believed he wouldn't take the risk to kill Chen Shen. Unfortunately, he was the infamous 7-kill star master. His style of doing things could not be so easily guessed by others. After entering the villa, Chen Xingtian walked step by step towards the location left by the Shadow Walker. It was a study in the villa. Unfortunately, after sneaking into the study, Chen Xingtian did not see Chen Shen's figure at all. Instead, there was a phone on the desk in the study. How could this be? The Shadow Walker's intelligence never makes mistakes. Why isn't Chen Shen here? The 7-kill star master patiently searched every room in the villa, fearing he would miss Chen Shen's trace. He was the 7-kill star master, the uncrowned king of the killer world. How could he fail such a simple task as assassinating a small character? If this matter got out, how could he still be worthy of the title of 7-kill star master? He would definitely become a laughingstock. Meanwhile, Chen Shen was in the underground fortress of Long Lake No. 9, observing the 7-kill star master's every move through video surveillance. To Chen Shen, the 7-kill star master now looked like a thief groping around. No matter how professional his actions were, they appeared incredibly ridiculous on the screen. Chen Shen also received a call from Song Qingxue, confirming that the crisis at the Jiangcheng Welfare Institute had been resolved. Even that terrifying bomb was a fake. Mama Jiang and the children were unharmed, only knocked out and locked in a room. After hearing this news, Chen Shen completely relaxed. Chen Shen, let me out. I want to kill that bastard. Wang Luyao's tone was agitated, determined not to rest until she had skinned and dismembered the 7-kill star master. Wang Luyao was very angry now. The 7-kill star master had caused such a huge commotion. If they didn't beat his brains out, others would think their dragon guards were incapable. Don't rush. When will your uncle arrive? When can Luo Ping and the others come back? Chen Shen asked. Right now, Chen Shen and the others had taken refuge in the underground fortress of Villano 9 at Yulong Lake. This fortress could withstand a nuclear bomb's explosion. There was no way the 7-kill star master could invade this underground fortress with just his flesh and blood. In fact, at this moment, the 7-kill star master didn't even know there was an underground fortress beneath the villa. The task triggered this time was marked as completed as soon as Chen Shen entered the underground castle. In Chen Shen's eyes, the 7-kill star master was already a dead man. Therefore, Chen Shen didn't want Wang Luyao to take the risk of being injured by the 7-kill star master in a confrontation. The security personnel outside the villa had been deliberately sent away by Chen Shen. My uncle said he could make it today. As for Luo Ping, it takes 20 minutes to come by helicopter. But once he hears the helicopter, that guy will definitely run away immediately. I absolutely cannot let him escape. Wang Luyao's tone was resolute. Don't worry. From the moment he entered this villa, his movements have been no secret to me. You know, I have a deep connection with the Red Hacker Alliance. Since he has appeared, he cannot disappear. Chen Shen spoke with great confidence. Naturally, Chen Shen couldn't tell Wang Luyao that he had obtained a tracking card, so he used the Red Hacker Alliance as a reference. Chen Shen's assured tone eased Wang Luyao's mind considerably. This man, Chen Shen, held many secrets. Ever since she got to know him, whatever he claimed he could do, he always delivered. Since Chen Shen said he could track the 7-kill star master's movements, Wang Luyao believed he could do it. Despite her earlier resolute attitude, Wang Luyao didn't have the confidence to defeat the 7-kill star master. Someone who could gain international fame was certainly not an ordinary person. Once Luo Ping returned, with one attacking and one defending, they would join forces against the 7-kill star master. Even if they couldn't take him down, they would definitely not be at a disadvantage. With a special operations team providing support with firearms, the 7-kill star master wouldn't have even the slightest chance of winning. Of course, if her uncle could arrive at the villa quickly, capturing the 7-kill star master would be almost certain. After thoroughly searching Chen Shen's residence, no traces were found. During this process, the 7-kill star master had also inquired about the Shadow Walker. Unfortunately, the Shadow Walker informed him that this villa was protected by highly advanced hackers. Infiltrating the surveillance system of this villa was as difficult as breaching the White Palace in Lighthouse Country. When the 7-kill star master keenly heard the sound of a helicopter in the sky, he had to admit, no matter how unwilling he was, that his whereabouts had been exposed. Originally, the 7-kill star master thought Chen Shen was his plaything, but unexpectedly, he was the one being played. The 7-kill star master immediately made up his mind to temporarily give up the opportunity to kill Chen Shen. He chose to leave the villa immediately. There would be plenty of time in the future. As long as he was alive, he would eventually crush this annoying pest, Chen Shen. Chen Shen, I'm going out to hold this bastard off. I absolutely cannot let him escape. Wang Luyao suddenly spoke up. Now the helicopter that Luo Ping is on is already nearby. As long as a few minutes are dragged out, Luo Ping can bring the Special Forces team over. By that time, the 7-kill Star Master will definitely have no chance of escape. Although Wan Luyo is not sure if she is truly a match for the 7-kill Star Master, she is very confident that simply delaying time until Luo Ping arrives with the Special Forces team is enough. Wang Luyo has been able to hold her ground for 5 minutes under the captain's command without being defeated. No matter how powerful this 7-kill Star Master is, he absolutely cannot be a match for her captain. Could it be that he is even stronger than the captain? Be careful, Chen Chen had no intention of dissuading Wang Luya. If Wang Luya could really delay the 7-kill Star Master and join forces with Luo Ping to keep him here forever, Chen Chen would be able to leave behind a tracking card. Who knows what other uses the tracking card might have in the future? Chen Chen opened the passage, allowing Wang Luya to enter the upper villa. Wang Luya moved silently, like a black cat lurking in the night, not revealing her whereabouts before showing her fangs. The 7-kill Star Master, having searched in vain, had already concluded that there was no one in this villa. Although he remained somewhat vigilant, he was unable to detect Wang Luyo hiding in the shadows. Wang Luyo had lived in this villa for a while and was very familiar with its layout. She found the best angle, drew her sidearm from her waist, and fired 3 shots in the direction of the 7-kill Star Master. The 3 bullets shot towards the 7-kill Star Master in a shape. These 3 bullets locked onto the 7-kill Star Master tightly. Although Wang Luyo's pistol was equipped with a silencer, the gunfire only produced a very faint de-dis sound. Chen Qingtian truly lived up to the title of 7-kill Star Master. Even though Wang Luyo had the advantage of time, place, and people, the slight sound still caught his attention. The 7-kill Star Master immediately twisted his body, instinctively dodging the bullets shot from the darkness. However, the angles of the 3 bullets Wang Luyo fired were too tricky. Chen Qingtian dodged 2 of them, but 1 bullet mercilessly struck his arm. Chen Qingtian immediately contracted the muscles in his arm, pinning the bullet tightly. Wang Luyo continued to shoot in Chen Qingtian's direction, emptying the magazine. Unfortunately, Chen Qingtian was already prepared. Wang Luyo's volley of bullets failed to hit him again, instead allowing Chen Qingtian to lock onto Wang Luyo's position. Chen Qingtian quickly made a judgment. He had to deal with Wang Luyo immediately and then leave. Chen Qingtian was very confident in his own strength. In his view, someone who only used firearms to ambush in the dark was definitely not his match. Whether to vent his anger or to ensure his safe retreat, killing this bug hiding in the darkness was the best choice at the moment. Wang Luyo also thought of Chen Qingtian charging towards her. She couldn't help but feel a bit angry. In her expectation, Chen Qingtian should have turned and run, but instead, he came charging at her. Did he think of himself as an easy target? Did he really have that much confidence in quickly dealing with her? Wang Luyo swung her sidearm heavily at Chen Qingtian. At the same time, she also charged towards him. Wang Luyo wanted to experience the fists and feet of this 7-kill Star Master. Chen Qingtian reached out and deflected the handgun that Wang Luyo was throwing at him. Then he saw a shadow rushing towards him. At this moment, Chen Qingtian also realized that his judgment seemed to have gone awry. The person who had just ambushed him was actually an internal martial arts master. But he was just an internal martial arts master, nothing to be impressed by. Chen Qingtian had been in the field for so many years, and the number of internal martial arts masters who had died at his hands was countless. Today was just about killing one more person. Chen Qingtian executed a powerful Iron Mountain lean towards Wang Luyo. No matter how fast Wang Luyo was, as long as he collided with her, he could definitely incapacitate her immediately. Wang Luyo also saw through Chen Qingtian's intentions and naturally would not continue to clash head-on with him. Although she had great objections to Chen Qingtian's almost provocative behavior, Wang Luyo would never confront him with her weaknesses against his strengths. Wang Luyo was just angry, she wasn't brainless. With a change in her form, the moving shadow she cast bizarrely altered its trajectory. Wang Luyo directly circled behind Chen Qingtian and kicked towards his back. Clearly, she intended to take advantage of Chen Qingtian's forward lean to kick him down to the ground. Chen Qingtian immediately steadied his stance, his arms whipping out like long whips towards Wang Luyo. He had noticed Wang Luyo's agility and decided to adopt a strategy of long-range strikes. By utilizing a longer attack range, he aimed to counter Wang Luyo. Wang Luyo twisted her body again, but at this moment, she was not in a hurry to attack. As Chen Qingtian swung his arms, if Wang Luyo rashly approached, she would definitely be caught off guard. Wang Luyo was not anxious, instead, she patiently circled around, looking for an opportunity to strike. After all, she had no intention of defeating Chen Qingtian outright. She only needed to hold him off until Luo Ping arrived with reinforcements to take him down together. The longer the time dragged on, the more advantageous it would be for her. Chen Xingtian also realized Wang Luyao's plan. He indeed had no extra time to waste here. He changed his fighting style again, slightly bending down and darting towards Wang Luya. Wang Luyao's speed was indeed fast, but his speed was not slow either. Assassins emphasized speed, precision, and ruthlessness. Speed was also a field Chen Xingtian excelled in. Chen Xingtian's sudden change of tactics caught Wang Luyao off guard. By the time Wang Luyao reacted, she had already lost the initiative and could only block. During the blocking process, Wang Luyao discovered that Chen Xingtian's strength was not as great as she had imagined. Even though Chen Xingtian was still stronger than her, with a certain technique, she could still manage. Although Chen Xingtian's speed was fast, it still paled in comparison to the Wang family's speed. After several exchanges, Wang Luyao gradually regained the rhythm she had lost earlier. Given a little more time, she would be able to regain control of the battle. At this critical moment, Chen Xingtian once again threw a punch at Wang Luyao. However, this time, Wang Luyao suddenly felt that the momentum of Chen Xingtian's punch was completely different from before. Moreover, the look in Chen Xingtian's eyes had also changed, as if he had completely figured her out. In an instant, Wang Luyao felt a bad premonition in her heart. Sure enough, when their fists met, Wang Luyao felt a tremendous force surging towards her. She had no way to resist the overwhelming power that swept over her. Chen Xingtian's punch sent Wang Luyao flying. As she flew backward through the air, Wang Luyao finally realized that there was something wrong with the internal martial arts technique Chen Xingtian practiced. He could switch between two completely different states at will. Just now, Chen Xingtian's punch, although significantly more powerful, had also slowed down in speed. If it weren't for the fact that he had already gotten used to exchanging moves with Chen Xingtian, he could have completely avoided that punch. He had fallen for Chen Xingtian's trick. Wang Luyao had never encountered such a strange martial art before, which made her let her guard down and suffer a loss at Chen Xingtian's hands. Truly worthy of being the lord of the 7 killing stars, with such a technique, he could indeed strike the enemy when they were unprepared. Even after realizing the special abilities of the martial art that Chen Xingtian mastered, Wang Luyao still felt very confused. The reason a martial art can exhibit special abilities is simply due to controlling internal energy to flow through the body in different paths. Chen Xingtian could display two completely different characteristics, which indicated that his internal energy could operate in two entirely different ways. This was simply unfathomable. Indeed, the martial art that Chen Xingtian practiced had almost harsh requirements for its practitioners. Otherwise, the young Chen Xingtian wouldn't have been taken abroad by his master due to his unique physical condition. Nor would he have become the lord of the 7 killing stars at such a young age. Just as Wang Luyao smashed through the window and flew out of the villa, about to crash heavily onto the ground, a pair of large hands caught her steadily. At the same time, they dissipated the intense impact. The one who caught Wang Luyao was Luo Ping. Be careful, this person's martial art has issues. He can switch states to enhance his speed and strength, and there may be other hidden abilities. Wang Luyao slowly stood up and relayed all the information about Chen Xingtian to Luo Ping. With Luo Ping helping her to neutralize the domineering force, Wang Luyao was spared from serious injury. Although Wang Luyao had not completely lost her combat ability, she could not exert her full strength. I understand, Luo Ping nodded. Although what Wang Luyao said was quite absurd, Luo Ping chose to believe her. Wang Luyao would never joke about such matters. Chen Xingtian also jumped out of the broken window, just in time to face Luo Ping and the dozens of armed special forces soldiers behind him. Without even needing Luo Ping to give the order to attack, the special forces soldiers instinctively opened fire on Chen Xingtian the moment he appeared. Faced with such an extremely dangerous individual, they would not hesitate for a second. The tongues of fire were particularly conspicuous in the night, as if they were igniting the darkness. Chen Xingtian immediately switched to speed mode, dodging bullets while fleeing into the distance. Originally, Chen Xingtian had planned to jump out the window to deliver a fatal blow to the incapacitated Wang Luyao. He never expected to directly collide with a special operations team. Even though Chen Xingtian was very confident in his abilities, he had no way to defeat a fully equipped special operations team head-on. Luo Ping naturally would not let Chen Xingtian go so easily. Having caused such a big incident and injured Wang Luyao, Luo Ping had to capture Chen Xingtian. Military personnel were still arriving in droves. As for the residents of the Yulon Lake community, they had completed their evacuation the moment Chen Xingtian appeared. To put it bluntly, the entire Yulon Lake community was now surrounded by the military. It was simply a fantasy for Chen Xingtian to escape. The bullets fired by the special operations team were not random shots. Even if they didn't hit Chen Xingtian, they still restricted his movement space. Even though Chun Xingtian's speed was so fast now, unless he wanted to take a bullet, he could only be confined to a relatively small space, like a bird with its wings bound, helplessly watching Luo Ping get closer and closer. Chen Xingtian kept cursing inwardly. Damn it! Why are the people of Huagua so difficult to deal with? I just wanted to kill Chen Shen, the suddenly famous nouveau riche, but it's even harder than assassinating the leaders of small countries. The coordination of these troops is just too seamless, and it's clear they have been trained specifically to deal with internal martial arts experts. When facing these troops, Chen Xingtian simply cannot unleash his true strength. What on earth is happening in Huagua? Why is it so different from other countries? Now, Chen Xingtian finally recalls the warning his master gave him before. Never attempt to commit crimes in Huagua. It is definitely not a place where an internal martial arts expert can provoke. Perhaps Chen Xingtian's life has been too smooth sailing, or maybe it's because he easily supported the Jiangcheng group to its current status with his own strength, or perhaps it's because Huagua doesn't seem to have any particularly special standing in the international arena. Therefore, Chen Xingtian concluded that Huagua is not as terrifying as his master said. He even doubted whether his master had grown old and timid, which is why he spoke such disgraceful words. Thus, Chen Xingtian completely forgot his master's warning. But now, as he looks at the iron fist approaching him, Chen Xingtian finally admits he was wrong. He should not have ignored his master's warning and recklessly stepped onto Huagua's land. Once he escapes this calamity, he will never set foot in Huagua again. Chen Xingtian raised both hands to block Luo Ping's punch. Luo Ping's fist was heavy and hard. Chen Xingtian even suspected that what struck him was not a human fist but a meteor from the sky. The punch made Chen Xingtian's hands go numb, and he staggered back a few steps. Luo Ping would not miss this opportunity. He followed up with another fierce punch aimed at Chen Xingtian. Luo Ping's fist was filled with anger. For Huagua, for Wang Luyao, and for He Miao, he had to beat this beast to death. Seeing the fist closing in on him, Chen Xingtian once again altered the flow of his internal energy, strengthening his defense. Luo Ping's fist slammed heavily into Chen Xingtian's body. Luo Ping quickly realized something was off. The sensation of his fist hitting Chen Xingtian felt different this time. Previously, the feeling of his fist striking Chen Xingtian had indeed transmitted through flesh. But this time, it felt as if he had struck steel. Now Luo Ping confirmed that the information Wang Luyao had given him was accurate. This man in front of him could really change the flow of his internal energy and alter the properties it brought. Even though Chen Xingtian had indeed enhanced his defensive capabilities through his own techniques, the domineering power in Luo Ping's fist still fully transmitted into Chen Xingtian's body. Chen Xingtian was like a kite with its string cut, sent flying by Luo Ping's punch. However, Luo Ping soon noticed something was wrong. Logically, his punch shouldn't have sent Chen Xingtian flying so far. Chen Xingtian had taken his punch head-on and then used the force to escape. No wonder he is the master of the 7 killing star, he is truly ruthless. Sure enough, Chen Xingtian performed a somersault in midair and fled into the distance. But now, it was clear that Chen Xingtian's steps looked somewhat unsteady. Taking Luo Ping's punch head-on had indeed caused him some internal injuries. However, the encirclement had already formed, and escaping from this encirclement was simply wishful thinking. Chase! Luo Ping commanded as he led the Special Operations Team after him. The Special Operations Team pursued Chen Xingtian while firing in his direction. Chen Xingtian was recklessly increasing his speed, trying to escape from the pursuit. As the master of the 7 killing stars, he had already planned his escape route while preparing to assassinate Chen Shen. This escape route was also the only hope Chen Xingtian had at the moment. Originally, Luo Ping's punch had already caused internal injuries to Chen Xingtian, and now he was disregarding everything to channel his internal energy, the rapidly circulating energy continuously impacting his damaged meridians. For the sake of his only chance of survival, Chen Xingtian cast all of this aside. Even if it meant risking leaving hidden injuries, he had to escape from his current predicament. The injuries could be treated later, but if he couldn't get away, death was the only outcome waiting for him. Chen Xingtian naturally made his decision on what was more important. In fact, to escape faster, if the bullet shot at him from behind wouldn't hit his vital points, he wouldn't choose to dodge unnecessarily. This determination to sever his own wrist was merely to seize that slim chance of survival. Finally, Chen Xingtian dashed to the side of Yulon Lake and dove into the water, disappearing from sight. Seeing this scene, Luo Ping was not angry. He simply ordered the military to use armed helicopters to patrol the lake's surface. As long as Chen Xingtian surfaced for air, they would fire a barrage at him. At the same time, he arranged for frogmen to enter the water and track him. Escaping by water was not that simple. Once in the water, Chen Xingtian switched the flow of his internal energy again. Under this new path, he could minimize his metabolism and even alleviate his injuries. This state also ensured that Chun Qingtian could stay submerged for 30 minutes without needing to surface for air. Yulong Lake was not a closed lake. As long as he swam out along the waterway, Chun Qingtian could escape from this tight encirclement. 30 minutes underwater was enough for him to swim out of Yulong Lake. Chen Shen and his group arrived at the lakeside where Chen Qingtian had dived in, learning everything that had just happened from Luo Ping. Damn guy, does he think he can hide underwater like a turtle? If he has the ability, he can hold his breath down there for a lifetime. Wang Luyao's tone was fierce. She was clearly still angry about having suffered at Chen Qingtian's hands earlier. However, Chen Shen did not believe that Chen Qingtian would pay such a high price just to hide at the bottom of the water. Especially in the following minutes, the water police patrolling the surface and the armed helicopters circling above had not detected any signs of Chen Qingtian surfacing for air. Only then did Chen Shen finally make up his mind. It seemed that the tracking card he had just obtained was not going to be preserved. In order to completely eliminate the threat of Chen Qingtian, he decided to use the tracking card. A three-dimensional map suddenly appeared in Chen Shen's mind. Chen Qingtian was swimming out from the bottom of the water. In just 5 minutes, he was almost out of Yulong Lake. It turned out this was Chen Qingtian's plan. If he hadn't had this tracking card, he might have really gotten away. Just as Chen Shen obtained Chen Qingtian's whereabouts, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding, random task triggered, kill or capture the master of the 7 killing stars, Chen Qingtian, task reward, extract a skill from the master of the 7 killing stars, Chen Qingtian. Chen Shen was already determined to not rest until Chen Qingtian was dead. Now that the system had given him a task, it was like someone delivering a pillow when he was sleepy. As the master of the 7 killing stars, the skills he possessed were undoubtedly very useful. Chen Shen was quite satisfied with this task reward. However, compared to this, the name Chen Qingtian made Chen Shen more concerned. Chen Qingtian, Chen Qingyun. Chen Shen immediately thought of the Zhengcheng group. Moreover, the first time the killer from the 7 kills made a move against him was after he humiliated the Chen father and son at that banquet. And the master of the 7 kills actually entered the fray specifically for him. Could it be that Chen Qingtian is Chen Qingyun's brother, the son of Chen Zhanjun? Such a thought suddenly appeared in Chen Shen's mind. The more Chen Shen thought about it, the more he felt that this possibility was very high. The things that he couldn't understand before now became exceptionally clear. If Chen Qingtian really had a connection with the Chen father and son, then they would definitely be able to uncover something. Right now, he was the biggest benefactor of the Red Hacker Alliance, and with a direction to follow, it wouldn't be difficult to find some information. Let's go, he probably wants to swim away underwater, let's go bet on him. Chen Shen said to Luo Ping and Wan Luya. I think he might possess some ability to hold his breath underwater for a long time, like the turtle breathing technique in novels. If he wants to run, we just need to wait for him at the junction of Yulong Lake and the other rivers. Chen Shen's words brightened Luo Ping and Wang Luyao's eyes. Both of them thought Chen Shen's reasoning was very sound, and they immediately took a special forces team to get in the vehicle and head to the junction. After all, the patrol on the lake wouldn't stop. If Chen Shen's guess was wrong, they wouldn't suffer any losses. But if Chen Qingtian really had such an incredible ability, not blocking him at the junction could indeed allow him to escape, and they would lose face. Chen Shen also took the opportunity to get in the car, heading towards the junction. Using his familiarity with the terrain as an excuse, he directly pointed out Chen Qingtian's destination based on the swimming path he had in mind. Luo Ping and Wang Luyao chose to trust Chen Shen's judgment. The place he marked was indeed the most likely spot for Chen Qingtian to come ashore. In the car, Huang Xuanqi was also helping Wan Luya with acupuncture. It was a fantasy to think that one session of acupuncture could completely heal Huang Xuanqi's injuries. However, Huang Xuanqi could still help Wang Luya recover as much as possible, allowing her to regain more combat power. With Luo Ping cooperating with Wang Luyao, plus a special forces team providing remote fire support, even a fully recovered Chen Qingtian would not be their match. Not to mention that Chen Qingtian was currently injured and had multiple bullets in him. Facing such a lineup, surrender was the only option. In the outskirts, Chen Qingtian slowly swam up from the water, leaning on the shore and gasping for breath. Chen Qingtian moved all the muscles in his body, trying hard to push out the bullets that had lodged in his muscles. For some bullets that were too deep, he had no choice but to reach into the wound and forcibly squeeze them out. Throughout this entire process, Chen Qingtian gritted his teeth and said nothing. When he finally dug out the last bullet from his body, his face was already pale, but a hint of a relaxed smile hung on his lips. Now, there was no sound of helicopters overhead, and no blaring sirens around. He had escaped, he had truly escaped from that dire situation. They said that Huagwei was a forbidden land for assassins, but hadn't he just emerged from it under the pressure of military and police? Now, Chen Xingtian only needed to put on a silicone mask to leave Huagui normally. As for the setbacks and humiliation he faced in Huagui this time, Chen Xingtian would never forget. Once he left Huagui and recovered from his injuries, Chen Xingtian vowed to settle the score. Especially with Chen Shen, the root cause of all this, he would make him wish he were dead. In front of Chen Xingtian, the scene of himself torturing and killing Chen Shen seemed to appear. Even when Chen Shen begged him for mercy, he still ruthlessly sliced off pieces of flesh from his body. Unknowingly, Chen Xingtian let out a burst of laughter. This laughter sounded wild and insane. At that moment, an untimely voice echoed from the shadows. "Master of the 7 killers, we've been waiting for you here for a long time." Wang Luyao's voice was cold, her face filled with anger. She was determined to reclaim all the losses she had suffered from Chen Xingtian. Beside Wang Luyao stood the tall Luo Ping, and behind him, a special forces team armed to the teeth aimed their dark muzzles at Chen Xingtian. The glimmer of hope that Chen Xingtian had just gained was ruthlessly extinguished. He knew that his body had reached its limit. In his current state, it was impossible to escape from this dire situation again. "How did you know I was here?" Chen Xingtian struggled to ask. "Guessing. Anyway, if you guessed wrong, there would be no loss. I didn't expect to guess right." Wang Luyao's tone was relaxed. She exchanged a glance with Luo Ping and moved forward together. Even if Chen Xingtian wanted to surrender, they had to ensure he completely lost all ability to resist. As for how to achieve this goal, incapacitating Chen Xingtian was the best choice. Watching Wang Luyao and Luo Ping approach, Chen Xingtian stood up, ready to face them. But the unsteady steps reminded him of his current state. Facing Wang Luyao's fist coming at him, Chen Xingtian wanted to block it, but he simply couldn't keep up with her speed. He could only watch helplessly as her fist struck his face, his chest, and his abdomen. In just an instant, he was hit by dozens of punches, knocked to the ground by Wang Luyao, with blood gushing from the bullet holes in his body. He was like a wretched drowned dog. "Surrender! Tell me your true identity, and your intentions for entering Huagua. What is the purpose of your 7 Killers organization?" After confirming that Chen Xingtian had completely lost his ability to resist, Wang Luyao coldly began to question him. Unfortunately, she did not receive the answers she wanted. All she got was Chen Xingtian's maniacal laughter. "Surrender? Surrender to you? Even if I die, I am still the master of the 7 killers. How could I possibly surrender to you?" Chen Xingtian viciously scanned the crowd, then bit down hard, directly breaking the hidden poison sac in his mouth. The lethal toxin instantly spread throughout his body, and the Grim Reaper's scythe mercilessly took his life. Hearing Chen Xingtian's words, Wang Luyao immediately realized what he was trying to do and quickly reached out to try to dislocate his jaw. Unfortunately, she was still a step too late. After dislocating his jaw, all she could do was watch as black blood continuously oozed from Chen Xingtian's mouth. Even his eyes held a mocking gaze. "Bastard! Don't think that if you die, we won't be able to find out," Wang Luyao roared. "Let me give it a try." Huang Xuanqi stepped out of the darkness with a needle bag in hand. "Can you save him?" Seeing Huang Xuanqi, the heir of the Divine Doctor Hall, Wang Luyao felt as if she had grasped a lifeline. If it were an ordinary doctor, it would be impossible to save Chen Xingtian. But Huang Xuanqi was the heir of the Divine Doctor Hall. With the exquisite medical skills passed down from the Divine Doctor Hall, perhaps she could really bring Chen Xingtian back to life. After all, a living Chen Xingtian was far more important than a dead one. The information regarding the mysterious assassin organization, the 7 Killers, was extremely valuable. Sort of. I can save him, but all the toxins will be directed to his limbs and organs. Although he can wake up and regain clear consciousness, he will lose control over his body, becoming a useless person who can only speak, while constantly enduring the pain of his body being eroded by toxins. And his strength will only allow him to talk, not even able to bite his tongue to end his life. If it were an ordinary patient, I would rather they die peacefully than live in such a state worse than death. However, for this beast, this is indeed a fitting end. As Huang Xuanqi spoke, she pierced silver needles into Chen Xingtian's major acupoints. After inserting the last silver needle into Chen Xingtian's body, Huang Xuanqi suddenly mobilized her internal energy. Chen Xingtian's body underwent a noticeable change, the black toxins visibly spreading along his meridians, with prominent veins bulging all over his body except for his face. No, it couldn't be called veins. Because the blood vessels were filled with deadly toxins, they appeared in a terrifying black, looking eerie and horrifying. "Are we going to wake him up now?" Huang Xuanqi glanced at Luo Ping and Wang Luyao, asking. After seeing Wang Luyao nod, Huang Xuanqi once again mobilized her internal energy. The silver needles embedded in Chen Xingtian's body were drawn back to Huang Xuanqi's hand. She leisurely collected each silver needle back into her needle pouch. As the last silver needle left Chen Qingtian's eyes, he slowly opened them. Is this the world of the dead? Lying on the ground, Chen Qingtian looked at the treetops above and the pitch-black sky, unable to help but sigh. But why did this world of the dead feel so familiar? As if he had been here before. You're not dead. Wang Luyao's words rudely shattered Chen Qingtian's illusion. Chen Qingtian wanted to look up, but unfortunately, he didn't even have the strength to lift his head. He couldn't even move his limbs. However, he could be sure that his limbs were still there. Because at that moment, his limbs and torso were sending waves of unbearable pain. What have you done to me? Aren't you people from Huagua always priding yourselves on being moral gentlemen? I didn't expect your methods to be so vicious, Chen Qingtian questioned. However, his tone sounded extremely weak. We haven't tortured you. Everything is to save you. Being able to preserve your life amidst such terrifying toxins is already the limit of what we can do. But unfortunately, you will only be able to become a useless person who can speak but cannot move, and even lacks the ability to commit suicide for the rest of your life. Who told you to take such a terrible poison? You really left yourself no way out. Wang Luyao's tone carried a hint of mockery. After hearing this, Chen Qingtian felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Clearly, he only wanted to seek death. Why was he faced with such a resolution? Becoming such a useless person was even harder for Chen Qingtian to accept than death. Moreover, with such a self falling into the hands of the Huagua military, even wanting to die became a luxury. Chen Qingtian felt as if the sky had collapsed. At that moment, a beam of flashlight light fell on his face. The silicone mask had long been removed, revealing Chen Qingtian's original face. The intense beam of light made it impossible for Chen Qingtian to open his eyes. After a while, the beam finally weakened a bit. Why do you look so much like that bastard Chen Qingyun? By the way, according to the latest intelligence I've found, your name is Chen Qingtian, right? You can't really be the brother of that little brat Chen Qingyun, the son of that old bastard Chen Jianjun, can you? Chen Chen's tone was flippant. However, each word pressed heavily on Chen Qingtian's heart, nearly suffocating him. I don't know what you're talking about. Although Chen Qingtian felt uneasy inside, his professional training kept his expression unchanged. Wang Luyao was also taken aback by Chen Chen's words. She was ready to follow this lead further. If it turned out that Chen Qingtian was indeed Chen Jianjun's son, then the entire Jiangcheng group wouldn't escape. By the way, you haven't met me yet. I am your target this time, Chen Chen. I didn't expect you, the so-called master of the 7 killing stars, to be so overrated, turning into a useless person and not even managing to hurt a single hair on me. You really are pathetic. Chen Chen squatted down, forcing his face into Chen Qingtian's line of sight. In an instant, Chen Qingtian's blood pressure soared. To him, this predicament was entirely because of Chen Chen. Why was Chen Chen resisting? Wouldn't it be better to just be taken down by him? Instead, he had ended up like this. Chen Chen, you really deserve to die. Chen Qingtian roared at Chen Chen. As for Chen Chen, he was enjoying the sight of Chen Qingtian's impotent rage. Wasn't he always using that high and mighty attitude to threaten him over the phone? Now he lay here like a dead dog. He thought this so-called master of the 7 killing stars was so impressive, but was this all there was? Unfortunately, Chen Chen couldn't enjoy Chen Qingtian's expression for long, as Chen Qingtian soon fell into a state of unconsciousness. At that moment, Chen Qingtian's body was already extremely weak from poisoning and injury, and after being provoked by Chen Chen, he directly fainted. A few special forces soldiers quickly lifted the collapsed Chen Qingtian and took him away. The news of the capture of the master of the 7 killing stars would also be temporarily sealed off. This way, they could lure out the big fish. To make this act more convincing, Chen Chen planned to stay out of sight for a while, creating the illusion that he was already dead. This way, that old fox Chen Jianjun would surely be unable to contain himself and reveal his true colors. Chen Chen intended to make a big deal out of Chen Qingtian's issues, setting the fire ablaze at Chen Jianjun's feet. With the things Chen Qingtian had done, as long as it was confirmed to be related to the Jiangcheng group, then the Jiangcheng group would truly be finished. Chen Qingtian was indeed a good son of Chen Jianjun. He had rung the death knell for the Jiangcheng group with his own life. Jiangcheng Group, Chairman's Office. At this moment, Chen Jianjun was pacing back and forth. He knew that the commotion in Jiangcheng tonight was all caused by his precious son. The military and police had mobilized, turning the entire Jiangcheng upside down. Although Chen Jianjun had immense trust in his son's abilities, after all, he was the mysterious master of the 7 killing stars, he couldn't help but worry about his son given the current chaos. Just then, Chen Jianjun's phone rang. He quickly picked it up and checked the messages. The message indicated that the military and police were searching Lungyu Lake. There were even frogman teams diving underwater for the search. Receiving such news, Chen Jianjun felt a bit more at ease. Chen Xingtian had revealed some of his escape plans to Chen Jianjun. As long as the military and police were searching Longyu Lake, it meant his precious son had escaped. It seemed that the official authorities of Huaguo were nothing compared to his precious son. As for Chen Shen, the troublemaker, he must have been taken down by his own good son. In Jiangchang, daring to offend the Jiangcheng group is simply asking for trouble. Thinking of this, Chen Jianjun couldn't help but let out a triumphant laugh. Without that troublesome Chen Shen around, who in Jiangcheng could stand against the Jiangcheng group? The issues with the real estate company under his control were now thrown to the back of Chen Jianjun's mind. All he wanted now was to make a big move and bring the Jiangcheng group back to its peak, so that everyone in Jiangcheng would know that Jiangcheng is still under the Jiangcheng group's command. Chen Xingtian was taken away by the military. To avoid the attention of others, Chen Shen would not return to his Yulong Lake No. 9 villa for a while, but instead followed Wang Luyao to the residence arranged by the military. Wang Luyao's uncle was also about to arrive in Jiangcheng, and Chen Shen planned to take this opportunity to have a good conversation with Wang Luyao's uncle, uncertain if he should join the Wang family. After entering his room, Chen Shen immediately locked the door. The task of capturing Chen Xingtian had been completed, and now Chen Shen was eager to extract the skills from Chen Xingtian. As the master of the 7 kill star, although Chen Xingtian was currently in a very sorry state, this outcome was closely related to his excessive arrogance. Chen Xingtian's strength was undoubtedly impressive. Therefore, Chen Shen was extremely eager to extract Chen Xingtian's skills. Confirm extraction. Chen Shen silently recited in his heart. Ding, extracting skills from 7 kill star master Chen Xingtian. Acquired skill, special technique E-gene transforming meridians. This technique can remodel the body's meridians to fit various different techniques. The internal power cultivated through this technique can also directly operate other techniques. Hearing the extraction results, Chen Shen was filled with joy. From Chen Xingtian's combat performance, Chen Shen could see the power of Chen Xingtian's technique. This technique, as a foundational skill, could encompass any other technique without conflict. Although it seemed similar in effect to the 8th section brocade he learned from the Divine Dr. Hall, the internal power generated by the 8th section brocade was far too gentle. Indeed, as other ancient martial families have evaluated, it is suitable for health preservation, not for combat. Now that Chen Shen had extracted such a technique from Chen Xingtian, it truly solved his current problem. Moreover, the system's extracted technique didn't even require Chen Shen to practice, he could master it directly. It should be noted that such a technique has extremely strict requirements for the user's physique. Otherwise, Chen Xingtian's master wouldn't have been so eager to take him as a disciple upon meeting him. Even though Chen Xingtian's physique was compatible with this E-gene transforming meridians technique, he spent a full 3 years before finally mastering it. After learning some other combat techniques from his master, his combat power sword, which is how he became the renowned 7 kill star master. With the help of the system, Chen Shen completely mastered this extraordinary technique. He could also change the flow of his internal meridians at will through his will. Furthermore, the internal power cultivated through this technique was purer than that cultivated through the 8th section brocade. If the internal power cultivated through the 8th section brocade was like a gentle stream, then the internal power cultivated through the E-gene transforming meridians was as heavy as a river. There was a significant difference in essence between the two. After mastering the E-gene transforming meridians, Chen Shen immediately used this internal power to perform hard Qigong. Chen Shen could clearly feel that the hard Qigong he now mastered had a noticeable improvement in defensive power. Unfortunately, Chen Shen was unable to master the complete version of the hard Qigong, so he couldn't exert a combat power similar to Luo Ping's. However, even so, Chen Shen fell into a deep sleep, feeling quite satisfied. By the time Chen Shen woke up, it was already the next morning. The familiar system prompt echoed in Chen Shen's mind. Ding, 15th day of proposing divorce, reward, forced acquisition card. The host can use this acquisition card to forcibly acquire a company at market value. Chen Shen was fairly satisfied with today's reward. He planned to reserve this item for the Jiangcheng Group. Once the thunder of the Jiangcheng Group was detonated, the market price of the Jiangcheng Group would definitely plummet. When the market price hits rock bottom, Chen Shen would be able to acquire the Jiangcheng Group using this forced acquisition card. As for the acquisition funds, they wouldn't be enough for Chen Jianjun to repay those debts. Losing the company and facing high debts, the only outcome awaiting Chen Jianjun would be bankruptcy. Let him enjoy his moment of pride a little longer. A faint smile appeared on Chen Shen's face as he walked out of his room. The military had arranged for Chen Shen to stay at a military training base. The people around him also accompanied him to settle in. However, they were staying in the living area designated for military families, so they wouldn't come into contact with any military secrets. As for Chen Chen, he had been given the status of an expert by the military due to selling the super Bluetooth technology, and although he didn't have a military rank, he enjoyed many privileges. Therefore, aside from some truly classified military secrets, other areas were open to Chen Chen. Chen Chen went to the cafeteria to grab some breakfast. The breakfast at the base was quite simple, consisting of plain porridge, pickles, and steamed buns. However, Chen Chen found it somewhat difficult to swallow. It truly is easier to go from frugality to luxury than from luxury to frugality. During this time, Chen Chen's taste buds had been spoiled by Feng Xiaoxiao, to the point where he found these ordinary meals hard to eat. Chen Chen scolded himself for this bad habit that had been indulged, then continued eating his breakfast. Just as Chen Chen finished his meal, he saw Wang Luya. "Chen Chen, come with me quickly. My uncle has arrived, and he can't wait to meet you. Let's go," Wang Luya said as she pulled Chen Chen towards the door. At first, Chen Chen thought Wang Luya was in such a hurry because Chen Qingtian had spoken. He didn't expect it was actually Wang Luyao's uncle who had come. However, this was indeed a big deal. Chen Chen followed Wang Luya into an empty training room, where he saw a tall man dressed in a long gown. This person must be Wang Luyao's uncle. Wang Shouxin's gaze was focused on the hands that Wang Luyao and Chen Chen were holding. His niece had always been very proud, even looking down on men. When had she ever been so close to someone her age? Then Wang Shouxin carefully scrutinized Chen Chen from head to toe. Chen Chen had a very good figure, exuding a unique aura, especially that handsome face, which was not inferior to Wang Shouxin's peak appearance. Suddenly, a thought arose in Wang Shouxin's mind. Whether or not Chen Chen was a martial arts genius was debatable, but he had definitely captured the heart of his precious niece. Wang Luya keenly sensed her uncle's meaningful gaze and quickly released her hold on Chen Chen's hand. "Uncle, don't misunderstand, there's nothing between Chen Chen and me," Wang Luya hurriedly explained. However, this kind of behavior, which seemed to deny something that was already obvious, only confirmed Wang Shouxin's suspicions. It was well known that his niece was always proud. If there really was nothing between Wang Luya and Chen Chen, with Wang Luyao's personality, she would definitely disdain to offer any explanation. "Luyao, your uncle is not an old fossil. I understand and support young people in pursuing love freely. There's no need to hide anything from your uncle," Wang Shouxin said. "Uncle, I've already said that my relationship with Chen Chen is innocent," Wang Luya emphasized again. All right, you are innocent, is that enough? You young people." Wang Shouxin shook his head. He clearly believed that Wang Luya was being stubborn out of embarrassment. Seeing her uncle's unyielding attitude, Wang Luya felt somewhat helpless. However, she didn't plan to continue arguing. As long as her uncle spent more time with them, he would understand that their relationship was completely innocent. After teasing Wang Luya for a while, Wang Shouxin turned his attention back to Chen Chen. "According to our Luyao, you are a once-in-a-century martial arts genius, and you have concerns about joining our Wang family?" Wang Shouxin began. "Yes, according to Miss Wang, if I join the Wang family to learn, I only need to represent the Wang family in the grand competition among ancient martial arts families, and I cannot privately teach the skills learned from the Wang family. Other than that, there are no other obligations, right?" Chen Chen asked, voicing his most pressing concern. He didn't want to lose his freedom by learning the Wang family's techniques. "Yes, as long as you have good character and do not engage in wrongdoing that tarnishes our Wang family's reputation," Wang Shouxin nodded and replied. "Then if I have the opportunity in the future, can I learn techniques from other families?" Chen Chen further inquired. The Agenimi technique he had obtained had given him new aspirations. If you had asked this question 100 years ago, you would have been beaten to death. But now it's different. We are no longer in the era of ancient martial arts. If you are willing to learn, the elders from other families would also be willing to pass down their true skills. Moreover, during the grand competition, you can enter the library established by various ancient martial arts families, where you can naturally glimpse the intricacies of each family's techniques. In today's society, it is incredibly difficult to pass down the legacies left by our ancestors. Wang Shouxin sighed. The requirements for inheritors of internal family techniques are almost harsh. Furthermore, in this peaceful era, these ancient martial arts families cannot open martial arts schools to recruit disciples. However, the country still needs talents who master internal family techniques to complete certain special tasks. This is why there is a special Dragon Guard team. In fact, the soldiers recruited into the Dragon Guard team also enter ancient martial arts families to learn. For example, Luo Ping learned hard Qigong from the Ma family in the northwest. Wang Luyao added. "Alright, Senior Wang, I am willing to join your Wang family. After understanding the pros and cons, Chen Chen made his decision. Don't call me Senior Wang anymore, just like Lu Yao, you can call me Uncle. Now I will teach you our Wang family's techniques. I want to see what kind of person my niece calls a martial arts genius. As for the apprenticeship ceremony, just come to the Wang family courtyard when you have time and make it up then, Wang Shouxin said. He wasn't overly concerned about the formalities. Compared to those rituals, he cared more about Chen Chen's talent in martial arts. Subsequently, Wang Shouxin handed the Wang family's techniques to Chen Chen. The internal energy circulation path of the Wang family's techniques is quite unique, even described as simple and crude. The path of internal energy operation is very straightforward, even avoiding some irrelevant acupoints, moving directly from the body to the limbs. This method of internal energy operation is significantly faster than normal internal energy flow. It is precisely for this reason that the Wang family is renowned for their speed. However, there are also considerable drawbacks, namely relatively weak attack and defense power. The key to the Wang family's solution to these issues lies in their elusive palm and leg techniques, using speed to compensate for their deficiencies. I've learned it, Chen Chen said after listening to Wang Shouxin's description, as he altered the trajectory of his internal energy using the Yi Jin Yi Mai technique. Yes, the current trajectory perfectly matched the Wang family's martial arts. Youth, don't be too confident. Practicing martial arts cannot be overly ambitious. Even if you have great talent, how could you possibly master it just by listening to my explanation once? If you really learned it, then run a lap using our Wang family's internal energy. Upon hearing Chen Chen's words, Wang Shouxin snorted coldly, feeling increasingly dissatisfied. Confidence is one thing, but arrogance is another. Especially Chen Chen's current behavior seemed to Wang Shouxin to be nonsense. His impression of Chen Chen was rapidly declining. With such character, he absolutely did not agree to any relationship between Chen Chen and Wan Luya. Chen Chen did not respond to Wang Shouxin's doubts, merely smiling slightly, preparing to use the Wang family's internal energy to run a lap. He was also curious about how fast he could go. At this moment, Wan Luyao had also walked to Wang Shouxin's side. Wang Luyao could clearly see that her little uncle was angry. Uncle, you misunderstood Chen Chen. Chen Chen's talent in martial arts is truly terrifying. If it were someone else, it would be impossible to master the technique just by listening once. But for Chen Chen, I can only say that this is very normal. Wang Luyao spoke up. Wang Shouxin was convinced that this was because his niece was deceived by Chen Chen's handsome appearance. Luya, you are being deceived by Chen Chen. Even if Chen Chen is a genius, he is just one person. The techniques won't lie. If he can't use our Wang family's techniques, he will naturally be exposed. Wang Shouxin's tone carried a hint of dissatisfaction. How could his proud niece suddenly become infatuated, willing to believe such an outrageous lie? Fortunately, martial arts never lie. If Chen Chen fails to demonstrate the speed of the Wang family's techniques, it will shatter his lies. His niece will then see what kind of person Chen Chen truly is. He would expose the hypocritical mask of this pretty boy. Uncle, I'm ready, so I'll start now. Chen Chen adjusted his internal energy and spoke. Uncle, who is your uncle? Don't shout randomly. If you're ready, then start. What are you hesitating for? Wang Shouxin, already displeased with Chen Chen, spoke with a dark expression. Uncle, could you be a bit nicer? And wasn't it you who told Chen Chen to call you uncle before? Seeing Wang Shouxin's attitude, Wang Luyao became unhappy. Chen Chen was a martial arts genius she had discovered. If Wang Shouxin drove him away, wouldn't the Wang family be the one to suffer? I think you've been blinded by grease. Wang Shouxin looked at Wang Luyao and said irritably. How could his niece be deceived by this pretty boy? They hadn't even developed anything yet, and now she was already turning against him. What a misfortune for the family. Wang Shouxin felt as if his warm little coat was leaking, his heart feeling cold. Uncle, you shouldn't have too much prejudice against Chen Chen. Chen Chen is a once-in-a-lifetime genius. Once you see Chen Chen's strength, you'll understand. Wang Luyao's tone was firm, even tinged with a bit of pride. Luya, you're just too young. There are many frauds in this world. You've come straight from home to the military camp. You just lack social experience. Wang Shouxin took on the role of an elder and began to lecture Wang Luyao. At this point, neither could convince the other, so they remained at an impasse. Ultimately, both turned their attention to Chen Chen. Wang Shouxin's gaze clearly conveyed, what good is a pretty mouth when one runs and reveals the truth? As for Wang Luyao's eyes, they expressed, don't spare my uncle's feelings, let him see just how exaggerated the gap is between a genius and an ordinary person. Clearly, both were very confident in their judgments, but the conclusion would depend on Chen Chen's final performance. Under their watchful eyes, Chen Chen activated the Wang family's martial arts technique and surged forward. It was only when he truly began to move that Chun Chen felt the immense boost this simple yet brutal method of internal energy brought to his athletic ability. Using this method, where he could only take one step before, now Chun Chen could at least take four. At first, he found it a bit hard to adapt to his current speed, but after a few steps, he got used to his body, and his speed only increased, faster and faster. In Wang Luyao and Wang Shouxin's eyes, Chen Chen left behind a series of afterimages. This speed was a unique enhancement brought by the Wang family's technique. So, uncle, now you understand why I insisted on having Chen Chen join our Wang family, right? A martial arts genius like this might not appear even once in 1,000 years. Wang Luyao exclaimed. Each time she directly experienced Chen Chen's talent, it left her deeply shocked. Sometimes, the gap between individuals could be even greater than that between a person and a dog. Wang Luyao waited a long time for Wang Shouxin's response. She turned her head and found Wang Shouxin with his mouth agape, staring seriously at Chen Chen, who was racing on the track, clearly astonished by Chen Chen's monstrous talent. Wang Luyao tugged at Wang Shouxin's sleeve, finally bringing him back to reality. Wang Shouxin quickly rubbed his eyes to confirm he wasn't seeing things. Chen Chen had truly grasped their Wang family's technique just by hearing it once. Then, Wang Shouxin burst into a series of laughs. A genius of this caliber was still one of their own. As long as Chen Chen was around, the victor of the ancient martial arts competition in the coming decades would definitely be the Wang family. Wang Shouxin could already feel the envious gazes from other families. Watching Wang Shouxin chuckling foolishly, Wang Luyao couldn't help but think to herself that her uncle was really quite useless. She then reached out and pinched the soft flesh at Wang Shouxin's waist, finally bringing him back to the real world. Chen Chen also finished a lap and returned to their side. Senior Wang, how do you think I did? Chen Chen asked Wang Shouxin. When he said this, there was a hint of teasing in his tone. Although Chen Chen could understand Wang Shouxin's doubts about him, he still had some opinions in his heart. Senior Wang? Why call me Senior Wang? Good boy, didn't I just tell you to call me uncle along with Luyao? Senior Wang has made our relationship sound so formal. Wang Shouxin grasped Chen Chen's hand, his face breaking into a smile. Senior Wang, weren't you just saying? Chen Chen was about to continue teasing when he was directly interrupted by Wang Shouxin. Hey, how can you be like this, kid? Uncle admits it, uncle made an empirical mistake, uncle apologizes, uncle asks you to forgive him. Please don't hold a grudge against uncle. Wang Shouxin's attitude was humble, and his face wore a flattering smile. As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. Facing such a Wang Shouxin, Chen Chen indeed found it hard to say anything further. After all, Wang Shouxin's earlier doubts were not entirely unreasonable. Since he was so sincerely admitting his mistake, Chen Chen decided to forgive him. Chen Chen, our Wang family's signature skills are a form of snake palm and a technique called 100 cracks leg. These two martial arts complement our Wang family's unique internal energy. I'll teach you right now, so pay close attention. Feeling that the relationship between him and Chen Chen had slightly eased, Wang Shouxin couldn't wait to pass on these two signature skills of the Wang family to Chen Chen. Chen Chen continued to demonstrate his remarkable talent. After watching it once and practicing it once, he was able to master the technique proficiently. Even though Wang Shouxin was prepared, he was still shocked by Chen Chen's talent. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Wang Shouxin would never have believed that there could be someone with such extraordinary talent in the world. Chen Chen, you see, there's no time like the present. Why don't you come with us to the Wang family courtyard? After the apprenticeship ceremony, we'll register your name on the list of Wang family heirs. Anyway, you'll have to meet Luyao's family sooner or later. We, the maternal family, are quite curious about you. Wang Shouxin began to coax him. Originally, Wang Shouxin wasn't in a hurry to hold the apprenticeship ceremony, but after seeing Chen Chen's abilities, he immediately changed his mind. This promising seed must be registered on the list of Wang family heirs right away. If someone else took him away, they would regret it deeply. Uncle, what are you talking about? What maternal family? I've already said, there's nothing between me and Chen Chen, we're completely innocent. Wang Luyao's tone was urgent, and she turned bright red. Alright, you have nothing between you. Wang Shouxin's tone carried a hint of helplessness. How come the young people nowadays are more conservative than he is? It's just dating, what's there to hide? Uncle, how long will it take to get to the Wang family courtyard? I can't leave Jiangcheng for long right now, there are still things I need to handle here. Chen Chen was prepared to witness the bankruptcy of Jiangcheng Group being acquired by himself. At the same time, he also wanted to see the miserable end of Chen Jianjun and Chen Qingyun. Round trip, including the ceremony time, 2 days will be enough. Using the military's air route shouldn't be a problem. Wang Shouxin first glanced at Wang Luyao, and after she nodded, he spoke. Although Wang Shouxin was indeed Wang Luyao's uncle, this matter still required her consent. I'll think about it. If there's nothing pressing in the next few days, I'll go, Chen Chen said. Good, as long as you're free, we'll set off immediately. Wang Shouxin quickly replied. Chen Qingtian has woken up. Do you want to meet him? Luo Ping and Huang Xuanqi brought this news. Last night, after suffering a huge blow, Chen Qingtian fell into a coma. After being escorted to this military base and placed under strict surveillance, a military doctor stabilized Chen Qingtian's condition. The strange poisoning symptoms that appeared in Chen Qingtian shocked the military doctors. In their view, the toxin levels in Chen Qingtian's body were enough to kill him 100 times over. They could not understand how Chen Qingtian was still alive, let alone how to wake him up. If it weren't for Huang Xuanqi's intervention, Chen Qingtian would likely still be in a deep coma. Of course, Chen Chen said with certainty. Then, the group entered a heavily guarded hospital room. Chen Qingtian lay on the bed, eyes tightly closed. If it weren't for the heart rate monitor beside him still fluctuating regularly, one might suspect that he was dead. Chen Qingtian, don't think you can fool us by playing dead. If you don't start talking about everything you know in detail, when our interrogators arrive, you'll be in for it. Wang Luya was furious at Chen Qingtian's act of playing dead. However, Chen Qingtian continued to feign deafness and muteness. Dr. Huang, can you help me get him to speak? Wang Luya turned to Huang Xuanqi and asked. As the heir of the Divine Physician Hall, Huang Xuanqi naturally knew many methods that could make a person wish they were dead. As long as Huang Xuanqi was willing to intervene, even if Chen Qingtian's mouth were made of iron, it would be pried open. Sorry, I can't help with that. Previously, my intervention could barely be considered as treating and saving a life, but if I intervene again this time, it would go against the principles of our Divine Physician Hall. Although Huang Xuanqi did not consider Chen Qingtian to be a person at all, as a doctor, he still had his own principles. Wang Luyao and the others chose to understand Huang Xuanqi's stance. After all, there were plenty of people within the Dragon Guard who had their own means. Let Chen Qingtian have a few more hours of ease. Xuanqi, what if Chen Qingtian has been poisoned again? Can you save him again? Chen Shen took the opportunity to ask. Yes. As long as it's about treating and saving a life, I won't refuse. Huang Xuanqi nodded. By the way, there have been some restless mice in the villa recently. Xuanqi, do you have any special poison that could make those mice wish they were dead? Chen Shen continued to inquire. Upon hearing this, how could the others not understand Chen Shen's meaning? Although Chen Shen's idea was somewhat unscrupulous, it was undoubtedly very effective. Huang Xuanqi was not overly rigid. He immediately took out a bottle from his person. This is Duanchang San. After taking it, the meridians will break inch by inch, and the process is extremely painful. However, if I intervene, I can still cure it. Huang Xuanqi said confidently. Chen Chen excitedly took the small vial, ready to shove the powder into Chen Qingtian's mouth. Luo Ping and Wang Luya were soldiers, bound by discipline, and could not engage in such actions. Their indifference to Chen Shen's behavior already indicated their stance. Feeling Chen Chen getting closer, Chen Qingtian could no longer hold back. Is this how you Huagua people behave? Can you at least have some shame? How shameless! Chen Qingtian stopped pretending to be dead, suddenly opening his eyes and speaking. I'm the one being unscrupulous? I'm the one without shame? I'm the one who is shameless. You threaten me with an underage child, coerce me with an orphanage, take the money and still commit crimes. Who exactly is unscrupulous? Who is shameless? Playing double standards with me, huh? I won't indulge you. As Chen Shen spoke, he shoved the entire bottle of powder into Chen Qingtian's mouth. In his current state of complete muscle weakness, Chen Qingtian had no ability to resist Chen Shen. Even if he struggled desperately, it would not change the outcome. The powder was immediately absorbed once it entered Chen Qingtian's mouth. Chen Qingtian was already enduring the pain caused by the toxins eroding his body. After absorbing the powder, the pain became unbearable. A pair of eyes was filled with bloodshot veins, and a mournful cry like that of a beast escaped from the throat. The veins on the cheeks throbbed incessantly, and the blood surged throughout the body, as if it were about to burst the head apart at any moment. Huang Xuanqi seized the opportunity and plunged the silver needle in her hand into Chen Qingtian's body. Using the secret technique of acupuncture, Huang Xuanqi locked the poison in Chen Qingtian's limbs. Because the poison had not been expelled from the body, Chen Qingtian still endured the excruciating pain that gnawed at his bones, but this poison would not invade his heart and brain, allowing him to keep his life. However, after this ordeal, Chen Qingtian's already darkened limbs turned even more purplish. Chen Chen even caught a whiff of a foul odor from above. Do you want to talk now? Or do you feel that the taste just now wasn't enough, and you want me to treat you properly? Chen Chen's tone remained indifferent. Chen Chen would not feel even the slightest sympathy for Chen Xingtian, who had tried to kill him. Chen Chen was no saint, he only wanted Chen Xingtian to suffer torment and die thoroughly, so he could finally feel at ease. Still not speaking? Xuanqi, it seems that this rat is still disobedient. Do you have any other powders? Let me treat him again. Chen Chen snorted coldly. Huang Xuanqi began to rummage again and then handed a vial to Chen Chen. This vial contains a powder called Heart's Inability to Endure. After using it, one will feel an unbearable itch all over, which should be enough to deal with those annoying rats. Chen Chen was not polite and stuffed the entire vial of powder into Chen Xingtian's mouth. As the powder entered, Chen Xingtian felt as if ants were crawling all over his body. This itch did not only come from the surface, it seemed as if those invisible ants were also scurrying through the blood vessels inside his body. This unbearable itch made Chen Xingtian wish he could peel off his own skin. But now, Chen Xingtian had no way to use his hands. He couldn't even scratch the most basic itch, only able to widen his eyes and slightly move his body to rub against the sheets. However, this was merely a drop in the bucket for his unbearable itch. Each movement not only failed to alleviate the itch but instead drove Chen Xingtian's mind further into despair. As the master of the 7 killing stars, Chen Xingtian believed he could endure all the tortures of the world. Pain could not make him yield, it would only strengthen his will. Because of this, the methods Chen Chen had used on him earlier only made Chen Xingtian look down on him even more. This time, the itch brought by the powder completely broke through Chen Xingtian's psychological defenses. After struggling for more than 10 minutes, the light in his eyes completely faded. Now, he was willing to pay any price just to make the itch stop. Noticing the change in Chen Xingtian's gaze, Chen Chen shot Huang Xuanqi a cold look. Huang Xuanqi stepped forward and inserted several silver needles into Chen Xingtian's body. The suffocating itch was finally suppressed. Chen Xingtian greedily breathed in the air. He felt that everything now was so wonderful. Perhaps the brief moment of relaxation made him forget the difficulties he had endured earlier, and Chen Xingtian felt he could go on again. His gaze towards Chen Chen became rebellious once more. Seeing such a defiant Chen Xingtian, Chen Chen felt that he had been a bit too lenient. Just as Chen Chen was about to have Huang Xuanqi retract the silver needles that temporarily sealed Chen Xingtian's instincts and let this stubborn guy continue to savor the torment of a fate worse than death, he received a phone call. Chen Chen immediately chose to answer the call when he discovered it was from Red Hacker V. In order to completely shatter Chen Xingtian's lingering fantasies, Chen Chen even opted to turn on the speakerphone. Mr. Chen, we have a preliminary result regarding the matter you entrusted us with. According to the information we found, Chen Xingtian is indeed the son of Chen Jianjun. Moreover, over the years, Chen Xingtian has provided significant convenience to the shipping operations of Jiangcheng Group through his connections. Shipping is also the most profitable and core business of Jiangcheng Group. We even found that Chen Xingtian arranged for assassins from the 7 kills to eliminate seamen from other shipping companies to ensure the interests of Jiangcheng Group's subsidiary shipping company. I have already sent the specific evidence to your phone. As for other deeper issues, we are still investigating. Every word from Red Hacker V struck Chen Xingtian's heart like a heavy hammer, completely shattering the already cracked psychological defenses he had. You want to deceive me? Do you think I would fall for your tricks? I don't know any Chen Jianjun or Jiangcheng Group. Chen Xingtian remained defiant, acting as if he wouldn't shed a tear until he saw the coffin. At this moment, Chen Chen and his team, who were reviewing the evidence, chose to ignore him. After examining the detailed evidence, the anger in the eyes of the group directed at Chen Xingtian was palpable. Who gave Chen Xingtian the audacity to commit such acts? That shipping route had already crossed a chaotic area still in conflict. Ships traversing that waterway, aside from Jiangcheng Group's fleet, mostly faced hijacking incidents. The deaths of those seamen had originally been blamed on local pirates and rebels, but it turned out these were all orchestrated by Chen Xingtian. For the sake of his family's interests, he harmed his fellow countrymen. To maximize profits, all seamen with favorable conditions were even sent to medical beds on the high seas, becoming organ donors. The information Red Hacker V uncovered in just one night was shocking, not to mention the more sordid dealings that Chen Xingtian had hidden away. What a Chen Xingtian! What a Chen Jianjun! What a Jiangcheng Group! Even if they died 100 times, it would not suffice to let those deceased compatriots rest in peace. Chen Chen stepped closer to Chen Xingtian. Chen Xingtian felt a renewed sense of crisis. Hey, I haven't said anything. Don't you want to hear my secret? Don't you really want to know my purpose for coming to Huagua? With each step Chen Chen took closer to Chen Xingtian, the latter's inner turmoil grew. By the time Chen Chen stood beside him, Chen Xingtian had completely surrendered. Just now, I asked you to speak, but you didn't want to. Now that you want to talk, it's too late. Even if you say nothing, I can still find evidence. Await your punishment. As Chen Shen spoke, he pulled out the silver needle that had been piercing Chen Xingtian's body. As the silver needle left Chen Xingtian's body, the familiar pain and itchiness surged back like rising tide, engulfing him once more. Chen Xingtian soon writhed on the hospital bed like a maggot, his eyes wide open, the bloodshot orbs seeming to pop out of their sockets, continuously emitting unpleasant howls. Huang Xuanqi noticed Chen Chen's slightly furrowed brow and, understanding the situation, stepped forward to give Chen Xingtian another injection. With this shot, Chen Xingtian instantly quieted down, merely gasping for breath like a deflated bellows. Hold on a little longer, you'd better live through this torment. If you were to die so easily, I would be very sad. Chen Shen gently patted Chen Xingtian's face and then left the hospital room with the others. Bang! The door of the hospital room was slammed shut by Chen Chen, making a muffled sound. The entire room was devoid of light, as if it had fallen into an endless hell. Luo Ping and Wang Luyao immediately went to verify the data they had received. As long as they confirmed that the evidence in Chen Chen's hands was real, then the Jiangcheng group would be doomed. As for more evidence against the Jiangcheng group and Chen Xingtian, it was likely that the Red Hacker V would continuously provide it in the future. One must say, the rewards from the system were indeed useful. Without the help of the Red Hacker Alliance, Chen Chen would have had no way to obtain solid evidence to take down Chen Xingtian and the Jiangcheng group. The good days for the Jiangcheng group were coming to an end. However, before that, it was more important to make the Jiangcheng group's debts pile up. With that thought, Chen Chen picked up the phone and called Lin Zha. Chen Chen, you really are still alive. Are you hurt? As soon as the call connected, Chen Chen heard Lin Zha's voice. Lin Zha's tone was still casual, but Chen Chen could sense some concern in his tone. Don't worry, I'm fine. Everything is just a trap aimed at the Jiangcheng group, Chen Chen said. Lin Zha was a smart person and naturally knew what could be asked and what could not, so he changed the subject. Why did you call me this time? What do you want me to do? Lin Zha keenly sensed Chen Chen's intention and asked. Chen Chen was not the type to call just to chat. Since he called at this sensitive time, he must have a purpose. I hope you can help the Jiangcheng group acquire the land in the west of the city. Chen Chen's words made Lin Zha's scalp tingle. Chen Chen, do you know what you're saying? Are you crazy? Or are you being threatened by someone? Lin Zha's tone was no longer calm. Calm down. I'm not being threatened, and I'm not crazy. I already have evidence to take down the Jiangcheng group. I just plan to dig a pit for the Jiangcheng group, making them have more debt issues. Chen Chen's tone was flat. Are you sure? Can you really bring down the Jiangcheng group completely? Lin Zha asked. One must know that the Jiangcheng group's influence in Jiangcheng was deeply rooted. The livelihoods of countless people in Jiangcheng were closely tied to the Jiangcheng group. Bringing down the Jiangcheng group was not an easy task. Besides having enough means, one also needed the determination to cut off one's own hand. This time, the Jiangcheng group has crossed the line. They are at a level that can be made an example of. The Jiangcheng group cannot be let off. If we create more debt for the Jiangcheng group now, I can acquire the Jiangcheng group at a lower cost. Chen Chen continued. Okay, I understand. I will tell Wang Xiangxing to change the plan. Wu Qingchang will also fully cooperate with the Jiangcheng group to acquire the land. At the same time, the project in the west of the city requires a high security deposit, and if it cannot be delivered on time, they will also face exorbitant penalties for breach of contract. Lin Zha immediately made a decision. He would definitely not miss such an opportunity. After hanging up the phone, Lin Zha immediately notified Wang Xiangxing and Wu Qingchang. Wang Xiangxing naturally complied with Lin Zha's request without hesitation. As for Wu Qingchang, he could avoid backstabbing Qin Jianjun while also repairing his relationship with Lin Zha, so he wouldn't mind. As for the reason behind Lin Zha's change of heart, neither Wang Xiangxing nor Wu Qingchang would be foolish enough to ask. If Lin Zha was willing to tell them, he would have made it clear from the start. Since Lin Zha didn't say anything, it indicates that he doesn't want them to know the reason. They are all old foxes in the business world, and they are well aware of such matters. As for Chen Shen, after calling Lin Zha, he made another call to Gao Huan. Boss, are you okay? I was really worried. As soon as the call connected, Chen Shen heard Gao Huan's eager voice. I have something for you to do. Go find Wu Qingshan and have him arrange for a shipment of fresh goods to Jiangcheng. The price needs to be high, and the deposit and penalty for breach of contract should also be high. Just say it's a last-ditch effort with his entire fortune on the line. Once it's done, you can give Wu Qingshan some channels back. You can gauge the balance yourself. Chen Chen said. Understood. Boss, are you trying to dig a pit for Jiangcheng Group? Gao Huan's voice suddenly became professional, and he guessed Chen Chen's intention. Good to know. This needs to be done quickly, it would be best to finalize it in the next couple of days. Yes, boss, just wait for my good news. After hanging up, Gao Huan immediately drove off in his flashy red Ferrari. He wouldn't slack off on the task Shen Chen had given him. Then, Shen Chen continued to call Ding Yong. He informed Ding Yong that the authorities would soon take action against Jiancheng Group. When the time came, Shen Chen would inform Ding Yong again. Ding Yong was also prepared to short Jiancheng Group once more. At the same time, Ding Yong couldn't help but marvel. His boss truly had connections everywhere, he could obtain such high-level secrets. Once his operation to short Jiancheng Group was exposed again, he would surely become a new legend in the stock market. Thinking of this, Ding Yong was filled with motivation. Chen Chen's next call was to Hong Kovi. Chen Chen asked Hong Kovi to focus on Jiancheng Group's tax issues. If there were any problems with their taxes, they must find a way to expose it, ensuring Jiancheng Group wouldn't pay their taxes. Hong Kovi was always a person with a strong sense of justice, otherwise, he wouldn't have joined the Red Guest Alliance. He wouldn't refuse such a legitimate request. With this entire set of actions, it would surely drain Jiancheng Group's liquidity. By then, even if Chen Chen forcibly acquired Jiancheng Group, Chen Jianjun couldn't change the reality of their downfall. After handling these matters, Wang Luyao and Luo Ping returned once more. At this point, their expressions were quite grim. Clearly, they had confirmed through official channels that the information Chen Chen received from Hong Kovi was indeed true. Chen Jianjun and Chen Xingtian, this father-son duo, built their fortune by selling out their fellow countrymen. Such scum do not deserve to live in this world. At the same time, Wang Luyao and Luo Ping brought Chen Chen a definite piece of news. In 3 days, the state would sanction Jiancheng Group. Chen Jianjun would certainly not escape the fate of being captured. As for Chen Qinyun, without his father's protection, he too would not escape legal punishment. In fact, the state could have acted against Jiancheng Group immediately. The 3 days left were merely to give Chen Chen time to strategize against Jiancheng Group. The authorities were naturally well aware of Chen Chen's plan to acquire Jiancheng Group. "Uncle, we can head to the Diwang family courtyard now." After finishing the call, Chen Chen said to Wang Shouxin. Upon hearing this, Wang Shouxin's eyes lit up. This was definitely the best news he had heard all day. "Great, I'll call Lu Yao, and we'll leave right away," Wang Shouxin quickly replied. Before long, Chen Chen and the others arrived at a helipad at the military base, where a military helicopter was already waiting for them. After getting off the helicopter, Chen Chen and his companions walked into the mountains. "Chen Chen, I've already informed the clan," Wang Shouxin said. "Tomorrow morning, we will hold the apprenticeship ceremony. At the latest, you can leave by tomorrow night." Wang Shouxin knew that Chen Chen had important matters to attend to and didn't dare waste his time. "Thank you, uncle," Chen Chen nodded slightly. "It's no trouble at all, from now on, we are all family, so there's no need for such formalities." As he spoke, Wang Shouxin's gaze kept drifting towards Wang Luyao. Previously, Wang Shouxin had acted like a worried parent, fearing that his precious cabbage would be trampled by a pig, but after witnessing Chen Chen's talent, his mindset had completely changed. Now, Wang Shouxin was only worried that his precious niece didn't have enough means to win over Chen Chen and that this martial arts genius might slip away. As for Wang Luyao, she had become immune to Wang Shouxin's words. As long as he didn't speak too bluntly, she pretended not to hear anything. All of them were martial artists, so they moved quickly. Before long, Chen Chen saw a large mansion nestled deep in the mountains. At the entrance stood 2 pairs of stone lions, and just a glance was enough to feel the weight of history. It was unclear from which dynasty these ancient relics had come. Just as Chen Chen was studying the stone lions, the gate of the Wang family mansion opened. An elderly man dressed in a tang suit with white hair stepped out first. This man was the head of the Wang family, Wang Jindo. The moment Chen Chen saw the old man, he knew he was definitely a master. Although the old man was walking towards him, Chen Chen couldn't hear a single sound from his footsteps. Even when Chen Chen concentrated to listen, he still heard nothing. This showed that the old man had long since become accustomed to walking silently, even integrating this way of moving into his life. Chen Chen recalled the Wang family's martial arts techniques, which were incredibly suited for an assassin's path. He could already imagine how much enemy blood had stained the old man's hands. "You must be Chen Chen," the old man said. "Good child, you've had a long journey, you should rest first. Tomorrow morning, we will hold the apprenticeship ceremony." The old man's attitude was incredibly warm upon seeing Chen Chen. Wang Shouxin had already informed the old man about Chen Chen's talent over the phone. With the old man's prestige in the Wang family, even if Wang Shouxin had 100 times more courage, he wouldn't dare speak in front of the old man. The old man had never heard of or seen someone with Chen Chen's martial arts potential. This was truly a once-in-a-thousand-years martial arts prodigy. For someone like Chen Chen to join their Wang family was undoubtedly an honor for them. No wonder the old man's attitude was so enthusiastic. Following this, a young man beside the old man led Chen Chen to the guest room prepared for him. Everyone, do you have any advice? After bringing Chen Chen to the guest room, the young men did not leave immediately but instead surrounded Chen Chen in a semicircle. They said nothing, just staring at him. For a moment, the atmosphere in the room became strange. It's not really advice, the leading man said. We just want to tell you that Luyo is the only girl in our generation, and she has been cherished like a treasure by us brothers since she was little. If you dare to treat our little sister poorly, you'll have to answer for it. Upon hearing this, Chen Chen immediately understood that this group of people had clearly misunderstood the relationship between him and Wang Luya. How could the Wang family be like this? Could it be that the relationship between him and Wang Luya was really that suspicious? Everyone, you've misunderstood me. My relationship with Miss Wang is completely innocent. We are just ordinary friends, Chen Chen hurriedly explained. Unfortunately, Chen Chen's explanation had the opposite effect. Upon hearing his words, the expressions of the group of men changed dramatically. Chen Chen said he and the little sister were completely innocent, just ordinary friends? What a joke! The little sister had always been indifferent and distant towards other men, yet she was laughing and talking with Chen Chen. If it were with other women, that could be considered ordinary friends, but when it came to the little sister, everything became particularly abnormal. It was impossible that their little sister had feelings for Chen Chen, but Chen Chen had no feelings for her. Not taking the initiative, not rejecting, not being responsible. Such behavior could only be that of a scumbag. Coupled with Chen Chen's good looks that made most women feel inferior, he was undoubtedly a scumbag. Well, who would have thought that their little sister would fall for such a high-level scumbag for the first time? Chen Chen, I warn you, if you just want to play around, stay away from our little sister. If you hurt her, I will make you regret coming into this world. The leading man spoke again. I've already said that my relationship with Miss Wang is completely innocent. You shouldn't think so dirty. Chen Chen frowned slightly, feeling perplexed about what was going on with this group of people. Did they not understand human language? He had already said that he had no relationship with Wang Luyao, yet they insisted on pulling it in that direction. Wasn't this making things difficult for him? Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, even hinting at a standoff, Wang Luyao entered the guest room. What are you all doing here? Wang Luyao asked in confusion. For some reason, upon hearing Wang Luyao's voice, this group of aggressive men suddenly turned into obedient children. Nothing. Little sister, don't misunderstand. We were just asking Chen Chen if he needed our help. Yeah, don't misunderstand. We weren't making things difficult for Chen Chen. The young men of the Wang family immediately explained. However, the last sentence was simply a case of there's no silver here. Upon hearing this, Wang Luyao's brows furrowed. Chen Chen is a distinguished guest of our Wang family. You actually thought about making things difficult for him. Get out, all of you get out. Wang Luyao said, driving all these annoying guys away. Wang Luyao had been spoiled since childhood in the Wang family and was the treasure of these young men. When Wang Luyao spoke, those young men immediately ran out of the room. They didn't make things difficult for you, did they? After driving them away, Wang Luyao scanned Chen Chen's body and, not finding any injuries, finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed her impulsive brothers hadn't done anything irreparable. No, it's just that they seem to have misunderstood our relationship. Chen Chen's words made Wang Luyao's face turn bright red. Don't mind them. They are just a bunch of fools who can't think straight, Wang Luyao said fiercely. She couldn't take action against her uncle, but she could certainly teach her foolish brothers a lesson they would never forget, so they would know that not every rumor could be spread recklessly. By the way, Grandpa asked me to take you over. He has something to discuss with us. Wang Luyao remembered the purpose of her visit to Chen Chen and said, Okay. Chen Chen followed Wang Luyao to a small courtyard. The head of the Wang family, Wang Jindo, was already waiting for them here. You've come, can you guess why I called you here? Old Master Wang pushed 2 cups of tea in front of Chen Chen and Wang Luyao, then took a sip from his own cup. I assume Old Master Wang is looking for me regarding tomorrow's apprenticeship ceremony. I wonder if there are any matters I need to pay attention to. Chen Chen was agreeable. In his view, a long-established ancient martial arts family like the Wang family must have many rules. Since he was going to become a disciple of the Wang family, he naturally had to abide by their customs. The reason I called you here indeed relates to that. However, I will discuss the details of the apprenticeship later. What I want to talk about now is something else important. Old Master Wang set down his teacup, and his tone became serious. Hearing this, Chen Chen and Wang Luyao straightened up. This time, Luyao has already told me about your experiences in Jiangchang. I also know about that strange martial art. It even has certain connections with our Wang family. Old Master Wang began. Grandpa, what exactly is going on? How could our Wang family have anything to do with those people? I really don't know anything. Wang Luyao's tone suddenly became agitated. How old are you, and yet your temperament is still so impulsive? Just listen patiently. Old Master Wang glanced at Wang Luyao and said. Although this statement seemed to express dissatisfaction with Wang Luyao, there was a special fondness in his words. Then hurry up and tell us, don't keep us in suspense. Wang Luyao sat back down but still complained. Chen Chen, do you know about the 8 external gates? Old Master Wang looked at Chen Chen and asked. Chen Chen shook his head. Old Master Wang continued to speak. The so-called 8 external gates are also known as 8 external trades. They do not belong to the 360 trades but are considered unorthodox. The 8 external gates do not produce but encompass all the unorthodox paths in the martial world, and even the martial sects from ancient times to the present cannot be separated from them. The 8 external gates are Qianmen, Daomen, Duomen, Jigwangmen, Sumingmen, Honshujuan, Lanhuamen, and Shentiomen. The Wang family was once a branch of the Sumingmen among the 8 external gates. The ancestors of Sumingmen were famous historical assassins like Xuanzhu, Yaoli, and Jingku. You can think of Sumingmen as a killer organization. The martial art used by that kid Chen Xingtian is precisely the signature skill of Sumingmen, the Ajini Maiju. Learning this skill can transform the human meridians, allowing them to adapt to various different martial arts. However, this set of skills has extremely harsh requirements for physical constitution, and only by mastering this skill can one become the leader of Sumingmen. Old Master Wang spoke eloquently. Grandpa, do we still have any connections with that so-called 7 Killers organization? Wang Luyao continued to ask. No. Our Wang family only has historical ties with Sumingmen. Sumingmen has long disappeared from the annals of history, and even the leader's token is nowhere to be found. Our Wang family has no connection whatsoever with that 7 Killers organization. Old Master Wang stated. Grandpa, what's the purpose of telling us all this? Wang Luyao asked in confusion. Of course, it's to remind you. Although the Sumingmen in the country has vanished, there are still many people abroad trying to restore it. That Chen Xingtian is the key to restoring Sumingmen. If Chen Xingtian falls into your hands, it would completely shatter their fantasy of restoring Sumingmen. They won't let you off easily. Old Master Wang added. Grandpa, what's there to be afraid of? They're just some shady assassins. If they dare to cause trouble in our Huagua, let them come and go without return. Wang Luyao said disdainfully. Chen Xingtian, the master of the 7 Kill Star, has already been dealt with by them. What's there to worry about with those rabble? You just don't understand the principle that a visible spear is easy to dodge, but a hidden arrow is hard to defend against. Even the most meticulous plan can have a flaw. If someone finds an opportunity, your life could be in danger. Grandpa Wang reached out and poked Wang Luyao's head heavily. Grandpa, then what do you think we should do? Am I supposed to bow my head to them? Wang Luyao retorted. Not necessarily. I will find a few influential people overseas in my capacity as the head of the Wang family. Let this matter end here. They can make as much noise as they want abroad, but at home, they must behave themselves. However, before that, you all need to be a bit more cautious. Especially you, Chen Chen, there are quite a few people keeping an eye on you. Grandpa Wang said. Thank you for your concern, Grandpa Wang, I will be careful and pay attention. Chen Chen nodded. If someone dares to assassinate him, then let them come. After all, he has triggered several random tasks from such attempts. Who knows, if they try to assassinate him a few more times, he might unlock several new tasks. Chen Chen was eager for this, even hoping for more reckless individuals to take action against him. Grandpa Wang sensed the nonchalant attitude of Wang Luyao and Chen Chen and couldn't help but sigh. They had no idea how dangerous real assassins could be. It seems he would have to handle this matter himself to ensure it ends here. Grandpa Wang, what about the other factions of the 8 outer gates? Chen Chen asked, following up on this question. Such secrets are usually inaccessible to ordinary people. Since Chen Chen learned about this existence from Grandpa Wang, he naturally wanted to know more. Little Chen Chen, since you're interested, I'll tell you. Unlike my foolish granddaughter, who had the chance to learn such secrets but didn't care at all, Grandpa Wang said, glaring fiercely at Wang Luyao. The Thief Gate, as the name suggests, is for thieves who engage in stealing. The Gu Gate originates from Xiangxi and is skilled in the use of Gu techniques. The Mechanism Gate excels in creating mechanisms and is the most upright among the 8 outer gates. Now, the Mechanism Gate has been absorbed by the state and has become a research department. The 1,000 gates represent 1,000 techniques, engaging in fraud. The Orchid Gate is akin to ancient courtesans. Even to this day, it remains the most prosperous, as the matters between men and women are eternally unending, and it is the faction with the widest influence and the most informed among the 8 outer gates. The Divine Tune Gate, also known as the Witch Gate, is concentrated in the northeast, skilled in performing rituals and summoning deities. The Red Handkerchief Gate specializes in illusions and ancient tricks. Although somewhat similar to magicians, their techniques are far superior. Grandpa Wang explained the information about the 8 outer gates in an easy-to-understand manner. However, whether the 8 outer gates are thriving today, aside from the Mechanism Gate, remains hidden in the shadows. After all, aside from the Mechanism Gate, the other factions of the 8 outer gates have always been in the dark. Thank you for your teachings, Grandpa Wang, Chen Shen said. After learning about the 8 outer gates, Chen Shen also heard from Grandpa Wang about the matters he needed to pay attention to tomorrow. As night fell, Chen Shen and the others returned to their rooms to rest. Chen Shen did not have the bad habit of being unable to sleep in unfamiliar beds. After a long journey today, the Wang family courtyard, nestled deep in the mountains, had exceptionally fresh air, and Chen Shen slept particularly soundly. The next day, as soon as Chen Shen opened his eyes, the familiar system notification echoed in his mind. Ding! On the 16th day of proposing divorce, reward, token of the Death Gate. Soon, an ancient dagger appeared in Chen Shen's hand, heavy and solid. This must be the so-called token of the Death Gate. The dagger's sheath was very old-fashioned, engraved with intricate patterns, as if each line recorded a piece of history. Chen Shen pulled the dagger from its sheath. The blade did not reveal a chilling gleam that would make one's heart race. In fact, it looked quite different from what Chen Shen had imagined. The blade was dull and seemed to absorb all light, so that if one did not focus, they would hardly notice such a dagger. It even appeared to be blunt, almost as if it were rusty. Holding the dagger, Chen Shen made a light cut. Surprisingly, it sliced through the corner of the table as easily as cutting tofu. The sharpness was completely at odds with the dagger's appearance. Yet, this seemingly harmless dagger was the true deadly blade that could pose a significant threat. Moreover, while holding the dagger, Chen Shen felt a chilling sensation emanating from the hilt. Gripping the dagger made him feel exceptionally calm, with thoughts unusually clear. It seemed that nothing in the outside world could stir his inner peace. If such a dagger were in the hands of a powerful assassin, it would undoubtedly be like adding wings to a tiger. Chen Shen returned the dagger to its sheath, and the strange feeling he had experienced vanished completely. It seemed this was indeed a special function of the dagger. After securing the sheath, Chen Shen suddenly realized a problem. Yesterday, he had learned from Old Master Wang about the information related to the Death Gate. To become the leader of the Death Gate, 2 conditions needed to be met. First, one must learn the art of muscle transformation and meridian shifting. Second, one must retrieve the token of the Death Gate. Now that Chen Shen had fulfilled both conditions, he was, in name, the leader of the Death Gate. Could it be that today's system reward was this long-established mysterious organization? However, would those assassins connected to the Death Gate really accept him for such a reason? Chen Shen couldn't help but feel doubtful. He planned to ask Old Master Wang about this question. Old Master Wang was also an old member of the Death Gate. If it weren't for the war against the Japanese pirates that decimated the elite of the Death Gate, and the lack of a survival ground for the Death Gate after the establishment of the New China, it wouldn't have fallen apart. After meeting Old Master Wang, he would be able to get a definite answer. Chen Shen woke up quite early. The formal apprenticeship ceremony wouldn't start until 9 o'clock. It was only 8 now, leaving him an hour to gather more information from Old Master Wang. Chen Shen made his way to the small courtyard where Old Master Wang lived, familiar with the route. At that moment, Old Master Wang was practicing his punches in the yard. Chen Shen, the apprenticeship ceremony is about to begin. Did you come to see me for something? Seeing Chen Shen in his courtyard, Old Master Wang stopped his movements and asked, Old Master Wang, I have something I'd like you to take a look at, Chen Shen replied. Oh, what is it? To come find me at this time must mean it's something significant. Let me see. Old Master Wang's curiosity was instantly piqued. Chen Shen took the dagger out of his pocket, holding it with both hands and raising it in front of Old Master Wang. Upon seeing the dagger, Old Master Wang froze in place as if struck by a spell. At that moment, his mind was filled with memories of a tumultuous past. The officer who infiltrated the military camp to assassinate the Japanese invaders. Even knowing that success in the mission would not spare him from death, countless assassins from the Death Gate remained undeterred. The assassins of the Death Gate were fundamentally different from ordinary killers. They held a sense of national duty in their hearts. Like their ancestors, such as Xianzu Zhuan, Yali, and Jingku, they could go to their deaths for the sake of righteousness without hesitation. Their ancestors were like this, and so were they. Old Master Wang trembled as he took the dagger from Chen Shen's hands, gently tracing the patterns on the sheath with his fingers, then carefully drawing the dagger from its sheath. Seeing the dull blade of the dagger, a mist filled the bloodshot eyes of Old Master Wang. "Where did you get this dagger?" Although Old Master Wang tried to control himself, his voice still trembled. Before meeting Old Master Wang, Chen Shen had already thought about how to answer his question. "Old Master Wang, I grew up in an orphanage, and this dagger has been by my side since I was little. In addition, there is a scroll of martial arts. I didn't understand the so-called internal martial arts before, so I couldn't grasp the secrets in the scroll. However, after learning the hard qigong and the 8 pieces of brocade from the Divine Physician Hall, I retrained that scroll and unexpectedly succeeded. And I can confirm that this set of martial arts is indeed the I Jin Jing. The information you mentioned yesterday about Chun Qing Tian and the Death Gate made me connect these two things immediately. After much consideration, I decided to come and clarify things with you." Old Master Wang did not doubt Chen Shen's words. However, the dagger in his hand, representing the Death Gate, was irrefutable. Although Old Master Wang had told Chen Shen about the Death Gate yesterday, he had not mentioned that the token of the Death Gate was such a dagger. Moreover, Old Master Wang had confirmed that the dagger in Chen Shen's hand was indeed the lost token of the Death Gate. The only thing that made Old Master Wang suspicious was whether Chen Shen had truly mastered the I Jin Jing. "Chen Shen, show me the I Jin Jing." Old Master Wang's voice became serious again. Old Master Wang needed to verify the truth of Chen Shen's claims. This was very important to him. Chen Shen did not refuse and demonstrated the I Jin Jing, applying hard qigong, the 8 pieces of brocade, and the internal power of the Wang family martial arts. The 3 distinctly different internal powers manifested in Chen Shen's body, heavy and solid, long and distant, swift as thunder. "Good, good, good." After a long silence, Old Master Wang finally exclaimed 3 good words. "Heaven will not destroy my Death Gate, it has ultimately been passed down. Wang Jindo has met the leader of the Death Gate." As Old Master Wang spoke, he bowed deeply to Chen Shen, his tone filled with immense satisfaction. In Old Master Wang's eyes, that so-called 7 Killers organization and that Chun Qingtian were nothing but clowns flaunting the banner of restoring the Death Gate. Old Master Wang did not take them seriously at all. After Chun Qingtian was captured, he felt a sense of relief. With Chun Qingtian's character, he was unworthy to represent the Death Gate, even being associated with it was a misfortune for the Death Gate. Now, standing in front of Old Master Wang, holding the token of the Death Gate, having mastered the I Jin Jing, and possessing the right connections and appearance, Chen Shen was undoubtedly the most legitimate heir of the Death Gate. This is not the kind of crooked melon or cracked jujube that Chun Qingtian can bump into. Although Chen Shen has not yet grown up, he has me by his side to protect him. The reconstruction of the Death Gate is just around the corner. This time, there was a heartfelt bow from Old Master Wang. "Old Master Wang, you really are making me feel overwhelmed." Chen Shen originally wanted to step forward to stop Old Master Wang. However, Old Master Wang sincerely wanted to bow, and with his speed, Chen Shen simply couldn't keep up. He could only help the prostrated Old Master Wang back up. The sect leader's words are quite wrong. As long as I, Wang Jindo, am a member of the Death Gate, I will be a member for life. When meeting the sect leader, there is naturally no reason not to bow. Wang Jindo spoke with righteous fervor. "Old Master Wang, let's agree that one bow is enough. If you bow again, it will really overwhelm me." Under Chen Shen's insistence, Old Master Wang ultimately accepted this request. However, Old Master Wang's attitude towards Chen Shen remained respectful. "Chen Shen, since you hold the token of the Death Gate, rebuilding the Death Gate is your mission. Rest assured, the entire Wang family will help you. In addition, the old men who survived the National Defense War will also firmly support you." Old Master Wang held Chen Shen's hand and spoke. Chen Shen could see a glimmer of hope in Old Master Wang's eyes. Old Master Wang was afraid that Chen Shen would be unwilling to rebuild the Death Gate. Only Chen Shen could rightfully undertake the reconstruction. If Chen Shen refused, then Old Master Wang's dream would be completely shattered. "Old Master Wang, I will do my best," Chen Shen nodded and said. Of course, Chen Shen would not refuse to hold such a powerful force in his hands. No one would complain about having too few or too small cards in their hand. With Chen Shen's definite response, Old Master Wang finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Chen Shen was willing to rebuild the Death Gate, that was enough. Even if Chen Shen was just a mascot and did nothing, he could help him overcome all difficulties. Thinking of this, a smile inevitably appeared on Old Master Wang's face. In Chen Shen's eyes, it seemed as if Old Master Wang had suddenly become decades younger, full of vigor. At that moment, Wang Shouxin also arrived at Old Master Wang's small courtyard. "Dad, why are you and Chen Shen still here? The apprenticeship ceremony is about to start." If you don't get there soon, you'll miss the auspicious time. Today, Wang Shoshin was dressed particularly elegantly, with a joyful expression on his face. What are you in such a hurry for? Do you think I could forget the time? Old Master Wang shot Wang Shoshin a glare, seemingly complaining that he was disturbing his mood. Dad, I didn't mean that. I just want to quickly bring Chen Shun into our Wang family. I can't wait to drink Chen Chen's apprenticeship tea. Wang Shoshin quickly replied. At this point, Wang Shoshin's smile was unstoppable. With Chen Chen's extraordinary talent, he only needed a little guidance, and Chen Chen's future achievements would be limitless. To take such a disciple is truly a stroke of luck for him. You think you deserve to be Chen Chen's master? Old Master Wang glanced at Chen Chen with a look of disdain. It seemed he was not looking at his own son, but rather at a piece of trash. Dad, what do you mean by that? Didn't we agree that Chen Chen would take me as his master? I currently don't have a single disciple under my name. It should be my turn. If he doesn't take me as his master, does he take you instead? That lineage wouldn't be right. Wang Shoshin complained. Take me as your master? I want to take disciples on behalf of my master. Indeed, the lineage is not right. In the future, when you see Chen Chen, you should politely call me Little Master Uncle. If your attitude is bad, be careful, I'll skin you alive. Old Master Wang spoke sternly. Wang Shoshin now doubted whether he was still asleep or if he was experiencing some kind of hallucination. His disciple, who had come to him, was gone, and instead, he had gained a Shirshu, uncle disciple? Was he going crazy, or had the world turned upside down? It must be that he was still dreaming. How could such an absurd thing happen? Dad, you're not joking with me, are you? After a long time, Wang Shoshin finally came to his senses and asked with a trembling voice. Joking? What would I joke about with you? Hurry up, if you miss the good time for my junior brother to pay his respects, I won't let you off. Old Master Wang walked past Wang Shoshin and kicked him right in the backside. Wang Shoshin lost his balance and fell to his knees on the ground. At that moment, his face was filled with unwillingness and regret. Watching Old Master Wang and Chen Chen walk further away, Wang Shoshin's heart bled. He could only tremble and stretch out a hand, shouting a single word, "No! Father, the apprenticeship ceremony is about to start, where is Shoshin?" Old Master Wang's eldest son, Wang Shaoren, asked. His younger brother was so impulsive. He was about to become a master, yet his temperament hadn't settled down. What would happen in the long run? Don't worry about him. I've decided, I will take a disciple on behalf of my master. From now on, Chen Chen will be my little junior brother. Old Master Wang declared directly. His words shocked everyone present. Old Master Wang was not someone who joked around, especially on such matters. What qualifications did Chen Chen have to become Old Master Wang's junior brother? In the ancient martial arts world of Huaxia, Old Master Wang was considered a giant, one of the highest-ranking figures. If Chen Chen became Old Master Wang's junior brother, offending him would be like slapping the Wang family in the face. Such an identity was nothing short of soaring to the sky. All eyes were now focused on Chen Chen. Previously, they only knew of Chen Chen's high talent, but they never expected his talent to be this high. So high that even their family head, Old Master Wang, was moved, even thinking he lacked the qualifications to teach Chen Chen, which led to this method of taking a disciple on behalf of his master. The younger members of the Wang family who had confronted Chen Chen in the room yesterday now wore expressions of panic. If Chen Chen became their grandfather's junior brother, wouldn't that make him their Shirshu, uncle? The hierarchy could be crushing. Yesterday, when they spoke disrespectfully to Chen Chen, if he casually mentioned it, they would definitely face the family rules, and none of them could escape. At the same time, these younger members cast sympathetic glances at Wan Luyao. Their little sister was truly pitiful. After finally liking a man, that man turned around and became her Shirshu. With such a hierarchy in between, it was destined to be impossible for her and Chen Chen. Poor little sister. Looking at the expression on her face, she must be heartbroken. Grandfather was really confused. How could he ruin his precious granddaughter's happiness like this? Right now, Wang Luyo was as her unreliable brothers saw her, with vacant eyes. However, at this moment, Wang Luyo was not heartbroken but in disbelief. What on earth had happened? Wasn't it agreed that Chen Chen would take her little uncle as his master? With Chen Chen's entry incident, wouldn't that make him her little junior brother? But now, the little junior brother who was supposed to be a sure thing was gone, and instead, there was an added Shirshu. What was going on here? Don't say that the younger generation is serious. Even Wang Shiren was quite surprised when he heard the news. However, once he regained his composure, he chose to respect his father's wishes. Since his father had made this decision, there must be a reason behind it. Supporting his father was enough. He would surely provide an explanation in due time. It's my father, and hello, little master uncle. With just a simple sentence, Wang Xiaoren had already expressed his stance. With Wang Xiaoren speaking up, the other members of the Wang family also chose to accept this outcome. "Hello, little Master Uncle. Hello, Master Uncle." In an instant, the courtyard was filled with voices of greetings. Chen Chen nodded in acknowledgement one by one. He also noticed that the group of young men who had looked at him strangely yesterday were now greeting him with an unusually polite tone. Chen Chen couldn't help but marvel at the good family traditions of the Wang family. When the clock struck 9, the apprenticeship ceremony officially began. Chen Chen had already been reminded of the important points to note for the ceremony and was familiar with the process. The only difference from what was originally planned was that Wang Xiaoxin, who was supposed to stand in a high position waiting to be honored, was replaced by a portrait of the old Master Wang. The entire ceremony was personally presided over by the old Master Wang himself. This ceremony, which the Wang family valued, went off without a hitch and was completed smoothly. Chen Chen officially became the true junior disciple of the old Master Wang. "Eldest brother, take a few of the younger brothers to my courtyard. I have something to discuss with you." After the ceremony, the old Master Wang spoke to Wang Xiaoren. He then took Chen Chen with him and returned to his own courtyard first. "Yes, father." Wang Xiaoren understood that his father wanted to explain the reason for accepting Chen Chen as a junior disciple. He immediately took a few of his younger brothers to the old Master Wang's courtyard. On the way, Wang Xiaoxin still seemed to have lost his soul, sighing every 3 steps, clearly struggling to accept the current outcome. After the elders left, Wang Luyao's brothers quickly came to her side, wanting to comfort their heartbroken little sister as soon as possible. "Little sister, don't be sad. Grandpa has already accepted Chen Chen as a junior disciple. It's destined to be impossible between you two. There are plenty of fish in the sea. It's hard to find a 3-legged toad, but there are plenty of 2-legged men. You will definitely meet someone more suitable in the future." Her brothers immediately expressed their concern. With every word they spoke, Wang Luyao's expression grew darker. They took this as Wang Luyao being hurt, which only made them more distressed, increasing their efforts to comfort her, each trying to pull her out of her sorrowful mood. They were completely unaware that Wang Luyao's dark expression was entirely directed at their nonsensical chatter. "I told you, I have nothing to do with Chen Chen. Can't you understand human language?" Wang Luyao roared, swinging her fists at the thick-headedness of her foolish brothers. Each collision of her fists against their heads resulted in a large, swollen bump. Unless she made these filthy-minded guys feel some pain, they would never learn their lesson. In an instant, the Wang family courtyard was filled with the cries of her unreliable brothers. It wasn't that Wang Luyao's strength was invincible among the younger generation. After all, she was the only girl in her generation. If her brothers dared to fight back, they would surely face a mixed double punishment from their parents. Faced with Wang Luyao's attacks, they could only flee with their heads in their hands. The wails from the courtyard naturally did not reach the old Master Wang's small courtyard. Old Master Wang sat in the main seat. Beside him was his newly accepted junior disciple, Chen Chen, while his 5 sons sat respectfully below. "I called you here today to inform you of an important matter. Do you all remember where the Wang family originates from?" Old Master Wang scanned his sons and spoke. "Father, our Wang family is a branch of the death-seeking sect among the 8 outer gates. This, I dare not forget," Wang Xiaoren replied. The other 4 brothers nodded in agreement. "I know that some of you have reservations about my accepting Chen Chen as a junior disciple. Although you haven't voiced it, I should indeed provide you with a reasonable explanation. According to the rules of the death-seeking sect, whoever can retrieve the sect's token and master the art of muscle transformation and meridian shifting becomes the sect leader." At this point, old Master Wang glanced at Chen Chen. Chen Chen immediately raised the dagger passed down from the death-seeking sect. He then performed the art of muscle transformation and meridian shifting once more. "What are you all standing there for? Don't you kneel to the sect leader?" Old Master Wang looked at his sons, who were frozen in place, and rapped his fingers heavily on the table, his tone dissatisfied. Only then did Wang Xiaoren and the others come to their senses. The scene they had just witnessed was simply too unbelievable. Although old Master Wang had often lectured them about the death-seeking sect since they were young, they had never actually encountered it. To them, the death-seeking sect felt more like a legend. Yet, this legend had suddenly reappeared before their eyes. How could they not be astonished? "We pay our respects to the sect leader." Led by Wang Xiaoren, the 5 bowed deeply to Chen Chen. However, during this process, Wang Xiaoxin still felt a pang of discomfort. The disciple he had just acquired was gone, and now he had an additional senior uncle and a sect leader. This feeling was truly stifling. Although Wang Xiaoxin felt awkward inside, his bowing motion was not delayed in the slightest. It seemed his body had accepted this harsh reality before his mind did. Chen Shen instinctively wanted to stop them, but Old Master Wang pressed him down into his seat with one hand. Sect leader, in terms of generation, they are your junior disciples, in terms of status, they are your disciples. For the sake of reason and sentiment, they must bow to you once, Old Master Wang stated. Alright, but just this once, any more would really overwhelm me, Chen Shen replied. Fine, you are the sect leader, so do as you see fit. Junior brother, I plan to gather the old members of the death-seeking sect from both domestic and overseas to inform them of your existence. As long as these old bones are around, the framework of the death-seeking sect will remain. We just need to continuously add fresh blood, and the death-seeking sect can thrive as it once did. Old Master Wang's tone was very excited. It seemed that in his mind's eye, he could already see the death-seeking sect flourishing. Old Master Wang, I have no objections, but will the country accept the existence of the death-seeking sect? Chen Chan also raised his concerns. This was Chen Chan's greatest worry. The death-seeking sect was undoubtedly a sharp knife. No ruler would want such an unstable organization to exist among the people. This matter isn't really a problem. As long as we don't act domestically, I believe the country won't oppose us. The death-seeking sect has always taken it upon itself to root out treachery and punish evil. I believe the country has some matters that are inconvenient for them to handle and will need us to deal with overseas. However, sect leader, we still need to meet with the higher-ups to clarify this matter. Old Master Wang spoke. At his age, Old Master Wang had seen too many things. As long as the Death Gate can work for the country and does not become a threat to it, there is no reason for the country to refuse its existence. Good. Chen Chen nodded. These matters were all being handled by Old Master Wang. Chen Chen just needed to wait for news. Gate Master, when I contact the scattered disciples, you must meet them as well to put their minds at ease, Old Master Wang added. Of course. But Old Master Wang, are you sure which disciples will recognize me as the Gate Master? Chen Chen asked. They will naturally recognize you. Once a disciple of the Death Gate, always a disciple of the Death Gate. This sentiment is unwavering, this resolve unchanging. Old Master Wang spoke with certainty, each word resonating. Chen Chen might not understand what that dagger represented to the disciples of the Death Gate, but Old Master Wang knew all too well. Alright, I will follow Old Master Wang's arrangements. Chen Chen nodded again. Just then, a voice came from outside the door. Grandpa, father, we have a guest. The one calling out from outside was Wang Guiqi, the eldest of the third generation of the Wang family. Old Master Wang led everyone out of the small courtyard. Shao Qi, which family's guest is it? Old Master Wang was somewhat surprised. A guest at this time was indeed a bit strange. If they were here to congratulate, they should have come before the apprenticeship ceremony. What could this timing mean? Could it be that the guest's purpose was not the apprenticeship ceremony? It's Luo Tong from the Guwu Luo family. He specifically requested to see Uncle Master. Wang Guiqi replied truthfully. Upon hearing this name, everyone immediately understood what was going on. Luo Tong from the Guwu Luo family had admired Wang Luyo since childhood. Unfortunately, Wang Luyo had always ignored him. It wasn't personal, she treated all the men of her generation with the same indifference. Presumably, Luo Tong had learned about Chen Chen and came to visit. If Chen Chen were merely a disciple accepted by Wang Shouxin, it would just be a matter between juniors, easily resolved as long as there were no excesses. But now, Chen Chen had become Old Master Wang's junior. If this matter wasn't handled properly, it could escalate into a deliberate provocation from the Guwu Luo family against the Guwu Wang family, which would be a serious issue. Therefore, at the first sign of trouble, Wang Guiqi had Luo Tong wait outside the courtyard while he informed his grandfather and father to handle the situation properly. Let him in. It's just right to use his arrival to let everyone know that I, Wang Jindo, have a junior brother now. Old Master Wang said. Why is it taking so long to let me in? I'm not here to cause trouble. I just want to see what kind of man can make Lu Yao look at him differently. At the entrance of the Wang family courtyard, Luo Tong stood with his arms crossed, one foot tapping impatiently on the ground. Brother, if you hadn't brought that thing with you, I might have believed what you said. The pretty girl, Romanly, pointed at the black bag on Luo Tong's back and said, weapons can't be left behind, your training isn't sufficient yet. When you're as strong as me, you'll understand. A hint of embarrassment crossed Luo Tong's face at being called out, but he still tried to maintain his composure. Watching her stubborn brother, Romanly merely let out a series of hisses. Just as Luo Tong and Romanly were bickering, the gate of the Wang family courtyard suddenly opened. Luo Tong was about to step inside, but his foot was halted mid-air. The scene before him made Luo Tong doubt whether he was still asleep. Wasn't he here today to find Chen Chen, the newcomer to the Wang family? Why did old Master Wang bring the entire Wang family to greet me at the door? Bah! What kind of greeting is this? What kind of face do I have to deserve such a welcome from old Master Wang? Luotong began to recall every word and action since he arrived at the Wang family courtyard, wondering if he had offended old Master Wang in any way. Otherwise, why would there be such a scene? Grandpa Wang, why did you come out personally? We are all juniors, we should be the ones visiting you in your courtyard. The sweet-talking Roman Lee quickly chimed in, tugging at Luotong as she spoke. Yes, Grandpa Wang, how could we juniors be worthy of you coming out to greet us? Luotong forced a smile. Little Luotong, you must be very curious why you just wanted to find Chen Chen, yet there's such a grand scene waiting for you, right? Old Master Wang said with a warm smile, patting Luotong on the shoulder, as if treating him like his own nephew. Under Old Master Wang's warm demeanor, Luotong instinctively spoke his mind. Yes, I just came to find Chen Chen, didn't I? It's just a matter between us juniors, there's no need for such a big fuss. You really scared me, Luotong said, patting his chest and making a frightened expression. Little Luotong, if Chen Chen were really a junior, then indeed there wouldn't be such a big fuss. But your information is a bit outdated. Chen Chen is not on the same level as you. Chen Chen is my junior apprentice. Tell me, if you're looking for a senior uncle, shouldn't I make a big deal out of it? Old Master Wang's face remained gentle, but every word made Luotong's expression grow increasingly grim. After Old Master Wang finished speaking, Luotong's face turned completely pale. Grandpa Wang, you're not joking with me, are you? How could Chen Chen be your junior? Luotong said with a bitter face. I don't have the habit of joking. Old Master Wang's smile faded, and he became serious. Yes, I am indeed Old Master Wang's junior apprentice. Today, Old Master Wang is accepting disciples on behalf of my master. Chen Chen stepped out from behind Old Master Wang and spoke to the already trembling Luotong. By the way, there's one more thing I think I need to tell you. I am just an ordinary friend of Wang Luyao, don't misunderstand. Chen Chen said as if recalling something. Chen Chen's words shattered Luotong completely. Good news, Chen Chen has no relationship with Wang Luyao, so Luotong still has a chance. Bad news, Chen Chen is Old Master Wang's junior apprentice, and Luotong's actions are tantamount to provoking the entire Wang family. And this good news didn't make Luotong feel happy at all. It's a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. Luotong said, his voice trembling. Yes, Grandpa Wang, it's all a misunderstanding. If I had known that Master Chin is your junior, how could my brother have come to the door? Roman Lee quickly added, fearing the situation would escalate. Don't worry, I don't have the habit of making things difficult for juniors. Today, I'm just expressing an attitude. Chen Chen is not someone you can provoke. This matter can be big or small, as long as you apologize sincerely, it will be over. Old Master Wang said. I'm sorry, I apologize for my actions. Hearing this, Luotong was overjoyed and immediately bowed in apology, his tone particularly sincere. Now, not to mention just apologizing properly, as long as this matter could end here, Luotong would even be willing to knock his head on the ground. That's not enough. Old Master Wang shook his head. Luotong was now utterly confused. Hadn't his attitude already been quite proper? This attitude is still not enough. What kind of attitude should I show? Just as Luotong was at a loss, Roman Lee spoke up. Grandpa Wang, I will take my brother back right now. Tomorrow, I will have the elders in the family bring my useless brother to formally apologize. Roman Lee felt an immense disdain for her foolish brother. What the Wang family wanted was not Luotong's attitude, but the attitude of all ancient martial arts families towards Chen Chen. Her foolish brother was merely a chosen target for establishing authority. This matter must be made as big as possible, so that all ancient martial arts families would know about it. Alright, I will be waiting for you to come and apologize tomorrow. Old Master Wang nodded, looking very satisfied. Then Roman Lee bowed to Old Master Wang and dragged her foolish brother away. After walking for a while, Luotong asked in confusion, Sister, do you think I will get beaten to death when we go back? Luotong spoke with lingering fear. Don't worry, brother, at most they'll just cripple you, they definitely won't kill you. Roman Lee said casually. Her foolish brother needed to suffer a little, otherwise, he would surely cause some big trouble in the future. It's better for him to learn his lesson early. Luotong's face grew increasingly bitter. He didn't understand how things had suddenly turned out this way. In the Wang family courtyard. After dealing with Luotong's issue, Old Master Wang brought Chen Chen back to his small courtyard. From today on, I will personally teach you martial arts. As for the internal skills and combat techniques of other families, I will help you acquire them as well. Old Master Wang said. As the leader of the soul-seeking sect, Chen Chen's combat power absolutely could not be low. Moreover, Old Master Wang had heard about Chen Chen's talent. He did not want to waste such a rare genius. Eldest, have the young ones in the family gather at the training ground in the courtyard and practice with their granduncle. Old Master Wang said to his eldest son, Wang Sharan. The Wang family's martial arts and techniques had already been passed on to Chun Chen. During the learning process, Chun Chen had shown his extraordinary talent. After just one demonstration from Old Master Wang, Chun Chen was able to learn it quite well. After practicing a few more times, he was already able to grasp it thoroughly. Although Old Master Wang had already learned from his younger son about Chun Chen's outstanding talent, he was still deeply shocked when he witnessed it with his own eyes. Such talent truly is a once-in-a-thousand-years occurrence. Having such a leader in the soul-seeking sect is undoubtedly a blessing for the sect. Chun Chen could definitely become the revitalizer of the soul-seeking sect. Since Chun Chen had already mastered these martial arts, continuing to let him practice alone would not be of much help. The real problems would only be revealed in battle. At the same time, Old Master Wang also wanted to use Chun Chen's hand to give a good lesson to the younger generation of his family, making them understand that there are always people better than them. Although these young ones now speak highly of their granduncle Chun Chen, they surely do not truly respect him in their hearts. Once they are each dealt with by Chun Chen, they will naturally come to admire him sincerely. Could Chun Chen lose? That possibility does not exist at all. Chun Chen is a martial arts prodigy that comes once in a millennium, and he has mastered the most unique techniques of the soul-seeking sect. Even if all the younger generation join forces, they might not be Chun Chen's match. To defeat Chun Chen in a one-on-one match is even more of a fantasy. When Old Master Wang brought Chun Chen to the training ground, the younger generation of the Wang family was already waiting respectfully. Hello, Grandpa. Hello, Granduncle. When Chun Chen and Old Master Wang entered, everyone greeted them in unison. You little ones know why I called you here, right? To practice with your granduncle, Old Master Wang said loudly. Grandpa, isn't this a bit inappropriate? If we go too hard and hurt our granduncle, that would be a sin. Why not let father and uncle accompany our granduncle for training? Wang Guowei, the most impulsive of the third generation of the Wang family, spoke up. Do you really think you can match your granduncle? If anyone among you can defeat your granduncle, I will allow them to go down the mountain for 3 months of travel, Old Master Wang declared. His words excited the younger generation of the Wang family. As descendants of an ancient martial arts family, they rarely had the chance to leave the mountain. Now, defeating Chun Chen would grant them such a precious opportunity. How could they not be thrilled? In the eyes of the Wang family's younger generation, Chun Chen had become a coveted prize, something everyone wanted to take a bite of. Granduncle, please give me guidance. Brothers, my skills are shallow, so let me test the waters first. Please don't blame me. Wang Guohan, the youngest of the third generation, stepped onto the martial arts stage and bowed to Chun Chen. His behavior made his brothers exclaim in embarrassment. Especially Wang Guowei, who had just suggested the challenge, now felt his younger brother had stolen his thunder. However, there was no flaw in Wang Guohan's words, so he had to take the lead. It was a pity that such a great opportunity was handed to this kid. Thinking of this, Wang Guowei couldn't feel happy at all. Please give me guidance. Chun Chen nodded in acknowledgement to Wang Guohan. As soon as Wang Guohan saw Chun Chen standing firm, he immediately flew towards him. Wang Guohan's body turned into a shadow in the air, his speed indeed commendable. He rushed in front of Chun Chen, raised his palm, and aimed a strike at Chun Chen's chest. Just as his palm was about to hit, Chun Chen slightly sidestepped, and the strike missed entirely. Wang Guohan was not the least bit annoyed. The Wang family's palm technique was called the spirit snake palm, as flexible and changeable as a spirit snake. Wang Guohan's palm traced a strange arc in the air, reaching towards Chun Chen's neck in an incredible manner. But Chun Chen seemed to have anticipated Wang Guohan's intention, stepping back again, causing Wang Guohan's attack to miss once more. After 2 consecutive failed attempts, Wang Guohan grew dissatisfied and launched a more aggressive attack on Chun Chen. Yet each time, his palm was just a hair's breadth away from touching Chun Chen's body. But that tiny bit, no matter how hard he tried, he could never reach. Now, it wasn't just Wang Guohan who was anxious. Even his brothers were getting impatient on the sidelines. Are you even capable? Speed it up. You're just a little bit away from touching your granduncle. This is what happens when you don't practice hard enough. Your training is lacking, and now you're falling short. You can't even touch the hem of your granduncle's clothes. It's simply embarrassing for our Wang family. Although Chun Chen had a high status, he had only just entered the fold today. Wang Guohan, while indeed the weakest among his brothers, had at least trained diligently for over 10 years. If Wang Guohan couldn't defeat Chun Chen, that would already be embarrassing enough, let alone not even being able to touch Chun Chen's body. That would be a complete disgrace for the Wang family. Hearing his brother's words, Wang Guohan felt his face burning, hot and stinging. Originally, he had wanted to take advantage of this situation, but unexpectedly, he had become a laughingstock instead. Wang Guohan was clearly agitated now. Old Master Wang, along with his 5 sons, was also watching the situation in the training arena. After seeing Wang Guohan completely lose his composure, Old Master Wang let out a long sigh. The current days had made the temperament of the clan's children deteriorate significantly. The Wang family had always trained assassins. Assassins must never lose their rationality or act impulsively, no matter the circumstances. Wang Guohan had clearly committed a grave mistake. With the reconstruction of the Death Gate imminent, how could their younger generation, so lacking in composure, bear the weight of the family in the future? After today, they would need to strengthen the training of these little ones. They absolutely could not be allowed to continue being so lax. The previous training methods had been far too lenient. It was time for these youngsters to understand how they themselves had been trained at their age. For some reason, a chill suddenly ran through the younger members of the Wang family, as if something terrifying awaited them. In the training arena, Wang Guohan, who had lost his mind and was attacking wildly, had already become disordered in breath and steps. He stubbornly swung his palm towards Chun Shen, who simply shifted to the left, but leaned his right leg forward. This small movement directly tripped the disordered Wang Guohan. Everything happened so suddenly. Wang Guohan had no time to react and fell headfirst. In an extremely embarrassing manner, he brought this encounter to a close. Wang Guohan propped himself up. This fall had completely awakened him. His earlier actions were truly laughable. If he hadn't acted impulsively, even if he couldn't defeat Chen Shen, he certainly wouldn't have lost in such a disgraceful way. Thinking of this, Wang Guohan wished he could slap himself a few times to wake himself up. You have a nosebleed. Just as Wang Guohan was filled with regret, Chen Shen's words abruptly interrupted his self-reproach. Hearing this, Wang Guohan finally felt a warmth in his nose, and when he reached up to wipe it, he indeed found blood. He quickly raised his head and fumbled his way down from the stage. This dramatic scene made the younger members of the Wang family laugh as if they were watching a joke, nearly unable to stand up from laughter. However, Old Master Wang and his 5 sons saw much more. From this battle, it was clear that Chen Shen was leading Wang Guohan by the nose, almost like playing with a child. Not only was Chen Shen's martial arts talent exceptional, but his combat skills were also terrifying. Chen Shen was simply a prodigy. Fortunately, Chen Shen was part of their family, which made Old Master Wang feel immensely gratified. Uncle Master, my little brother doesn't understand much, let me come and seek your guidance. Wang Guowei jumped onto the training platform and spoke. Come on. Chen Shen nodded, ready for battle. Although the previous fight between Chen Shen and Wang Guohan had seemed like child's play, Wang Guowei still discovered something from it. Chen Shen's footwork was truly remarkable. It was precisely because of this footwork that Chen Shen had achieved victory just now. However, if Chen Shen possessed such exceptional footwork, then he must have some shortcomings in his offensive techniques. According to the information Wang Guowei had received, Chen Shen had not been practicing ancient martial arts for long. No matter how high his talent was, reaching such a level of footwork was already the limit. Coupled with the fact that Chen Shen had not taken the initiative to attack earlier, it was evident that he was not skilled in direct confrontations. Therefore, when Wang Guowei stepped onto the stage, he had already made up his mind to force Chen Shen into a direct clash. If they were in a sufficiently spacious area, Wang Guowei might not have been able to do this. But this competition was taking place on the training platform. As long as he could corner Chen Shen, Wang Guowei could force Chen Shen to confront him head-on. Wang Guowei thought this way and naturally acted accordingly. From the very beginning of the match, Wang Guowei launched a fierce attack. However, unlike his brother Wang Guohan, Wang Guowei, despite his rapid offensive, never lost his rhythm and was not swayed by his emotions. The members of the Wang family were quite satisfied with Wang Guowei's performance. This was the style of their Wang family's young men. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Shen had been pushed into a corner by Wang Guowei. Master Uncle, let me see your skills now. Seeing that he had achieved his goal, Wang Guowei lifted his leg and kicked towards Chen Shen. Wang Guowei used the Wang family's 100 cracks leg. The rapidly swinging whip-like leg seemed to unleash hundreds of kicks in an instant, filling the air with shadows of legs. Chen Shen also unleashed the spirit snake pong. Chen Shen's arm moved like a spirit snake, and just as Wang Guowei's leg was about to kick out, it was entangled by Chen Shen's palm, neutralizing all the force behind Wang Guowei's kick. Wang Guowei's attack was thus effortlessly deflected by Chen Shen. It was at this moment that Wang Guowei realized that Chen Shen truly excelled in speed. Both his movement and the current counterattack were manifestations of Chen Shen's speed. Master Uncle is impressive, I am no match for him. Recognizing the gap in talent between himself and Chen Shen, Wang Guowei decisively withdrew and conceded. Continuing to stalemate would yield no results. Chen Chen also withdrew, waiting for the next challenger. Shao Qi, it's your turn. Junior brother, you don't need to hold back. We're all family here, it's nothing if they lose face. Better than them being ignorant and causing trouble. Old Master Wang spoke up. Wang Guoqi was still waiting for his other brothers to try their hand. As a result, he was called out by his grandfather. The latter's words also sparked a bit of irritation in Wang Guoqi. No matter how talented Chen Chen was, he had only been training for a few days. How could he possibly be his opponent? Wang Guoqi stepped onto the stage. He bowed to Chen Chen and charged towards him. Although practicing the Wang family's techniques could enhance speed, the actual speed still depended on each individual's talent. Wang Guoqi was not only the oldest among the younger generation but also the most talented. The speed Chen Chen had displayed during his match with Wang Guowei had not yet reached Wang Guoqi's maximum speed. Therefore, Wang Guoqi was quite confident in defeating Chen Chen. At this moment, Wang Guoqi was astonished to find that the previously passive Chen Chen had actually taken the initiative to attack him this time. Moreover, the speed Chen Chen exhibited now was even faster than before, perhaps even surpassing Wang Guoqi's own top speed. Wang Guoqi was taken aback. He hadn't expected Chen Chen to still be holding back. Chen Chen's talent was indeed terrifying, no wonder his grandfather had said those words. However, to think that he could defeat him solely based on this speed advantage was laughable. In a direct confrontation, Wang Guoqi could fully compensate for the speed gap with his extensive combat experience and skilled techniques. Combat was not just about speed. Otherwise, the Wang family would have long been the top family among ancient martial arts clans. As soon as Chen Chen entered Wang Guoqi's combat range, Wang Guoqi struck out with his palm towards Chen Chen. Wang Guoqi's palm techniques were very proficient. One palm followed another, forming an impenetrable barrage. It was as if countless spirit snakes were dancing wildly in front of Wang Guoqi, and it was absolutely impossible for Chen Chen to break through his continuous palm strikes relying solely on speed. Chen Chen had also anticipated Wang Guoqi's intentions. Running the easy muscle and meridian transformation technique, the internal energy within transformed from the Wang family's martial arts to the hard Qigong energy. As Wang Guoqi focused on his palm strike, he realized Chen Chen's speed had noticeably slowed down. Just as he was wondering what Chen Chen was planning, a terrifying force emanated from Chen Chen's palm. The palm strike he had been desperately maintaining crumbled the moment it made contact with Chen Chen's hand. Chen Chen's palm, carrying an overwhelming force, struck Wang Guoqi's face, pushing him down to the ground. Everything happened in an instant. To the onlookers, it seemed that with just one slap, Chen Chen had subdued the strongest among the younger generation of the Wang family. Wang Guoqi, pressed to the ground, wore a look of astonishment. He considered himself the top among the younger generation of the Wang family, yet he was easily defeated by Chen Chen with a single slap. It felt less like a sparring match and more like an adult bullying a child. It was only now that Wang Guoqi finally realized the difference between an ordinary genius and an extraordinary prodigy. I am outmatched. Wang Guoqi struggled to control his emotions, putting on a facade of nonchalance. Enough. You all have been so arrogant, acting as if you were above everyone else. Now you understand what it means that there are people beyond people, and heavens beyond heavens. There's no shame in losing to your master's master, such an extraordinary prodigy. If you're unwilling to accept it, just go back and train hard. But I must warn you, when you think your strength has improved and prepare to challenge your master's master again, you will sadly find that you can't even see his back. The old man Wang spoke, his words merciless. Upon hearing this, the younger members of the Wang family looked even more dejected, as if all their spirit had been shattered. They had trained for over a decade, yet they were outdone by someone who had only trained for a few days. This blow was simply too devastating. Why the long faces? Standing here brings bad luck. Get back to your training. The old man Wang glanced at his younger kin and said coldly. At his words, the younger members of the Wang family scattered like birds and beasts, disappearing from the old man's sight in just a few breaths. Father, was what you said just now a bit too harsh for those kids? After the younger generation had left, Wang Sharan finally asked. In front of those children, Wang Sharan would never have asked this question, otherwise, it would have undermined his own father. Now that the children were gone, it was reasonable for him to speak up. These kids are too arrogant. They always think they are superior. Times have changed. If we don't temper their spirits, they will suffer greatly. The old man Wang spoke earnestly, his eyes filled with deep concern. Wang Shouran understood his father's intentions. Since the old man Wang was determined to rebuild the Death Gate, the children of the Wang family were destined to become assassins hiding in the shadows. If they did not change their mindset, they would end up losing their lives. Eldest, those younger ones are no match for the gate leader. You will be the sparring partner for the gate leader, the old man Wang said. Understood. Wang Sharan nodded. After witnessing Chen Chen's skills, Wang Sharan did not dare to be complacent. He steadily fulfilled his role as a sparring partner. Currently, Chen Chen's martial arts could indeed crush the younger generation. However, for someone like Wang Sharan, who had rich combat experience, Chen Chen was still lacking. Although Chen Chen could cleverly change his internal energy through the easy muscle and meridian transformation technique, he could not pose a threat to the already prepared Wang Sharan. Wang Sharan's combat style is exactly what a mature assassin should possess. He never uses full strength. As soon as he senses something is off, he immediately withdraws and waits for the next opportunity. Chen Chen also learned a lot of useful things from his battles with Wang Sharan. Big brother, Grandpa's words are a bit too hurtful. What do you mean? No matter how hard we try, we will only find the gap between us and our granduncle getting bigger. How can Grandpa say that? Wang Guihan complained. Is what Grandpa said not the truth? This is the fact. No matter how unwilling we are to hear it, it remains a fact. Wang Guiqi said with a bitter smile. You little brats, not practicing but whispering over here? Wang Shoshin walked over to the group of boys, grabbing Wang Guihan's hair and rubbing it vigorously. It's nothing, just the brothers are having a hard time accepting what happened earlier. Wang Guiqi's expression remained bitter. Silly boy. If you can't win, you can't win, what's the big deal? Wang Shoshin said, giving Wang Guiqi a light pat on the back of his head. He continued speaking under Wang Guiqi's puzzled gaze. Back in my day, I couldn't beat your father, your uncle. So what? Anyway, we are all family. If I can't beat my brother, I can beat others. Chen Chen is also your granduncle. With that seniority, it's normal that you can't win. We are all family. What's there to fuss about? After Wang Shoshin's guidance, the younger generation of the Wang family became much more cheerful. Yes, Chen Chen is their granduncle. He is one of them from the Wang family. The stronger Chen Chen is, doesn't that just mean the Wang family is more powerful? What do they have to complain about? They just need to hold on to Chen Chen's coattails and wait for him to take them to new heights. Once they understood this, the younger members of the Wang family completely changed their attitude towards Chen Chen. Now, they were all eager to follow Chen Chen. Each one became a fervent supporter of him. Seeing his goal achieved, Wang Shoshin left with satisfaction. He was most skilled at guiding others. He had already accepted the absurdity of his own disciple inexplicably becoming his granduncle, let alone guiding these children. But why, when he thought of this matter, did he still feel a bit uneasy in his chest? Luo family. Luo Tong was kneeling in front of the head of the Luo family, Luo Yuanshan, while Luo Manli was objectively recounting everything that had happened in the Wang family courtyard to Luo Yuanshan. Look at you, go out once and cause such a big mess. Tomorrow, after you accompany me back from the Wang family, you will go to the back mountain for seclusion and reflect on the past. Come out again during the new year. Luo Yuanshan glanced at his disappointing grandson and said, Yes, grandson accepts the punishment. Luo Tong quickly replied. It was just a few months of confinement. This punishment was much lighter than Luo Tong had imagined. After sending Luo Tong and Luo Manli away, Luo Yuanshan squinted his eyes, reflecting on what Luo Manli had just said, and soon discovered some clues. Luo Yuanshan had a deep understanding of his old friend Wang Jindo. No matter how exceptional Chen Chen's talent was, Wang Jindo would never lower himself to take Chen Chen as a junior. If this could firmly bind the unparalleled genius Chen Chen to the Wang family, it would be better to have Chen Chen marry Wang Luya. This way, Chen Chen and the Wang family would truly be one family. With Luo Yuanshan's understanding of Wang Jindo, there was only one reason that allowed Wang Jindo to accept Chen Chen as his junior disciple. That was the significant connection between Chen Chen and the soul-seeking sect. The current young people were unaware of the link between the Wang family and the mysterious soul-seeking sect. However, during the National Defense War back in the day, Luo Yuanshan was indeed Wang Jindo's comrade. In fact, it was Luo Yuanshan who carried the barely alive Wang Jindo back from a pile of corpses, so he naturally knew that Wang Jindo had once been a member of the soul-seeking sect. After guessing this possibility, Luo Yuanshan had more expectations for tomorrow's visit to the Wang family. Although Luo Yuanshan had some understanding of the soul-seeking sect, this organization was truly too mysterious. After that National Defense War, it had completely vanished from sight. Even the Wang family no longer identified themselves as members of the soul-seeking sect. No one knew what had actually happened during that brutal National Defense War. However, perhaps going to the Wang family tomorrow would reveal some secrets. As for the matter of apologizing, Luo Yuanshan didn't take it to heart at all. This incident was originally Luo Tong's fault. Although Luo Tong was unaware of the situation when it happened, since it had occurred, the Luo family naturally had to take responsibility. Moreover, Luo Yuanshan also knew that the Wang family would not use this as an excuse to make things difficult for them. It was merely a pretext to announce Chen Shen's existence to all the ancient martial arts families, and Luo Yuanshan was happy to cooperate with his old friend. Furthermore, he could take this opportunity to teach his disappointing grandson a lesson. Luo Tong's talent was indeed the strongest among the younger generation of the Luo family. However, he acted without considering the consequences. After this experience, Luo Tong would surely change. Chen Shen slowly opened his eyes. After practicing with Wang Sharan all day yesterday, Chen Shen made tremendous progress in combat skills. To put it bluntly, the current Chen Shen could easily defeat the previous 10 versions of himself. Moreover, his body, enhanced by the system, did not feel fatigued from the intense training. His powerful recovery ability had restored him to peak condition. However, compared to this, the system notification that appeared in his mind was what concerned Chen Shen more. Ding, 17th day of proposing divorce, reward, Asi Private Museum. Through the system, Chen Shen learned that Asi was a foreign officer who invaded Huagua during the decline of Shenzhou. He plundered many rare treasures from Huagua and subsequently established a private museum. Now that Asi had met an untimely death, this private museum filled with treasures was also awarded to Chen Shen. Chen Shen immediately made a decision: these treasures of Huagua must return to the land of Huagua. Master Uncle, Grandpa wants you to come over. The Luo family has arrived. Wang Guiqi called out loudly from outside. Chen Shen quickly stood up and went to the old Wang's small courtyard, then accompanied the old Wang to the entrance to welcome the old Luo Yuanshan. Although it was the Luo family coming to apologize, the Wang family paid great attention to various formalities and showed no signs of disrespect. It hardly seemed like the Luo family was apologizing, rather, it felt like the Wang family was hosting an old friend. Aren't you going to apologize? Are you waiting for me to speak? Luo Yuanshan glanced at the oblivious Luo Tong with displeasure. Grandpa Wang, Master Uncle Chen, it's the younger generation who doesn't know the heights of heaven and the depths of the earth. Please forgive me, Luo Tong quickly spoke up. Brother Wang, it's my poor upbringing. I brought my grandson to apologize, Luo Yuanshan said after Luo Tong spoke. With the head of the Luo family leading the apology, it could be said that they had given the Wang family enough face. Old brother Luo, it's all a misunderstanding. Let's leave it at that. I've prepared some good tea in the courtyard, please do me the honor. Wang Jindo smiled as he brought Luo Yuanshan back to his small courtyard. With this, the troubles caused by Luo Tong could finally be considered settled. However, it was clear that Luo Tong was not qualified to accompany the old Master Luo into the old Master Wang's small courtyard. The old Master Luo also intended to give his restless grandson a lesson, so he made him stay in place for punishment. Inside the old Master Wang's courtyard, the old Master Wang, the old Master Luo, and Chen Shen sat down separately. The old Master Wang personally poured a cup of his treasured De Hong Pao for the old Master Luo. Old Wang, with your usual stingy nature, he said, you treat these few bottles of De Hong Pao like your lifeline. Today, you actually took them out so generously, you must have something to ask for. Don't speak yet, let me guess. You're definitely not doing this for yourself but for your newly accepted disciple Chen Shen, right? The old Master Luo looked at the old Master Wang and smiled. We've been friends for decades, how could I hide this from you? The old Master Wang chuckled. Then let me guess again. Your disciple's identity is definitely not ordinary, he must be related to the soul-seeking sect, otherwise, you wouldn't have accepted him as a disciple. I've heard that the soul-seeking sect has a miraculous technique called the Yi-Jin Imai-Ju. It can change the internal meridian pathways, allowing for the compatibility of various internal energies. I assume your disciple Chen has already learned the Yi-Jin Imai-Ju, and what you want is for me to teach the Luo family's martial arts to your disciple, right? The old Master Luo continued. Since his thoughts had already been exposed by the old Master Luo, the old Master Wang had nothing left to hide. Old Luo, your insight is remarkable. Truly, nothing can escape your eyes. Chen is a martial arts prodigy and has indeed mastered the Yi-Jin Imai-Ju. I ask you, old Luo, to teach him your martial arts. No matter what price the Wang family has to pay, as long as we have it, just ask. Ha ha ha, why are you in such a hurry? Since today is my Luo family's visit to apologize, let my Luo family's martial arts serve as compensation. I will teach your disciple. Luo Yuanshan said loudly. Old Luo, are you really willing? Upon hearing this, the old Master Wang appeared somewhat surprised. This was much simpler than he had imagined. What is there to be unwilling about? The things left by our ancestors must be passed down. If everyone cherishes their own broom and hides the true treasures, Huagua will eventually fall back to the state of those years. My Luo family's heirloom, the Liuha spear, will not be lost. As long as you can learn the essence of my Luo family's martial arts, what is it for me to teach you? Are you willing to learn my Luo family's martial arts? A serious expression appeared on Luo Yuanshan's face as he looked at Chen Chen and asked. Anyone who had experienced that period of time, whenever they recalled those unbearable years, would always be reminded of the most torturous memories within. Mentioning this lost heirloom, the old master Luo's face was filled with regret. The old master Wang had no intention of persuading the old master Luo. He simply took out a bottle of his treasured iron Kan Mao Tai and, gritting his teeth, filled a cup for the old master Luo. If it weren't for seeing his old brother in such a bad mood, the old master Wang wouldn't have been willing to take out this good wine to entertain him. Old master Luo, did you just mention the Liuha spear? Chen Shen suddenly remembered that today the system had given him a reward, and it seemed that there was indeed such a collection in the Aussie Private Museum. Chen Shen continued to confirm with the system in his mind. In the list of collections from that private museum, there was indeed a long spear called Liuha. The long spear was extremely heavy, weighing a full 128 pounds. For an adult man with a training background, lifting 128 pounds was indeed possible, but it was absolutely impossible to wield it freely. Moreover, this spear, named Liuha, was crafted with such exquisite detail that it was deemed merely a decorative ceremonial object, not a weapon for combat. Yes, it's called the Liuha spear, old master Luo said slowly after taking a sip of wine. Is this what the spear looks like? Chen Shen asked as he held up his phone in front of old master Luo. The screen displayed a photo of the Liuha spear that Chen Shen had requested the system to send. Old master Luo initially glanced at it casually. However, when his gaze lingered on the phone screen, his body went rigid. The wine cup in his hand crashed to the floor with a loud clatter. Old master Wang, feeling pained, gasped. Where did this photo come from? This is the Liuha spear of our Luo family. Chen Shen, quickly tell me where you got this photo. Old master Luo could hardly contain his emotions. He stood up abruptly. Although he had only seen this family heirloom, the Liuha spear, in his youth, he had dreamed of this lost treasure for many years. The ancient spearhead and the uniquely forged shaft were unmistakable. Just one glance, and old master Luo was certain this was the reincarnation spear lost by their Luo family. There could be no mistake. Old master Luo, please don't get too excited. Chen Shen hurriedly tried to calm him down. But now old master Luo's eyes were wide with shock, and he was gasping for breath, his face turning an alarming shade of red. Seeing old master Luo in this state, Chen Shen knew that if he didn't provide the answer he wanted, old master Luo would not let it go. Old master Luo, I just acquired a private museum overseas. While reviewing the inventory, I happened to find a long spear called Liuha among the items. That's why I showed you this photo. I didn't expect it to indeed be your Luo family's heirloom. I will arrange for the Liuha spear to be transported back to the country. The family heirloom of the Luo family should rightfully return to its owner. Chen Shen explained the whole situation clearly. Good, good, good. Old master Luo repeated 3 times. He had never imagined that the Liuha spear would return to the Luo family in this manner. To see this spear return before he passed away would give him the honor to meet the ancestors of the Luo family in the afterlife. Chen, my young friend, if you can return the Liuha spear to our Luo family, you will be a great benefactor to us. In the future, if the Luo family can be of any help, whether it be climbing a mountain of knives or entering a vat of boiling oil, the entire Luo family will be duty-bound to assist. Old master Luo grasped Chen Shen's hand tightly, his face filled with eagerness. Old master Luo, I only did what I was supposed to do. Those foreign savages took advantage of our land's turmoil to burn, kill, and plunder. The things taken from our homeland must naturally be returned to their rightful owners. Chen Shen spoke with conviction. Feeling the sincerity in Chen Shen's tone, old master Luo was even more deeply moved. He hadn't expected this young man to possess such noble character. It was just that old Wang Jindo was lucky, having some connections with the Suo Mingmen. Otherwise, how could a talented youth like Chen Shen have any ties with their Wang family? Old brother Luo, if you truly feel grateful, then you must generously share your family's ultimate skills. You cannot keep them hidden. Although to preserve the exquisite legacy of ancient martial arts, the ancient martial families had jointly established a library. However, the truly valuable things that each family keeps hidden are tacitly not included in the library. Not to mention that many combat techniques cannot be learned simply by reading. Without someone to teach them hands-on, one can never grasp their essence. That's only natural. Chen Xiaoyu is a great benefactor to our Luo family. I will naturally impart all the martial arts of the Luo family without holding back. Old Master Luo spoke with certainty. He then took action immediately, pulling Chen Chen to an open space in the courtyard to personally teach him the Luo family's techniques. The Luo family's internal energy is powerful and can even unleash a second layer of hidden strength, making it extremely lethal. In terms of attack power, it is undoubtedly the strongest among the internal energies that Chen Chen currently possesses. Moreover, according to Old Master Wang, the Luo family's internal energy is among the strongest in the ancient martial families of Huaxia. Besides the techniques, Old Master Luo also taught Chen Chen the Luo family's 6 harmonies fist. The entire set of 6 harmonies fist emphasizes long-range strikes in grand movements. Empty-handed, it is a fist technique. With a spear, it is a spear technique. While teaching the techniques, Old Master Luo was astonished by Chen Chen's comprehension. After just one demonstration, Chen Chen had already grasped about 70 to 80%, and after practicing a few more times, he had mastered it. This kind of talent is truly a once-in-a-thousand-years martial arts prodigy. If Chen Chen were born in ancient times, he would undoubtedly be a master who could dominate the martial world. Looking at Chen Chen, Old Master Luo couldn't help but think of his disappointing grandson, Luo Tong. Originally, Luo Tong had the advantage of high talent, but in comparison to Chen Chen, this sole advantage had vanished. All that remained was recklessness, impulsiveness, and a lack of intelligence. In short, Old Master Luo could see nothing commendable in Luo Tong. If the future of the Luo family were to fall into Luo Tong's hands, the 1,000-year legacy of the Luo family would likely come to an end. Thinking of this, Old Master Luo felt a sense of impending darkness for the future. If Luo Tong was unreliable, he had to find someone dependable to support the Luo family. Just as this thought crossed his mind, his gaze unconsciously lingered on Chen Chen. This young man, the more he looked, the more pleasing he seemed, the more he aligned with his wishes. Qin Xiaoyu, I have an unusual request. Old Master Luo looked at Chen Chen and spoke. Old Luo, don't you dare have any ulterior motives. Upon hearing this, Old Master Wang became agitated. From Old Master Luo's expression, it was clear he had taken a liking to Chen Chen. Chen Chen was now one of their Wang family members, a legitimate junior of Wang Jindo. If Luo Yuanshan had any improper thoughts, he would tear him apart. Old Wang, don't get excited. I simply have an appreciation for talent. Although Qin Xiaoyu is your junior, as long as he is willing, he can also be my junior. Moreover, I have entrusted all the Luo family's secret skills to Qin Xiaoyu. Qin Xiaoyu and our Luo family have established a master-disciple relationship, so it wouldn't be a loss for him to be my junior. But rest assured, even if Qin Xiaoyu is willing to be my junior, he will still remain your junior. That will never change. Luo Yuanshan spoke gently. His tone was like that of coaxing a child. Luo Yuanshan recognized Chen Chen's potential. The future undoubtedly belongs to Chen Chen. Now that the Luo family has formed a bond with him, Chen Chen will surely look after the Luo family in the future. By then, even if the Luo family were to fall into the hands of the unreliable Luo Tong, there would be no need to worry about the decline of the Luo family. Everything Luo Yuanshan did was for the future of the Luo family. Hearing Luo Yuanshan's words, Old Master Wang indeed felt relieved. What Luo Yuanshan said was not wrong. It was undeniable that Chen Chen had established a master-disciple relationship with the Luo family. Moreover, if Chen Chen becomes the junior disciple of that old ghost Luo Yuanshan, then he can rightfully borrow the power of the Luo family. This is undoubtedly a great opportunity for Chen Chen. Becoming Luo Yuanshan's junior disciple brings him nothing but benefits. Furthermore, even if Chen Chen is Luo Yuanshan's junior disciple, his relationship with the Luo family will never be as close as that with the Wang family. With the existence of the life-seeking gate as a bond, the Wang family and Luo Feng will always be tightly bound together. Alright, if my junior disciple is willing, then I won't oppose it. Junior disciple, what do you think? Old Master Wang looked at Chen Chen, giving him a few meaningful glances. Since I have learned the Luo family's martial arts, it is reasonable to call Old Master Luo senior brother. However, I may not have time to visit the Luo family for the apprenticeship ceremony in the near future. I wonder if I could choose a suitable time to pay a visit. Chen Chen spoke up. Tomorrow is the time to close the net. Chen Chen is going to witness the downfall of the Zhengcheng group. He absolutely does not want to miss such a scene. Junior disciple, we are in a new era now. We don't emphasize those formalities. As long as you are willing to call me senior brother Luo, from today onwards, you are my good junior disciple. Your identity will also be communicated to the Luo family. You just need to find a time to meet the younger generation of the Luo family. Old Master Luo quickly said. If it were someone else, Old Master Luo's attitude would definitely not be so humble, but Chen Chen is a once-in-a-thousand-years prodigy. If Chen Chen were a member of their Luo family, Old Master Luo would have wanted to offer incense morning and night. Now, just a few casual words can establish the relationship of brothers, so Old Master Luo naturally does not care about other trivial matters. Since that's the case, Chen Chen greets senior brother Luo. Chen Chen said, bowing to Old Master Luo. Good junior disciple, Good junior disciple. I'll go get my ungrateful grandson to meet you right away. If you don't mind, please teach my arrogant grandson a lesson. He believes he has no rivals among his peers, and if this continues, it will surely lead to great trouble. Junior disciple, don't hold back, you must let him see the gap, Old Master Luo said. When he spoke these words, his tone was exceptionally firm, showing no concern for the grandfather-grandson relationship between him and Luo Tong. Originally still standing in punishment, Luo Tong immediately set off for Old Master Wang's courtyard when he heard his grandfather calling him. At the same time, Luo Tong thought to himself, "It seems that Grandpa really does care about me. He didn't make me stand for long and has let me off. This time, I was indeed too impulsive. I can't do this again in the future." Luo Tong hurried to Old Master Wang's courtyard. However, as soon as he stepped into the courtyard, he heard something that made it hard for him to accept. "Junior disciple, when my useless grandson arrives, I will definitely make him apologize to you properly again." When he said this, Old Master Luo's tone was somewhat flattering. "Junior disciple? Grandpa, what are you talking about?" Luo Tong felt a bit confused. "What are you standing there for? From today onwards, Shen Shen is my junior disciple, your granduncle, so hurry up and bow to your granduncle." Seeing Luo Tong appear before him, Old Master Luo was even more furious. "Grandpa, you're not joking with me, are you?" If Chen Shen were considered his granduncle from the Wang family, Luo Tong could accept that. But now that Chen Shen has become his grandfather's junior disciple, becoming his legitimate granduncle, Luo Tong simply cannot accept such a drastic change all at once. "Is it that the confinement time isn't long enough? Hurry up and bow to your granduncle." Old Master Luo's tone became stern. "Senior brother, it's normal for a child to not accept this all at once. There's no need to get angry." Chen Shen quickly tried to comfort him. However, Chen Shen's action still struck a blow to Luo Tong, but under the pressure from his grandfather, Luo Tong reluctantly bowed to Chen Shen. "Alright, seeing your unwillingness, there's nothing shameful about bowing to your granduncle. It's just right for your granduncle to give you some guidance." Old Master Luo looked at the reluctant Luo Tong and felt even more displeased, waving his hand and speaking. "Grandpa, you're not joking, are you? Granduncle has only just started practicing martial arts, how can he teach me? Shouldn't it be the other way around?" The straightforward Luo Tong directly expressed his true thoughts, only to receive a big eye roll from his grandfather. "You still have the nerve. Usually, you act like you're invincible among your peers, as if your eyes should be on top of your head. You have no idea of the gap between you and true geniuses. Your granduncle has just learned our Luo family's techniques, and you want him to use them to teach you, so you can understand that there are people beyond people, and heavens beyond heavens." Old Master Luo snorted coldly and said. If Luo Tong felt a bit ashamed calling Chin Chin granduncle before, now he saw his grandfather's words as an insult to himself. After all, he was recognized as a genius of the Luo family. Yet now his grandfather was saying he wasn't even a match for Chen Shen, who had just learned the Luo family's techniques. No matter how talented Chen Shen was, as long as he was human, he couldn't possibly achieve such a thing. "Fine, Grandpa, then I will properly learn from my granduncle's skills. If I accidentally hurt him, I hope my granduncle won't hold it against his nephew." Luo Tong's gaze turned to Chen Shen, filled with fierce fighting spirit. Now Luo Tong was in a stubborn mood. He just wanted to prove that what his grandfather said was wrong. "Don't worry, I'm not that petty. Whatever skills you have, just bring them out," Chen Shen said. Chen Shen was also ready to give Luo Tong a good lesson. The younger generation of the Wang family, when facing him, although they initially looked down on him a bit, were still very respectful on the surface, unlike the sharpness displayed by Luo Tong now. Just as old Master Luo said, it was indeed necessary to teach Luo Tong a lesson to correct his arrogant nature, lest he cause trouble in the future. "Good, junior brother, give my arrogant grandson a lesson. Break his bones, otherwise, I don't think he will learn his lesson," Old Master Luo said fiercely. Naturally, Chen Shen readily agreed to Old Master Luo's request. Upon hearing that Chen Shen was going to have a match with Luo Tong, the members of the Wang family immediately gathered at the training ground. Especially the younger generation of the Wang family, each face was filled with excitement. Only now did they finally understand what Wang Shouxin had said to them earlier. It was nothing to be ashamed of that they couldn't defeat Chen Shen, after all, he was their granduncle. Moreover, as long as Chen Shen was strong enough to teach everyone a good lesson, it was only reasonable that they couldn't defeat him. Although these younger members of the Wang family didn't say it out loud, they were all looking forward to seeing Luo Tong get a good beating from Chen Shen. Seeing the crowd gathering at the training ground, Luo Tong began to have doubts. "Granduncle, should we change the location? After all, you are my grandmaster's granduncle. If I can hold back and make you lose face in front of them, then Grandpa will definitely make me stay in confinement for a few more years, Luo Tong said. If you can defeat your grandmaster's granduncle, not only will I not confine you, but I will also treat you as a treasure of our Luo family, Old Master Luo replied, not in the best of moods. Really? So many people have heard it now. Grandpa, you can't lie to me. Luo Tong immediately became excited. He naturally took his grandfather's words about treating him as a treasure as a joke. However, he could use the opportunity to defeat Chen Chen to get his grandfather to lift his upcoming confinement. With that thought, Luo Tong's gaze towards Chen Chen became even more eager. It seemed that Chen Chen was no longer just a person but a hope for him to avoid confinement. Junior brother, you don't need to hold back against this arrogant brat. Teach him a good lesson so he knows what it means to have the sky above and the earth below. Old Master Luo said to Chen Chen, looking at Luo Tong's arrogant demeanor. Chen Chen nodded at Old Master Luo. If he didn't teach Luo Tong a lesson, he really wouldn't remember. They were both in their 20s, yet he still didn't know how to restrain himself. His behavior was just like that of a spoiled child. Chen Chen had no intention of indulging Luo Tong. He had come to find trouble with him without understanding the situation yesterday. Although that matter had been resolved, Chen Chen still felt a bit uncomfortable about it. This was a perfect opportunity to settle the score. It would also help clarify his own thoughts. Luo Tong bowed to Chen Chen and then assumed a fighting stance. Luo Tong initially wanted to find a weakness in Chen Chen to launch an attack. However, Chen Chen stood still with his hands behind his back. Although this posture, combined with Chen Chen's handsome face, looked quite impressive and gave off the aura of a master, to Luo Tong, it seemed full of flaws. In fact, Luo Tong saw Chen Chen's behavior as a provocation. This ignited a fire of indignation within Luo Tong. So what if he had the title of Grandmaster's granduncle? What was so great about it? How dare he look down on him and show off in front of him, thinking he wouldn't hit back? Luo Tong could only say that Chen Chen had misjudged him. Since Chen Chen was full of flaws, Luo Tong was ready to teach him a lesson with his fists. Luo Tong quickly stepped forward, his right arm coiling with power, and threw a heavy punch towards Chen Chen. Although Luo Tong's speed couldn't compare to the Wang family, the burst of speed at that moment was enough to astonish anyone. Moreover, the Luo family's 6 Harmonies fist had special techniques. By using a unique method of force combined with corresponding footwork, the range of this punch would be farther than one might imagine. This would also visually make it seem like Luo Tong's punch was extremely fast. Luo Tong's punch shot towards Chen Chen's chest like a spear. Luo Tong was indeed the strongest among the younger generation of the Luo family. At a young age, he had already begun to grasp the concept of momentum. This momentum was not something Wang Wuqi achieved through clever tricks of stacking palm strikes, but something Luo Tong had genuinely comprehended. In terms of comprehension, Luo Tong was indeed a bit higher than Wang Wuqi. Although Luo Tong's punch was not yet perfect, it was firmly locked onto Chen Chen. No matter how fast Chen Chen was, he couldn't escape this punch. As for blocking, don't be ridiculous. The Luo family was renowned for their overwhelming internal strength. When it came to instantaneous explosive power and destructive force, no other ancient martial arts family could rival the Luo family. Even if one could block his punch, could they withstand the hidden force that came with it? Now, Luo Tong's mind was filled with the image of Chen Chen hastily trying to dodge, only to be hit by his own punch in a pitiful manner. This punch wouldn't take Chen Chen's life, but it would certainly break a few of his ribs. Chen Chen would have to lie in bed for at least a few months. Unfortunately, the scene Luo Tong imagined did not occur. Chen Chen did not dodge. Instead, he raised his own fist and collided it with Luo Tong's punch in midair. In Luo Tong's view, Chen Chen couldn't escape this round. However, after mastering the Wang family's internal power, Chen Chen's explosive speed far exceeded Luo Tong's imagination. With such a vast difference in speed, even though Luo Tong had comprehended the full force of the punch, he couldn't hit Chen Chen. But Chen Chen had promised to use the Luo family's techniques to deal with Luo Tong, so he naturally couldn't rely on the Wang family's internal power to gain an advantage in speed. Thus, the scene of their fists clashing head-on unfolded. In Luo Tong's eyes, Chen Chen's hastily thrown punch was simply laughable. His own punch had concentrated all his strength. How could it be compared to Chen Chen's casual swing? Chen Chen's way of challenging him with punches was simply self-destructive. Originally, Luo Tong only wanted to break a few of Chen Chen's ribs. It seemed that this time, Chen Chen's hand would be fractured. Luo Tong had never considered holding back. He had warned Chen Chen, but Chen Chen ignored his advice and still acted recklessly. This was all of Chen Chen's own making. Luo Tong's fist collided with Chen Chen's swinging fist. At the moment of impact, Luo Tong felt that Chen Chen's fist was too soft, completely incomparable to his own. In the contest of the first layer of strength, there was no doubt that Luo Tong had the upper hand. Next came the explosion of hidden strength. Although Luo Tong and Chen Chen's fists had already collided, a wave of energy erupted from both fists once again. That hidden strength also erupted completely at that moment. As the energy wave dissipated, Chen Chen still stood in place, while Luo Tong, who had the upper hand moments ago, was now sent flying backward. Luo Tong's right hand hung limply like cotton, dripping blood from his tiger's mouth. That previous clash had directly fractured his right hand. Moreover, the force had spread along Luo Tong's right hand. There were also signs of fractures in his shoulder and right chest. A stream of blood trickled from the corner of Luo Tong's mouth, clearly indicating internal injuries. Now, recalling the terrifying hidden strength that Chen Chen had unleashed with that punch, Luo Tong still felt a lingering fear. Chen Chen's fist was like a surging undercurrent beneath a calm surface. It seemed ordinary, yet possessed terrifying power. Luo Tong was about to ask Chen Chen how he had done it, but as he opened his mouth, a large amount of blood spewed from it. Then, Luo Tong's eyes rolled back, and he fainted. The members of the Wang family methodically carried the fallen Luo Tong away. After all, they were from an ancient martial arts family, having practiced martial arts since childhood. Getting injured during a match was quite common. For ordinary people, fractures and breaks were serious injuries, but for these martial artists nourished by internal power, it wasn't a big deal. However, this time Chen Chen had indeed been a bit heavy-handed. Luo Tong would have to recuperate for a few months. Junior brother Chen, well done. That punch just now truly captured the essence of our Luo family's 6 harmonies fist. Your use of hidden strength is already comparable to seasoned masters. Old Master Luo directly praised Chen Chen, showing no intention of causing trouble for him because of Luo Tong's injury. Senior brother, I was a bit too heavy-handed just now. I couldn't hold back in time and ended up injuring my nephew. I do feel a bit guilty. Chen Chen's tone was filled with sincerity. Junior brother, what are you talking about? My useless grandson is just too arrogant. If he doesn't realize his own strength, he might as well stick his tail up in the air. I say, junior brother, why don't you just finish him off with another punch? Old Master Luo snorted coldly, speaking with evident dissatisfaction towards Luo Tong. Since Old Master Luo had said this, Chen Chen chose not to continue the topic. Lying in the guest room, Luo Tong slowly opened his eyes. It seemed he had just had a terrible nightmare. Chen Chen had inexplicably become his granduncle and had knocked him out with a punch using the newly learned 6 harmonies fist. Such a nonsensical thing could only be a dream. Just as Luo Tong was about to get up, he realized he couldn't move his right hand at all. Upon closer inspection, he found that his right hand was firmly restrained. Moreover, due to the instinctive force he had exerted, a sharp pain shot through his right arm. Could it be that what just happened wasn't a dream? A thought suddenly appeared in Luo Tong's mind. At that moment, the door to the guest room was pushed open. Old Master Luo entered with Chen Chen. Awake? The wound has been treated with a special ointment. Now drink this medicine. Now you know just how big the gap is between you and a real genius, right? Looking at his disappointing grandson, Old Master Luo snorted coldly, though there was still a hint of concern in his words. I understand. A warm feeling suddenly surged in Luo Tong's heart. It seemed that his grandfather still cared for him as a good grandson. At least he came to bring him medicine when he was injured. However, when Luo Tong's gaze shifted to Chen Chen beside Old Master Luo, his emotions suddenly became agitated. Confusion, disbelief, envy, jealousy, and frustration all surged in Luo Tong's heart. Just as his emotions were about to explode, Old Master Luo slapped Luo Tong's head without mercy, making him feel wronged. He was an injured person. He was Old Master Luo's own grandson. How could his grandfather be so biased? Luo Tong looked at Old Master Luo with confusion. What was that look you just gave? This is your granduncle? In the past, just that look would have been enough for me to drag you to the ancestral hall for punishment. Apologize to your granduncle. Old Master Luo was not going to indulge Luo Tong. He directly reprimanded him without holding back. If Luo Tong hadn't been seriously injured, Old Master Luo would have probably given him a good lesson for being such a disappointing grandson. Granduncle, I didn't control my emotions well. I apologize to you. Under the pressure from Old Master Luo, Luo Tong naturally chose to apologize to Chen Chen. You should rest well. If you still feel unconvinced, I'll be waiting for you to recover and come find me, Chen Chen said. In Chen Chen's eyes, Luo Tong was just a stubborn brat. Since he hadn't managed to make this ignorant kid understand his place with one beating, he would just have to come back for more. After all, it wasn't him lying in bed nursing injuries, and Chen Chen had nothing to lose. Alright, if you're not convinced, come back to your granduncle for more lessons when you're better. I just heard something from that kid from the Wang family that fits you perfectly. Practice more if you're a novice, if you can't take it, don't play. Old Master Luo's merciless words, combined with his disdainful gaze, left Luo Tong feeling choked up. If Luo Tong had not just woken up, he might have fainted again after hearing these words. Alright, once my injuries heal, I will definitely seek guidance from my granduncle again. I hope my granduncle won't refuse then. Luo Tong looked at Chen Shan, his tone filled with stubbornness. Sure, it's my responsibility as your granduncle to guide the younger generation. Chen Shan readily agreed. Seeing his grandson so persistent, Old Master Luo felt even more disappointed in Luo Tong. This unyielding attitude was indeed commendable, but it was directed at the wrong person. Luo Tong could not see the gap between himself and Chen Shen at all. To put it bluntly, the difference between Luo Tong and Chen Shen was at its smallest right now. Once Luo Tong's injuries healed, the gap between them would be like a chasm. Old Master Luo believed that with Chen Shen's talent, it wouldn't be long before he surpassed him. Competing with such a person was simply foolish. His unambitious grandson was notoriously stubborn. Before Luo Tong had enough of hardship, no amount of persuasion would be of any use. Let reality teach Luo Tong a good lesson. If he really couldn't be taught, then the Luo family would indeed have to consider finding another heir. After all, his sons were still young and could continue to have children. If these little ones were not capable, then they would keep having children until one could take on the responsibility. Luo Tong felt that his words made him seem particularly resolute. He was completely unaware of the disappointment in Old Master Luo's gaze. Chen Shan also left the guest room with Old Master Luo. Neither of them wanted to see this ignorant fool any longer. On the other side, the younger generation of the Wang family was overjoyed after witnessing Luo Tong's miserable state. They even opened a jar of wine to celebrate. Especially Wang Guiqi, who had been subdued by Chen Shen with a slap. The shadow Chen Shen cast over him had completely vanished. The strongest among the younger generation of the Wang family had indeed been easily subdued by Chen Shen with a single slap. But so what? Wasn't Luo Tong, the number one among the younger generation of the Luo family, also beaten like a dead dog by Chen Shen, his granduncle? Moreover, although Chen Shen had used a slap on him, he had not suffered any real harm. Chen Shen had not dealt a heavy blow because he had feelings for Gun Yen. Looking at the unruly Chen Shen, the injuries he sustained would definitely take months to heal. The younger generation was also aware that Chen Shen had become a junior brother to Old Master Luo. They had no right to voice any opinions. However, from Chen Shen's performance, it was clear that he was closer to the Wang family than to the Luo family. This alone was enough to make them happy. When these young members of the Wang family learned that Chen Shen was about to leave, they expressed their reluctance. Although they had only spent 2 days with Chen Shen, this granduncle had already won their hearts completely and established a deep friendship. Granduncle, are you leaving already? Won't you stay a few more days? There are still many interesting places in the mountains that we haven't taken you to. Granduncle, please take care of yourself after you go down the mountain. Chen Shen felt the sincerity in their words and was moved, realizing that his trip to the Wang family estate had not been in vain. Alright, if you have the chance to come down the mountain in the future, come to Jiangcheng to find your granduncle. Your granduncle will definitely treat you well. Chen Shan said to these young members of the Wang family. Shoshin, your family also has a free person. You can accompany your granduncle down the mountain, and if there are things your granduncle can't handle, you can help him with them. At the time of parting, Old Master Luo spoke to Wang Shoshin. Luo Tong's injuries were quite serious, and he couldn't move on his own for the time being. Old Master Luo and Luo Tong needed to stay at the Wang family for a few more days. After all, Wang Luo was a warrior of the Dragon Guard and couldn't stay by Chen Shen's side for long. Chen Shen indeed needed someone who could represent the Wang family's stance. Among the second generation of the Wang family, the youngest son, Wang Shoshin, was naturally the most suitable candidate. Although Wang Shoshin had a strong capacity for acceptance and was very good at self-guidance, he still showed a bitter expression upon hearing Old Master Luo's arrangement. This was truly unreasonable. Originally, Chen Shen was his disciple, but now that disciple had become his grandmaster. Now he was being made the grandmaster's assistant? Did Wang Shoshin not care about his face? Although Wang Shoshin was muttering wildly in his heart, he still accepted Old Master Luo's arrangement and went down the mountain with Chen Shen. Junior brother Chen, you must come to the Luo family to meet your juniors when you have time. When the 6 Harmonies gun returns to Huagua, you must tell me at the first opportunity. Old Master Luo looked at Chen Shen and said, Don't worry, senior brother. As soon as the 6 Harmonies gun returns to the country, I will personally deliver it back to the Luo family. Chen Shen also made his promise. After that, Chen Shen, Wang Shoshin, and Wang Luyao descended the mountain together. 3 came, and 3 left. The group boarded the military helicopter arranged by Wang Luyao and quickly set off back to Jiangcheng. Tomorrow they would be reeling in the net. Chen Chen really didn't want to miss the scene of the Chen family's bankruptcy. However, on the plane, Wang Luyao had not taken the initiative to speak to Chen Chen at all. Ever since Chen Chen became Wang Luyao's grandmaster, she felt that interacting with him was quite awkward. They had clearly been friends before, but now he suddenly seemed 2 generations older than her. This kind of gap was not something one could accept in an instant. Chen Chen also understood why Wang Luyao felt this way, but he didn't offer any comfort. After all, he wouldn't be seeing Wang Luyao often in the future, and she had plenty of time to accept such a change. Moreover, this awkward feeling could only be gotten used to on her own. A few comforting words wouldn't yield results. The military helicopter landed at a secret military base on the outskirts of Jiangcheng. It was here that Chen Chen met Zhou Weiguo and the others, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. "Chen Chen, you've become stronger," Luo Ping said as soon as he saw Chen Chen. Luo Ping could clearly sense that Chen Chen's aura had undergone a tremendous change. He had felt this way when facing the captain. "Let's say I've gained something." Chen Chen nodded, not denying it. Chen Xingtian has already disclosed everything that needed to be said. This is Chen Xingtian's Swiss bank account number and password. This money is not clean, and the organization cannot take it, so it will serve as compensation for you. How to safely transfer this money from the Swiss bank? I believe the Red Hacker Alliance can help you. Luo Ping changed the subject. Chen Chen gladly accepted the piece of paper with the account number and password written on it. This was the reward he deserved, and he wouldn't refuse it. After accepting this money, Chen Chen was bound to have more connections with the Dragon Guard organization, which he welcomed. However, compared to this, Chen Chen was more concerned about how quickly Chen Xingtian had revealed everything that needed to be said. Chen Chen had thought Chen Xingtian was quite resolute, but it turned out that after just 2 days, he couldn't hold on anymore, which left Chen Chen somewhat disappointed. "Can I go see him?" Chen Chen was also curious about what Chen Xingtian had experienced in these 2 days that made this man, who had the courage to die, reveal everything. "Of course, the captain said that you have the right to know everything related to Chen Xingtian and the 7 Kills organization," Luo Ping said. Chen Chen was indeed a bit surprised by this outcome. Logically speaking, although Chen Chen had a military title, he was not really part of the military. The military shouldn't grant him such extensive authority. However, Chen Chen carefully pondered Luo Ping's words. The key point was that he had the authority regarding matters related to the 7 Kills. Chen Chen immediately thought of the Wang family and the Soul Claiming Gate. It must be that old Master Wang had reported to the higher-ups, which was why he was given such authority. "Alright, let's go take a look," Chen Chen said as he followed Luo Ping to the hospital room where Chen Xingtian was. When he saw Chen Xingtian again, Chen Chen barely recognized him. At that moment, Chen Xingtian's eye sockets were sunken, his complexion dark, and his gaze was dazed. The previous Chen Xingtian had been somewhat handsome, but now he looked completely devoid of humanity. Upon realizing that the person who entered was Chen Chen Xingtian regained some clarity. "Chen Chen, do you think you've won? Do you even know what you've provoked? Huagua cannot protect you forever. There will always be a time when they let their guard down. You will live your life in fear of assassination. I will wait for you in hell." Chen Xingtian suddenly erupted into a fit of mad laughter. It was clear that he was no longer in a normal state of mind. Chen Chen felt no fear from Chen Xingtian's words. He simply walked over to Chen Xingtian's side and spoke in a voice only they could hear. "The 7 Kills organization is just a rabble trying to raise the Soul Claiming Gate." Chen Chen's tone was filled with disdain. "How do you know about this?" Chen Xingtian became agitated. Ordinary people couldn't know about the Soul Claiming Gate. Even within the 7 Kills organization, very few knew the secret. "Compared to this, I think you are more familiar with this thing," Chen Chen said, placing a finger on Chen Xingtian's forehead, and then began to operate the Yi Jin Jing technique. The heavy hard Qigong, the long-lasting Baduan Jin, the agile Wang family internal power, and the domineering Luo family internal power. For completely different internal energies alternated within Chen Chen and were transmitted into Chen Xingtian's body. Chen Xingtian's expression immediately went blank, then he fell into a deeper madness. "You are so skilled at this. Who are you? Are you the one chosen by that old immortal? Tell me, you must tell me." Chen Xingtian roared at Chen Chen. Chen Chen simply retracted his finger and walked towards the door, completely ignoring the mad Chen Xingtian. Chen Chen had no intention of revealing the answer to Chen Xingtian. Let him walk towards death with an eternal, unresolvable doubt. Surely, before death, this doubt would drive Chen Xingtian completely insane. After visiting Chen Xingtian, Chen Chen began to contact his subordinates. Ding Yong indicated that he was fully prepared, especially after learning that Chen Chen did not need the stocks of Jiangcheng Group. He only needed to continuously suppress the stock price of Jiangcheng Group. Ding Yong was even prepared to drive Jiangcheng Group to delist. Chen Chen was very reassured by Ding Yong. Good news also came from Lin Sa. The land in the west of the city had been purchased by Qingcheng Group and transferred to Jiangcheng Group. If Jiangcheng Group could not complete the project, they would face exorbitant penalties for breach of contract. Gao Huan also brought good news. Jiangcheng Group had also taken on a contract from Wu Qingshan, and if that freight order could not be completed on time, it would similarly cost Jiangcheng Group a significant loss. At the same time, in order to better fulfill Chen Chen's ambitions, Gao Huan also handed over several large orders from Jishin Cold Chain to the Jiangcheng Group. Over the past 2 days, Chen Jianjun, who believed he had resolved Chen Chen's issues, was in high spirits. Business was going exceptionally well for him. Chen Jianjun welcomed these large orders with open arms. In his view, if he could take on all these businesses, not only would he secure his position as the richest man in Jiangcheng, but becoming the richest in Jiangdong province would also be just around the corner. Completely oblivious to the fact that he had fallen into a carefully woven trap, Chen Jianjun was unaware that he was waiting to be dragged into the abyss at the peak of his confidence. After learning this news, Chen Chen was quite satisfied. Tomorrow marked the deadline for the Jiangcheng Group. After arranging everything, Chen Chen returned to his room and had a good sleep. Perhaps due to the influx of good news, Chen Chen slept particularly soundly that night. When Chen Chen slowly opened his eyes, the system's prompt echoed in his mind. Ding, 18th day of proposing divorce, reward, Shinong Traditional Chinese Medicine Company. However, unlike the companies Chen Chen had owned before, the Shinong Traditional Chinese Medicine Company did not exist until today. This company was formed by the system through the acquisition of various traditional Chinese medicine planting bases across the country. It was not publicly listed and was solely owned by Chen Chen. Therefore, until now, not many people knew of its existence. Although this company would not bring Chen Chen immense profits, he could use it to strengthen his relationship with the Divine Dr. Hall. The current attitude of the Divine Dr. Hall towards Chen Chen was entirely due to that token. Now that Chen Chen had established this herbal planting company, the close relationship between the Divine Dr. Hall and Chen Chen might simply be a result of the channels he provided. Chen Chen also planned to take this opportunity to meet with the Hall Master of the Divine Dr. Hall to further solidify their relationship. However, these matters could be dealt with later. The most pressing issue now was to close the net. Chen Jianjun's good days were coming to an end. Starting today, he would face endless nightmares. In the Jiangcheng Group, in the chairman's office, Chen Jianjun sat in his office reviewing the company's financial reports. At this moment, the Jiangcheng Group was thriving. The recent projects he had been following could bring in even more profits for the company. The only thing that made Chen Jianjun uneasy was that Chen Qingtian had not contacted him since that day. Although Chen Jianjun knew that his eldest son had a special status and not contacting him was normal, he couldn't shake off the feeling of unease this time. However, he attributed it to his own misperception. If something had happened to Chen Qingtian, how could the Jiangcheng Group continue to operate? Moreover, Chen Jianjun had not received any unfavorable news. It must be because of that troublesome kid Chen Chen that everything he did was going wrong, leading to this misperception. Chen Jianjun pushed aside those chaotic thoughts and continued with his work. Just then, the door to the chairman's office was pushed open forcefully, making a loud noise. Chen Jianjun's brows furrowed sharply. He hated being disturbed while working. Who was the thoughtless person making such a commotion? He was determined to fire this reckless individual. Chen Jianjun looked up, his face filled with anger. But when he saw the visitor, the anger that had built up within him dissipated in an instant. At this moment, an officer in military uniform, a police officer in uniform, and a man in a suit appeared together in Chen Jianjun's office. Chen Jianjun immediately recognized that the police officer was Song Igua, the head of the Jiangdong Provincial Public Security Department and the eldest of the Song family. Brother Song, what's going on? Is there some misunderstanding? If this is a joke, it's not funny at all, Chen Jianjun said, looking at Song Igua. However, Song Igua had no intention of engaging in conversation with Chen Jianjun, adopting a completely businesslike attitude. In Song Igua's eyes, Chen Jianjun was a criminal who colluded with foreign forces for his own selfish desires. There was nothing to discuss with such a person. The man in the black administrative suit stepped forward. Chen Jianjun, you have colluded with foreign anti-China forces and have repeatedly harmed our citizens. Come with us. As soon as the man's words fell, several soldiers in military uniforms stepped forward and apprehended Chen Jianjun. There was no way Chen Jianjun could match these strong soldiers. In no time, he was taken away with his hands cuffed behind his back. At that moment, Shin Jianjun realized that the situation had been exposed. He no longer had any intention of resisting. The only thing he worried about was his precious son. But then he thought, if he had been found, how could his son escape? Chen Jianjun felt as if all his spirit had been drained. In an instant, he seemed to age decades, exuding a sense of defeat. He was taken away in silence, publicly escorted out of the Jiangcheng Group. In an instant, the news of the chairman of Jiangcheng Group being arrested exploded across the internet. The entire Jiangcheng Group was in a state of panic. Stocks plummeted, and countless people were selling off their shares in Jiangcheng Group. Those shareholders holding the majority of the stocks were especially anxious. They could already foresee that the stocks of Jiangcheng Group had become worthless. It wouldn't be long before Jiangcheng Group's stocks would be delisted. Everyone associated with Jiangcheng Group was uneasy in the face of this terrifying storm. Only Chen Xingyun was still enjoying his perverse hobbies in his mountain villa. Ever since Chen Xingtian returned, Chen Xingyun had been confined to the mountain villa by Chen Jianjun and had not been let out until now. Fortunately, Chen Xingyun still had a few toys around to keep him entertained, which prevented any disturbances. However, today, Chen Xingyun's mood was interrupted by a series of phone calls. The calls were from the senior executives of Jiangcheng Group. Now that Chen Jianjun had been taken away, those executives could only turn to Chen Xingyun, the second-generation heir they usually looked down upon. Upon hearing the content of the calls, Chen Xingyun felt utterly dazed. What a joke! Jiangcheng Group was the largest group in Jiangcheng. Even that annoying Chen Shen had only caused some trouble for Jiangcheng Group. Now someone suddenly told him that Jiangcheng Group was going to collapse. How could Chen Xingyun possibly believe it? He immediately cursed and angrily hung up the phone. The next call came right after, and Chen Xingyun received the same news about Jiangcheng Group's impending doom. With the continuous calls, Chen Xingyun finally realized that this time, Jiangcheng Group might really be finished. His support was gone. Thinking of this, the usually arrogant Chen Xingyun finally felt a sense of confusion. He had long been accustomed to the protection from his father. He didn't need to do anything. His father would naturally handle everything for him. Although his father looked down on him and often beat and scolded him, as long as his father was alive, he was still the prince of Jiangcheng. But now that his father had been taken away, Chen Xingyun felt as if the sky had fallen. However, he soon remembered his father's past warnings. If one day something happened to the Jiangcheng Group, he should make a phone call, and someone would help him leave Huagua. In addition, Chen Jianjun had left him a card. The money in this card was enough for Chen Xingyun to live a carefree life. Initially, Chen Xingyun thought his father was being overly cautious. With the Jiangcheng Group's influence in Jiangcheng, how could anything possibly go wrong? So he had never taken this matter to heart. But unexpectedly, it had happened after all. What had his father done behind his back? Chen Xingyun temporarily set those questions aside. Since Chen Jianjun had warned him so seriously, it meant that staying in Huagua was extremely dangerous. Chen Xingyun quickly found the bank card that Chen Jianjun had left for him in the mountain villa, then took out his phone and dialed the number. On the other end of the line, arrangements were quickly made for Chen Xingyun to leave Huagua. He didn't bother packing his things and went straight to Donghai Dock. As for the women in the mountain villa, Chen Xingyun told them to stay there, hoping they could serve as a distraction. These canaries he had raised were already used to obeying his orders, and with food and drink available in the villa, they were naturally happy to comply. Donghai Dock. Wearing a baseball cap, Chen Xingyun cautiously followed the smuggler into a container. He needed to hide in this container and could only come out after the cargo ship left Huagua's territorial waters. If it were the old Chen Xingyun, he would never have accepted such conditions. Unfortunately, times had changed, and now Chen Xingyun just wanted to leave Huagua as soon as possible. Once the cargo ship arrived in Lighthouse Country, Chen Xingyun, who already had a green card, could rely on the assets Chen Jianjun had left in Lighthouse Country and the money in that card to live happily for the rest of his life. The current endurance was only temporary. Gritting his teeth, Chen Xingyun entered the container. Soon, the container was sealed shut, but fortunately, there were basic lighting facilities and a bed inside. He couldn't help but wonder if he would develop claustrophobia. With a strong jolt, the container was lifted by a crane and loaded onto the cargo ship. Inside the container, Chen Xingyun felt himself rising continuously. Just as he was getting used to the sensation of weightlessness, the ascending container suddenly jolted, then began to descend. Chen Xingyun initially thought they were going to place the container where it belonged, and sure enough, after a while, the container finally stopped moving. Just as Chen Xingyun was about to lie down to ease the nausea, the container was suddenly opened. Outside stood several soldiers in camouflage uniforms. In addition, a handsome face caught Chen Xingyun's attention. Chen, how could it be you? How are you still alive? Is it because of you that the Zhengchang group got into trouble? Are these people here to capture me because of you? The moment he saw Chen Shen, Chen Xingyun unleashed a barrage of questions. His eyes were bloodshot, appearing fierce and terrifying. In Chen Xingyun's view, their family's downfall was entirely caused by Chen Shen. He was the real culprit. You actually guessed it. Looks like you're not as stupid as I thought. Seeing Chen Xingyun in such a frantic state, Chen Shen felt a deep sense of satisfaction. It should be noted that when I first met Chen Xingyun, this guy was so arrogant that he didn't even regard me as a person, treating me like a toy to be played with at will. Now, the feeling of personally destroying Chen Xingyun's future made Chen Shen feel extremely pleased. Chen Shen, I'm going to kill you. Enraged, Chen Xingyun charged directly at Chen Shen. He looked completely deranged, like a mad dog. But the current Chen Shen was not the same as before. Chen Shen stood his ground, and when Chen Xingyun entered his attack range, he threw a punch. Chen Shen's fist landed solidly on Chen Xingyun's chest. Then, the hidden energy erupted. Accompanied by the domineering internal force of the Luo family, this power coursed through Chen Xingtian's body, violently tearing apart Chen Xingyun's meridians and destroying his muscles. Lying on the ground, Chen Xingyun felt the continuous pain within him, curling up like a boiled shrimp, while he let out chilling howls. Although it was just one punch, it was enough to render Chen Xingyun a useless person. Take him away. With a wave of her hand, Wang Luya ordered several soldiers in camouflage uniforms to lift Chen Xingyun off the ground and carry him out. The smuggler who had arranged for Chen Xingyun's crossing was also taken away. Wang Luya was Chen Shen's disciple, so even seeing Chen Shen take action against Chen Xingyun, she had no objections. Moreover, everyone had just witnessed that it was Chen Xingyun who intended to attack Chen Shen, and Chen Shen had only thrown one punch to subdue him. This was clearly self-defense. By the time Chen Xingyun was brought back to the military base, he could no longer control his limbs. The intense pain had also numbed him. Chen Shen and the others locked Chen Xingyun in an empty room to let him calm down. At this point, Chen Xingyun didn't need anyone to watch over him. Besides, with his personality, he didn't have the courage to commit suicide. Even if we take a step back, even if Chen Xingyun really had the guts to kill himself, his useless life wouldn't affect the overall situation at all. After dealing with Chen Xingyun, Chen Shen planned to check on how Chairman Chen Jianjun was doing. Currently, Chen Jianjun was sitting in the interrogation room. Just a few hours had passed, and his once jet-black hair had turned completely gray, and his spirit had completely deflated. In his lifeless eyes, there was no sign of hope. In this state, no matter what others asked him, he had no reaction. After receiving permission, Chen Shen walked directly into the interrogation room. When Chen Jianjun saw Chen Shen, a glimmer of light finally appeared in his lifeless eyes. Chen Shen, you're here. You're still alive. Chen Jianjun's tone carried a hint of urgency. Clearly, he was very surprised to see Chen Shen before him. Actually, what you want to ask is why I didn't die at your son Chen Xingtian's hands, right? Chen Shen directly exposed Chen Jianjun's thoughts. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Chen Jianjun's gaze began to evade. Have you ever thought about it? I'm alive and well, so who was it that got into trouble? If it weren't for your precious son Chen Xingtian confessing everything, would we have found you so quickly? Chen Shen looked at Chen Jianjun and spoke mercilessly. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I understand now, Chen Shen, you want to trick me, right? I don't understand what you're saying, and I don't even know who Chen Xingtian is. Chen Jianjun snorted coldly. In Chen Jianjun's eyes, his precious son Chen Xingtian was the great master of the 7 killing stars. Even the presidents of those small countries had died at the hands of Chen Xingtian, and even if they couldn't kill Chen Shen, it was impossible for anything to happen in the hands of this guy. What Chen Shen said was just deceiving himself. The more Chen Jianjun thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed. The spirit he had lost was surprisingly regained a bit. Chen Shen could even clearly see the pride in Chen Jianjun's gaze when he looked at him. Since Chen Jianjun was so stubborn, Chen Shen didn't mind letting him see his precious son. He just hoped that after seeing his precious son, Chen Jianjun could still maintain his current attitude. Wang Luyao and the others did not refuse Chen Shen's proposal. Now that the crimes of Chen Jianjun and Chen Xingtian had been backed by solid evidence, it didn't matter whether Chen Jianjun confessed or not. Wang Luyao and the others also disapproved of Chen Jianjun's actions, so Wang Luyao didn't mind letting Chen Jianjun see that his last hope had been shattered. This blow was Chen Jianjun's retribution. A few soldiers in military uniforms walked in and lifted Chen Jianjun from his seat. What are you going to do? Chen Jianjun suddenly felt a bit flustered. Don't worry, I'm not going to lay a hand on you. Haven't you always been thinking about your precious son? Just right, I have time, and I'll take you to see your precious son. Chen Shen's voice was cold as he stepped toward the door. The two soldiers also held Chen Jianjun, following behind Chen Chen. Now, Chen Jianjun's heart suddenly became anxious. Bad thoughts began to emerge in his mind. Could it be that his precious son Chen Xingtian was really captured by the military? Chen Xingtian was the master of the 7 killing star. How could he be captured so easily? But if Chen Xingtian hadn't been captured, why would Chen Chen be so confident? Now, Chen Jianjun was filled with fear and unease, afraid that his worst fears would come true. Chen Chen, don't play tricks. Who exactly are you taking me to see? Chen Jianjun asked Chen Chen loudly. His voice echoed in the empty corridor. However, Chen Chen seemed to be deaf to it, just walking ahead on his own. This stretch of road, neither long nor short, felt incredibly long in Chen Jianjun's eyes. Finally, Chen Chen stopped. The two soldiers behind him also pushed Chen Jianjun toward the door. Chen Jianjun, aren't you curious about who I'm taking you to see? The person you want to see is right behind the door. You can push the door open and see for yourself. Chen Chen crossed his arms, his gaze filled with an indescribable indifference. I don't have anyone I want to see. Don't think you can fool me. Chen Jianjun spoke harshly, but inside he was extremely uneasy. He hesitated for a long time before finally reaching out to push open the door. What's wrong? Don't have the guts to open it? Do you want me to help you? Chen Chen's tone was full of mockery. Provoked by Chen Jianjun extended his hand and pushed open the door. However, as he pushed the door, it was obvious that his hand was trembling uncontrollably. Creak! The door finally opened. Chen Jianjun was about to face the most brutal truth for him. As he opened the door, his gaze fell on the man lying on the hospital bed. Chen Xingtian now looked even more dispirited than he had a few days ago. Although Huang Xuanqi used the secret techniques of the Divine Doctor Hall to protect Chen Xingtian's brain and heart, the toxins still gathered in Chen Xingtian's body, continuously eroding him. In the future, Chen Xingtian would die because his body's essence was completely corroded by the toxins. This is a long process, and during this time, the pain that Chen Xingtian endures is even several times that of a cancer patient. This is the retribution that Chen Xingtian must bear. Xingtian, how did you become like this? The moment Chen Jianjun saw Chen Xingtian, he recognized his once proud son. Chen Jianjun staggered forward, falling to the ground several times before clumsily getting back up. When he finally reached Chen Xingtian's side, he noticed the foul stench emanating from him. Chen Xingtian's blackened limbs had already begun to rot, releasing waves of putrid odor. Chen Xingtian's gaze instantly turned frantic. Being seen in such a miserable state by his father was a humiliation for him. He wanted to push Chen Jianjun away, but he lacked the strength to do so. He could only close his eyes, pretending he didn't see Chen Jianjun, hoping to make him think he had mistaken him for someone else. But no matter how Chen Xingtian had changed, Chen Jianjun could never mistake his son, whom he took pride in. Chen, what have you done to my son? How could you be so ruthless? You will not die a good death. Chen Jianjun glared at Chen Chen, his voice filled with venom. Weren't you just saying you didn't know who Chen Xingtian was? How come now you admit this is your son? I'm ruthless? What a joke. This fool attempted suicide by poison, and I had to intervene to save his life. I am his great benefactor. Chen Chen's tone was even more dismissive. Seeing Chen Jianjun's expression now, Chen Chen felt a sense of satisfaction. But mere words were far from enough. Oh, I must have taken you to the wrong room. I remember your son is called Chen Xinyun. How did he end up in the room of this killer? Now, come with me to see your precious son. As soon as Chen Chen finished speaking, two soldiers grabbed Chen Jianjun again. Chen, what have you done to Qin Yun? He had nothing to do with this. He is innocent. You can't lay a hand on him. In Chen Jianjun's eyes, Chen Chen had become a demon capable of anything. He firmly believed that Chen Xinyun had fallen into Chen Chen's hands. Chen Xingtian was already ruined, and he too could hardly escape death. The Chen family could only blame their hopes on the unreliable Chen Xinyun to carry on the family line. Chen Xinyun must not come to harm. Chen Chen continued to ignore the frantically struggling Chen Jianjun, just as before. Chen Chen stopped again in front of a room. The two soldiers skillfully tossed Chen Jianjun in front of the door. Go in, your son is waiting for you inside, Chen Chen urged. Now, Chen Jianjun had lost all his arrogance. He didn't dare to open the door in front of him, fearing that he would see his other son also turned into a wretched state by Chen Chen. What's wrong? Aren't you going to open the door? If you don't want to see your son, then just leave. Chen Chen didn't give Chen Jianjun any time to react. As soon as Chen Chen's words fell, the two soldiers prepared to drag Chen Jianjun away. Chen Jianjun knew that if he didn't seize this opportunity, he might never see Chen Xinyun again. Staggering to his feet, he pushed open the door. What he saw was Chen Xinyun lying on the bed, completely wrapped in bandages, unable to move. Chen Xinyun had fainted from the pain, lying quietly on the bed like a mummy. Chen Xinyun has nothing to do with this. How can you be so cruel to him? Are you even human? Chen Jianjun's voice became increasingly hysterical. Old man, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you like. You brainless son attacked me for no reason. I hit him once, and he turned out like this. It's all self-defense. If you keep talking nonsense, I might just sue you for defamation. Chen Shen savored the look of despair on Chen Jianjun's face, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction. This man, who once ruled Jiangcheng, was nothing but this. Chen, you've ruined the Jiangcheng group. Why won't you let us go? Chen Jianjun questioned Chen. I won't let you go? Are you mistaken about something? From head to toe, it's all because you provoked me. As Chen Shen spoke, he walked over to Chen Xingyun's side and slapped him hard across the face, directly performing a medical miracle. Chen Xingyun, who was still in a coma, was jolted awake by the slap. Looking at the fierce Chen Shen in front of him, Chen Xingyun instinctively tried to reach out to stop him, but he found he couldn't control his body at all. Don't even think about it. Your hands and feet are useless now. You're a cripple who can't even turn over. Chen Shen gripped Chen Xingyun's neck with one hand, his tone full of disdain. Chen Xingyun, oh Chen Xingyun, I still remember your previous demeanor. You gave me a green hat? You wanted me to raise your child? You treated me like a toy? All of this started because of you. With every word, Chen Shen tightened his grip a little more. By the time he finished speaking, Chen Xingyun's face had turned a deep purple. The blood vessels in his eyes seemed ready to burst at any moment. Fortunately, Chen Shen released his grip just in time, preventing Chen Xingyun from suffocating. Gasping for air, Chen Xingyun was engulfed by a lingering fear of death. His eyes were filled with terror as he looked at Chen Shen. Chen Xingyun, I remember I said I would make your family go bankrupt. I always keep my word. Chen Shen's tone was icy. Now, Chen Xingyun recalled the first time he saw Chen Shen, the harsh words Chen Shen had spoken to him. Initially, Chen Xingyun hadn't taken Chen Shen seriously at all. He thought of it as the ranting of an ant before being crushed by him. Chen Xingyun never imagined that Chen Shen would actually follow through. The Jiangcheng group was destroyed. He and his father would surely die at Chen Shen's hands. Now, Chen Xingyun finally regretted it. Why did he provoke Chen Shen? Why did he choose that shameless woman, Lu Ruyan? Chen Shen, I was wrong. I was really wrong. I can't take all the blame. It's all Lu Ruyan's fault, that shameless woman. If it weren't for that shameless woman seducing me, I would never have provoked you. Chen Xingyun hurriedly pleaded for mercy, trying to shift all the blame onto Lu Ruyan. Chen Xingyun, you really have no guts. You dare to do but not to admit. It was you who kept Lu Ruyan but let her marry me, right? It was you who asked me to raise that bastard Chen Xiaotian, right? It was you who fired me from the company, right? It was you who threatened me to keep wearing the green hat, to raise your son, and to send Lu Ruyan to your villa every week, right? Did I wrong you? But don't worry, I won't let that shameless woman Lu Ruyan go either. As Chen Shen spoke, he couldn't help but laugh. Meanwhile, Chen Xingyun's face had turned pale. Indeed, Chen Shen's words left no room for Chen Xingyun to argue. Chen Shen, it's not that I didn't know your strength. I already apologized to you the moment I realized you weren't an ordinary person, didn't I? It was my fault, I offended you. I beg you, spare me. The Jiangcheng group can give you what you want. I can give up everything. Just let me go, just spare my life. Chen Xingyun was already terrified by Chen Shen's relentless questioning. Now, all Chen Xingyun could do was plead for mercy, hoping that Chen Shen would grant him a way out. You don't realize your mistake, you only know that you're about to die. You don't have many days left either. Chen Shen's tone was exceptionally cold. Even now, Chen Xingyun had not recognized his own errors. Or perhaps, the scoundrel Chen Xingyun simply did not believe there was anything wrong with his actions. As the heir of the Jiangcheng group, he felt entitled to oppress ordinary people at will. In his view, his mistake was not the oppression of ordinary people, but rather provoking Chen Shen, a person he could not afford to offend, which led the Jiangcheng group to its downfall. If it weren't for the system, Chen Shen would have long since perished under Chen Xingyun's oppression. Chen Xingyun would never consider admitting his faults. Forgiving Chen Xingyun? Don't be ridiculous, Chen Shen was no saint. If anyone could forgive Chen Xingyun, perhaps it would be a benevolent god. The only help Chen Shen could offer Chen Xingyun was to send him to meet God. Chen Xingyun, you wretched son! It's all your fault, you've brought this disaster upon us. Otherwise, how could our family have fallen to such a state? Chen Jianjun was already a hot-tempered person. In his heart, Chen Xingyun's status was not even a fraction of his brother Chen Xingtian's. Now, Because of his useless son's actions, they had provoked Chen Chen, turning his beloved son into a useless person. The Jiangcheng Group, which he took pride in, was also facing bankruptcy. Chen Jianjun directly reached out, viciously gripping Chen Qingyun's neck, wanting to strangle this troublemaking son. If he hadn't given birth to this useless child, none of this would have happened today. When Chen Qingyun saw his father Chen Jianjun choking him, he didn't even have the desire to struggle. However, this farce was still interrupted by soldiers in military uniforms. The Chen father and son deserved to die, but not in this manner. There was still a trial awaiting them. Chen Chen, I can give you all the assets of the Jiangcheng Group. I don't expect you to spare us. I only ask that you let Chen Xiaotian live. He's just a spoiled child, none of this has anything to do with him. As he spoke these words, Chen Jianjun seemed to have had his spine pulled out, and he completely collapsed. Chen Jianjun? I didn't expect you to beg me to? But do you think you still have control over the Jiangcheng Group? The entire Jiangcheng Group was built on your illegal activities, just wait to be auctioned off by the state to pay your debts. Now, you're just a sinner with nothing left, waiting to die. But don't worry, I won't lay a hand on Chen Xiaotian. I'll just send his mother and grandmother in. You better pray that Chen Xiaotian can survive on his own. Chen Chen's icy words shattered Chen Jianjun's last hope. Yes, this time Chen Jianjun had already been utterly defeated. He had nothing left and could only wait helplessly for death. Thinking of this, Chen Jianjun's expression grew increasingly bitter, and his gaze towards Chen Qingyun became more venomous. Now, Chen Jianjun had lost the courage to hate Chen Chen, instead pouring all his emotions onto his useless son. Chen Chen was quite satisfied with this dramatic estrangement between father and son. However, Chen Chen was unwilling to waste all his time on such garbage. Originally, Chen Chen intended to use a forced acquisition card to directly acquire the Jiangcheng Group, but he received news that the Jiangcheng Group was about to be liquidated by the state. At that time, he could simply acquire it at market price, which left Chen Chen with this forced acquisition card. Next, he just needed to wait for the state to announce the bankruptcy of the Jiangcheng Group, and the previous task would be completed. Although Chen Chen was no longer short of money, the thought of soon gaining control over the trillion-yuan conglomerate Junbao Capital still excited him. With control over this trillion-yuan group, he would undoubtedly become one of the wealthiest people. How could Chen Chen not be excited? After dealing with the matters concerning Chen Jianjun and his son, Chen Chen's steps became lighter as he left. Once he took care of Lu Ruyan as well, he could finally understand his own concerns. He was just waiting for the court to open. Since he had already resolved the Jiangcheng Group issue, there was no need for Chen Chen to continue hiding his whereabouts. Thus, he planned to return to the villa at Yulong Lake. Although the conditions at this military base were quite good, compared to the villa at Yulong Bay, it was like heaven and earth. Chen Chen also missed the dishes made by Feng Xiaoxiao. When leaving the villa at Yulong Lake, he had greeted Feng Xiaoxiao. During this time, Feng Xiaoxiao had been arranged by Chen Chen to stay in a hotel with the volunteers and children from the Jiangcheng Welfare Institute. Of course, to prevent these children from the Welfare Institute from seeing a life of luxury too early and losing hope in life, Chen Chen only arranged for them to stay in a regular budget hotel. Feng Xiaoxiao knew that Chen Chen was not in danger of losing his life, he was just trying to lure out a big fish, which allowed her to feel at ease caring for the children in the hotel. As for the Welfare Institute that had the incident, Chen Chen took this opportunity to renovate it completely. The various facilities at the Jiangcheng Welfare Institute had indeed aged and were due for renovation. Red Hacker V also helped Chen Chen transfer the balance from Chen Qingtian's Swiss bank account. A total of $260 million. Such ill-gotten gains felt a bit too hot to hold on to without doing some good deeds. After notifying Feng Xiaoxiao to return to the villa to cook for him, Chen Chen bid farewell to Wang Luo and Luo Ping, and got into the Hummer driven by Zhou Weigua, setting off back to his villa. Sitting in the familiar back seat of the Hummer, Chen Chen completely relaxed. However, he noticed that Huang Xuanqi beside him seemed a bit off emotionally. Huang Xuanqi had grown up in the Divine Doctor Hall. Surrounded by various rigid old men, she had not been exposed to much of the world and did not know how to hide her emotions. Whenever something happened, it would be written all over her face. Xuanqi, is something troubling you? Is there anything I can help you with? Chen Chen asked. Hearing Chen Chen's words, Huang Xuanqi finally came to her senses. Naturally, she would not hide the difficulty she was currently facing from someone like Chen Chen, who held the token of the Divine Doctor Hall. Moreover, since Chen Chen was so wealthy, he might really be able to help her with this issue. Chen Chen, I am indeed in trouble right now. More accurately, the entire traditional Chinese medicine community in Huaguay is in trouble. A news was just announced today that Yinghua Country and Goryeo Country have acquired the three largest traditional Chinese medicine planting companies in the country. Those small herbal planting bases have no sales channels of their own and can only be led by big companies. Now, the prices of herbal materials across Huagua have at least doubled. Saying this, Huang Xuanqi had a somewhat gritted teeth feeling. Currently, there are few people willing to seek traditional Chinese medicine. If the prices of herbal medicines rise, the number of people willing to seek traditional Chinese medicine will definitely decrease even more. The cherry blossom country and the high country are trying to dig up the roots of traditional Chinese medicine. Over the years, the cherry blossom country and the high country have spread rumors internationally that traditional Chinese medicine is pseudoscience, and unfortunately, there are indeed some people domestically who have believed their claims. However, the cherry blossom country and the high country are vigorously promoting their Hanfang medicine and so-called Korean medicine domestically. Now, they have quietly acquired Chinese herbal medicine planting companies. If this continues, they will weaken traditional Chinese medicine even further, while the reputations of Hanfang medicine and Korean medicine will grow larger, and in the future, there may be no traditional Chinese medicine left, only Hanfang medicine and Korean medicine. At this point, Huang Xuanqi let out a long sigh. Clearly, she was worried about the future of traditional Chinese medicine. Good, very good. They actually dare to target our traditional Chinese medicine. They have such audacity. Chen Chen's tone was unfriendly. The cherry blossom country has always been ambitious. When the Shenzhou is strong, they bow and scrape to be a dog for China. But as soon as they find an opportunity, they will ruthlessly bite off a piece of flesh from China. That bloody national defense war has already proven everything. As for the high country, they are even more shameless. The cherry blossom country at least admits that Hanfang medicine developed after traditional Chinese medicine reached their country. The high country, on the other hand, is completely shameless, directly promoting that traditional Chinese medicine learned from their Korean medicine. Now, the high country and the cherry blossom country are colluding to attack traditional Chinese medicine in China, and Chen Chen naturally cannot stand by and watch. Don't worry, Xuanqi, I have a way, Chen Chen said. In fact, when Huang Xuanqi sought help from Chen Chen, she was merely hoping against hope. She never expected that Chen Chen could really help her. After all, this was a conspiracy orchestrated by the cherry blossom country and the high country. It was far too difficult to resolve it with just one person's strength. Chen Chen, are you serious? Now the entire herbal medicine market is monopolized by companies controlled by the high country and the cherry blossom country. Even if you have money, they definitely won't sell their companies to you. If you want to establish a company and expand your own channels, you will surely face their full suppression. This is not an easy task. Huang Xuanqi's tone suddenly became agitated. As she spoke about how difficult it was to break free from the blockade of the high country and the cherry blossom country, she also hoped to find a glimmer of hope for a solution from Chen Chen. I certainly know that breaking a monopoly is not an easy thing, but that only applies if they have already formed a monopoly. I have a herbal medicine company that is not inferior in scale to theirs. Although its size is not comparable to the total of their three companies, as long as there is one company, they cannot complete the monopoly. It is absolutely impossible to cut off the path of traditional Chinese medicine in China by raising prices. Chen Chen's tone was firm. At this moment, Huang Xuanqi felt that Chen Chen's handsome face had gained an additional layer of determination. A powerful charm radiated from Chen Chen, making Huang Xuanqi's heart race and her breathing quicken. Chen Chen, how do you have such a company? Huang Xuanqi took a moment to calm her emotions and asked. After all, I have the token of the Divine Doctor Hall. I also have a responsibility to protect traditional Chinese medicine. While making money, I can also fulfill the duty of safeguarding traditional Chinese medicine. Why not? I just didn't expect that the backup plan I left when I was worried about encountering the worst situation would actually come in handy. If this company goes public, perhaps the wolfish ambitions of the cherry blossom country and the high country won't be exposed so early. Chen Chen slowly spoke, adopting an air of someone who has seen through everything. This was how he explained the source of the rewards the system had given him. Of course, if anyone were to look into the history of Chen Chen's herbal medicine company, they would arrive at the same conclusion. Chen Chen, on behalf of Chinese medicine in Huagua, I thank you, Huang Xuanqi said sincerely. If Huang Xuanqi's previous attitude towards Chen Chen was largely due to his possession of the Divine Doctor Hall's token, now her attitude was because of Chen Chen himself. To put it bluntly, Chen Chen's actions in saving the Divine Doctor Hall absolutely deserved a new token. Don't flatter me. I said, I just did it while making money. I'm not selflessly devoted, Chen Chen said with a smile. However, Huang Xuanqi clearly did not take Chen Chen's words to heart. Instead, she developed a humble and unassuming good impression of him. Having someone like Chen Chen in Huagua was truly wonderful. Chen Chen, I will have someone who can speak on behalf of the Divine Doctor Hall in East China come to see you. With your help, this crisis for Chinese medicine in Huagua will definitely be resolved. Huang Xuanqi's tone was excited, and she took out her phone to dial a number. Coincidentally, the person in charge of the Divine Doctor Hall in East China was indeed in Jiangdong. Upon hearing that Chen Chen was in control of a herbal medicine company, he expressed his intention to immediately head to Jiangqing to meet Chen Chen. He should be able to arrive in Jiangqing this afternoon to meet with Chen Chen. Chen Chen could certainly find time to meet with this person in charge. At the same time, he was indeed curious to see what the head of the Divine Doctor Hall in Jiangdong looked like. He must be an old Chinese medicine practitioner with an ethereal presence. Boss, thank you. When getting out of the car, Wang Peng walked up to Chen Chen and said, Wang Peng also came from a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. He naturally understood how devastating it would be for Chinese medicine if herbal medicine were monopolized by Sakura country and Goryeo country. If Chen Chen did not have control of a herbal medicine company, it would undoubtedly lead to a catastrophe for Chinese medicine in Huagua. I just did what I was supposed to do. Chen Chen nodded slightly to Wang Peng. Then he entered the villa with everyone to enjoy the feast prepared by Feng Xiaoxiao. It had been a long time since he had tasted the delicious food made by Feng Xiaoxiao, and after a few days, Chen Chen felt a great satisfaction in his taste buds. He didn't know if it was just his imagination, but it seemed that Feng Xiaoxiao's cooking had improved. The dishes he had today were much more delicious than those he had eaten before. Feng Xiaoxiao also knew about Chen Chen's plan to renovate the welfare home in Jiangchang, so she expressed her gratitude by preparing delicious food for him. However, recalling the events of a few days ago, Feng Xiaoxiao still felt a bit uneasy. So, while serving the dishes, she walked over to Chen Chen and whispered, Chen Chen, it's all over now, right? There won't be any more dangerous situations in the future, will there? Feng Xiaoxiao's voice sounded cautious. Don't worry, it's all over. There won't be any dangerous situations in the future, Chen Chen replied. Hearing this, Feng Xiaoxiao felt relieved and continued to prepare the dishes. Watching everyone indulge in food and drink, it was clear that the few dishes on the table would not be enough to satisfy them. Preparing the food was Feng Xiaoxiao's main job. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, Chen Chen leaned back on the sofa in the living room, watching television. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was an overseas number. Chen Chen answered the call with curiosity. Hello, is this Mr. Chen Chen? This is the Atlantic Insurance Company. The cargo ship you used for shipping goods by sea has been hijacked by pirates, and we are here to discuss the compensation with you. On the other end of the phone, a woman spoke in stiff Chinese. After inquiring about the situation, Chen Chen confirmed that the lost cargo was indeed the collection being shipped back to the Aussie private museum in the country. This included the family heirloom, the Liuhe gun, from the Luo family. Upon hearing this news, Chen Chen was clearly a bit angry. Not to mention the significance of the Liuhe gun to the Luo family, the collection of that private museum was also a treasure of Huaxia, yet it had been silently plundered by pirates. As for compensation, those were priceless treasures. Can money make up for that? Chen Chen's expression suddenly darkened. He learned from the insurance company about the location and time of the incident involving the cargo ship. Now was not the time to demand compensation, but to find a way to retrieve these treasures from the hands of the pirates. Everyone noticed a dramatic change in Chen Chen's demeanor. After hearing what had happened, they were filled with righteous indignation. The three with military backgrounds, Zhou Weiguo and his companions, cursed vehemently. However, after understanding the ins and outs of the situation, Chen Chen felt an inexplicable familiarity. It seemed that the Jiangcheng group had made its fortune through such actions? Was it said that this time the pirates were the work of the Seven Kills organization? Filled with doubt, Chen Chen contacted Honka V. Upon learning that a batch of national treasures was in trouble, Honka V assured him that he would mobilize all the resources of the Honka Alliance to find the culprit behind this incident. Although they did not have the ability to snatch back the national treasures from the pirates, they could still locate these pirates. After hanging up with Honka V, Chen Chen also contacted Old Master Luo. With such a major mishap involving the Liuhe gun, it was only right and proper for Chen Chen to inform Old Master Luo. Junior brother, why are you calling me so soon? Have you found time on your side and want to visit the Luo family? As soon as the call connected, Chen Chen heard Old Master Luo's cheerful voice. Sorry, senior brother, there's been an issue with the Liuhe gun. Although Chen Chen was reluctant to disturb Old Master Luo's mood, he still explained the situation in detail. There was a long silence on the other end of the line, followed by a string of curses. Chen Chen could guarantee that in his entire life, he had never heard such a torrent of foul language as that from Old Master Luo. Junior brother, as long as you find out the information about those blind pirates, my Luo family's sons will mobilize to get the Liuhe gun back. Old Master Luo said fiercely. Now that they knew the whereabouts of the Ryoha gun, but it had been stolen, Old Master Luo would never let it go. Senior brother, don't be anxious. This matter needs the state to intervene. After all, this is a batch of national treasures returning home. The state has to make a statement. Chen Chen said. Alright, junior brother, I'll listen to you. Just let us know when you need the Luo family's sons to help. We have quite a few people in the Dragon Guard. If a mission arises, let them take the lead. Old Master Luo promised. After hanging up with Old Master Luo, Chen Chen also called Old Master Wang. This incident indeed resembled the style of the Seven Kills organization. The Seven Kills organization had some connections with the Soul-Seeking Gate. Chen Chen planned to ask Old Master Wang to investigate. Naturally, Old Master Wang readily agreed to Chen Chen's request as a member of the Soul-Seeking Gate. After making these two calls, Chen Chen stepped out and headed directly to the Song family's villa. Currently, Old Master Song was indeed the only channel through which Chen Chen could contact the higher-ups of the state. Just as it happened, the Song family's villa was also in this neighborhood, so Chen Chen planned to go directly to discuss matters with Old Master Song. As soon as Chen Chen arrived at the entrance of the Song villa, he saw the retired Old Master Song tending to the vegetables he had planted in a patch of garden he had plowed. Chen Chen, what brings you here to see this old man today? Old Master Song greeted Chen Chen with a smile. Old Master Song, to be honest, I'm here to ask for your help this time, Chen Chen replied. Old Master Song's expression turned serious. He had a certain understanding of Chen Chen. If it weren't for something important, Chen Chen would never have come to find him specifically. Old Master Song brushed the dust off his hands, personally opened the villa door, and welcomed Chen Chen inside. After hearing the background of the situation from Chen Chen, Old Master Song was furious. How dare those blind pirates set their sights on their national treasures? Today's Huagua was not the same as it was 100 years ago. A group of pirates actually dared to stir trouble on their turf. They were simply asking for death. Chen Chen, leave this matter to me, the country will take action, Old Master Song said, and then returned to his study, directly picking up the red telephone on the desk. Chief, I have something to report. Old Master Song succinctly reported the situation to the chief. Understood. Old Master Song hung up the phone. Chen Chen, the chief has already given his opinion. First, the chief supports you in retrieving the national treasures that were taken. However, the chief also has his difficulties. To create an international impact, the country cannot deploy the military. But the chief has approved the Dragon Guard team to take action and retrieve this batch of national treasures. Coincidentally, the country has a fleet escorting over there, which will fully cooperate with the Dragon Guard's actions. Of course, the chief also specifically stated that if any forces related to you intend to take action themselves, they can also participate in this operation. I didn't expect you to be so deep, Chen Chen. Old Master Song looked at Chen Chen with a meaningful gaze. Old Master Song hadn't anticipated that despite his high regard for Chen Chen, there were still things Chen Chen was keeping hidden. Chen Chen was not surprised by the chief's orders. After all, Huagua's foreign policy had always been like this. Moreover, with the Dragon Guard stepping in, they would definitely crush those pirates. It was the chief's last remark that made Chen Chen feel it was worth pondering. The forces he controlled? Could it be that the chief was referring to the Soul Reaper sect? The more Chen Chen thought about it, the more likely it seemed. It should be that Old Master Wang had reported to the chief. After all, the entire ancient martial arts families of Huaxia were under the control of the state, and whether the Soul Reaper sect could continue to take root in Huagua had to be approved by the highest authority. Even if Old Master Wang hadn't mentioned it, given the state's control over the ancient martial arts families, it wouldn't be difficult to know this information. Chen Chen once again corrected his attitude towards the state. The country was even more powerful than he had imagined. Just a small matter, Chen Chen shifted the topic. The chief also said that you have a way to obtain the coordinates and true identities of those pirates. When the time comes, you can directly contact the Dragon Guard personnel. When the mission starts, the fleet will cooperate with you, Old Master Song said. Chen Chen bid farewell to Old Master Song and returned to his own villa. At this time, Chen Chen also received a message from Honka V. It had been confirmed that the group of pirates were members of the Seven Kill organization. It was unclear whether the Seven Kill organization's plundering of this cargo ship was a coincidence or targeted at Chen Chen. However, regardless of which, since the Seven Kill organization had provoked him, Chen Chen would not let them off the hook. Chen Chen first called Old Master Wang to inform him of the latest news. Master, I've also gathered some information through my own channels. The Seven Killers organization is only related to our soul-seeking sect through Chun Qingtian and his master. The other members of the organization are merely those who haven't even grasped inner strength. They can't even be considered part of our soul-seeking sect. Master, you also need to take the heads of those inconsequential characters to establish authority. I have indeed made arrangements with the chief. The chief has also stated that since those guys have Chinese citizens in their hands, they must pay the price. This is just right to mitigate the impact of the Jiangchen group's downfall. Old Master Wang spoke. Chen Chen understood that for the soul-seeking sect to establish itself in China, it needed to deal with some characters that were inconvenient to handle overseas. Like these pirates. Neither Chen Chen nor Old Master Wang would refuse to do such things. This was in no conflict with the soul-seeking sect's principles. The biggest difference between the assassins of the soul-seeking sect and ordinary killers is their sense of righteousness. They have a duty to eliminate these tumors overseas. Old Master Wang, I understand. Should we involve the Luo family in this matter? Chen Chen asked. Master, it would generally be inappropriate. But this time it concerns the Luo family's heirloom, the Liuha gun. Even if we don't involve the Luo family, they definitely won't sit idly by. We'll follow the chief's wishes. Let the members of the Luo family and the Dragon Guard team cooperate with our soul-seeking sect members for this mission. This way, Old Master Luo won't have any grounds to complain. Old Master Wang had already made up his mind early on. Alright, we'll do as you say. Chen Chen was happy to heed Old Master Wang's advice. Master, you don't need to participate in this operation, we'll handle it cleanly. However, after we eliminate this group of pirates, I still hope you can meet Chen Xingtian's master. This is crucial for the reconstruction of the soul-seeking sect. In addition, once this matter is over, the chief wants to meet you. As long as you've met the chief, the reconstruction of the soul-seeking sect in China will be almost guaranteed. Old Master Wang said. Alright, just contact me when it's time for me to make an appearance. Chen Chen readily agreed. That mysterious master of Chen Xingtian was definitely a skilled individual. If such a master could serve him, it would be perfect. But if this guy was ungrateful, he wouldn't hold back. If he couldn't be of use, then he might as well die. After finishing his conversation with Old Master Wang, Chen Chen called Old Master Luo again to inform him of the results of his discussion with Old Master Wang. Although Old Master Luo felt some regret for not being able to participate, this was indeed the most appropriate arrangement, and he expressed no objections, proceeding according to Chen Chen's plan. Old Master Luo was also preparing to contact the most outstanding members of his family in the Dragon Guard. He needed to ensure that the Luo family's heirloom, the Liuha gun, could be safely brought back from those ignorant pirates. Initially, Chen Chen was quite dissatisfied with the theft of the Liuha gun. However, now that he had made a few phone calls and someone was resolving the issue for him, his previously low spirits instantly lifted. He could now consider himself somewhat powerful and influential. There was no need for him to handle everything personally, he just needed to patiently wait for the results. Chen Chen did not believe that those pirates, who couldn't even wield inner strength, could withstand the elites of the Wang and Luo families. Dare to entertain inappropriate thoughts, then be prepared to pay with your life. After hanging up the phone, Chen Chen suddenly felt that he needed a competent assistant to handle some of the chaotic matters for him. Like that call from the insurance company earlier. Chen Chen began to review the people around him who could be useful. First, this person must have outstanding abilities, understand the affairs of ancient martial arts families, and be able to engage with the matters of the soul-seeking gate. People who meet these requirements are truly few and far between. Although Wang Shouxin from the Wang family is currently by his side, he always appears nonchalant, and Chen Chen remains cautious about his work capabilities. Should he let him give it a try? If it doesn't work out, he could tell Old Master Wang to find someone else to accompany him. Old Master Wang knows the Wang family best and can naturally select the most suitable person. Chen Chen conveyed his decision to Wang Shouxin, who was lounging on the sofa scrolling through his phone. Wang Shouxin, who had been grinning at the phone screen, suddenly had his smile freeze upon hearing the news. Sure Shu, I have a duty to help you teach others a lesson. But handling these trivial matters, just let me off the hook. Wang Shouxin's face was filled with despair. He had originally thought that being responsible for Chen Chen's safety was a good job. All he needed to do was accompany Chen Chen to eat and drink, enjoy life, and if they encountered any troublemakers, he would just teach them a good lesson. Unexpectedly, now he also had to take on the responsibilities of a secretary. How could a man like Wang Shouxin, standing tall at 7 feet, engage in such trivial tasks? Seeing Wang Shouxin, whose every pore seemed to protest, Chen Chen realized his idea was in vain. Chen Chen planned to talk to Old Master Wang again. With his current strength, although he couldn't defeat Wang Shouxin for the time being, Wang Shouxin couldn't do anything to him either. Having Wang Shouxin by his side was indeed somewhat redundant. It would be better to choose someone meticulous among the younger generation of the Wang family to help him with the trivial matters. It would be best if they could also handle the affairs of his company. However, Chen Shen currently had no time to call old Master Wang. Huang Xuanqi informed Chen Shen that the head of the Divine Doctor Hall had arrived in Jiang City, and Zhou Weiguo had already picked him up and was on his way to Chen Shen's villa. Chen Shen didn't expect the head to arrive so quickly. He felt a bit guilty about making an elderly person travel so much. Before long, Chen Shen saw the head at his villa. However, contrary to his expectations, this head was not a gray-haired elder but a spirited young man. Wang Peng was stunned the moment he saw this young man, and it took him a long time to utter a sentence. "You are Hua Siming." Wang Peng could never forget Hua Siming. The first time Wang Peng met Hua Siming, he was 18. Now, 20 years later, the 38-year-old Hua Siming looked exactly the same as he did at 18, which is why Wang Peng recognized him at a glance. "That's right, it's me. Long time no see, Wang Peng. You are now an outer disciple of our Divine Doctor Hall, so you should call me Shu from now on." Hua Siming gently nodded at Wang Peng, appearing like a refined gentleman. Coupled with the faint herbal fragrance emanating from him, anyone who saw him for the first time would feel a sense of goodwill. Shu. Wang Peng still recognized his identity as an outer disciple of the Divine Doctor Hall. At the same time, Wang Peng was aware of the gap between his medical skills and Hua Siming's. At just 18 years old, Hua Siming could already surpass many skilled practitioners in medicine, let alone the current Hua Siming. Wang Peng couldn't even imagine what level Hua Siming's medical skills had reached now. Wang Peng was more than willing to call him Master Uncle. However, Wang Peng still asked the question he most wanted to know. "Master Uncle, won't you ever grow old? You look exactly the same as you did 20 years ago, with no changes at all." Before Hua Siming could respond, Huang Xuanqi explained, "I forgot to tell you earlier. Practicing the 8 pieces of brocade from the Divine Doctor Hall can have a rejuvenating and health-preserving effect. It's not that one won't age, it's just that the aging process is much slower than that of ordinary people." Huang Xuanqi had one more thing to say. Basically, no practitioner from the Divine Doctor Hall dies of natural causes before reaching 100. Although daily maintenance plays a significant role, it is definitely related to the 8 pieces of brocade. Hua Siming nodded in agreement with Huang Xuanqi's statement. Upon hearing this, Chen Shen also decided that he should not slack off in practicing the 8 pieces of brocade in his daily life. Indeed, the internal energy cultivated from the 8 pieces of brocade might not be very useful in combat, but in terms of health preservation, it was absolutely unmatched by the techniques of other families. Fortunately, Feng Xiaoxiao had already gone to work. Otherwise, as a woman, if she knew that the 8 pieces of brocade had such effects, she would definitely go crazy. "This must be Mr. Chen. I heard you manage a traditional Chinese medicine production company. I wonder if I could learn more about this company's details." Hua Siming spoke humbly. "Of course. Here are the materials for my company, Shinnong Traditional Chinese Medicine. It includes the locations of various herbal planting bases and the types of herbs grown." As Chen Shen spoke, he pushed a laptop in front of Hua Siming, which contained a PPT about Shinnong Traditional Chinese Medicine. Of course, this PPT was not made by Chen Shen but was directly obtained from the system. Chen Shen wouldn't spend time creating such a detailed PPT. Hua Siming and Huang Xuanqi took the laptop and began to carefully review the contents of the PPT. With each page they turned, their expressions brightened. This PPT was incredibly detailed, specifying the location and yield of each type of herb and planting base. By the time Hua Siming and Huang Xuanqi finished reviewing the several thousand pages of the PPT, it was already evening. Feng Xiaoxiao had returned to the villa and prepared dinner. Hua Siming and Huang Xuanqi showed no signs of fatigue from their afternoon of reading. "That's amazing, Chen Shen. You're truly remarkable. Your herbal company covers all the herbs that we use in traditional Chinese medicine that can be cultivated artificially. This is simply an incredible achievement. Moreover, the yields of various herbs are quite substantial. Although it may not be enough for one company to supply the entire traditional Chinese medicine market in Huagua, it is sufficient to break the monopoly of Goryeo and Sakura countries. Chen Shen, you have saved traditional Chinese medicine." Hua Siming grasped Chen Shen's hand, his face filled with excitement. In fact, throughout the journey to Chen Shen's villa, Hua Siming had felt quite anxious. He feared that Chen Shen might not realize how enormous a company was needed to break the impending monopoly of Goryeo and Sakura countries. Fortunately, Chen Shen did not disappoint him. "You're too kind, I just did what I was supposed to do," Chen Shen replied with a smile. However, Chen Shen clearly noticed that Hua Siming's expression suddenly changed. The smile faded from his face, and his entire demeanor became serious. At the same time, Hua Siming placed his hands on Chen Shen's pulse points, closed his eyes, and began to carefully take Chen Shen's pulse. Faced with such a sudden scene, Chen Chen was honestly a bit startled. But now, all he could do was wait for Hua Siming to speak. After a while, Hua Siming finally withdrew his hand that was resting on Chen Chen's pulse. At this moment, Hua Siming also noticed Chen Chen's serious expression and realized that Chen Chen must have misunderstood him. Mr. Chen, you don't need to be afraid. I just sensed that your pulse is unusual, which is why I spent more time on it. Your body does have some minor issues, but these problems won't endanger your health, Hua Siming quickly explained. In Hua Siming's eyes, Chen Chen was definitely a precious gem. If he scared Chen Chen, he would have nowhere to cry in regret. Upon hearing this, Chen Chen's serious expression immediately eased. However, he still inwardly complained about Hua Siming a few times. As a regional head of the Divine Physician Hall, a renowned healer, who wouldn't be scared by such an expression? No joke, just now, Chen Chen had already prepared for the worst and was even thinking of asking Hua Siming how long he could live, wondering if the system could reward him with something that could save his life in these last few days. Mr. Hua, what minor issues do I have? Chen Chen calmed his emotions and asked his question. Even if it was a minor issue, it needed to be resolved all at once. Mr. Chen, your pulse is quite variable, and I can sense that you have cultivated multiple types of internal energy. Although your physique is special and can accommodate various completely different internal energies, the way these energies alternate within you is still somewhat uncoordinated. While this won't affect your body, it will limit you in martial arts, Hua Siming explained. Mr. Hua, is there a solution? Since Hua Siming could identify the problem, there must be a way to address it. There are two methods. First, I will prescribe a formula for you, which can help you regulate your internal energy. However, this method only addresses the symptoms, not the root cause. It would be best if you could resolve this issue at its source, Hua Siming said as he took out a piece of paper and casually wrote down a prescription. Mr. Hua, just tell me directly what I need to do, Chen Chen pressed on. Mr. Chen, as far as I know, you currently possess 4 completely different types of internal energy. The Luo family's internal energy is extremely domineering, belonging to the metal element and associated with the lung meridian. The 8 brocade of my Divine Physician Hall is gentle and nurturing, long-lasting and far-reaching, belonging to the wood element and associated with the liver meridian. The Wang family's internal energy is swift and variable, belonging to the water element and associated with the kidney meridian. Based on the hard Qigong modified from the Shurjia in the northwest, this internal energy is heavy and vigorous, belonging to the earth element and associated with the spleen meridian. The only thing missing is the fire attribute internal energy that corresponds to the heart meridian. You just need to learn a fire attribute internal energy, and it will naturally bring balance to your internal energies. If you can align the 5 elements of internal energy with the 5 organs, you can form a new cycle, greatly enhancing your strength. Hua Siming handed the written prescription to Chen Chen as he spoke. Thank you, Mr. Hua, I will find a way, Chen Chen replied. Naturally, he wouldn't refuse such a wonderful opportunity to enhance his strength. As for how to learn the fire attribute internal energy, he was sure he could get an answer from old Master Wang. Moreover, since the life-seizing gate had the inheritance of the muscle transforming and pulse-shifting technique, there must also be corresponding internal energies of the 5 elements. Although the inheritance of the soul-seeking gate has been severed, old Master Wang is unaware of the precautions regarding the practice of the muscle transformation and meridian shifting technique, but there are certainly clues for learning fire attribute martial arts. By the way, Mr. Chen, if you find it inconvenient to drink the traditional Chinese medicine, you can also roll it into pills according to this prescription. It's best to combine it with acupuncture after taking the medicine. Xuanqi knows all this. I will have this little girl stay by your side during these days. This girl is still inexperienced in the world, and I hope Mr. Chen can take good care of her. Hua Siming spoke. Originally, Huang Xuanqi was only temporarily accompanying Chen Chen. However, with Hua Siming's words, it seems that Huang Xuanqi will be by Chen Chen's side for a long time to come. After all, dealing with herbal medicine requires someone by Chen Chen's side to be responsible for long-term communication. Now that Huang Xuanqi has already met Chen Chen, she naturally becomes the most suitable candidate. Chen Chen wouldn't mind having a capable little assistant by his side. Moreover, if any issues arise that Huang Xuanqi cannot handle, she can immediately call over the big shots from the Divine Doctor Hall. Chen Chen suddenly felt that his safety was guaranteed. After having dinner at Chen Chen's villa, Hua Siming hurriedly left. Hua Siming still needed to contact traditional Chinese medicine practitioners in the country. With the Shinnong Herbal Medicine Company that Chen Chen has, they no longer need to worry about monopolies from the Sakura country and Goryeo country. Besides, they also need to retaliate. In the past few days, the representatives of Goryo's Han doctors and Sakura's Hanfang doctors have been quite arrogant. They even scheduled an exchange event with Huagua early on. It seems they intend to take this opportunity to trample on traditional Chinese medicine. They would not let these petty people have their way. After sending off Huasiming, Shen Shen began to take the traditional Chinese medicine that Huang Xuanqi had prepared for him. Today was a bit tight on time, so he couldn't make the pills just yet. Tomorrow, Shen Shen would be able to take the prepared pills. After taking the medicine, it was naturally time for acupuncture. Huang Xuanqi followed Chen Chen into his room. She also took out her needle pouch. Huasiming had already informed Huang Xuanqi of the specific acupuncture techniques and the acupoints that needed to be stimulated. After learning this, Huang Xuanqi naturally needed to know how to operate. Chen Chen, take off your clothes, Huang Xuanqi said to Chen Chen, who was sitting on the bed. Upon hearing this, Chen Chen removed his clothes, revealing a body of strong muscles. After systematic transformation, Chen Chen's body was like a perfect work of art. Every muscle and every line of muscle looked like a masterpiece of Nuwa. Now, Chen Chen was only wearing a pair of underwear. Just as Huang Xuanqi took out a silver needle from her pouch and raised her head, she saw this scene before her. Huang Xuanqi's movements froze. Her gaze was firmly glued to Chen Chen's body. Chen Chen also sensed that something seemed off with Huang Xuanqi. Xuanqi, are you okay? Chen Chen asked with concern. I'm fine. It's just that this set of acupuncture techniques is quite special. It requires using the needles to stimulate your heart fire. During the acupuncture process, you will feel an unbearable heat. You need to endure for a moment, and then you can merge with the other internal forces in your body. Remember, while I am applying the needles, you need to keep your mind focused and not let your thoughts wander, otherwise, all efforts will be in vain. After silently repeating I am a doctor, and Chen Chen is just a patient dozens of times in her heart, Huang Xuanqi finally regained her composure and calmly said, I understand. Please begin. Chen Chen sat cross-legged, nodding seriously. Huang Xuanqi took out the silver needle and pierced it into the key acupoint on Chen Chen's body. As the silver needle pierced his body, Chen Chen did not feel pain, only a tingling numbness. With his mastery of internal energy, Chen Chen could clearly sense that with each needle Huang Xuanqi inserted, the meridians within him became increasingly unblocked. Chen Chen, I'm going to insert the last needle now to stimulate your heart acupoint. Keep your mind clear, don't let your thoughts wander. As soon as Huang Xuanqi's words fell, she plunged the final needle in. With the last silver needle landing on the heart acupoint on Chen Chen's back, all the needles began to tremble violently. Huang Xuanqi used the internal energy attached to the needles to help Chen Chen open his heart meridian. In that instant, Chen Chen felt as if a fire was burning within him. He became increasingly restless. However, he still remembered Huang Xuanqi's warning and managed to guard the last bit of clarity in his heart. Fortunately, this surge of agitation did not last long. The internal energy emerging from his heart flowed downward, connecting with the other four organs. Under the balance of the other internal energies, Chen Chen's irritable emotions completely dissipated. In its place was a smooth sensation of the 5 organs and 6 meridians circulating endlessly, with internal energy flowing continuously. Chen Chen now felt as if he were soaking in a hot spring, his entire body warm and relaxed. Seeing that Chen Chen had entered a meditative state, Huang Xuanqi removed the silver needles from his body and left his room. The air conditioning in Chen Chen's villa was set to a constant 26 degrees, and with his physique far exceeding that of ordinary people, he had no need to worry about catching a chill. Chen Chen slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, it was already daytime outside. He had been sitting cross-legged in meditation all night. However, he did not feel the slightest bit of fatigue. Instead, he felt full of energy. The internal energy within him was exceptionally abundant. Chen Chen could clearly sense that he had become stronger again. He stood up, ready to stretch his limbs, when a familiar system notification echoed in his mind. Ding! On the 19th day of proposing divorce, reward, talent recruitment card. The host can use the talent recruitment card to recruit specific talents needed. Talents recruited with the talent recruitment card will maintain 100% loyalty to the host. Regarding today's system reward, Chen Chen could only say it was like a pillow being delivered just as he was feeling sleepy. Previously, he had been troubled by the lack of suitable assistant candidates, and now the system had given him such a reward, truly solving his urgent problem. Most importantly, it guaranteed 100% loyalty. With such an assistant, Chen Chen need not worry about any issues arising in his enterprises. He immediately used the newly acquired recruitment card. Recruitment card used successfully. Confirm recruitment direction. Personal assistant, Assistant Yang Su will report for duty today. At this moment, an international flight from across the ocean would land at Jiangcheng Airport in a few hours. The special assistant Yang Su, who had just left a major consortium, was on this flight. With a smile on his face, Chen Shen walked out of his room and headed to the dining room, where everyone was already waiting for Feng Xiaoxiao to serve breakfast. Xuanqi, thank you. I feel great right now, Chen Shen said, picking up a glass of milk and addressing Huang Xuanqi. Before you learn the fire attribute internal energy, I will help you adjust your internal energy every day, Huang Xuanqi replied. When Hua Siming left, he had specifically instructed Huang Xuanqi to take good care of Chen Shen. In fact, even if Hua Siming hadn't said anything, Huang Xuanqi would have made sure to do this. Then I'll trouble you. Chen Shen naturally accepted Huang Xuanqi's kindness. Chen Shen could not refuse something that was beneficial for his body. Soon, his gaze settled on Wang Shouxin. Nephew, after we finish eating, accompany your uncle for a spar to help digest. Chen Shen planned to test how much his strength had improved by sparring with Wang Shouxin. No problem, Wang Shouxin readily agreed. After all, it was just being a sparring partner for Chen Shen. What was there to worry about? As long as he didn't have to deal with those daunting documents, Wang Shouxin was more than happy to accept any task. However, he was completely unaware of the kind of opponent he would soon face. The others were also very curious about the sparring between Wang Shouxin and Chen Shen. Huang Xuanqi wanted to know if Chen Shen's strength had improved after her treatment yesterday. As for Zhou Weiguo and the other three, they were eager to find out just how powerful their boss had become. Although Zhou Weiguo and the others were no longer Chen Shen's match, they still diligently carried out their work. After all, Chen Shen was a person of status, he couldn't handle everything himself. When it came to dealing with ordinary people who lacked internal power and general skilled fighters, Zhou Weiguo and the others were more than capable. After breakfast, everyone gathered in the training room. Once both sides were prepared, the sparring officially began. As the second generation of the Wang family, Wang Shouxin was naturally qualified to know about the soul-seeking sect and was aware that Chen Shen had learned the Yi Jin Jing, allowing him to utilize various forms of internal power. Therefore, Wang Shouxin had no intention of clashing head-on with Chen Shen. At the very start of the battle, Wang Shouxin activated his movement technique. His figure turned into an afterimage, quickly moving around the training hall, searching for an opportunity to attack. Chen Shen had also practiced the Wang family's internal power, so he was certainly not inferior in speed. Chen Shen focused his attention, and Wang Shouxin's movements seemed to slow down in his eyes. Then, Chen Shen also activated the Wang family's mental technique, his body transforming into an afterimage as he surged toward Wang Shouxin. Even though Wang Shouxin had observed the sparring between his older brother and Chen Shen, he still had some understanding of Chen Shen's strength. However, when he saw the sudden burst of speed from Chen Shen, Wang Shouxin was still taken aback. Chen Shen's speed now was even faster than when he had sparred with his older brother. In Wang Shouxin's eyes, Chen Shen resembled a monster without any bottleneck. His strength was continuously improving, as if there were no limits. He recalled the conversation between Huang Xuanqi and Chen Chun from yesterday. Wang Shouxin attributed Chen Chen's further improvement in strength to Huang Xuanqi's treatment. Nevertheless, he was still deeply shocked. Wang Shouxin knew that with Chen Shen's current explosive speed, it wouldn't take long for him to catch up. However, Wang Shouxin remained calm. He understood that when Chen Shen changed his internal power, he couldn't maintain his current high speed. If Chen Shen didn't change his technique, he would exchange moves with him. But if Chen Shen's speed suddenly slowed down, Wang Shouxin would quickly create distance between them. Previously, in the Wang family courtyard, Wang Shouren had used this method to deal with Chen Shen, and Wang Shouxin naturally copied his older brother's approach. Chen Shen maintained his high speed and charged in front of Wang Shouxin, throwing a punch directly at his chest. Seeing that Chen Shen's speed hadn't changed, Wang Shouxin confidently reached out to block. As long as Chen Shen didn't change his internal power, Wang Shouxin was quite confident in receiving Chen Shen's attack. However, at the moment their palms collided, Wang Shouxin suddenly felt something was off. Why was Chen Shen's punch so powerful? Clearly, Chen Shen's speed hadn't changed. Just as Wang Shouxin was surprised, a second wave of hidden energy erupted from his body. At this moment, Wang Shouxin was able to confirm that Chen Shen had indeed used the Luo family's internal power. This domineering force combined with unreasonable hidden energy could only be achieved with the Luo family's skills. Wang Shouxin absorbed this hidden energy that erupted within him. Although he wasn't injured, it was still uncomfortable. He simply stopped and looked at Chen Shen with a resentful gaze. "Master Uncle, please stop. I'm no longer your opponent. But clearly, your speed didn't change just now. How did you suddenly switch your internal power?" Wang Shouxin voiced the question that had been troubling him. "I switched my internal power at the moment we engaged. Thanks to Xuanqi, it made my switch much smoother." Chen Shen did not hide anything and informed Wang Shouxin of the truth. Master Uncle, please don't look for me for sparring in the future. Wang Shouxin spoke. In his eyes, Chen Chen was someone he couldn't defeat or escape from. He was being completely overwhelmed, and sparring with him felt like a one-sided torment. Wang Shouxin had no strange preferences for such things. He even suspected that his older brother might not be a match for Chen Chen now. Chen Chen's growth was simply too rapid. Perhaps in a few days, even the old master of the Wang family wouldn't be able to match him. Wang Shouxin had completely come to terms with the fact that Chen Chen was not his disciple. With Chen Chen's talent, he was not worthy to teach him anything. Now, Wang Shouxin willingly called Chen Chen Master Uncle. Since Wang Shouxin had admitted defeat, Chen Chen naturally wouldn't continue to pressure him to spar. At the same time, Chen Chen also gained a new understanding of his current strength. Perhaps even Wang Shouren, the second generation of the Wang family, was no longer his opponent. As long as he didn't provoke the ancient masters of the martial arts families, Chen Chen should be able to find no rivals. Meanwhile, Chen Chen was increasingly eager to learn a fire attribute technique. Currently, he could maintain his state entirely thanks to the prescription provided by Hua Siming and the acupuncture from Huang Xuanqi. If that were to stop one day, his strength would definitely regress to its previous state. Chen Chen also disliked the fact that his power relied on others to sustain it. Master Uncle, I'm leaving soon. Wang Shouxin twisted his wrist and spoke. What are you going to do? Chen Chen appeared somewhat puzzled. After all, Wang Shouxin was sent by the old master of the Wang family to be by his side. It was strange that he was leaving so soon after joining him. Going on a mission. It's confirmed, we will take action tonight. I need to meet up with the main force soon. There will be a military special plane to take us and the Luo family brothers from the Dragon Guard to our destination. To ensure this mission goes flawlessly, all 5 of us brothers must participate. If it weren't for my father's old age, I think he would want to take action himself. Chen Chen noticed that when Wang Shouxin said this, his eyes were actually shining. From the first time Chen Chen saw Wang Shouxin, he felt that this person was dispirited, seemingly uninterested in anything. To discover such a change in Wang Shouxin was somewhat surprising to Chen Chen. Perhaps it was because his daily life was too dull, failing to spark his interest. This tense and exciting mission had ignited all of Wang Shouxin's enthusiasm. The blood of the Wang family flowed in Wang Shouxin's veins. Perhaps he was destined to be an assassin. Stay safe. Chen Chen already knew what Wang Shouxin was going to do and expressed his concern. Don't worry, the old man taught us since we were young that when a lion hunts a rabbit, it must use all its strength. Even if there were some unworthy characters back then, I would still be careful, and more careful. A faint smile appeared on Wang Shouxin's face. He then turned around, preparing to leave Chen Chen with a handsome silhouette. Unfortunately, after just a few steps, Wang Shouxin turned back. What is it now? When Chen Chen saw Wang Shouxin's departing figure, he felt a bit emotional. But now, Wang Shouxin's sudden return shattered that atmosphere completely. By the way, Master Uncle, during the time I'm away, that little girl Lu Yao will be by your side, responsible for the communication between you and the Wang family. As for protecting you, I think we can no longer manage that. Wang Shouxin expressed this with a hint of helplessness. After all, Chen Chen's strength had increased too rapidly. I understand. Chen Chen nodded. He had known Wang Luyao for a while, so having her accompany him wouldn't feel awkward. He just wondered if Wang Luyao could get used to suddenly having him as her master uncle. After Wang Shouxin left this time, he did not look back and disappeared from Chen Chen's sight. Before Chen Chen could reflect, his phone received a call from an unfamiliar number. Hello, Mr. Chen, I am your special assistant, Yang Su. I have now arrived at the entrance of your community. The security guard won't let me in until they verify my identity. A knowledgeable female voice came through the phone. Chen Chen realized that the special assistant he had recruited through the recruitment card had already arrived. She was faster than he had imagined. Yang Su, please wait at the entrance. I'll send someone to pick you up right away. Chen Chen hung up the phone and asked Zhou Weigui to go to the entrance to meet her. Before long, Zhou Weigui brought a tall woman in front of Chen Chen. Hello, Mr. Chen, I am Yang Su, your assistant. Yang Su greeted Chen Chen as soon as she saw him. Chen Chen carefully looked Yang Su up and down. She was dressed in a professional suit, her medium-length hair tied back in a ponytail, and she wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses that did not obscure the sharpness in her eyes. From her attire and demeanor, it was clear that Yang Su was a very mature and capable woman. This aura was somewhat similar to Gao Huan, but fundamentally different. Gao Huan's personality was too flamboyant, while Yang Su's style was more well-rounded. Yes, well-rounded, neither ostentatious nor reserved, striking the perfect balance in her work. Such a person was born to be a qualified assistant. Hello. Chen Chen shook Yang Su's hand, feeling very satisfied with the special assistance sent by the system. Yang Su, may I ask about your background and work experience? Chen Chen inquired. He was curious to know whether this talent he had recruited through the card was someone who already existed in this world or someone shaped by the system. If there was not 100% loyalty, he would not have such doubts. But if she was not shaped by the system, how could she possibly have absolute loyalty to him? After experiencing that failed marriage, Chen Chen was wary of human nature. In response to Chen Chen's inquiry, Yang Su did not hold back. She detailed every school she attended from childhood to adulthood and her work experience after graduation. In these aspects, Chen Chen found no loopholes. Then, he asked the most important question. Yang Su, why did you choose to work for me? Before today, you probably didn't know me. After asking this question, Chen Chen stared at Yang Su, not wanting to miss any of her expressions. Mr. Chen, don't think you can hide this from me. I have been an orphan since I was young, relying on the support of kind-hearted people to continue my education. And that kind-hearted person who has been supporting me all along is you, Mr. Chen, isn't it? So I know that you need a special assistant, and I resigned from my previous job. Doesn't Mr. Chen want to give me this job opportunity? Yang Su retorted. Chen Chen finally understood the situation. Yang Su was indeed not a creation of the system. At the same time, Chen Chen also understood Yang Su's feelings towards him, similar to how he felt about Aunt Jiang. Yang Su cherished this kindness. As long as he didn't repeatedly cross her bottom line, she would remain loyal to him. After confirming that there were no issues with Yang Su, Chen Chen informed her about the properties he currently owned and the relevant contacts. Yang Su's workability was also outstanding. In just over an hour, she had sorted out the properties under Chen Chen's name and contacted each corresponding contact. This professional attitude made Chen Chen very satisfied. While Yang Su was busy with work, Wang Luyao also arrived at Chen Chen's villa. Sect leader. Wang Luyao proactively chose a title that wouldn't feel too awkward for her. Even now, it was still hard for Wang Luyao to accept calling someone her age, who was only slightly older than her, as her master uncle. You know? Upon hearing this title, Chen Chen understood that Wang Luyao was aware of the matters related to the death gate. However, since old master Wang had asked Wang Luyao to replace Wang Shouxin and stay by his side, it was indeed necessary to inform her about the death gate. Wang Luyao nodded. So this is how you feel. It seems this will conflict with your work. If you want to return to the Dragon Guard, I can help you talk to old master Wang. Don't worry about old master Wang not agreeing, Chen Chen said. Wang Luyao was a formal member of the Dragon Guard. How could the country allow members of its military to join such a violent organization? If Wang Luyao wanted to join the Death Gate, she would first have to leave the Dragon Guard. Wang Luyao felt the concern in Chen Chen's words, and a warm current seemed to surge in her heart. Sect leader, no need. I have already left the Dragon Guard. In the future, I will help you handle matters within the sect. I am also a part of the Wang family, this is my responsibility, Wang Luyao said. In fact, Wang Luyao had not played a significant role in the Dragon Guard. She had never participated in truly dangerous missions. This was also the reason why she suffered greatly when facing Chen Xingtian. Wang Luyao had never experienced missions that posed a threat to her life. If it weren't for Wang Luyao's insistence this time, no accidents would have occurred. As the only female in the third generation of the Wang family, Wang Luyao's safety was prioritized. Since she couldn't demonstrate her value in the Dragon Guard, it would be better for her to take on the responsibilities of a member of the Wang family. Perhaps staying by Chen Chen's side would allow her to play a more significant role. If this is a decision you've made after careful consideration, then I respect your choice, Chen Chen said seriously. Thank you, sect leader. I didn't expect you to be so understanding, Wang Luyao joked. Then her gaze landed on Yang Su, who was beside Chen Chen. For Wang Luyao, Yang Su was a complete stranger. Therefore, Wang Luyao couldn't help but feel a bit wary. This is Yang Su, my personal assistant. You can trust her completely, you can tell her anything, Chen Chen said. After hearing Chen Chen's words, Wang Luyao scrutinized Yang Su up and down. Even though Chen Chen said so, Wang Luyao still found it hard not to doubt this suddenly appearing person. Yang Su was not offended by Wang Luyao's gaze. Instead, she returned a gentle smile. This open attitude made Wang Luyao feel a bit embarrassed. Was she being too suspicious? Soon after, Chen Chen also called Old Master Wang. Old Master Wang, I need to learn a type of fire attribute internal power. Otherwise, I won't be able to fully unleash the power of the Yi Jin Jing. Facing Old Master Wang, Chen Chen naturally wouldn't hold back and directly stated his request. Then, Chen Chen recounted everything that Siming had told him to Old Master Wang in detail. I didn't expect there would be such precautions regarding the Yi Jing. If Dr. Hua hadn't pointed it out, I would have been completely unaware. Old Master Wang sighed. After all, the inheritance of the soul-seeking sect had been interrupted, so it was understandable that such important matters were overlooked. However, now that they knew, Old Master Wang would certainly do his utmost to help Chen Chen. After all, Chen Chen was the leader of their soul-seeking sect. If Old Master Wang didn't help him, who else could? Don't worry, sect leader. I have a good relationship with Old Master Zhao from the Zhao family in North China. We were comrades back in the day. You should have heard of the Breaking Blade 8 cuts from the Dideo team. It was simplified from the Zhao family's flame blade technique. Their internal power is fire attribute, and even if I have to put my old face on the line, I will get Old Master Zhao to teach you their internal power. Once the kids deal with those rabble, I'll take you to visit the Zhao family. Old Master Wang readily agreed. Old Master Wang, do I need to prepare any gifts? What does Old Master Zhao like? Chen Chen asked, following up on the question. No need to prepare anything special. That batch of national treasures you sent back to the country is enough to make Old Master Zhao treat you differently. If you really want to prepare something, just get some good wine. Old Master Zhao loves that. Old Master Wang replied. Chen Chen did not realize that the news of his returning national treasures had spread throughout the entire ancient martial arts circle. Now, the old masters of these ancient martial arts families had an unexpectedly good impression of Chen Chen. Not to mention Chen Chen's exceptional talent, just his character alone was enough to make him a guest of honor among them. To put it bluntly, as long as Chen Chen was willing to learn, all the ancient martial arts families would be more than happy to pass on their family's unique skills to him. They were all eager to establish a good relationship with Chen Chen as soon as possible. I understand. Old Master Wang, please let me know in advance when you plan to set off, so I can make some preparations. Chen Chen agreed. Now that he knew Old Master Zhao liked good wine, he would prepare more of it. With Chen Chen's current financial resources, this was not difficult to accomplish. Thus, Chen Chen directly assigned this task to Yang Su, just to test her work capabilities. After learning about Chen Chen's needs, Yang Su did not hesitate and immediately called the customer service of Yuntong Company. She informed the customer service of Chen Chen's requirements. As a qualified assistant, effectively utilizing the boss's connections and channels was also a skill. The customer service quickly helped Chen Chen purchase 10 bottles of iron pipe mutai and expedited the delivery to Chen Chen's villa. If it weren't for Yang Su dialing the private customer service number arranged by the Yuntong Company, Chen Chen would have almost forgotten that the system had given him this reward. Indeed, having a qualified assistant is extremely important. Mr. Chen, I've just received some news. The project in the west of the city has become too much for Jiangcheng Group to handle, and it has now been reassigned to Hoyue Real Estate under your name. The general manager of Hoyue Real Estate, Lu Zhouwei, hopes to meet with you. In addition, Wang Xiangxing from the Urban Construction Group and Wu Qingcheng from the Qingcheng Group also wish to see you, Yang Su said. I understand. I'll go back to Hoyue Building to meet them. Let them wait, Chen Chen replied. Yang Su then picked up the phone again to communicate. Hoyue Building, conference room. Lu Zhouwei, Wang Xiangxing, and Wu Qingcheng were already waiting for Chen Chen. Lu Zhouwei looked radiant. Chen Chen, as a boss, was truly impressive. He had effortlessly dealt with Jiangcheng Group, and from now on, the real estate in Jiangcheng would undoubtedly be dictated by Hoyue Real Estate. Lu Zhouwei's mind was already envisioning Hoyue Real Estate returning to its peak. No, not just returning to its peak. Under Chen Chen's leadership, Hoyue Real Estate would shine even brighter than before. Wang Xiangxing also looked pleased. After the downfall of Jiangcheng Group, Wang Xiangxing felt increasingly satisfied with his previous gamble, firmly choosing to stand by Chen Chen's side. Now, Wang Xiangxing could wait as a victor to share in the spoils of this triumph. Although Wang Xiangxing's Urban Construction Group had been sold to Chen Chen, he still held 10% of Hoyue Real Estate's shares. In the future, Wang Xiangxing could fully rely on Chen Chen, this big tree, to achieve his class leap. Just thinking about this made Wang Xiangxing even more excited. In contrast to Lu Zhouwei and Wang Xiangxing, Wu Qingcheng in the conference room was in a completely different state. At this moment, Wu Qingcheng appeared restless. It should be noted that Wu Qingcheng had previously offended Chen Chen. His cooperation with Wang Xiangxing was more out of respect for young Master Lin Zha, and before Jiangcheng Group's incident, Wu Qingcheng had no idea that Chen Chen was behind it all. Had he unknowingly made amends? But would Chen Chen really let him off so easily? Now, Chen Chen's power in the entire Jiangcheng Group was unmatched. If Chen Chen wanted to crush him and ruin his Qingcheng Group, it would be incredibly easy. Although Wang Xiangxing had initially told him that young Master Lin could speak well of him to Chen Chen, could Chen Chen truly forgive his offense? Wu Qingcheng had no idea whether Chen Shen was planning to settle accounts with him later or let him go. The countless thoughts swirling in his mind made Wu Qingcheng feel particularly tormented. Finally, the door to the conference room was pushed open heavily from the outside. Chen Shen walked into the conference room, followed by his secretary, Yang Su. Boss Chen, it was my lack of insight that offended you. I beg you, considering that I have timely switched sides to help you deal with Jiangcheng Group, please overlook my minor offense and spare me. The moment Wu Qingcheng saw Chen Shen, he rushed forward, eager to express his remorse. Now, Wu Qingcheng only hoped that Chen Shen would let him off the hook for being sensible. Chen Shen quickly took a step back, preventing Wu Qingcheng from clinging to him. Boss Wu, what are you doing? I, Chen, am a law-abiding citizen, you're making it seem like I'm some kind of bully. Chen Shen said irritably. Boss Chen, I absolutely didn't mean that. Wu Qingcheng hurriedly explained. Fearing that he might speak too slowly and once again incur Chen Shen's displeasure, Wang Xiangxing rushed forward, positioning himself between Chen Shen and Wu Qingcheng, worried that this oblivious fellow might provoke Chen Shen again. Chen Shen had no intention of continuing to engage with Wu Qingcheng and sat down in the main seat, lost in his own thoughts. Subsequently, Yang Su, who was beside Chen Shen, spoke on his behalf. Everyone, the situation in the real estate market of Jiangcheng is now clear. Jiangcheng Group has already exited the market. Haiyue Real Estate and Chengjian Group are both properties under Mr. Chen's name. The moment Yang Su uttered these words, Wu Qingcheng's eyes widened in shock. He cast a questioning glance at Wang Xiangxing. When did Chengjian Group become Chen Chen's? Wang Xiangxing not only ignored Wu Qingcheng but appeared quite proud. Yang Su naturally noticed Wu Qingcheng's astonishment and continued to address him. Originally, the market share that Jiangcheng Group held in real estate has been acquired by Mr. Chen through internal purchases. To ensure that Jiangcheng's real estate can develop in an orderly manner, in the future, Jiangcheng's real estate will only need one voice. Wu Qingcheng finally understood, this was a banquet aimed at him. Of course, Wu Qingcheng did not want to hand over the business he had worked hard to build, but did he really have the right to refuse Chen Shen? Boss Chen, just say it plainly, what do you intend to do? Wu Qingcheng said with a bitter face. I want 60% of Qingcheng Group's shares. I'm not bullying you, I'm acquiring at market price. Chen Shen directly stated his conditions. Chen Shen was willing to trade shares of Haiyue Real Estate with Wang Xiangxing because Wang Xiangxing was perceptive. As for the shares of Qingcheng Group, Chen Shen only intended to acquire them with cash. Boss Chen, can I refuse? Wu Qingcheng looked at Chen Shen and weakly asked. Of course you can. I will acquire them after Qingcheng Group goes bankrupt. Chen Shen answered directly. When dealing with Wu Qingcheng, Chen Shen only needed to express his intentions clearly. To Wu Qingcheng, Chen Shen was now an untouchable giant. Others might say that letting Qingcheng Group go bankrupt was just empty threats, but Chen Shen truly had the ability to do so. Mr. Chen, I understand. I will sell you 60% of Qingcheng Group's shares. We can sign the contract now. After much hesitation, Wu Qingcheng made this difficult decision. This was Wu Qingcheng's only choice. Yang Su also took out the contract that had been prepared earlier and placed it in front of Wu Qingcheng. Wu Qingcheng looked at the pre-drafted contract, hesitated for a long time, and finally signed his name. From now on, Jiangcheng would only have one voice. Boss Wu, take it easy. You offended Mr. Chen without realizing it, and now Mr. Chen hasn't completely wiped you out, he even left you with some shares. This is all in consideration of your turning over a new leaf and making amends. In life, the most important thing is to know gratitude. Now, say thank you. Wang Xiangxing pressed down on Wu Qingcheng's shoulder and spoke comfortingly. Thank you, Boss Chen. Wu Qingcheng's voice trembled as he forced out a smile, which looked even worse than crying. Alright, from now on, just be honest. The shares you have left are enough for you to live on. Remember, don't cause me any more trouble, or you'll face the consequences. Chen Shen didn't even want to look at Wu Qingcheng. Someone like him wasn't worth Chen Shen's attention. Mr. Chen, I understand. I will behave and correct my attitude. Wu Qingcheng quickly assured him. Now that everything is settled, let's disperse. Chen Shen stood up and left the meeting room. Now, Chen Shen plans to visit Mama Jiang and the others, as they have also suffered from an undeserved disaster because of him. Out of both emotion and reason, he feels the need to check on them. Not long after, Chen Shen meets Mama Jiang at the arranged budget hotel. This time, he has specifically brought Huang Xuanqi along to visit Mama Jiang. In Chen Shen's mind, Mama Jiang is no different from his own mother. He also intends for Huang Xuanqi to take a good look at Mama Jiang, as any health issues should be addressed promptly. Xiao Feng, you shouldn't feel guilty. This isn't your fault, you're just a victim. Besides, look at us, we're all doing well, right? And you even helped us renovate the orphanage. This can be seen as a blessing in disguise. We can't thank you enough. Upon learning that the incident at the orphanage happened because of Chun Chen, Mama Jiang shows no signs of resentment towards him. Instead, she comforts him, worried that he might feel guilty about the situation. Chen Chen feels warmth in his heart. Mama Jiang is indeed the familiar Mama Jiang he knows. Don't worry, Mama Jiang, that criminal has already been brought to justice. Such incidents will never happen again. Chen Chen assures her. At this moment, Huang Xuanqi also withdraws her hand from checking Mama Jiang's pulse. Chen Chen, this lady's health is quite good. There's nothing wrong. Huang Xuanqi's words completely reassure Chen Chen. Xiao Feng, do I not know my own body? Don't be fooled by Mama Jiang's age. My physical condition is no worse than that of those young girls. In this position, I can still work for another 20 years. Mama Jiang says with a smile. Mama Jiang, it's all about peace of mind. Chen Chen responds with a smile. By the way, Xiao Feng, I want to introduce you to someone. She also came from our orphanage. Over the years, she has donated quite a bit to the orphanage. After hearing about the incident, she rushed back and happens to be here today. You two can support each other in the future. Mama Jiang says with a smile. Chen Chen is naturally happy to accept Mama Jiang's arrangement. In fact, he is now ready to help the other party as well. After all, who could be a bad person if they are willing to donate to the orphanage? Under Mama Jiang's guidance, Chen Chen meets a petite young girl. The girl is about 1.55 meters tall, with short hair, giving her a very capable appearance. Mama Jiang, who is this? The girl asks Chen Chen. This is Chun Chen, who also came from our orphanage and has provided a lot of help over the years. Xiao Feng, this is Ling Xiaoer, the good child I told you about who has been taking care of the orphanage all these years. Mama Jiang looks at these two good children with pride in her heart. Hello. Chen Chen and Ling Xiaoer greet each other and shake hands politely. However, during the handshake, Chen Chen feels something is off. Ling Xiaoer's hands are incredibly soft and delicate, with long fingers, and he feels no bones at all when he grips them. Mr. Chen, I think you can let go of my hand now. Ling Xiaoer reminds him. Miss Ling, I apologize. I've never seen hands so well maintained. Chen Chen quickly releases his grip and apologizes for his earlier offense. It's okay, Mr. Chen, you're not the first person to say that. Ling Xiaoer nods, accepting Chun Chen's apology. Miss Ling, Mama Jiang mentioned that you are also in business, and I hope we can support each other. I don't know what industry you are in, Miss Ling. Perhaps we can collaborate, Chen Chen inquired. Mr. Chen, I merely run a pawn shop. It's not a big business and can't compare to yours. Ling Xiaoer politely declined Chen Chen's goodwill. Oh, you know me? Chen Chen was a bit curious. Of course, Mr. Chen. You may have risen too quickly and not realized your status in Jiangcheng. In today's Jiangcheng, there shouldn't be anyone who doesn't know you, Ling Xiaoer smiled. Jiang Mama, I still have some matters to attend to. Since Mr. Chen is here, I will take my leave, Ling Xiaoer greeted Jiang Mama and left. Watching Ling Xiaoer's departing figure, Chen Chen felt something was off about this woman. After pondering for a long time, he finally discovered the issue. Ling Xiaoer walked without making a sound. This was definitely not something an ordinary person could achieve. Coupled with her incredibly soft hands, Chen Chen was certain that Ling Xiaoer was not an ordinary person. Yang Su, help me investigate Ling Xiaoer. I need to know all her information. After bidding farewell to Jiang Mama, Chen Chen immediately asked Yang Su to look into Ling Xiaoer's background. This woman was too mysterious. Chen Chen felt that she harbored a huge secret. As a qualified assistant, Yang Su did not ask for the reason and directly began to gather information on Ling Xiaoer. Before long, Yang Su reported back to Chen Chen with the findings. Ling Xiaoer was not lying, she indeed ran a pawnshop in Jiangcheng. The business was doing well, which explained how she could support the welfare home. However, as the owner, Ling Xiaoer often left the pawnshop in the country. Yet, every time she returned, her pawnshop would have some very valuable antiques. The report also did not mention where the funds for her pawnshop came from. Chen Chen did not think this was due to Yang Su's lack of diligence. It simply meant that the information was genuinely untraceable. Further back, it was only noted that Ling Xiaoer had been adopted by a middle-aged couple. However, the report did not provide much information about that couple, and they had not appeared in Ling Xiaoer's life afterward. Go to Ling Xiaoer's pawnshop, Chen Chen instructed Zhou Weiguo, who was driving. Based on the report provided by Yang Su, Chen Chen had formed a bold hypothesis about Ling Xiaoer's identity. Now, he needed to verify this hypothesis. Soon, the Hummer stopped in front of Ling Xiaoer's pawnshop. Chen Chen and Yang Su walked straight in. Mr. Chen, what a coincidence. We meet again so soon, Ling Xiaoer greeted Chun Chen with a professional smile. It's not a coincidence, I came specifically to find you, Chun Chen replied with a smile. Mr. Chen, I only run a small pawn shop. Why would you be interested in me? Ling Xiaoer teased. Although Miss Ling is indeed beautiful, I currently have no such intentions, Chun Chen said. However, if Miss Ling shows me more appealing qualities, I might really consider pursuing you, he joked along with her. So, what exactly is the purpose of your visit, Mr. Chen? Ling Xiaoer cut to the chase. Mr. Chen, a busy person like you can't possibly have come just to joke with me, right? Ling Xiaoer looked at Chun Chen, her eyes filled with amusement. Miss Ling shouldn't be an ordinary person, right? Upon hearing Chun Chen's words, Ling Xiaoer's gaze clearly flickered. Mr. Chen, I don't understand what you mean. What could I be if not an ordinary person? I certainly don't want to be someone as wealthy and powerful as you, Mr. Chen. Even if I run a pawn shop, that only makes me a somewhat wealthy ordinary person. Ling Xiaoer feigned confusion. Miss Ling, I've heard that your pawn shop has recently acquired some special items. I wonder if I could have a look. I've heard that among these items is a cat's eye stone ring, which is quite similar to a ring that was lost by a certain European consortium last month. Chen Chen continued. Mr. Chen, one must speak with evidence. Otherwise, that would be slander. Ling Xiaoer's gaze suddenly became sharp. At that moment, she resembled a wildcat fixated on its prey. What's the matter, Miss Ling? Are you planning to take action against me? Chen Chen said, reaching out towards Ling Xiaoer. Ling Xiaoer stepped back, evading him. Indeed, you are not an ordinary person. Chen Chen had just used the internal energy of the Wang family. Although he hadn't unleashed his fastest speed, Ling Xiaoer managed to dodge it. This confirmed that Chen Chen's suspicion was correct. Who exactly are you? What do you want? Ling Xiaoer looked at Chun Chen with an even more dangerous gaze. With a flick of her hands, a pair of plum blossom darts appeared in her grip. Clearly, Ling Xiaoer had decided to take action against Chen Chen. I apologize, Miss Ling, I just wanted to verify my suspicion. You can take a look at this first, Chen Chen said, placing the dagger that served as the token of the death door on the table. Miss Ling, being well informed, should know the origin of this dagger. Chen Feng stared at Ling Xiaoer, not wanting to miss any expression on her face. Sure enough, when Ling Xiaoer saw the dagger, she showed a hint of astonishment. After a moment, she picked up the dagger from the table and examined it closely. Confirming that the patterns on the dagger matched those in the records, Ling Xiaoer also recognized Chun Chen's identity. You are the leader of the death door? Ling Xiaoer spoke these words with a tone of disbelief. It should be noted that the death door had already vanished from history. Now, this dagger symbolizing the death door appeared right before her eyes, making Ling Xiaoer feel astonished was only natural. It seems you are indeed a member of the thief door. That's right, I am the leader of the death door, and it won't be long before the death door is rebuilt. Chen Chen smiled. What is your purpose in coming to see me? Ling Xiaoer looked at Chun Chen with a hint of confusion in her eyes. There's no particular purpose. We are both part of the 8 outer gates, I just wanted to get to know you. In the future, there may be times when I need your help. Of course, if you need my assistance, I won't refuse. Chen Chen smiled. Alright, as long as it benefits the country, I naturally won't refuse. There's one more thing I need to tell you. The items I brought back from abroad were all taken from our country. I merely used some means to return them to their rightful owner. Ling Xiaoer explained. She didn't want Chen Chen to see her as an ordinary thief, that would be an insult to her. I certainly know that. The thief door only steals what should be stolen, just as we assassins only kill those who should be killed. But I still want to know, what is your status in the thief door? How did you recognize my dagger at a glance? Also, where did the couple who adopted you go? Of course, if you don't want to say, you don't have to. Chen Chen spoke up. You have so many questions, you really don't seem like an assassin, Ling Xiaoer complained. After confirming Chen Chen's identity, the relationship between Ling Xiaoer and Chen Chen inevitably grew closer. For those of them from the 8 outer gates, they were outliers to ordinary people, but among themselves, they were kindred spirits. Because of this, Ling Xiaoer also felt a bit of closeness to Chun Chen. But I can answer these questions. I'm not the leader of the thief sect, just an ordinary member. However, our thief sect is not like your life-seeking sect, which has lost its heritage. Members of the 8 outer gates can naturally recognize the tokens of other sects. The former leader of the thief sect was my master, the middle-aged man who adopted me. He saw my talent and took me from the orphanage. Unfortunately, they have already passed away. 5 years ago, they went to Gaul to steal the bronze snake head that was taken from them, but unfortunately, they failed, and there has been no news of them since. The token representing the leader of the thief sect also vanished without a trace, so now the thief sect does not have a new leader. At this point, Ling Xiao's tone seemed a bit desolate. She had deep feelings for her master and mistress. To put it bluntly, everything Ling Xiao has now was granted to her by them. So you didn't become the new leader of the thief sect? Chen Chen asked in return. I wish I could, although I am my master's only disciple. But without that token, they won't acknowledge me. So over the years, I've been going abroad, trying to find traces of that token. Unfortunately, there are still no clues. I'm not afraid to tell you, ever since my master and mistress left, some scoundrels have appeared in our thief sect. They have forgotten the principles of the thief sect and have stolen things they shouldn't have. If I could get that token, I would definitely expel them from the sect. Ling Xiao's tone was very stubborn. If I have any clues, I will help you, Chen Chen said. If you can really help me find it, then you would be my great benefactor, Ling Xiao teased. After Qin Feng exchanged contact information with Lin Xiao, he left his pawnshop. On the way back, Chen Chen also learned about the current situation of the thief sect from Old Wang. The problems facing the thief sect were much more serious than what Ling Xiao had mentioned. Ever since the unexpected death of the former leader of the thief sect, some of the older members have neglected the principle of thieves have their own code and have recklessly targeted wealthy individuals. After tasting the sweetness, they became uncontrollable. They had grown accustomed to this sense of freedom and naturally did not want to be restrained by a new leader. The lost token also became the best excuse. If Ling Xiao does not recover that thief sect token, it won't be long before the thief sect disappears. Chen Chen couldn't help but feel the predicament Ling Xiao had to face. However, this was ultimately an internal matter of the thief sect, and no matter how much Chen Chen sympathized, he couldn't intervene. At most, he could only mentally support Ling Xiao in cleaning up this mess. At night, members of the Luo family and the Dragon Guard and the 5 brothers of the Wang family had already infiltrated near the pirates' stronghold. At this moment, the pirates inside the stronghold were completely unaware of the danger they were about to face. Big brother, the Star Master has lost contact in Huagua, he must have fallen in Huagua. From now on, we won't have to listen to their orders anymore. Just hijacking a cargo ship will be enough for the brothers to enjoy themselves for a while. Life is 100 times better than before. Yeah, if you ask me, the Star Master died well in Huagua. If he hadn't died, we wouldn't be able to live this good life. The pirates enjoyed fine wine and delicacies while dreaming of a bright future. The structure of the killer organization, 7 Kills, was already quite loose. If it weren't for Chen Xingtian's exceptional strength, no one would follow his orders. After all, getting people used to killing and looting to obey rules was simply a fantasy, they would only yield to brute force. Anyway, you all follow me from now on. I guarantee you will eat well and drink well. The man sitting in the first position stood up and spoke to a younger brother. This bay area was vast and filled with chaos. Raiding cargo ships was a common occurrence in this region. As long as they finished a job and hid for a while, no one would find them. The boss is right. We all follow the boss. Isn't this better than serving the Star Master? In the past, when we helped the Star Master raid cargo ships, the scraps we got were looked down upon. Fortunately, that black-hearted Star Master is dead. Otherwise, we wouldn't know how much he took. In an instant, the pirates united in their hatred. They cursed Chen Xingtian, the black-hearted guy, while drinking merrily. No one worried about a surprise attack. This was a cave on a deserted island, with sentries posted outside. It was already quite difficult for anyone to find this place, let alone silently deal with those sentries. Unless it was a master of the Star Master's level, it was impossible. But if it were a master of that level, how could they possibly be interested in the trifles in their hands? Just as the pirates were indulging in their revelry, several smoke bombs were thrown into the cave. In just a moment, the smoke covered the entire cave. Coughing and cursing from the smoke echoed within, but these sounds gradually diminished. When the smoke finally cleared, the once-spirited leader, dreaming of the future, looked at the hellish scene before him, hardly believing his eyes. His little brothers were all slashed at the neck. Each one was killed with a single clean stroke. At the same time, a sharp knife was pressed against his throat. This man could guarantee that even the slightest movement would result in the knife mercilessly slicing his throat, leaving him to share the same fate as his fallen brothers. "Spare me, good sir." Looking at the man in the helmet before him, the pirate leader quickly begged for mercy. "Where are the things you plundered this time?" Wang Sharen's tone was icy. "Good sir, if I tell you where the things are, will you spare my life?" The man pleaded, trying to find a glimmer of hope. Wang Sharen did not respond to the pirate leader's words, only tightening his grip. The sharp blade cut through the pirate leader's skin, and crimson blood seeped out. "Good sir, I'll take you there right now." The pirate leader finally realized that he had no room to bargain. Under the guidance of the pirate, the Wang and Luo families quickly found the treasures plundered by this gang of pirates. The brothers of the Luo family also found their lost heirloom, the Six Harmonies gun, just as they had hoped. These brothers had heard the old master Luo mention this gun since they were young, and seeing it now was an overwhelming emotional experience. After confirming that Chen Chen's collection intended to be returned to the country had not been lost, Wang Xiaoren cast his gaze once again at the pirate leader. The pirate leader immediately perked up. He now understood that his survival depended entirely on what these brave men would say next. "Can you contact your 7-kill Star Master's master?" Wang Xiaoren asked. "Master? Our Star Master doesn't have a master," the pirate leader blurted out. Under such a terrifying sense of oppression, the pirate leader was so frightened that he couldn't lie at all. "Then there's no need for you to hesitate." As Wang Xiaoren spoke, he prepared to raise the knife in his hand to end the pirate leader. "Hero, please don't act yet. I only know there's an old man by the Star Master's side. I'm not sure if he's the Star Master's master, but if I had to say, I think it could only be him." The pirate leader hurriedly spoke. "Where is he? Can you contact him?" Wang Xiaoren continued to inquire. "Hero, although I can't contact that old man, I do know his whereabouts. Ever since that old man learned that the Star Master lost contact in Huagua, he went to Huagua to find the Star Master. If you spend some effort returning to Huagua, you will definitely be able to find him," the pirate leader quickly said. "Thank you for telling me so much." Wang Xiaoren exerted force in his hand, and with a flash of cold light, the sharp blade mercilessly cut the pirate leader's throat. A large spurt of blood gushed out, but not a drop splattered on Wang Xiaoren. He coldly watched as the life force gradually drained from the pirate leader. They had persecuted so many Huagua people for Chen Qingtian and were not worthy of continuing to live in this world. After dealing with the matters on the island, the Wang and Luo families boarded a plane back to their country with the Liuha gun. As for those precious collections, they would be safely returned to the country under the escort of the Huagua fleet. In this bay, no one would provoke the Huagua fleet. Huagua was no longer what it used to be. Its powerful national strength brought sufficient capital. Wang family courtyard. A figure jumped over the wall and entered. This person's martial arts were exceptionally high, and no one noticed his presence. He smoothly made his way into the small courtyard where the old master Wang lived. The old master, who had been sleeping, suddenly opened his eyes and walked out of the room. "Come out." The old master's voice was not loud, but it sounded particularly clear in the empty courtyard. Since the intruder knew he had been discovered, he no longer hid and walked out directly. "Brother Wang, it's been many years, and your martial arts have improved again." The old man clasped his fists towards the old master Wang and spoke. "By Jinhai, so it's you, old ghost. Speak, what brings you here?" The old master Wang looked at Bai Jinhai and said. At that time, it was a matter concerning the reconstruction of the soul-seeking gate. "I found a good seedling who can shoulder the responsibility of rebuilding the soul-seeking gate. He has already learned the I Jin Jing and has outstanding martial arts talent, but he lost contact in Huagua, and I hope you can help me find him," Bai Jinhai said. "You're talking about that good-for-nothing Chen Qingtian, right? You still want to take him as a disciple and teach him the I Jin Jing? Do you think a person of such despicable character can bear the heavy responsibility of rebuilding the soul-seeking gate? If you want to find him, I can tell you that he is now a useless person and not far from death." The old master Wang snorted coldly, his tone full of disdain. "Wang Jindo, what are you saying? He is the hope of rebuilding the soul-seeking gate. What's wrong with having a bit of bad conduct for now? We can slowly cultivate him. And what do you mean by saying he's useless?" Bai Jinhai's tone suddenly became agitated. As an old member of the Death Gate, Bai Jinhai regarded the reconstruction of the Death Gate as his life's goal. He took away the cultivation method of the I Jin Jing and, after finding Chen Qingtian, who could practice it, he eagerly took him as a disciple and devoted all his efforts to cultivate him. It means what it says. Right now, his meridians are severed, poison has entered his bones, and he is worse than dead. He has only a few days left to live. Old Wang snorted coldly. "Impossible, this can't be. Wang Jindo, are you trying to deceive me again?" Bai Jinhai couldn't believe Wang Jindo's words at all. Chen Qingtian was someone he had painstakingly cultivated. Before the reconstruction of the Death Gate, Chen Qingtian couldn't just be ruined like this. "I have no reason to lie to you. Haven't you already guessed that this worthless creature has gotten into trouble in Huagua? Otherwise, why would you come looking for me?" Wang Jindo's words shattered Bai Jinhai's illusions. "Wang Jindo, why aren't you helping Chen Qingtian when he's in trouble? He is our only hope for reconstructing the Death Gate. Don't you want to rebuild the Death Gate? Can you find another person who can practice the I Jin Jing?" It's you who have extinguished the last hope of reconstructing the Death Gate. Bai Jinhai looked at Wang Jindo with eyes full of hatred. Wang Jindo had destroyed his dreams, and Bai Jinhai only wanted to tear him to pieces. Of course I want to rebuild the Death Gate. But how can someone like Chen Xingtian, who is worse than a beast, be worthy of it? How can he be worthy of being the leader of the Death Gate? However, you old man are right, I have indeed found a martial arts genius who has learned the I Jing Jing. Not only is he of noble character, but he also holds the token of the Death Gate. Only he is qualified to rebuild the Death Gate. And only he is qualified to be the leader of the Death Gate. Wang Jindo said. You're not lying to me? Bai Jinhai was stunned for a while before finally accepting everything Wang Jindo had said. But Bai Jinhai couldn't believe Wang Jindo's words at all. He only thought this was Wang Jindo's delaying tactic. What reason do I have to lie to you? Since you're here, tomorrow I will take you to meet the leader. You better not have done anything against the rules of the gate, nor have you participated in any of the dirty deeds done by Chen Xingtian. Otherwise, I will have to clean up the Death Gate. Wang Jindo looked at Bai Jinhai and said, once a member of the Death Gate, always a member of the Death Gate. If you find out that I have done anything against the rules, just kill me, I will not resist. Bai Jinhai's tone was firm. Upon hearing this, old Wang also breathed a sigh of relief. Since Bai Jinhai dared to say this, it meant he had not gone down the wrong path. Those actions were all done by that scoundrel Chen Xingtian himself. This way, he could spare Bai Jinhai's life and let him contribute to the reconstruction of the Death Gate. Chen Shen was completely unaware of what had happened that night. That night, Chen Shen slept soundly. By the time he opened his eyes, it was already the next morning. The system's prompt sounded in Chen Shen's mind just in time. Ding, 20th day of proposing divorce, reward, thief's token. A jade token appeared out of thin air in Chen Shen's hand. This piece of jade was of excellent quality, flawless white jade with no impurities. Holding this white jade token, Chen Shen could feel a soft touch, as if he were not holding a piece of stone, but rather holding a young girl's hand. The large character, thief, on the white jade token appeared naturally, showing no signs of carving at all. Chen Shen played with the white jade token in his hand for a while, feeling a sense of wonder in his heart. Just yesterday, he had learned about the thief sect from Ling Xiaoer, and now this token had been delivered into his hands. With this token, Ling Xiaoer would surely be able to sort out the internal issues of the thief sect. Unfortunately, the thief sect was not like the soul-claiming sect. Obtaining a token did not mean he could control it. However, Ling Xiaoer should remember the favor of him returning the token and help him when necessary. After all, keeping this token in his hands was of no use, so giving it to Ling Xiaoer could be considered an investment. Chen Shen put away the token and left his bedroom, heading to the dining room. At that moment, Wan Luyao also came to Chen Shen's side and shared some good news. Sect leader, those pirates were dealt with last night. The Six Harmonies spear has been returned to the Luo family, and the other artifacts are on their way back to China under the escort of the Chinese fleet. In addition, Grandpa will bring an elder from the soul-claiming sect to meet you today. He is the one who taught Chen Xingtian the techniques. When mentioning Chen Xingtian's master, Wang Luyao's tone was not pleasant. In her view, anyone who could teach someone like Chen Xingtian, a scoundrel, must also be a scoundrel. Oh, that I'll wait for them in the villa. Chen Shen's attitude towards Chen Xingtian's master was quite different from Wang Luyao's. Given Wang Laozu's character, if Chen Xingtian's master were truly a heinous person, Wang Laozu would never bring him to meet Chen Shen, he would have chosen to deal with him directly instead. Perhaps Chen Xingtian's master was unaware of the foolish things his disciple had done. After Wang Luyao finished speaking, Yang Su began to report as well. Mr. Chen, the Capital Museum called today. They hope you can donate this batch of cultural relics to the country. Oh, their news travels fast. Chen Shen's brows furrowed slightly. This batch of cultural relics was a reward from the system. Donating to the country was just a way to donate to their capital museum. Their words were like taking priceless national treasures from his hands, at most giving him a few banners as a token of appreciation. Such a deal was far too cheap. What do you think we should do? Chen Shen looked at Yang Su and asked. He wanted to see if Yang Su's proposed plan would satisfy him. Mr. Chen, in my opinion, we should not donate these cultural relics to the capital museum. We should establish a private museum. Then contact domestic experts and scholars, allowing them to study these relics. Yang Su provided his answer. Let's do as you say. I'll leave this matter entirely in your hands. Chen Shen was very satisfied with Yang Su's response. In Yang Su's eyes, his own interests were absolutely above everything else, which was very important to Chen Shen. Mr. Chen, in addition, there is one more thing I need to inform you. The lawsuit between you and MS. Lu Ruyan will be heard this afternoon. Lawyer Zhang San is already prepared. If Mr. Chen, you don't have time, you don't need to be present. Lawyer Zhang San is confident he can get Miss Lu Ruyan convicted. Yang Su's voice reminded Chen Chen of the lawsuit between him and Lu Ruyan. Arrange the time for this afternoon. I want to attend this lawsuit. Chen Chen's tone was firm. He did not want to miss the sight of Lu Ruyan being sent to prison to work on a sewing machine. Now, Lu Ruyan is surely still fantasizing about winning this lawsuit, dividing her assets, and then living a wealthy life. Chen Chen wants to see him fall into hell at the height of his success. Unfortunately, the men's and women's prisons are separate, otherwise, Lu Ruyan would have reunited with her dear brother, the pride of the Wang family, in prison. Life in prison is not easy for anyone. Since Lu Ruyan cannot be with Wang Yao, then an opportunity should be found to send her mother, Wu Xiufen, in to reunite with her. Chen Chen does not believe that Wu Xiufen, who raised Lu Ruyan and Wang Yao, is a good person. As long as she keeps an eye on her, she will always find a chance to send her to prison to reunite with her daughter. A family should be complete. Yang Su also noticed that when she mentioned Lu Ruyan, Chen Chen showed obvious emotional fluctuations. As Chen Chen's assistant, Yang Su quickly learned about Chen Chen's situation. She is well aware of the disgusting things Lu Ruyan has done. Yang Su has not the slightest sympathy for Lu Ruyan. In fact, she wishes Lu Ruyan would be sentenced for as long as possible. In Yang Su's eyes, Chen Chen, who has continuously supported her and helped her grow from an orphan to a graduate of a prestigious school, is undoubtedly the best person in the world. Lu Ruyan had the chance to become Chen Chen's wife but did not cherish it and instead did such dirty and vile things. A woman without shame like her, even if sentenced, would not be able to compensate for the harm she has caused Chen Chen, even if she died 100 times. Mr. Chen is truly unfortunate to have encountered such a woman. In terms of education, looks, and figure, she is far inferior to Lu Ruyan. If Mr. Chen wanted to get married back then, why couldn't he choose me? I would have been 100 times willing. Thinking of this, Yang Su's gaze towards Chen Chen became noticeably more eager. Yes, Mr. Chen, I will help you arrange the time. But please don't waste your emotions on this woman anymore. She is not worth it. Yang Su looked at Chen Chen with a hint of heartache. I just want to see her get what she deserves. But thank you for your concern. Chen Chen smiled. Just as Chen Chen ended this topic, Feng Xiaoxiao brought the prepared breakfast to the table. Chen Chen clearly noticed that today, Feng Xiaoxiao had prepared all his favorite dishes, and they were particularly well presented. Perhaps Feng Xiaoxiao is expressing her concern for him in this way. She is truly a lovely girl. After Chen Chen finished breakfast, Old Master Wang brought Bai Jinhai to Chen Chen's villa. Bai Jinhai was overly eager to meet the martial arts genius who held the token of the death door, as mentioned by Old Master Wang. Bai Jinhai urged Old Master Wang to set off overnight, which is why they arrived at Chen Chen's villa early in the morning. Master, this is Bai Jinhai, an old acquaintance of the death door. Although he taught Chen Xingtian the Yi Jin Jing, he did not participate in the dirty deeds done by Chen Xingtian. He has not harmed ordinary people, he only killed those corrupt and unkind scoundrels. Although he did not supervise Chen Xingtian well, he indeed did not participate. The moment Old Master Wang saw Chen Chen, he began to plead for Bai Jinhai, fearing that Chen Chen might have some objections and would not accept him. Since my senior brother has spoken, I naturally believe it. Chen Chen nodded, accepting Old Master Wang's explanation. Can you show me the token of the death door? And can you confirm whether you really master the Yi Jin Jing? Bai Jinhai stepped forward and asked. In fact, when Bai Jinhai saw Wang Jindo's attitude towards Chen Chen, he could feel that Wang Jindo was not lying to him. However, until he saw the token of the soul-seeking sect and confirmed that Chen Chen truly mastered the muscle transformation and meridian shifting technique, Bai Jinhai would not acknowledge Chen Chen as the leader of the soul-seeking sect. Deep down, Bai Jinhai was also a stubborn person. Yet, he did not realize that when he spoke these words, there was an unexpected hint of anticipation in his tone. Bai Jinhai hoped that Chen Chen could indeed shoulder the heavy responsibility of rebuilding the soul-seeking sect, just as Wang Jindo had said. Of course I can, Chen Chen nodded. Chen Chen indeed had the token of the soul-seeking sect in his hand, so he was naturally not afraid of being questioned. However, if Bai Jinhai confirmed the token and still refused to acknowledge his identity as the leader of the soul-seeking sect, then Chen Chen would not be polite to Bai Jinhai. Chen Chen did not need a subordinate who could not take orders from him. He took out the dagger that symbolized the identity of the leader of the soul-seeking sect and handed it to Bai Jinhai. The moment Bai Jinhai saw the dagger, he stood frozen in place. After a long time, he finally mustered the courage to take the dagger from Chen Chen's hand. When Bai Jinhai's hands truly touched the dagger and felt its weight, he finally confirmed that he was not dreaming. Bai Jinhai's fingers gently caressed the sheath, his movements tender as if he were caressing a lover. When Bai Jinhai pulled the dagger from its sheath and saw the blade that could swallow light, tears streamed down his face. This was the token of the soul-seeking sect. The token that had been lost during the National Defense War had finally been found. "Old Bai, don't rush to cry," the old man Wang patted his old buddy on the back and said. Chen Chen also reached out a hand and patted Wang's shoulder. Chen Chen activated the muscle transformation and meridian shifting technique, and 4 distinctly different internal energies alternated within him, flowing into Bai Jinhai's body. This constantly changing internal energy was undoubtedly the muscle transformation and meridian shifting technique. Moreover, the transitions were incredibly smooth. Chen Chen was far superior to Chen Qingtian in the cultivation of this technique. Now Bai Jinhai could finally confirm that old Wang had not deceived him. Although Bai Jinhai, as Chen Qingtian's master, had feelings for his disciple, upon seeing Chen Chen, he suddenly felt that the disciple he had painstakingly nurtured was no longer appealing. Chen Chen was the one truly qualified to rebuild the soul-seeking sect. Bai Jinhai greets the leader. Once Chen Chen withdrew his hand from Bai Jinhai's shoulder, Bai Jinhai immediately knelt before him. "Old Bai, you should get up," Chen Chen said. "To rebuild the soul-seeking sect, we need the help of you elders." Seeing Bai Jinhai so perceptive, Chen Chen's attitude towards him improved significantly, and he prepared to help the kneeling Bai Jinhai up. "Leader, I have not been strict with my disciples, and I was blinded by my own obsessions, failing to notice that Chen Qingtian committed so many wrongdoings behind my back. Although I did not violate the rules of the soul-seeking sect, my disciples' many mistakes are indeed my responsibility. Now that my wayward disciple has faced justice, I, as his master, must also pay the price for my negligence." Bai Jinhai's tone remained firm as he spoke these words without rising. Then, Bai Jinhai took out a dagger from his body and fiercely stabbed it into his thigh. He stabbed himself 3 times, each thrust piercing through his thigh, leaving a bloody gash. This was clearly the punishment of 3 stabs and 6 holes. Bai Jinhai used this method to atone for his negligence in supervision, and his attitude was beyond reproach. "Brother Bai, why go through all this?" Seeing Bai Jinhai's actions, old Master Wang felt a bit reluctant. "Xuanqi, help old Master Bai with his treatment." "Old Master Bai, the matter with Chen Qingtian ends here." Chen Chen looked at Bai Jinhai and spoke. At the same time, Chen Chen couldn't help but reflect. Bai Jinhai truly was a person from the death gate, ruthless indeed. 3 knives and 6 holes, not even blinking, not a sound escaping his lips, as if he were stabbing someone else rather than himself. Seeing that Chen Chen was willing to forgive him, Bai Jinhai finally breathed a sigh of relief, allowing Huang Xuanqi to begin treating his injuries. Under the care of Huang Xuanqi, the heir of the Divine Doctor Hall, Bai Jinhai would be able to recover fully in a few months. It was also at this moment that old Master Wang spoke up. "Sect leader, didn't you want to learn a fire attribute technique before? Brother Bai's technique is the fire attribute Lu Yang Gong. Why not let Brother Bai teach you?" Chen Chen looked at Bai Jinhai. Before Chen Chen could speak, Bai Jinhai eagerly replied, "If the sect leader wishes to learn my technique, it is my honor. I have no reason to refuse." Bai Jinhai now appeared to be impatient to play his part. Since Bai Jinhai was so eager to contribute, Chen Chen naturally would not refuse his goodwill. Huang Xuanqi first performed acupuncture, and the bleeding from Bai Jinhai's thigh stopped. Then, Huang Xuanqi applied a layer of black ointment to Bai Jinhai's wound. Bai Jinhai just needed to spend some time resting, and what seemed like a serious injury would gradually improve. Now Bai Jinhai indeed had the energy to teach Chen Chen this fire attribute technique. "Sect leader, the technique I practice is called Lu Yang Gong. This technique primarily mobilizes the power of heart fire. When fully activated, it can enhance one's physical functions and combat power in a short time. However, while increasing combat power, it also places a certain burden on the body. The damage caused is closely related to the degree of increased combat power and the duration. When using this technique, the most important thing is to make an accurate judgment of one's physical condition." Bai Jinhai conveyed the key points of this technique to Chen Chen. His earnest teaching revealed Bai Jinhai's concern for Chen Chen. "Old Bai, I understand." Chen Chen nodded. Subsequently, Bai Jinhai taught Chen Chen the method of internal energy operation for this technique. Chen Chen showcased his astonishing martial arts talent. After just one demonstration from Bai Jinhai, he had completely mastered it. Chen Chen also discovered the secret of Lu Yang Gong. By using a special method of internal energy operation, he could accelerate his heart rate, thereby enhancing his physical functions. When using this technique, his body temperature would rise rapidly, and his blood would surge and boil. No wonder this technique was called Lu Yang Gong. As Chen Chen operated this set of internal skills, he could freely control the speed of his heartbeats. To his surprise, he found that because the principle of this internal skill was to stimulate the heart with internal energy, he only needed to activate and deactivate this special state while using Lu Yan Gong. In other words, Chen Chen could completely use other internal energies simultaneously while operating Lu Yan Gong. To put it bluntly, this Lu Yan Gong was entirely prepared for the purpose of the easy muscle and meridian technique. But this was only natural. After all, Bai Jinhai was a person from the Death Gate, and it was only reasonable that the techniques he mastered were highly compatible with the easy muscle and meridian technique. Bai Jinhai looked at Chen Chen, who had completely mastered this martial art after just one explanation, and was so surprised that he nearly popped his eyes out. Although old Wang had already told Bai Jinhai that Chen Chen was a martial arts genius, Chen Chen's talent in martial arts exceeded Bai Jinhai's understanding. When Bai Jinhai came to his senses, he burst into a hearty laugh. Such a prodigy was the leader of their soul-seeking sect. Under the leadership of such a leader, the soul-seeking sect would undoubtedly be able to restore its former glory. At this moment, Bai Jinhai felt some resentment towards Chen Qingtian in his heart. His disciple, who was more of a failure than a success, why did he have to provoke the leader of the soul-seeking sect? Fortunately, Chen Qingtian did not harm Chen Chen, otherwise, he would have to personally eliminate this disgrace. Bai Jinhai was moved to tears when he saw Chen Chen using the fierce sun technique while simultaneously employing other attributes of internal energy. In Bai Jinhai's eyes, Chen Chen now resembled the old leader who had died in the National Defense War. The leader of the soul-seeking sect should be like this. While maintaining the fierce sun technique, Chen Chen switched to other types of internal energy. When Chen Chen dispersed the fierce sun technique, his previously racing heart returned to normal, and the surging blood energy in his body calmed down. The fierce sun technique is categorized from 1 sun to 9 suns based on the level of enhancement it provides to the body, from low to high. Chen Chen had just maintained a 6 sun state. Although he felt fatigued now, he would recover after resting for a while without causing any significant harm to his body. Chen Chen was very satisfied with the fierce sun technique he had just mastered. Not only did it complete the final piece of the 5 elements internal energy puzzle, but it could also serve as a trump card for Chen Chen. Even if he faced a stronger enemy in the future, he would have a chance to fight back with all his might using the fierce sun technique. Congratulations, leader! Bai Jinhai bowed to Chen Chen. Old Bai, if you want to see Chen Qingtian one last time, I can arrange it for you, Chen Chen said to Bai Jinhai. As a leader, it is essential to be clear about rewards and punishments. Since Bai Jinhai had taught him the fierce flame technique, he should give him some benefits in return. Hearing Chen Chen's words, Bai Jinhai was visibly taken aback. After all, he had raised this disciple himself. How could he really have no feelings at all? Thank you, leader. Let me go see that ungrateful disciple one last time, Bai Jinhai sighed and said. Lu Yao, please give a heads up over there. Old Wang, you accompany old Bai for a trip, Chen Chen instructed. Right now, Chen Qingtian was just a half-dead waste, and all the secrets had already been thoroughly interrogated. Letting Bai Jinhai take a look would not have any impact. Currently, Chen Chen's relationship with the military was also in a honeymoon phase, and the military would naturally not refuse such a request from Chen Chen. Lawyer Zhu Fei, do you have a chance of winning this lawsuit? Lu Ruyan looked at Zhu Fei beside her, feeling a bit uneasy. Jimei, don't worry. This time, I am completely confident in this lawsuit. Now that Chen Chen is most likely dead, he was an orphan to begin with. Although you two are divorced, legally, Chen Xiaotian is still Chen Chen's son. I am fully confident that I can help you obtain Chen Chen's inheritance. Lawyer Zhu Fei was full of confidence. A few days ago, there had been such a huge commotion that everyone in Jiangcheng knew about it. Moreover, after that, Chen Chen had not appeared again. Now, Chen Chen was either dead or still being rescued. If Zhu Fei couldn't win this lawsuit, then she might as well give up her lawyer's license. Really, Lawyer Zhu Fei? Everything is up to you now. Lu Ruyan's eyes were filled with greed. Let me tell you another secret. In this lawsuit, from the judge to the clerk, all of them are women. They have a good relationship with me. Girls help girls, this lawsuit cannot be lost. Lawyer Zhu Fei glanced around and leaned closer to Lu Ruyan's ear, whispering. After speaking, Zhu Fei shot Lu Ruyan a meaningful look. Lu Ruyan's confidence surged instantly. Girls help girls, there was absolutely no chance she would lose this lawsuit. Seeing that Lu Ruyan understood his meaning, Zhu Fei leaned in again and spoke softly. But, Jimei, you know, maintaining relationships requires some money. For example, going out for manicures or having afternoon tea, these are all expenses. After all, we are asking for help, and we need to have the right attitude. Zhu Fei's meaning was very clear. Lawyer Zhu, don't worry, I won't let you suffer a loss. As long as you help me win this lawsuit and get the property I deserve from that irresponsible man Chin Chen, I will definitely give you a thank you gift. Lu Ruyan's face was full of smiles, but in her heart, she was cursing Zhu Fei's greed. Wasn't it just about wanting a red envelope? Why all this fuss? She was just flattering him verbally. Once the lawsuit was won, who would still care about him? They were both cunning foxes. How could Zhu Fei not see Lu Ruyan's perfunctory attitude? Jimei, my stomach hurts a bit. It seems I ate something bad. If I perform poorly, the money can't be refunded. But don't worry, I will definitely help you appeal. Lawyer Zhu Fei clutched his stomach, putting on a painful expression. However, Lu Ruyan understood the threat in his words very clearly. I only have 50,000 yuan on hand. I'll give it all to you first. I don't have any more. Lu Ruyan stopped pretending to be foolish and spoke coldly. Oh, don't be angry. I don't know why, but seeing the text message that 50,000 yuan has arrived in this bank card, my stomach suddenly doesn't hurt anymore. What do you think? Is it funny? Lawyer Zhu Fei put on a smile again, as if the stomachache was just an illusion. Alright, the court is about to start. Let's get ready to go in. Just watch how I perform later. Jimei, don't worry, I won't let your money go to waste. Seeing Lu Ruyan's expression was not good, Zhu Fei spoke again. Hearing this, Lu Ruyan composed herself and walked into the court with Zhu Fei. As long as she could get a large sum of property from Chun Chen, the money she spent now was just small change. Lu Ruyan kept comforting herself in her heart. Unfortunately, at that moment, Lu Ruyan did not know that what awaited her was not a bright future, but her own doom. Lu Ruyan walked into the courtroom with Zhu Fei. She looked at the all-female panel sitting in the judge's seat, and they were exchanging glances with Zhu Fei. The dissatisfaction she felt earlier about Zhu Fei's sudden request for money had completely vanished. Girls help girls. With the help of the court ladies, she would definitely be able to get the property she deserved from that irresponsible scumbag Chin Chen. The plaintiff was already in position, but on the defendant's side, no one had arrived yet. As the time for the hearing approached, the expression on lawyer Zhu Fei's face grew increasingly satisfied. They still hadn't arrived. Chin Chen must have been completely dead. The court was in session as usual, and even if the defendant's side had no one present, all they needed to do was present their evidence as usual to win the case. Originally, Lu Ruyan was worried that Chen Chen wouldn't show up, and the case wouldn't reach a conclusion today, but after hearing lawyer Zhu Fei's explanation, she was overjoyed. Lu Ruyan hoped that there would be no one in the defendant's seat. Unfortunately, things did not go as she wished. Just 1 minute before the scheduled hearing, a large group of men in suits entered the courtroom. Leading them was a very tall man with silver-streaked hair. Although the man had a friendly smile, he carried an aura that suggested he could easily bypass the law to do as he pleased. Moreover, this man was highly recognizable online. He was the lawyer Zhang San, whom Chun Chen had contacted through Yuntong Company. Upon seeing lawyer Zhang San, Zhu Fei's face instantly turned a shade of purple, as if he were a piece of liver. At that moment, Zhu Fei's hands began to tremble involuntarily. The man standing opposite him was the legendary lawyer who, when performing poorly, would send the opposing side in, and when performing normally, would send the opposing lawyer in, and when performing exceptionally, would send both the opposing lawyer and the hammer in. Facing a lawyer of this caliber, Zhu Fei was not only worried about having no chance of winning, he was also concerned about being sent to prison himself. When Zhu Fei's gaze moved past lawyer Zhang San to the other members of his legal team behind him, his already cold heart sank completely. The other lawyers in Zhang San's team were all elites in the industry, deans and professors from major law schools. For such a high-caliber legal team to take on a case against a relatively well-known internet lawyer like himself was simply insane. You must be Zhu Fei. I've seen your live streams. As a lawyer, you should focus more on the right path. Stop teaching others how to turn premarital assets into postmarital assets in your live stream. I'm almost embarrassed to admit you were my student. An old professor from the legal team reprimanded Zhu Fei. Zhu Fei realized that this was the very professor who had taught him family law in college. Yes, professor, I understand. Zhu Fei quickly lowered his head, looking like a schoolboy who had done something wrong. Similar incidents were not limited to Zhu Fei. The female judge, who had been sitting high up, quickly straightened up and addressed an old professor in the legal team. Professor, what brings you to this case? I hope your health is well. The judge's tone was cautious. I'm in good health. Xiaosu, as a judge, you should rule as you see fit. I believe I taught you that. Since this case involves me, I will apply for recusal and temporarily withdraw from the legal team. You must uphold the law impartially. The old professor's gaze was intense, making the female judge feel uneasy. Yes, professor, I will uphold the law impartially. The judge immediately agreed. Of course, for the sake of fairness, Zhu Fei's professor also chose to withdraw from the legal team. The two old professors sat in the spectator seats, staring intently at the female judge and Zhu Fei. Although they were not in the legal team, the pressure they exuded was 100 times stronger than if they were. Lawyer Zhu, are you trembling? Can you even win this case? You charged me an exorbitant lawyer's fee. You absolutely cannot lose. If you do, I will definitely expose you online. Seeing Zhu Fei in a daze, Lu Ruyan was furious. In fact, upon seeing the powerful legal team opposite, Lu Ruyan's heart had already begun to tremble. In order to alleviate her inner fear, Lu Ruyan simply transformed into a pressure monster, placing all the stress onto Zhu Fei. Zhu Fei was already anxious, and after hearing Lu Ruyan's threats, he became even more frantic. It's normal to win some and lose some in court. I've accepted your lawyer's fee, so I will naturally do my utmost. Zhu Fei's lawyer snorted coldly. At the same time, he was secretly relieved that he charged by the case and did not take on a risk-based fee. Otherwise, facing such a luxurious team of lawyers, he wouldn't have been able to get a single penny. Seeing Zhu Fei's suddenly cold expression, Lu Ruyan felt extremely displeased. However, before she could vent her frustration, she saw a face she did not want to see. Lu Ruyan, do you want to sue me for my money? Let me tell you, you're dreaming. This time, not only will you get nothing, but you will also have to return everything you took from me. Don't think that just because you're the plaintiff now, I won't show you a performance where the plaintiff ends up in jail. Chen Shen looked at Lu Ruyan, this disgusting woman, and snorted coldly. Chen Shen, you're actually alive. How could you possibly be alive? Seeing Chen Shen standing right in front of her, Lu Ruyan felt as if she had seen a ghost. Of course, I'm alive. I'm just waiting to see you die. Chen Shen's tone was even colder. Lu Ruyan wanted to argue further, but she heard the female judge bang her gavel heavily, announcing the court was officially in session. Even if Lu Ruyan had 1,000 words to say, she could only sit silently in the plaintiff's seat. However, the look she cast at Chen Shen was filled with unspeakable malice. After the court session began, Zhu Fei, as the plaintiff's attorney, started to present evidence. Undoubtedly, all the claims made by Zhu Fei were dismissed one by lawyer Zhang San. The system was very rigorous in its operations. Everything that the system rewarded Chen Shen with occurred after the divorce. Legally, everything Chen Shen obtained had nothing to do with his ex-wife Lu Ruyan. Based on this, all the claims made by Zhu Fei were impossible to realize. Of course, Zhu Fei also tried to exploit the father-son relationship between Chen Shen and Chen Xiaotian. But this was also crushed under a paternity certificate proving that there was no father-son relationship between Chen Shen and Chen Xiaotian. Now, obtaining a paternity certificate between Chen Shen and Chen Xiaotian was an incredibly simple matter. Trying to divide the property from Chen Shen was simply a fantasy. Lawyer Zhang San was eloquent. All the claims made by Zhu Fei in court were dismissed. When Zhu Fei stammered and couldn't come up with anything new, Zhang San's eyes, hidden behind his glasses, suddenly lit up. Now was the time for Zhang San to shine. At this moment, the roles had reversed. Your Honor, the claims made by the plaintiff are utterly unreasonable. Attempting to divide the defendant's property through such means has no legal basis. Furthermore, we need to discuss the correct property division issue. Although the property is solely in the plaintiff's name, the down payment and subsequent mortgage were all borne by the defendant. This house should not belong to the plaintiff. As Zhang San spoke, he presented a series of proofs. The judge nodded continuously at the black and white evidence. In the plaintiff's seat, Lu Ruyan realized that not only was she unable to divide Chen Shen's property, but she might also have to give up her own house, which made her even more frantic. Lu Ruyan's gaze was like a knife, stabbing fiercely at Zhu Fei. If looks could kill, Zhu Fei would have died hundreds of times by now. Moreover, during the duration of the marriage, the plaintiff was the one at fault. Even this marriage was a malicious deception by the plaintiff from start to finish. The actions of the plaintiff have caused a tremendous insult to their character and have had a significant impact on social morals. Lawyer Zhang San continued to present evidence. This included Chen Xiaotian's date of birth, the chat records between Chen Shen and Lu Ruyan, and the chat records between Lu Ruyan and Chen Xingyun. Chen Xingyun had been taken away, and obtaining his phone and the chat records between him and Lu Ruyan was merely a piece of cake. In these chat records, Lu Ruyan's arrogance in front of Chen Shen and her submissiveness in front of Chen Xingyun were vividly displayed. Lu Ruyan's ugly face was thus revealed before everyone. Even the judge on the bench, upon seeing the stark contrast in the chat records, looked at Lu Ruyan with a hint of disdain. Originally, as a fellow woman, the female judge had some sympathy for Lu Ruyan. But now, the female judge only hoped that someone as disgusting as Lu Ruyan would be alone in her gender. Your Honor, my client is a prominent figure in Jiangcheng, with immense influence. Therefore, the impact of the plaintiff's insult to my client's character is equally significant. I hope Your Honor can rule on the charge of character defamation against the plaintiff, Lawyer Zhang San said, pushing up his glasses, looking confident of victory. Plaintiff's lawyer, do you have anything to rebut? The female judge looked at Zhu Fei. If Lawyer Zhu Fei had no way to refute, then Lu Ruyan's charge of forced defamation could be established. At this moment, Lawyer Zhu Fei could only sigh inwardly, truly worthy of Lawyer Zhang San. Even in the defendant's seat, he could send the plaintiff in. It was indeed terrifying. As for rebuttal, what a joke. Zhu Fei had no idea about this matter beforehand and had made no preparations at all. Moreover, the evidence presented by Lawyer Zhang San was simply irrefutable. Even if he had prepared, there was no angle from which to argue. Lawyer Zhu Fei fell into silence, but Lu Ruyan in the plaintiff's seat could no longer sit still. She still claimed to be the internet celebrity lawyer best at divorce cases. Having charged her exorbitant lawyer's fee, not only did she fail to help herself divide Chen Chen's assets, but she also gave away the house she had in hand, and now she was even being sent to prison. How could Lu Ruyan possibly endure this anger? Lu Ruyan suddenly stood up and shouted at Lawyer Zhu Fei. Zhu Fei, say something. Are you mute, not saying a word? Didn't you say you had a good rapport with the judge, that this case was a guaranteed win? How did it turn out like this? In her extreme anger, Lu Ruyan completely lost her rationality. She blurted out everything that could and could not be said. Lu Ruyan was determined to expose everything. Even if she had to go in, she would drag them down with her. Hearing Lu Ruyan's words, Lawyer Zhang San's eyes suddenly lit up. He shifted his gaze back and forth between Lawyer Zhu Fei and the female judge. Lawyer Zhang San had received a hefty lawyer's fee, and to make Chen Chen feel it was worth it, he had to perform exceptionally this time. As long as what Lu Ruyan said was true, Lawyer Zhang San would definitely send Zhu Fei and the judge on the bench in as well. Feeling Lawyer Zhang San's gaze, the female judge sitting on the bench felt her hand holding the gavel weaken. If the lawyers below had not been for Zhang San's words, the female judge would never have lost her composure like this. But if this matter could not be clarified, she might really be sent in. Silence. What are you saying, plaintiff? If you have no evidence, you are contempting the law and defaming the judge. When facing Lu Ruyan, the female judge transformed her inner fear into anger, pouring it all out towards Lu Ruyan. You've taken the money, and instead of standing by me, you want to send me to prison. Why should I cover for you? Zhu Fei said it himself. He treated you to meals and drinks, and even spent money to smooth things over on your side. How can you expect to get something for nothing? Lu Ruyan's voice grew even more frantic. Plaintiff's lawyer, when have I ever taken anything from you? Before the trial, I hardly even saw you. The female judge also cast a questioning glance at Zhu Fei. The thought that the problem lay with Zhu Fei made the female judge wish she could tear him to shreds. At that moment, Lawyer Zhu Fei also looked pale. Your Honor, I just saw that Lu Ruyan was nervous during the trial, so I comforted her. I really didn't give any gifts. Lawyer Zhu Fei wore a mournful expression, wishing he had 3 mouths to explain everything clearly. You even threatened me with this matter before the trial, demanding 50,000 from me. If I didn't give it, you threatened to make my stomach hurt and not perform well. Lu Ruyan clung to Zhu Fei, her eyes filled with venom. In any case, since she had ended up in this situation, Zhu Fei could not be allowed to have it easy. Who threatened you? You need to provide evidence when you speak. Don't slander me. Lawyer Zhu Fei became even more flustered. Sitting across from him was Lawyer Zhang San. He couldn't possibly be sent to prison along with Zhang San over this matter. Zhu Fei felt immense regret. Why had he greedily taken on this case in the first place? For a little money, he had sent himself to prison. It was not worth it at all. Seeing Zhu Fei stubbornly refusing to admit anything, Lu Ruyan rushed to his side, clawing at his face with her nails, wanting nothing more than to tear his mouth apart. Lu Ruyan's actions were so sudden that Zhu Fei was completely unprepared, and her sharp nails left several bloody scratches on his face. In an instant, the courtroom was thrown into chaos. The court police quickly stepped in, separating the two. The female judge banged her gavel multiple times before the courtroom finally quieted down. At that moment, the court's surveillance footage was brought up. The footage clearly showed that before the trial, Lawyer Zhu Fei had indeed threatened Lu Ruyan, demanding money from her. Lawyer Zhang San felt some regret at not being able to send the female judge along with them, but he still exerted himself fully. Due to Lu Ruyan's earlier antics, the female judge naturally harbored malice towards her. She sentenced Lu Ruyan to 3 years for the crime of forced insult, and the house under Lu Ruyan's name was awarded to Chen Chen. As for Lawyer Zhu Fei, thanks to Lawyer Zhang San's efforts, he was sentenced to 1 year for extortion. Although Lawyer Zhang San felt a certain regret about this outcome, he was still somewhat satisfied. When the verdict was announced, a look of panic finally appeared on Lu Ruyan's face. Fear replaced anger, occupying Lu Ruoyan's heart. Even the lost rationality was restored. Lu Ruoyan was taken away by the court police. Despite her struggles, her little strength was insignificant in front of the court police. Lu Ruoyan's gaze darted around until it finally landed on Chen Chen. Lu Ruoyan knew that the only one who could save her now was Chen Chen. Chen Chen, please save me. Don't sue me anymore. I was wrong. I was really wrong. I won't betray you for Chen Xingyun. As long as you forgive me, we can remarry immediately. I regret it. I really regret it. I will be a qualified wife for you. I will have your children. If being a wife doesn't work, let me be your dog. I will treat you the same way I treated Chen Xingyun. No, I will adopt a more humble attitude than Chen Xingyun and beg you, spare me. At that moment, Lu Ruoyan clung to her last hope, shouting incessantly. What dignity, what face, none of it mattered anymore. Looking at the seemingly mad Lu Ruoyan, Chen Chen merely snorted coldly. Be a dog? Even if a disgusting woman like you were to be my dog, I would still find you filthy. Going to prison is just the beginning of your punishment. You should enjoy your life. Chen Chen watched as Lu Ruoyan was dragged away by the prison guards, a sense of satisfaction swelling within him. A greedy woman like Lu Ruoyan deserved this fate. Her voice grew fainter until it was no longer audible. Chen Chen stood up from the defendant's seat, satisfied, and walked out. At that moment, he could finally let go of the past and embrace his new life. However, just then, a figure rushed towards him. The somewhat hunched body charged at Chen Chen while shouting curses. Chen Chen, you shameless thing. It must be you who bribed the judge. That's how you won this lawsuit. You're all in it together. The person rushing towards Chen Chen was none other than Lu Ruoyan's mother, Wu Xiufen. Originally, Wu Xiufen had been dreaming of dividing the assets with Chen Chen to rescue her precious son. But suddenly, everything changed. Lu Ruoyan, this useless money-losing burden, not only failed to divide the assets with Chen Chen but also ended up in prison and gave away the house that was already in her hands. That house was meant for Wang Yao, and now that Wang Yao has a criminal record, how could any woman be willing to marry him without a home? This outcome was even more painful for Wu Xiufen than killing her. Wu Xiufen, who had always had a weak understanding of the law, now took advantage of her age to cause a scene in the courtroom, throwing a tantrum right there. However, ignorance of the law does not mean the law cannot punish her. Before Wu Xiufen could reach Chen Chen, she was heavily pressed to the ground by the court police. Chen Chen also walked up to where Wu Xiufen was pinned down. With a brain like yours, it's no wonder you could give birth to a shameless wretch like Lu Ruoyan and a brainless waste like Wang Yao. What, are these two pieces of trash very important to you? Then let me do a good deed. Although I can't send Lu Ruoyan and Wang Yao out, I can send you in to keep them company. A family should be together, right? After saying this, Chen Chen stood up in the face of Wu Xiufen's resentful gaze. Lawyer Zhang San, I want to send Wu Xiufen in so that their family can be together, is that possible? Chen Chen looked at Wu Xiufen and spoke, causing a disturbance in court, resisting law enforcement, and also suspected of assaulting a police officer. But it's relatively minor, how about a year? Lawyer Zhang San pondered for a moment and then spoke. That's enough. Chen Chen nodded and entrusted all remaining matters to Lawyer Zhang San. To make up for not being able to perform exceptionally and send the female judge in, Lawyer Zhang San directly stated that he would not charge a fee for sending Wu Xiufen in, considering it a gift. After leaving the courthouse, Chen Chen had Zhou Weigui take him to Ling Xiaoer's pawnshop. The token belonging to the Thieves' Guild should be handed over to Ling Xiaoer. Mr. Chen, I didn't expect you to come to me right after leaving the courthouse. Could it be that you really like me? Ling Xiaoer teased Chen Chen. How did you know? Chen Chen was clearly a bit curious. Our Thieves' Guild also has its own internal information channels, otherwise, how could we lock onto our targets? Besides, Mr. Chen, you are now quite a celebrity, knowing your whereabouts isn't too difficult. But what I really want to know is why you were so eager to see me. Ling Xiaoer asked. Well, do you know through your channels that a cultural relic I obtained from overseas was snatched by a group of blind pirates? Last night, that gang of pirates has been cleared out, and my relic is on its way back home. Chen Chen replied. Oh, I didn't know that. Then I must congratulate you, Mr. Chen. Ling Xiaoer said. Clearly, she was unaware of this matter. The Thieves' Guild certainly has its own channels of information, but they aren't omnipotent. Of course, the relatively important items from that batch of relics have already been airlifted back to the country. Among those items, I found something special. Chen Chen said. Upon hearing Chen Chen's words, a bold idea suddenly appeared in Ling Xiaoer's mind. However, this idea was so far-fetched that she couldn't bring herself to believe it. Chen Chen, is that thing you mentioned the one I'm thinking of? Ling Xiaoer grasped Chen Chen's sleeve, staring into his eyes as she asked. At that moment, her gaze was filled with urgency. Chen Chen didn't say much more. He simply took a box from his pocket and handed it to Ling Xiaoer. She took the box eagerly, wanting to open it, but when her fingers touched it, she hesitated, lacking the courage to open it. She hesitated for a long time. Alright, it's the thing you wanted to retrieve the most. Don't hesitate, open it and see if it's real, Chen Chen said. With those words, Ling Xiaoer finally opened the box and took out a piece of white jade token. Her fingers carefully rubbed over the white jade token, not wanting to miss any detail on it. The naturally formed character, thief, on the token was enough to prove its authenticity. It was indeed the token of the Thief's Guild. Ling Xiaoer carefully stored the white jade token and then knelt on one knee before Chen Chen. Ling Xiaoer of the Thief's Guild swears again that from today onwards, as long as Chen Chen's orders do not violate the guild's rules, I will go through fire and water, facing death without hesitation, with heaven and earth as witnesses. Ling Xiaoer put away her earlier playful demeanor and spoke seriously. With your guarantee, I won't hold back if I need your help in the future, Chen Chen said as he helped Ling Xiaoer up. Just to clarify, I've said it before, as long as it doesn't violate the guild rules, it's fine. Ling Xiaoer emphasized again. That goes without saying. Chen Chen nodded. If you encounter any resistance while consolidating the Thief's Guild, you can also ask me for help, Chen Chen added. This is an internal matter of the Thief's Guild. You from the soul-claiming sect shouldn't interfere. However, if there are those stubborn individuals, I will naturally expel them from the Thief's Guild, and at that time, I will ask you to deal with those expelled scoundrels, Ling Xiaoer said. Although the guild rules are rigid, people are flexible. Ling Xiaoer understands how to adapt. Alright, just call me if you need anything. Chen Chen nodded and turned to leave. Watching Chen Chen's departing figure, Ling Xiaoer took out her phone. Hello, 2 new female prisoners will appear in Jiangcheng Women's Prison soon. One is named Lu Ruyan, and the other is Wu Xiufan. Don't let them have it easy. By the way, there's also a male prisoner named Wang Yao. He shouldn't have it easy either. The Thief's Guild is never short of thieves. The formal disciples would certainly not engage in petty theft. Each one of them is a legendary figure among thieves. Many of the rogues and their descendants under their command are locked away in various prisons. For them to torment a few inmates in prison is an exceedingly easy task. Chen Chen has done great favors for their thieving sect, so those who have made her uncomfortable will naturally face 100-fold or 1,000-fold torment. Their punishment only just begins upon entering the prison. Of course, this trivial matter is something Ling Xiaoer would not specifically mention to Chen Chen. Chen Chen, my master uncle told me that tomorrow he will meet with representatives from Goryeo and Sakura countries. The location is in the Magic City. If you have time, my master uncle hopes you can join as well. After returning to the villa, Wang Xuanqi approached with this news. I will definitely attend, Chen Chen replied firmly. Chen Chen has never had any good feelings towards Goryeo and Sakura countries. This time, they even attempted to monopolize Chinese herbal medicine to undermine Chinese traditional medicine, which is utterly despicable and shameless. The representatives from Sakura and Goryeo will surely harbor ill intentions during tomorrow's meeting. Chen Chen is eager to see what tricks these shameless individuals intend to play. Great! I'll inform my master uncle right away. Upon hearing Chen Chen's agreement, Wang Xuanqi suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of peace. Since knowing Chen Chen, it seems there has never been anything she couldn't accomplish. As long as Chen Chen attends tomorrow's meeting, no matter what schemes Goryeo and the Stick Country have, they cannot succeed. On the other side, Lu Ruyan has already been sent into prison. Today marks her first night in prison, and it is destined to be anything but peaceful. Lu Ruyan carries a basin as she walks into her cell. Even though Lu Ruyan has now become an inmate, she still maintains her previous proud demeanor. The disdain in her gaze towards the other inmates is unmasked. Just as Lu Ruyan places her belongings on the bed and looks at the hard wooden plank bed with doubt about life, someone kicks over the basin, causing it to crash to the ground with a loud clatter. Lu Ruyan is startled by this sudden scene. However, she quickly regains her fierce spirit. What are you doing? Are you looking for trouble? Lu Ruyan turns around angrily. She does not want others to think of her as an easy target. But when Lu Ruyan turns to face a pair of indifferent eyes, her previously arrogant demeanor diminishes significantly. Standing behind Lu Ruyan is the head of this cell. To become the head of a cell, one must be a tough character. Moreover, this head has received word from the underworld to ensure that Lu Ruyan, this lowly woman, does not have a single day of peace in prison. What do you want? Lu Ruyan musters her courage and uses all her strength to speak to the intimidating woman in front of her. The head ignores Lu Ruyan, merely glancing around. In an instant, several women rush forward and directly seize Lu Ruyan. A delicate woman like Lu Ruyan is no match for these female inmates. Even as she struggles desperately, she cannot escape her fate of being restrained. What do you want? This is a prison. Are you tired of serving your time? Lu Ruyan continues to shout, but her voice trembles, and instead of stopping the inmates' violence, it only ignites their desire to inflict harm. The head of the cell frowns slightly at Lu Ruyan, who keeps babbling. What a fool who doesn't know the heights of heaven or the depths of the earth. Can't she see the current situation? A female inmate skillfully stuffed a rag used for cleaning the toilet into Lu Ruyan's mouth. A foul and pungent odor instantly slapped Lu Ruyan's brain. She couldn't help but start gagging. However, at that moment, Lu Ruyan's mouth was tightly blocked by the stinky rag, and instead of expelling it, she swallowed it even deeper. This bitch doesn't understand the rules. You all teach her a lesson. The head of the prison left this remark and returned to her bunk. Then, one female inmate skillfully covered the surveillance camera in the cell with her bedsheet. The other female inmates placed pillows on Lu Ruyan's body and then unleashed a flurry of heavy blows onto the pillows. Fists struck Lu Ruyan through the thin pillows, delivering wave after wave of dull pain. But because of the pillows, this beating wouldn't leave any marks on Lu Ruyan's body. Even if Lu Ruyan later reported it to the guards, no issues would be found. Moreover, the beating wouldn't make any noise due to the pillows. Everything felt exceptionally quiet. Under the relentless waves of dull pain, Lu Ruyan was beaten unconscious. Afterward, the unconscious Lu Ruyan was discarded like trash onto the toilet pit. After a long time, Lu Ruyan slowly opened her eyes, feeling a deep ache throughout her body, as if her bones had been shattered. Besides the physical pain, being soaked in urine completely shattered Lu Ruyan's already fragile spirit. She couldn't control herself and let out a hysterical scream. The sharp sound quickly attracted the guard's attention. Be quiet. What are you doing? You still can't behave even in prison. The guard banged his baton against the iron bars, barely suppressing Lu Ruyan's screams. Officer, help me. They beat me and threw me into the toilet. Please help me change cells, or I will die. Lu Ruyan looked at the guard as if he were her last hope, pleading. The guard also turned his gaze to the head of the prison. 0577, is this true? The guard's tone was very displeased. Officer, don't listen to her nonsense. We're just teaching her some rules. Look, she has no injuries at all. The head of the prison quickly explained. Don't cause me any trouble. The guard warned the head of the prison and ignored Lu Ruyan's plea as he turned to leave. The prison has its own rules. For someone like Lu Ruyan, who just entered, if she doesn't learn the prison's rules, she will be hard to manage. Watching the guard's retreating figure, the spark of hope in Lu Ruyan's eyes gradually extinguished. The head of the prison was also ready to teach Lu Ruyan another lesson. Complaining casually is not a good habit. If she isn't taught a harsh lesson, Lu Ruyan will never remember. The familiar rag was stuffed back into Lu Ruyan's mouth. The familiar fists fell again on Lu Ruyan's body. The difference this time was that the head of the prison walked up to Lu Ruyan and whispered, "Actually, I have a pretty good temper. But who told you to offend the wrong person? As long as you're in this cell for a day, I will use all my means to deal with you. Just enjoy it." Hearing the head's words, tears uncontrollably streamed from the corners of Lu Ruyan's eyes. It was unclear whether the tears were from pain, fear, or regret. This night was destined to be a sleepless one for Lu Ruyan. In contrast, Chen Shen slept soundly in her bed. If Chen Shen knew the situation that Lu Ruyan was in at that moment in prison, she might even have a beautiful dream. Early the next morning, Chen Shen opened her eyes. The familiar system prompt sounded in her mind. Ding, 21st day since filing for divorce, reward, Gulfstream G700 private jet. Along with the reward of this private jet, the system also provided a complete flight crew. In addition, Chen Shen's private jet had a special pass, allowing for flight route approval in just half an hour with prior notice. Today, Chen Shen was set to depart for the Magic City, just in time to use the private jet the system had just rewarded her. Chen Shen was also curious to see what the interior of this plane looked like. After having breakfast, Chen Shen and her group headed to the airport. On the way, the flight route for Chen Shen's private jet had already been approved. When the group boarded the private jet, they couldn't help but show expressions of shock. This was their first time entering such a luxuriously decorated private jet. The G700 cabin was already the largest among Gulfstream jets, and this particular Gulfstream G700 had even more luxurious interiors. The plane featured a bathroom, kitchen, front seats, entertainment suite, and dining area, as well as a separate bedroom and accompanying bathroom. It was like moving a large apartment into the sky. Additionally, there were 4 experienced, young, and beautiful flight attendants serving everyone. As for the private jet's pilot, he was a retired Air Force pilot with 5 years of experience in civil aviation. "Director, when did you get such a nice private jet? Wang Luyao asked Chen Chen. Just got it not long ago, and now it's coming in handy, Chen Chen replied. Everyone take a nap. We'll be in the Magic City when you wake up. After resting for a while on the plane, they landed at the Magic City airport. The Golden Shield Security Company had operations all over Huagua. The Magic City branch had also prepared several Hummers early on to take Chen Chen and her group to the venue. This meeting was of a special nature, with only Chen Chen, Huang Xuanqi, and Wang Peng entering the venue, while the others waited in the car for the results. Inside the venue, Chen Chen also met Hua Siming. Mr. Chen, I'm glad you could attend this meeting, Hua Siming greeted Chen Chen. Where are the Koreans and the Sakura people? Chen Chen asked after Hua Siming greeted her. The venue was filled with Huagua people, and she didn't see any Koreans or Sakura people. The Koreans and Sakura people, they seem respectful but are actually arrogant. This time, they think they have grasped the lifeblood of our Huagua traditional medicine and plan to show off. I don't think they will enter until the last moment, Was Siming snorted coldly, his tone filled with disdain for the Koreans and Sakura people. At the same time, Was Siming felt increasingly grateful to Chun Chen for her contributions to traditional medicine. If it weren't for the Shinnong Herbal Medicine Company established by Qin Shen, they would be anxiously waiting for the arrival of the Koreans and Sakura people, even having to humbly plead with them just to secure a path for traditional medicine. How could they possibly be in a position to wait with a mindset of watching clowns, anticipating the Koreans and Sakura people making fools of themselves? Hua Siming publicly expressed his gratitude to Chen Shen once again. The elderly traditional medicine practitioners in the venue, upon learning of Chen Shen's contributions, also approached her to offer their most sincere thanks. As Chen Shen watched the elderly traditional Chinese medicine practitioners before him, all old enough to be his grandfathers, shaking his hand and casting approving glances his way, he felt his heart swell with warmth. These elders, who had dedicated their lives to traditional Chinese medicine, were incredibly pure individuals. Gaining their recognition was an honor for Chen Shen. He also vowed that as long as he lived, he would never allow the schemes of the Koreans and the Japanese to succeed. Just as the meeting was about to begin, the Koreans and the Japanese finally sauntered into the venue, their faces adorned with haughty expressions. They were eagerly anticipating the moment when these Chinese would lower themselves before them. The herbal medicine market in China was already under their control. If they did not recognize their position and beg for leniency, they would not sell herbal medicine to the Chinese. However, the expected subservience did not materialize. Instead, they were met with disdainful expressions. Hua Siming spoke up without any courtesy. Meichuan Koko, Park Li Liang, you really are late. Do you Japanese and Koreans have no sense of time? It's truly pathetic that someone like you can become the president. Hua Siming's tone was filled with contempt. This attitude infuriated Meichuan Koko, president of the Chinese Medicine Association, and Park Li Liang, president of the Korean Medicine Association. Mr. Hua, is this how you Chinese treat your guests? Meichuan Koko said coldly. Of course, that's not how one treats guests, but that's only if the guests are worthy. Hua Siming remained unyielding. Mr. Hua, with this attitude, we are considering cutting off your supply of herbal medicine. After all, the cultivation bases for herbal medicine are in our hands now. Without herbal medicine, let's see how you continue to practice. Don't think you can buy our herbal medicine through customs. I will make customs charge exorbitant taxes. Since Hua Siming showed them no respect, Meichuan Koko and Park Li Liang revealed their trump card to threaten him. The situation was completely different from what they had imagined. At this moment, Hua Siming not only showed no bitterness but looked at them as if they were clowns. Go ahead, if you have the ability, charge us exorbitant prices for our herbal medicine. And don't think you can sell those overpriced herbs back to us. If you can do that, I would have to thank you for greatly contributing to the improvement of our farmers' living standards. A sneer appeared on Hua Siming's face. At this point, Hua Siming's attitude finally made Meichuan Koko and Park Li Liang realize that something seemed off. The Chinese never engage in unprepared battles. Before they are fully confident, the Chinese are very skilled at hiding themselves, enduring humiliation, and bearing burdens. Only when they are completely assured do they reveal their sharpness. A sudden sense of unease arose in the hearts of Meichuan Koko and Park Li Liang. Could it be that the Chinese had already resolved the issue of herbal medicine supply? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The Chinese herbal medicine companies had all been acquired by them, and the channels for purchasing herbal medicine in the market were monopolized by them. The remaining individual growers had no chance against the large companies. The Chinese could not possibly turn the tables. Meichuan Koko and Park Li Liang exchanged glances, both convinced that the Chinese were merely playing a bluff, trying to intimidate them. Mr. Hua, if you intend to provoke me, then I admit, you have succeeded. From now on, herbal medicine will not enter China unless you kneel and apologize to me right now, Meichuan Koko said fiercely. Yes, Mr. Hua, Korean medicine is indeed a great creation of our Goryeo nation. Over the years, you Chinese medicine practitioners have stolen the name of our Korean medicine to deceive others, and now it's time to restore the reputation of our Korean medicine. Park Liliang spoke arrogantly. Bah! Our Chinese medicine has nearly 9,000 types of medicinal materials. In your tiny Goryeo, do you have that many? Chinese medicine originated from your Korean medicine. Bah! Is it my fault that the son resembles the father? If it weren't for wanting to learn our Chinese medicine, why would you useless people go through so much trouble to learn Chinese? Was Siming cursed as he spoke. When it came to the land area of Goryeo, he pinched his thumb and index finger together, making a gesture that indicated something very small. Hua Siming, a person of such elegance, saying such words did not make Chin Chen feel any discomfort. Instead, it brought him great satisfaction. Hua Siming's words were enough to make Park Lilian furious, and the gesture he made completely broke Park Lilian's defenses. You are unreasonable. Park Lilian nearly fainted from anger. After all, he was already in his 60s or 70s, how could he withstand such provocation? What, not convinced? Let's compare our medical skills. I'll give you an acupuncture treatment, and if you can resolve the symptoms that arise, then you win. Hua Siming's tone remained arrogant. Fine, I want to see what kind of state you can put me in with one needle. Park Liliang, also blinded by anger, directly agreed to Hua Siming's request. As the president of the Korean Medicine Association, Park Liliang had great confidence in his medical skills. It's just a needle in himself. What impact could it have on his body? Besides, if Hua Siming wanted to incapacitate him temporarily to win by trickery, Park Liliang could only say that Hua Siming was thinking too beautifully. He still had the president of the Hanfang medicine from Sakura country, Meichuan Koko, by his side. Although Park Liliang was reluctant to admit it, Meichuan Koko's medical skills were not inferior to his own and were even somewhat superior. Dealing with Hua Siming's little tricks would be a piece of cake. Mr. Hua, then please go ahead. I can't wait to see your skills, Mr. Hua. Meichuan Koko looked at Hua Siming and spoke. His eyes were filled with venom, like a snake waiting to strike. Alright, but don't regret it, Hua Siming said as he took out his needle pouch and pulled out a long needle. The long needle was the longest in traditional Chinese medicine, measuring half a meter long. Under the light, it gleamed with a silvery shine. When Park Liliang saw the long needle Hua Siming took out, his expression changed dramatically. Hua Siming, you are truly shameless. Do you want to use such a despicable method to stab me to death with one needle? You Chinese are truly vile. Park Liliang used angry curses to cover his inner fear. You are truly ignorant. The Huangdi Neijing records 9 types of needles: the Chuan needle, round needle, Ju needle, Feng needle, Bai needle, round benefit needle, Ma needle, long needle, and a needle. The long needle in my hand is called the python needle, which is one of the long and large needles. Not even recognizing the python needle, you are truly a waste. Hua Siming's tone was even more disdainful. Park Liliang quickly turned to Meichuan Koko for a questioning look. Meichuan Koko clearly recognized the python needle and nodded in agreement with Hua Siming's statement, leaving Park Liliang with no words to say. However, Park Liliang still stubbornly retorted, "What python needle? It's just a trick you Chinese medicine practitioners came up with because you didn't fully learn our Korean medicine. What effect could it possibly have?" Park Liliang's tone was full of disdain. Although Meichuan Koko and Park Liliang were temporary allies now, but when Meichuan Koko heard Park Liliang's outrageous words, she cast a disdainful glance at him. "Even if you use such tricks, I'm not afraid. Come on." Park Liliang, provoked by Meichuan Koko, readily agreed. The people of Huagua value their face the most. Park Liliang did not believe that Hua Siming would really dare to stab him to death in front of everyone. If Hua Siming really dared to do that, then he would be finished. "Are you ready, President Park, or do you need more time to prepare?" Hua Siming said coldly to Park Liliang. Coupled with the silver glinting needle in Hua Siming's hand, a hint of fear involuntarily arose in Park Liliang's heart. After his anger subsided, Park Liliang began to regret his decision. Just as he was shifting his body, contemplating how to evade, Meichuan Koko spoke up. "Park, you're not scared, are you? It's normal to be scared, after all, you Koreans have always been soft. The only soldiers in this world who can run faster than a bullet are you." Meichuan Koko mocked. "Meichuan, who said I'm scared? I'll show you what a real man is. Stab me." Park Liliang gritted his teeth and said to Hua Siming. Hua Siming was not polite either. He walked behind Park Liliang and plunged the needle down along his spine. The half-meter-long needle instantly pierced into Park Liliang's body. the worry in Park Li-liang's eyes completely dissipated. There was no pain as he had imagined, just a tingling sensation. This feeling was no different from the most conventional acupuncture with silver needles. Park Li-liang couldn't help but feel proud. However, his pride did not last long, and he soon could not smile anymore. At that moment, Park Li-liang felt a wave of heat rising in his body. His face suddenly turned red, and an unusual flush appeared. His heart was pounding wildly. Most unexpectedly, Park Li-liang's little brother, who had been missing for years, was now unexpectedly raised high. Although Park Li-liang was short and not particularly strong, there was still a slight bulge after raising the flag. Feeling the unusual sensation in his body, Park Li-liang was both embarrassed and angry. No matter what, he was an elder. How could that bastard Huasiming not know to respect his elders? Huasiming, is your method so despicable? At this moment, Park Li-liang, with blood surging, could not control his emotions and cursed at Huasiming. I just made your blood surge. This is just the most common blood-activating needle technique. Those with heart issues see everything as dirty. What filthy things are you thinking about, you disgusting thing? As he spoke, Huasiming walked closer to Park Li-liang. His gaze moved down Park Li-liang's body to an embarrassing position. Then Huasiming spoke in a voice only Park Li-liang could hear. So small, you really are a Korean, can't pretend otherwise. Hearing Huasiming's words, Park Li-liang was so overwhelmed with blood and anger that he almost exploded with rage. Back in the day, he could charge in and out with a long spear, leaving his opponents in tatters. Park Li-liang could not endure such humiliation. You. At this moment, Park Li-liang was so agitated that he couldn't even say a complete sentence. You better hurry up. That area has been engorged for too long, it could die. You wouldn't want to lose your symbol of manhood, would you? Huasiming kindly reminded. Hearing this, Park Li-liang could only temporarily control his emotions and not pursue the matter further. The priority now was to address the abnormalities in his body. Although his little brother had been missing for a long time, he could not leave him in such a manner. Moreover, Park Li-liang understood that if he did not manage his racing heart soon, he would inevitably suffer from heart disease. Time was running out for him. After Huasiming pulled the long needle, nearly half a meter in length, out of Park Li-liang's body, he quickly took out silver needles to begin acupuncture. It was merely to calm the surging qi in blood. Any trained Korean medicine practitioner could easily accomplish this. He had thought Huasiming was quite capable, but it turned out he only knew such petty tricks, trying to intimidate him into submission with such a long needle, yet he had already seen through his intentions. Huasiming, just wait to be trampled underfoot. While cursing Huasiming in his heart, Park Li-liang took a silver needle and pierced it into his own acupoint. Meichuan Kuko watched as Park Li-liang swiftly inserted one silver needle after another into his body, and he nodded in approval. Although Park Li-liang was not a good person and had a narrow perspective, it must be said that he was indeed the president of the Korean Medicine Association and had some skills. If Meichuan Kuko were in this situation, he would also choose this method of acupuncture to resolve it. When Park Li-liang inserted the last silver needle into his body, a smug smile appeared on his face. Unfortunately, the surging qi and blood within him showed no signs of being suppressed. Instead, it boiled even more fiercely. Why is this happening? Seeing the scene before him, Meichuan Kuko's face was filled with disbelief. Park Li-liang's acupuncture technique had absolutely not gone wrong. The acupoints he had pierced were also correct. But why was it not effective? Ignorant fool. Only having learned the superficial aspects of traditional Chinese medicine, he is now complacent, and this is the outcome he deserves. Huasiming looked at Park Li-liang with even more satisfaction. If Huasiming had not used his internal power while performing the acupuncture, Park Li-liang's technique would indeed have been correct. That set of acupuncture techniques could provide an outlet for the surging qi and blood within Park Li-liang, thus calming it. However, now, the outlet that had appeared caused the internal power, which was originally flowing normally through Park Li-liang's meridians, to go awry. This state is what martial artists often refer to as going into a frenzy. Unfortunately, Park Li-liang was completely unaware of his current condition. He only thought that perhaps he was getting old and his eyesight was failing, and that he had pierced the wrong acupoint, which was why it had not produced the desired effect. Park Li-liang continued to follow the previous acupuncture technique and repeated the process. However, after this round of acupuncture, there was still no corresponding effect. Park Li-liang only felt his temples throbbing violently. His eyes were terrifyingly bloodshot. His entire body was flushed red, as if it were about to explode at any moment. Finally, Park Li-liang rolled his eyes back and fainted completely. The small tent beneath him finally became somewhat noticeable. Perhaps this was the hardest his bone had ever been in his life. It seems President Park has not mastered his craft and cannot break my technique. Hua Siming certainly would not let Park Liriang die before him. After Park Liriang fainted, Hua Siming walked over to him and inserted a silver needle into the top of his head. The internal power that Hua Siming had injected into Park Liriang's body was also released at this opportunity. Unfortunately, Park Liriang's little brother had been missing for far too many years, and now, filled with such surging chi and blood for so long, he had completely died. The little brother who had accompanied Park Liriang for most of his life had thus completely bid farewell to him. After dealing with Park Liriang, Hua Siming turned his ruthless gaze to his next target. President Mei Chuan, it's time for you to experience the high-level skills of traditional Chinese medicine. I just wonder if you can master them or not. Is it like President Park, who only has half-baked skills and resorts to deception? Hua Siming snorted coldly. Mei Chuan Kuzi felt Hua Siming's gaze was like a knife piercing painfully into him. After witnessing Park Liriang's fate, even if Mei Chuan Kuzi had 100 more guts, he wouldn't dare to challenge Hua Siming again. The acupuncture techniques Hua Siming had just demonstrated were beyond Mei Chuan Kuzi's comprehension. He couldn't even begin to understand them. If Hua Siming were to use them on him again, Mei Chuan Kuzi would surely meet the same fate as Park Liriang. Mei Chuan Kuzi was no masochist. He wouldn't allow himself to be humiliated in public. Mr. Hua, you jest. I excel at prescribing medicine, not acupuncture. Mei Chuan Kuzi immediately refused. Oh, does President Mei want to compete with me in prescribing medicine? Hua Siming looked at Mei Chuan Kuzi and spoke. The Divine Physician Hall primarily focused on acupuncture, with herbal medicine as a supplement. Utilizing the internal energy cultivated through the 8 brocade exercises to fully unleash the wonders of acupuncture was the hallmark skill of the Divine Physician Hall. However, Hua Siming was also quite accomplished in herbal medicine, and he could certainly hold his own against Mei Chuan Kuzi, the so-called president of the Han Medicine Association. But the effectiveness of herbal medicine was too slow. Determining a winner in this aspect was not an easy task. That's not necessary. Han medicine originally comes from traditional Chinese medicine. We all learned from the same master, and the prescriptions are not much different. Mei Chuan Kuzi spoke. Although what Mei Chuan Kuzi said was true, Hua Siming firmly believed that the scheming Mei Chuan Kuzi could not have anything good to say. Sure enough, the next sentence from Mei Chuan Kuzi nearly made Hua Siming lose control and take action against this despicable person. Unfortunately, the orthodox traditional Chinese medicine is now in our cherry blossom country. Your Huagua traditional Chinese medicine is in decline, so you should recognize your place. Mei Chuan Kuzi's tone was exceptionally smug. The orthodox traditional Chinese medicine is in cherry blossom? You're talking nonsense. Hua Siming cursed loudly. The other elderly traditional Chinese medicine practitioners in the meeting glared angrily at Mei Chuan Kuzi. If it weren't for the fear of affecting diplomatic relations, they would have loved to strike down this little cherry blossom who was spouting such nonsense on the spot. Then I have a few questions to ask you, and I hope you can answer me. Facing the attitude of the Huagua crowd, Mei Chuan Kuzi showed no fear. Instead, he scanned the crowd with a smug expression. Ask away. Hua Siming snorted coldly. No matter how eloquent Mei Chuan Kuzi was, he couldn't turn black into white. Hua Siming wanted to see what tricks this shameless person would use to distort the truth. Where are the manuscripts of Hua Tuo's secret techniques? Where are the manuscripts of Bian Kei's heart book? Where are the manuscripts of Qian Jin Fong? Where are the manuscripts of the Golden Bag Secret? These classic manuscripts of traditional Chinese medicine are all collected in our cherry blossom country. You Huagua don't even have a single manuscript. If the orthodox traditional Chinese medicine isn't in our cherry blossom country, could it possibly be in your Huagua? Mei Chuan Kuzi's face was filled with pride as he spoke. In contrast, the people from Huagua all wore expressions of anger. You are shameless. These rare manuscripts were clearly looted by your cherry blossom country during a time of chaos. They were plundered from our Huagua. You thieves take pride in your strength and have no shame at all. Hua Siming took the lead in reprimanding. The humble old traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, who had spent their entire lives in modesty, were desperately trying to come up with the most venomous words they could utter, all directed at Mei Chuan Kuko. Mei Chuan Kuko was indeed a cherry blossom person without a sense of shame. At that moment, he not only felt no shame but was even more smug. Mr. Hua, the process is not important, the result is what matters most. The orthodoxy of traditional Chinese medicine is now in the cherry blossom country. The control over herbal medicine is also in our hands. Your Buddhist teachings from Huagua can replace those from Tianzhu, and our Han medicine can similarly replace your traditional Chinese medicine as the orthodoxy. This is indisputable. As he spoke, Mei Chuan Kuko burst into hearty laughter. Then, disregarding the grim faces of the Huagua crowd, he turned and left. Meichuan Kuko had achieved his goal for the day. By wielding herbal medicine, he had seized the lifeblood of Huagua's traditional medicine and thrown out the notion of traditional medicine's orthodoxy being in the cherry blossom country. If Huagua's traditional medicine did not acknowledge this, they could forget about obtaining herbal materials from him. This was enough to make Meichuan Kuko a great contributor to Han medicine. In the future history of Han medicine, his name would forever be inescapable. He, Meichuan Kuko, was destined to be remembered in history. After Meichuan Kuko left, the venue was still filled with the curses of the old practitioners. Amidst the cursing, they also let out long sighs. They absolutely did not recognize Meichuan Kuko's viewpoint, but those precious manuscripts were indeed in the cherry blossom country. They had no way to bring back the treasures of their predecessors. This was a lifelong pain for them. Huasiming slammed his fist heavily on the table, causing a crack to form and the pair would surface. Mr. Hua, is what Meichuan Kuko said true? Although Chun Shen had already guessed the answer, he still wanted confirmation from Huasiming. It's true. Huasiming gritted his teeth, stating this heart-wrenching fact. After Huagua became powerful, they had indeed tried to get the cherry blossom country to return these precious medical manuscripts, but unfortunately, these treasures were like beast heads lost overseas, unable to return to their homeland. This was also a lifelong pain for them as practitioners of traditional Chinese medicine. I understand. I will find a way to bring those treasures back. Chen Shen made a promise to Huasiming. Huasiming instinctively thought this was just the impetuous bravado of the young and spirited Chun Shen. But remembering how Chun Shen had saved traditional Chinese medicine from the brink of despair by founding the Shinong Herbal Company, he realized that this remarkable young man might actually be able to accomplish what seemed impossible. Chen Shen, if you can do it, I will serve you for the rest of my life without complaint. Huasiming looked at Chun Shen earnestly. I will do my best. Chen Shen nodded seriously. The meeting ended on an unhappy note. Although Huasiming achieved his goal of making Goryeo and the Cherry Blossom country believe they had no way back, it was Meichuan Kuko's final words that left everyone present with heavy hearts. Chen Shen left the venue with Huang Xuanqi and returned to the Hummer. The moment he got into the car, Chen Shen dialed Ling Xiao's number. The Cherry Blossom country had once snatched these precious manuscripts from Huagua and had been smug about it. Now it was time for these treasures to return to their homeland. If those shameless Cherry Blossom people could steal these treasures, then using the same means to bring them back from the Cherry Blossom country was entirely justifiable. Chen Shen, what do you need from me? You're not going to say you can't control yourself and want to pursue me, are you? Ling Xiao, who had obtained the thief's token, was in a very good mood and joked with Chun Shen after the call connected. Ling Xiao, I have something important to ask of you. Hearing Chen Shen's heavy tone, Ling Xiao became serious. As long as it's something I can do, I would risk my life for it. It's like this. Chen Shen told Ling Xiao everything he had witnessed in the meeting today. Those damned Sakura people. Don't worry, Chen Shen, it's just about stealing those precious medical techniques back from them. If you're looking for someone to handle this, you've come to the right person. Ling Xiao readily agreed. As a member of the thief sect, this matter was her responsibility. Moreover, after obtaining the thief sect's token, Ling Xiao encountered some resistance in unifying the entire sect. Many people within the thief sect did not recognize her authority. In their eyes, Ling Xiao was just a young girl. Even though she held the thief sect's token, they would not acknowledge her as the leader of the sect. They were plotting to have Ling Xiao hand over the token and then select a respected elder to become the new leader to take charge. Ling Xiao certainly would not comply with the schemes of these old foxes. What respected elder were they talking about? Were they not referring to themselves? If the thief sect fell into the hands of these old geezers, it would truly be doomed. Ling Xiao was also planning to pull off a few major heists to enhance her prestige and suppress those discordant voices. Unexpectedly, she received Chen Shen's call. It must be said, Chen Shen was truly her lucky star. If you need support in terms of information, like locating those medical techniques or hacking some cameras, you can come to me. You can also trust me to safely return the stolen medical techniques to our country. As for any trouble you might encounter while preparing to leave Sakura country, I can send my private jet to pick you up. This time, you won't be fighting alone. Chen Shen realized that with the resources he currently had, he could indeed accomplish a lot. Thank you, Chen Shen, I won't hold back. Ling Xiao nodded heavily, feeling a sense of awe that Chun Shen had such great power. With Chun Shen's help, the difficulty of stealing those medical techniques from Sakura country was suddenly reduced by several degrees. Indeed, Chen Shen was her benefactor. After finishing the call with Chen Shen, Ling Xiao quickly booked the earliest flight to Sakura country, packed her gear, temporarily closed her pawn shop, and set off on her journey to Sakura country. At a military base on the outskirts of Jiang City, Old Master Wang and Wang Luliao accompanied by Jinhai to see Chen Qingtian. Rather than accompanying, it was more like monitoring. Old Master Wang was also afraid that Old Master Bai would lose control of his emotions after seeing Chen Qingtian's miserable state and do something irreversible. Only Old Master Wang had the ability to stop Old Master Bai. Old Bai, right now Chen Qingtian is just a useless person. When you see him later, don't get too excited, and don't do anything you shouldn't. Old Master Wang reminded him, pressing down on his shoulder as he led Old Master Bai into the room where Chen Qingtian was held. Old Wang, I'm not a child. I know what I should and shouldn't do, Old Master Bai said with righteous indignation. Everyone should be responsible for their actions. Chen Qingtian, this wayward disciple, was no exception. However, just before Old Master Bai was about to push open the door in front of him, his movements suddenly paused. Old Wang, if I really can't control my emotions later, stop me. Old Master Bai spoke in a somewhat weak voice. Don't worry, I'm here. Old Master Wang patted the back of his old friend and spoke. With Old Master Wang's assurance, Old Master Bai finally gathered the courage to push open the door. Then, Old Master Bai saw Chen Qingtian lying on the bed, his limbs rotting and his spirit languid. Although Old Master Bai had long prepared himself mentally, seeing his once spirited and imposing proud disciple in such a state felt like a sharp knife had carved a piece out of his heart. Unworthy disciple, didn't I tell you not to enter Huagua? Why are you so disobedient? If you had listened to me, would you have ended up like this? Old Master Bai scolded Chen Qingtian. Hearing his master's familiar voice, Chen Qingtian struggled to open his eyes. Initially, Chen Qingtian thought he was hallucinating, but upon seeing his master, he completely fell into madness. Master, I'm done for. My downfall is all because of that wretched Chen Chen. Kill him, master, help me kill him. At that moment, Chen Qingtian's eyes were filled with madness. Old Master Bai had felt some sympathy for his disciple, but after hearing Chen Qingtian's words, he became completely calm. In fact, there was a hint of indifference in Old Master Bai's gaze towards Chen Qingtian. Chen Qingtian even sensed a faint killing intent from Old Master Bai's eyes. Master, I'm your disciple. Are you really unwilling to do even this small thing for your disciple's revenge? Chen Qingtian retorted. Unworthy disciple, you do not respect your master's orders and harm your fellow countrymen. I am here to clean up the mess today. Our master-disciple bond has come to an end, your life will naturally be judged by the state. Old Master Bai had completely lost hope in his disciple and turned to leave. Chen Qingtian was left in a daze. I'll let you die with clarity. Chen Shen is the leader of our soul-seeking sect. Someone like you, a waste, shouldn't even think about it. Old Master Wang left this remark and followed Old Master Bai out. Chen Qingtian's expression grew even more bewildered. The leader of the soul-seeking sect? Didn't Master want to elevate him to that position? How could Chen Chen possibly be the leader? In Chen Qingtian's eyes, Chen Chen was just a shameless thief who stole his things. Unfortunately, now Chen Qingtian could do nothing. He could only blame himself for being trapped in his hatred for Chen Shen, waiting for the state's judgment to receive the death that was rightfully his. Old Wang, it's my failure to see people clearly. I only saw Chen Qingtian's talent and neglected to cultivate his character. It's all my fault. Old Master Bai's face was filled with guilt. Originally, because of Chen Qingtian's matter, Old Master Bai had some opinions about Chen Shen, but because Chen Shen was too important, he suppressed his inner thoughts. However, today, after seeing Chen Qingtian, Old Master Bai was completely disappointed in his unworthy disciple. The grudges he held against Chen Shen also vanished completely. What qualifications did Chen Qingtian have to compare with Chen Shen? From now on, Old Master Bai only wanted to serve Chen Shen. Old Bai, as long as you can understand, you were just deceived by this two-faced person. This matter is not your fault. Old Master Wang comforted. Just then, Old Master Wang's phone rang. It was a call from Chen Shen. Leader, have you encountered some trouble? Old Master Wang answered the call. Old Master Wang, I hope someone from the sect can take care of two people. Then, Chen Shen informed Old Master Wang of everything he had seen and heard at the meeting today. Upon hearing about the vile faces of Park Li Liang and Meichuan Kuzi, Old Master Wang could no longer control his emotions. Good. Those little cherry blossoms and little Korean bastards are quite bold. I guarantee they won't leave here alive. Old Master Wang made a promise. Today's Hua country is not the same as it was back then. If a little cherry blossom and a little Korean dare to show off in Hua country, then they might as well leave their lives behind. No, Old Master Wang, they can't have an accident in our country. We have to wait until they return to their own country before taking action. Chen Shen quickly stopped Old Master Wang's crazy idea. Yes, Master, I was impulsive just now. I will wait until they return to their country before taking action, and I won't cause trouble for the country. Old Master Wang also understood the key point. Park Li-liang and Meichuan Ku-zi both hold a certain status internationally. If both of them were to die in Hua country, it would definitely cause some diplomatic turmoil. Even if they were to take action, they couldn't bring trouble to the country. Right now, the country is only tacitly allowing the existence of the death-seeking sect, and Shen Shen hasn't even met with the highest leader yet. If something were to happen at this critical moment, it would surely change the country's attitude towards the death-seeking sect. This matter must not be impulsive. Master, if we really have to deal with these two scoundrels abroad, I can take responsibility for this matter. Old Master Bai spoke up at the right moment. Old Master Bai has been active abroad for many years, and his experience is not something the second generation of the Wang family can compare to. If Old Master Bai takes action, this matter will definitely be foolproof. Moreover, Old Master Bai indeed needs to do something as a token of loyalty to express his recognition of Chen Shen. For both emotional and logical reasons, it is the most suitable choice for Old Master Bai to lead this task. Old Master Bai, your injuries haven't healed yet. Why don't you take a few of the Wang family's disciples with you for this task? Of course, if there are usable people in the 7-Kill organization, and their character is up to standard, they can also be recruited into the death-seeking sect. In any case, you can act as you see fit. After thinking for a while, Shen Shen made a decision. With Old Master Bai, this old hand, leading the way, the Wang family's disciples would definitely learn something valuable. Yes, Master. Old Master Wang had no doubts about Chen Shen's decision and immediately agreed. After hanging up the phone, Shen Shen also received news from Yang Su. Lawyer Zhang San had already handled Wu Xiaoping's case and had filed charges based on the crime of provoking trouble. Lawyer Zhang San was confident that he could keep Wu Xiaoping in prison for a year. A family should be neat and tidy. Shen Shen said he would send Wu Xiaoping in to accompany Lu Ruyan, so he must ensure that Wu Xiaoping is sent in to accompany Lu Ruyan. Mr. Shen, President Run of Hutong heard that you have arrived in Mo-Du and hopes to meet you. Yang Su continued. Shen Shen was very interested in this news. Hutong is the largest mobile phone brand in Hua country, and in the international mobile phone market, it can compete with Banana Phone from the Lighthouse country and 4-Star Phone from Korea. Shen Shen was also curious about what purpose the president of such a large company had in wanting to meet him. Yes, of course, I want to meet. Shen Shen agreed. Subsequently, the Hummer that Shen Shen was riding and headed towards the headquarters of Hutong in Mo-Du. In the first hospital of Mo-Du, Park Li-liang slowly opened his eyes. As the president of the Korean Medical Association, even with his medical skills, he couldn't resolve the side effects caused by Hua Ximing's injection, and other Korean doctors were equally helpless. Ultimately, Park Li-liang was sent to the first hospital of Magic City to seek treatment from Western medicine. Upon seeing Park Li-liang's condition, his attending physician felt a genuine disdain for him. No wonder the content of stimulants in the Han River, the mother river of Goryeo, was exceeding the limit. A man of Park Li-liang's age still dared to consume so many stimulants, leading to such a significant problem. The patient's lower body has been necrotic for a long time. I recommend immediate amputation, otherwise, it could be life-threatening. The attending physician delivered this medical advice without mercy. However, faced with the surgical notification, no one dared to sign it easily. After all, this was the younger brother of Chairman Park, who would take responsibility for him. In the end, it was still Park Li-liang's attending physician who forcibly awakened him, making him face this difficult decision himself. Just regaining consciousness, Park Li-liang was dumbfounded upon seeing the surgical notification. Although his little brother had been missing for a long time, Park Li-liang did not wish to lose his symbol of masculinity. Doctor, is there no other way? Park Li-liang looked at the attending physician, hoping for a miraculous recovery to save his little brother. You played without considering the consequences. Now that you regret it, it's too late. It's up to you whether to treat it or not. If you don't want the surgery, then hurry up and discharge, don't occupy the bed. But I warn you, your lower body is already necrotic. If you don't have surgery in time, it could be life-threatening. The attending physician had no good feelings for this disrespectful Goryeo man and spoke in a harsh tone. After struggling internally for a long time, Park Li-liang made this decision that went against his ancestors. With tears in his eyes, he signed the surgical consent form. The surgery was then performed immediately. The attending physician removed Park Li-liang's pants and couldn't help but snicker at the sight of his engorged little brother, which was still less than 6 centimeters long. They say Goryeo men are short, and it truly lived up to the reputation. No wonder Goryeo men would break down upon seeing that gesture. It was so small, no wonder he had to take so many drugs. Perhaps he couldn't even stand up without them. But with such a tiny thing, what was there to be reluctant about cutting off? The attending physician wielded the scalpel, cutting away Park Liryang's ailment for good. Under anesthesia, Park Liryang's eyes surprisingly shed 2 tears, as if bidding a final farewell to his little brother that had accompanied him until now. From that moment on, Park Liryang was no longer a complete man. Chairman Meichuan, we must sanction Huagua. As long as we bring down Huagua's traditional medicine, you and I will be great contributors to our own country. After the surgery and regaining consciousness, Park Liryang immediately contacted Meichuan Kuko. The loss of his little brother was irretrievable, but someone had to accompany his little brother to the grave. Chairman Park, everything is proceeding according to plan. Tonight, there will be a fire at Huaxia's largest traditional medicine warehouse. Tomorrow morning, our companies will jointly issue an announcement, and the price of Huaxia's traditional medicine will rise again. Meichuan Kuko spoke. Although Meichuan Kuko had boasted during today's meeting, the miraculous acupuncture technique displayed by Huasiming had left him deeply shaken. If Huagua's traditional medicine lineage continued unbroken, their Han medicine would never have the chance to surpass Huagua's traditional medicine. Chairman Meichuan, your methods are indeed superb. I am waiting for that rude guy Huasiming to kneel before me and apologize. Park Liryang said ominously. If it weren't for Huasiming's needle, how could Park Liryang have ended up in such a situation? Now, Park Liryang harbored endless hatred for Huasiming. Park Liryang had already made up his mind. Even if Huasiming truly knelt before him and apologized, Park Liryang would never easily forgive him. Park Liryang wanted Huasiming to feel the same pain, to suffer the same fate as himself, and only then could he feel a sense of relief. Chen Shen arrived at the Huadong building, located in the heart of the Magic City, in a Hummer. At that moment, Run Changzhou, the daughter of the general manager of Huadong Company, was already waiting for Chen Shen in the lobby on the first floor. Mr. Chen, it's a pleasure to meet you. You really are as young and accomplished as the rumors say. Ren Changzhou walked up to Chen Shen and shook his hand gently. I have long admired your reputation, Manager Ren. Chen Shen also greeted her politely. As a well-known female entrepreneur in Huagua and the princess of Huadong Company, being with Ren Changzhou did not make Chen Shen feel uncomfortable. On the contrary, he felt as if he were meeting a warm big sister. Mr. Chen, please follow me. My father has already prepared tea for you in his office. As Ren Changzhou spoke, she led Chen Shen and Yang Su into a private elevator. As for Zhou Weiguo and Huang Xianqi, they were arranged to rest in the lounge area temporarily. Mr. Chen, I didn't expect the famous Miss Yang from Wall Street to return to the country and become your assistant. At that time, our Huadong company offered Miss Yang quite a good deal, but she didn't accept our invitation. Ren Qingzhou joked in the elevator. It is my honor to work for Mr. Chen. Yang Su clearly expressed her stance. Ren Changzhou's perception of Chen Shen's background shifted again. It seemed that what Chen Shen had shown so far was not all he had. There must be a larger background behind him. The elevator reached the top floor of the Zhongtong building, and Ren Changzhou brought Chen Shen and Yang Su into Ren Shifei's office. Ren Shifei's office was not what Chen Shen had imagined. The decor and luxury were nowhere to be found. What stood out the most were rows upon rows of bookshelves. The shelves were filled not with books, but with one folder after another. Mr. Chen, please have a seat. Ren Shifei poured a cup of tea for Chen Shen. I'm not one to beat around the bush. The purpose of contacting you this time is to hope to reach a cooperation with you regarding Super Bluetooth. Ren Shifei directly stated his purpose. Such a straightforward attitude caught Chen Shen off guard. Old Ren, since you have channels to learn about Super Bluetooth, you must understand that it is a military confidential project. I can't make that decision. Chen Shen set down the teacup in his hand. He had heard that Ren Shifei, the CEO of Zhongtong Technology, had a deep military background, and Huadong was a partner of the military. It seemed that this rumor was not false. I certainly know. The military has already given the green light. Huadong only needs the civilian authorization for the Super Bluetooth in your hands. The Bluetooth coverage can reach 300 meters, which is enough to make other mobile phone companies feel threatened. Ren Shifei spoke. Chen Shen understood. It seemed that Ren Shifei had already prepared before approaching him. Old Ren, why do you think I would cooperate with you? Huadong is still targeted by the West. The mobile phone chips are being choked by them. The proud Shenlong chip of Huadong cannot even be mass-produced. Chen Shen posed this question. Indeed, our chips are currently being choked by the West, but we are working hard to achieve breakthroughs in technology. As for whether you choose to cooperate with me, the decision is in your hands. I am just trying to create a possibility for our cooperation. Ren Shifei's tone was calm and unhurried, his face bearing an expression of someone who had seen it all. Chen Shen felt a slight fondness for Ren Shifei. He had originally thought that Ren Shifei would appeal to his sense of patriotism and morally coerce him. Chen Chen did not expect Ren Shifei to be such a perceptive person. Mr. Ren, I agree to cooperate with you. However, I will not grant you exclusive rights to the civilian version of the Super Bluetooth. I will provide the same technical support to other domestic manufacturers. To seize the international market is not something a single brand can easily achieve. Our country's mobile phone brands should have a reshuffling of market share, given their leading technology. Chen Chen also put forth his own demands. I agree. Ren Shifei nodded. Good, I will communicate with the project leader under me. If there are no issues on their end, we can sign a letter of intent with you, Mr. Ren. Both parties were very satisfied with this cooperation. Ren Shifei escorted Chen Chen to the entrance of Hutong building and had his daughter, Ren Qingzhou, arrange overnight accommodations for Chen Chen and his team in the city. As he was leaving, Ren Shifei leaned in and whispered to Chen Chen. Actually, I hadn't planned to reach an agreement with you so quickly. However, I recently received some news that foreign spies have leaked information about your mastery of this technology. You may soon face various threats and temptations. If you need help, feel free to contact me. After saying this, Ren Shifei gave Chen Chen's shoulder a firm pat. Now, Ren Shifei's attitude towards Chen Chen was not that of a business partner, but rather that of a promising junior he was optimistic about. Thank you for the reminder, Mr. Ren. I know what I should do. If I really need help, I won't hesitate to reach out to you. Chen Chen replied. It seemed Ren Shifei knew some information about him, but was unaware of the power he held. Now that foreign forces wanted the technology he possessed, they could tempt him, but threats? Don't make me laugh. With the system he had, how could Chen Chen be tempted by such trivial benefits offered by foreign entities? If those foreign forces thought they could easily manipulate him, Chen Chen would make them pay the price. Ren Shifei watched as Chen Chen got into a Hummer and left, feeling a bit more hopeful about this young man he had high expectations for. He hoped that Chen Chen could maintain his integrity in the face of foreign temptations. Rejecting the allure of benefits was never an easy task, especially for someone as young as Chen Chen. Not long after, Chen Chen arrived at the accommodation Ren Shifei had arranged for him. A presidential suite in a 5-star hotel in the city center. Mr. Ren was simple in his own life, but very generous towards his partners. After checking into the hotel, Chen Chen contacted Zhou Kai, the head of Suntong Technology, and handed over discussions with the military regarding the scope of civilian Super Bluetooth and the cooperation with Hutong Technology to Yang Su. After receiving these tasks, Yang Su's eyes were filled with determination. This was also the first challenging task Yang Su took on after becoming Chen Chen's special assistant. Yang Su decided to complete this task beautifully, absolutely not wanting to disappoint Chen Chen's trust and wanting to showcase her abilities. Just as Yang Su energetically began to tackle this task, making calls to key figures to discuss details, Chen Chen's phone received a call from Honka V. Mr. Chen, we have intercepted some information. The president of the Korean Medicine Association, Park Li Liang, and the president of the Hanfang Medicine Association, Meichuan Kuko, plan to start a fire late tonight. They are trying to create the illusion that a large quantity of Chinese herbal medicine has been burned, thereby raising the prices of domestic Chinese herbs again. Subsequently, Hong Kovi also sent the location of the planned fire and the time of the arson to Chen Chen. After receiving this information, Chen Chen made up his mind. Since Park Li Liang and Meichuan Kuko both want this fire to happen, then let it happen. However, in Park Li Liang and Meichuan Kuko's plan, those herbs were not burned but transported away in other ways. Chen Chen, on the other hand, wanted to ensure that these herbs were completely burned in the fire. Chen Chen also had a large stock of Chinese medicinal materials in hand, so even if all the herbs in Park Li Liang and Meichuan Kuko's possession were burned, it would not significantly affect the supply of Chinese herbs in Huagua. Instead, if the consortium behind Park Li Liang and Meichuan Kuko saw that these two brainless fools had caused significant losses, they would definitely not have good days ahead. Perhaps Meichuan Kuko's situation would be slightly better than Park Li Liang's. But in the high-stakes world of the Chaebol and Goryeo, Park Li Liang would absolutely have no chance of survival. It seems there's no need for the old man Bai to take the Wang family's disciples to Goryeo, they can go directly to the little cherry blossom country. By the way, they should keep an eye on Ling Xiaoer during the mission to prevent any accidents from happening to her in the little cherry blossom country. However, Chen Chen immediately called Ling Xiaoer. Xiaoer, have you arrived in the cherry blossom country yet? As soon as the call connected, Chen Chen asked. I'm at the airport, and I can board in half an hour, Ling Xiaoer replied. Don't go to the cherry blossom country yet, there's an important matter you need to handle tonight. Chen Chen then relayed all the information that Hong Kovi had told him to Ling Xiaoer. Ling Xiaoer readily agreed to this sudden task. To turn a fake fire into a real one, all she needed to do was sneak into that warehouse and make some small adjustments. This was just a piece of cake for Ling Xiaoer. After taking care of this small matter, she could still make it to the cherry blossom country in time. Of course, Ling Xiaoer also hoped to see the shameless Goryeos and cherry blossom people regret their cleverness. After hanging up with Chun Shen, Ling Xiaoer immediately changed her flight. In the Chinese medicine warehouse, the person in charge, Gui Tiantai, had also received the order from President Mei Chuan Kuko and was busy preparing for an upcoming fake fire. It was simply a fantasy to transport all the herbs out of the warehouse in a short time. After discussions, the person in charge of the cherry blossom country, Gui Tiantai, and the person in charge of Goryeo, Jin Taizai, decided to move the herbs from one warehouse in the base to another, leaving only some branches and other debris in this warehouse. They would only let this one warehouse catch fire. After all, the final losses would not be up to them to decide. If no one sabotaged the plan, Gui Tiantai's idea would indeed not have any problems. However, Ling Xiaoer had already arrived at this storage base. This fire would definitely not just be limited to one warehouse. Fortunately, there were no buildings around this warehouse, so even if it caught fire, it wouldn't affect others. Ling Xiaoer felt even less pressure to expand the fire. Destroying the materials that these scheming cherry blossom people in Goryeos used to target the people of Huagua, she, Ling Xiaoer, called it acting on behalf of heaven. After all the arrangements were made, Gui Tiantai went to the warehouse piled high with branches and cotton fluff and casually tossed away a cigarette butt. The embers left on the cigarette but quickly ignited the cotton. In an instant, the flames spread. Taichi Kamita watched the burning warehouse, satisfied as he reported his work to Kuriko Maikawa via video from a safe distance. Yoshi, Kamita-kun, this is a great achievement. When I retire, the position of president of the Chinese Medicine Association will be yours. Kuriko Maikawa praised Taichi Kamita. Taichi Kamita nodded and bowed repeatedly, saying hi nonstop. Just as the smiles on Taichi Kamita and Kuriko Maikawa's faces were about to bloom like chrysanthemums, an incongruous voice interrupted. Vice President Kamita, it's bad, we can't control the fire. A Sakura person, who had been living quite well, rushed to Taichi Kamita to report. Baka, wasn't this all part of the plan? Not steady at all. How can I trust you with important responsibilities in the future? Taichi Kamita slapped the well-off Sakura person directly, scolding him. The slap made the little Sakura person obedient, bowing repeatedly in apology. Alright, Kamita-kun, don't be too harsh. Now, tell me, what exactly happened? Kuriko Maikawa tried to mediate. President, Vice President, we can't control the fire, it has spread to several other warehouses. The little Sakura person finally managed to convey the situation. Nani? Impossible, absolutely impossible. That warehouse is the most remote, no matter how big the fire is, it shouldn't affect the other warehouses. This joke is not funny at all. Taichi Kamita grabbed the little Sakura person's collar and questioned him. Naturally, such a situation was impossible. However, during a fire, collapses were inevitable. Moreover, Ling Xiaoer was secretly guiding the flames, igniting all the warehouses was just a piece of cake. On the other end of the video, Kuriko Maikawa felt her breath quicken. Don't just stand there, hurry to the scene, Kuriko Maikawa urged. Only then did Taichi Kamita raise his phone and run to the scene. Looking around, it was a sea of flames, with no warehouse left unscathed. The blazing fire turned the night into day. How could this happen? Where are the firefighters? Didn't they say that the firefighters in Huagua are the most dedicated? Why haven't they arrived yet? Taichi Kamita knew that these warehouses were filled with Chinese medicinal herbs. If anything happened to these herbs, the plan to suppress traditional Chinese medicine would definitely fail. Moreover, if these herbs were lost, he, Taichi Kamita, would be the first responsible person and would not have a good outcome. Vice President, it was you who didn't let us report the fire. We haven't contacted them yet. The little Sakura person weakly spoke up. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry and report the fire. Taichi Kamita was about to be driven to a heart attack. While scolding the timid little Sakura person in front of him, he dialed the fire alarm number on his own phone. After a flurry of Sakura language output, the fire alarm operator didn't understand Sakura language, which delayed a long time before the operator learned from a Chinese-speaking employee that a fire had broken out in the warehouse. By the time the firefighters arrived, nearly half an hour had passed since the fire started. Faced with such a large blaze, the firefighters couldn't extinguish it immediately, they could only try hard while contacting for support. By the time the fire was finally brought under control, the sky was already lightening. Undoubtedly, under the devastation of this great fire, all the precious Chinese herbs were reduced to ashes, leaving only a ground of gray. Looking at the devastation, Taichi Kamita felt as if he had lost his soul, lost in despair. After rushing overnight from the Magic City, Meichuan Kuzi and Park Li Liang fell into complete despair upon witnessing the scene. Park Li Liang, who was still in the recovery period after surgery, couldn't withstand the emotional turmoil and collapsed. Unfortunately, the angle at which Park Li Liang fell was unfortunate, as he landed right on a rock. The freshly stitched wound tore open immediately. A large amount of blood flowed out from under Park Li Liang. Originally, Park Li Liang had only had the root removed, but now, aside from this incident, he couldn't even keep the remaining 2 rounds intact. In the presidential suite, Chen Shan also received good news relayed by Ling Xiao'er. Moreover, Ling Xiao'er had already safely evacuated. Xiao'er, this time you've made a great contribution. If you have any requests, feel free to ask me. As long as I can do it, I will fulfill them. Chen Shen's tone was filled with excitement. Unfortunately, Chen Shen was not at the scene and couldn't see the brilliant expressions of Meichuan Kuzi and Park Li Liang, which made him feel a bit regretful. It's nothing, I just did what I was supposed to do. Alright, I won't talk to you anymore. Once I finish up here, I'm heading to Sakura country. Ling Xiao'er's tone was casual. In her eyes, this fire was merely something she did on a whim, requiring no effort at all. Okay, when you come back, I'll treat you to a meal. If you encounter any trouble in Sakura country this time, contact me immediately. You're not fighting alone, Chen Shan reminded again. After ending the call with Ling Xiao'er, just as Chen Shan was about to fall asleep, a call came through to his phone. This puzzled Chen Shan. Ever since Yang Su became his special assistant, Chen Shan had given his original phone number to Yang Su to handle. Now, Chen Shan was using a brand new phone number. Moreover, this call was from overseas. Who could it be? With confusion, Chen Shan answered the call. A series of English words came through the line. With Chen Shan's level of proficiency, he could naturally understand, but the arrogance in the other party's tone made Chen Shan extremely dissatisfied. Chen, I am Cook, the executive president of Banana Mobile Company. You must know me. The purpose of my call is to reach a cooperation with you. We hope to obtain the super Bluetooth technology you possess. As long as you are willing, I can offer you a satisfactory price and also make you a great citizen of the beautiful country. Cook spoke from a high pedestal, as if bestowing charity. Do you know what time it is now? Chen Chen frowned. It's 3 in the afternoon, I just had afternoon tea. Cook's tone was self-evident. I didn't expect the president of Banana Company to be a fool without common sense. There is a 12-hour time difference between Hua Country and Lighthouse Country. Right now, it's 3 in the morning in Hua Country. You call me at this hour. Did your parents never teach you manners, or do you not have parents to teach you at all? I don't want to know how you found out about the super Bluetooth news, nor do I care how you got my private number. I will not grant you authorization, and as for the Lighthouse nationality, go to hell, Chen Shen said, directly hanging up the phone. Cook, huh? What does it matter that he is the executive president of Banana Mobile Company? Who gave you the right to look down on me? Upon hearing the busy tone on the line, Cook's face showed a look of shock. What was going on? Chen Shen actually dared to hang up on him? Chen Shen even dared to insult him? Did Chen Shen know what he had just rejected? This was an invitation for cooperation from Banana Company. If Chen Shen agreed, it could completely help him transcend social classes. Moreover, what he threw away was the nationality of the Lighthouse Country, along with an invitation from the upper echelons of its society. Isn't it said that people from Huagua have a deep yearning for the Lighthouse Country? How many of Huagua's big entrepreneurs and celebrities have switched their nationalities to that of the Lighthouse Country? Why is Chen Shen different from those people? As for the insults directed at him, Cook was not in the mood to pursue them for the time being. Compared to the immense benefits that acquiring the super Bluetooth could bring to Banana Company, his own honor and disgrace were trivial matters. Ever since the founder of Banana Phone, Forbes, passed away, there had been no significant innovation in Banana Phone. This led everyone to conclude that Cook was merely a capable person living off past glories. If the new Banana Phone could be equipped with super Bluetooth, this groundbreaking technology would be enough to restore the glory of Banana Phone. Cook calmed himself and continued to call Chen Shen. This technology was something Banana Company must have. Unfortunately, Chen Shen had directly blacklisted Cook's number and went back to sleep. For Chen Shen, talking to Cook was not as important as getting some sleep. Unable to reach Chen Shen, Cook had no choice but to call Yang Su instead. Perhaps it was because he had hit a wall in front of Chen Shen, or maybe it was because Cook was aware of Yang Su's reputation, but his tone was very polite during the conversation with Yang Su. Yang Su perfunctorily told Cook that she would discuss it with Chen Shen and get back to him. Chen Shen opened his eyes. The system's prompt sounded in his mind. Ding, 22nd day of proposing divorce, reward, 30% shares of Baodao Integrated Circuit Manufacturing Company, Ltd. Hearing this reward, Shin-Chen was instantly excited and fully awake. Baodao Integrated Circuit Manufacturing Company, Ltd. is the world's first professional integrated circuit manufacturing service company. In the semiconductor industry, Baodao Integrated Circuit holds a monopoly position, controlling over 50% of the global chip foundry market. Moreover, the main method by which Huatua was sanctioned by the lighthouse country was to force Baodao Integrated Circuit to abandon Huatua's vast market, thus choking Huatua's neck in the chip sector. The equity structure of Baodao Integrated Circuit is very complex. Although Chen Chen's 30% stake does not grant him absolute control, it is certainly the largest share among various forces, effectively giving him relative control over Baodao Integrated Circuit. The voting rights he possesses are sufficient to influence the decisions made by the board of directors and the shareholders' meeting. Now, all Chen Chen needed to do was convene a shareholders' meeting to revoke Baodao Integrated Circuit's resolution to refuse to provide chips to Huatua. The Shenlong chip developed by Huatua would then fully unleash its performance, helping Huatua phones capture a share of the international mobile phone market. Chen Chen couldn't help but feel a bit disdainful when he thought of the call he received in the middle of the night from the CEO of Banana Company. What was so great about Banana Company? He was going to support Huatua Company, helping Huatua phones seize market share from Banana phones, hoping that by then, Cook would still maintain his lofty arrogance. After having breakfast, Yang Su reported to Chen Chen about the call Cook made to her in the early morning. He really doesn't know when to give up. After all, he is the CEO of a big company, but he acts like a stubborn piece of gum that won't come off. Yang Su, just refuse Banana Company outright. The super Bluetooth technology will definitely not be authorized to them. Chen Chen's tone was firm. Yang Su also knew in her heart that cooperating with Banana Company would allow Chen Chen to achieve greater profits. But Yang Su had 100% trust in Chen Chen. No matter when, Yang Su would never question the decisions made by Chen Chen. Yang Su immediately followed Chen Chen's instructions and ruthlessly rejected Cook's collaboration. Yang Su, how is the discussion with Huadong Technology going? Chen Chen continued to inquire. We have already received permission from the military. We can sign a letter of intent with Huadong. However, the specific details still need to be discussed more thoroughly, Yang Su reported truthfully. Well done. Just in time, we can further our cooperation with Huadong. I hold 30% of the shares in Baodao Jidian, which can solve the chip problem troubling Huadong. How to negotiate specifically and how much benefit we can gain from Huadong will be up to you. Chen Chen entrusted this matter to Yang Su. Yang Su's professional ability was far superior to Chen Chen's, and with Yang Su's absolute loyalty to Chen Chen felt incredibly at ease. Hearing this, Yang Su was also taken aback. Before this, Yang Su had no idea that Chen Chen held 30% of the shares in Baodao Jidian. Just after one night, these shares had come into Chen Chen's hands. A bold idea emerged in Yang Su's mind. Could it be that Chen Chen had suddenly decided to acquire those shares? If that were the case, it would indeed be astonishing. One must know that acquiring shares in Baodao Jidian is not something that can be done just with money, let alone obtaining 30% of the shares all at once. The background behind Chen Chen was even more unfathomable than Yang Su had imagined. Mr. Chen, I won't let you down, Yang Su said with utmost seriousness. Chen, you're not joking with me, are you? In the Huadong building, the usually composed Rin Shifei looked at Chen Chen with a face full of surprise. Previously, Yang Su had already connected with Ren Qingzhou, and Rin Shifei originally thought this meeting with Chen Chen was just a formality to sign a letter of intent for cooperation. However, Rin Shifei heard a shocking piece of news from Yang Su. Chen Chen actually held 30% of the shares in Baodao Jidian, and such a large stake was enough to directly influence Baodao Jidian's decisions. Father, Mr. Chen indeed holds 30% of the shares in Baodao Jidian. Becoming the largest shareholder, Ren Qingzhou immediately began to look up information, presenting the shareholding change news of Baodao Jidian in front of Chen Chen. Although Ren Shifei always appeared confident, the fact that Baodao Jidian refused to provide chips to Huadong, resulting in the outstanding Shenlong chip being unable to capture the market, had made Ren Shifei worry until his hair turned gray. Although this difficulty would not defeat Huadong, it would indeed limit Huadong's development. However, now, this chain restricting Huadong's development had unexpectedly shown Ren Shifei a possibility for resolution, which was incredibly exciting for him. Old Ren, I won't joke when it comes to business, Chen Chen replied with a smile. Ren Shifei looked at Chen Chen, becoming more and more satisfied. However, Ren Shifei paid more attention to what Chen Chen had just said. This was a business deal. Naturally, Ren Shifei, who valued Chen Chen as a promising junior, would not let him suffer losses. Chen Chen, I can offer you at most 3% of Huadong's shares, allowing you to acquire them at market price. This is the maximum limit I can allocate. In addition, until Huadong masters its own chip development capabilities, you will receive 1% of the profit from every mobile phone released by Huadong. After thinking for a while, Run Shifei presented his conditions. Yang Su, who was listening to this condition, couldn't help but feel a bit dazed. Run Shifei's offer was simply too generous. Even if Yang Su actively proposed conditions to Rin Shifei, she wouldn't dare to do so. Chen Chen could tell from Yang Su's expression just how generous this condition was. Old Rin, I can only help you provide the chips. That's just a small effort for me, you don't need to do this. Chen Chen felt a bit anxious. It's a small effort for you, but for us at Huadong, it could save us time in catching up with advanced technology. A step fast, every step fast. Without you, we would have to wait at least 3 more years to take this step. You take these things, otherwise, I would feel guilty. Rin Shifei spoke. Feeling Rin Shifei's insistence, Chen Chen no longer refused. Chen Chen wasn't a saint, he couldn't turn down such a valuable offer. Moreover, Huadong's shares were never just simple shares. Being able to hold a controlling stake in Huadong was a symbol of status. Chen Chen was thoroughly branded with Huagua's mark. As long as Chen Chen didn't do anything to harm national interests, these shares were his talisman. No one dared to play tricks on him. Thank you, old Run. Chen Chen expressed his sincere gratitude to Rin Shifei. The benefits Rin Shifei could provide had far exceeded the transaction itself. It was also a sign of Rin Shifei's regard for him as a younger generation. By accepting these things, Chen Chen had formed a good relationship with Rin Shifei. Mr. Chen, we need to fly to the Treasure Island. Hold a shareholders meeting to lift the technology blockade from Treasure Island's TSMC against Huadong. Yang Su said in the Hummer. Let's do as you say. Now, Chen Chen owned a private jet, and he could fly directly to Treasure Island with just a flight route application. As for the issue of permit approval, with Chen Chen's current status, it could be handled as a special case. Chen Chen's private jet was already prepared for takeoff at the airport in Modu, and Yang Su had also contacted the general manager of TSMC, Wang Zhangzhong, to inform him that Chen Chen, the new major shareholder, would be arriving at TSMC and would hold a shareholders meeting. Wang Yingzhong, who suddenly received Yang Su's call, was heavy-hearted. With the shares Chen Chen held, he indeed had the right to call a shareholders meeting. Moreover, this major shareholder from the mainland calling a shareholders meeting at this time made Chen Chen's intentions quite clear. Thinking of this, Wang Yingzhong began to have a headache. Previously, TSMC had completely cut off the chip supply to Huadong under pressure from the Lighthouse Nation. Now, if Chen Chen wanted to overturn this decision, it would mean directly standing against the Lighthouse Nation. In today's world, the Lighthouse Nation had always been domineering. Could they really watch TSMC continue supplying chips to Huadong, thereby challenging the status of their proud banana company? This time, TSMC was bound to face an extraordinary storm. After a while of headache, Wang Yingzhong still passed the news of the shareholders meeting to the major shareholders. Fortunately, the main pressure would fall on Chen Chen alone. As the general manager, he was merely a professional agent. Wang Yingzhong only needed to see who would ultimately hold the decision-making power and act according to the final voice. After sending out the notice for the shareholders meeting to all shareholders, Wang Yingzhong also went to the airport early to wait for Chen Chen. Now, Chen Chen was the largest shareholder of TSMC, and after this shareholders meeting, he was very likely to become the chairman of TSMC. No matter how humble Wang Yingzhong's attitude was towards Chen Chen, it was not excessive. Inside the Huadong building. Father, the conditions you've offered this time are truly too generous. 3% of the shares. If the other shareholders find out, they will have their objections. In the office, only Rin Shifei and his daughter Rin Qingzhou remained, and Rin Qingzhou spoke with some helplessness. Qingzhou, this young man named Chen Chen is more important than you can imagine. The 3% of shares is not just something I want to give him. The higher-ups also hope to bind Chen Chen and Huagua together forever. Ren Shifei's simple statement sent a tremor through Rin Qingzhou's heart. Chen Chen had actually caught the attention of the higher-ups? It seemed her father knew much more about the situation than she did. With that, Ren Qingzhou chose not to say more. She just needed to quietly observe what role Chen Chen would play in the future. Father, should we remind Chen Chen? Taiwan is not like the mainland, he might encounter danger there. Ren Qingzhou seemed to recall her experiences in Maple Leaf Country and spoke up. Don't worry, if anyone has any ill intentions towards Chen Chen, he won't be the one in danger. Ren Shifei's tone was firm, clearly indicating he had learned about Chen Chen's connection to the ancient martial arts family through official channels. At an airport in Taiwan, Chen Chen's private jet landed smoothly. Zhang Yingzhong, the general manager of Taiwan Jidian, had been waiting at the airport for this mysterious major shareholder. However, when Zhang Yingzhong saw Chen Chen, he still showed a look of surprise. In Zhang Yingzhong's eyes, someone who could become a major shareholder of Taiwan Jidian could not possibly be as young as Chen Chen. At the same time, a more terrifying possibility emerged in Zhang Yingzhong's mind. Chen Chen must be an heir cultivated by some prominent family. Otherwise, there was no way to explain how he had suddenly acquired 30% of Taiwan Jidian's shares overnight. With this thought, Zhang Yingzhong's attitude towards Chen Chen became more cautious. Mr. Chen, I have reserved lunch for you to welcome you. The shareholders' meeting will be held promptly at 4 in the afternoon. Please follow me. Zhang Yingzhong led Chen Chen to the pre-arranged extended business vehicle. The business scope of Jin Dun Company had not yet expanded to Taiwan, so Chen Chen's travel arrangements in Taiwan were entirely decided after discussions between Yang Su and Zhang Yingzhong. The extended business vehicle left the airport and headed towards its destination. Zhang Yingzhong had reserved lunch at Li Fuji. This restaurant was the best Chinese restaurant in all of Taiwan. If it weren't for Zhang Yingzhong's status and position, it would have been impossible to reserve a private room at Li Fuji on such short notice. Boss, there's a situation. Zhou Weiguo spoke cautiously. Li Fuji restaurant was located in the suburbs, and generally, there wouldn't be too many people on this road. However, since just now, several black SUVs had been tailing the extended business vehicle that Chen Chen was in, and now the number of SUVs following them was increasing. All these SUVs were of the same model, indicating they likely belonged to the same organization. Don't be afraid. Chen Chen's tone was calm. The current Chen Chen was no longer the Chen Chen who lacked martial arts skills, he was now a master of internal martial arts. As long as he wasn't facing an army, even hundreds of opponents wielding weapons would be easy for him to handle. Now, Chen Chen needed an excuse to take action. Once he confirmed that these guys had ulterior motives, he would show no mercy. Everyone in the vehicle remained very calm, except for Zhang Yingzhong. As a person from Taiwan, Zhang Yingzhong knew all too well the status that gangs held in Taiwan. Zhang Yingzhong also recognized that these SUVs belonged to the Bamboo Union, the #1 gang in the Treasure Island. Being targeted by this gang would not lead to a good outcome. Could it be that someone secretly contacted the Bamboo Union, wanting to deal with Chen Chen before the shareholders' meeting began? The more Zhang Yingzhong thought about it, the more alarmed he became. Mr. Chen, contact Mr. Huang from the Bamboo Union and see if there is any misunderstanding. At this moment, Zhang Yingzhong was drenched in cold sweat, quickly taking out his phone to call Huangxin, the current decision-maker of the Bamboo Union. Zhang Sheng, what brings you to call me? Huangxin's slightly aged voice came through the phone. Mr. Huang, our car has been surrounded by your Bamboo Union's convoy. Is there some misunderstanding here? Zhang Yingzhong cautiously inquired, fearing that his words might offend this big shot. There is no misunderstanding. I brought my men to pay a visit to Mr. Chen. I originally wanted to pick up Mr. Chen at the airport, but you got there first, so we are here to escort Mr. Chen. Huangxin said. Although Zhang Yingzhong understood every word Huangxin said, when put together, Chen Chen could not comprehend it at all. Huangxin was a big shot in the Bamboo Union. How could such a person be here to escort Chen Chen? No one would believe it if this were to be told. The only explanation was that Chen Chen's background was even more formidable than Zhang Yingzhong had imagined. It seemed that Chen Chen's visit was indeed not a simple matter. Mr. Chen, Mr. Huang said that their brothers from the Bamboo Union are here to escort you. Zhang Yingzhong reported Huangxin's words to Chen Chen truthfully. Upon hearing this, Chen Chen was somewhat surprised. He had no idea when he had any connection with the Bamboo Union. Originally, Chen Chen wanted to intimidate those who harbored ill intentions towards him, but now the chicken he intended to kill to warn the monkey had vanished. Understood. Chen Chen nodded. Although he was baffled at the moment, he believed that once he met Huangxin from the Bamboo Union, he would understand the situation. Just then, Chen Chen's personal phone rang. He picked up the phone and saw that the caller ID was Old Man Wang, so he immediately answered. Old Man Wang, why are you suddenly calling me? Is something wrong? Chen Chen asked. Head of the sect, you should have already made contact with the Bamboo Union, right? Now, Huangxin, the decision-maker of the Bamboo Union, is one of our people. If there are any inconvenient matters for you to handle this time, you can leave them to him, Old Man Wang said. Upon hearing Old Man Wang's words, Chen Chen finally understood Huangxin's attitude towards him. Moreover, since Old Man Wang said this, it indicated that Huangxin was a person who could be absolutely trusted. Chen Chen indeed felt somewhat weak upon arriving at the Treasure Island, but with the help of the Bamboo Union, a local force, it would be much easier for him to accomplish his goals. I understand, Old Man Wang. Chen Chen nodded. Chen Chen's convoy stopped in front of Li Fujiji. As soon as Chen Chen stepped out of the business vehicle, the members of the Bamboo Union in the SUV convoy also got out of their cars. After getting out, the Bamboo Union members immediately stood in formation and deeply bowed to Chen Chen. Mr. Chen. The Bamboo Union members shouted in unison. The loud voice was clear to everyone. Those dining at Li Fujiji were either rich or noble. Huang Xin's performance was meant to let everyone know that Chen Chen had a deep relationship with the Bamboo Union, effectively giving Chen Chen a public endorsement. With today's display, in the eyes of others, Chen Chen was no longer just a mainlander with money but a formidable figure with a profound background. After bowing and greeting, the Bamboo Union members also retreated. Then an old man with a cane stepped out from the crowd. The old man was very thin, but his spirit was remarkably vigorous. His brows and eyes appeared kind, yet no one would dare underestimate him in the slightest. This man was none other than Huang Xin, the current leader of the Bamboo Union. Mr. Chen, it's finally a pleasure to meet you, Huang Xin said as he approached Chen Chen, carefully scrutinizing him as if he wanted to engrave Chen Chen's image in his heart. Old Huang, thank you for making the trip, Chen Chen replied with a smile. He felt a strong sense of goodwill towards this elder who had come to visit him with such high regard. Then I shall not be polite. Huang Xin nodded with a smile. You must be the young lady from the Wang family. You don't resemble old Wang at all. That's a good thing. If I did, that would be terrible, Wang Luyao joked back. Huang Xin walked up to Wang Luyao and teased her. Grandpa Huang, you're joking, Wang Luyao said. Witnessing the interaction between Huang Xin and Chen Chen, Zhang Yingzhong realized something even more terrifying. From Huang Xin's attitude, it was clear that Chen Chen's status was significantly higher than Huang Xin's. At that moment, Zhang Yingzhong silently prayed that the other shareholders in the afternoon's meeting would have some awareness. This major shareholder, Chen Chen, was not someone to be bullied easily. If they were blind to the situation and walked into a trap, they could only blame themselves for the consequences. He hoped that any conflicts that arose would not affect the operations of Baodao Jidian. Zhang Yingzhong's bonus as the general manager depended on the development of Baodao Jidian. Chen Chen and his group began their lunch in the private room reserved by Zhang Yingzhong. It must be said that Li Fuji truly deserved its reputation as a renowned restaurant in Baodao. There were absolutely no issues with the dishes, and Chen Chen enjoyed the meal immensely. In contrast, Zhang Yingzhong found the meal somewhat tasteless. Yang Su, Manager Zhang seems a bit restless. Why don't you explain the work to Manager Zhang first? Chen Chen said to Yang Su. Mr. Zhang, please, Yang Su approached Zhang Yingzhong. Zhang Yingzhong was already uncomfortable dining with a big shot like Huang Xin, and he also wanted to know Chen Chen's true intentions. Naturally, he was very satisfied with this arrangement and quickly stood up to leave the private room with Yang Su. Zhou Weigua understood that Chen Chen was intentionally trying to send away outsiders. So after Yang Su and Zhang Yingzhong left, Zhou Weigua and the others also exited the private room, standing guard at the door to ensure that no one would interrupt the upcoming conversation between Chen Chen and the others. Now, only Chen Chen, Wang Luyao, and Huang Xin remained in the private room. Deathgate Huang Xin pays respects to the gate master. After the others left, Huang Xin tossed aside his cane and performed a deep bow to Chen Chen. The organization of the Deathgate was confidential, and Huang Xin had refrained from mentioning it in front of outsiders, so he had been holding back his emotions until now. With no one else around, Huang Xin was eager to express his feelings. Old Huang, please rise quickly. You truly flatter me. Chen Chen quickly reached out to support Huang Xin, preventing him from kneeling. Huang Xin's eyes lit up as he was helped up. Chen Chen's speed had been astonishing. It was evident that Chen Chen was definitely a master of internal martial arts. Having such a new gate master to lead the Death Gate was indeed a blessing for the organization. Gate master, may I ask if I can see the token of the Death Gate? Huang Xin hesitated for a moment before making this request. The token lost in that great battle was a knot in the hearts of every member of the Death Gate. Now that this lost token has been brought back by Chen Chen, Huang Xin naturally wants to see it. Of course, Chen Chen said, taking out the dagger and handing it to Huang Xin. Previously, Huang Xin had indeed learned of Chen Chen's existence from old Wang and knew their determination to rebuild the Death Gate. However, Huang Xin had always felt a sense of unreality in his heart. The Death Gate had disappeared for so long, could it really be rebuilt? But now, feeling the heavy weight in his hand, that sense of unreality completely dissipated. Now, Chen Chen held the token of the Death Gate and had also learned the vital transformation technique, a skill that the leader of the Death Gate must master. With these conditions, how could the Death Gate not be rebuilt? Even if Chen Chen were just a mascot, Huang Xin would support him in rebuilding the Death Gate. Leader, I can also be influential on the Treasure Island. If you have any needs, just let me know, and I won't let you down, Huang Xin said, returning the dagger that represented the death gate to Chen Chen, his expression serious. For some reason, Chen Chen felt that the previous Huang Xin was like an elderly man who had begun to cultivate himself, but now he was full of vigor. Despite his white hair, he gave Chen Chen the feeling of a passionate youth. Of course, this time I come to the treasure island, I will encounter some resistance. If some blind fools dare to block my way, then I will have to ask old Huang to take action, Chen Chen said. I want to see who dares to obstruct the leader, Huang Xin said, striking his cane heavily on the ground, his originally kind face turning fierce and terrifying, exuding a dreadful killing intent. This was the first task given to him by the leader. No matter what, Huang Xin could not allow this task to fail. TSMC headquarters building. The shareholders had gathered in the conference room. Regarding this suddenly appearing mainland shareholder, the other shareholders had their own calculations. Ladies and gentlemen, although Mr. Chen holds 30% of TSMC's shares, TSMC is not a one-man show for Mr. Chen. The banana company has already sent me a warning, absolutely forbidding TSMC from opening chips to Huadong Company. If Mr. Chen has such an idea, we must stop him. One shareholder spoke up. That's right, even if this mainland kid has 30% of the shares we hold combined are more than his. Offending the banana company will not end well for us. Even if Chen Chen is a major shareholder of TSMC, he should prioritize TSMC's interests. Yes, if we get sanctioned by the lighthouse country, we won't have any good outcomes. TSMC is not for a mainland kid to decide. The shareholders spoke one after another. Clearly, they had now united on a common front. These TSMC shareholders did not want Chen Chen, the suddenly appearing major shareholder, to influence their voice in TSMC. What they needed to do now was to unite against Chen Chen, ideally keeping this ignorant mainland kid away from decision-making power. TSMC was still under their control. As for Chen Chen, he should honestly hold those shares and wait for dividends. After all, this was the treasure island, not the mainland. A strong dragon does not suppress a local snake. No matter how powerful Chen Chen was, he could do nothing to them. The TSMC shareholders grew more and more excited as they spoke. It was as if they were celebrating a victory, having driven away this ignorant mainlander. Just as they were getting carried away, the door to the conference room was pushed open forcefully from the outside. Chen Chen strode in confidently. It seems that no one is very welcoming to me. Chen Chen scanned the shareholders, each with their own calculations, with a cold gaze and spoke. The shareholders, who had been enthusiastic, were swept by Chen Chen's gaze and sat down obediently like quails. This young man before them was truly strange. Their eyes felt toxic, and just a glance made them uneasy. However, one of the shareholders quickly reacted. Who are you? This is a TSMC shareholders meeting. Security. Where's security? How could anyone just waltz in here? The shareholder's voice was loud, seemingly trying to cover up his own unease. Mr. Zhang Jiming, please mind your attitude. This gentleman is Mr. Chen Chen, our major shareholder at TSMC, not some irrelevant person. Zhang Yingzhong stepped out from behind Chen Chen and spoke. What? This young man is actually their major shareholder at TSMC? At that moment, the other shareholders shared a common thought. It seemed that Chen Chen was merely an heir cultivated by some prominent family, and this incident at TSMC was likely just to gild his reputation. How could a young man like Chen Chen, lacking experience and relying solely on family support, possibly outmaneuver these old foxes? Initially, the shareholders felt quite reassured about Chen Chen, the mainland shareholder, but now they harbored thoughts of completely taking advantage of him. Chen Chen could forget about decision-making power at TSMC, he could just be a mascot. At most, they would prepare a perfect financial report for him to take back to face his family's scrutiny. With this thought, the crowd exchanged knowing smiles, as if reaching a tacit understanding. Since everyone is here, let's begin the meeting. Chen Chen sat down in the main position, disregarding the other shareholders' attitudes, and spoke for himself. I'm not someone who enjoys small talk. I have only two purposes for holding this meeting today. First, to confirm my position as chairman of TSMC and obtain the corresponding authority. Second, to lift the chip supply blockade against Huadong Technology. Alright, just these two matters. Who agrees, who opposes? After finishing, Chen Chen scanned the other shareholders once more. The other shareholders were clearly taken aback by Chen Chen's attitude. Did he even understand what the art of communication was? Did he know what mutual compromise meant? Was Chen Chen trying to force them into agreement? After all, he was just an heir from a prominent family on the mainland. This was the treasure island, not the mainland. If he couldn't recognize his own identity, they would have to help him wake up. The first to take the lead against Chen Chen was shareholder Zhang Jiming, who once again played his role. Zhang Jiming stood up and spoke with righteous indignation. Mr. Chen, this is TSMC on the Treasure Island, not your one-man show. Although you hold 30% of TSMC's shares, the decisions of TSMC must prioritize the interests of all shareholders. Mr. Chen, you are too young and inexperienced. Allowing you to take the position of chairman is irresponsible to TSMC and to all of us shareholders. As for your lighthearted suggestion to lift the chip blockade against Huadong technology, that is even more absurd. Do you know that if we do that, TSMC will be suppressed by the Lighthouse Nation? How much business would TSMC lose then? Just based on this demand of yours, I firmly oppose you becoming the chairman of TSMC. Zhang Jiming's tone was resolute, clearly indicating his intention to fight Chen Chen to the end. Moreover, Zhang Jiming spoke reasonably, sounding completely aligned with the position of Baodao Jidian, leaving no room for criticism. The shareholders below immediately voiced their support for Chen Chen. Clearly, they wanted to give this young man, who was unaware of the world's complexities, a stern warning, so he would understand that even though he held 30% of Baodao Jidian's shares, the company was not solely under his control. If you have an opinion, what about the others? Chen Chen glanced at Zhang Jiming, then scanned the faces of the other shareholders. This direct disregard for Zhang Jiming made him quite displeased. What an impudent mainlander. Just because he held 30% of Baodao Jidian's shares, it didn't mean he could call the shots. The other shareholders maintained a relatively cautious attitude. Since Zhang Jiming had already stepped forward, they would let him test what means Chen Chen had. Once they saw Chen Chen's cards, they would decide how to treat him. That was the best choice. If you don't speak, I'll take it as your tacit agreement. In that case, let my proposal go through the process directly. Chen Chen intended to intimidate these shareholders all at once. He was eager to make them reveal their private motives. As soon as Chen Chen finished speaking, Yang Su beside him began drafting a contract. Seeing Yang Su's actions, the other shareholders became unsettled. Mr. Chen, your decision is too hasty. We should sit down and discuss it properly. Yes, Mr. Chen, everything should prioritize the company's interests. The other shareholders began to mediate. They still wanted to maintain a hypocritical harmony and temporarily not stand against Chen Chen. I don't want to hear so much from you. I'll say it again, who agrees, who opposes? Chen Chen repeated his earlier words. As he said this, Chen Chen stood up, not hiding his sharpness at all. When had these so-called business elites ever seen such a stance? Especially Zhang Jiming, who was closest to Chen Chen, was so frightened that he turned pale. By the time Zhang Jiming regained his senses, all the other shareholders' gazes were fixed on him. Zhang Jiming felt disdain and contempt from their eyes. His face felt hot. He didn't know where he found the courage. Chen Chen, this is a society governed by law, not a place for you to show off. Do you think you can gain a voice through threats? You're simply delusional. Zhang Jiming scolded angrily. Just then, a voice slowly came from outside the door. Mr. Chen has always been a law-abiding good person. Don't slander him, or I might have to sue you for defamation. However, I, an old man, am not a law-abiding good person. If you disrespect Mr. Chen, you will pay the price. Huang Xin entered the conference room, leaning on a cane. The rhythmic tapping of the cane on the floor sounded like a drumbeat in the hearts of every shareholder. Zhang Jiming turned his head. He wanted to see who was so brazen. But when he recognized the newcomer, he was left dumbfounded. Old Master Huang. In the conference room, the other shareholders greeted Huang Xin one after another. In Baodao, no one was unaware of this bamboo union leader. Offending Huang Xin could truly lead to being dragged away and sunk in the river. Old Master Huang. Zhang Jiming finally came to his senses and spoke in a low, submissive tone, fearing that his actions might provoke Huang Xin and bring disaster upon himself. It turns out you little brats still know what politeness is. Then why are you so rude to Mr. Chen? Huang Xin walked up to Zhang Jiming, his cane coming down heavily, directly smashing onto Zhang Jiming's foot. As a disciple of the death-seeking sect, Huang Xin was naturally a master of internal martial arts. The blow from the cane flattened one of Zhang Jiming's toes. When had someone like Zhang Jiming, who was pampered and spoiled, ever suffered such pain? He immediately let out a scream like a slaughtered pig. Then he collapsed to the ground, clutching his foot and wailing in agony. Huang Xin, clearly annoyed by Zhang Jiming's cries, frowned slightly, and someone came to drag Zhang Jiming away. Alright, does anyone still oppose my opinion? Mr. Chen asked again. However, with Zhang Jiming's bloody fate before them, naturally no one dared to voice any objections. At the same time, they began to mock the ignorant Zhang Jiming in their hearts. Mr. Chen held 30% of the shares in Baodao Semiconductor, and it was only natural for the company to act according to his will. As the major shareholder of Baodao Semiconductor, it is only right that Mr. Chen has the final say. Zhang Jiming, that blind fool, actually dared to obstruct Mr. Chen from taking the position of chairman. He deserves this. I see Zhang Jiming treats Baodao Semiconductor as his personal property. Such a person is unworthy of having decision-making power. Once Huang Xin stepped in to support Chen Chen, all opposing voices vanished. After all, no one wanted to offend Huang Xin, the king of hell, in Baodao. Moreover, Huang Xin's attitude towards Chen Chen was exceedingly humble. To have a big shot like Huang Xin treat him with such deference, just how significant was Chen Chen's background? With Huang Xin, the king of hell, backing him, even if the shareholders had many opinions about Chen Chen, they absolutely dared not show it. Under normal circumstances, they would not be threatened by Huang Xin. Although Huang Xin was ruthless, he was always a man of rules. However, Chen Chen held 30% of the shares in Baodao Semiconductor, making his decisions reasonable. Because of this, Huang Xin could rightfully step in to support Chen Chen. After releasing control over Huadong technology, the various difficulties Baodao Semiconductor would face could only be dealt with later, hoping that Chen Chen's background was substantial enough to withstand pressure from the Lighthouse Nation. Of course, if Chen Chen couldn't handle it, it wouldn't matter. When the time came for him to step down, these shareholders could still return to their previous comfortable lives. All they needed to do now was quietly wait for the outcome and see who the final winner would be. It seems everyone has no objections. Yang Su, the next matters will be handled by you. Chen Chen handed over the remaining tasks to Yang Su. With Yang Su and Zhang Yingzhong working together, they could certainly make Baodao Semiconductor operate according to Chen Chen's vision. Chen Chen then left the headquarters of Baodao Semiconductor with Huang Xin, heading to Huang Xin's residence. As the leader of the death-seeking sect, it was only right for Huang Xin, as a disciple, to treat him well. Moreover, until everything settled down, Chen Chen would not leave Baodao, to avoid anyone secretly plotting something. In the hospital, Zhang Jiming's face was dark. The toe that Huang Xin had smashed with his cane was now fixed with a steel pin due to a comminuted fracture. Although it could be treated later, it would leave a lifelong shadow for Zhang Jiming. Even so, Zhang Jiming only dared to harbor resentment against Huang Xin in his heart, not daring to express it outwardly. If Zhang Jiming showed even a hint of dissatisfaction with Huang Xin in his actions, even without Huang Xin saying a word, those disciples under Huang Xin would definitely rush to take matters into their own hands, risking their lives for a future. So this loss was something Zhang Jiming had to swallow in silence. However, Zhang Jiming attributed all of this to Chen Chen. He then took out his phone and dialed a number. Mr. Parker, there have been some changes at Baodao Jidian. The new chairman of Baodao Jidian is called Chen Chen, and he is from the mainland. He has already issued orders to lift the blockade against Huatua technology. This will definitely threaten our Lighthouse Nation's leading position in technology. We must make arrangements early. Zhang Jiming said. Zhang Jiming was a Chinese American. He was also an agent for a consortium from Lighthouse Nation at Baodao Jidian. Because of this, Zhang Jiming made his stance clear against Chen Chen when he appeared. From the very beginning, Zhang Jiming's position was antagonistic to Chen Chen. Zhang, I understand. Baodao Jidian absolutely cannot lean towards the mainland. This would pose a threat to our Lighthouse Nation. Parker's tone was firm. Mr. Parker, Chen Chen has already gained the overwhelming majority of support. If we don't take some effective measures, it could be dangerous. Zhang Jiming urged. Mr. Parker was a member of the Rockefeller family from the beautiful country. If Mr. Parker wanted to take action against Chen Chen, no matter how capable Chen Chen was, he would find it hard to escape death. His toe was broken because of Chen Chen, and all he needed to do was let Mr. Parker know that this ignorant mainlander had obstructed the path of the Rockefeller family head and harmed the interests of the Rockefeller family. Chen Chen would definitely disappear from this world. Zhang, I understand. I will take action to deal with Chen Chen. After Chen Chen is gone, Baodao Jidian must maintain its previous state. After pondering for a moment, Mr. Parker spoke. Yes, Mr. Parker. Zhang Jiming's tone was calm, but his heart was filled with wild joy. Since Mr. Parker had said so, it meant that Chen Chen's death was not far off. Huang Xin was indeed impressive on Baodao, but he was not enough to be a match for the Rockefeller family. Zhang Jiming was already considering what wine he should drink to celebrate at Chen Chen's funeral. Linda, notify laboratory no. 3 to send subject no. 073 to Baodao for a mission. After ending the call with Zhang Jiming, Parker Rockefeller also gave an order to his personal assistant. Subject no. 073 was the most outstanding product from Laboratory No. 3. Originally, Subject No. 073 was a special soldier from the military of the beautiful country. After undergoing biochemical modification in Laboratory No. 3, he possessed abilities beyond those of ordinary people. As the most excellent specimen of Laboratory No. 3, Subject No. 073 had superhuman strength, speed, endurance, terrifying self-healing abilities, and dynamic vision. The only flaw was that Subject No. 073 had lost the emotions that belonged to humanity. However, for an assassin, this was not a flaw but rather an advantage. Over the years, Subject No. 073 had helped the Rockefeller family deal with various troubles. Now that Chen Shen was planning to lift the chip ban on Huatua at Baodao Jidian, he had to be dealt with before the ban was completely lifted. Therefore, Parker Rockefeller did not hesitate to deploy Subject No. 073, the ace of Laboratory No. 3. Yes, Mr. Parker. Lyndon nodded and immediately made arrangements according to Chen Shen's words. Baigong Mountain Villa. Huang Xin, as the spokesperson of the Bamboo Union, owns a villa in the most luxurious villa area of the Treasure Island. Although this villa cannot compare in luxury to Chen Shen's Yulon Lake No. 9 villa, considering its location, its value far exceeds that of Chen Shen's villa. Inside the villa, Chen Shen also saw Huang Xin's family. Huang Xin's son, Huang Ian, the backbone of the Bamboo Union and its future spokesperson, and Huang Xin's grandson, the young master of the Bamboo Union, Huang Liani. You too, have you not yet greeted the gatekeeper? Huang Xin glanced at his son and grandson, heavily tapping his cane. Greetings, gatekeeper. Huang Ian immediately bowed. However, Huang Liani remained standing, looking at Chen Shen with a disdainful expression. Huang Ian had his son late in life, having Huang Liani in his 40s, and he placed great importance on this son. Huang Liani did not disappoint his father and grandfather's expectations, showing exceptional talent from a young age. His martial arts skills advanced rapidly. At just 20 years old, Huang Liani was at the peak of his youth. From a young age, Huang Liani had learned about the Death Gate from his grandfather. Now, with Chen Shen being of a similar age, he appeared unremarkable. His grandfather wanted him to recognize Chen Shen as the gatekeeper, but such things were not so easily granted. Liani, why aren't you greeting the gatekeeper? Huang Xin looked at Huang Liani, his tone slightly dissatisfied. Grandfather, as long as he can defeat me, I will let him be the gatekeeper. If he can't even defeat me, what qualifications does he have to be the gatekeeper of the Death Gate? Huang Liani retorted. Huang Ian, is this how you teach your son? Such a lack of manners. Huang Xin, reluctant to scold his precious grandson, naturally turned his ire towards his son. It's fine, old Huang. It's normal for kids to have a bit of temper. Then I will take the opportunity to teach him a lesson. Chen Shen said with a smile. Huang Liani's martial arts were passed down from Huang Xin. Chen Shen was also eager to know what kind of martial arts Huang Xin practiced and whether it was worth learning. This was a good opportunity to gauge his skills. Gatekeeper, since that's the case, I entrust you to educate my ignorant grandson. Let him understand that there are always people better than him, and skies beyond the skies. However, I hope the gatekeeper won't hurt Liani. Huang Xin spoke gently, but this statement displeased Huang Liani. Grandfather, I will show you that I can win. Before Chen Shen could speak, Huang Liani interjected. Don't worry, old Huang, it's just a lesson for the younger generation, nothing too serious. Chen Shen said, unconcerned about Huang Liani's attitude, addressing Huang Xin. Only then did Huang Xin finally feel relieved. Huang Liani was already proud and arrogant. Chen Shen's dismissive attitude only fueled his anger. Growing up on the Treasure Island, Huang Liani had never encountered a true master, and his father and grandfather had never truly challenged him. Huang Xin was aware of his grandson's temperament issues, and with the gatekeeper here today, it was a good opportunity for his foolish grandson to understand the gap between him and real talent. Huang Liani pulled a butterfly knife from behind his back, performing a flourish as the knife danced in his hand like a fluttering butterfly, before he gripped it tightly. I won't bully you, choose a suitable weapon. Huang Liani spoke with a hint of arrogance. No need, I can handle you barehanded. Chen Shen replied calmly. Huang Liani could no longer contain the anger boiling within him due to Chen Shen's consistent indifference. I had reminded Chen Shen. Since he still looks down on me like this, I can only let him learn a lesson. Huang Liani turned the knife in his hand, slightly bent down, his whole body like a bow drawn tight, waiting for the right moment to strike. As for Chen Shen, he stood there with his hands behind his back. This casual stance was full of flaws in Huang Liani's eyes. After observing that Chen Shen had no backup plan, Huang Liani chose to take the initiative. He shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, aiming at Chen Chen. Unfortunately, in Chen Chen's eyes, Huang Lianyi's movements were simply too slow. Chen Chen slowly extended 2 fingers and effortlessly pinched the butterfly knife in Huang Lianyi's hand. However, when his fingers made contact with the blade, Chen Chen's brows furrowed slightly. He quickly released his grip and stepped back a few paces. At that moment, 2 thin lines of blood appeared on Chen Chen's index and middle fingers. This was still the result of Chen Chen's timely release. The butterfly knife in Huang Lianyi's hand was surprisingly imbued with a sharp energy. If the contact had continued, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Chen Chen now understood that this was the unique aspect of the internal power mastered by the Huang family. It must be said that this strange internal force was indeed very suitable for assassins. As long as weapons clashed, the internal energy attached to them would penetrate the body. In the face of such peculiar internal power, there was simply no defense. Chen Chen decided that he must master such a unique internal force. This way, when he faced opponents like Luo Ping, who had perfected their hard qigong, he wouldn't struggle too much. Of course, after suffering this hidden loss, Chen Chen would no longer attempt to catch Huang Lianyi's butterfly knife barehanded. Now that he understood the unique internal power of the Huang family, he had no intention of continuing to play around with Huang Lianyi. Seeing Chen Chen suffer a setback only boosted Huang Lianyi's confidence. He continued to advance with the knife, wanting to expand his victory. In Huang Lianyi's mind, after witnessing his special internal power, Chen Chen, unarmed, would definitely not confront him head-on but would only flee. He had reminded Chen Chen before, but Chen Chen was too self-assured to heed his advice. He couldn't blame anyone else. Just as Huang Lianyi was about to launch another attack, he witnessed an unbelievable scene. Chen Chen had vanished. Indeed, the Chen Chen who had been standing in front of Huang Lianyi had completely disappeared from his sight. Just as Huang Lianyi was in shock, a great force struck his hand holding the butterfly knife. At some point, Chen Chen had appeared behind Huang Lianyi and kicked the butterfly knife out of his hand. Then, with one hand pressing on Huang Lianyi's neck, he slammed him to the ground. Huang Lianyi's face made intimate contact with the ground. At that moment, he felt dizzy. Chen Chen's voice came from behind him. You still need to practice more. In Chen Chen's view, they were all young people of the 3rd generation, but Huang Lianyi, Wang Guiqi, and Luo Tong were still quite different. Perhaps because Huang Lianyi was in the well-protected Baodao, he hadn't encountered equally matched peers, which slowed his progress significantly. Hearing this, Huang Lianyi finally came to his senses. Did he just lose? Lianyi, now you know the gap between you and true masters, right? You couldn't even see the movements of the gatekeeper clearly. You should be grateful that the gatekeeper didn't intend to take your life. Otherwise, even if you had 9 heads, it wouldn't be enough to lose. Did you hear what the gatekeeper said? You need to practice hard from now on. Don't keep looking down on others every day, or you'll embarrass our death-seeking sect when you go out in the future. Huang Xin wore a stern expression and began to scold. From childhood to adulthood, Huang Lianyi had always been a child who brought little worry, and he was also Huang Xin's pride. Huang Xin never truly had the authority to reprimand Huang Lianyi. Originally, Huang Xin thought that his scolding would dampen his grandson's spirits. However, the reality was completely opposite to what Huang Xin had imagined. Huang Lianyi immediately jumped up, disregarding the dust on his clothes, and ran straight to Chen Chen's side. Big shot, you're amazing. How did you move so fast just now? Can you teach me? I want to have that kind of speed too. Huang Xin's tone was filled with admiration. Not willing to lose? Unwilling to accept? Such emotions had never appeared. Huang Lianyi had grown up in the Bamboo Union since he was little. The gang had always believed that strength was the ultimate truth. From the earlier encounter, Huang Lianyi clearly saw the vast difference between himself and Chen Chen. Faced with someone of a completely different caliber, how could Huang Lianyi harbor such thoughts? Now, Huang Lianyi genuinely acknowledged Chen Chen as the leader. He even felt that serving Chen Chen and being his subordinate was an honor. This shift in attitude was something that Huang Xin, as a grandfather, found hard to accept at first. Where was that proud grandson who thought the world revolved around him? Now, in front of Chen Chen, Huang Lianyi resembled a big golden retriever wagging its tail. However, Huang Xin quickly adjusted his mindset. Although Huang Lianyi's attitude was indeed a bit too humble, he had at least recognized Chen Chen as the leader. Moreover, Huang Lianyi being so close to Chen Chen was definitely a good thing. There was no need for him to worry at all. Yet, as an elder, Huang Xin felt he should still say a few words. Lianyi, don't be so informal. This is the leader, not just anyone you can call big shot. Huang Xin continued to maintain a serious face as he spoke. Grandpa, a big shot is a big shot. The brothers in the gang call you big shot too, so what's wrong with me calling the leader big shot? Huang Lianyi complained somewhat unhappily. Old Huang, let the kids call whoever they want, there are no strict rules about that, Chen Shen interjected to ease the situation. Originally, Chen Shen had some reservations about Huang Lianyi's attitude, but facing the current Huang Lianyi, he really couldn't find anything to complain about. Huang Lianyi was just a child who hadn't grown up yet. Once he was convinced, he was truly convinced. Chen Shen still had some fondness for the current Huang Lianyi. At least expressing emotions directly was 100 times better than bottling them up inside. The leader is right. Since Chen Shen had spoken, Huang Xin no longer said anything more. Moreover, Huang Xin could clearly feel that Chen Shen's attitude towards his grandson was quite friendly. Being favored by the leader was definitely a stroke of luck for Huang Lianyi. Huang Xin had no need to interfere and disrupt the atmosphere between Huang Lianyi and Chen Shen. Old Huang, just now I saw Xiao Huang using a butterfly knife, and it seemed to be infused with a special inner strength. I assume this is the unique inner strength of the Huang family? I wonder if I could learn this special inner strength from you. Chen Shen took this opportunity to express his request. The leader truly has a keen eye. This is indeed our Huang family's unique inner strength. As the leader of the Death Gate, since you are willing to learn, I naturally have no reason not to teach. Huang Xin readily agreed and then explained the method of using this special inner strength to Chen Shen. Chen Shen once again demonstrated his remarkable comprehension and quickly mastered this unique inner strength. While studying this internal power, Chen Shen discovered that it had some similarities with the Luo family's internal power. The Luo family's internal power conceals the second stage of dark energy, allowing it to erupt unexpectedly to harm the enemy. The Huang family's internal power, on the other hand, attaches this energy to weapons, giving them the ability to break through defenses. Seeing Chen Shen easily master their internal power and attach it to the dagger that belonged to the soul-seeking sect's token, Huang Xin was deeply moved. The old sect leader had done the same, attaching this internal power to the dagger. Even if the dagger never cut through the enemy's flesh, the internal power could still penetrate and sever the enemy's vital veins. In Huang Xin's eyes, Chen Shen was gradually resembling the old sect leader from back then. Not to mention that in such a short time, he had already mastered such a unique internal power. Chen Shen's talent in martial arts was simply astonishing. With such a highly gifted sect leader, the revival of the soul-seeking sect was just around the corner. Watching Chen Shen catch up to his own years of hard training in just over 10 minutes, Huang Lianyi was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. It turned out that only someone like the Big Shot could be considered a true genius? Compared to the Big Shot, his own talent was nothing at all. Thinking of this, Huang Lianyi was even more determined to be Chen Shen's subordinate. Someone like Chen Shen would definitely be the protagonist in novels and comics. As for someone like him, if he wanted to live a good life, he had to honestly be Chen Shen's subordinate, following his lead. Anyone who dared to oppose Chen Shen would eventually face ruin. Huang Lianyi knew what it meant to be a wise man who recognizes the times. With such a strong ally, how could he be foolish enough not to cling to him? Big Shot, you are really amazing. I wish I had your talent, Huang Lianyi sincerely exclaimed. After that, Huang Xin entrusted the responsibility of entertaining Chen Shen to Huang Lianyi. After all, Huang Lianyi was close in age to Chen Shen. Young people naturally know what other young people enjoy. Moreover, Huang Lianyi's attitude towards Chen Shen convinced Huang Xin that he could take good care of him. Big Shot, I've arranged activities for tonight that you'll definitely be interested in, Huang Lianyi said eagerly to Chen Shen. Alright, I'll go with you. Chen Shen didn't want to dampen Huang Lianyi's enthusiasm. Thus, under Huang Lianyi's lead, Chen Shen and his group arrived at a nightclub. This was Chen Shen's first time in such a place. Moreover, the nightclubs in the Treasure Island were much more lively than those on the mainland. However, it was different from what Chen Shen had imagined. Huang Lianyi took Chen Shen to a relatively quiet spot and even had the brothers from the Bamboo Union stand outside to prevent others from approaching. Initially, Chen Shen thought Huang Lianyi just wanted him to experience the nightlife of the Treasure Island, but it seemed that things were not that simple. Little Huang, tell me, what surprise have you prepared for me? Chen Shen asked directly. Big Shot, look, Huang Lianyi said, pointing in a direction. Chen Shen followed Huang Lianyi's finger and saw a man sitting in a booth downstairs. Chen Shen could tell he had never seen this young man before. However, the young man's appearance felt somewhat familiar to Chen Shen, as if he had seen him somewhere. Little Huang, what do you mean by this? Chen Shen continued to ask. Big Shot, the man downstairs is called Zhang Xiaoqiang. That's right, he's the son of Zhang Jiming, who offended you today. Zhang Jiming only has this one son, and he has spoiled him rotten. Since Zhang Jiming, that blind fool, has offended you, of course, I have to help the boss get back at him. A debt owed by a father must be repaid by the son. I'll settle the score with Zhang Xiaoqiang, and that's only reasonable. When Huang Lianyi said this, he regained the arrogant demeanor he had when Chen Chen first met him. Although Huang Lianyi had lowered his attitude in front of Chen Chen, it did not change the fact that he grew up in the Bamboo Union, the largest gang in this island, and was a consistently arrogant black prince. After saying this, Huang Lianyi seemed afraid that Chen Chen would disagree with his actions, so he continued to elaborate. Boss, don't worry, our Bamboo Union is in the business of the underworld, and we value righteousness. If Zhang Xiaoqiang were a good person, I wouldn't target him like this. Unfortunately, his father, Zhang Jiming, loves to be a dog for the lighthouse people, and Zhang Xiaoqiang follows suit, also being a dog for the lighthouse people. Over the years, Zhang Xiaoqiang has sent many naive young girls to the beds of the lighthouse people. Threats, bribes, coercion, drugs, he has used every means. If it weren't for the protection of his father and his lighthouse masters, this trash would have been executed hundreds of times by now. Today, he came to this nightclub to look for prey for his lighthouse masters. Huang Lianyi said all this in one breath. Hearing this, Chen Chen naturally wouldn't stop Huang Lianyi from targeting Zhang Xiaoqiang. If Zhang Xiaoqiang really is the scum Huang Lianyi described, then he deserves to die 100 times over. Moreover, Huang Lianyi had no need to deceive him and wouldn't fabricate something so easily verifiable. Since that's the case, let's settle his father's debts on this son's head. Chen Chen indeed wanted Zhang Jiming to know what the cost of offending him truly was. At the booth, Zhang Xiaoqiang's gaze was scanning the girls in the dance floor. He looked like a hunter selecting prey. David, how about it? Any targets you fancy? Just say the word, and I'll make sure she ends up in your bed. Zhang Xiaoqiang withdrew his gaze and spoke to the tall, blonde, blue-eyed man beside him. Zhang, I certainly believe in your abilities. You've brought me plenty of fun these days. However, those hot and proactive girls on the dance floor no longer pique my interest. I just need to beckon with my finger, and they'll obey me without any sense of conquest. It's better to find a professional than to deal with them. But I did find a nice little toy. There's a girl working part-time at the convenience store across the street who really suits my taste. I caught a glimpse of her through the glass while parking just now. If I could get her, I'd be very happy. A smile appeared on David's face. Don't worry, David, I'll make sure you're satisfied. Zhang Xiaoqiang patted his chest and readily agreed. I certainly believe in your abilities. Then I'll head back to the hotel and wait for you to deliver my reserved little cake. David patted Zhang Xiaoqiang on the shoulder and left the bar with his bodyguard. At this moment, the girl working hard at the convenience store had no idea that she had already caught the eye of the beasts in the bar. She still wore a smile as she faced every customer visiting the convenience store. As someone who supported herself, the girl had to ensure her efforts matched her salary. The girl originally thought this night shift would be like any other, but the convenience store manager suddenly appeared in the store. Manager, why are you back? She asked, puzzled. Nianci, I thought about it, and since you're a girl, it's really not appropriate for you to work the night shift, the manager said. You can go home now, I'll take this night shift. Uncle, it's fine. Although this is my first night shift, I'm very confident, Shin Nianci replied stubbornly. Alright, Nianci, just listen to me. Go home now, and I won't schedule you for night shifts in the future, the manager insisted. Okay, manager, I understand, Shin Nianci said as she packed her things and left the convenience store. However, just as she was about to walk out the door, she suddenly turned back and smiled sweetly at the manager. Thank you, manager uncle. I'll remember your kindness. With that, Shin Nianci waved her hand vigorously and turned to leave. The manager watched her smiling face and instinctively reached out, wanting to keep her in the store. But thinking of the people he couldn't afford to offend, he finally retracted his hand and slapped his own face hard. Nianci, don't blame me. I have no choice. We can only blame our bad luck. The manager hit his face a few more times, as if this could ease his guilt. He kept slapping himself in the store, seemingly believing that this behavior could suppress his inner remorse. Shin Nianci, walking out of the convenience store, had no idea what kind of predicament awaited her. She hummed a tune as she walked toward the alley beside the store, where her electric bike was parked. But as she entered the alley, her cheerful melody abruptly stopped. A few unsavory-looking men appeared in the alley. Shin Nianci instinctively wanted to back away but found her way blocked behind her. What do you want? If you keep this up, I'm calling the police. If I shout, manager uncle will hear me, and then none of you will get away. She tried to sound calm, but her trembling voice betrayed her true feelings. Oh, she said she's going to call the police. I'm so scared. The men made exaggerated expressions as they spoke. Miss, are you in some trouble? At that moment, the well-dressed Zhang Xiaoqiang appeared at the alley entrance. Sir, please help me, Shin Nianci cried out, seeing him as a lifeline. But the men, who clearly weren't good people, greeted Zhang Xiaoqiang as if they were old friends. Mr. Zhang, Only then did Shen Nianci realize that they were all in cahoots. "Miss, there seems to be a misunderstanding between us. I hope you can give me a chance to apologize," Zhang Xiaoqiang said with a harmless smile. "You don't need to apologize to me, so I'll just leave." Shen Nianci knew Zhang Xiaoqiang had ill intentions and would never agree to his request. She just wanted to get away from this troublesome place and distance herself from these dangerous men. Just as she tried to escape, the thugs grabbed her. "No one has ever been able to refuse my invitation. Let's go." Zhang Xiaoqiang's voice was cold. The few thugs directly grabbed Shen Nianci and prepared to drag her away. Shen Nianci immediately began to call for help. "Help! Quick, help me! Is anyone coming to save me?" Her voice echoed in the alley, the cries for help clearly reaching the store manager's ears. At that moment, the store manager was squatting on the ground, eyes tightly shut, hands covering his ears, trying to pretend that nothing was happening. "Give it up. Do you think your night shift was suddenly cancelled for no reason? But your current state of calling for help is quite amusing. Remember to keep it up for a while. After tonight, I will give you a reward you can't handle." Zhang Xiaoqiang walked in front of Shen Nianci, admiring her stubborn expression as she struggled, and spoke. "Mr. David would surely be very satisfied with this toy." The black van had already stopped at the entrance of the alley. Next, they just needed to tie Shen Nianci up and send her to Mr. David, and everything would be resolved. Everything was going according to Zhang Xiaoqiang's plan until an incongruous voice appeared. "Recently, the Treasure Island has really become less safe. They dare to kidnap people in broad daylight. You guys from the Tiandao Alliance are really pathetic, stooping to such despicable acts." Huang Lianyi flicked the butterfly knife in his hand and walked towards Zhang Xiaoqiang. "You are the prince of the Bamboo Union. You dare to meddle in our Tiandao Alliance's affairs? Are you trying to provoke a conflict between the Bamboo Union and the Tiandao Alliance?" A thug from the Tiandao Alliance mustered the courage to speak. Huang Lianyi flicked his wrist, and the butterfly knife slipped from his hand, directly piercing the instep of the thug who had been talking back to him. "Ah!" The thug immediately fell to the ground, screaming. "What are you? You think you can talk to me like that?" Huang Lianyi's tone was icy cold. "Young Master Huang, if you like this girl, I can let her go. We'll leave right now." Zhang Xiaoqiang quickly spoke up. No matter what, offending Huang Lianyi was not a wise move. "Hey, you think you can just leave after committing a crime? How about this, you report yourself to the police, and I'll pretend nothing happened." Huang Lianyi looked at Zhang Xiaoqiang and said. Zhang Xiaoqiang finally understood. Huang Lianyi was looking for trouble. This matter today could not be resolved by him taking a step back. "Huang Lianyi, what do you want? Don't think just because you're from the Bamboo Union you can do whatever you want. This place is not something your Bamboo Union can dictate. Get lost, or you'll offend someone you absolutely cannot afford to offend. By then, not just you, even your Bamboo Union will be finished." Zhang Xiaoqiang emphasized his words. Although the Bamboo Union was the largest gang on the Treasure Island, it was nothing compared to the Rockefeller family. He, Zhang Xiaoqiang, was working for young Master David of the Rockefeller family. If Huang Lianyi had just blocked him, he would definitely suffer for it. "People I can't afford to offend? Make the Bamboo Union go down? I want to see who has that capability." Huang Lianyi's face revealed a sinister smile as he took out another butterfly knife, swinging it while approaching Zhang Xiaoqiang. Before long, Huang Lianyi stood right in front of Zhang Xiaoqiang. "You still don't know, today your father offended someone he shouldn't have, and my grandfather took out one of his toes. But that punishment is really too light. It's not enough to satisfy my family's big shot. So, I'll trouble you, as his son, to pay off your father's debt. Actually, if you were a good person, I still wouldn't lay a hand on you. But who told you to be just like your father, a complete scum and failure? Blame yourself for not knowing what it means to do good deeds." Huang Lianyi said, kicking Zhang Xiaoqiang down further, then stepping on Zhang Xiaoqiang's hand. Huang Lianyi pressed down hard, making Zhang Xiaoqiang's 5 fingers go straight. "Huang Lianyi, you madman, what do you want to do?" At that moment, Zhang Xiaoqiang had already developed a bad thought in his mind. "Congratulations, you guessed it right." Huang Lianyi squatted down, lightly slicing with the butterfly knife in his hand, and with one swift motion, he cut off Zhang Xiaoqiang's 5 fingers. With the heart connected to the fingers, Zhang Xiaoqiang let out a scream that sounded inhuman. "Actually, if you hadn't been talking nonsense just now, I was going to stop here. But who told you to have such a filthy mouth?" Huang Lianyi thrust the butterfly knife upward, piercing it through Zhang Xiaoqiang's chin, the tip of the knife emerging from his nose. Zhang Xiaoqiang, who had been screaming, suddenly fell silent, collapsing unconscious. "Go back and tell your boss. You guys in the Heavenly Path Alliance can develop, no problem. But remember, you are Chinese, Don't be a good person and choose to be a dog for the lighthouse people. Huang Lianyi looked at the lackeys of the Heavenly Path Alliance and said, "Yes, Prince Yi, we will go back and tell the boss right away." The remaining lackeys hurriedly took the injured Zhang Xiaoqiang and the unfortunate guy with the pierced foot away from the scene. Of course, they also picked up the 5 severed fingers that had fallen on the ground. The cuts on the fingers were very clean. They could still be reattached at the hospital. However, Huang Lianyi's last stab was indeed a bit too brutal. Although it could spare Zhang Xiaoqiang's life, a terrifying scar would forever mar his face, and that refined facade would no longer exist. You should go too. Try to go out less at night from now on. Huang Lianyi glanced at Xin Nianzi and turned to leave the alley. Xin Nianzi immediately hopped on her electric bike and fled the scene. She would definitely not work part-time at the convenience store anymore. As for what happened tonight, Xin Nianzi would force herself to forget. Such matters were not something a powerless commoner like her could be involved in. Pretending nothing had happened was the best choice. Chen Shen had been watching Huang Lianyi handle the situation the whole time. Huang Lianyi was indeed ruthless, but not ruthless enough. If it were Chen Shen himself, having chosen Zhang Xiaoqiang as a target, he wouldn't have shown up in front of him. He would have quietly taken care of Zhang Xiaoqiang without a sound. Huang Lianyi's approach was still a bit too youthful. However, for a young man, Chen Shen felt there was no need to impose too many demands. "Boss, I did pretty well, right?" In front of Chen Shen, Huang Lianyi showed none of the cold-blooded demeanor from earlier. Chen Shen could even sense the expectation in Huang Lianyi's tone. "You did well. Since this matter is settled, let's go back," Chen Shen said with a smile. "No, boss. You haven't experienced the nightlife of our treasure island yet. Now that you're here, I can't let you go back without enjoying anything," Huang Lianyi said, pulling Chen Shen back to the nightclub they had been to earlier. They hadn't had enough fun earlier because they had to deal with the scoundrel Zhang Xiaoqiang. Now that the matter was settled, it was time to relax. Chen Shen hesitated for a moment but chose to heed Huang Lianyi's suggestion. Chen Shen wasn't looking to indulge in the tender embrace of the spicy Taiwanese girls, he just didn't want to disappoint Huang Lianyi. After all, this was all Huang Lianyi's loyalty towards him, and if he didn't accept it, Huang Lianyi would surely be very upset. In the hospital, after an emergency surgery, Zhang Xiaoqiang's severed fingers had been reattached. The butterfly knife that had pierced Zhang Xiaoqiang's face was also removed. Leaning on a cane, Zhang Jiming looked at his precious son in such a state, his face dark enough to drip water. "Master Hu, we are working for the Rockefeller family. This time, the Bamboo Union has indeed gone too far. You wouldn't want to see the Heavenly Earth Alliance forever trampled by the Bamboo Union, would you?" Zhang Jiming looked at the leader of the Heavenly Earth Alliance, Hu Zhao, as he spoke. "Mr. Zhang, I understand the reasoning. That young one, Huang Lianyi, acted out of line. If I deal with him, even that old man Huangson won't have anything to say. Ma-san, take the boys and pay a visit. Whatever kind of person young Master Zhang is, that Huang Lianyi must be dealt with the same way. No matter what happens, I will take the blame." Hu Zhao was now prepared to turn against the Bamboo Union. As Zhang Jiming said, if he did nothing, the Heavenly Earth Alliance would always be under the Bamboo Union's foot. Now, with the opportunity to ally with the Rockefeller family, it was a golden chance to change the status of the Heavenly Earth Alliance. Hu Zhao's current position was carved out piece by piece in his youth. Now, he certainly wasn't afraid to gamble the entire Heavenly Earth Alliance again. Yes, Alliance leader. Following Hu Zhao's orders, Ma San directly took his underlings and left the hospital. According to the information they had, Huang Lianyi was still at a certain nightclub. Moreover, there was a guy named Chen Shen at that nightclub. Currently, Chen Shen was the #1 enemy of the Rockefeller family. If they could take this opportunity to eliminate Chen Shen, the Heavenly Earth Alliance would undoubtedly gain the full support of the Rockefeller family. At that time, the Heavenly Earth Alliance could replace the Bamboo Union and become the largest gang in the Treasure Island. Killing Chen Shen was far more important than killing Huang Lianyi. At that moment, Chen Shen and Huang Lianyi were completely unaware that a siege against them was unfolding. After enjoying the warm and passionate company of the spicy Taiwanese girls, Chen Shen and Huang Lianyi walked out of the nightclub together. After all, Chen Shen was surrounded by beautiful women, he really couldn't be bothered with ordinary beauties. Experiencing this fresh atmosphere was enough. Chen Shen had no intention of taking things further. If he really had such needs, his secretary, Yang Su, would be more than willing to offer herself. Just as Chen Shen and Huang Lianyi stepped out of the nightclub, they saw a line of black SUVs surrounding them. In the gaps between the SUVs, countless motorcycles were parked. All the beams of light focused on Chen Shen and Huang Lianyi, the powerful illumination seemingly turning the night into day. Ma San approached, holding a machete. "Prince Yi, tonight you broke the rules. Even if we chop you into pieces, we won't find a single mistake. Everyone says the Bamboo Union sends out thugs, and you, Prince E, are the strongest among the young. Today, I have prepared 300 brothers. If you have the guts, try to fight your way out. But no matter what, that man beside you must leave his life here. Even if you call the Bamboo Union over now, by the time they arrive, he will already be a pile of minced meat. Ma San's voice was filled with bloodthirsty excitement. In Ma San's eyes, there were only 2 of them, and if they dared to come out without their thugs, they had to bear the consequences. Little Huang, can I kill? Chen Chen asked. Don't worry, boss. As long as it doesn't harm ordinary people, the cops won't interfere with the deaths between gangs. You can act without concern, boss. There won't be any problems, Huang Liani said.